A new world was born, the Abyss. Over time, it teemed with life, but survival came with a price. Bloodshed became the rhythm of existence. People battled monsters, and when they ran out of those, they turned on each other. There were no laws here. Only one rule: survive. And for those who managed to do so, unimaginable treasures waited beyond the carnage. In one grim age, war consumed everything. A colossal dragon lay defeated, its enormous frame sprawled across a field of ruin. Nearby, a man knelt, blood spilling from his lips. Before he could steady himself, another dragon appeared, emerging from the shadows. Its claws closed around him with a crushing grip, forcing another mouthful of blood to the ground. Then, just as suddenly, the beast released him, leaving him broken and motionless. He gritted his teeth, his voice barely a whisper. Mindless creatures, sealing your own end. A glowing sphere formed in the dragon's jaws, light building and churning. The man shut his eyes, his final thoughts drifting to his comrades. Were any of them still alive? Then came a flash, a blinding surge of gold. A hand clad in shining armor reached through the light, followed by a woman stepping forth in radiant battle gear. "The last death squad has fallen," she said. Her tone was heavy, final. "That leaves only us. For survivors, the last hope of humanity." Keldien closed his eyes, silent. Conte stood with arms crossed, unreadable. A short distance away, one man sat still, eyes closed, lost in thought. The burden of humanity's future rested on his shoulders. His name was Hansu. Before them, the space-time crystal, Urkenial, began to turn. The great sphere shimmered, humming with ancient power. It was humanity's final card, the power to turn back time after 50 years of torment in the abyss. Conte straightened. "Only one of us can return to the past," he said quietly. But in his mind, the choice was already clear. He smirked. "Obviously, it should be the strongest among us." Keldien sighed, adjusting his glasses. "I thought for once you might say something reasonable. Clearly, I was wrong." Iris stepped between them, her voice sharp. "Enough. Focus. Most of the Valkyries who fought the Golden Dragon have already fallen. It won't be long before it reaches us." She lowered her weapon, pausing. The decision weighed on her, but there was no other path left. Her gaze locked forward. "The only one who can return is Hansu." Hansu looked up, uncertain. His heart pounded as he stared at his hands. Hands that had fought, killed, and endured for so long he'd forgotten why. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to stop here. Then Iris reached out, placing her hand over his, breaking his thoughts. She sat beside him and spoke softly. Iris steadied her voice. "The fate of humanity rests in your hands. Don't give up, Hansu." Hansu glanced at her, weary but listening. His eyes shifted toward Keldien and Conte. Keldien gave a firm nod. "Iris is right. The fact that you're still standing, despite starting 20 years after Nyan, proves why you're the one. If you'd begun even 5 years earlier, the world might already be different." Conte crossed his arms, a faint grin on his face. "They've got a point. Even I can't deny your skill. But hey, if you really don't want to go, just say so." His grin widened mischievously. "Though, come on. Going back means you get to relive everything you missed out on." He paused, realizing his wording. I mean you'd be the one getting those chances, obviously, since you're the only one going back." A faint chuckle escaped Hansu's lips. Then he rose to his feet. Without another word, he stepped toward the massive, glowing sphere. The moment he neared it, the air trembled. An invisible force crashed down on him like a tidal wave. The others stiffened. From the shadows, a massive presence stirred. A roar split the air, shaking the battlefield. Darkin had arrived. Golden flames burst from the dragon's mouth, lighting up the wasteland. "Hansu, stay focused. We'll hold it off," Keldien shouted, summoning a barrier that flared to life above them. The flames hit like a meteor, detonating in a blinding explosion. "Switch," Keldien commanded. Iris and Conte moved in unison. "Hold it while I prepare." Keldien's voice rang out. Conte gripped his stone, eyes sharp. "Leave it to us." He shot a glance at Hansu. "Now's your moment. Show us what you've got." Iris didn't hesitate. She surged forward, her weapon slamming into the ground. Shockwaves rippled through the battlefield, scattering the dragons that surrounded them. Conte's blade ignited, engulfed in roaring flame. "Figured this out a long time ago," he yelled. With a single swing, he cleaved into the ground, fire exploding in every direction. But before he could recover, A massive claw tore through the smoke, descending straight toward him. His eyes widened, too late to dodge. He braced himself, teeth gritted as the impact roared. Hansu instinctively stepped forward, ready to jump in, but Keldien caught his arm. Your weapon's broken, he reminded him sharply. Don't lose focus now. Iris turned to him, her voice cutting through the chaos. Keldien's right. You have to go. She took a step closer, unwavering. I know we get on your nerves, but that's not an excuse to walk away now. She turned, gripping her weapon tighter. For once, just listen to me. Hansu smirked faintly. I'll try my best. Iris smiled. Even now, he was the same. She turned away, leaving the rest in Keldien's hands. Keldien adjusted his glasses, calling out over the roar of battle. Hansu. His voice was steady, calm in the storm. Hansu turned back. Magic spiraled around Keldien, gathering in waves of light. As Iris said, there's no need for pointless killing, Keldien continued. But don't ever hesitate when it matters most. Keldien's voice hardened. Cut down every parasite that dares threaten humanity. Save only those who deserve to live. His gaze darkened, sharp as steel. And no matter what happens, don't forget about the Berserker King, Clementine Keen. That monster must die. His eyes locked with Hansu's. Do you understand? Hansu nodded once, firm and certain. Keldien's lips curved into a faint smile. Good. Then get ready. The massive sphere began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, until it roared like a storm. Hansu took a deep breath, his expression steady, resolute. The others turned toward him, silent witnesses as the space-time crystal came alive. Keldien brought his hands together, magic surging between them. Layers of protective spells formed around the group, shimmering with lightning that crackled through the air. The dragon's fury thundered beyond the barrier. And then everything shifted. In an instant, the battlefield vanished. Hansu blinked, surrounded by hundreds of shouting voices. People stumbled and screamed, confusion and fear spreading like wildfire. A green sun hung above them, bathing the ruins of a collapsing city in its eerie light. It had worked. Hansu steadied himself. This is it. The mission, their sacrifice, it all led here. He couldn't let them down. All around him, chaos broke loose. Where are we? Someone shouted. I want to go back, a girl cried. A man grabbed another by the collar, shouting, You did this, didn't you? I don't know anything, the other man screamed back. Let go of me. Hansu watched silently as panic consumed the crowd. It was only natural. They had been thrown into a world they couldn't begin to comprehend. His thoughts drifted to the beginning, the year everything changed. Back then, only 100 people had been pulled into the abyss. But the number grew, thousands, millions, all vanishing from their worlds without a trace. He remembered his own disappearance at 20. 1 second, he was holding his phone. The next, it slipped from his hand as reality tore open beneath him. This place, the midpoint of the abyss, was where countless dimensions collided. The first arrivals adapted fast, gaining strange powers driven by pure instinct. But for most, this world was death itself. A land without mercy, ruled by monsters. And when enough people gathered here from a devoured world, the door to the true abyss would open. That's when the Great War would begin. Hansu stretched his arms, exhaling slowly. 5 years, he murmured. That's all I got to grow stronger. He took his first step forward, then stopped. His hands trembled slightly. The strength he once had, the skills he spent a lifetime forging, they were gone. He clenched his fists. It didn't matter. He would start again. A scream tore through the air. Gasps erupted around him. People pointed upward, faces pale. The sky itself was splitting apart, cracks tearing through the heavens. Something was breaking through. Then it fell. With a bone-shaking crash, a grotesque creature slammed into the crowd. The people froze, horror in their eyes. The imp-like being rose slowly, coughing once before straightening its hunched back. Its glowing eyes swept across the terrified humans, and then it grinned. Greetings, everyone! It rasped, voice sharp and mocking. I am your fairy assistant. The crowd stood frozen, eyes locked on the eerie figure before them. The so-called assistant clapped his hands together. I'm here to give you a short briefing. His grin stretched wider, unnaturally wide. So listen carefully. Hansu crossed his arms, his gaze cold. A briefing, he thought. What a joke. This wasn't an explanation. It was a setup. A twisted game designed to make humans tear each other apart. Welcome to another world, the fairy chirped, his voice bright and theatrical. From this moment on, You've been granted an incredible opportunity. Enough nonsense, a man shouted from the crowd, pointing at the creature. What do you mean, another world? Just send us home. The fairy's smile vanished. His tone dropped, sharp as a knife. Wait, until I'm finished. The man flinched. The sudden shift sent a chill through the air. But just as quickly, the fairy's cheerful voice returned. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. You've all been given absolute freedom. His glowing eyes darted across the terrified faces. No laws, no order, no morality, no ethics. Doesn't that sound delightful? He leaned forward, grinning wide enough to reveal rows of jagged teeth. You're free from all those meaningless chains. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The tension thickened, heavy and suffocating. But that's not all, the fairy continued, his voice lilting with excitement. Every physical limit you once had, gone. And depending on what you do, you can grow stronger. Infinitely stronger. He chuckled, tilting his head. Think of it like a movie. You could be the hero or the villain, whichever you prefer. Then he snapped his fingers. Allow me to demonstrate. The man who had shouted earlier began to glow. Confused, he looked down at his body, just before a chunk of it tore away. Blood splattered across the ground. A collective gasp tore through the crowd. Silence. Then, the screams began. The fairy gasped theatrically, hand to his mouth. Oh dear, how careless of me. His tone dripped with mock pity. I really do dislike noisy people. Someone shouted, run, and chaos erupted. People bolted in every direction, trampling one another in blind panic. The fairy sighed, shaking his head. Tisk, TSK. I said I hate noise. He snapped his fingers again. A young girl froze mid-step, tears streaming down her cheeks. She tried to speak, her voice trembling. Please, someone help me. The fairy's face twisted in irritation. Enough. If you want to live, earn it. Then, just like that, the rage disappeared. His voice brightened again, cheerful and sing-song. Ah, much better. Now let's move on, shall we? A faint light shimmered between his palms. When it faded, a small stone etched with glowing runes rested in his hand. This, my dear survivors, he announced proudly, is a rune. You can obtain one by killing living beings. The stone pulsed faintly as he turned it, admiring the glow. There are 8 types in total, each appearing at random. This one's colorless, but the more you fight, the more you grow. Collect them, and your power will soar. His gaze swept over the crowd, smile returning, sharp and gleaming. So, then, he purred. Who wants it? The crowd fell silent. No one moved. Not a single soul dared breathe. Then, one hand rose. Hansu. He stood still among the trembling crowd, his expression calm, unreadable. The fairy's eyes gleamed with delight. Oh, how exciting, he sang out, drifting toward him. Such enthusiasm. I like you already. The creature extended its clawed hand. Hansu met it without hesitation. As their palms touched, the fairy chattered on excitedly. Runes are truly magnificent. They reshape the very laws of this world. Look, my muscle capacity just increased from 117 kilograms to 122.3. Incredible, isn't it? Hansu said nothing. He'd seen this before. He understood it all too well. His lack of reaction made the fairy's grin falter slightly. The creature cleared its throat. Ahem. Anyway, it straightened, regaining its false cheer. Runes come in many forms, each granting powers beyond the reach of ordinary science. Strength, speed, endurance, even control over mana. He looked around the crowd. Would anyone else like to try? A few people flinched, but said nothing. The fairy chuckled. Perhaps not yet. Very well. Let me give you one final piece of advice. His tone sharpened. No matter the rune's attribute, none of them are ever a disadvantage. If you wish to live, if you wish to grow stronger, collect as many as you can. The words hit like a spark in dry grass. Tension broke. People surged forward, pushing and shouting as they scrambled for the runes scattered across the ground. The fairy floated above, watching with childlike amusement. Ah, how predictable, he mused. Greed never changes. He turned his attention back to Hansu. By the way, he said lightly, if you touch your right ear, you can see how many runes you've collected. Like this. He demonstrated, tapping his ear. Instinctively, the others followed, touching theirs in curiosity. Murmurs filled the air. The fairy smirked. Humans do love their numbers. He went on casually. For reference, an average person's stats are around 10. A simple baseline. Hansu checked his own. His strength had risen by a single point. Just one, but it was proof. With each hunt, he could recover what he had lost. Strength, mana, magic power. Everything could be rebuilt piece by piece. The fairy's tone shifted again, almost thoughtful. You can obtain runes from any living being, he said. It doesn't matter what you hunt. His eyes lingered on a quiet boy standing near the edge of the crowd, then flicked to a trembling girl beside him. In truth, the fairy added, this world isn't so different from the one you left behind. A murmur swept through the crowd. Unease twisted into dread. Then, with a sudden grin, the fairy clapped his hands. Well, you all look so gloomy. Let's change that, shall we? Light flared. In an instant, weapons materialized in every person's hands. Swords, axes, bows, and crude blades. Forget the past, the fairy announced brightly. Focus on what's ahead. Train, fight, grow strong, and enjoy your new life. He hovered higher, his grin stretching impossibly wide. Once I'm gone, training will begin. You'd better give it everything you've got. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Training? What did he mean by that? Before anyone could ask, a piercing scream tore through the air. Every head turned. From the shadows behind them, a massive swarm of creatures emerged. Their forms were twisted, grotesque, eyes glowing like embers in the dim green light. They crawled, snarled, and bared rows of jagged teeth. The fairy's laughter echoed above the chaos. Lesson 1, he said, voice dripping with amusement. Survive. Fear spread through the crowd like wildfire. Someone stammered out, Is this part of the training? The monsters advanced, slow, deliberate, unhurried. Their glowing eyes locked onto their prey. The people stood frozen, too terrified to move. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a girl stepped forward, voice trembling but steady. Everyone, don't panic. Stay calm and move back slowly. Her words barely registered. The air was thick with dread. Hansu planted his feet, his gaze fixed on the incoming creatures. Around him, fear was spreading faster than reason. Someone turned to retreat, but collided with another man. Watch it, the man barked. But the first man didn't respond. His shaking hand pointed ahead. Wait, something's wrong. A shimmer rippled across the air in front of them. A wall. Invisible, impenetrable. He slammed his fists against it. Hey, let us out. No response. Only the echo of his desperate pounding. Then more gasps. Others had turned to see it too. The barrier was closing in. Their path was sealed, and the only direction left was toward the monsters. Then it began. The goblins charged, their guttural screams tearing through the air. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some swung their weapons wildly. Others ran aimlessly. The sound of metal, bone, and screaming filled the space. A boy holding a knife shouted, I won't die here, and lunged at the nearest goblin. But before anyone could process what was happening, a strange voice cut through the madness. 49. Everyone froze. The man who'd shouted before was gone. On the other side of the barrier, blinking in confusion. He'd simply walked through. Someone realized what it meant. Only 50 could escape. Panic exploded. People shoved, clawed, and cursed, trampling over each other to reach the wall. The fairy's twisted laughter echoed somewhere beyond, watching his game unfold. Hansu's jaw tightened. He looked at the chaos before him. Humans destroying themselves before the monsters even had the chance. There were 100 of them here. If they just stood together, if they fought properly, they could win. There'd be casualties, yes, but nowhere near this. He remembered the last time. 40 dead. Only 10 had survived. Not again. Hansu gripped his knife tighter. His eyes sharpened. This time will be different. The goblins lunged. Screams tore through the air. Blood splattered across the ground. People cried, begged, fought. Most died before they even understood what was happening. A goblin swung a club toward Hansu's head. He caught it mid-swing. With a swift slash, his blade opened the creature's throat. Blood sprayed as the goblin collapsed. Hansu threw the body aside and turned to the next one. His movements were precise, efficient, a silent storm of violence. When the last goblin fell, the survivors stared, stunned. Hansu stood in the middle of the carnage, surrounded by corpses, blood streaking his face. He wiped it away with the back of his hand. His breathing steadied. His body, this young, untempered form, felt exactly as it had decades ago, and that unsettled him. Nearby, the boy who had survived crouched low, gathering runes from the fallen. His agility stat flashed upward, a 1/10 of a point gained. But agility wasn't just speed. It sharpened his perception, slowed the world around him. In battle, that was everything. As Hansu surveyed the area, a faint whistle cut through the air. A dagger, thrown by a goblin that had been playing dead, was spinning straight for his chest. Hansu twisted, his hand snapping up. The blade stopped midair, caught between his fingers. He exhaled slowly. Round one over. Hansu caught the dagger midair, then flicked his wrist. The blade spun through the air like lightning and buried itself straight into the goblin's skull. Dropping to one knee, Hansu barely caught his breath before the rest came charging. They could smell blood. Dozens of them. Eyes wild, claws dripping, shrieking with murderous hunger. Hansu gripped his cleaver tighter. The moment blood touched the ground, their frenzy began. No hesitation, no thought, just raw instinct to kill. He met them head-on. His blade sliced clean through the first, splitting its chest open. Another lunged. He countered with a sharp elbow strike, crushing bone. His movements were ruthless, precise, and efficient. Each swing was calculated, each kill deliberate. Somewhere behind him, a voice shouted, "He's fighting alone." That was enough. The sight of Hansu, standing unshaken, sparked something in the others. A handful of survivors broke from their panic, raising their weapons with desperate resolve. "Let's go," someone roared. The humans surged forward, clashing against the tide of goblins. Steel met flesh, screams met growls, the chaos swallowing everything. Hansu moved through it all like a storm, focused, relentless. He knew this wasn't the time for caution. The only way out was through. He parried another strike, countered instantly, and drove his blade through the creature's skull. This world, how many have they dragged here? He thought of the millions who had been taken, ripped from every corner of humanity. The first wave had been lucky. 3 months of protection, a training period before the slaughter began. But once that ended, they were thrown into the abyss proper, alongside veterans who had survived for years. He'd seen what that did to people. He thought of those survivors now, the ones who endured, the ones who adapted, and the kind of monsters they became. Another goblin lunged. Hansu met it with a swift, brutal swing. The blade cut deep, and the creature collapsed. He knelt, grabbed a glowing stone from the corpse, a rune. Even the smallest increase mattered now. Every drop of power counted. Keljian had chosen correctly. This world needed someone like him. When the last goblin fell, the field was silent, littered with corpses. Blood soaked the dirt. Someone gasped. He killed them all. The boy who had fought earlier stared, speechless. Around him, whispers spread. Some called Hansu a monster. Others, a savior. A faint voice rose from behind. It was one of the fairies, watching the aftermath. She floated above the carnage, surveying the survivors with a hint of approval. "You all did well," she said lightly. "That must have taken quite the effort." Her gaze drifted over the shaken faces. "And there are still plenty of you left." But the crowd didn't share her satisfaction. Their eyes were hard, filled with hatred. Behind her, the barrier shimmered, then began to open. The fairy smiled. "Now you understand what it takes to survive here. Just keep doing what you're doing." She turned toward the glowing rift. "I have other zones to visit," she added cheerfully. "So I'll leave you to it. Good luck." "Wait," someone shouted. "Get back here." Others joined in, voices rising in anger. But she was already gone, vanishing through the light without a trace. The crowd stood there, fuming, helpless. Hansu exhaled slowly and wiped the blood from his face. He opened his interface window. The numbers blinked faintly. Small improvements, but progress nonetheless. For training, this wasn't bad. He glanced down at the item in his hand. The faint glow caught his eye. It looked valuable, something worth keeping. A faint smile touched his lips. "This will do." The blade glimmered faintly in Hansu's hand, perhaps a token of acknowledgement from the battlefield itself. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the weight of silence settle. His path was clear. He had to grow stronger, faster than anyone else. Sliding a hand into his pocket, he thought back to the people he'd left behind. What would they do in my place? And then a memory surfaced. A dim tavern, the clink of mugs. A man with a half-empty drink leaned forward with a grin. "Ever heard of a hidden dungeon?" Hansu had looked up, intrigued. "A hidden dungeon?" The man nodded, smirking. "Yeah, it's inside the training zone. Harder than anything else here." They'd toasted their mugs together, the man's grin widening. "Not gonna lie, I couldn't clear it. Nobody ever has." Hansu had taken a slow sip, studying him. "You're telling me you got this strong without finishing it?" The man puffed out his chest. "If I were a Valkyrie, do you think I'd still be here?" Hansu frowned slightly, but the man kept going. If this were back in the day, I'd take a shot at it again. If I cleared it, I'd probably be strong enough to beat you. The logic was simple. The harder the trial, the greater the reward. The stronger the enemy, the sharper the blade that emerged. Doesn't it make you curious? The man had asked, eyes glinting. What's waiting at the end? Now, back in the present, Hansu stared ahead, his expression unreadable. The memory faded, but the idea lingered. His next goal was clear. He needed to find that dungeon. But before that, there were steps to take. The training process followed a strict pattern. Hundreds of newcomers grouped into zones, forced to survive for a week at a time. 3 months of this cycle, and then the safety net would vanish. The real abyss would begin. Hansu knew the truth others didn't. There were 2 hidden parts in the first training stage. No one had ever reached the end, but to unlock the hidden dungeon, both were required. It was the fastest, most dangerous path to power, and he intended to take it. His gaze swept across the desolate landscape. A moss-covered sign caught his attention, half buried in dirt. The markings were faint, but it was the clue he needed. He started toward it, until a sharp voice cut through the air. What are you doing? Hansu turned. Nearby, a man and a woman were arguing. The man's tone was forceful. I just said we should go together. Why make it a problem? The woman crossed her arms, shaking her head. We'll manage on our own. Before she could turn away, the man grabbed her wrist. All around them, similar scenes were unfolding. Arguments, tension, the stronger preying on the weaker. The man smirked, his grip tightening. Come on, you want to survive, don't you? We all have to cooperate. His voice dropped, the words twisting with arrogance. That's how we make it out alive. Hansu's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd seen this too many times before. The abyss didn't create monsters. It revealed them. Hansu exhaled sharply. He didn't have time for this. The hidden part would vanish in a week. If he didn't find it by then, the chance would be lost forever. He turned to leave. Hey, wait. The voice made a pause. A man wearing headphones jogged up, hesitant but determined. What's your name? He asked, eyes darting nervously. Hansu frowned. Do we know each other? The man flinched but pressed on. Just tell me your name. Before Hansu could reply, another voice cut through the tension. Have you lost your damn mind? A blond man came charging in, fury blazing in his eyes. He swung a punch straight at Hansu. We were together before this. What the hell is wrong with you? Hansu didn't move. His eyes followed the motion calmly, narrowing slightly. These 2 knew his name. How? Then realization struck. The blonde's voice, the man with headphones, their faces from a lifelong past. His classmates. Memories surfaced. They'd started this nightmare together, but they had died long ago. He had forgotten them. And yet, here they were. Before he could dwell on it, movement caught his eye. The girl from earlier, Yumi, had broken free from her captor's grip. She stepped forward cautiously, sunlight glinting off her hair. Her name echoed in his mind. Yumi. He remembered now. She had been with them, too. Hansu's gaze flicked to the man in the jacket, the one who had grabbed her. His face twisted in frustration. You're seriously ignoring me? He snapped. His tone shifted, trying to sound tough, but his eyes betrayed his fear. He'd seen Hansu fight, seen him cut through a swarm of goblins like they were nothing. But the man hesitated. Hansu looked tired. Maybe, just maybe, he could be taken down. A glance at his gang confirmed it. They were thinking the same thing. The leader smirked, stepping closer. Where are your manners? He called mockingly. We weren't finished talking. His gaze slid toward Hansu. You look like you've had a rough day. Think you can handle much more? The group chuckled under their breath, confidence returning. Then the leader turned back to Yumi. Come here, he said smoothly, voice dripping with arrogance. I'm asking nicely. He grinned wider. More's always better, right? Why don't you join us, before we come to you? Hansu's eyes scanned them all, measuring, calculating. He turned briefly to the blonde beside him, muttering, filth, still crawling everywhere. These men were blind, intoxicated by their small victory, completely unaware of the true predators waiting beyond this place. He took a step forward. The gang leader's grin faltered. Hansu's tone was calm, but the weight behind it was suffocating. Do you even understand where this is heading? The leader's mouth opened, but no sound came. Hansu shoved him backward, the force driving him several steps off balance. His dagger gleamed in the dim light, veins pulsing along his arm. Got anything to say? He asked coldly. The air grew heavy. Then another man stepped between them, broad-shouldered, wearing a red shirt. He raised a hand. Easy, he said, forcing a grin. No need to make a scene. Behind him, A giant with a shaved head moved closer, muscles tensing like coiled steel. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Hansu's fingers twitched around his weapon. This wasn't going to end with words. The man in the red shirt smirked. "Relax," he said lightly. "We're not bad people. Right, boss?" The others nodded eagerly. "Yeah, that's right, boss." Their leader flashed an easy smile, but his eyes told another story. He was sizing Hansu up like a wolf circling prey. "Why not join us?" the man offered smoothly. "Given how things are now, we could use someone like you. Everyone's got a role to play." He tilted his head slightly, a sharp glint cutting through his friendly expression. "Wouldn't it be smarter to work together?" Hansu studied him quietly. This man had already adjusted. No, evolved to fit this cruel new world. He wasn't pretending anymore. He thrived in it. A predator perfectly suited to the abyss. Hansu's hand tightened around his dagger. He could end this now, quickly, efficiently. But then, Iris' voice echoed in his mind. "There's no need for needless killing, Hansu, but never spare those who will become parasites. The kind who will harm humanity when the Great War comes. Protect the ones who deserve to live." He exhaled slowly. These guys, they weren't worth the effort. They destroy themselves sooner or later. "Not my problem," Hansu said flatly, turning away. "Get lost." The boss watched him leave, his expression unreadable. One of his men started to speak nervously. "Boss, should we?" "Enough with the hysteria." The man cut him off sharply. "We've got bigger things to handle." He turned his gaze over the crowd of frightened survivors, people too weak to stand, too broken to fight. In a world crawling with monsters, he saw opportunity. "To survive," he muttered, "we'll need order." Hansu, walking away, recalled the fairy's words and scoffed under his breath. "Fairy, my ass more like a devil." Still, despite everything, something about this place fascinated him. The chaos, the danger, the raw survival instinct in every corner. He smirked faintly. "The strong rule here," he murmured. "So why not use it?" Behind him, the self-proclaimed boss led his followers in the opposite direction. They trailed behind him without hesitation, blind to what awaited them. The blond man watched them go and sighed. How is it that people are scarier than monsters? Then his gaze shifted toward Hansu. There was something different about him now, something colder. "He's always been strange," he muttered. "But was he always like this?" Hansu wiped the drying blood from his face and kept walking. Footsteps followed. He turned slightly. It was the orphan, the boy with the dark, distant stare. Hansu had barely noticed him before. Now, the kid looked up, meeting his eyes. "Why are you acting like you don't know us?" he asked quietly. Hansu frowned. "Memory loss," he said simply. His classmates exchanged uncertain glances. Minnie giggled softly. "Why do you sound like some old man?" Hansu looked at her, confused. He couldn't see what was funny. Minnie smiled awkwardly, cheeks flushed, eyes darting away. She was too bright for this place, too human. In a world they'd come from, that brightness might have taken her far. But here, beauty was a weapon, one that cut both ways. He hoped she'd learn to wield it before it got her killed. They continued through the ruins in silence. Crumbling walls, the stench of death, the distant howls of unseen beasts. The blonde shifted uneasily beside him. "We haven't said a single word about what's next," he began. Hansu didn't answer, because he already knew. There was no next, only survival, and the path to the hidden dungeon. "Word this whole time," she murmured, glancing around the empty streets. Then, forcing a smile, she turned to Hansu. "So, where exactly are we headed?" Hansu didn't respond. He just kept walking, his steps steady and deliberate. After a long pause, he finally said, "You'll know when we get there." Up ahead, their destination came into view. A dark entrance. The stairs descending below read one name, Gangnam Station. Minnie frowned, confused. "Wait, why here?" Hansu exhaled, pressing a hand against his mouth in thought. He didn't have time to explain, not now. If it weren't for Erie's words, he wouldn't have even brought them along. Finally, he spoke, quiet but firm. "I can't explain it, but I have a feeling. I may have lost my memories, but in exchange, I gained something far greater." The group froze. Their eyes darted between one another, disbelief written across their faces. After everything they'd seen, monsters, fairies, worlds collapsing, why was this the part that shocked them? The blonde leaned closer to her friend, whispering, "Are we really sure about following this guy?" Hansu suddenly turned to face them. His gaze was sharp. "I'm not forcing anyone," he said. "Everyone makes their own choices. If you don't want to come, Then stay behind and watch from the sidelines. His tone was steady, almost indifferent, but it carried weight. The blonde scowled, crossing her arms. His confidence irritated her, yet also made her uneasy. He knew something. Hansu took a deep breath and stepped forward, beginning his descent into the subway. She hesitated for a heartbeat, then followed, reluctantly, but drawn in all the same. The rest trailed after. As they moved deeper underground, the air grew colder, heavier. The blonde tried to laugh it off, flashing an uneasy grin. You sure this place is safe? It feels like a horror movie down here. Hansu didn't even glance back. We're meeting friends, he said. She blinked. Friends? Down here. They reached the bottom. The silence was thick, like the place itself was holding its breath. Hansu stopped. His hands slid into his pockets. Then, without warning, he drew his dagger. A sharp gasp echoed. Many flinched. The blonde whipped around. Tae-sung, someone shouted. Hansu's eyes locked on something moving near Tae-sung's feet. A pale, pulsing shape. Before anyone could react, he lunged. His blade sliced clean through the creature's head. A fong caterpillar. Its green blood hissed against the ground before fading into mist. Hansu pulled his dagger free and spoke calmly. This dungeon mirrors Gangnam Station. Those bugs, they respond to vibrations. The corpse dissolved into particles, leaving behind a faintly glowing pebble. Hansu picked it up, studying it as he continued. They can't stand sunlight, so they hide underground. But if one ever bites you, he turned to face the group, his voice low and unshaken. You'll be gone in seconds. Flesh shredded, nerves cut. You won't even have time to scream. A cold silence hung over the group as Hansu's words sank in. Fear crept through them like a chill. Hansu let out a quiet sigh. I'll show you an easy way to deal with them, he said. Then, without hesitation, he drove his dagger straight into another bug's throat. The group flinched at the sound, but Hansu's calmness steadied them. Soon, knives were passed around, and the hesitant group began slashing at the writhing creatures. Hansu watched carefully, studying every movement. These four, they might actually prove useful. His gaze shifted to a boy standing a little apart from the others. Nervous, shaking, headphones hanging around his neck. Hansu stepped closer. If you're not confident, he said evenly, step only on solid tiles. If you spot a crack with dirt inside, stab it, but don't forget to protect your hands. Minhee wiped the sweat from her brow and tried to lighten the mood. So, basically hit the parts that look off, right? The blonde snorted. Sounds like a twisted game of whack-a-mole. The boy in the headphones swallowed hard. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the knife, and slowly steadied his stance. But before he could move, a loud screech erupted behind him. The ground split open, and a massive beetle lunged straight toward his back. Hansu reacted instantly. He shoved the boy aside and swung his blade in one clean motion. The creature split apart midair, crashing to the floor in two twitching halves. The boy stared at him, eyes wide. Then, almost sheepishly, he whispered, "Thanks." Hansu didn't respond. He'd already sized the boy up, too hesitant, too weak. Someone like him would only slow them down. Without a word, Hansu turned away and kept walking. The boy lowered his head, frustration flickering across his face. The blonde, still trying to make sense of everything, caught up to Hansu. You knew this was going to happen, he said, narrowing his eyes. Ow! Hansu glanced at him, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Didn't I tell you? His tone carried a quiet amusement. Then, almost playfully, he added, It's my superpower. The blonde blinked, caught off guard. The others froze too, exchanging uncertain glances. But Hansu wasn't interested in explaining further. Let's focus on hunting, he said curtly, already moving ahead. As the others lingered, unsure what to do next, Hansu twirled the fallen stone in his fingers and looked back. Why aren't you collecting the runes? Minhee gave a sheepish laugh. Well, we figured you should have them. You're the strong one, right? You protect us, we stay out of the way. She hesitated, rubbing the back of her neck. Besides, it's not like picking up a few glowing rocks will suddenly make us superheroes. Hansu frowned. Her logic was naive and dangerous. Relying on him for protection wasn't teamwork, it was dependency. He stopped and turned toward them, his voice steady and firm. Your prey belongs to you alone, he said. If you want to stay with me, you follow the basic rules. It was a rule as old as the abyss itself. Everyone down there learned it eventually. Your prey belongs to you. In a group, rewards are shared by effort and need. Because when things turn desperate, goodwill never lasts. His classmates stared at him, unsure of what to say. They didn't yet understand the kind of world they'd been thrown into, but Hansu knew it wouldn't take long. He met their uneasy gazes and spoke plainly. First rule, rely on your own strength. If you can't pull your weight, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. The words hit like a cold wind. No one spoke. The silence said enough. Taesung exchanged a glance with the blonde beside him, who gave a small, wordless nod. Hansu caught it and frowned in irritation, but he let it slide. Sooner or later, they'd learn. Sooner or later, desperation would turn them into scavengers, fighting over runes like dogs over scraps. Without another word, the group bent down and began collecting what they could from the fallen creatures. That's when Taesung called out, "Hey, check this out." In his hands was something unusual, a rune unlike the others. Its deep violet hue pulsed faintly, alive with energy. The moment he touched it, a strange instinct surged through him. He knew this was different. Something in it whispered of transformation, the essence of the Akrul troll tribe. Taesung hesitated, glancing toward Hansu. He remembered what the older boy had said about distributing loot. Drawing attention to it could cause trouble. Instead, he smiled lightly. "Since I found this one, mind if I keep it?" Hansu looked at him for a long moment, then gave a calm nod. That simple reaction threw Taesung off balance. He'd expected a lecture, maybe even refusal, but Hansu didn't seem bothered at all. Hansu's gaze lingered on the rune. He recognized its value instantly. A solid foundation, defense, and regeneration, both essential for survival. And since it was passive, it didn't drain energy to use. The only drawback? It increased hunger, but that was a small price to pay. As the wielder's strength grew, the rune would evolve with them. Smart hunters, those who master the system, could collect hundreds of such powers. Keldian, for example, had over 1,000. And this was just the beginning. Hansu watched his classmates silently, his thoughts spinning. They had no idea. His circumstances were unlike anyone else's. Across the ground, runes flickered faintly, remnants of the creatures they'd slain. One of them flared brighter than the rest, and Hansu instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. The surge of light made him clench his fists. Somewhere distant, Iris's voice echoed in his mind. She sighed. As expected, his skill limit is 7. Her frustration was clear. "If only we'd known earlier," she muttered. He could have chosen stronger abilities. A limit of 7, that's crippling. But Hansu wasn't like the others. His power didn't stop at limits. It grew beyond them. Every skill he acquired would evolve over time, shifting into something greater. What started as simple regeneration from a lizard's essence could one day match Kongtae's legendary immortality. His rapid dash, the speed skill, had the potential to transform into something far beyond even Keldian's signature move, Rupture Space. That was why they called him 7 Stars Hansu. While others spent decades perfecting their abilities, he advanced in mere years. That was why he, above all others, had been chosen to return to the past. A faint smile touched his lips, but it vanished just as quickly. Every choice he made from here on out would shape everything that followed. Iris's voice echoed faintly in Hansu's mind. She warned him to choose his skills carefully. Every decision mattered. If things went as planned, his training would be nothing but a warm-up. Meanwhile, Taesung examined his newly acquired rune, curiosity flickering in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed it against his chest. The rune melted instantly, dissolving into pure light that surged through his body. A system notification appeared before him. Skill acquired, physical resistance. A satisfied grin spread across Taesung's face. Checking his stats, he could see the difference. His strength, endurance, and defense had all risen. The thrill of power made his heart race. He shot a glance toward Hansu, a spark of rivalry igniting behind his smug expression. "Just wait," he thought. "I'll catch up to you soon." Hansu noticed, but didn't react. He simply gestured for the group to keep moving. Taesung slung an arm casually over his shoulder. "It's only going to get tougher from here," he said with forced confidence. "Let's stick together, yeah?" Before Hansu could respond, Taesung turned toward Yumihi. "Need me to watch your back?" he added with a grin. She blinked, confused. "Oh, what?" Hansu's expression darkened slightly. So he sees me as his rival now, he thought. The idea was mildly entertaining, but not enough to tolerate. He shrugged Taesung's arm off without a word. The group pressed deeper underground, the air growing heavier with each step. Hansu's eyes dropped to the floor. "We need to go lower," he said. Mihi frowned. "Lower? Why? The subway, Hansu replied. Her jaw dropped. Wait, don't tell me the trains are still running down here. Hansu glanced back at her, his expression unreadable. You'll see soon enough. He continued walking, his thoughts drifting back to a conversation long ago. Someone he'd once met, someone unforgettable. He remembered sitting in a dim bar, half listening to a man bragging about his so-called dungeon conquests. The man boasted loudly, listing the number of dungeons he'd cleared, how many monsters he'd slain, how unbeatable he was. Then, a calm voice cut through the noise. Those dungeons you're talking about, the newcomer said. They're nothing compared to the ones I've seen. The braggart turned, glaring. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. The stranger didn't flinch. He simply folded his hands together and stepped closer. His presence alone silenced the room. Hansu remembered that moment vividly. The quiet confidence, the controlled tone. The man brushed past the loudmouth and took a seat beside him. Then, leaning slightly closer, he spoke with quiet certainty. If you really want to grow stronger, faster than anyone else, there's something you need to find. Hansu could still see the glint in the man's eyes as he continued, voice low but burning with conviction. It's in the training zone, somewhere beneath the subway. He explained that every station shared the same basic design, no matter how different they appeared. Up to the third floor, they were identical, and at the very center of that level, there was a portal. If you stepped through it and descended to the lowest floor, you'd find it, a train waiting in the dark. But boarding that train wasn't easy. Those who managed to catch it, though, their path to power would be sealed. There was just one problem. Reaching the train was nearly impossible, and it only departed once a day. Now, standing before the entrance, Hansu stared into the glowing portal. I have to make it there today, he thought, no matter what. They approached cautiously. The faint hum of energy surrounded them, the air vibrating with power. Mihi's eyes widened as the scenery came into view. Wait, this isn't Gangnam Station. She had been to Gangnam countless times, but this was different. The walls seemed alive, pulsing faintly with light, and the stairs twisted downward into shadow. A chill ran down her spine as her hand drifted to her neck. Are you sure about this? She asked quietly. You don't even know what's waiting for us in there. Hansu's gaze didn't waver. I'm following my instincts, he said. His tone was calm, resolute. If anyone wants to back out, this is your last chance. Taesung grinned, his confidence returning. Back out? Not a chance. I'm in. Mihi hesitated for a heartbeat, then pressed a hand over her chest. I'll go too. Hansu glanced at her, reading her expression. Beneath that shaky determination, he could see it, fear and the will to overcome it. She understood what kind of danger they were stepping into and still chose to move forward. For someone like her, the need to grow stronger outweighed everything else. The blonde scoffed, waving a hand dismissively. Fine by me. We'll stay here. There's plenty to hunt anyway. And just like that, the group split. Sang-jin stood frozen for a moment, trembling slightly. Then, mustering his courage, he stepped forward. I'll go with them, he said. Taesung chuckled. Oh, where was that bravery 5 minutes ago? You could barely move back there. Sang-jin shot him a glare. It's none of your business. Taesung blinked, caught off guard. Excuse me? I said, Sang-jin snapped, voice steady now. What I do isn't your concern. Taesung's smirk faded. A lot of talk for someone who couldn't even swing a knife. He was about to fire back again when Hansu's voice cut sharply through the tension. Enough. The single word silenced them both. Hansu closed his eyes briefly, exhaling. We don't have time for this. Do what you want, but make your choice quickly. Taesung turned away, jaw tight, his fists clenched. Inside, frustration burned. They embarrassed me. In front of me, he, no less. But Hansu didn't spare him another glance. He stepped straight into the portal. The world shifted in an instant. The air thickened, heavy with mana. A vast expanse unfolded before them. An eerie training field teeming with monsters. Different terrains stretched in every direction, yet some parts looked hauntingly familiar. Hansu scanned the area, gauging their surroundings, then stopped. Sang-jin and Mihi stood frozen beside him, eyes wide. Before them stood a convenience store. A real one, brightly lit, perfectly intact, like a piece of the real world had been dropped into the dungeon. Confused murmurs rippled through the group. Is that a store? Here. Without hesitation, they stepped inside. Sang-jin wandered between aisles, examining the shelves stocked with snacks, drinks, and tools. Everything looked normal, too normal. Hansu headed straight for the refrigerators, his eyes scanning the rows of supplies. The rumors were true. There really was a convenience store on the second floor of the subway. But why? Was it a reward? A trap? Or something else entirely? Nearby, one of the others picked up a knife, turning in his hands, debating whether to take another weapon. Hansu ignored the chatter. His attention was fixed on the counter, his mind racing. He remembered something someone had once told him. The place looked less like a convenience store and more like a fully stocked supermarket. Shelves stretched endlessly, filled with every kind of supply imaginable. Hansu picked up a small metal pot and set it on the scale. The cashier behind the counter blinked in confusion. What exactly are you doing? Hansu weighed the bag in his hand before answering calmly. Cooking. Mi tilted her head, curiosity written all over her face. Cooking? With what? Without a word, Hansu poured the contents of the bag into the pot, thick green liquid. Mi's stomach churned as she realized what it was. Worm blood. She remembered watching him collect it earlier, squeezing it straight from the corpses of those creatures with his bare hands. Then, with a faint smirk, Hansu began tearing strips of skin from the green goblins they'd slain. The moment the goblin flesh touched the worm blood, the mixture hissed, releasing a faint, acrid smoke. The reaction was instant. The flesh turned dark, almost black, and the air grew heavy with the scent of toxins. Goblins had evolved to resist the worm's venom, so their bodies naturally produced toxins of their own. Combined, the result was devastating. Dais grinned, sniffing the air. Smells amazing. Mind if I get a bite? Hansu looked up at him, unamused. It's poison. Dais froze. What? Then why didn't you say that earlier? Hansu gave a small, dry laugh. You were the one sniffing around like a hungry dog. He couldn't help but laugh softly, then leaned in, intrigued. I never would have thought of doing something like this. How do you even know how to make poison? Hansu paused. His gaze flicked toward her before he replied, evenly. It's part of my ability. My head's full of knowledge. Taesung frowned slightly. He could tell Hansu wasn't giving the full truth. In reality, Hansu's mind had been on the verge of breaking when he tried to memorize it all. He could still remember Keldian's words echoing in his memory. That day, Keldian had slammed his hand against the board, eyes blazing. Going back in time means nothing without knowledge. He had spoken with conviction. It's not just about finding items. It's about knowing how to make them stronger. Keldian tossed the pointer aside, his expression sharp. If you have any sense, you'll understand why this is critical. And one more thing, don't share this with anyone. Memorize everything, every formula, every name. Knowing the future won't stop destruction. It'll only speed it up. Then his eyes locked directly on Hansu. Don't become Prometheus, he warned. Only share your knowledge when absolutely necessary, and only when it fits the plan. Back in the present, Hansu stared at his reflection in the steel pot. Without exact ratios or timing, this formula would be useless. But that was fine. He poured the thick purple mixture into a bottle, then uncapped a small vial and spread the venom over his dagger's blade. The liquid gleamed darkly under the fluorescent lights. Mihi's eyes widened as she watched the poison drip from the weapon. Can we have some too? She asked carefully. Hansu held out his hand. Sure, but it'll cost you. Half a power rune or stamina rune per use. Taesung's expression hardened. You're seriously charging us? What's wrong with you? Hansu turned his back to him, voice quiet but firm. I could give it to you for free, he said. Then, lowering his head slightly, added, but in the long run, that wouldn't help anyone. The group fell silent. They didn't fully understand what he meant, but Hansu did. One-sided relationships never last. Mihi hesitated, then nodded. Fine, I'll give you the runes later, but at least let me try it first. Hansu turned to her immediately, handing her the small tube. Be careful, he warned. If this gets on your skin, it'll burn. Badly. She nodded again, her grip cautious. From behind, Taesung's jaw tightened. If Hansu kept this up, acting like some untouchable hero, he'd never get a chance to swipe that poison for himself. His eyes narrowed. What if I use it first? Taesung said, voice edged with defiance. And give you the runes after? Sangjin spoke up right after him. Same for me. Soon, one by one, they all started passing the tube around, each coating their weapons with measured hesitation. Hansu didn't bother interfering. He simply turned away, organizing his own gear. When he was done, he slung his pack over his shoulder and grabbed a few more bags of supplies. It wasn't much, but it would be enough. He turned back toward them, only to pause. Mihi was standing there, watching him carefully. We're ready, she said. Then she frowned. Why are you looking at us like that? Hansu's gaze swept over them. They were all carrying too much, bags strapped to every limb, weapons clinking, supplies stuffed wherever there was space. He sighed deeply. Are you planning to fight or make yourselves bait? The words hit like a slap. Hansu sat down, folding his arms. If you don't want to spend the rest of your lives running, he said flatly, bury most of that junk out here, showing off what you have just painted a target on your back. They exchanged uneasy glances, realizing he was right. Mihi's eyes lingered on him for a moment. At first, she thought Hansu was just quiet, distant. But now she saw it clearly. He wasn't just strong. He knew how to survive. Her cheeks flushed as she awkwardly patted his hand. Right, she murmured. Then, almost absent-mindedly, she looked up at him. Hey, why don't you have superpowers? The question hung in the air. Mihi bent down, reaching for a nearby bag, her mind suddenly heavy. Until now, she'd clung to hope that maybe, somehow, they'd find a way back. That all the people who'd vanished might still be alive somewhere. But the deeper they went, the clearer it became. This wasn't a temporary nightmare. This was reality. The realization hit hard. Her knees gave out, and she sank to the ground, trembling. I don't want to die. Her hands clenched tightly, knuckles pale. Still, she forced her gaze forward. If survival meant doing whatever it took, then that's what she'd do. When she glanced at Hansu again, something stirred inside her, a strange, quiet resolve. Standing near him, she felt a pull. Safety, maybe, or something more complicated. But before she could think on it, Hansu met her eyes. Startled, she quickly looked away, pretending to adjust her gear. Neither said a word. They simply turned forward and started walking again. From behind, Taesung muttered under his breath, You act like the center of the universe. He tossed his heavy bag towards Sangjin. Here, carry it. Then, stepping ahead, he turned back toward Hansu, a sharp glint in his eyes. That superpower you mentioned earlier, he smirked faintly. Can we get one too? Hansu's gaze flicked toward him. Maybe. The three froze, eyes wide. Seriously? Hansu nodded once. Yeah, some people awaken abilities here. Abilities they never had before. But even as he said it, his expression darkened. In the back of his mind, Keldian's warning echoed. Be careful. There were those in this world who had awakened powers they were never meant to have. And those people were far more dangerous than any monster. Keldian had spoken at length back then, his tone calm, but his message brutal. In the end, it had been simple. Eliminate anyone who becomes useless to you. Hansu's expression darkened as the memory surfaced. The words weighed heavy on him, pressing against the back of his mind like a curse. Taesung noticed the subtle shift in his face and smirked. You've gotten pretty cold, huh? He stepped closer. Still holding a grudge? You were pissed at me when we first got here. Hansu didn't respond. He kept walking, his silence cutting sharper than any retort. There was nothing left to say. 4 or 5 years before this moment, he had fought without rest, an endless war against the abyss. Each day had bled into the next, filled with monsters that multiplied like rot. At first, there had been hope. Then, only despair. He could still remember standing amidst the wreckage, his body caked in blood and ash, his eyes hollow. He had stopped feeling long ago. No fear, no hope, just the dull rhythm of survival. Now, that same emptiness flickered behind his gaze. He turned away. Taesung frowned. What's his deal? He clenched his fists, irritation boiling beneath the surface. Fine. Keep acting like you're above everyone. He glanced at Mihi, then at Hansu again. I'll get stronger. Then I'll have Mihi. I'll get rid of Sangjin. And Hansu, his lips curled faintly. He'll follow my lead. But before that thought could go any further, Hansu's voice cut through the air. Stop. The command was sharp enough to freeze everyone in place. Everyone stand still. Hansu crouched, pressing 2 fingers to the damp ground. He rubbed them together, feeling the texture. A slick, sticky residue clung to his skin. The blonde leaned forward, confused. What's that? Hansu didn't answer right away. He brought the slime closer to his nose, examining it carefully. It didn't have the sharp, sour stench of sword snails. No traces of entrails nearby either, so it wasn't from a zombie carcass. That only left one option. San's eyes widened as the realization hit. Land mermaids. Almost on cue, shapes began to slither from the shadows. Slick, pale bodies dragging across the tunnel floor, eyes glinting faintly in the dark. Hansu's jaw tightened as he studied the trails. He knew exactly what they were dealing with. Land mermaids moved slowly, but the moment they injected their paralytic venom, escape became impossible. They would drag their prey through the tunnels, feeding until nothing was left. But Hansu already had a plan. A faint grin flickered at the edge of his lips. Taesung noticed it and scowled. "Quit acting like you know everything." Hansu ignored him and gestured to the group. "You're about to see something interesting," he said. "Follow my lead." Confused, they watched as he began filling bottles with a thick, homemade mixture. No gasoline, just what he could scavenge from the store. Still, it would do. Mihi and Sang-jin exchanged uneasy glances. Mihi sighed. "Don't tell me. You made those with stuff from the convenience store?" Taesung grabbed one of the bottles, turning it in his hand. "If this is supposed to be a superpower," he said with a smirk, "I'll admit it's not bad." He looked up at Hansu, his tone turning teasing. "You actually like it here, don't you? This world. You can do whatever you want." Hansu's lips curled slightly, a half-smile that didn't reach his eyes. Taesung's smirk faltered. "What?" he said, stepping back. "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Hansu didn't answer, but the look in his eyes said enough. In Hansu's mind, the voices of Chaldean and Eries still echoed, arguing endlessly over whether Tun even deserved to exist. He forced the thought away, crouching to the ground. With a stick, he began sketching in the dirt, outlining a rough plan. "One of us throws the Molotov," he said, marking an X. "As soon as it hits, the rest charge in and finish the job." He added 3 more crude figures around the first. The group leaned closer, silently studying the drawing. "The person in front gets first pick when we divide the runes," Hansu added calmly. Taesung lifted his chin, smirking. "Then I'll go first. Someone competent should lead." Hansu didn't comment. His gaze swept across the others instead. "Fine. Then who's throwing the Molotov?" Sang-jin and Mihi exchanged awkward glances. Neither spoke. Then Mihi tilted her head, eyes softening as she gave Sang-jin a helpless, pleading look. It worked instantly. His face turned red as he looked away. Before the tension could build, Hansu cut in. "We'll take turns." Shadows stretched long across the station floor as the team crept forward. The air was thick, every sound echoing faintly through the tunnel. Sang-jin tried to gauge how far they'd gone, his pulse quickening. He didn't want to turn back, but deep down, he wondered if they even wanted him here, or if he was just tagging along to avoid being left behind. The group moved in silence. Sang-jin's grip tightened around the Molotov in his hands. Ahead of him, Mihi fidgeted with the straps of her backpack. He glanced at her just as Hansu suddenly stopped. "They're close," Hansu said quietly. A low, wet sound echoed from the darkness, something heavy dragging itself across the floor. The faint hiss of scales followed. Hansu's stance shifted instantly, blade ready. "Throw it," he ordered. Mihi's breath hitched. Her fingers trembled as she struck the lighter, the flame catching on the cloth. She whispered to herself, "Don't slow them down. Don't be useless." The fire climbed higher, devouring the rag. She took one sharp breath and threw. The bottle arced through the air and shattered. Flames erupted as the Molotov exploded against a creature's chest. A shriek ripped through the tunnel. The land mermaid flailed, its pale skin igniting in a burst of orange light. I did it," Mihi breathed, stunned. Hansu didn't hesitate. "Move," he shouted, charging straight into the firelight. "These things spit paralytic poison," he warned, driving his knife into another monster's skull. Taesung froze for a moment, watching in disbelief as Hansu tore through the enemies one after another. Each movement clean, precise, merciless. Every time a creature fell, runes burst from its body in a flash of light. TCH, that bastard's taking them all. Taesung thought bitterly. Before he could stew any longer, a mermaid lunged straight at him. He snapped back into focus, swung his sword, and split it cleanly down the middle. Blood sprayed across his face, warm and metallic. He stared at the corpse, then at his blade, and grinned. "Damn, this poison really works." Hansu glanced over while collecting the fallen runes. "Told you it was worth it," he said coolly. Taesung caught his reflection in his blade and smirked to himself. "With his power, I'll catch up to him. Just wait." Another Molotov flew. Another creature burned. The battlefield was chaos, fire lighting the walls, shadows writhing like smoke. The mermaids shrieked as the flames devoured them. And through it all, Hansu moved like a storm, silent, unstoppable. He didn't fight for glory or rage. He fought with purpose. As the last body hit the ground, Hansu's thoughts flickered to what waited deeper inside the tunnels. Hansu's mind was clear. using Molotovs against creatures drenched in their own flammable toxins. It was the perfect strategy. The dull edge of his blade didn't matter. What counted was precision. He plunged the knife deep into a land mermaid's shoulder, twisting until smoke hissed from the wound. That's exactly why I made the poison, he thought. Behind him, Taesung fought wildly, adrenaline coursing through him. Then, 2 runes dropped near corpse. His eyes locked on them instantly. Mine. He lunged toward the glowing stones. But before his fingers could close around them, something wet splattered across his leg. Pain shot through him like electricity. His muscles spasmed violently, sending him crashing to the floor. He screamed. His leg convulsed, every nerve on fire. Humiliation flared hot in his chest. Everyone had seen it. The mermaid loomed over him, dragging itself closer, eyes gleaming like molten fire in the dark. Its jaw unhinged, revealing rows of teeth slick with venom. "Get away from me," Taesung yelled, scrambling backward in terror. Yumihi frantically searched through her bag. "I'm out of Molotovs," she shouted, then turned toward Sangjin. "We're switching." Sangjin fumbled to light the next one. His hands trembled as the flame caught, but before he could throw it, the mermaid lunged. Sangjin screamed. The bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering uselessly across the floor. Taesung's rage boiled over. "I told you to throw it, not take a piss," he roared. Panicked, Sangjin swung his arm in desperation, his elbow slamming into the mermaid's skull. The creature crumpled with a hiss, twitching once before going still. He froze, staring at what he'd done. Then, a dagger flashed between them. "Calm down," Hansu said sharply. His voice cut through the noise like steel. "Stick to the plan." Neither of them moved. Hansu gave him a quick glance before turning away. "Take a breather, then collect your runes." His tone was flat, neither praise nor scolding, just command. Taesung exhaled shakily, still trembling. "Thought I was dead for sure," he muttered. He glanced down at his leg. It had already healed. "Guess my skill kicked in." Hansu looked over. "Boost your stamina," he said simply. "You'll recover faster." Then, in the same steady tone, he repeated, "Gather the runes." Quickly, Taesung did as told, but when he counted the few runes in his palm, bitterness surged through him. That's it. Meanwhile, Hansu had already gathered most of the others, methodically dividing what he needed without question. Sangjin bent down quietly, picking up his share without a word. Taesung's gaze darkened. Slowly, he stepped closer, shadow falling over the smaller boy. A cruel smirk twisted his lips. "Sangjin," he said, voice low. The boy hesitated, sensing something wrong. Taesung's grin widened. "Does your whole family have no shame?" Sangjin's fist clenched. "What did you just—" Before he could finish, Taesung's hand shot out, gripping him by the throat. Sangjin gasped, his feet leaving the ground. Taesung's grin turned feral. "You couldn't even throw a Molotov properly. Did you forget how you almost got me killed?" Sangjin clawed at his arm, choking for breath. What are you doing?" "Let go." Taesung shoved him. Hard. Sangjin hit the ground with a thud, headphones snapping off as his body crumpled. He gasped for air, clutching his chest. Taesung crouched beside him, grabbing a fistful of his hair and yanking his head up. "Not long ago, you were crawling around like a useless coward," Taesung hissed. "Looks like you've already forgotten your place." His voice was cold, mocking, almost gleeful, but steel struck the ground between his hand and the pile. A dagger buried deep. Taesung froze, his breath catching. Hansu's voice came low and even. "Those aren't yours." The words hit harder than any threat. Taesung slowly looked up, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "You're seriously giving them to him?" His tone cracked into anger. "You might as well toss them in the trash." Hansu didn't move, didn't even blink. That silence only fueled Taesung's frustration. "What do you do to earn them?" he snapped. "We could split them. We don't need him." His voice wavered between fury and desperation. His pride, already bruised, cracked further with every word. "Tell me I'm wrong," he demanded, his chest heaving. Hansu's gaze remained steady. "The distribution should be fair," he said evenly. "But it's not my place to decide how others survive." Taesung scoffed, a bitter laugh slipping through clenched teeth. "Fair? That's your excuse." He turned away, muttering, "You'll regret that later." Hansu's eyes flicked to Sangjin. "Then learn to protect what's yours," he said quietly. "Next time, no one will defend it for you." The group dispersed quickly, each hurrying to gather whatever runes remained. The silence between them carried the sting of what had just happened. Mihi hung back, her expression uncertain. After a moment, she walked up beside Hansu, fiddling nervously with the strap of her bag. "Doesn't all this bother you?" she asked softly. "Watching us fight like that?" Hansu kept his gaze forward. "It's fine," he said simply. "I'm not going to judge anyone for struggling with what they're still learning to do." She nodded slowly, biting her lip. His words weren't meant to comfort, but they did anyway. A few steps later, she caught up again. "Then, does that mean you're staying with us? Until the end?" Hansu stopped, his back still turned. "You're the ones who chose to follow me," he said. "You've done well so far. There's nothing to worry about." Mihi looked down, her chest tightening. When she lifted her gaze again, her eyes lingered on his back, strong, solitary, already half a step away from them. There was something unbearably lonely about it. They passed the scorched corpses of the land mermaids, their twisted forms littering the tunnel floor. As Hansu walked, he noted the faint glow of dropped runes scattered among them. Most radiated with strength and endurance, physical traits essential for survival. He picked one up, studying the faint pulse of light within it. It was exactly what he needed. Crushing in his hand, he absorbed the energy. His body pulsed faintly, the surge immediate. Then, ahead, a light shimmered. A small figure appeared, wings fluttering softly in the air. A fairy. Her presence illuminated the dim tunnel as she hovered in front of him. "The traveler's total stats have surpassed 50, she announced brightly. "His first achievement has been unlocked." The others murmured in confusion. "What is that thing?" someone whispered. "Why is she here again?" The fairy's gaze fell on Hansu. "You," she said, smiling. "You were the one who raised your hand first." Her tone carried a mischievous lilt. "I was curious who among you would reach this point the fastest. And it seems I found my answer." Circling him playfully, she tilted her head. "We always admire those who work hardest, you know." Reaching out, she brushed her fingers lightly against his hair, her smile soft. "So I brought a little gift for the most active traveler." Her gaze shifted toward Mihi, who watched in stunned silence. "Tell me, traveler," the fairy said, voice twinkling like the light around her. "Aren't you curious what it might be?" Mihi's hands trembled as her voice broke. "This isn't fair. We didn't even start with the same stats." The fairy let out a soft, mocking laugh. "Fair? Don't worry about that. It's not like you'll even get close enough to touch me." But before Mihi could react, the fairy shot forward. Her grin twisted, her aura turning sharp and dangerous. "There are exceptions," she whispered, eyes glinting. "Maybe you're one of them." Mihi froze, every muscle locking in fear. Then, just as the air thickened with tension, the fairy leaned back and giggled. "Relax. I'm kidding." She gave Mihi's shoulder a light push, her tone turning casual again. "Forget about fairness. You got your own edge, don't you?" It took Mihi a moment to realize the fairy was pointing at her. "I'm not in a rush to get rid of you," the fairy continued, smirking. "If you want to catch up, you'll have to earn it." The Abyss assistant chuckled softly. "Life's never been fair anyway." With that, she fluttered toward Hansu, her expression shifting to amusement. "Now then, it's time for your reward." Hansu didn't look surprised. He already had a guess. "For reaching a certain level with your physical stats," the fairy explained, "you get to choose 3 runes." She snapped her fingers, and glowing symbols floated into the air. Agility, perception, healing. She held the last one between her fingers, spinning it lazily. "This one's special. It's expendable, but it'll seal a hole in your stomach and cure almost any poison. Think of it as an extra life." Hansu studied it in silence. A healing rune, powerful, but not if a limb was gone. Around him, the others stared wide-eyed. A rune that could pull someone back from death. It was the kind of miracle no one expected to see. Some of them secretly hoped Hansu would use one on them. But he only looked at the fairy and asked, "Do you have a rune that grants magic immunity?" For a split second, the fairy's expression stiffened. Then, she flicked her wrist, and another set of runes appeared. "There is one," she said slowly. The group exchanged uneasy glances. To Hansu, it seemed like just another choice, nothing out of the ordinary. He examined the runes, thinking it through. Healing was useful, sure, but immunity, especially to magic, was far rarer. Stamina only helped with endurance, but resistance? That could turn the tide in any battle. Physical attacks could be learned, countered, endured. Magic, though, that was a different kind of threat. He scratched his cheek, deep in thought. Finally, he checked his stats and nodded slightly. What he had should be enough to keep him alive for now. The fairy stretched her arms, opening a swirling portal in the air. Well, my job here is done. She threw Hansu a playful wink and blew a kiss. Keep up the good work. The others just stood there, speechless. Hansu turned, noticing their stunned faces. What's with the looks? He asked flatly. Time passed. Mihi was now locked in combat with a mermaid, her body slick with sweat as she wiped her forehead, the salty sting of sweat fading as she realized something. Fighting was getting easier. Her movements flowed more naturally now, sharper, faster. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Hansu. She froze, pressing a finger to her lips, quietly watching him work. Hansu turned when someone called out to him. Why haven't your movements changed? You've gathered all those runes, but you still move the same. Another voice joined in, skeptical. Yeah, your speed's identical to before. Hansu lifted his hand, and a faint glow pulsed from his palm, a rune etched into his skin. This is why. The others exchanged puzzled looks. What is that supposed to be? It's a storage mark, Hansu explained. You can store runes in it. Just stretch out your hand, focus on a rune, and it'll embed itself. Someone frowned. And how exactly did you figure that out? Adjusting his sleeve, Hansu gave a faint smirk. My ability told me. Mihi leaned closer, eyes curious. Then I should try it too. He immediately shut her down. Don't. She frowned. Why not? Hansu glanced at the scattered runes around them. Because it slows the hunt. I can't store every rune I find. He held one up, its glow flickering faintly. And if I die, everything I've stored drops with me. Sangjin crossed his arms, confused. Then what's the point of collecting them like that? Hansu's reply came flat, steady. I'm planning ahead. Once things stabilize, runes like these will have value. They'll become a kind of currency. He looked around at the others. You shouldn't do the same. Use what you find. Don't hoard it. Taesung threw up his hands, scoffing. Oh, come on. Who made you the boss? Just because we follow you around doesn't mean you get to decide everything. I'll do what I want. Hansu's eye was sharp and quiet. These people still didn't get it. Not yet. They'd only understand when the world beat the lesson into them. His eyes dropped to the dull, chipped blade in his hand. It wasn't enough anymore. Neither were they. He looked up, his decision already made. Listen carefully, he said. Everyone went still. Hansu's gaze swept over them, cold and unwavering. You can follow me, or you can collect runes on your own. Makes no difference to me. Then, with a calm, deliberate motion, he threw the worn blade to the ground. The sound echoed between them. But for now, his voice dropped low, cutting through the air. Hand over your weapons. Taesung's laugh was bitter, sharp. You gotta be kidding me. You want to rob us now? He gestured toward Hansu's weapons, anger flashing in his eyes. You already have plenty. Why should we give you ours? Hansu pointed to the discarded blade. It's useless. Too rough to fight with. He shook his head. I need proper weapons, spares. That set Taesung off completely. You've lost it, he shouted, fists tightening at his sides. Hansu didn't flinch. His tone stayed calm, steady. Do you understand what I'm saying? Taesung's jaw clenched. You think I'll just let this slide? If you take our weapons, how are we supposed to fight? You want us to just stand here doing nothing? Taesung's voice cracked through the air, heavy with anger. Nothing. What? You expect us to just stand here, sucking our fingers while you play the hero? His words burned with frustration, but the smirk on his face carried a clear challenge. Sangjin hesitated, reaching a trembling hand toward Hansu. I'll give you everything because... Shut up, Dai snapped, cutting him off as he stepped forward. His expression hardened as he planted himself between Hansu and the others. The air shifted, tense, electric. Hansu regarded him for a moment, unflinching. You want to fight? He asked calmly. Taesung's grin widened, though his eyes betrayed him. Why wouldn't I? He sneered. There's nothing here to be afraid of. His voice dropped, bitter and tight. I've always hated that smug look on your face. Hansu rubbed his cheek lazily, unimpressed. He'd expected the guy to talk big, maybe even flinch. But no, this one really didn't understand what he was stepping into. He sighed softly, his gaze turning cold. Enough talk. Lifting a finger, Hansu laid out the terms. You've got two choices. He pointed toward the tunnel entrance. 1. Go on your own. Handle everything yourselves. Then, toward the group. 2. Stay out of my way and watch me do it alone. His tone dropped, sharp and final. Choose. The silence stretched. Sangjin fidgeted, his voice barely above a whisper. I'll step aside. Yumi bit her lip, eyes flickering with doubt before she finally nodded. Me too. If he says it's dangerous, then it probably is. Taesung's hands clenched. That's exactly why we should fight together. he shouted, his desperation cracking through. Sweat rolled down his temple as he turned to the others, voice trembling with fury. He's trying to ditch us, to take everything for himself. You're just going to let him? Hansu's stare didn't waver. He didn't care that Sangjin was scared. That was expected. But Mihi's hesitation? That was unfortunate. He smirked faintly. Friend, huh? He thought. That's a nice word. If Keldian were here, Taesung would already be wandering lost somewhere deep underground. But this wasn't the time for sentiment. He needed to move. Hands sliding into his pockets, Hansu turned toward the dark corridor ahead. We'll settle this downstairs, he said evenly. If you're confident, follow me. I won't stop you. Taesung's glare tightened, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Why is he so eager to go alone? He muttered. Does he know something we don't? His gaze shifted toward the black, gaping passage. The unknown beckoned, and so did greed. And so, they followed him down. The descent was suffocating. Darkness pressed against their skin, the air thick with heat and decay. Then light. All three burst through to the surface, gasping for air. They squinted against the sudden brightness, hearts pounding in their chests. Yumihi clutched her chest, trembling. I knew it, it's too dangerous down there. Just moments earlier, they'd all frozen in place, paralyzed by what they saw. A snake. No, a monster, uncoiled in the shadows. Scales rippled like armor, muscles flexing beneath its massive form. Its eyes glowed faintly, locked on its next prey. Taesung's throat went dry. His mind screamed at him to run, but his legs refused. He looked back, disbelief twisting his features. He's really going to fight that thing alone? It was madness. And yet, Hansu didn't move back. He didn't even flinch. He stood his ground, eyes fixed on the beast, silent and steady as a blade ready to strike. The snake's hiss ripped through the chamber, a sharp, piercing sound that made the air itself vibrate. Then, in an instant, it shot upward, its massive body coiling high above Hansu like a living tower of muscle and scales. Hansu tensed, muscles coiled tight, ready for what was coming. Without warning, the creature's jaws split open, revealing a blinding light deep within. A deafening blast erupted from its mouth, a beam of raw energy that screamed across the room. Hansu barely had time to react. He dove behind a nearby column, just as the attack struck. The explosion tore through the chamber. Stone cracked and split, shockwaves blasting dust and debris in every direction. Crouched behind cover, Hansu quickly checked his stats. As expected, his magic immunity had held. He was still standing. Even the sound, warped by the beast's power, couldn't reach him. Still, he wasn't foolish enough to relax. The snake reared back, surveying the chaos it had unleashed. Then it slammed its tail into the broken column, shaking the ground. Hansu moved. In one breath, he sprinted forward, silent, focused. He couldn't afford to drag this out. The tail lashed toward him again, slicing through the air, but he slipped past by inches. He saw it, the small, vulnerable gap between its armored scales. That was his chance. With a swift, precise strike, Hansu drove his blade deep into the opening. The snake let out an ear-splitting shriek, thrashing wildly as dark blood sprayed across the ground. Hansu leapt back, the blade still buried in its flesh. The beast writhed in fury, slamming its tail again and again before raising its head high. Its mouth opened, another beam forming. This time, the attack hit him squarely. The impact sent a burning shock through his body. Hansu gritted his teeth, fighting the pain, every nerve screaming. Before he could steady himself, the snake's tail whipped around and struck him hard, throwing him across the floor. He slammed into the wall, gasping for breath. So, it's regenerating now, he muttered, watching as the wound he'd carved began to seal itself, scales knitting back together. The serpent's head swung slowly, eyes scanning for him through the dust. This was the Abyss training area. Nothing here fought fair. His resistance would keep him alive for now, but immunity didn't mean invincible. The poison seeping from the beast's blood was still lethal. He knelt, gripping another blade, his fingers trembling slightly. 5 left, but 5 wouldn't be enough to finish it. He exhaled once, slow, steady, and pushed his feet. His gaze hardened. Then he ran. The snake lunged down to meet him, fangs gleaming, its roar splitting the air. The ground trembled under the force of their clash. Steel met scale. Sparks scattered. The echo of each blow ricocheted through the cavern like thunder. Far above, Yumihi stood at the tunnel's edge, her heart pounding as the faint echoes reached her. Each sound, each distant crash, tightened a knot in her chest. She clenched her hands. He's still fighting? Taesung glanced at her, frustration written across his face. Why'd you stop? He demanded. We don't even have a single weapon left. We should go back, get something, anything. Yumihi hesitated, torn between reason and instinct, but only for a second. Then she turned, determination flashing in her eyes. I have to check on him. Before Taesung could stop her, she bolted into the darkness. Damn it, he growled, jaw tightening. He'd been ignored since the moment they arrived, and now, once again, she was running off after Hansu, leaving him behind. Still cursing under his breath, he ran after her. The three of them raced through the winding corridor, their footsteps echoing in tense rhythm. No one spoke. The air grew heavier with every step. Then, as the faint glow of the chamber came into view, Yumihi froze. Her breath caught in her throat. Her eyes widened in horror. Are you? She began, but the words died on her lips. You. Her body froze. Hansu was suspended in midair, the massive serpent's fangs buried deep into his arm. Then came the scream, a raw, guttural sound that tore through the chamber. Hansu gritted his teeth, feeling the crushing pressure sink into his bones. I wasted too much time, he thought, forcing himself to steady his breath. His left hand hung limp, blood trailing down his sleeve, but in his right he still gripped a blade. Without hesitation, he drove it upward, straight into the snake's gaping maw. The steel sank deep. The creature shrieked, its jaws snapping open as pain rippled through its body. Hansu dropped, twisting midair before landing in a controlled roll. The ground shook as the serpent thrashed violently, blood splattering across the stone. 3 daggers were now embedded in its body, each one precise, each one lethal. The fight was over. Hansu's arm pulsed with pain where the fangs had torn through. He glanced at the shredded sleeve and sighed softly. I'll have to change this later. His stats would handle the rest. The wound was already knitting together. He knew what this meant. As monsters evolved, they adapted, stronger regeneration, immunity to poison, sharper instincts. Skills that once worked lost their edge. But in the early stages, paralysis toxins still had their use. Without that, he thought, I wouldn't have lasted this long. He adjusted his grip on his blade, watching as the serpent's movements slowed. The glowing eyes dimmed, and finally, the massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Silence. Then, hurried footsteps. Yumihi rushed in first. Are you okay? She cried. Hansu barely glanced her way as he walked past, wiping blood from his blade. You're still here. She frowned, caught between irritation and relief. I was worried, but I guess I didn't need to be. Her eyes flicked his arm. That bite looks serious. Hansu exhaled, unbothered. Just a scratch. It's healing already. Taesung stood frozen, eyes wide, staring at the serpent's corpse. The size, the destruction, the fact that Hansu had faced it alone. His mind couldn't keep up. He killed that by himself? He'd always known Hansu was strong. But this was something entirely different. The gap between them wasn't just large, it was crushing. How am I supposed to compete with that? Hansu crouched beside the serpent's body, his expression unreadable. Then, a faint smirk tugged at his lips as he reached into the creature's remains and pulled something free. A small, glowing rune shimmered faintly in his hand. Taesung stepped closer, voice cautious. What's that? Hansu held it up, studying the faint light that danced across its surface. A shockwave rune, he said quietly. From a needle snake. Not bad. He slipped it into his pocket. It wasn't the kind of power he usually used, but still useful. Especially if he paired it with a magic rune. Taesung's eyes narrowed with envy. That thing's valuable. You're not actually planning to waste it, are you? Hansu shook his head. No point. It doesn't suit me. 7 skills. That was his current limit. Every slot mattered, and a blunt weapon like that didn't fit his style. He preferred tools that bent the rules rather than followed them. Before he could put it away, Sang-jin suddenly stepped forward, eyes gleaming. Then give it to me, he said eagerly. Before Hansu could even respond, Taesung moved, an elbow slammed into Sang-jin's chest, sending him staggering back. Don't even think about it, Taesung snapped. You wouldn't know how to use it anyway. Then he turned to Hansu, tone shifting, part demand, part challenge. Hand it over. You don't need it, right? Sang-jin rubbed his aching chest, glaring. Why should you get it? Tun's already here. Annoyed, the blonde turned sharply toward him. You really think you'll be any use with that? Did you already forget the mess you caused last time? Sang-jin flinched, lowering his gaze. His voice came out small, almost offensive. If I had a powerful rune, I could catch up, maybe even surpass you. Taesung scoffed immediately. You? Don't make me laugh. Before the argument could spiral further, Yumihi stepped between them, hands raised. That's enough. Both of you. Hansu, who had been silently watching from the side, finally sighed in irritation. What exactly are you two doing? His voice cut through the noise like a blade. He lifted the glowing rune in his hand, letting its light reflect across their stunned faces. Did I ever say I was giving this to anyone? The air went still. If I'm parting with it, he continued, his tone dry, I'd rather sell it. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Tell you what, I'll even give you a 5% discount. Make me an offer. All three froze, caught off guard. Taesung blinked. Can we pay in installments? Hansu shrugged casually. If someone's willing to vouch for you, you can guarantee each other. Yumihi turned away, thinking, then stepped forward with quiet resolve. I'll take it, she said, pressing a hand to her chest. That didn't surprise anyone. Trust was a rare luxury here, and she was the only one among them still clinging to some sense of it. Hansu handed her the rune without a word. He'd already noticed earlier that she'd picked up a rune of magic during the chaos. She hadn't even needed to hide it. After all, she'd earned it. She was the one who helped bring the beast down. But still, in this place, it was better to keep your cards close. As the rune's light faded into her palm, Hansu studied her a little longer. Beneath her calm front, she was far more ambitious than she pretended to be. Yumihi broke the silence first. There are 3 runes for agility and perception, and 7 for strength and endurance. Hansu nodded slowly. Then I'll take 6 strength runes, he said with a faint smile. With a discount, of course. She smirked. You're generous. Hansu chuckled softly. Don't get used to it. Then he turned to the others, his tone sharpening again. Don't take this the wrong way, but if you get comfortable receiving things for free here, you won't last. Nothing in this world comes without a price. He looked down at the rune still in his hand, the glow reflecting off his expression for a fleeting moment before he pocketed it. There was no time to linger. They had to move. As they continued forward, Hansu's eyes caught a faint shimmer ahead, a cluster of Zeterium deposits embedded in the wall. He walked up, cracked a piece off with practiced precision, and pocketed it. The others watched closely, unsure if he was activating some hidden ability again. Yumihi and Sang-jin followed at his sides, their gazes fixed on every move he made. Hansu suddenly paused, straightening. Then, without a word, he drew his knife and turned toward the massive serpent's corpse. The others froze. With quick, precise movements, Hansu began cutting into the snake's thick hide. The sound of the blade, slicing through scales, echoed through the chamber. Yumihi and Sang-jin stared, transfixed by his focus, while Taesung frowned, clearly confused. What are you two even staring at? Hansu didn't respond. He just kept working. One clean cut followed another until the beast's insides spilled out onto the ground, glistening in the dim light. Taesung's voice wavered, uncertain. Wait, is he making more poison again? But this time it wasn't that. Hansu gathered several of the snake's scales, examining their texture and durability. They were dense, resilient enough to block an ordinary blade, yet light enough to be worn. He turned the scales in his hand, expression unreadable. This wasn't about poison anymore. He was preparing for what came next. The scales were sturdy, dense enough to deflect steel, yet light enough to move with, strong enough to serve as weapons on their own. That meant Hansu didn't need to find one. He could make one. There were 134 possible weapon combinations using monster materials from the training area. Only 11 were practical in real combat. Most were either too brittle or too slow to handle. The needle snake's material, though limited in range, had potential. Its weakness could be turned into precision. If he struck the right spot, even a small wound could be fatal. Hansu examined the thin needle in his hand. The tip was a little dull, but he didn't have the luxury to complain. It was handmade, crude, but it would do. Sweat ran down his temples as he worked, combining the pieces carefully. A sudden flash of light flared. The fusion process had begun. He knew exactly how much effort went into this. Early alchemists had spent countless hours experimenting to find the best combinations. The difference between success and failure could mean life or death. When the light faded, Hansu lifted the weapon, inspecting it closely. He'd sharpened the blade, reinforced its body for penetration, and adjusted the balance so it could punch through armor. It wasn't perfect, but it was deadly. Wrapping the handle with leather, he took a step back and exhaled. Now this looks like a real weapon. Taesung had been watching him the whole time. His eyes followed every move, impressed despite himself. If you'd used cocoa lizard materials instead, it could have been even stronger, he said finally. But the needle snake isn't bad either. Honestly, I doubt you'll find anything tougher than that for a while. He paused, glancing at the weapon again. Can I buy it from you? I'll trade all my runes for it. It was obvious how much work Hansu had put in. Just from the craftsmanship alone, Taesung knew it outclassed anything they had. Hansu turned the blade in his hand, thinking it over. This isn't just any weapon, he said after a moment. But if you really want it, fine. I'll sell it. He added casually, don't expect another one, though. I'm out of materials. Taesung clicked his tongue, frustration clear. Selfish, he muttered, running a hand through his hair as Hansu packed his gear away. Hansu didn't respond. His mind was already elsewhere. There's something better ahead, he thought. I just need to be patient. His gaze shifted toward the faint glow spilling from the massive doors up ahead. That would be their next destination. The doors creaked open, revealing something unexpected, a carriage bathed in soft light. Electricity hummed faintly inside. No monsters, no traps, just emptiness. Even their overconfident Mr. I Can Do Anything was silent now. That silence could only mean one thing. There wouldn't be a fight this time, which meant a reward was waiting. They approached cautiously. The air inside was different, clean, almost sterile. The faint hum of power vibrated through the floor. As the group stepped in, Hansu's brow furrowed. Something was off. This carriage is for one person only, he said flatly. The others froze, looking around. He turned back to them, voice firm. I said, this carriage is for one person. Get out. Then he sat down, calm and unmoving, signaling that the matter was not up for debate. Sangjin frowned, confusion and irritation mixing in his expression. You're kidding, right? Look at it. There's plenty of room. How could it be for just one person? He ran a hand through his hair in disbelief, trying to make sense of it. But Hansu didn't blink. His tone was final. This carriage, he said quietly, moves forward only when it carries one. Taesung threw up his hands, frustration breaking through his voice. And what rule says you're the only one who gets to go? After everything we've been through together, why do you get to decide? Hansu let out a long sigh, quiet but heavy with exasperation. Taesung's fist clenched, knuckles pale. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have even made it here. Hansu's gaze swept over them, cold, detached, unimpressed. Pathetic. He understood their greed. They wanted what he had earned, but they still didn't understand the one truth of this place. He stood, his face unreadable. You're right, he said evenly. There's no rule that says I have to be the only one. Then, clang. The sound of metal striking stone echoed through the chamber as Hansu slammed his sword against the floor. His voice rose, steady and commanding. Because there are no rules in this world. He pointed toward the exit, his tone sharp. So, here's your choice. Leave now, or stay here and argue until you're out of time. Then he turned to Taesung, raising the needle-like weapon and aiming it directly at him, a smirk curling at his lips. Or, he added mockingly, go find a lawyer and file a complaint against me. The grin that followed wasn't friendly, it was razor-edged. Now make your choice. Taesung's defiance faltered. His jaw tightened, and for a moment, fear flickered behind his eyes. His mind spun, caught between pride and survival. But before he could act, the carriage doors closed with a hiss. The train pulled away, leaving the three of them standing at the station as Hansu disappeared into the distance. Taesung clenched his teeth, muscles trembling as curses slipped through his lips. He stared at the tunnel where the train had vanished. Was he really serious? He looked around. The others were just as unsettled, their faces pale and uncertain. He acts like he's in his 40s, Taesung thought bitterly. But every move he makes is pure madness. A dark idea began to form. If the three of us attacked him together, we might stand a chance. If we won, we could take everything, his weapons, his runes. His hand twitched toward the knife at his waist. And if we lost, we could just beg for forgiveness. He wouldn't actually kill us, right? But then, a memory flashed through his mind. Hansu's eyes. That calm, emotionless stare that froze him in place. No, he wouldn't hesitate. Taesung's fingers fell away from the knife. A chill ran through him, cold and absolute. He took a slow breath and forced himself to let go of the thought. "We'll see each other again," he muttered under his breath, though even he wasn't sure if it was a promise or a warning. Beside him, Yumihi absently rubbed her wrist, her voice quiet. "We shouldn't have pushed him like that." She adjusted her hair, letting out a small sigh. "And we definitely shouldn't have provoked him. He's been helping us this whole time." Without another word, she turned and started toward the exit. "Let's go." Taesung didn't follow right away. He just stood there, eyes fixed on the tunnel where Hansu had disappeared. "There's nothing wrong with wanting to get stronger," he told himself. "That's the whole point of being here, to go beyond your limits." Hansu might have been ruthless, but he wasn't wrong. Power was survival, and Taesung swore he'd get his share of it, no matter what it took. As they left the platform, pieces of the puzzle started falling into place in his mind. The system was clear now, 20 stations. Each one held a random artifact, and once a station was passed, it was gone forever. Hansu sat quietly, hands folded, lost in thought as the carriage hummed beneath him. The entire system was built on pressure, psychological, relentless pressure. Every station tested more than strength. It chipped away at sanity. Even if he reached the final stop, survival wasn't guaranteed. Not here. Caution was everything. When he opened his eyes again, the train had already stopped. Station 12. He ran a quick inventory check. Loren's circlet, kettle claws, steel glove, 8 weapons total. Decent for beginners. Nothing remarkable. The circlet, when paired with high perception, could expose monster weak points. But Hansu didn't need it anymore. He already knew them all by heart. He stepped off the carriage, boots hitting the platform with a quiet thud. His focus shifted. He'd secured enough raw power. What he needed now was mobility. Something that could increase his speed. His freedom of movement would change everything. And then he saw it. His eyes narrowed, a faint glint of surprise flickering across them. Resting atop the stone monument was an artifact shaped like a silver case, the Cloud Maniac's neck. Hansu exhaled slowly, almost laughing under his breath. He hadn't expected to see this here. One drag was all it took, instantly boosting all stats. And as long as he kept smoking, the enhancement would continue to build. Each cigarette offered a 20% increase for 10 minutes. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Perfect. It wouldn't work outside the training area, but here it was flawless. A perfect tool for pushing limits. He picked it up, turning in his hand. The faint scent of tobacco stirred something buried deep. A memory surfaced, a familiar voice, soft but teasing. "Again? You're aging faster than you think." She'd smiled, taking the pack from his hands. "Keep that up, and you'll ruin your face." Hansu stared at the cigarette between his fingers, the faint smoke curling upward. He lowered his hand and murmured quietly, almost to himself, "Don't worry. This time it's different." The train doors hissed open behind him, snapping him back to the present. Time to move. He returned to the Snake's Court core, scanning the area carefully. The others were gone. The silence confirmed it. Good. He still had 4 days before the next hidden artifact appeared. 2 of those would need to be spent deciding his path. Continue hunting and farming runes, or focus on completing side tasks. The choice was obvious. His gaze fell on a pot, resting nearby. A quest container. He'd already completed a few missions during the ride. Maybe it was time to see what rewards they held. He slipped it into his pack, mentally noting to open it later. Some rewards, he thought, are worth the grind. But one task in particular caught his attention. The description was simple, but the reward, that stopped him. The prize was a sage stone, and a clumsy mage to go with it. Hansu rubbed his chin, intrigued. The sage stone was no ordinary artifact. It boosted every stat by 10, including itself, and could instantly heal fatal wounds. A rare treasure, even beyond the training area, valuable enough to shift entire power balances in the red zones. But there was a catch. The person who completed that quest last time hadn't been sane. He knew who it was. Anvi, a member of the death squad. She'd volunteered at a prison, helping the inmates, until the day she got thrown into the abyss with them. At first, Anvi had been surrounded by people she trusted, friends, comrades, her own team. But once the training began, everything changed. Fear twisted them. Greed devoured them. They turned on her. The betrayal shattered whatever restraint she had left. For 7 days, she hunted them one by one, her vengeance cold and unrelenting. When it was over, she had torn them apart and eaten their hearts. By the end, only silence remained. She'd planned to end her own life soon after, until the quest appeared. A new objective, a reason to keep going. Hansu exhaled sharply, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Not my kind of quest, he muttered. It clashed with his principles, his mission to save as many as he could. He let it go. There were better things to focus on. Night was falling, and that meant new opportunities, quests that paid well both in runes and supplies. He recalled one in particular, a mission to retrieve food from a selfish, well-fed man hoarding his resources. Simple, efficient, worth the effort. He adjusted his pack and moved on, priorities clear, finish the quest, manage stamina, and keep pushing forward. Rest could wait. He ducked into what had once been a convenience store, its shelves stripped bare and windows shattered. He scowled at the mess. So much for teamwork, he muttered, kicking aside an empty box. A hole had been dug into the floorboards. Someone had already looted the stash beneath. His jaw tightened. Scoundrels. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside, eyes drifting upward. The sky had turned to deep indigo. The moon would rise soon. A smirk tugged at his lips. Let's see how brave they really are. The sun had already dipped below the ruined skyline, casting long shadows over the crumbling city. In the half-light, figures moved, men in dark jackets unloading crates from a battered truck. A small group of survivors crouched behind rubble nearby, watching in silence. One of them hissed under his breath. How can they just take everything? A girl beside him clenched her fists. We have to stop them. A blonde-haired man shot her a glare. Use your head. The second they notice us, we're dead. We didn't even grab anything yet. They even took my cash. He shook his head, jaw tight. How do they move so fast? Another survivor peeked out from behind a slab of concrete. They might be stronger than us. Sang-ho, who rarely spoke, murmured, there's too many. Even if our stats are higher, the numbers aren't in our favor. His calm tone caught the group off guard. The blonde girl glanced at her boyfriend, whispering, since when does Sang-ho talk this much? Across the street, movement. A man named Sango stood in the open, smirking as he waved toward them. Instantly, everyone tensed, ducking lower. The blonde frowned. Wait, is he waving at us? Taesung scoffed. They're just trying to mess with us. Ignore it. He turned, motioning for them to follow. Come on, we'll find food somewhere else. The others hesitated, uncertain. The blonde still glanced back, unease flickering in her eyes. She didn't understand what the wave had meant, but it had done its job perfectly, because they never noticed the movement behind them. A shadow emerged from the alley, quiet, steady footsteps echoing against the walls. Sang-ho squinted. Who? Before he could finish, Taesung spoke without turning around, his tone casual but focused. We're low on food, he said. Let's check the subway. He flashed a faint grin, eyes reflecting the distant light. Taesung smiled, his tone light, but his words deliberate. Then let's hurry. We should grab supplies before anyone else gets there. He flashed a confident grin. I'll show you the way. Sango's grin broke the tense silence. And why should we trust you? He asked coldly, voice dripping with suspicion. You just want to trick us into fighting for you, don't you? The blonde tensed. That's not. But Taesung snapped. He stepped forward, his patience gone. Do you even understand the situation we're in? Sang-ho bristled, anger rising. Don't yell at me. Bam! A sharp crack echoed through the air as Taesung's fist slammed straight into his face. Sang-ho hit the ground hard, clutching his nose as blood streamed between his fingers. He let out a sharp groan of pain. Taesung stood over him, smirking. Why would I need to set a trap for weaklings like you? Sang-ho glared up at him, dazed and furious, but Taesung had already turned away, calm as ever. I'm giving you a chance, he said coolly. Think about it. Meanwhile, the rest of the group had taken shelter inside an abandoned building. The door creaked open. The blonde girl looked up and froze. Her breath caught in her throat as Hansu stepped through the doorway, shadows trailing behind him. Relief flooded her chest before she could stop it. He was back. Taesung, sitting near the wall, smiled faintly to himself. Perfect timing. No one needed to know how much he'd engineered this situation. Even if they found out, he could talk his way out of it. He always did. Hansu crossed the room without a word. The store was raided. The girl blurted, trying to explain. Everything's gone. Hansu nodded. I saw them on my way here. He approached the table, eyes scanning what little was left. How much food do we have? A few cans. A handful of packets. Nothing more. We tried to gather as much as possible, but one of them started. Taesung cut him off with a quiet, knowing smirk. Things happen. But now that you're here, maybe we can get it all back. A man near the corner shifted uneasily. It won't be easy, he muttered. but I can help. Hansu said nothing. He simply pulled out a chair and sat down. Let's eat first. The words hit harder than any outburst. A vein pulsed on Taesung's forehead. Did he just snort at them? His jaw tightened as he leaned forward. This doesn't feel right. His forced smile wavered. Do you really have no shame at all? Hansu looked up, annoyance flickering across his face. Turning toward Hansu, she folded her arms. If you got something valuable, then maybe, just maybe, we'll share. Her lips curled into a smug grin. And let's not forget, the food was gathered for everyone. Taesung raised his hand, feigning disbelief. You're just going to hand it out for free? He allowed a dry laugh. You all seem to have forgotten. This food cost us. People bled for it. His smirk deepened, tone dripping with mock sincerity. Even among friends, fairness matters. That was when Hansu finally spoke. His voice was calm, but it cut through the noise like a knife. Nothing comes for free. The room went silent. The two in blue jackets nodded in silent agreement. Taesung spotted his chance. If he could get everyone on his side, the hero wouldn't stand chance. He looked toward the man, who stood there, quiet and unreadable. Hansu broke the silence with a scoff. Too bad, he muttered, his tone sharp. Then he turned to the hero. If you've got nothing to offer, what's your plan? Taesung's grin widened. Come on, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. You must have found something useful in there. The blonde watched the hero expectantly, waiting for a reaction. Taesung pressed harder, gesturing toward the spot the hero had come from. You just walked out of the hidden area, didn't you? Don't tell me you came out empty-handed. He feigned innocence. Right. With a lazy chuckle, Taesung tossed a chocolate bar toward him. No need to make this difficult, he said smoothly. Let's be reasonable. Hansu didn't move. His stare was steady, unreadable. Then he sighed. Looks like you finally learned your lesson. Taesung frowned. What are you talking about? Just answer me. The hero suddenly rose to his feet. This guy really doesn't know when to stop. Still, he couldn't blame him. Everyone here was just trying to survive. Taesung watched, puzzled by the hero's sudden shift in mood. But the hero wasn't thinking about him, or anyone else in that room. He hadn't brought these people because he needed them. Their runes, their help, it all meant nothing to him. Hansu turned as the blonde called out in frustration. Where do you think you're going? The hero didn't answer. His thoughts drifted back to why he had come here in the first place. He had done everything he could. His eyes fell, remembering Kongtae, furious, vengeful, swearing he'd destroy everything in his path. How could anyone say something like that so easily? Guilt tugged at him. Without another word, he pushed the door open. Take care of yourselves, he said quietly. Save your strength for what's ahead. And then he was gone. The room fell silent. Yumi, he, and Sang-jin stayed still, tension thick in the air. Trying to break the mood, the blonde stepped in. We've made it this far together, she said firmly. Let's not fall apart now. Then she turned to her friend. Come on, let's go get him back. Taesung ran a hand through his hair, annoyed. If he wants to leave, let him. Why chase after him? Hansu walked out without a word. The blonde scoffed under her breath, thinking how arrogant he was, still acting like he was above everyone else. Taesung glanced at the girls heading toward the door and smirked. Putting on a show, huh? Don't bother. The moment you give him something for free, he'll crawl back sooner or later, he sneered. Then he turned to Mihi. We don't need him. We'll be fine on our own. Mihi froze, torn. Taesung kept pushing, but something in her snapped. Without warning, she dashed out the door. When she finally caught up to the hero, she stopped him, breathless. Please, she said, let me come with you. His gaze was cold, unwavering. I can't take you, he said firmly. She reached out, her voice shaking. But you said, he turned away. People make their own choices, he replied quietly. For a split second, her face softened. Hope flickered in her eyes, her lips curling into a faint smile. But before she could say another word, a sharp voice cut through the air. You're not leaving. She froze. Taesung stood there, fury simmering beneath his glare. You didn't even get your runes, he snapped. Maybe he gave you his, but not Sang-jin's. No one's going anywhere, especially not you. Before she could respond, Sang-jin stepped forward. It's fine, he said calmly. Taesung's gaze narrowed. What? I'm going with them, Sang-jin said, his tone steady. A laugh burst from Taesung's throat. He clapped a hand on Sang-jin's shoulder, his grin razor-sharp. You serious? Do you even hear yourself right now? Sang-jin didn't flinch. Taesung leaned in closer, his voice dripping with scorn. You think your father's gonna let this slide? He slammed his hand down again, harder this time. You pick up some stray dog, and now you think you can just walk away? Don't tell me you've forgotten who owns you. Sang Jin's jaw tightened. He slid his headphones back into place. And what are you going to do about it? He said coolly. You can't even step outside anymore without a problem. No one even knows I'm alive. So tell me, Tae-sung, how are you planning to explain that to my father? Tae-sung froze, momentarily thrown off. It doesn't matter anymore, Sang Jin said firmly. His stare cut through the tension as he faced Tae-sung head-on. I don't have to listen to you. Tae-sung's eyes widened. Even after everything, after all the manipulation and threats, Sang Jin was still walking away. You think it'll be different out there? He yelled after them. We got all the food. You'll come crawling back sooner or later. But they didn't turn around. The three of them walked off, their silhouettes swallowed by the dark city streets. Sang Jin glanced at the girl beside him. We don't have much left, he said quietly. Hansu reached for a jacket hanging nearby. He paused for a moment before slipping it on. Doesn't matter, he murmured. The two exchanged uneasy glances. Adjusting the jacket, Hansu gave a small shrug. We've still got things to do. Sang Jin watched him, brows furrowed. What's going on in his head? The guy had the power to change everything. Yet he just stood there. If Hansu made one wrong move, everything they'd fought for could fall apart. Hansu caught the look and smiled faintly, as if reading his thoughts. Figures. He doesn't know about the moon. He turned suddenly, a grin spreading across his face. It's almost midnight, he said. Yumihi blinked in confusion. Then her expression shifted. A chill crept down her spine as she slowly lifted her hand, pointing upward. The moon, she whispered. Something's wrong with it. Above them, the moon began to pulse, its light strange and unnatural. The glow deepened, spreading across the sky like a living heartbeat. Then, without warning, the surface split open. A single colossal eye stared down from within. The city froze under its gaze. Yumihi's breath caught in her throat. What is that? She whispered, unable to tear her eyes away. Sang Jin looked down and froze. The chocolate bar in his hand was falling apart, crumbling into dust. What? His voice trembled. He tried to grab it, but the bar disintegrated completely, slipping between his fingers like sand. Panic surged through him. He tore open his backpack, searching desperately. No, no. This couldn't be happening. When he reached inside again, all that came out was more sand. His pulse roared in his ears. This can't be real. A faint light flickered in front of him. He looked up, and his heart stopped. Everywhere he turned, people were glowing. On rooftops, in alleyways, along the empty streets, their silhouettes shimmered in pale light, visible through the night. It wasn't just a few. It was everyone. A cold dread crawled up his spine. Are we glowing too? Yumihi's voice cracked. Wait, does this mean people can see each other? Even through walls? She shook her head in disbelief. This is insane. It's forcing people to fight. Sang Jin spun toward Hansu. Did you know this would happen? Hansu gave a short, dry laugh. Don't be ridiculous, he said. I may have some power, but even I can't predict this. But Sang Jin didn't buy it. He's too calm, way too calm. Then screams. They echoed across the city, sharp and chaotic. Sang Jin flinched. The cries grew louder, people shouting, accusing each other of stealing food, of lying. The night erupted into madness. From every glowing figure, it was clear what was happening. Fights were breaking out, everywhere, and it wasn't stopping. Hansu watched from a distance, expression unreadable. He sighed quietly. Pathetic, he muttered. They still haven't learned. He lifted his gaze to the glowing sky. The moon's terrible eye still loomed above, watching. He had told them before, not to take too much. Once the moon appeared, everything would vanish. All food, all comfort, gone without a trace. He turned to leave. Wait, Sang Jin called after him. Where are you going? Hansu didn't even glance back. I've got things to do, he said simply, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, back in the building, the others stared in horror as their supplies turned to dust before their eyes. Tae-sung slammed a hand against the table. It's all gone, he said, voice shaking. Everything. A girl began to cry. What do we do now? Should we try to find more? Her boyfriend stood motionless, staring out the window. There's nothing left, he said numbly. Most of the stores are already empty. Tae-sung leaned forward, gripping the edge of the table as anger twisted in his gut. Hansu's warning, his calmness, the way he'd walked away, it all clicked. That bastard knew. He clenched his fists, rage boiling just beneath the surface. Did he set us up? Did he want this to happen? Cursing the so-called hero, Tae-sung glared toward the window. Outside, The streets burned with light. Glowing silhouettes moved through the darkness, some wandering, others hunting. Near the glass, a blonde girl froze. "They're everywhere," she whispered. Out there, Sung-ho and his crew were on the prowl, their glowing figures cutting through the night as they searched for one man, Tae-sung. And this time, they weren't looking to talk. Rage burned through the gang as they shouted about how that coward dared to trick them. Tae-sung peeked through the window, pulse hammering in his ears. If they got caught now, it was over. No chance to fight, no chance to run. He gritted his teeth. Should we escape or wait for them to split up? The blonde turned toward him, her voice low but firm. "We should go find Hansu." Tae-sung scoffed, jabbing a finger in her face. "That bastard? The one who ditched us and came crawling for help? You gotta be kidding me. Have a little pride." She shoved his hand away. "And what's your plan, huh? Hide here until they find us? You really think we can survive this alone?" Her frustration flared. "If we don't move, we're done for." Her boyfriend stepped in, trying to calm her down. "She's right," he said carefully. "If we don't reach Hansu first, they will. And if that happens, we're finished." Tae-sung turned his head sharply, annoyed but silent. The thought of begging Hansu for help twisted his stomach. But if they could turn it around, make him owe them, a grin crept across his face. "Fine, you win," he said. "We'll find him. But we do this my way." He looked toward the street, scanning for movement. "If we move quietly, they won't spot us. Stick close and follow me." They barely took a step before something cold slid across his shoes. Tae-sung froze. Then his eyes widened. A thick green sludge began creeping up his legs, clinging tight, dragging him down. What the hell is this?" he shouted, clawing at the slime. "Help me. Get off." Before the others could react, a calm voice cut through the air. "Are you sure you want to bring him along?" They turned. The gang's leader stepped into view, his trademark jacket draped casually over his shoulders. His expression was unreadable, his tone almost amused. "I doubt any of you are going anywhere," he said, stepping closer. "Come on, let's have a little chat." The couple froze in terror, then bolted. Tae-sung's screams echoed after them as they disappeared down the street. The gang leader crouched beside him, studying the struggling man like an insect caught in a web. "Such harsh words for someone so young," he said softly. "That, my friend, is orange duct tape." He smirked. "While you were busy plotting, we weren't exactly sitting around." He sighed, sounding almost bored. Things get dull when there's no real fight left. Straightening, he glanced at the others. "Enough talk. There were 3 of you, right? Where are the rest?" Tae-sung didn't answer. His chest heaved. His jaw tightened. The boss didn't wait. With a sudden kick, his boot slammed into Tae-sung's leg. A wet crack. A scream. Blood splattered across the floor. "Aff!" Tae-sung's cry tore through the night as pain shot up his body. "I'll talk," he yelled, his voice breaking. "I'll tell you everything. Just stop. Please. I'll tell you where they went." The leader turned toward one of his men, Sang-ho. A slow grin spread across his face. "Good," the boss said. "At least he knows his place." Then, with a flick of his hand, he added, "But first, someone's been waiting to talk to him." Sang-ho stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. His grin widened into something cruel. "Let's finish this before we move," the boss muttered. Sang-ho crouched beside Tae-sung, his shadow stretching long across the ground. "That leg looks bad," he said in mock sympathy. "Hurts, doesn't it?" Then his tone darkened. "Good, because I don't feel better yet." He leaned closer, voice dripping with menace. "Not until I return the favor." Tae-sung gritted his teeth, cursing the so-called friends who'd left him. The boss nodded once. "Don't overdo it." Sang-ho laughed and signaled his men. "You heard him. Don't go too far." Blows rained down. Tae-sung hit the ground, shielding himself as best he could. Through blurred vision, he watched the couple vanish. He swore under his breath, "I'll kill them all." The couple ran without a destination, and they saw a pot of meat soup bubbling over a fire. Hansu and his group sat around it, eating in silence. The couple stopped and stared. "What are you doing?" the man asked. They glanced at the broth. "Is this a picnic?" The blonde stepped forward. Hansu stood up and raised his sword, flicking the blade toward her face. The edge hovered inches away, mouth still full. Hansu said, "Don't come any closer." Then he turned his back. The couple bristled. "What's with this?" the man demanded. The blonde snapped. This was Tae-sung's fault. "What if we step forward anyway?" the man asked. Hansu lowered the sword a fraction. "Then my ability says it won't end well for you." The man scoffed. "Does your ability tell you everything?" "It tells me enough," Hansu replied. "Like the fact you led danger to us." A voice came from the dark. Your sharp hero. A squad in jackets emerged, their boss smiling faintly. Hansu watched them. The blonde stood still. Hansu thought of the rules here. A bag of food, held by someone who won't share. The condition was simple. Cook and eat as much as possible while the moon was in the sky. Only the person who ate the most, without sharing a bite, would get the reward. Beside the fire, sliced meat lay on a board. Hansu stuck his knife in the soup, pulled out a piece of meat, and ate it. Footsteps approached. The jacketed gang dragged in the battered Tae-sung, his body covered in fresh bruises. The blonde gasped. Tae-sung, are you okay? He snapped his head toward her, eyes blazing. Shut up, he roared. His voice cracked with fury. Why did you leave me? The couple froze, terrified. We ran to get help, she stammered. Tae-sung laughed bitterly. Help? Don't give me that crap. If it weren't for you two, I would've. Enough, Sang-ho interrupted, clicking his tongue. Calm down. The gang boss stepped forward with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He gave Tae-sung a light pat on the shoulder. Relax. No need to shout. Then his gaze shifted to Hansu. Long time no see. He looked around the campfire, eyes narrowing at the pot of bubbling soup. You've got some nerve cooking out here. Gotta admit, impressive. But tell me, he gestured at the stew. Where'd you get that meat? Hansu didn't even glance up. He pointed lazily at the ground. Meat's everywhere, he said flatly. Why ask me? He scooped another bite and slurped it down. You really want me to describe it for you? The gang exchanged uneasy looks. They'd seen others eat that kind of meat before. Every one of them died horribly. But Hansu, he was eating like it was nothing. The boss took a step closer, studying him. So you figured out how to cook it safely. Hansu swallowed, then said without emotion, boil it in goblin blood. Then it's edible. He nodded at the pot. Go ahead. Try it. For the first time, the boss hesitated. Tae-sung had told him Hansu wasn't ordinary. He had a skill, something unique. And he'd taken something valuable back at the station. The boss's smirk returned. Perfect. Hansu might have fought monsters, but he was still human, a 20-year-old civilian. Against real people, experience would win. The boss's grin widened. He's not ready for this. Tae-sung looked between them nervously. What are you waiting for? Relax, the boss said smoothly. We'll eat, talk, maybe trade a few words. No need for tension. Tae-sung frowned, jaw tight. He didn't like taking orders, but he wasn't about to defy the man leading an entire crew. Hansu rose slowly, sword in hand. His eyes never left the boss. He tensed. Something in Hansu's stance felt different. He wasn't preparing to talk. He was preparing to end it. Tae-sung forced a smirk and stepped forward. Let's talk then. Don't. He screamed. Don't cross that line. Tae-sung ignored her, fist tightening. Shut up and wait, he snapped. Hansu lifted his blade, voice calm but final. This ends here. In his mind, he spoke a silent apology. Don't blame me for this. Tae-sung's smirk faltered. Confusion flashed across his face. Then pain exploded through his body. In an instant, his knees buckled. He collapsed, eyes wide in disbelief. For a heartbeat, silence. Then a scream tore through the night. Tae-sung looked down. His legs were gone. Blood pooled beneath him, steaming against the dirt. He clawed at the ground, trembling violently. The gang staggered back, horrified. Even the couple flinched, stumbling away from the sight. Tae-sung's screams echoed through the darkness, raw and desperate, his rage swallowed by agony. They howled in agony, screaming at the hero. How could he call himself human after that? How could he be so ruthless? Screams ripped the night as Tae-sung demanded. All this, just for a piece of meat? Sang-jin stared, beads of sweat on his forehead. The blonde warned the group to be careful. If the hero would do this to avoid sharing food, what would he do once he grew stronger? Would he not turn on him someday? Tae-sung spun toward the jackets, shouting that the hero would kill them all for the runes. We have to act now. Kill him before he gets stronger, he yelled. The boss's face hardened. Get ready, he ordered. Sang-ho hesitated, eyes tracking the hero. He suspected the warning was right, but something about the hero's calm set Sang-ho on edge. If the guy gained enough power, he could wipe them out without breaking a sweat. Knives were drawn. Under the moonlight, escape looked impossible. Sang-ho saw the logic and readied himself. Their best shot at survival was to eliminate the threat now. Hansu met the stares without flinching. Sang-ho tried to parse the man before him. What kind of history produced eyes like those? What had shaped him? A memory flickered through Hansu's mind. Eries and Keldien, old arguments about enemies. One said avoid unnecessary fights. The other said crush any enemy completely, because if you don't, you'll be crushed. Hansu smirked and glanced at his hand. Runes glowed faint against his skin. He pulled them free. Shouts erupted. What kind of trick is this? Kill him. Sangho barked. Men surged forward. Hansu tightened his grip on the sword hilt. If they wanted to fight, he would finish it before dawn. He sprang. Speed hit them first, too fast for the jackets to track. He struck once, then again, moving through the group and knocking bodies aside like rag dolls. Groans filled the clearing as men hit the ground. The boss froze, eyes darting across the chaos. Had the hero absorbed all the hidden runes? If this kept up, panic rose. Don't run, he screamed. We outnumber him. Use it. Before the command landed, Hansu was already in front of him. His hand closed around the boss's throat. The boss tightened his grip on the knife. You think I'll back down? He spat. Hansu stepped forward, measured. Think about it. The boss laughed, edge in his voice. You really think you'll be fine after killing a person? Monsters and humans aren't the same. Hansu didn't stop. The man's voice climbed into a scream. You're just a kid. Do you even know what you're doing? Steel flashed. The boss froze. Hansu walked past him. The blade sank into the man's stomach. He collapsed, blood pooling at his feet. Around them, jackets lay broken on the pavement. One by one they fell. Another bandit hit the ground. The rest stared. Hansu didn't hesitate. He drove his sword into a man's back and moved on. He glanced toward the couple. Still here, he said. Want to fight? They ran. Hansu flicked his blade clean, sheathed it, then went to the pot. He blew on the stew and took a bite, chewing slowly as he scanned the group. No reason to look like that, he said. Everything's fine. He stretched out and sat on the ground. Sang Jin said nothing. He watched the bodies, the blood, the slow light of dawn. Above, the moon closed its eye. Hansu stood, slung a bag over his shoulder. He'd eaten nearly 3 days' rations in one sitting. It was heavy work, but he'd done it. The fairy's voice echoed in his head. The bag protects food from the moonlight's gaze. Anything placed inside it exists in subspace. He knew the bag's true size. Small on the outside, it held almost 2 weeks' worth of supplies. The couple hovered behind him. Is this okay? One asked. You didn't kill us, the girl said, uncertain. Hansu paused, then gave a small, almost amused reply. Who's the scary one here? I'm not scary, she answered. I was worried, that's all. Hansu walked away. She watched him go. It made sense. There was nothing they could have done. He'd only grow stronger. Yumi stepped forward, pushed other thoughts aside. If Hansu had taken their runes, that meant more power for him. She noticed the pouch at his waist. She let out a breath. In this world, there was one rule that mattered. Rise or fall. Hansu looked away. He could have killed them all and taken their runes if his only goal was power. But he had come back for something else. To save as many people as possible, reduce conflict, and set rules. The first rule was simple. No killing for runes. He could have taken the runes. Their value wasn't only in strength. It was in what people could contribute. The real task would be enforcing rules. If power decided order, someone strong had to set the example. He couldn't let people watch him slaughter others for runes. A purge might come later, but not here. Not now. Too many eyes were watching. Sang Jin kept close, holding his arm. Hansu knew someone would probably find the runes they'd left behind soon. Sang Jin stopped. I'll stay here, he said. Hansu turned. What are you talking about? Sang Jin scratched his arm. I don't think I can keep going. Not with the others. Yumihi looked at him. What? Hansu didn't look back. Do whatever you want. I respect choices. Sang Jin walked away without another word. Yumihi watched him go. Hansu called after her. Why don't you do what you really want? She answered, I'll stay. Hansu turned to her. Are you not afraid of me? I am, she said. But I know not to cross that line. If I leave now, you won't let me come back, will you? She asked. Hansu said nothing. I'll stay. Until the end. Hansu considered her, then said, Good instincts. Then let's go. They descended into the subway. Sometime later, Taesung thrashed under a body, hands slick with blood. Damn jackets. All they do is yap, he spat. He thought he should have killed them all. The hero had made a choice. Taesung's wounds were closing. Soon he would heal. When he healed, he would make them pay. He dragged himself forward, inch by inch, pain with every move. He wouldn't stop. He would follow the hero. How dare they abandon me, he snarled. Yumihi. She left him too. Rage burned through Taesung's veins, his vision swimming red. I won't let him get away with this. I'm not the one who gets left behind, he hissed. Then, a shadow fell over him. Heavy combat boots stopped just inches from his face. Taesung froze. Slowly, he looked up. Sang-jin stood there, silent, unmoving. For a moment, Tae-sung stared, confused. Then realization struck. This is it. My chance. He forced a weak grin. Help me up. No response. His smile wavered. You deaf? I said, pick me up. Still nothing. Sang-jin just stood there, eyes hollow, a storm brewing behind them. Tae-sung's patience snapped. You're really gonna walk away after everything I did for you? Silence. Then Sang-jin's hand began to move, slow, deliberate. Tae-sung sneered. What? You trying to scare me now? Don't make me. The words died in his throat. Sang-jin's fingers closed around a knife lying on the ground. A chill ran down Tae-sung's spine. The blade shimmered under the faint light, cold, merciless. And those eyes, they weren't the eyes of the man he used to know. Tae-sung smirked at the boss, pretending control. Sang-jin stayed silent, his gaze locked on his target. As Tae-sung turned to leave, Sang-jin moved, quietly, steadily, closing the gap between them. Tae-sung frowned. What's your problem? Too late. A hand grabbed his collar and yanked him forward. Tae-sung's instincts kicked in. He caught Sang-jin's wrist. What the hell are you doing? Sang-jin's voice was low, steady. Now I see it. Tae-sung's eyes widened. When did he get this strong? Sang-jin pulled him closer, his expression unreadable. I should have done this long ago. Tae-sung snapped. What are you talking about? Let me go. But Sang-jin's grip only tightened. And then pain. A sharp, blinding pain stabbed beneath Tae-sung's ribs. His breath hitched. His hand trembled as it reached for his headphones. You, he growled, voice shaking. The headphones slipped from his grasp, hitting the floor with a dull clatter. Sang-jin's voice cut through the silence like ice. You told me to know my place. Now it's your turn. Tae-sung's body trembled. Sang-jin glared down at him. You thought you were untouchable? All you ever did was hide behind your father, using him to humiliate me. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. The bloodied knife slipped from his hand and hit the ground. Then, almost as if struck by his own thoughts, Sang-jin dropped to his knees, clutching his face. Get it together, he muttered. This is nothing. You've faced worse. Around him, the shattered runes of the dead glowed faintly. He rose. The boss, trembling, extended a hand. Wait, we could talk. Spare me, and we'll work together. Sang-jin didn't even glance at him. His eyes drifted instead to the fallen man beside him, the one who had followed him through it all. And suddenly, it all made sense. Hansu hadn't stayed behind because of fear. He'd known. The wounded man reached out weakly, voice shaking. Sang-jin scoffed. Pathetic. If you had the guts to stand with me when it mattered instead of hiding behind your fear, maybe things would have been different. His voice faded into the air, along with the last echo of what they once were. Can I still stay by your side? Sang-jin's hand tightened around Tae-sung's runes. If only he'd been stronger, the hero wouldn't have turned his back on him. That truth had never changed. His thoughts drifted back to the days of school, back when every hallway felt like a battlefield, every glance a reminder to stay small, stay quiet, because of one person. But not anymore. This time he would rise. Sang-jin's eyes burned with resolve. He would grow stronger, just like the hero. If it meant using others as stepping stones, so be it. As he walked forward, blood trailing in his wake, he whispered, one day, he'll see me differently. Above the shattered skyline, mutated birds circled, their cries echoing through the air. One screamed, a sound that split the silence in two. Below, Yumihi stood firm. She drew in a deep breath, then let out a roar that shook the world itself. The air rippled. The sky fell. One by one, the creatures dropped lifeless to the ground. But then, a rustle of wings. A lone bird, faster and fiercer than the rest, dove straight toward her. Before she could move, steel flashed. A blade cut through the air, cleaving the creature in two. The protagonist stepped forward, a faint, awkward smile on his face. Mihi let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Guess I still need your help after all, she said softly. Hansu handed her a rune, his tone calm but firm. Being independent doesn't mean doing everything alone, he said. If you've got gaps in your skills, you lean on your comrades. That's what they're there for. He glanced at her, then added, work on knowing your strengths and your limits. Yumihi smiled faintly. He was as meticulous as ever when it came to dividing resources. Pushing her hair behind her ear, she realized it had already been 2 days since they arrived. Her eyes flicked to her status window. What if I bought mana and stamina recovery skills from him? She thought. Without them, catching up to his pace would be impossible. But still, the idea of relying on him made her hesitate. A small sigh escaped her lips as she focused on her stats. Meanwhile, Hansu glanced at his own window, every attribute perfectly balanced at 42. He scratched the back of his neck. Balance growth was safest. No need to trade runes. Mihi still lacks strength and stamina anyway. Then, a sharp voice cut through the still air. Survivors, return to the starting point immediately. Latecomers will be punished. Hansu's expression darkened. He didn't like being ordered around. Beside him, Mihi fidgeted, unsure. Hansu turned to her. Let's go. The two moved through the ruined streets, debris crunching under their boots. Mihi kept sneaking glances at him. Quick, hesitant. Her heart beat faster each time. Finally, Hansu caught her staring. What's with that look? He asked, eyebrow raised. Mihi hesitated. Then, after a deep breath, do you have a girlfriend? Hansu froze for a moment, a nervous smile tugging at his lips. Mihi instantly regretted it. Why did I ask that? It wasn't the time or the place. But still, there was something about the way he carried himself, something that drew her in. Hansu looked down, his expression tightening, a shadow flickering across his face. Mihi clenched her trembling fists. That wasn't even what she wanted to ask. Beside her, the reincarnated noticed. She was nervous, but she was trying to be genuine. He thought briefly of Kongtae. That guy would have laughed at this kind of question. Maybe teased her for it. A memory flickered in his mind. Kongtae's awkward grin, Keldian's disapproving stare, and Iris' exhausted sigh. Those days felt distant now. Back then, Yumihi could barely bring herself to speak at all. She opened her mouth again, wanting to say something else, something real, but the words never came. Instead, she lowered her head and stayed quiet. The protagonist finally spoke, his voice steady but faintly nostalgic. He mentioned his beloved, someone he hadn't even met yet in this life. But even so, he couldn't lose her again. Mihi blinked, confused. I don't remember that, she said slowly. He didn't answer, just kept walking. Mihi followed in silence. They eventually reached a parking lot, where a crowd of survivors had already gathered. Mihi scanned the faces, some familiar, others barely recognizable. But something about the air felt wrong. A fairy hovered above the group, smiling brightly. Is everyone here? He chimed. Nearby, a devil stretched his arms and sighed in boredom. A shame. We arrived too early. Without waiting, their assistant stepped forward, voice crisp and mocking. I bring you 2 pieces of good news, dear travelers. The crowd froze. Even good news sounded like a threat from him. The assistant raised one finger, eyes closing as if savoring the moment. First, survive 72 more hours, and you'll earn your freedom. The fairy's face lit up. Isn't that wonderful? He sang. But no one cheered. Every face was pale, every breath tight with fear. The devil frowned. What's wrong? Not excited. Reluctantly, a few claps broke the silence. Weak, trembling applause. The assistant's grin widened. That's better. I love a crowd that knows how to appreciate good news. Then he snapped his fingers. Now, let's welcome tonight's main event. The ground shook. Pebbles scattered across the pavement as the air turned heavy. A massive altar began to rise from the center of the ruins, its dark silhouette swallowing the horizon. Mihi took a step back, eyes wide. What is that? A deep growl rumbled from within. Iron bars trembled as a colossal claw slammed against them, bending the metal. The fairy beamed. Our adorable little guest is just dying to meet you. The devil spread his wings dramatically. Behold, do you see it? Behind him, an enormous eye opened, unblinking, blood red, filled with hunger. The assistant chuckled. This beauty here is a carnivorous beast. A chorus of gasps rippled through the crowd. The fairy leaned forward, voice dripping with mock sweetness. We even skipped its meal today just for you. A hush fell. Every survivor felt the same dread crawling up their spine. The altar shook again, this time harder. The devil slammed a hand against the barrier, grinning. It looks strong, doesn't it? I assure you it's not. Then came the roar. A sound so raw it rattled bones. The carnivorous beast bared its fangs, straining against the cage. The assistant tilted his head slightly, smiling as if asking about the weather. So tell me, he said softly, when it breaks free, how many of you will still be alive? Silence. Then, from somewhere in the terrified crowd, a voice whispered, barely audible. Do we have to fight that thing? The fairy spoke. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's one more piece of good news. The devil lay back on a pillow and said, there's a way to make it fall asleep. If we do that, they won't even try to break free. The assistant blew a kiss to the crowd and teased. Anyone want to guess how? Silence filled the parking lot. The survivors' faces stayed hard. The monster tossed the pillow aside. You're all such boring actors, he said. The fairy continued. The method is very simple. The devil spoke plainly. Feed the monster 5 people a day. The girl glanced away. The assistant did the math. 3 feedings over 72 hours. The protagonist counted quickly. Just over 60 people remained. That meant nearly a quarter would need to be sacrificed to keep the beast asleep. The fairy snapped his fingers. The choice is yours, he said. Then he played a recording to end the debate. On the system window, footage filled the screen. A gigantic creature trampling buildings, eyes burning like coals. Screams echoed. People tried to flee, but one man was lifted and thrown into the beast's open maw. The devil leaned back, hands behind his head, and explained the clip came from another training area, one where survivors had tried to fight. Their fate, he said, was obvious. Arguments broke out among the crowd. Hansu looked around as voices rose. The assistant sighed and pointed out the obvious. Fighting the beast was a joke with a terrible ending. A man in a red cap raised his hand. His voice shook as he asked how they were supposed to pick who to sacrifice. Why ask me? The fairy said, watching him recoil. The devil answered, it's up to them. They could force people to go or leave it a chance. Either way, he added, as long as the victims were still breathing when fed, it would work. The assistant spread his arms. You have 1 hour, he announced. Decide, and you'll be safe for the next 24 hours. Then you'll have another hour to choose the next 5. A bright timer appeared on the system window, counting down. The beast remained in its cage, watching. The survivors stood frozen, the choice hanging heavy in the air. Mihi turned to her friend. Which choice do you think is better? She asked. He shut his eyes. Does it even matter? The outcome is already decided. The man in the red cap spoke up again. Let's at least be honest about it. We should draw lots to decide the first 5. A voice scoffed. And why should we do that? All eyes swung toward the speaker. Fear spread through the crowd. The girl's mouth opened. Sang-jin asked quietly, why be honest? The boy stepped forward, scanning the crowd. Do we even have a reason to be? The man in the hat crossed his arms. Then what's your plan? You can't just reject an idea without offering a better one. The boy turned away. Sang-jin proposed the most practical method. Just as the boy placed his hand on a nearby pole, the pole snapped in 2. The traffic light crashed to the ground with a loud clang, and a wave of fear rolled through the survivors. Well, the group raised a hand. We should start with those who are useless, he said, scanning for potential sacrifices. People stepped back. Mihi looked at her former ally. Sang-jin noticed the attention shift to him. He had power now. Everyone was listening. Spreading his arms, Sang-jin warned there was no time to waste. Another 100 people had already disappeared, and those ahead of them were beyond reach. Picking them off one by one would be impossible. The protagonist crossed his arms and fixed his gaze on the burning altar in the distance. The boy moved forward. We need to stick together, he said. If we end up fighting that monster, we'll need every advantage we can get. The survivor scoffed and pointed toward a weaker man. Then we shouldn't waste resources on dead weight. Sang-jin frowned. Isn't it only logical to send the weakest into the beast's mouth first? Hansu looked up as they turned to him for his opinion. The heroes faced each other, the air thick with tension. The boy thought of his past, of Tis, and realized he wasn't the same. He had changed. Looking at his former comrade, he decided he didn't want an enemy there. If he wanted a fresh start, he needed allies. A smirk crossed his face. Sang-jin trusted his friend's judgment. He had always believed his friend chose well. The boy raised his hand. That's not a bad method, but I have a better idea. He stroked his chin before continuing. If we follow my plan, no one needs to be sacrificed. Silence spread through the crowd. What? Someone blurted. The man in the hat narrowed his gaze. Are you saying we should fight that thing together? The recording had shown that was a death sentence. The monster grew stronger with every victim. Outnumbering it would not work. The boy shook his head. I never said anything about fighting it. The survivor's face darkened. Then what do you suggest? He asked. The reincarnated smiled. Simple. I'll fight it alone. A stun hush. Mouths opened. Tense faces watched. The fat man threw up his hands. What nonsense is this? This isn't some goblin horde. Pointing at the boy, he reminded everyone time was running out. The blue system window glowed with the countdown. 49 minutes left. Sang-jin clenched his fist as the others argued. He glanced toward the boy. Had his former comrade really become strong enough to face that monster alone? The survivor stared at the protagonist, waiting for an answer. Hansu said, I want to fight it, but right now it's not that simple. Sang Jin's expression shifted. Even someone like him needed help here. Then let's do it together. The strongest among us should step forward and fight. The boy held up a hand. At least let me finish talking first. He paused, organizing his plan. The survivor asked, All right then, what's your plan? A girl glanced toward her friend, thinking about whether she'd be included. She already knew the truth. There was no chance. The reincarnator spoke at last. If I boost my strength and endurance by 30 points, I can take this thing down one-on-one. Murmurs ran through the crowd. Some reacted with surprise, others with skepticism. Then the protagonist made his offer. Give me your stat-boosting runes, and I promise I'll destroy the monster. From the altar, the creature stirred, parting its massive jaws. Hansu placed his hands on his belt, waiting. The travelers hesitated. He needed 60 runes, but who would give hers up? The boy looked certain. If he used his items and maxed out his stats, he could do it. A pack of cigarettes rested in his breast pocket, a reminder of past fights. He knew the monster's weaknesses. If he succeeded, he could claim the second hidden treasure. Even seasoned warriors had failed to obtain it. The treasure was the prize, and this time he vowed to be faster, stronger. I don't care who hands over the runes. Just give me what I need, and I'll head to the altar immediately, he said. The timer ticked. 41 minutes left. The fat man scowled. Wait a second. If these weaklings have that many runes, why aren't they stronger? The survivor spread his arms. Then let's settle this. Everyone, hand over your runes. If we can't agree, we'll draw lots. Tension thickened. Someone muttered, Selfish bastard. A man stepped forward, voice hard. Why should we just hand over our runes to you? If we start with the weakest, you be the first one gone. A woman moved closer, measuring the gap between strong and weak. Or is it just because you don't have that many runes to begin with? Her words hit like a blade. The man gritted his teeth, frustration twisting his voice. How dare you talk to me like that? The stranger rested her hand on her knife. Careful, she warned. Push me again, and I'll break every bone in your body before tossing you into the altar myself. The survivor froze, covering his face with one trembling hand. Reality sank in. It all came down to strength. He stammered. We should respect our elders. Isn't this supposed to be a democracy? The girl's lips curved into a smirk. A democracy? She echoed. Then let's vote. Her voice sharpened. Hand over the runes and live, or refuse and get eaten. The words rippled through the group like lightning. The mention of an anonymous vote made the crowd flinch. Eyes darted, fear spreading fast. The fat man stiffened, his voice trembling. He's right. You could just take them by force. Another added coldly. Killing the strong ones would make it even easier. Tension snapped. Someone swung a fist, striking the man across the face. A man in a hat grabbed him by the collar, shouting, You trying to die right now? The fat man raised shaking hands. Please, I have a family waiting for me. But it was too late. The crowd's mood had turned. Voices rose, echoing one another. Throw him in. Feed him to the beast. Hansu checked the timer. 32 minutes left. He exhaled and stepped forward. Chaos had taken over. The travelers were turning on each other. And if no one stopped it, they'd all be gone before the hour ended. Hansu raised his hand. Enough. The shouting died down. Dozens of eyes turned toward him. He spoke calmly, cutting through the noise. Listen carefully. You have 5 choices. Each one decides how the rest of this week plays out. He pointed toward the crowd, outlining their options, step by step, method by method, each one more desperate than the last. The fat man's jaw dropped. You can't be serious. The man in the hat's face went pale. You're saying we should really sacrifice people to that thing? Parents pulled their children close. Someone shouted, Are we really throwing the weak away like trash? A young man in the corner smirked. The timer flashed again, 30 minutes left. Mihi stood before the altar, her fists tight at her sides. Behind her, a man sneered. If that's how you're going to act, you might as well join me. Sangjin walked up beside her. This might be your chance, he said quietly. You could get closer to him. Mihi shot him a look. You still don't get it, do you? You have no idea what Hansu is really like. The boy looked away, lips pressed thin. Behind them, a woman raised her hand. I want to go with him too. Mihi chuckled softly. You can't just tag along and hide behind him forever, she said. The survivor turned to her. What are you going to do now? She stepped forward, her voice steady with resolve. She wasn't going to stand by and wait. Turning toward the crowd, she spoke clearly. If I do nothing, I'll earn nothing but your scorn, and that would make me no different from any of you. Hansu's gaze swept across the group. While you're all standing here arguing, he said, others are out there taking on real challenges. What are you doing? The survivors looked up, uneasy. Hansu continued, his tone hard. It doesn't matter how bad things look. What matters is knowing the cost of your choices. The leaders didn't abandon you because you're weak. They left because they couldn't afford to drag you along. Did you really expect to be taken care of here? No one answered. Eyes fell to the ground. If you want to live, he said, folding his arms, you each need to claim 2 runes. Hunt them down in the next 3 days. Pay what you owe. Then he smiled a sharp, knowing smile. And if anyone tries to run without paying, they'll regret it. He turned away. He always keeps his word, she said quietly. He doesn't need me watching over him. Still, determination flickered in her eyes. She needed to move faster to catch up. Sang-jin stepped closer. You could join us instead, he said. My team would be glad to have you. Mihi hesitated, then smiled softly. Thanks. I'll give you my answer later. As she walked away, the boy watched her go. He didn't need proof. He could tell she'd grown stronger. Her hair caught the wind, and he clenched his fist. What he had now wasn't enough. He had to be better. Narrowing his eyes, Sang-jin swore he'd prove himself. A voice called out, You, we need to talk. He turned to see a stranger pointing at him, a faint smirk on her lips. What do you want? Sang-jin asked. A hand landed on his shoulder. Another man joined in. Don't mind her. She's just not great with introductions. The newcomer extended a hand. Suyol, he said. Nice to meet you. Pointing toward a nearby group, a man in a formal jacket spoke up. The leaders of both teams are about to meet. You should come. Sang-jin blinked. Leaders? You mean me? He shook Suyol's hand awkwardly. They're not following me. We just moved together. Suyol laughed. That's what leadership is. Then, lowering his voice, he added, You know Hansu, right? Let's talk about him for a bit. Sang-jin nodded. Sure. Inside the altar, a purple portal pulsed to life. A dispenser sat quietly at its base, glowing faintly. Goblin poison wouldn't work here. Not against a carnivorous beast. Hansu gripped his sword tighter. Paralyzing poison. It was the only option left. He slipped the rosary over his wrist, preparing himself for what was coming. The item restored stamina and boosted strength. A valuable find, even if it had to be earned the hard way. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth. Every edge counted. As he descended the stairs, he analyzed his odds. They weren't good, but retreat wasn't an option. He didn't have enough power to face this thing head-on. Not yet. The creature below exhaled, a thick mist spilling from its jaws. Hansu reached into his pocket and pulled out a familiar pack of cigarettes. Cloud snacks, he muttered under his breath. He placed one between his lips, inhaling the faint scent of tobacco. It had been a long time since he'd needed one of these. Tucking the pack back into his jacket, he exhaled slowly, hoping, just this once, that he'd made the right call. A surge of energy burst around him, bright and sharp. He looked down at the rune forming in his palm. At last, something built perfectly for this world. The dull gray stone shimmered and shifted through colors. Red, orange, yellow, until it burned like a miniature sun. A colorless rune evolving past its limit, its stats surpassing 100. A system window blinked into view. Cloud snacks, boosts all stats by 20%. The text faded, but Hansu knew what it meant. Once runes crossed the 100 mark, every level widened the gap. The difference between life and death could be measured in numbers. From the shadows, the monster's eyes flickered open. This wasn't some creature from the early trials. This was a carnivorous beast, intelligent, vicious, and fully aware. Only a colorless rune would be enough to kill it. Hansu stepped forward, mind racing. If he had the essence of a troll, this fight would already be over. And if that ever happened, even the Berserker King would lose control. He stopped. There was one man, only one, who had ever claimed the hidden treasure. Lightning sparked in his eye. The harder the challenge, the greater the reward. That was the law of this cursed world. The monster stirred, massive muscles coiling beneath its hide. It turned its head, sensing him. Hansu raised his sword. No hesitation, no turning back. He charged. The ground trembled as the beast moved to meet him. The air above filled with enormous shapes, creatures circling, watching. This one was different. It had 2 racial skills. The carnivorous beast slammed its hand down, splitting the ground open with a single strike. Hansu didn't flinch. His eyes never left the target. The creature's gaze locked onto him, and a pulse of dark pressure rolled out from its body. Its first skill, intimidation. Hansu braced himself, sword raised. The monster lunged, claws tearing through the air. At the last second, Hansu slipped aside, the impact shaking the floor behind him. He knew what that skill did. It froze the target with fear, making them easy prey. Once they were paralyzed, the beast used carnivory to devour them whole and restore its stamina. Hansu straightened, the cigarette still between his lips. He lit another with calm precision. The flame flared, then dimmed. He smirked. Some habits never die. In a way, Hansu was relieved. His strength hadn't faded. The monster's tongue lashed out as it screamed, the sound echoing through the altar. He recognized the pattern. After carnivory, it would use its next skill, blood-drinking swamp, a technique that drained its prey dry. The creature's crimson eyes flared, locking onto him. This was it. One of them wouldn't walk away. Hansu moved first, a blur of motion. He dodged the strike by inches, the force cracking the ground where he'd stood a heartbeat ago. Reckless attacks wouldn't work here. He needed control. He needed to slow it down. Lightning rippled across the beast's skin as Hansu stopped and turned. The creature lunged again, claws slicing through the air. He twisted aside and tightened his grip on the blade. Random swings wouldn't cut it. He had to hit the nerves, disable the joints, poison the blood flow. In one sharp movement, his sword flashed. The blade found its mark, piercing the monster's arm. A jolt of lightning crackled from the sword's edge. The beast roared, thrashing violently as black smoke coiled from the wound. Hansu planted his sword into the ground, steadying himself. 12 minutes. That's how long the poison would take. A blinding light flared across the altar as the creature swung again. Hansu leapt back, boots skidding over broken stone. Dust exploded around him when he landed. The beast snarled, its gaze wild and unfocused. Hansu lit another cigarette and took a slow drag. The monster charged. Its intimidation skill pulsed again, the air trembling with pressure. Against a weaker man, it would have been fatal. But Hansu's will held firm, his immunity dulling the effect. He exhaled a thin stream of smoke. Compared to what's waiting ahead, he muttered, "You're nothing." He flicked the cigarette aside and sidestepped another strike. Every movement was precise, instinctive. Years of battle had sharpened his reactions beyond thought. He smirked, remembering Kong Tae's words. Anticipation is survival. Reaching for another cigarette, he almost laughed. He could predict every move the beast made now. The creature twisted, its gaze snapping toward his flank. Hansu followed its line of sight immediately, reading the attack before it came. His enhanced stats kicked in, speed, strength, endurance, all in perfect sync. Fighting inside the altar had been the right call. Here, he could move freely. Here, he had time. And snacks. From high above, a figure crouched on a tower, watching. The woman's eyes gleamed. "He's really doing it alone," she whispered. Suyol, standing beside her, chuckled. Either he's insane, or he knows exactly what he's doing. Down below, Sangjin stood apart, arms crossed. The others murmured around him, their voices laced with envy and doubt. "He took our runes on purpose," one whispered. "He didn't need them. He just didn't care," another added. Sangjin glanced toward the glowing altar. "Enough talk," he said, turning toward the stairs. "You all remember why we came here." They were just about to move when a voice called out from above. A boy cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted down, "We're here to help." Hansu stopped mid-step. He turned, eyes narrowing, caught off guard by the voice echoing through the chamber. The survivor below waved frantically. "Wait, we're coming down." The group leader frowned. "What's going on?" he hissed, placing a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. "Keep it down. One sound, and that thing will notice us." Sangjin, however, wasn't convinced. "He needs to know we're here." Suyol spread his arms. "If he knows, the beast will too," he snapped. The younger one froze, scratching his head. "All right, I didn't think about that." The older man sighed, shaking his head. "Figures. Don't shout next time, idiot." The boy looked back, sheepish. "Sorry." From below, Hansu caught the exchange. He couldn't help it. A quiet chuckle escaped him, low and amused. The sound carried through the air like a whisper, unnerving the group above. The leader's face hardened. They couldn't afford mistakes, not now. But there was no immediate threat. The staircase spiraled deep into the altar, and from below came the sounds of another battle raging in the darkness. As they made their way down, Seal muttered under his breath. Once that beast is finished, we deal with the boy. When the adrenaline fades, he won't even notice us coming. But the longer he watched Hansu fight, the less sure he became. That man was dangerous. Standing in the center of the altar, Hansu moved like a machine. Every strike sharp, every motion deliberate. To the guild leader, he didn't even look human. He was something else. A predator. Calm only when hunting. A bead of sweat slid down Seol's cheek as an old memory surfaced. That night, Hansu had cut through a mob alone. He hadn't hesitated. He hadn't even slowed down. And worse, he looked like he was enjoying it. Seol gritted his teeth. He couldn't allow someone like that to keep growing stronger. If Hansu continued at this pace, he'd crush everyone, Seol included. Turning to his ally, he ordered quietly, "Go check below. See how it's going." Down on the altar floor, the tide of the fight had shifted. The carnivorous beast was slowing down, its movements uneven, the poison spreading fast. From the staircase, Sang-jin leaned over the edge, eyes wide. "He's actually winning," he muttered. Then, unexpectedly, a grin crept across his face. Beside him, a woman frowned. "What's with that look? Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden?" Before anyone could respond, a roar tore through the chamber. The ground exploded beneath them. The staircase shuddered violently, and a blinding blast of light swallowed the upper levels. Boom! The entire structure split apart. Debris flew everywhere. The woman screamed midair. "What the hell?" They crashed hard, stone and metal raining down around them. Coughing, she struggled to push herself up, her ears ringing. The truth hit her instantly. They'd been exposed. The monster had found them. It let out another guttural snarl and slammed its tail across the ground, carving deep cracks through the altar floor. Bracing itself, the beast lowered one massive claw. The creature slammed into the ground, its bloodshot eyes burning with fury. A crushing force rippled through the air, so intense the onlookers clutched their heads, gasping for breath. Then, the beast turned. Its gaze locked onto them. Its jaws parted, releasing a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the air. Seol gritted his teeth, forcing calm into his voice. Their ambush might have failed, but as long as Hansu was here, they still had hope. From the staircase, a woman spotted him. "What are you doing just standing there?" she shouted. The man turned slightly, voice steady. "Shouldn't we be focusing on taking it down? If we work together, we can finish this." Their leader's expression tensed. Were they about to lose another fighter now, right when the end was in sight? Hansu, cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a slow stream of smoke. His eyes flicked toward the monster. "You idiots just messed it all up," he muttered. "Now it's going to recover everything." His dodging earlier had only been possible thanks to the cloud snack. But that advantage was gone now, and things were about to get much worse. The group flinched at his tone, their faces tightening. If the beast tore through these amateurs first, the fight would only get harder. "Fine," he said at last. "Why don't you all handle it yourselves?" The woman's eyes went wide as he turned to leave. She sprinted toward the stairs, shouting, "Are you seriously running away right now? Your friend's still here." Hansu didn't even turn. Her expression hardened. "Would he mind," she said bitterly, "if we used his friend as bait instead?" From a lower step, Sang-jin tilted his head. "Who are you looking for?" Before she could answer, the boy smirked. "Didn't you realize?" You all fell down the stairs. Her body went rigid. The broken steps, his smug grin. He had heard everything, and he'd done it on purpose. "You bastard," she spat. "I'll kill you." "Not happening." The survivor cut her off, his tone ice cold. His eyes lowered. "You don't have the time." The monster's tongue swept across its fangs, savoring the fear in the air. Its shadow loomed over the frozen travelers like a curtain of death. "If that thing recovers, we're finished." Seol shouted. His heart pounded as his eyes darted toward Hansu. "We need him. Without him, we're dead." Hansu scanned the area, lips curling into a faint grin. The stairs were no longer a concern. He turned to face them again. "So tell me," he said evenly, "did you come all this way just to throw your lives away?" The group leader froze. What are you talking about?" Seol's body shook. Fragments of a memory, laughter, a cruel smile, a warning flashed through his mind. The fairy's words echoed, relentless. 5 lives. Every single day. A blood-curdling scream split the silence. The beast's tongue snapped out, coiling around a helpless man and yanking him into its gaping maw. The others stood frozen, their screams dying in their throats as its jaws slammed shut. Hansu didn't move. He simply watched. Then, with a faint nod, he murmured, "Appreciate this sacrifice." As the survivor turned to leave, Hansu's voice cut through the chaos. "Why'd you do that?" The boy paused, squinting over his shoulder. He said he'd already seen through Hansu's intentions and warned him to be more careful with his words. His tone lowered, thoughtful. He'd realized something. A small, knowing smile curved his lips. "I can be useful," he said. Hansu's eyes hardened. "Then prove it." The young man blinked in disbelief. "Why should I?" Sangjin's calm answer came quick. He knew Hansu's ambitions weren't like the others. Hansu drew in a slow breath of smoke, gaze heavy beneath the shadows. "You're always 3 steps ahead," Sangjin continued. "You never hesitate. I saw it back with Song, and with the bandits." The memory flashed. Their enemies lay defeated, groaning, bleeding alive. Hansu had chosen not to finish them off, even when he could have, even when it would have made things simpler. He'd stood before the altar that loomed over the city, strength unmatched, and yet, instead of striking, he'd raised his hand and called for peace. Hansu frowned, voice low and sharp. "Why spare them? That's not like you." Sangjin didn't answer right away. Then, slowly, he lifted his hands. "Then let my hands be stained instead of yours," he said. "Take me with you. Let me fight beside you." Hansu's gaze flickered. Then he exhaled softly, eyes closing for a moment before stepping past him. He spoke without looking back. "I had no choice back then. That's why I got caught. But next time, I won't make the same mistake." Sangjin watched him walk away, the weight of his resolve settling in. There would always be obstacles in Hansu's path, so he would remove them one by one. For Hansu to reach his goal, he would become the blade that cleared the way. Hansu glanced back, his expression unreadable. "And if the world doesn't give you that chance," he asked quietly, "what if you fall behind?" Their gazes met in heavy silence, the air thick with unspoken resolve. It felt like a promise, and a warning of trials yet to come. A faint grin crossed Sangjin's face. "Then I'll get stronger," he vowed. "And when I do, you'll accept me as an ally." Hansu's eyes closed briefly before he gave his quiet reply. "Then leave." The words hit like a blade. Sangjin froze, unable to understand why his friend was still pushing him away. "Just one chance," he pleaded, rushing forward. "Let me fix what I messed up." Hansu dropped his cigarette, crushing it under his heel. He looked back, voice calm but final. "You misunderstood me." Without another glance, he turned and started walking. Just before disappearing into the shadows, he spoke over his shoulder. "Meet me here tomorrow." He pulled out a fresh pack of cigarettes, tapping one loose. "The monster won't be around by then." Confused, Sangjin frowned. "What do you mean?" Hansu didn't answer. His eyes flicked to the cigarette in his hand. "Take the runes from the bodies," he said simply, a faint smile ghosting across his face. "See you tomorrow." When his figure vanished, silence settled over the ruins. Sangjin's knees gave out. He hit the ground hard, frustration clawing at his chest. Hansu still didn't trust him. Not yet, but maybe one day that would change. A soft voice broke the stillness. Iris knelt beside him, her tone steady and cold. "You've forgotten your mission," she said. "Your duty is to save humanity." Her long hair hid her eyes as she continued, "But many will stand in your way. That's why you'll need a punisher, someone who'll do what you can't." Around them, armored warriors appeared like echoes of the past. The woman in armor raised a dagger, her movements deliberate. "Every monarch has a punisher," she said. "A hand that carries out the dirty work, so the master's focus remains pure." Hansu had once considered Anbi for that role, but Sangjin, he had already been a punisher once before, in another life. The glowing rune on his hand, now, was proof of it. Despite his doubts, Hansu decided to give him a chance. When the second training began, the survivors would scatter, shattered into glowing fragments of blue light, flung to faraway places. Hansu knew that when that day came, his view of Sangjin might change again. He smirked, turning his head slightly. If he could gain a punisher with many hands and 8 cloud snacks, then the risk was worth it. Failure wasn't an option. His focus shifted to what came next, the second hidden treasure. Somewhere deep within the dungeon, a monstrous roar shook the walls. The creature's chest caved under a barrage of blows, rubble raining from above. The condition for claiming the treasure was simple, yet brutal. The monster had to die before it destroyed the altar. Hansu tightened his grip, blade gleaming in the dim light. Then he drove it straight through the beast's chest. No one else would dare attempt this. At the far end of the chamber, a golden portal flickered to life. Hansu stepped forward, sword in hand, and disappeared into the light. The system's voice echoed through the silence. Hidden task complete. Blood dripped from his fingertips as the boy reached forward, closing his hand around the glowing treasure. A faint smile curved his lips. Resting in his palm was the legendary ring of the Vampire King, Manhwa. As he studied it, the truth clicked into place. Now he understood how the Berserker King had come to possess it and why no one else ever could. The ring's white gemstone pulsed with a brilliance that seemed almost alive. Beyond it floated countless other artifacts, suspended in the void, each radiating its own hue, a clear mark of value and rank. Ordinary artifacts could never rival superior ones. But, as always, there were exceptions. Color-shifting runes danced across the air, whispering their power. Over time, when travelers evolved their runes, certain artifacts could absorb that energy, changing color, growing stronger. And above them, all stood the most coveted of them, the single artifacts. A sudden flash exploded from the pedestal. Flames ignited in his palm as the system's message blazed before him. Number 9. The Manhwa ring, the emblem of Clementine himself. Once, the Berserker King had hidden his face behind his hand, the world trembling beneath his strength. Single artifacts weren't named for rarity, but for ownership. There was only ever one rightful wielder. And this ring, had belonged to Clementine, whose enemies had been ripped apart under its power. Now, that same power rested in Hansu's grasp. He turned the ring over, disbelief flickering in his eyes. To obtain something like this, it wasn't luck. It was proof that he had earned it. Sliding the ring onto his finger, he clenched his fist. Instantly, the system responded. System notification: only one ability can be active at a time. Total abilities: 8. Current status: colorless, one ability available. Energy surged, flooding his veins. Power of destruction: a chilling force swept through him. An ability capable of shutting down an opponent's skills, their traits, even their passive powers. A crimson warning blinked across his vision, marking the time limit. But it didn't matter. Even limited, the power to erase another's strength was an overwhelming advantage. Another screen appeared, listing the ring's hidden conditions. To awaken its full potential, one of his attributes needed to align with the colorless rune. Hansu touched his chin thoughtfully. That would demand countless magic runes, but that challenge could wait. He stepped through the golden portal. Light folded around him, and in an instant, he emerged back on the city streets. A familiar voice called out, "Did you really kill the carnivorous beast?" She ran toward him, eyes bright with relief and awe. Before he could reply, a deep, guttural roar rolled across the ruins. Her smile vanished. A massive shadow loomed behind her. The timer had run out. The altar was gone. Hansu exhaled slowly, gaze steady. "I told you this would happen," he said quietly. Then a faint smile. "And I promised I'd take responsibility for destroying it." Her face flushed, and she quickly turned away, trying to hide it. Sangjin lifted his gaze to the sky. For the first time in a long while, he felt certain he'd made the right choice. Looking back down, he spoke quietly. "We've got some time before the next training starts." Turning toward the others, he made his decision. "Let's go hunting," he said. She hesitated, her eyes falling to the ground. "I was thinking of going a different way." His head turned sharply, surprise flickering across his face. But she didn't meet his eyes. "I'm not strong enough to stay by your side forever," she said, her voice calm but steady. "Sooner or later, I'll need to stand on my own." She closed her eyes, exhaling softly. "The boy asked if I'd go with them," she continued, glancing toward the nearby group. "They said I could join, and they meant it." Hansu watched her for a moment, then nodded, realization settling in. This was the right time to part ways. The second training would scatter them anyway. He smiled faintly. "Good choice." She stayed silent, watching him as he turned to leave. Then, just as his back began to fade into the distance, she called out, "Wait." He stopped. Her brows tightened with resolve. "When we meet again," she said, "I won't give up. Not this time." A small smile touched his lips. "Then I'll hold you to that," Mihi replied gently. "Let's meet again." He nodded once, the faintest glimmer of warmth in his eyes before turning away. Just as he was about to go, his name echoed behind him. He paused, listening. Without looking back, Hansu said, my offer still stands. The choice is yours. Sang Jin's eyes widened. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his face. One that reached his eyes, his cheeks flushed with a quiet, genuine light. A week later, the fairy spread her arms wide before the assembled travelers, her voice ringing through the air. You've waited long enough. The second training begins now. Beside her, the devil covered his mouth, clearing his throat with a sly smirk. His gaze swept over the crowd. There are more of you than I expected, the assistant noted dryly. The creature's lips twisted into a grin. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The air shifted. Hansu narrowed his eyes, watching closely. Then, with a snap of her fingers, the fairy changed everything. A blinding light burst from the ground, swallowing the field. Sang Jin stumbled, eyes wide. What's happening? A girl's small voice trembled as she clutched her father's hand. All around them, panic began to spread. Hansu looked up. He understood immediately. It's starting. The light consumed them whole, then vanished. When he opened his eyes, Hansu was standing in an empty room. The others were already there, whispering in confusion. Where are we? Someone asked. A schoolgirl broke into tears, her sobs echoing in the tense silence. Then the mechanical voice of the system filled the air. System notification, all participants confirmed. Recalculation in progress before the second training commences. A brunette frowned. Recalculation? What's that supposed to mean? Several men clenched their fists in frustration, glancing around the sealed chamber. The voice returned, calm and cold. System adjustment complete. From this point forward, each room will contain no more than 7 individuals. Training will resume once this condition is met. A tense silence filled the room. 8 people stood in a circle, their eyes darting between one another. The man with glasses adjusted his frames, his brow furrowing as realization struck. We've got 8, he muttered grimly. The system's voice echoed overhead. Notice each team's environment will differ, but all must begin under the same condition. You are free to discuss and decide among yourselves. The brunette crossed his arms, expression calm. Lately, things have been too easy. Maybe a little chaos would shake things up. His gaze swept the circle, stopping on a strange, needle-like weapon hanging from a competitor's belt. That man stood tall in the center, exuding quiet confidence. The brunette hadn't seen him fight before, but the rumors were enough. This one was dangerous. A woman raised her hand, breaking the silence. No matter what, we'll have to cooperate, she said. But let's be honest, one of us has to go. She closed her eyes briefly, then looked around. Let's introduce ourselves first. At least this way, we'll know who we're dealing with. Stretching her arms slightly, she added, and how useful we might be. The first to step forward was a man with a fiery red blade in hand. My name's Daechiol, he declared, voice filled with confidence. I'll be blunt. None of you have the strength to beat me. That makes me your most valuable ally. The man in the black suit arched a brow, visibly uneasy. Nearby, another traveler narrowed his eyes, recognition dawning. That aura? QI art, he murmured. Red light rippled from Daechiol's sword. QI art, a runic technique that infused weapons and physical stats with raw mana. Powerful, unique, but not exactly ideal in this confined space. Still, Daechiol didn't seem concerned. His grip tightened, the faint glow intensifying around his fist. Next, a man with a calm demeanor stepped up. Kong Min, he introduced. Healer, if we're talking about usefulness, you'll need me just as much as your fighter. Before anyone could respond, another voice cut in, sharp and dismissive. Han Chiol crossed his arms. Combat skill. Horror type. I'll handle anything that tries to scare us. The man in the suit hesitated, his voice cracking slightly. Do we really need to eliminate someone? He asked. My family's here. There must be another way. No one answered. Then, Daechiol raised his hand. His gaze landed on the one person who hadn't spoken yet. You, he said flatly. Set the example. The woman's eyes narrowed. After a moment, she closed them briefly, then spoke. Jimin. When she opened her eyes again, a grin stretched across her face. Sharp, wild, and fearless. Before anyone could react, she moved. Wait, hold on. A nearby man stammered, stepping back. You don't have to. Too late. A purple aura burst around Jimin like a storm. In one swift motion, she blurred forward, and the sound of steel cutting through flesh followed. Blood splattered the floor. A strangled gasp escaped the warrior's lips as a blade pierced through his chest from behind. Han Chiol froze, disbelief twisting his face. The man in the suit threw himself over his family, shielding them as Jimin straightened. The blonde fighter fell forward, lifeless. Jimin twirled the blood-red stone between her fingers, her grin unshaken. The odds of getting a rune like this, she said casually, are incredibly low. Holding it up, she gestured to the rest of the runes scattered on the floor. Let's split them evenly, she suggested. No point wasting what's been earned. No one argued, but every pair of eyes watched her warily, killing so effortlessly they couldn't afford to let their guard down around her. Off to the side, the protagonist crossed his arms, gazed distant. This woman had just made things simpler for those who lacked strength. Her ruthlessness cleared the path for the weak to survive, at least for now. Nearby, a mother tightened her hold around her trembling daughter. They had died here once before, but this time, things were different. The future had changed. Hansu smirked faintly, watching it all unfold. Now, this was getting interesting. Just then, the air shimmered. From a rift in space, the fairy peeked out, clapping her hands. Congratulations. You're the first group to reach 7 members, she chirped. Her wings fluttered as she continued. Now, let's begin the next phase. The world shifted. The group blinked as the ground vanished beneath them and reformed into a vast chain of floating islands suspended in the sky. Each island was connected by narrow suspension bridges, leading higher and higher. The fairy's voice rang out again. Your mission, over the next 3 months, ascend to the dormant volcano at the center of the 2nd floor. That's your first goal. The devil appeared beside her, pointing toward the glowing peak in the distance. Reach that mountain, and a new world of adventure will open before you. The assistant's voice followed, soft and indifferent. Good luck, you'll need it. The survivors exchanged tense glances. Then, one by one, they stepped onto the bridge. Han Chiol gave a half-smile. Guess we're stuck together for a while. Might as well be friends, right? He paused mid-step, frowning. Hey, where's that guy heading? Before anyone could answer, his expression twisted in horror. Wait, stop! The bridge behind them snapped. Wood splintered. Chain screamed. The group bolted forward as the bridge crumbled into the abyss. Wind howled around them as they barely made it across. Panting, one of them looked back. The rest of the squad was racing to catch up. Overhead, the fairy appeared again, cheerful as ever. Oh, right. Almost forgot to mention, she giggled. As time passes, the lower islands will start breaking apart. That means the bridges will fall faster too. The man who'd spoken earlier clenched his fists. Would have been nice to know that sooner. He forced down his frustration and got to his feet. Fine, but seriously, where's that guy going? The soldier beside him frowned. Probably off being antisocial again. Jimin chuckled, brushing blood from her sleeve. Let's follow him. He looks like he knows what he's doing. Ahead of them, the reincarnator walked steadily, eyes fixed on the forest path winding through the island. The sunlight filtered down through the canopy, warm and blinding. Han Chiol sighed, dragging his feet. We've been walking for hours. Not a single bridge upward in sight. He glanced around, irritation growing. Are we sure he even knows where he's going? A girl lazily waved away a fly. Beats me. Han Chiol scowled. We've passed this spot before. There's nothing here. Then, noticing their leader chewing on something, he asked, What you've been eating all this time? Hansu turned, holding up a rough strip of bark. Oak, he said. Works as an antidote for fawn. Han Chiol raised an eyebrow. An antidote? For what reason? Before Hansu could respond, a deep rustle echoed from above. Branches bent, shadows shifted, and then, with a hiss that split the air, a massive serpent uncoiled from the trees, its tail snapping toward them like a whip. The serpent dropped from the branches like a thunderbolt. In a split second, Hansu grabbed his comrade by the collar and yanked him backward. Just as the beast lunged, its jaws snapping shut where the soldier had been standing. Hansu squinted, the corner of his mouth lifting. Found it. The team scattered, barely dodging the impact. Catching his breath, one of them looked up. How did you even know it was coming? Still chewing on the piece of bark, Hansu shrugged. Superpowers. The soldier blinked. What's that supposed to mean? He didn't get a finish. The snake whipped around and sank its fangs into his hand. Grunting, he tore it free and hurled it aside. A knife followed, embedding itself into the serpent's neck. The beast shrieked, thrashing wildly as its coils snapped through the air. The system's voice cut through the chaos. Rune snake identified. The creature's abilities vary according to the shifting runes etched across its scales. Han Chiol hissed in pain, clutching his bleeding hand. These monsters weren't letting up. If this kept going, his stamina wouldn't hold. He glanced over to the couple cowering nearby, the woman clutching her child. His voice hardened. Why aren't you helping? Stop hiding behind everyone else and fight. The man straightened his suit, tension flickering in his eyes. I have people to protect. I'm not risking my life for strangers. Han Shiol's expression darkened. That shouldn't matter. We're all trying to survive here. He turned toward the others lingering near the trees. And what about you? No family's holding you back. So what's your excuse? Kong Min adjusted his glasses, tone calm and measured. If I die in battle, who's going to heal you afterward? Han Shiol scoffed. You think I carry this sword just to look cool? The healer raised a finger, voice even. 3 power runes, or 1 magic rune per treatment. Your choice. Han Shiol's eyes went wide. That's insane. Jimin rolled her eyes, her tone sharp. Are we seriously haggling overpayment while that thing's still breathing? Han Shiol clenched his jaw. Maybe he was the only one here actually trying to hold things together. The man with glasses lifted his hand impatiently. Enough talk. Move. Han Shiol glared. You're getting real confident for someone who just heals. Before Kong Min could reply, a new voice echoed nearby. How do you like the place? Han Shiol sighed, lowering his sword. Better not talk about it. He tilted his head. How's it going on your end? A holographic icon. 2 machine guns crossed, flashed in the air. Not bad, came the reply. We've got a rescuer on this side. Another voice joined in, calm and commanding. Keep an eye out for strong recruits as you go. We'll need numbers for what's coming. Han Shiol ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. He wanted to move forward, but trusting someone who called himself superpowered felt like walking into a trap. Ahead of them, Jimin raised her sword, her stance unwavering. The doctor, cool and cunning, looked away, avoiding the sight of blood. And nearby, a man nervously scratched his neck. The next moment would decide who lived long enough to climb. The man scratched the side of his neck, frozen in place. Then, faintly, like a whisper bleeding into his thoughts, a voice echoed in his mind. Survival, that's all that matters. We'll meet again. Han Shiol's eyes flicked toward him, catching the faint glow of a symbol on the man's hand. It shimmered, a golden crown. So soon? He thought. It hadn't been nearly long enough for a monarch's trait to fully awaken. Above them, the golden emblem pulsed faintly in the air, its shape unmistakable. A monarch's mark. In another place, a girl stood tall before her people, raising a flag high against the wind. Every monarch had their own way of ruling. Some used rings, others magical brands, but each mark connected their chosen directly to them. Their clans shared that power, their minds linked through silent words and thought alone. Back in the forest, a sword drove through another snake's body, pinning it to the ground. Even monarchs had limits. They could only mark a handful of followers. That was why they chose carefully, marking only the most capable, the most loyal. The young man crouched, picking up a rune from the dirt. Its faint glow reflected in his eyes. He knew what he had to do, grow stronger. If he ever wanted to stand among them, to challenge them, he couldn't afford weakness. His gaze drifted across the clearing. The ground was littered with dead serpents, and yet it didn't feel over. One of his squad mates hesitated, eyes darting toward the trees. Did we really make it out of their territory? He asked, voice uncertain. The silence that followed said enough. Pushing through a wall of bushes, the reincarnator's eyes narrowed. Ahead lay a small clearing, a massive fallen tree twisted with vines and decay. Wrapped around it was the largest serpent yet. Its scales shimmered with runes, and carved into its forehead was a strange, glowing mark. The man in the suit stepped forward, lifting a cautious hand. Wait, he said. Do we really need to fight that thing? We could slip past it. Stay alive. Hanser's expression didn't change. I'll handle it alone, he said flatly. If you want to move ahead, go. The man's frustration broke through his calm. That's not what I meant. Why would you take something like this on by yourself? We're supposed to move together. Hanser's tone dropped, cold and sharp. I never planned on going with you, he said. You were just walking in the same direction. That ends here. He stepped through the brush without looking back. Jimin exhaled softly, closing her eyes. There was no point in arguing. The suited man froze, stunned. Han Shiol watched, his jaw tight, hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. He couldn't just let the kid walk into that alone. Why? He asked himself. Why was he even hesitating? The doctor scoffed beside him, his words dripping with cynicism. Because he's the only one who never once asked me for help, Kong Min said, turning slightly. People like him, those who've lived their lives on battlefields, they don't listen to anyone. Then, in a tone almost bored, he added, and people like that don't last long. Han Chiol's glare deepened. Losing someone like Han Su would be a waste, but trying to control him? That would have been impossible. The devourer snake's fangs sank deep into a tree trunk, splintering the wood as its jaw stretched impossibly wide. It moved with eerie precision, waiting, calculating. Whenever a certain magic rune pulsed to life, the beast recoiled. Yet the moment another rune appeared, it struck without hesitation. Only one rune threw off its rhythm: agility. Each time that one activated, the mark on its forehead began to shift. Hansu's eyes narrowed. The instant the runes flickered, he moved, his blade slicing through the air in a blur. The snake hissed violently, coiling and striking again. It was faster, stronger, and smarter than the common breeds. But Hansu had faced far worse. Lighting a cigarette, he exhaled slowly through the haze of smoke. A long fight won't wear me down, he thought, but it'll attract trouble. The rune snake's scales shimmered as its resistance rune activated, dulling the force of his blows. That only confirmed what he already suspected. The key wasn't to kill the beast, it was to destroy its lair. His gaze darted toward the cluster of trees at the center of the clearing, the heart of its nest. If he struck there, instinct would drive the serpent to defend it. Perfect, Hansu muttered. In one smooth motion, he lunged forward. His blade tore through the air, cutting deep into the roots of the lair. The beast shrieked. As predicted, it abandoned its guard and lunged after him in blind fury. Hansu pivoted, sidestepping effortlessly. Steel flashed. A flurry of strikes followed. Sharp, precise, relentless. And then silence. The massive serpent hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Hansu turned away, cigarette between his lips, as the corpse collapsed behind him. Done already, he murmured. Faster than expected. Among the fallen leaves, something pulsed faintly. An egg, trembling, faint runes crawling across its surface. Hansu knelt, pressing a rune against the shell. Crack spread. A small eye blinked open. From within, a tiny serpent emerged, no larger than his wrist. But its aura was different. Runes shimmered around it like living threads of light. The hatchling swallowed a rune, then immediately spat it back out. Hansu's expression shifted. So that was its ability. After consuming 3 runes, it could release any 2 of the user's choosing. Some might call that inefficient, a loss of 1 rune for every trade. But Hansu knew better. Quality mattered more than quantity. And with this creature, he could refine his strength with precision. He gently brushed a finger over its head. Rest, he said quietly. The newborn snake coiled in his hand, its tiny runes flickering softly. This was a turning point, and he knew it. With this ally, his path forward had just become clearer. Not far away, another group studied their map in frustration. Where do we go from here? A girl asked, uncertainty in her voice. A man holding the map sighed. Be patient. These things aren't exactly detailed. The suited man beside him frowned. We can't just keep moving blindly. We need to know where it's safe. He clenched his jaw. If we hadn't been left behind, this wouldn't have happened. A rustling from the bushes cut him off. The woman tensed, clutching her daughter. Stay back, a man shouted, raising his weapon. The sound grew louder. Then, a familiar figure stepped out from the trees. Relief spread through the group instantly. Hansu brushed a few leaves from his shoulder, glancing at them calmly. What are you all doing here? He asked. One of the men grinned wide. You made it. You got away from that monster. Hansu's smirk returned, cool, unreadable. Something like that, he said. Han Chiol scratched the back of his head and said casually, caught it. The man in the suit froze, disbelief written all over him. Just a scratch? That was all his friend got from that? No way. When Han Chiol asked about the others, the survivor hesitated. Earlier, Kongmin had simply crossed his arms and told the family to go. The suited man frowned. What do you mean? He asked, his tone uneasy. Splitting up now was dangerous, completely pointless, even. Han Chiol let out a short laugh. So what? You're just planning to hide behind us and take it easy. Jimin looked over her shoulder and nodded slightly. Without someone strong to rely on, dragging along weak and whiny people would only make things harder. The healer shrugged. Doesn't matter who gives me runes. I just stick with the strong ones. The suited man's face darkened. We didn't leave them. They left us. Even blocked the way so we couldn't follow. As his comrade turned away, the survivor called out, Where are you going? The boy didn't even glance back. We've wasted enough time. Let's move. The woman frowned, then gave her husband a look. He hesitated, then finally lifted his hand, signaling the family to follow. Trailing behind, the reincarnator spoke quietly. What's your plan? The man in the suit arched a brow, thinking back to his own words. With a tired sigh, he said, forget it. You go your way. We'll handle it ourselves. Han Chiol shrugged, eyes half closed. Suit yourself. Doesn't matter to me. I'm fighting alone anyway. Hansu faced off against a pack of boars. Each battle pushed his limits, sharpening his strength with every victory. He released the rune eater snake onto the grass and watched it swallow a rune hole. Strengthening his resistance first had been the right call. Picking up another stone, he muttered to himself, this should make things smoother. From the bushes, his family watched in silence. He noticed they needed food. The girl blushed, realizing how far ahead he'd grown. The woman only felt relief. At least he wasn't blaming them. The schoolgirl whispered, should we fight too? Her father shook his head. That's reckless. What matters is staying alive. The fact that we're still together, that's enough. Ahead of them, the reincarnator pressed on, and they hurried to keep up. Where are you going now? Someone asked. Han Chiol stopped at the entrance of a dark tunnel. Sunlight poured through from above, lighting his face. The survivor raised a hand to block the glare, squinting. There were people, many of them. He stared in shock. Wait, they've been heading here all along. Behind him, the family smiled in relief. They made it. They'd survived. Han Chiol turned. The moment Hansu's eyes met his, the soldier's face hardened. One glance was enough. His condition said it all. The rumors were true. He really had taken down a beast alone. Meanwhile, the fairy propped her chin on her hand, clearly irritated by the noise from the stragglers. With an exasperated sigh, she waved her arm, and the heavy door slammed shut behind them. A massive slab of stone sealed the tunnel, leaving no path back. Not far away, the devil snapped his fingers, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Let's make things more exciting, he said, triggering another large-scale event. In an instant, the scenery twisted. The survivors blinked, finding themselves standing on the shore of a mountain lake. At the dock on the first floor, the assistant stood waiting, visibly relieved. Around 75 people had made it this far. Then, a hulking figure appeared above the water, its voice booming across the area. Next event, battle for the tickets. Blue tickets shimmered into existence before each traveler. These weren't just ordinary slips of paper. They were the only way to escape the collapsing island and reach the next one. The fairy floated up, spreading her arms dramatically. Now, then, listen carefully, she said. Some islands are crawling with monsters and surrounded by lava. Others, especially those at the center and south, hold treasures beyond imagination. But don't expect it to be easy. A projection appeared above the lake, showing the map. Boats were scattered across the water, each designed to carry 3 people. To travel, every group needed at least 3 tickets. But there was a catch. If 3 people used 3 tickets, they'd be sent to separate islands. A glowing diagram appeared, displaying how boats would scatter. Some would drift toward the outskirts, others toward the center. One island pulsed with a question mark, its destination unknown. If 2 people use 3 tickets, the fairy continued, you'll land together, but you won't get to choose where. Han Chiol and Jimin exchanged a glance, listening intently as the devil raised a finger for the final rule. One person, he said, with 3 tickets, can go anywhere. The family froze. The rule changed everything. Up above, the assistant peered through his telescope, scanning the islands. His voice turned grim. The islands will start collapsing from the outside in. Where you land will decide your chances of survival. Secure your advantage now, or you won't have one later. A digital timer appeared in the air. 30 minutes until the starting island crumbled. 25 boats lined the crater's shore. The fairy's grin widened, eyes glinting with amusement. Remember, she said sweetly, only survival matters. And the more chaos, the more fun this gets. Just like that, panic erupted. People lunged at each other, shouting, clawing, desperate to snatch tickets before time ran out. A young man stood frozen, frustration flickering across his face. Stopping this madness was impossible. Before he could move, someone shouted his name. Not far away, a man in a suit had fallen to his knees. His head hung low as he pleaded, voice trembling. Please help my family. Just this once. Without raising his gaze, he continued. explaining their situation. They needed more tickets, enough to reach the central island safely. His ally only laughed, eyes gleaming with wild amusement. "You're strong, aren't you?" he taunted. "Shouldn't be hard for you to grab a few tickets yourself." The man looked up, desperation burning in his eyes. "If you just take a few extra and pass them to us," he urged, "we can all make it there together." Then, he pressed his forehead to the ground and begged him to spare the innocent. The reincarnator looked away. "It's time you took responsibility for yourselves," he said. "Mind your own business." The survivor scoffed. "You have no sympathy at all." Before he could continue, Han Sheol stepped forward. Without hesitation, he kicked the traveler aside and grabbed him by the collar. "Shut up," Han Sheol snapped. "I just want my tickets and to go." The soldier turned to the protagonist with an offer. He'd travel with them and even hand over his tickets if needed. He admitted he disliked the others in the group, despite being on the same side. Han Sheol clenched his fist. "If you're so strong, why not team up with someone on your level?" he challenged. The soldier raised his hand and revealed a glowing symbol. "This isn't just a skill," he explained. "It's a power awakened by a friend. One you could have too." He added that their leader had already agreed to give it to him, and that traveling alone was a hassle. Hansu stared at the mark, then shook his head. "I'm not interested." The survivor's eyes widened. "What? Do you even understand what you're turning down?" he demanded. He tried to convince Hansu, pressing the value of the clan and what he would gain. Hansu turned away, thinking of his comrades and the bond they'd formed in the forest. He made his choice. He would follow the monarch. It was the path to his goal. Cho let out a small sound. "So that's how it is." He flicked his wrist and tossed a ticket at Hansu's feet. "I stole this from that worthless man," he said, pointing to the fallen survivor. "Take it or don't. Consider it a gift for later. We'll be seeing each other again." The soldier left without another word. Hansu glanced at the ticket on the ground and remained unmoved. The tricks wouldn't work on him. None of it mattered right now. The moment other travelers saw the ticket, chaos erupted. A mob surged forward, desperate to grab it. Someone snatched it first, but the fight continued. Hansu stood to the side and watched as survivors clawed at each other for a chance to escape. A flash of silver cut through the melee, a knife. Kian lunged at a man to protect her father. The attacker seized her by the vest and, realizing they were from the same family, spoke in a cold tone. "Perfect. Then you could die together." From above, the fairy watched the chaos unfold, resting her chin on her hand with a wicked smile. The parents' cries for their daughter echoed through the air, raw, broken, and exactly as intended. Every tear, every scream, all part of the design. This wasn't just survival. It was entertainment. Below, the battlefield of puppets danced on cue, and the devil's unseen hands tugged at every string. Even death was nothing more than a piece of the show. Through the noise, a voice called out, asking why the young man had rejected Han Chiol's offer. Jimin folded her arms, her eyes fixed on him. The reincarnator didn't flinch. "Personal reasons," he said flatly. "What do you want?" A faint smile crossed her face. "Then maybe you'll consider mine." She stepped closer, removing her glove and offering her hand. But Hansu shook his head again. Jimin exhaled softly, not surprised. Before turning away, she threw one last question over her shoulder. "You're not staying behind because of sympathy, are you?" Her voice sharpened. "You're not that soft." Hansu gave a faint smirk, but stayed silent. She was the last one. Everyone else who could leave already had. One by one, the boats rose into the air until only a single vessel remained in the crater. Down below, silence followed. No one would ever know what happened here. Bodies covered the ground, some bleeding, most lifeless. Those who survived could barely stand. Behind Hansu, shadows trembled and begged for help. He wanted to save them, but he couldn't. Not here, not under the fairy's control. Above, the devil floated lazily, his grin stretching wider as he observed the despair below. Hansu turned from the pleading faces, tightening his grip on his sword. If he hesitated now, everything he'd fought for would mean nothing. His hand shook. "Forgive me," he whispered. He already knew what awaited those left behind. The remaining travelers fell into the acid river, their screams cutting through the air. The fairy clapped her hands in delight as their bodies melted away, her laughter ringing across the crater. Hansu raised his arms, his blue eyes blazing. "Complain all you want," he said. He wasn't letting them die for her amusement. This was his way of granting mercy. Above him, the floating islands gleamed in the light. The rune-eater snake on his shoulder coiled tighter, swallowing another rune as it hissed softly. Fascinating, Hansu murmured, but the moment passed as quickly as it came. The assistant crossed his arms and nodded with approval. As expected from a rising star, he said. We never talk for fun. The devil chuckled, hovering just behind him. I'll be waiting for our next encounter. Hansu glanced down, his face unreadable. He felt no regret. He hadn't come back to save everyone. He'd come to win. In this world, hesitation was death. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he focused on what lay ahead. The central island. As the last boat rose into the air, he stepped aboard. The wind caught his hair, the light fading behind him. And just like that, he moved on to the next stage. At the center of the island rose a towering clock tower, its shadow stretching across the land like a silent guardian. A system voice echoed through the air, congratulating the 1,921 travelers who had made it this far, welcoming them to the land of opportunity. Beneath the endless blue sky, the castle stood tall, with crimson roofs glinting under the sun. Here, on the central island, three things mattered above all else. Defending the crystal sealed within the castle, growing stronger through the island's dungeon, and surviving the monster waves that would soon descend upon them. The massive pink crystal shimmered with radiant light, its glow spilling across the castle's open doors. Beams of sunlight cut through the darkness inside, touching the grand hall beyond. But within those halls, an army of skeletons marched forward, armor clattering, eyes burning an eerie red. Hold the line, the hero shouted. From the castle walls, defenders loosed arrows and swung their blades, trying to push back the tide. But panic began to spread. We're out of men, a boy yelled. The hero's jaw tightened. His sword met bone and steel, sparks flashing with every strike. Then a sickening sound. A skeleton's blade sliced clean through a girl's neck. The hero's voice broke into a desperate roar. Just hold on. If we endure a little longer, we'll live to see another day. Among the fighters, one man raised his trembling hand, exhaustion hollowing his face. Last another month? Are you insane? We need reinforcements. The hero turned, barking an order for everyone to stay in formation. Then came a crack of light, pure energy ripping through the air, shaking the ground. Pebbles rose from the floor as a shriek split the battlefield. Inside the castle, a young man slammed his palm against the ornate table. We need order, he shouted. The hero stood, frustration in every breath. Their defenses had fallen on the first day. The losses were unbearable. How long could they keep this up? Young-wook scowled. At this rate, we won't just lose the crystal, we'll all die here. And Juyun folded her hands, voice calm but uncertain. We should wait for the other monarchs before making any decisions. Xia crossed her arms, unimpressed. The strongest are already here, she said flatly. The rest don't matter. Li Guktae raised a brow. Then what's your brilliant plan? Young-wook spread his arms. Our biggest problem is manpower. We need more protectors, even if it means forcing those who haven't joined a clan. Xia's eyes narrowed. And how do you plan to control unaligned travelers? Young-wook's frown deepened. We pressure them. Talking won't work, not in a place this lawless. He leaned forward, both hands on the table. The next wave hits in 3 hours. If we're not ready, no one here will survive. The hero's voice cut through the rising tension. So what? We just sit back and wait to die. Li Guktae tilted his head, his tone sharp. And if the clan alliance joins us, can you promise that'll change anything? The hero let out a sharp breath. Sending more people into the dungeon isn't something we can decide lightly. Outside the window, the meeting room came into view, a circle of heroes seated around a massive table. Someone spoke up, pointing out what everyone had already realized. Their numbers had grown. They now rivaled the clan alliance. A new force had emerged, the Basement Alliance, a wild, unpredictable faction that refused to follow anyone's rules. The question now was simple. Could the clan alliance, with all its defenses and structure, actually keep them in check? A vision flickered through the hero's mind. Rows of weary travelers standing before a heavy wooden gate. Young-wook turned from the window, his tone firm. Send the frontline clans into the dungeon, he said. And Jiyun shot to her feet. And who's supposed to defend the castle while they're gone? A girl across the table chimed in. Then the smaller clans should go first. We can't afford to risk the main forces. Xia closed her eyes and exhaled. The conversation was spiraling nowhere. Everyone wanted to protect their own. No one had a real plan. Biting her finger, she looked away, thoughts spinning. If all 1,900 of us focused on defense, maybe then we'd stand chance. Once survival had united them. But that changed the moment a single fighter returned from the dungeon, holding a relic of immense power. Greed took root. Clans began abandoning their posts, one after another, chasing strength instead of safety. By a massive sword embedded in the ground, a few battered warriors stood catching their breath. A girl clutched a glowing stone to her chest. Beside her, a boy tightened his grip around a golden necklace. She had chewed her nail absently. How are we supposed to protect the crystal for an entire month like this? The door suddenly burst open. A girl stepped inside. Shia's shoulders tensed. Her patience snapped. She raised a hand. I don't have time for your nonsense. Jimin's smirk was brief. Relax. I'm not here to play games. I've got news. Shia narrowed her gaze. Then say it. Fast. Jimin's tone hardened. Someone's out there fighting the Basement Alliance, alone. What? Shia's eyes widened. That's insane. How could anyone even? A faint, panicked voice cut through the distance. I never promised I wouldn't go. The heroes turned toward the sound. A young man stumbled forward, falling to his knees, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped from his chin as he forced the words out. 2 more days, he panted. I'll hunt for 2 more days. Then I'll come back. I'll join you. But first, I have to get stronger. Around him, the room went silent. The air shimmered with energy, threads of light curling from his body like smoke. Then, impact. A strike from nowhere slammed into his shoulder, knocking him backward. He gasped, clutching the wound as blood seeped through his fingers. No words escaped his mouth. Across the room, a hero took a long drag from his cigarette and exhaled a thin stream of smoke. That's enough, he said coolly. Starting tomorrow, everyone fights upstairs. No more hiding. The young man staggered, instinct pulling him forward. Don't move, the hero warned, raising a hand. But the boy took another step. Something felt wrong. The power radiating from the man, his characteristics, were weaker than his own. And yet, he couldn't win. He knew he couldn't. His hand trembled as he reached out. I need my weapon, he whispered. A ripple of tension rolled through the crowd. Someone muttered, Who does this guy think he is? The hero didn't bother answering. He moved. A flash of silver tore through the air, his blade glowing as streams of energy flared from its edge. He lunged straight for the dark-haired young man. The boy twisted aside, thoughts racing. That knife, it's enhanced, a skill that boosts its cutting power. He lifted his palm, eyes narrowing. Colorless rank, not bad for an artifact. In a blur, he stepped forward and clamped a hand around the hero's throat. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Shouts followed. Finish him. Do it. But the boy hesitated, frowning. The knife hadn't pierced him. The blade's skill hadn't triggered. So he's got some kind of defense, huh? The dark-haired hero smirked. My turn. A punch landed, hard. His fist slammed into the young man's jaw, sending him staggering back. He didn't want to kill anyone, not yet. Every fighter here was still a potential asset, but holding back strength came at cost. The young man hit the ground, breath ragged, vision swimming. Around him, the crowd stood frozen, stunned into silence. He let out a low sigh. No point in talking to them. They won't listen anyway. The dark-haired hero glanced down, smirking. Guess I've got one last cigarette left. That'll do. Outside, Youngwook and Shia stepped into the courtyard and froze. The shock on their faces said it all. Who is that? Someone whispered. Inside the chamber, a new figure sat calmly at the table opposite the other monarchs. Shia and Injuyun exchanged tense glances. The hero's brow furrowed. So this is the one Han Shiol mentioned, but that creature on his shoulder. What is it? The dark-haired stranger crossed his arms, his tone calm but commanding. Starting tomorrow, the Basement Alliance and the Clan Alliance will operate as one. We'll rotate between defense and hunting. If anyone has a problem with that, speak now. Hansu's gaze swept across the room, meeting every leader's eyes. You can't expect people to follow rules if they're not part of the system, he said. We bring in everyone capable of fighting. If they refuse, we make them join. Every outside force follows our command. No exceptions. Shia's eyes widened slightly. This plan benefits us more than him. So what's his angle? Li Guktae raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, what do you want out of all this? A smirk tugged at the man's lips. Strange question. You think someone with this much power stirs up the world for no reason? Hansu exhaled slowly, expression unreadable. As long as order is maintained, I don't need to interfere. Li Guktae narrowed his eyes. And if that changes, what if one day you decide to turn on us? Hansu stood abruptly, the air around him shifting. I don't have time for useless talk, he said, his grin faint but sharp. But since you're all so paranoid. His form shimmered, then vanished. Youngwook's eyes went wide. He's gone. Weapons were drawn instantly, scraping against armor and wood. Stay alert. Shia's voice rang out. He could strike at any moment. Lee Guktae scowled, drawing his sword in one sharp motion. It's just an invisibility trick. He can't have gone far. A shift in the air, an almost imperceptible pressure. Then a blade pressed cold against his throat. Hansu stood behind him, calm as ever, his voice edged with quiet amusement. Did you really think I couldn't strike if I wanted to? Lee Guktae froze, eyes wide. For a moment, he couldn't tell if this was sleight of hand or something far beyond his understanding. Had the boy actually summoned a presence powerful enough to crush his senses completely? The realization hit like a stone. He'd been outplayed from start. Hansu's gaze was steady. This ability, this power, wasn't new. It was something he'd gained just before coming here. The pattern had remained consistent so far, and he had no intention of breaking it now. Lee Guktae dropped to his knees, palms pressed to the floor, trying to steady his breath. Hansu stepped back and spoke evenly, his tone carrying through the hall. Calm down. I'm not here to start a fight. His words were firm but measured. Now isn't the time for rivalry. Each of you has a role to play. If we focus on that, this alliance will hold. For a long moment, no one spoke. Finally, Lee Guktae rose to his feet, rubbing at his neck as if still unsure what had just happened. Hansu turned and walked down the long corridor of the castle, his steps echoing softly against the stone. Forming this alliance wouldn't be easy, not after so much distrust, but it didn't need to happen overnight. He could wait. This was just the beginning. Bigger problems loomed ahead. That was when Jimin appeared, blocking his path. Hold it, she said. You're not just going to walk off again. Hansu stopped, frowning slightly. Jimin raised an eyebrow, reminding him of their last conversation. You brushed me off before, she said. But this time, I expect a real answer. Particles of light shimmered in the air between them, faint and shifting like fireflies. I'm asking again, she said softly, stepping closer and placing a hand on his shoulder. Join us. Traveling alone can't be easy. Or, she tilted her head, do you already have someone? Hansu's face darkened. He turned his gaze away without a word. Jimin's eyes sharpened. I heard you were with a girl named Mihi, she said. At Gangnam Station. The silence that followed said more than words ever could. His expression gave her all the confirmation she needed. With a faint smile, Jimin brushed past him. Well, it doesn't really matter. But it'd be nice if you joined our clan. Hansu stood still, silent, lost in thought. She turned back one last time, smirking, not even pretending to listen. Figures. Her tone softened into something teasing. You're an annoying bastard, you know that? And with that, she walked away. Hansu exhaled quietly, leaning against the castle window. Outside, the battlefield stretched below. The walls cracked and burned. Fighters sprawled among rubble and smoke. A commanding voice rang out over the chaos, ordering the fallen to be gathered. Supplies were still needed, and the healers were told to pull back. Hansu turned to the sergeant beside him. The southern walls holding up. Barely. The man nodded. Good. I've sent the wounded below deck to recover. The rest are standing by. He paused, studying Hansu's expression. How's your clan holding up? Hansu exhaled slowly. This time, we actually managed a solid defense. Every post is holding. Below the walls, the battlefield was a graveyard of shattered bones. Skeletal remains lay strewn across the ground, skulls split clean through by blade strikes. The Basement Alliance, once divided and uncertain, had finally fought as one. They'd held their ground. All around him, exhausted warriors slumped against the ramparts, catching their breath in silence. Hansu looked out over the ruined field. Thanks to them, he said quietly, we avoided any major losses. The sergeant gave a tired grin. Maybe so, but we can't start getting comfortable. His eyes swept over the heaps of broken skeletons. If next time's worse, do we even have a choice? Hansu didn't answer. He just stood there, the wind tugging at his hair as he turned his gaze away. Incredible, someone said nearby. You handled all that alone? The sergeant chuckled under his breath. He could already imagine asking Hansu that question himself, but he knew what kind of answer he'd get. The boy would just shrug, maybe mutter something vague. If he had an ounce of humility, the sergeant thought he'd have invited him into the clan already. But that was between Hansu and whatever gods were watching over him. Still, he couldn't deny it. At this rate, they might actually stand a chance. Maybe, just maybe, they could keep surviving wave after wave. Then Hansu's sharp voice broke through the calm. Sergeant, look, something's in the air. All eyes turned upward. From behind the clouds, a figure descended gracefully, the fairy assistant. She smiled, floating just above them. Waiting for me, she asked, her tone almost sing-song. The air tightened instantly. Her appearance was never good news. Have you all enjoyed your rest these last 2 days? She continued, her smile never fading. Uneasy glances passed between the heroes. They knew the pattern by now. Whenever she appeared, the next trial wasn't far behind. Sensing their fear, the fairy giggled softly. Oh my, you all look so tense. How dull. She clapped her hands once. Let's make things interesting. A mischievous spark lit her eyes. Starting today, demons will join the battlefield. A cold murmur rippled through the group. These creatures, she went on, are far stronger than the undead you've been facing. She tilted her head with mock sympathy. But don't worry too much. Unlike those boring skeletons, demons drop something valuable when you kill them. With a flick of her wrist, an illusion shimmered into the air. An enormous, horned demon, its claws wrapped around glowing gems that pulsed like embers. These, the fairy said, pointing to the glittering stones at the creature's feet, can be exchanged for powerful artifacts. There's even a shop made just for this stage. Whispers broke out among the fighters as translucent system windows flickered before their eyes. Men and women stared at the glowing menus, speechless. Hansu's brows lifted as he scrolled through the options, his expression unreadable. The fairy caught his reaction and smiled knowingly. Oh, and one more thing, she added sweetly. Those crystals aren't just for weapons or gear. She waved a finger, and another window appeared, an icon of a running figure. See this? She said, her voice lilting. 600 crystals. That's all it takes to buy an escape ticket. A nearby hero squinted at the glowing system window. It says up to 5 people can go together. The fairy clapped her hands, laughing in delight. Exactly. So go on, give it your best, and start collecting. Before anyone could even process her words, the air split open with a violent surge of red energy. In front of the castle gates, a massive clawed hand reached out from a swirling portal, long, black talons glinting under the light. Then came the grin, twisted, inhuman, a face stretched by malice and hunger. The creature arched its back and let out a deep, rumbling laugh that vibrated through the ground. Incoming, someone shouted. The heroes froze. Not a single soul dared move. The demon stepped forward, its gaze sweeping the crowd. Everyone wanted those crystals, but who would risk being the first to face it? Through the tense silence, Hansu's voice cut clear and steady. Step back. He pushed off the wall in one swift motion, his blade flashing in the sunlight as he launched himself into the air. With a sharp swing, he brought his sword down in a powerful arc. The demon raised one arm, catching the strike with terrifying ease. Sparks scattered as steel met skin that felt more like iron. A cruel grin twisted its face, energy crackling in its other hand. Hansu leapt backward just as a blast of crimson light exploded from the demon's palm. The shockwave split the air, shaking the castle walls. He landed hard, exhaling through gritted teeth. Expected. A degraded version, but still dangerous. He tightened his grip on the hilt. Normal attacks won't cut it, and I'm out of cloud snacks. His defenses held strong, thanks to the rune eater snake coiled at his side, but his offense was weak. He needed speed. The demon roared, spreading its arms as bright streams of energy flared behind it like burning wings. At that moment, light surged beneath Hansu's feet. A system notification blinked before his eyes. Light boots of a scoundrel. Speed increased for 1 minute. A faint smirk touched his lips. Speed, huh? That'll do. In an instant, he was gone. A streak of light tore across the battlefield, zigzagging faster than the eye could follow. The demon spun, but Hansu was already behind it, his sword flashing in rapid succession. Steel clashed. Sparks flew. Dozens of luminous slashes hung in the air, cutting through the demon's guard. Then, impact. His blade carved across its chest, leaving a glowing wound that pulsed with fading energy. The demon's bright eyes widened. Its hand snapped forward, unleashing a torrent of searing light. Hansu braced himself, bringing his sword up just in time. Boom! The explosion shook the castle grounds. Dust and shattered stone filled the air. From behind his blade, Hansu's expression didn't waver. The faint glow around his weapon told the story. Nirmaha's ring of destruction had activated. Every attack, every burst of power that touched his sword was neutralized on contact. From the ramparts, soldiers could only stare in disbelief. Is he seriously fighting that thing alone? One whispered. The sergeant's brows furrowed. Just how much stronger has he gotten? Beside him, a soldier turned to Hanchiol, voice urgent. We can't let this chance slip by. Hanchiol looked up, uncertain. You're saying we should join the fight? He hesitated, glancing at the chaos below. Is that really a good idea? Young-wook frowned. If we don't, someone else will. You really want to just stand here and watch? Almost as if answering him, a group of warriors vaulted off the castle walls, shouting as they charged. There's only one demon. We're not missing this fight. Jimin raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Not really my kind of entertainment, she muttered. Turning to Shia, she asked, And you? Shia folded her arms, eyes fixed on the battlefield. We wait. Jimin's lips curved into a grin. Oh, so you're curious too. You want to see what Hansu can really do. Down below, several heroes rushed toward the demon, weapons gleaming. Hansu turned his head slightly, his brows twitching upward. Reckless. They had no idea what they were getting into. The demon hadn't used its racial skill yet. If it unleashed it now, anyone nearby would be obliterated. Their interference could get them all killed. He didn't have time to babysit amateurs. Hansu's focus sharpened. The towering demon stood before him, eyes glowing like embers in the dark. Something wasn't right. It hadn't attacked with its full power. That meant either hesitation or restriction. The demon tilted its head, studying him with a mocking glint. Hansu's mind raced. Demons each have unique racial skills, random, deadly. Could this one have an area of effectability? As if to answer, red energy spiraled into the demon's palm, bright enough to burn through the haze. Hansu's voice cut through the noise. Fall back. If you're too close, you'll die. A bespectacled hero hesitated. Wait, you're saying we should just watch? You can't take that thing alone. Another hero shook his head, defiant. We need to be close enough to land the last hit. The demon's grin widened. Power pulsed in its hands, and then it roared. A storm of crimson fire burst outward as it unleashed its racial skill. Hellfire. The flames carved through the air like living serpents, devouring everything they touched. About an artifact, one hero shouted, raising his shield. It'll block minor flames. Another clicked his tongue. TCH, if I finish it off, the loot's mine. Hansu's voice tore through their chatter. Run. It was too late. Hellfire exploded across the field, engulfing everything in a sea of red. Screams erupted as the ground split and burned. The warriors scattered in panic, their courage swallowed by the inferno. The demon stepped forward through the blaze, laughter echoing across the ruined battlefield. And through that storm of heat and smoke, Hansu didn't move. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he smirked faintly. Hellfire, huh? The flames curled toward him, but his blade was already gleaming. He tightened his grip and swung, clean and precise. A burst of pure light tore through the fire, slicing it apart. Destruction slash. The explosion that followed rattled the earth. From the walls, soldiers gasped. Did he just cut through the flames? Dust and ash settled. The ground was scorched, craters stretching as far as they could see. Hansu lowered his sword, eyes narrowing as he faced the towering demon. This isn't just another monster. His heartbeat steadied. His resolve hardened. Right here, right now, he was the only one who could fight it. The demon extended a clawed hand, flames spiraling wildly around him. His grin stretched wider, eyes blazing as they locked onto the protagonist. Then, with a burst of heat, he lunged, talons slicing through the air like blades. Hansu froze for a moment, his breath catching in his throat. His hands trembled as his gaze fell on the hero, standing tall, sword buried deep in the ground like an anchor in the chaos. He clenched his fists, frustration twisting inside him. Is he really just a traveler like us? They had started this journey together. So how had the distance between them grown so vast? Hansu swung his blade, cutting straight through the stream of fire rushing toward him. They needed a plan. If this battle dragged on, they'd lose everything. Young-wook scanned the field, his brows furrowed. Behind him, Sergeant Shia covered her mouth in shock, while Jimin watched with a faint smirk. The demon roared, a guttural sound that shook the ground as sparks of raw energy surged around its body. The protagonist lifted his head, his eyes locked on the monstrous figure before him. A man in a cloak raised his hand high, signaling everyone to brace for the next assault. The clan began to regroup. The tide of battle was shifting. Later, Jimin leaned against a cracked wall, arms folded. Silence hung in the air until a voice broke through it. If you're waiting for him, you're wasting your time. She turned slightly. What are you talking about? Han Shiol sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I mean, it's pointless. I've waited here before. It never changes anything. Jimin's eyes narrowed. Who exactly are you waiting for? Han Su. Han Shiol replied quietly. Who else? A tense moment passed before he spoke again. So, were you sent here by the monarch? The hero's expression shifted, his tone low but sharp. Be straight with me. We're alone here. You know as well as I do the clan alliance is hanging by a thread. His eyes hardened. And you know the reason. Jimin studied him carefully. Why tell me this? Before he could continue, his eyes darted toward the shadows. He stiffened. Jimin frowned. What is it? Thought I was being watched, he muttered. Meanwhile, Li Guktae stood by a tall window, overlooking the city below. It's been some time since Hansu started monopolizing the demons, he said. And still, he hasn't made a single move. A young man beside him frowned. No reports either. The clan's been monitoring him, but something's off. A girl nearby added, all he does is defend the fortress, hunt demons, and occasionally dive into dungeons. Thanks to him, our defenses are stronger, but she turned toward Guktae. There's another issue. The independents, those refusing to join any clan, keep clashing with the clans. Guktae rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I expected as much. A man like him, standing apart from every faction, it was bound to stir conflict. His gaze hardened. Even the clan alliance is being forced to follow his lead. He exhaled slowly, voice low and firm. That's why I've already made my preparations. A group stepped forward, the tension thick in the air. Li Guktae's lips curved into a knowing smirk. If our strength falters, we lose control, he said evenly. And once that happens, everything we've built collapses. That's not an option. Among the gathered crowd, a figure in a crimson robe stood tall and steady. Guktae's eyes glinted as he turned toward the new arrivals. You came at the perfect time, he said, spreading his arms. Let's discuss the future of the clan alliance. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, broken weapons littered the ground, swords and spears still lodged in the body of the fallen beast. The protagonist stood silently, both hands gripping his blade. He lowered his head. This was meaningless. The last spear slipped from his grasp, clattering against the dirt. Hansu exhaled, raising one hand as a pale serpent coiled loosely around his neck, its tongue flicking in the air. He began counting. This made 60. Finally, he had gathered enough. High-tier artifacts shimmered inside the crystal shop's display. Shields, potions, swords, axes, each glowing faintly, pulsing with power. Most were clan-exclusive, each one capable of shifting the balance of war. If those crystals fell into clan hands, chaos would follow. Hansu couldn't allow that. He needed to move before it was too late. His gaze lifted to the system window hovering before him. I have a bigger goal in mind, he muttered. A notification chimed. Exchange complete. 60 crystals deducted. The air rippled as streams of light converged, solidifying into chains of gleaming iron. Hansu's smirk deepened. He'd mastered countless weapons, but this one felt alive. The chains twisted, forming a sharp, dual-bladed sickle, sleek, balanced, deadly. The system identified it as Judgment of the Decratos. Hansu turned the weapon in his hand, the metal catching the light. This should make the next battles a lot easier. He gave one of the blades a casual spin. Dust rose from the ground, then stopped. The soil began to crack, and skeletal hands broke through the dirt. The undead had returned. Hansu's grin widened. 10 days remained until the siege ended. Plenty of time to see who would make their move next. In his mind, he saw Guktae's sharp grin and the shadows lurking behind him, waiting, watching. Then the atmosphere shifted. A small figure floated into view, a fairy assistant. Her faint, unnatural smile made everyone's skin crawl. This round has been quite entertaining, she said lightly, her voice echoing in the silence. To those of you who've lasted this long, we've prepared something special. The ground suddenly quaked beneath them. A violent tremor spread outward, pulsing with an unfamiliar energy. Panic erupted. This wasn't another wave. A dark aura rolled across the field, swallowing the light. All around them, the The corpses of monsters began to move. Gasps broke out as the dead creature's eyes snapped open, glowing with a sinister purple hue. Shattered limbs and torn bodies fused together, drawn toward one another as if pulled by an unseen force. Inside the fortress, the chaos deepened. The remains twisted and merged into something unholy, a single, shifting mass that pulsed with life. From that grotesque pile, a figure slowly rose. A girl. Her horns curved outward from her skull, and liquid dripped down her face as she lifted her head. The demon had arrived. The fairy assistant's voice echoed through the chaos, tinged with amusement. And so, your next challenge begins. The demon spread her wings wide, shadows rippling through the air as she prepared to strike. Hovering above, the assistant crossed his tiny arms, a grin curling on his face. "If you were human," he said lightly, "I'd tell you to stay far away from the fortress walls. Not that it would help, of course," he chuckled. "There's no escaping this." He lifted a finger, his tone playful yet cold. "That leaves you with two choices. 1. Stay and fight the undead swarm heading straight for you. 2. Escape using a crystal." His grin widened. "But here's a little warning. These undead aren't the same as before. There's always one more option." The air fell silent as his words sank in. Face the demon herself. Inside the fortress, shock rippled through the group. One of the boys spoke up, voice trembling. No one had ever mentioned a demon king before. Another answered quickly, eyes darting to the fairy. The assistant looked completely unconcerned, casually filing his nails. "Well," he said, almost bored, "I didn't bring it up because, honestly, most travelers never make it this far." He smirked. Since hardly anyone survives to meet her, it didn't seem worth mentioning. Tension spread fast. Whispers filled the hall as everyone learned the truth. The escape crystal would only activate 30 minutes after the undead assault began. Worse, it could only carry 500 people. That meant half of them were already doomed. But there was still one hope. If they managed to defeat the Demon King, everyone could escape. A timer suddenly appeared in the air, ticking down relentlessly. The fairy helper, voice oddly calm this time, explained that since this was a special event, he'd give them time to decide. Someone cursed under his breath. They had thought they only needed to survive a month. Now, it was far from over. A sharp clap cut through the noise. Lee Guktae stepped forward, his expression resolute, fist clenched tight. "All we have to do is hold out for 30 minutes, he declared. "Survive, reach the crystal, and escape. That's it." He raised his voice. "Clan Alliance. Head toward the crystal. Everyone else, prepare to defend the front lines." But not everyone agreed. A man wearing glasses glared at Guktae, fury flashing in his eyes. He saw immediately. Guktae's plan was nothing more than a way for the clans to save themselves, abandoning the rest. Their eyes locked, the tension sharp as steel. Lee Guktae didn't flinch. "If you've got a better plan," he snapped, "let's hear it." The man's jaw tightened, but Guktae pressed on, his tone growing darker. "Even that first demon we faced wiped out dozens with a single blow. So tell me, how exactly do you plan to defeat the Demon King?" He turned to face the entire crowd, his voice echoing off the walls. "Would you rather fight and die like moths to a flame, or survive together and reach the next island?" The man with glasses hesitated, his anger faltering for the first time. From the sidelines, Ji-yoon smirked, clearly amused by the entire exchange. Their safety seemed guaranteed. The alliance with the Smog clan had already secured their protection. At least that's what they believed. But then, a lone voice rose above the noise. Someone stepped forward defiant. "The only way we all survive is by defeating the Demon King." A hush fell. Ji-yoon stiffened, unease written in the tension of his movements. Across from him, Hansu stood calm and steady. "If we defeat the Demon King," Hansu said plainly, "everyone who survives will be able to escape." Ji-yoon's jaw tightened, irritation flashing in his eyes. Hansu was interfering again, and this time, in front of everyone. Lee Guktae stepped closer, his gaze sharp and skeptical. "Are you sure you'll survive?" he asked. Hansu simply shrugged. "Who knows?" His tone was casual, but his next words cut deep. "But if you run for that crystal, more than half of you will die. Maybe all of you." Silence hung heavy. Then, a girl in the crowd laughed quietly. "In that case," she said, "I'd rather follow him." Her smile sharpened. "Why trust clan leaders who only care about themselves? If we're going to fight, I'll side with someone who doesn't plan to abandon us." She turned to Hansu. What do you think? Her words sparked something in the others. Fists began to rise. Voices joined hers, one after another, rallying behind Hansu. The fear in their eyes faded, replaced by raw determination. Seeing the shift, Juyun's clan exchanged uneasy glances before deciding to align with him as well. Soon after, Xia stepped forward, announcing that her group would also stand with Hansu. Juyun's face darkened. If things continued like this, Hansu's influence would grow out of control. One way or another, he'd have to be dealt with. His eyes flicked to his men. If they could break the group's morale now, chaos would follow. In that confusion, Hansu could be taken down. But before Jiyun could make a move, Hansu turned sharply, his glare cutting through the tension. Save your plans to kill me for later, he warned. Then he moved. Hansu's weapon slammed into the ground beside Jiyun with explosive force, the impact shaking the floor. In one fluid motion, he yanked it back, the blade catching the light. You sure you can handle the consequences? Jiyun froze. He'd barely escaped being cut down. Li Guktae quickly stepped in, his tone steady but tight. Not now, he said. We wait. There's still time. He cast a quick glance at Hansu. For now, they would follow his lead. But when the opportunity came to escape, he'd take it. The decision was made. Before they could move forward, Hansu stepped toward the crystal, his expression unreadable. Let's make sure we're all committed, he said. In one swift motion, he swung his weapon. The chain coiled tightly around the crystal's surface. With a sharp pull, cracks spidered across it, spreading fast. A thunderous crack echoed through the hall as the crystal shattered, exploding into glittering fragments. Jiyun and Li Guktae froze. Their faces drained of color. Gasps rippled through the crowd as panic erupted. What have you done? Someone shouted. Hansu turned toward them, voice firm and unwavering. We're heading to the fortress, he said. We don't need the crystal anymore. The thought of escape only makes us weaker. His words hit hard, settling like stone. One by one, the shouts died down. The fear in their eyes faded, replaced by something else, resolve. The hesitation was gone. For the first time, everyone moved as one. Hands rose into the air, voices uniting in a thunderous roar. Follow Hansu. Kill the Demon King. But Hansu raised a hand, stopping them cold. Don't follow me, he said firmly. Look ahead. Fight for your own sake. The timer hit 0. The fortress doors groaned open, metal grinding against stone. A thin beam of light cut through the darkness, spilling across the hall and revealing the path forward. Someone whispered in disbelief. This doesn't feel like the same fortress. And it wasn't. The air itself had changed, thick, heavy, and suffocating. As they stepped inside, the flicker of candles lined the corridor, their flames burning an eerie shade of purple. Shadows danced across the cracked stone walls, twisting with every step they took. At the far end of the hall, the light disappeared into darkness. The group slowed, weapons raised, every footstep echoing too loudly. Then a voice drifted out from the shadows. Smooth, mocking, amused. It took you long enough, the Demon King purred. You've come all this way for a little fun, and now you want to leave? Her laughter rang through the hall. I can't let you do that. Before anyone could react, the massive doors behind them slammed shut with a deafening boom. A crushing force surged through the room, pressing down on their bodies until some dropped to their knees. A system notification flashed before their eyes. Fortress sealed. No escape. The ground rumbled. Cracks spread across the floor, glowing faintly before shattering open. Stone chunks fell away, and the screams started. Something's coming, someone shouted. Then they saw it. Grotesque creatures dragged themselves from the darkness below, jaws unhinged, lined with rows of jagged fangs. Their shrieks pierced the air, echoing off the walls. One lunged forward, claws flashing toward a terrified soldier's throat. But before it could strike, a chain shot through the air, wrapping around the demon's arm and yanking it back with brutal force. Hansu stood at the front, weapon in hand. Stop panicking, he shouted. They're no different from the monsters we've faced before. He turned, glaring at the trembling man behind him. Pull yourselves together. He knew the truth. The real battle wasn't with these creatures. It was with the Demon King herself. As if answering his thoughts, the ground exploded again. Pillars of flame burst upward, rocks levitating as the air crackled with power. From within the fire, armored demons emerged, their bodies wreathed in purple light, eyes glowing with raw magic. Move! someone screamed as the flames spread. Hansu swung his chains, deflecting an incoming blast. "We have 2 targets here," he barked. "Split up and take them down." Orders flew fast. Support units fell back. Ranged fighters stepped forward. Those who couldn't hold their ground were told to stay clear. Young-wook hesitated. "Hansu, if we charge now, we'll—" But Hansu was already moving. "Left side," he called. "I'm going in first." He dashed through the smoke, chains trailing behind him like streaks of silver light. His mind raced, analyzing every movement. This demon, it wasn't random. Its attacks mimicked the Abyss Gatekeeper, a creature far stronger than most. But its pattern, predictable. Hansu smirked. "That's all I need." The chains coiled and struck with ruthless precision. Each blow landed heavier than the last, steel meeting flesh in a relentless rhythm. But even as he fought, his thoughts were elsewhere. Something far more important was taking shape in his mind. This was it, Hansu's chance to unleash the full power of judgment of Decratos. The chains shot out like streaks of light, stretching across the battlefield. With a single motion, they coiled tightly around the demon's massive sword, locking it in place. The metal glowed with an eerie radiance as a surge of energy rippled through them. Suppression. Magic flowed through the chains, wrapping the demon in layers of glowing sigils. Its movement slowed, then stopped altogether. The creature thrashed violently, but it was no use. The spell had already taken hold. Hansu could feel it. The technique was draining the demon's power, siphoning its energy and tearing down its defenses piece by piece. A sharp breath escaped his lips. The ability came at a cost. It consumed his own strength as well, but it was a price he could handle. The ring on his finger pulsed faintly, amplifying the spell. He glanced back at the others. "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" For a moment, no one moved. The sheer pressure of his attack had left them speechless. Then Young-wook grinned, drawing his blade. "You heard him. Move. Let's show them the might of our clan." He turned to his men, rallying them with a shout, and the battlefield exploded into motion. Shia quickly followed, barking orders to her unit. "Those with weak resistance, fall back and support from range. The rest of you attack." The air erupted with energy. Explosions rippled across the field as warriors charged in, clashing with the demonic horde. The noise of battle drowned everything else out, but the demons were far from finished. Hansu's eyes widened as cracks began splitting open in the ground, glowing red-hot from within. A deep rumble followed, and then blinding light. They were summoning hellfire. His chains trembled violently as the bound demon broke free, its power surging once more. Hansu gritted his teeth. "Keep attacking," he shouted. "Don't stop." He could feel the heat rising around him, every blast pushing him closer to the edge. They wouldn't survive if even one of those flames struck directly. Still, if he could read the demon's movements, he could counter. He steadied himself and struck again. Chains lashed out, cutting through the inferno. A sudden flash erupted to his side. "Hansu," someone yelled. "Hellfire makes your attacks useless." But he didn't back down. He sprinted forward, straight into the firestorm. His eyes locked on the source, the ignition crystal buried within the flames. With sheer force of will, he reached into the burning light, grabbed the crystal, and tore it free. A grin tugged at his lips. He crushed it in his palm. The fiery aura surrounding the demon flickered, then vanished. Gasps spread through the ranks. "What did he just do?" someone whispered. Hansu turned his head slightly, his voice calm. "I told you before, just keep fighting." He raised his weapon. The demon can't use hellfire anymore. Before anyone could respond, a sharp warning cry cut through the air. Hansu twisted aside, just in time, narrowly avoiding a claw that ripped through the ground where he'd been standing. Across the battlefield, Young-wook had turned his focus to another front. A different demon loomed over a group of exhausted fighters, non-clan warriors who had been pushed to the brink. Their weapons lay shattered beside them. "Help us!" one of them screamed. Zhu Yun's brow furrowed. "Why aren't they fighting back?" "They said it's too dangerous," someone muttered. "They think Hansu should handle it." Uncertainty rippled through the ranks. All eyes turned to him, waiting for a command, unsure of what to do next. That hesitation was all Lee Guktae needed. A smirk crossed his face as he stepped forward, seizing the moment. Lee Guktae stepped forward, voice rising above the chaos. "Hansu," he shouted, pointing an accusing finger. "You sent them to their deaths. Everything that's happened, it's because of you. You should take responsibility." Before Hansu could respond, a nearby warrior snapped. "Enough talking, fight." With a sharp kick, he shoved Guktae aside. Your clan's standing around while the rest of us are bleeding out here. But Guktae just brushed himself off and smirked. You think I've been holding back because I'm weak, he said coldly. You couldn't be more wrong. He straightened, his tone dripping with arrogance. Fine, let me show you what the special forces can really do. At his signal, his warriors raised their bows in perfect unison. Arrows filled the air, striking with surgical precision. Steel and magic collided as the special unit's blades and projectiles tore into the demon's body, blow after blow. Gasps echoed around the battlefield. Even the onlookers couldn't believe it. Lee Guktae's unit was actually pushing the creature back. Moments later, the demon staggered, then dropped to its knees with a deafening crash. Hansu turned sharply to Xia and Youngwook. Go, he said. Take the right flank. I'll finish this. Without waiting for a reply, he charged forward. His daggers flashed, slicing through the air as his chains spiraled around him like living serpents. They shot out, coiling around the demon's limbs. With a fierce pull, he tore through muscle and tendon. Jiyin froze mid-strike, watching in disbelief. That thing, something that would have taken dozens of their warriors to bring down, Hansu had handled alone. His frustration boiled over. Guktae, Jiyin barked. Stop standing there and end it already. Hansu didn't even look their way. He knew Guktae wasn't the type to form a special squad just for show. Whatever the man's real motives were, they didn't matter now. All that mattered was ending this fight. His chains lashed out again, wrapping around the demon with brutal precision. Sparks flew as he pulled tighter, the metal creaking under strain. Across the field, Jiyun roared, driving his blade into another demon's chest. Hansu caught the motion from the corner of his eye, but stayed focused. Jimin suddenly darted past him, twin daggers flashing, her grin sharp as she dove into the fray. Hansu's chains coiled around the demon's neck, squeezing tighter and tighter until its struggle stopped. With a final motion, he crossed his arms and then pulled them wide. The chains snapped taut. The demon's head fell, severed cleanly. Silence followed. Hansu straightened, surveying the aftermath. Dust and smoke drifted through the air. He wiped the grime from his cheek and looked up, straight into Lee Guktae's gaze. The man's expression was unreadable, caught between anger and unease. A subordinate ran up to Guktae, pointing toward the fallen demon's remains. There's a crystal here, he said. We could use it to trade for artifacts. Jiyun joined them, speaking matter-of-factly. The clan alliance has formed a special squad. Strengthening it is the top priority now. Another warrior frowned. Shouldn't the Smog clan claim the trophies first? The young officer smiled calmly. I might be the temporary commander, he said, but the special squad belongs to the entire alliance. No need for concern. Youngwook's brow furrowed. A special squad? He muttered. Since when? They kept that hidden until now. She shot Lee Guktae a cold glance. We managed to rein in our monarchs and unite the clans, she said. The coming crisis just sped up the process. Hansu opened his system window, his expression unreadable. He'd overheard enough. Whatever their reasons for forming this squad, whatever secret plans they were hiding, it didn't matter. There was no point in dwelling on it now. Just then, Xia and Youngwook approached. It looks like the alliance is trying to corner you, Xia warned quietly. Hansu didn't even flinch. I already know, he said, waving it off. No need to worry. Xia arched a brow. So you have a plan? A faint smirk crossed Hansu's lips. Just wait and see. He had already made his move. Moments later, several warriors approached, delivering the news. The clan alliance would now have to take the front lines. For once, they couldn't hide behind others. That makes things easier for us, one of the men said. They'll finally have to fight instead of watching. Jimin folded her arms, her tone sharp. Are you sure about that? What if they regroup and do nothing? Even if we help, they might just leave us to die again. Jimin stepped forward, cutting through the doubt. If anyone still wants to escape, then there's no choice. We have to fight the Demon King. Survival means fighting, nothing else. Xia's gaze swept over the exhausted group. Many were injured, some could barely stand, while others were already out of the fight entirely. Most had come here thinking they could handle the Demon King if they joined a clan, but now, uncertainty clouded every face. Then, a sharp voice broke through the noise. Enough whining. A girl pushed her way through the crowd. Her tone was calm, but carried the weight of command. If you want to live, there's only one path. Defeat the Demon King. She turned to Hansu, eyes steady. I'm Song, she said, stepping closer. Her hand lifted toward his chest, but Jimin's fury flared instantly. What do you think you're? Shia grabbed her just in time, holding her back. Hansu smacked Sung's hand aside, his glare cold. What do you think you're doing? Sung tilted her head, pretending innocence. Oh, so serious. I wasn't doing anything, just wanted to introduce you to someone. She smirked, turning away. Let me know if you're interested. Then, as she walked off, she tossed one last teasing line over her shoulder. After all, someone seems very interested in you. Jimin's expression darkened. What is wrong with her? She hissed. Just ignore her, Shia muttered, pulling Hansu aside. Jimin grumbled under her breath, glaring at Sung's retreating figure. She's always like this, never acknowledges anyone. Acts like we don't exist unless she wants something. Even the clans couldn't get through to her. Hansu sighed, clearly done with the drama. If you're finished, he said flatly, let's move. Juyin groaned. Ignoring me again. Huh? Hansu didn't respond. The group pushed forward. Before long, they reached a towering stone wall that loomed before them. Voices rose as they debated what might lie beyond. Are we really doing this? Someone asked nervously. Are we actually going to fight the Demon King? Before anyone could answer, the fairy helper appeared again, wiping away tears of laughter. My, travelers these days are amusing, he chuckled. But don't worry, I've got good news for you. The crowd fell silent instantly. You don't actually need to defeat the Demon King to open the portal to the next island, he announced with a mischievous grin. Gasps rippled through the chamber. What did you say? Someone whispered. The fairy floated higher, spreading his arms. You heard me. You only need to hold out for half an hour. Once that time's up, the crystal on the throne will activate automatically. A stunned voice broke the silence. Wait, so we just have to survive? The fairy nodded cheerfully. That's right. Once the crystal activates, the portal will open. You'll be able to travel freely between islands. Then his grin sharpened. Of course, if you don't feel like waiting, you can always buy your way through using crystal shards. He winked. Though, between us, that's not exactly the official route. Hansu's eyes narrowed. He wasn't surprised. The creature had been waiting for this exact moment to tempt them. The fairy clapped his hands together. Well then, good luck, travelers. I'll be watching, and I hope to see you all on the next island. With that, he vanished in a flash of light. The group advanced into the Demon King's chamber. The hall stretched endlessly, lined with massive cocoons that pulsed faintly in the dim glow. The air was thick, suffocatingly still. Then, the Demon King raised her hand. Rise. The command echoed like thunder. Eyes snapped open within the cocoons. Cracks split across their surfaces as twisted forms pushed their way out. Skulls tore through the walls, dragging themselves free, hollow eyes burning with unholy fire. A faint smile curled across the Demon King's face, satisfied, cruel. Hansu's mind raced. This wasn't her full form, just a fragment of the true being buried in the abyss. But even weakened, she was beyond dangerous. He tightened his grip on his weapon. He already knew how he'd strike. The demon's voice resounded once more. Arise. Bones rattled. Skeletons lurched upward in eerie synchronization. At the same moment, a system notification flickered before Hansu's eyes. Monocrystals have been consumed to purchase high-tier artifacts. Hansu's hand began to glow. Chains whipped around him as he summoned his weapon. The chain's sides of judgment, Decrados. With a flick of his wrist, they shot forward, cutting through the air. The Demon King shrieked, the impact sending waves of dark energy through the hall. Hansu didn't stop. Channeling his energy, he invoked two of Decrado's hidden skills, separation and return. Dozens of spectral copies of his weapon materialized around him. In a single motion, they launched toward the Demon King from every direction. The strikes landed, but she didn't fall. Instead, a twisted smirk spread across her face as the replicated sides began to tremble. She raised her hand, and crimson light engulfed the chamber. A wave of curses burst forth, wrapping around Hansu's weapons. The chains, alive with corrupted energy, lashed violently against him. But Hansu didn't yield. His grin returned, calm and unshaken. With precise movements, he struck key points on the weapons, regaining control, forcing the cursed energy to obey him. The Demon King hissed in irritation and waved her arm again. Come forth. Another demon erupted from the shadows, towering over the soldiers. Tear them apart. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Hansu turned sharply toward the others. I'll handle the Demon King. The rest of you, deal with the summons. Across the field, Li Guktae hesitated. The leader of one alliance faction gave a cold order. Stay out of it. Don't interfere. Jimin clenched her fists, glaring. Figures. They'd rather hide than help. Hansu caught her tone, but didn't argue. Just hold them off for a bit, he called back. Buy me some time. Jimin's voice snapped with frustration. And how are we supposed to do that without you? The Demon King's laughter rolled through the hall, low, distorted, mocking. She lifted both hands, and above her a gigantic fist made of raw, pulsing muscle took shape. It came crashing down toward Hansu like a meteor. A sudden green light burst around him, a protective dome. One of the mages shouted from behind, sweat pouring down his face. We can't hold this for long. Hurry! The shield cracked under the pressure. Nearby, an alliance warrior gasped for breath, his eyes darting across the chaos. There are too many. I can't even see what's happening anymore. Should we help somehow? Another coughed, spitting blood as he staggered. Then came a sound no one expected, a scream. Ji-yun turned, his eyes widening in horror as one of their own collapsed to the ground, blood spreading fast. What are you doing? He shouted, spinning toward the attacker. Guktae's lips twisted into a sinister smirk. The perfect time to strike, he said darkly, is when everyone's distracted. His faction didn't move toward the demons. Instead, they turned their weapons on their own allies. And Ju-yun's eyes went wide with horror. You think we'll just let this slide? Why aren't you fighting the real enemy? The answer came in silence, then steel. Blades flashed as the so-called special squad launched a sudden ambush, cutting through their ranks with ruthless precision. The betrayal hit like lightning. No one had time to react. Ju-yun shouted, defiant even as chaos erupted around him. This battle isn't over. We'll wipe you out too. But Guktae only sneered, his tone cold and dismissive. You were just disposable pawns, he said, blindly throwing yourselves away for the monarch. Ju-yun froze mid-breath. What? Monarch? Before he could make sense of it, Guktae raised his sword high. Time for you to disappear, Jin. He swung, but Jin crumbled before the blade connected, paralyzed by fear. A flash of silver streaked through the air. Chains cracked like thunder as Hansu stepped between them. His gaze was ice cold. So, he muttered, you've finally shown your true colors. He'd expected betrayal, but not from someone this bold. Guktae's schemes hadn't changed one bit. Caught off guard, Guktae glared. You should be fighting the Demon King. Why are you here? But the question didn't matter. He was certain Hansu had come too late. The special squad charged forward, blades drawn, but Hansu was already moving. His eyes flicked across the battlefield, mind racing. The truth clicked instantly. The monarch of disguise. That presence, the pattern of corruption, it all pointed to him. These soldiers weren't merely traitors. They were puppets of the Black Monarch, disposable pieces already marked for destruction. Guktae understood the danger, but he wasn't backing down. Even if they couldn't defeat Hansu outright, all they needed was to stall him long enough for the demon to finish the others. If he had to die to take Hansu down, he would. Hansu smirked faintly. You're mistaken, he said calmly. I'm not here to stop you. He took a step forward, chains rattling in his grip. I'm here to make you an offer. Guktae faltered. His expression tightened, suspicion flashing in his eyes. The air trembled as explosions thundered across the tower. The walls shook. Dust rained down from above. Fighters on both sides looked toward the chaos, restless, waiting for Hansu's next move. He cursed under his breath. He'd lost sight of the others. Then, in a blur, Hansu leapt forward, launching himself high into the air. His chain shot out, wrapping around a demon's skull mid-flight. He pulled hard, the metal glowing white-hot. The linked demon screamed before being torn apart in a burst of light. Shia turned toward him, her voice sharp. Where have you been? Preparing, Hansu replied simply. Before she could speak again, an explosion erupted behind them, sending Jimin flying across the chamber. The Demon King sighed, her voice echoing through the hall. This is getting boring. Her skinless fist clenched, and she swung. Hansu dodged, his body twisting midair. A weapon shimmered into existence in his hand, a scythe forged from pure energy. In one fluid motion, he hurled it forward. Chains followed, spiraling around the Demon King as the scythe struck true. The blades tightened, binding her in place. She thrashed violently, her screams shaking the ground. How dare you? No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Shia's eyes widened, but Hansu held out a hand. Stay back, he warned. Han Chiol frowned. Why? Why stop us now? Before Hansu could answer, a blinding purple flash split the room. Lightning tore through the air, slamming directly into Hansu's chest. Black smoke burst from the impact, filling the hall with choking haze. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. I can't see him, someone shouted. Is he dead? Shia's breath hitched. There's no way, she whispered. There's no way he went down that easily. Jimin's voice cut through the smoke. He's up there. All eyes shot upward. High above them, Hansu stood against the storm, his expression sharp and unyielding. Around him, countless spectral sides shimmered into existence, each one an echo of his will. Without hesitation, they launched forward, slicing through the air and slamming directly into the glowing rings around the Demon King. The chains constricted with violent force, dragging the Demon King to her knees. Hansu didn't stop. His weapon spun once before driving downward. Another scream tore from her throat. With a swift, merciless strike, he severed one of her arms. Looks like that worked, he muttered. But instead of rage or fear, the Demon King burst into laughter, raw and distorted, her voice echoing through the chamber like breaking glass. Then her horns began to pulse, glowing with dark, unstable energy. Above her, a massive demonic hand started to form, its fingers clawing through the air, reaching down toward her. Hansu's eyes narrowed. She's calling on something stronger. He yanked his scythe back, refusing to give her the chance. In his palm, the white stone flared to life, its power thrumming violently. This ends now. The demonic hand shuddered, and then exploded. Hansu leaped back just as a surge of corrupted energy tore across the floor. The shockwave hit like a blast furnace. Then, without missing a beat, he lunged forward again. Chains lashed out, wrapping tighter around the Demon King's body. The demonic hand that had once reached for her clenched into a massive fist, trembling in defiance. Hanao! Hansu shouted. A great sword now. The weapon was hurled to him midair. Hansu caught it, spinning in one clean motion. The demonic fist came crashing down, but before it could strike, it disintegrated, collapsing into dust. Everything stopped. The ground beneath the fallen hand crumbled, and the entire battlefield fell silent. In the blink of an eye, Hansu appeared beside the Demon King. His speed so fast, she didn't even have time to react. He struck. Steel met flesh, and the impact sent a burst of red across the floor. The Demon King screamed, a raw, piercing sound, as she released a wave of magic from her mouth in blind retaliation. Hansu didn't move. He pushed forward, driving his sword straight through her. The light in her eyes flickered. Her head lowered, voice trembling between fury and disbelief. How dare you? Someone in the back whispered, hesitant. Is it over? But Hansu's gaze shifted toward the unmoving crystal. He shook his head. No, not yet. And then, the Demon King twitched. Her body convulsed, then straightened. Her voice dropped to a chilling calm. It's been a long time since I felt pain like this. Dark energy erupted from her as she spread her arms wide. A pulse of raw power exploded outward, blasting Hansu across the chamber. He hit the ground hard as the Demon King gathered energy into her palm, forming a dark, swirling sphere that pulsed with lethal intensity. For you, Hansu, she sneered. I'll use my full strength. She hurled the sphere, but before it could strike, a blade flashed through the air, slicing straight through it. The sphere shattered into fragments of light. The Demon King froze, eyes narrowing. TCH. She clicked her tongue, turning her attention elsewhere. No matter. There are still some loose ends to tie up. Her gaze locked on Jimin. She pointed, and one of her demons lunged toward her. Jimin braced herself, teeth clenched, ready to meet her end. But Shia was already there, intercepting the strike. Good work stalling her, Shia said quickly. Now we pull back. The Demon King chuckled, her grin spreading wide. You could try to run, she hissed. But soon, none of you will exist. Her gaze shifted again, this time back to Hansu. Now, she said, lifting her hand, it's time for your reward for entertaining me. Hansu tensed beside one of the massive stone columns, instincts screaming. A beam of pure, demonic energy tore through the air, slamming down on his position. The blast hit like a meteor, an explosion so fierce it shook the entire fortress. The shockwave threw bodies across the chamber. Screams filled the air as the dust swallowed everything. Junyun stumbled back, stunned. That was just the shockwave. The sheer force of the blast left him breathless. Could Hansu have survived something like that? The smoke refused to fade. The battlefield hung in silence, until a faint blue spark shimmered within the haze. Out of the thick fog, Hansu's scythe tore through the air, slicing straight toward the Demon King like a streak of lightning. The Demon King let out a low chuckle, clearly surprised that Hansu could still fight despite his condition. Hansu brushed it off, ready to end this once and for all. But the king wasn't ready to fall so easily. She drew her weapon, cursing the restrictions that sealed away her true power. Her patience had worn thin. As the tension crackled between them, the massive crystal above began to pulse with light. Then, it burst open, revealing a swirling portal. Cheers erupted across the field. The Demon King was defeated. The path to the next island had finally opened. But before anyone could celebrate further, the demons' bodies began to shrink, only for fire to explode out of nowhere. Hansu's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. The Demon King's hearts were still burning, alive. Then, her form began to twist. A wicked grin spread across her face. "Did you really think it was over? I'm just getting started," she hissed. "Even if it costs me everything, I'll drag you all down with me." Before she could unleash her final strike, a burst of laughter cut through the chaos. The fairy assistant appeared, effortlessly grabbing the Demon King by the collar. "Rules are rules," he said lightly. "No true power in a training zone. You know the punishment." A colossal hand descended from the sky, gripping the Demon King as an unseen voice echoed. "Violation detected. Removal initiated." The Demon King thrashed, fury blazing in her eyes. "You meddling pest. If not for you, I would've." Her words were drowned out as her body erupted into black fire, disintegrating completely. Silence followed. No one moved. Then the fairy assistant coughed awkwardly and straightened up. "Just a minor issue. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, congratulations. You've cleared the stage." With a casual wave of his paw, he continued, "Few ever make it this far. You've all earned your reward." His gaze fell on Hansu. "And as for the one who contributed the most, there's only one prize fit for that." Hansu stepped forward and accepted the purple runestone. A glowing system window appeared before him. Runestone effect. Rune stats locked at 99.99% for 24 hours. After the effect ends, stats will revert to 100%. Hansu exhaled slowly, the glow of the runestone reflecting in his eyes. The fairy assistant smiled. "I'll handle the rest. To use the crystal, just picture where you want to go, and it'll take you there. I'll be waiting for you all on the next island." With that, he vanished, leaving behind only the faint shimmer of magic in the air. Hansu looked down at the runestone resting in his palm. Victory. Hard-earned and absolute. Hansu looked down at the runestone, a faint smile tugging at his lips. This was it, everything he'd come to the Central Island for. Yet even as the glow pulsed in his palm, a shadow of unease lingered. That energy he'd felt earlier, it was unmistakable. The abyss. He twirled the stone between his fingers, reminding himself that his journey was far from finished. Hanal groaned dramatically. "Seriously? After all that, we only get one reward." Youngwook chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Relax. Nobody's stupid enough to try and take it from Hansu. Everyone here knows we're alive because of him." Hanal shrugged. "Fair point. Not like anyone's strong enough to challenge him anyway." Off to the side, Shia brushed a strand of hair from her face, her eyes narrowing. "The Smog clan's been way too quiet. That's not like them. We should check on our members who didn't show up during the fight." Jimin crossed his arms, clearly irritated. "Why bother? We should just deal with them now." Hansu glanced back at him, his tone calm but firm. "There's no need. It's probably already over." Hall frowned. "Over? What do you mean by that?" Shia tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Yeah, what are you talking about?" Before Hansu could respond, murmurs rippled through the remaining warriors. They were staring at their hands, at the spots where their tattoos used to be. The marks of the monarchs were gone. Realization hit them all at once. The monarchs were finished, either dead or captured. The Smog clan had moved first, sending a special unit to take them down while everyone else was distracted. A small smirk tugged at Hansu's lips. Elsewhere, far from the cheers and confusion, a lone warrior stood amidst a field of corpses. The battle here had already ended. Moments earlier, a group had stepped out from a glowing portal, led by Li Guktae. He scanned the blood-soaked ruins, his gaze settling on a towering structure in the distance. Wherever they were, that tower confirmed it. They had arrived in the right place. As a monarch of disguise, Guktae knew his mission well: infiltrate the central island and eliminate the remaining monarchs. He hadn't followed his direct orders exactly, but with the heads of the monarchs as proof, he was confident his success would outweigh the disobedience. Using the chaos and their fear of Hansu to his advantage, he'd set perfect traps. Everything had gone exactly as planned. He turned to his men. Tie up the captives. Make sure none of them can move. His lips curled into a satisfied grin. This victory would elevate the Smog clan's standing beyond measure. He remembered Hansu's earlier words, how he'd handed over the crystals and told Guktae to seize the moment. If the monarchs were converted into special forces operatives, the Smog clan could effectively take control of everything. Not that Hansu needed to say it. Guktae had understood his role from the start. The special forces were already in motion. Hansu's final warning echoed in his mind. As long as they didn't stir up trouble here, he'd turn a blind eye to whatever came next. Guktae scoffed under his breath. Turn a blind eye, huh? What a fool. Their deal had only existed to avoid unnecessary chaos during the crisis. Now that peace had returned, the agreement meant nothing. Still, he smirked to himself. It wouldn't hurt to stay on good terms for now. One of Lee Guktae's men suddenly shouted, voice filled with alarm. Someone's here. Before Guktae could react, a blade flashed through the air, clean and fast, striking deep into the warrior's side. Guktae spun around, scanning the shadows. Who's there? But he couldn't sense a thing. The air itself felt empty. Then, from somewhere deep within the darkness, a calm voice echoed. It was real. Someone had actually come. So, the rumors were true. Guktae had half doubted it would happen, but his precautions hadn't been wasted after all. Stay alert, he barked. Whoever's out there doesn't have numbers on their side. We still have the advantage. He barely finished speaking when his body stiffened. His legs, he couldn't move them. The ground beneath his feet felt like it was swallowing him whole. What is this? The voice returned, steady and cold. Just a minor trap, buried beneath you. Temporary, but effective. From the shadows, a figure emerged, silent, composed. It's a delayed activation artifact, he continued. I set it to trigger only when you arrived. That way, I'd know you were exactly where I wanted you. For the first time, Guktae's confidence wavered. How had they known his location? He tried to speak, but before a word left his mouth, a heavy blow crashed into his back. The impact dropped him to his knees. Pain shot through his spine. Wait, cried in Ji-Yun, one of Guktae's remaining men. Please, I'll do anything. Just let me live. The attacker didn't even pause. His voice cut through the plea like ice. No need. Another brutal strike followed, ending the man's cry instantly. The masked warrior slammed Ji-Yun's head into the dirt, muttering to himself, pathetic, nothing worth keeping alive. Letting go of the lifeless body, the warrior's gaze turned skyward. All that's left, he murmured, is to wait for the Central Island's people to arrive, so I can kill every last one of them. He reached up and removed his mask. The cold air brushed against his face as he exhaled slowly. When I first heard about the Central Island and that tower, he mused, I wasn't sure what to think. But I guess everything falls into place eventually. Then, Hansu's voice broke the silence. If you're the one who asked to use me, Hansu said evenly, then listen carefully. I'll tell you something important. If you can endure what comes next, you'll grow far stronger than anyone who started under the same conditions. The words echoed. In the next instant, the warrior vanished, sent to the place Hansu had mentioned. The rest would depend on him. Looking back later, the boy would realize that trusting Hansu had been the greatest decision of his life. Now, all he had to do was wait. The full moon hung high, casting its pale light across the battlefield. In his hand, the transition crystal pulsed with a quiet, steady glow. Far away, deep within a dark forest, a man muttered a curse under his breath. He's dead. The woman beside him tilted her head. You mean Lee Guktae? He nodded grimly. Seems the Central Island made a fatal mistake. The man's expression hardened. The last contact I had was from the Demon King's fortress. That's probably where he died, but there was no surprise in his tone, almost as if he'd expected it. Guktae's death didn't matter. What lingered instead was something worse, irritation. He clenched his fist. We came to Tower Island because it offers the greatest rewards among all remaining islands. But there's only one way in, through. The warriors gathered around the transition crystal, forming a tight defensive circle. Their blades gleamed under its pale light. If anyone tried to pass through uninvited, they wouldn't make it far. The crystal began to hum softly as energy built within it. One by one, runes lit up on the surface. This was their key to Tower Island. Across the Ascension Path's grand map, countless islands shimmered like stars, each one representing a stage of the journey. The first ring of islands marked the beginning, where most adventurers fell before they even began to understand the path. The second ring, home to the central island, tested true strength and survival. But the third ring, that was different. The final stage, where the greatest rewards and the deadliest challenges awaited. And at the very center of it all stood the most sought-after of them all, Tower Island. The name alone drew warriors like moths to a flame. Inside the throne room, silence hung heavy. A massive yellow crystal loomed over them, radiating an otherworldly glow. From somewhere in the room, a voice cut through the quiet. "You really think going there's worth it?" Hansu didn't bother to look up. Casually, he took another bite of his snack before replying. "If you're heading to Tower Island just for the rewards," he said between chews, "you should probably think again." He swallowed and continued, his tone calm but sharp. "Otherwise, you'll end up like the ones who rushed to the central island without a clue." Murmurs rippled through the hall. Hansu's gaze swept over them, steady and cold. Tower Island isn't like the others. Surviving it will be far harder than anything you faced here. If you're not ready to risk everything, don't bother. Unease spread through the group. Whispers filled the air. Should they still go? Could they even survive if they did? Shia stepped forward, her expression unreadable. "So, you're not going?" Hansu didn't answer. Unseen eyes watched them from the shadows as tension thickened. The protagonist finally spoke again, voice low but firm. "There's always a way to claim what you want," he said. "No matter the island." Shia hesitated. That wasn't the answer she expected. She had thought Hansu would be the first to charge ahead, no matter the danger. Maybe she was wrong. Then another voice broke the silence. "He's right." A man stepped forward, his tone calm but resolute. "Our clan's been recruiting survivors ever since the monarchs disappeared. But everyone's exhausted. If we keep pushing without rest, we'll lose more than we gain. Finding a safe place to recover is smarter than dying for greed." He turned to Hansu and extended a hand. "Before we go, thank you, Hansu. We made it this far because of you." Hansu let out a short chuckle. "If I'm still breathing, I'm sure we'll meet again." He rose from his seat. Junyun called out, "Hansu, let's move." Behind them, Jimin leaned closer to Shia. "Should we pack up too?" Shia tapped her chin, thinking. "He told us not to go to Tower Island. Maybe we should actually listen this time." Just then, the massive yellow crystal began to pulse, and a swirling portal opened beside it. Gasps filled the room. "Is that the exit?" someone whispered. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. For the first time, doubt outweighed ambition. If even Hansu was hesitating, maybe Tower Island wasn't worth the risk after all. Hansu looked at them and spoke firmly. "Go on. I've got a few things left to handle." Young-wook shrugged, spreading his arms with a faint grin. "Then we'll head out first." He and Cho approached the glowing portal. Just before stepping through, Young-wook turned back one last time. "I hope we all make it out of this alive." Shia glanced at her partner. "If you want to say goodbye, now's your chance." Jimin crossed her arms, tilting her chin up with quiet pride. "No need. I'll go first." Without another word, Shia turned to Hansu. "I'm not one for goodbyes," she said simply, "but we'll meet again." As the last few people stepped toward the portal, Hansu followed behind them. Just as he was about to pass through, he stopped and looked back. His eyes landed on Song. "Why are you still here?" Song raised a hand, her tone light but firm. "Why shouldn't I be? There's something I need to check." Hansu let out a quiet sigh and nodded. "Suit yourself." His figure began to fade into the light of the portal, and his voice dropped to a murmur. "See you on the next island." When he was gone, Song tilted her head slightly. "See me where?" she muttered under her breath, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She looked toward the glowing portal, her expression unreadable. Well, at least someone's heading in the right direction. A faint red mark appeared on the back of her hand. It pulsed once, then faded, carrying her message. Time passed. A long-haired man stood before that same portal, his arms crossed. "It's been a while since I got the signal," he muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. "Is anyone even coming?" Before he could turn away, the portal surged with light. Energy rippled outward, shaking the ground beneath his feet. Instinct kicked in. His hand flew to his sword as he dropped into a ready stance. From nearby, another warrior holding a spear motioned sharply to his squad. "Stay sharp," he barked. Then, without hesitation, he charged toward the portal. The air crackled, glowing brighter and brighter until the whole forest was drenched in gold light. When the brilliance finally dimmed, the spear wielder froze. His expression twisted in disbelief. "Down!" he shouted. An explosion erupted from the side of the portal, the blast wave throwing Song off balance. She hit the ground hard, but caught herself with one hand, sliding to a stop. She coughed lightly, brushing dirt from her sleeve. "Well, that was quite the welcome." The man's eyes narrowed. "Why are you alone? Where's the rest of your team?" Song straightened and met his gaze calmly. "I waited until everyone else left before coming here. Has anyone else arrived yet?" He shook his head grimly. "Not a single one." A heavy silence fell between them. Then his tone turned sharp. "You're absolutely sure you were the last to leave?" "I'm sure," Song replied. "I watched every one of them go." Still, she couldn't shake the thought. Had everyone really fallen for that chain lover's trick? She thought back to Hansu's words. How he'd warned them that Tower Island was far deadlier than the central one. How he'd said there was no point in dying for strength they hadn't earned yet. The way he'd spoken, clear, deliberate. It was like he'd wanted everyone to hear it. Maybe even wanted them to stay away. The man beside her scowled, his jaw tightening. Him again. His hand curled into a fist, and with a sudden burst of anger, he slammed his palm into the nearest tree. The bark split under the impact, fragments scattering across the forest floor. Lowering his hand, he muttered under his breath, his voice low and bitter. "That guy's really starting to piss me off." He stared at the shattered tree and spat. "We haven't even killed one of them. Sending people to hunt for a portal was a waste." Turning to Song, he demanded, "Do you know what Lieutenant Hansu is up to?" Song lifted a hand. "From what I saw, he's been fighting at the front. He's more focused on protecting people than killing them." "That makes him a problem," the man said, narrowing his eyes. He signaled to his aide, "Tell the clans on the other islands. If they see Hansu, eliminate him." The assistant hesitated. "He's strong like a monarch. Instead of head-on attack, why not try another approach?" He grabbed the edge of her scarf and tightened his grip. "Didn't you just say he doesn't kill? If our clansmen strike with everything, he'll be forced to fight back." He released the scarf and leveled his voice. "Remember why we're doing this. Remember what those monarchs did. We remove every obstacle, no matter the cost. For those we lost," he turned back to Song, spread his description and fighting style to everyone. "We're heading to tower now." Song watched them leave. "You aren't waiting?" she asked. "Waiting isn't my thing," he replied, and they vanished into the portal as flames flared around the opening. Moments later, Hansu stepped out of another portal and scanned the clearing. "Looks like everyone's gone," he observed. He paused, then added, "If he's still the same, he won't wait either." A movement behind a tree cut through the silence. Without looking, Hansu called, "How long do you plan on standing there?" A hooded figure stepped into view and dropped his hood. "Long enough," he said, then reached into a hand wrap and spread his fingers. "Got what you asked for." A small item changed hands, a pair of earrings labeled the sexy relatives. Hansu accepted them and nodded. "Good. I'm heading to the next island." One of the men stepped forward and grumbled about unnecessary talk. "We just go through, take down whoever comes out, and claim the rewards. No talking, no friendship." He walked to the portal and looked back. "Go in, finish them, take what's left." He turned to the bespectacled man and asked bluntly how many of them would actually survive. The question hung in the air as the team readied themselves. Hansu listened, said nothing, and let them show their plans. Before long, the team had already crossed through the portal, and chaos met them on the other side. The ground shook beneath their feet as giant ants burst from the earth, their mandibles clacking, echoing through the cavernous tunnels. "Split them up," someone shouted. "We'll never survive if they swarm us. Take them one at a time." Before the group could reposition, an ant lunged out from a blind spot. Its claws slammed into the ground with a thunderous crack, sending dust and debris flying. A girl screamed as the shockwave threw her off balance. She hit the dirt hard, just as the monster reared back, ready to strike again. Hansu scanned the battlefield, mind racing. Earrings of the 7 relatives, he thought grimly. Half my stats gone. A direct fight would be suicide. Even so, a weapon materialized in his hand. He didn't hesitate. This was as good a time as any to test his limits. Pushing off the shoulder of the guy in the hat, Hansu barked, "Stay out of my way." Then, in one smooth motion, he hurled his blade. The weapon spun through the air and struck the ant square in the head with a sickening thud. Hansu didn't wait for it to fall. He leaped, drawing another blade midair, and came down with a crushing slash that split the monster's abdomen clean open. The giant ant collapsed, motionless. Hansu landed lightly, pulling a knife from his belt. If I weren't weakened, he thought, I could have ended it barehanded. Now it takes 2 strikes. Behind him, the girl he'd just saved was catching her breath wide-eyed. That was incredible, she said, awe creeping into her voice. You took down something that big with what a knife. Hansu said nothing. Undeterred, she continued, her excitement bubbling over. You fought on other islands, right? Met a lot of strong people. Hansu didn't respond. She pressed on. Actually, I'm looking for someone. They say he's insanely strong. A guy who helps people and uses a weapon with chain. Hansu paused, but didn't turn around. The girl smiled brightly. I really want to meet him someday. Hansu wiped his blade clean and started walking. Enough questions. Keep moving. The guy in the hat laughed. Relax, man. Talking a little won't kill us. The girl smirked. Oh, come on. You're acting like you've got something to hide. I've heard there's someone famous around here, someone who made a name for himself on the Central Island. Her tone shifted, almost teasing. Wait, your name isn't Hansu, is it? The rest of the group glanced toward him, waiting for a reaction. Hansu didn't break stride. He just kept walking. The guy in the hat scratched his head, repeating softly, Hansu, huh? Yeah, I kind of know him. We started out together. The girl's eyes sparkled. Really? So you're friends? That's adorable. He chuckled awkwardly. Something like that. She tilted her head. Then tell me, how do you know about him? He shrugged. He's always busy. Doesn't stay in one place for long. I've heard stories from travelers about a guy like that. Strong, smart, helps others. If they're talking about someone named Hansu, it's probably him. He turned slightly, glancing at the short-haired girl beside him. And for a moment, something about her face made him pause. She looked familiar. They pressed forward, voices low, the door ahead like the exit they'd been hunting for. The guy in the hat remembered the protagonist. At first he thought Hansu all talk, but then a memory came back. Hansu asking if someone had ordered him to fight. He looked ahead and called out, Is he really going to fight alone? If he isn't here, half of us will be dead already. A voice from another clan cut in. These ants don't drop artifacts. At best you get ruins. More practical voices agreed. The floor's difficulty was low and artifact yield would be poor with this many people. Someone pointed to a door beyond, the same type they'd used before. They moved toward the portal, ready to step through together. Then a shout broke the motion. A man appeared and stopped them. Without warning, he slashed one participant's arm. Blood sprayed. He spoke up, arguing fewer people meant better artifacts. If everyone went through together, the rewards would be worthless. He planted a spear, laughed, and said he could take everything for himself. Then he swung, cutting through the crowd. Panic spread. People shouted to stop or negotiate, but he kept moving, blood flecking his blade. His path cut straight to Hansu. He charged, yelling that they were weak for only thinking of winning. Hansu watched, then drew a blade. The attacker knocked the weapon from Hansu's hand. It stuck blade first into the ground as Hansu dropped to one knee. The attacker stepped close and taunted him, saying Hansu was weaker than rumored. The guy in the hat pushed the short-haired girl behind him. Get ready to run, he murmured. On my signal, run. She didn't move. Instead, she raised a crossbow and said, Don't move. He froze, unsure. She aimed past him and fired. The bolt struck the man, standing over Hansu. The guy in the hat turned to her. Nice shot, he said. You used my distraction well. She shook her head. First time using this. I'm not that good. Then she raised the crossbow and aimed at him. I wanted to kill both of you with one shot, she said. She gripped the crossbow with both hands and pulled the trigger. The shot landed squarely in the man's forehead. He dropped instantly, his body hitting the ground with a dull thud. Blood spread across the dirt in slow, dark ripples. Leaning on one arm, she exhaled and stared at the mess. Well, cleanup's done. Her tone was flat, almost bored. Let's see if this was worth the effort. She touched a finger to her earpiece. Monarch, there's no sign of the man with the chain. I've checked 10 rooms on the first floor. A small smile curved her lips. But as a consolation, I wiped out everyone else. Her voice softened, playful. If I do find him, though, I'll make sure to bring him to you personally. Consider it a gift. Then, from behind her, a voice answered quietly. Looking for me? Her blood ran cold. She spun around, too late. A chain snapped through the air, wrapping around her torso in one fluid motion. It coiled tight, locking her arms in place. Hansu stood before her, calm and composed, a weapon glinting at her throat. "So," he said softly, "you were looking for me?" Her eyes went wide. "I." The chain constricted, cutting off her words. She gasped for breath, trembling as Hansu tightened the bind until she couldn't move an inch. A knife glimmered beside her neck. "I saw you," she managed to stammer. You were unconscious." Hansu's gaze was cold. "Guess my acting wasn't that bad after all." Her breath caught in her throat. "And don't even think about calling your monarch," he warned, pressing a finger lightly to her lips. She froze. In the next heartbeat, his disguise melted away, returning to his original form. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Quiet now." A single motion followed, clean, final. The chains unraveled, clattering to the floor beside her lifeless body. Hansu exhaled slowly, surveying the aftermath. So, she was the only one sent here. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small snake slithering nearby, swallowing white stones one by one. He watched it briefly, thoughtful. "They gave up too easily," he muttered. Then, almost to himself, "But we'll meet again. No rush." A memory stirred. He saw himself long ago, in the training zone, watching a man chug from a beer bottle, speaking lazily between sips. Hidden dungeons aren't separate places, the man had said. Tower Island's got its own layers. You can't move up without clearing its dungeons. Even past the 3rd floor, there's more. That's where the Real challenge begins. The memory faded. Hansu stepped through the portal and emerged onto the 2nd floor. The vast hall opened around him, supported by towering stone pillars. Now wearing the form of a girl, he leaned against one of the columns, studying his surroundings. His gaze dropped to the spear in his hand. Most of his equipment had lost its edge, outdated relics of earlier battles. Only the Nirmaha ring, a living artifact that grew alongside him, still retained its worth. He turned the spear over once, lost in thought. The colorless ones need replacing, he noted. If Kante's directions are right, there should be something useful ahead. Straightening up, Hansu set off toward the deeper chambers of the 2nd floor, his next hunt already in motion. Shifting his attention, Hansu noticed a small crowd forming near the newly opened portal. Hovering above it glowed the number 50, a clear indicator. Only 50 would advance from the 1st floor. As the last of the chosen stepped through, a burst of light filled the chamber. When it dimmed, they stood within a vast stone hall. Hovering before them was a small fairy, his wings flickering with gold dust. With a wide grin, he clapped his hands together. "Welcome, everyone. I know you've been waiting. So let's get started," he announced cheerfully. "Congratulations on reaching Treasure Island. Your insight brought you to the right place." He gestured around proudly. "This is the largest chamber on the 2nd floor. Your mission is simple. Defeat the guardian protecting the treasure. Then, bring the treasure to the island's center to exchange it for artifacts." A soft glow appeared in his palm, a small golden orb that shimmered like liquid light. "You have 2 weeks," the fairy continued, his voice lowering. "Sounds easy, right? But that's only if you ignore the fine print." The grin returned, sharper this time. "Only those who successfully exchange their treasure for artifacts will be allowed to leave. The rest," his tone trailed off with a knowing smile, "won't be so lucky." A quiet murmur spread through the group. The fairy twirled the golden ball lazily between his fingers. "You see, there's only one treasure. So, you have a choice. Fight to gather 50 artifacts and make sure everyone survives, or take fewer and increase your personal ranking." He floated higher, spreading his arms dramatically. "The fewer who succeed, the better the rewards. Choose wisely." With a flick of his hand, a glowing map appeared in the air, showing 128 glowing points across the island. "These," he said, "are the guardians you'll need to defeat. Each one protects a path that leads closer to the treasure." As the projection faded, silence reclaimed the hall. Hansu's eyes stayed fixed on the fairy. Defeating 128 guardians in 2 weeks with only 50 people. This isn't about cooperation. It's a test of endurance and betrayal. His gaze shifted toward a girl with short green hair, standing near the front. Her expression was unreadable, but she raised her hand to speak. "Then let's split into 5 groups," she proposed clearly. 10 people per team. If each group defeats 2 guardians a day, we'll reach the goal within the time limit. She smiled faintly. "Seems doable, right?" The room erupted in whispers. "Work together? With rival clans?" Someone scoffed. "That's suicide. Only 10 per team? What about the solo players?" Hansu listened quietly. Not a bad plan, he thought. Efficient. risky but efficient. Behind him, a yellow-haired girl tapped the shoulder of a boy wearing a white coat. The boy nodded, then raised his voice. "We're in," he said. "2 guardians a day sounds fine. If someone fails, that's their problem. Our clan's already divided into groups." The murmurs shifted. Others began agreeing reluctantly. Not because they trusted the plan, but because it was the only one that made sense. Hansu studied the two who had spoken, the yellow-haired girl and the boy beside her. Their composure, their confidence, they were the ones everyone else would end up following. The strongest in the room, he noted, and smart enough to control the rest without saying much. Eventually, the noise settled. The boy took another step forward, speaking clearly so everyone could hear. "Once we locate the treasure," he declared, "we'll..." and immediately head for the center. The yellow-haired boy finished, his tone leaving no room for argument. With that, the crowd began to break apart, groups forming and scattering toward their chosen routes. Hansu stayed where he was, watching them go. His eyes flicked over the floating map once more. Guard markers dotted the expanse of the dungeon like constellations. The sheer scale of it would slow most people down. But not me, he thought. Not if I move alone. As he began to walk, the yellow-haired girl turned toward him. "Hey," she called out, "where'd that woman go?" Hansu didn't answer. His mind was already elsewhere, locked on his true goal. The hidden treasure, the Philosopher's Stone. Just then, Kangtae waved him over. "Hey, listen up," he said, pointing at himself with mock pride. "No one else here's got what it takes, so pay attention." Hansu raised an eyebrow, but didn't interrupt. Kangtae continued, gesturing animatedly. "When the guards drop orbs, there's one that glows brighter than the rest. Everyone ignores those, too focused on the treasure. They toss the orbs aside like junk." He smirked and crossed his arms. "Big mistake. Those things aren't useless at all." Extending his hand dramatically toward Hansu, he said, "Collect 32 of them, and you can trade them for an artifact disguised as the Philosopher's Stone. Not the real deal, but close enough." A sly grin crept across his face. "Hidden events like this? That's my specialty." Keldien, standing nearby, sighed and adjusted his glasses. "For someone who collects trash, you certainly talk a lot." Kangtae laughed. "Trash to you, treasure to me." While they bickered, Hansu turned the chain in his hand, his mind already working ahead. A fake Philosopher's Stone, not the same one Anvi consumed, but similar enough to matter. Limited chance, worth the risk. He tightened his grip. The chain hummed faintly in his palm. With a quiet sigh, he reverted to his original form. Better to move alone, he decided. No distractions. No dead weight. Then, the ground rumbled. Dust fell from the ceiling as the earth split open. Massive hands broke through the surface, clawing for stability. A creature rose from below, its enormous body scraping the walls as it lifted its head. A dim blue crystal pulsed at its forehead like a heartbeat. All around, the dungeon trembled. Across the cavern, several clans turned their heads toward the sound, weapons drawn. Then, the fairy's assistant's cheerful voice echoed through the hall. "The second guard has been defeated. That's 2 down today. Excellent progress, everyone." Hansu's eyes flicked toward the noise. "So someone's moving fast. Good." Elsewhere, the girl fought to regain her footing. "Focus," someone shouted. "I am focused," she snapped back, barely dodging as the creature's gaping mouth crashed into the floor where she'd stood seconds earlier. She spun, then launched herself upward with a kick that sent the monster reeling. An arrow whistled past her midair, piercing straight through the creature's eye. Behind her, the archer lowered his bow. "You dodged that without even looking my way," he said flatly. "Why am I even helping you?" She shot him a glare. "Then don't. Fight it yourself if you're so confident." "Relax," he muttered, irritation creeping into his tone. "We haven't even found a single guard yet, and other teams already have 2 down. All we've run into is..." He stopped mid-sentence as the ground began to quake again. "Pathetic." The girl's eyes narrowed as she stared into the distance. Her voice was steady, certain. "Those 2 guards weren't taken down by a group. Someone did alone. I can feel it." The boy rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment before turning to her. "So it's true then, Monarch She?" Before he could say another word, she spun around with a sharp exhale. "Don't call me that." Her tone was firm, cold. The title itself irritated her more than anything. She didn't waste time arguing. "Move. The presence I sensed earlier is gone. We're changing direction. Turn right." Just as the group shifted course, she suddenly raised her arm, halting them. A chill rippled through the air. That aura, dark, heavy. It was the same one she'd felt at the start. Elsewhere, another clan pushed through the thick brush. Their leader spoke calmly. Forget the guards. Even if we find the treasure, getting it to the altar isn't guaranteed. A clanmate protested. We can't just sit here doing nothing. The leader's frown deepened, though his tone stayed confident. While they waste time chasing guards, we'll grow stronger. Hunting monsters around here is more than enough to upgrade our gear. He smirked, and when they come back with the treasure, we take it. No one will even notice a few people missing. She listened from a distance, arms crossed, unimpressed. The leader continued. If no one finds the treasure in 2 weeks, we're all dead anyway. Just then, a girl stepped out from behind a tree, her voice cutting through the air. If everyone starts thinking like you, this place will fall apart fast. That uneasy feeling from before, it wasn't from the clan. A figure appeared behind her. You're right, he said calmly, arms folded. In times like this, order is everything. Before they could say more, someone from the clan shouted, Who is she? She turned toward the girl, finally getting a good look. Bruises covered her from head to toe. Why was she traveling alone? The thought unsettled her, and then she realized it. That strange feeling she'd been sensing all along, it came from this girl. The protagonist's eyes locked onto her instantly. The clan's archer raised his bow, pulling back the string. Why are you sneaking up on us from behind? What do you want? Speak, and be honest. Looks like you're alone. The girl didn't flinch. Relax, she said evenly. It's nothing dramatic. I just have a proposal. The man scoffed. A proposal? Are you out of your mind? Why will we even listen to you? She met his glare without blinking. You're right to be cautious, she said, but you're afraid of the wrong person. Then she raised her hand and pointed straight at. The girl with yellow hair stepped forward. I want to talk to her. Turning back, she continued, her tone calm but sharp. You already know, don't you? With that high intuition of yours. A chill crept down her spine as realization hit her. That strange presence she'd been feeling earlier. It was her. It wasn't easy to recognize this person as the monarch of another clan, but the energy was undeniable. Either her intuition was on par with her own, or something about this person wasn't human at all. An artificial shell, maybe. Whatever the truth was, something dark pulsed beneath that calm surface. Then, she placed a hand on her hip, and a powerful surge of magic erupted from her body. The air around them trembled. Her eyes widened. The protagonist didn't flinch. His voice was steady, unhurried. There's no need to be so tense, he said, meeting her gaze. I told you already. I'm just here to make a proposal. The man with the bow still didn't lower his weapon. A proposal? What are you really planning? He demanded. And stop talking nonsense about the monarch. Before he could finish, the yellow-haired girl shouted, cutting him off. I'll talk to her. The man froze, caught off guard. Their monarch had never spoken with such urgency before. After a pause, he exhaled. Fine. Do as you want. She stepped forward, her tone uncertain but firm. You seem strong enough to handle yourself. Why even bother making a proposal? She hesitated, half hidden behind her comrade's arm. Even if you're powerful, that doesn't mean we'll just follow whatever you say. The protagonist closed his eyes briefly, then replied, Everyone has their reasons. Mine's simple. I need someone to take the front lines in my place. Her brows furrowed. You want us to deal with that group from earlier? She thought for a moment, then shook her head. I get what you're suggesting, but facing 40 people? That's impossible. Hansu studied the group in front of him and said calmly, You'll only need to handle 10 at a time. Besides, they're weaker than you think. He then turned to She. Use your monarch ability. Start converting the strongest ones into your clan. Grow your numbers. Her eyes went wide. Was he serious? Managing her current group was already a nightmare. Now, he wanted her to recruit more? She bit back the urge to argue. Her instinct screamed at her not to push him. One of her teammates quietly brought a fist to his mouth, lost in thought. She had complained about the group size before, and now this. The yellow-haired girl sighed, rubbing her forehead. I just wanted to get through this place without getting involved, she muttered. But it looks like I don't have a choice. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Fine, I'll try. As they started to move out, Hansu's voice echoed behind them. I'll be watching. She leaned toward her teammate, whispering under her breath. This isn't going to work. Hansu opened his system screen as soon as they left. Someone with high intuition, rare in the training area, should handle this easily. With the guard down and the treasure secured, it was the right moment to set the Scout King plan in motion. A while later, a masked man hit the ground. Yellowhair's subordinates had bound the rest of the capture group. One assistant stepped forward. They're refusing to be tattooed. Yellow Hair glanced at the prisoners. They're already part of the clan. There are only 4 of them. Just tie them up. A green-haired girl objected. There's no need to tie them. A bound man protested. Are you punishing us just because we're from a different clan? We didn't do anything. Yellow Hair surveyed the group. Most of them had already become clan members. Only a few remained tied. She tapped her head. This is exhausting. I don't want to keep doing this. The fairy's voice announced. A treasure has been found. Yellow Hair turned. Who took it? Bring it to me for exchange, the fairy instructed. Who found the treasure? She asked the assembled group. A boy behind her raised a golden orb. I found something. He pointed to the spot beneath a tree where he'd retrieved it. The ball gave off a faint glow. She examined it. If this is what I think it should let us leave this place. She called to the fairy. Is this the treasure? The orb passed into the fairy's hands. He inspected it, then declared, I confirm this is the real treasure. A pity, no one died, but you did well. He inspected the orb closely and added, however, it doesn't seem like you obtained it directly. No reward? Yellow Hair asked. The fairy brought up his system screen. No need to rush. I'll give you time to choose. He addressed her. Since you lead this clan, pick a number. A single golden cape floated by. The clansmen tightened their grips, hoping she would choose 50, so everyone could receive an artifact. Yellow Hair set her hand to her chin, weighing one thought against another. Pick one and eliminate the rest. The clan members froze in terror. Please spare us, they begged. The girl paused, then smirked and selected 50. In an instant, cheers erupted. The clan knelt, pledging their loyalty to her as their monarch. Resting a hand on her hip, she sighed. This is getting boring. Her grin turned sharp. Let's make it more interesting. How about a survival game? Her tone turned cold. All clan members, end yourselves or kill the others. The crowd erupted in panic. What did you just say? They shouted. Marks on their bodies glowed fiercely. Some clenched their fists in defiance. You think we'd follow that kind of order just because you're the monarch? Then someone gasped. Our tattoos, they're gone. The fairy floated lazily nearby, sighing. You really thought such an illogical command would work? He shook his head. Pathetic. Then he gestured toward a portal. Leave. This place will close soon. The clan rushed toward it in desperation. The green-haired girl shouted, I'm free. Quickly freeing the others, she ordered. We need to report this to the monarch now. One replied, he's already on the 3rd floor. Nearby, the protagonist listened quietly, eyes closed. When he opened them, his gaze was sharp, calculating. Leaning against a tree, he overheard someone mutter, we could have wiped them out, but we were interrupted. A firm voice answered, come to me. The girl called again, urgent and focused. The monarch's in danger. Everyone, move to the 3rd floor. Hansu smirked. Perfect. They'll lead me straight to him. As the clan disappeared through the portal, he considered his next move. The 3rd floor was vast, a dungeon with endless paths. Finding one person there would be nearly impossible. Then a memory surfaced. Keldian's words. If we don't capture the Dark Monarch in the training area, and he reaches the red zone, everything we've done will be for nothing. Hansu's eyes narrowed. There's only one way to prevent that. Keldian's voice echoed again. Block every exit. Force him into one path. Hansu straightened, resolve hardening. It was time to set the plan in motion. Hansu and Kongtae stood quietly as the man before them spoke, his tone certain. The island within the tower was the perfect battleground for their plan. Iris nodded in agreement. Pulling it off on the 1st or 2nd floors would have been impossible, but the 3rd floor was different. Adjusting her hair, she explained that the floor had hundreds of entry points. Once he arrived, he'd need his clan's full support. She turned to the protagonist, raising a finger. This will be your only chance. She continued, describing the 3rd floor as the true passage to the other world. It resembled the next red zone. Not exactly, but close enough. The creatures there were on another level entirely. Kongtae lifted a finger, outlining their strategy. They would draw the monarch out. Once he sensed danger, he'd vanish into hiding, and that's when they'd strike. The monarch was clever, always cautious, but Kongtae was certain he'd try to lead his true forces straight into the red zone. He admitted the monarch's power rivaled his own, though he wasn't invincible. Stepping up to Hansu, Kongtae pointed directly at him. Want to know how to bring him down? He asked, pulling out a perfect replica of the Philosopher's Stone, his prize from a recent expedition. Hansu recognized it immediately. His preparations were complete. Only one task remained before facing the Dark Monarch. Without another word, he rushed toward the portal, ready to confront him head-on. The yellow-haired girl leaned toward her clan and urged, "Follow him." The third floor pulsed with raw magical energy. The air trembled with the cries of monstrous beasts. Far ahead, the monarch commanded his followers, ordering every remaining clan member to gather on the third floor at once. Meanwhile, Hansu and his allies faced their own challenge, surrounded by scorching heat and toxic mist. Before them stood a colossal creature, its jaws splitting into three grotesque parts. Monsters spawned endlessly around them. The monarch observed the chaos and muttered that this was merely preparation for what lay beyond the otherworld. His comrades continued to battle, yet he noticed that the higher beings had chosen not to intervene. Maybe they didn't need to. The earth shook as the monster slammed its foot down. Lifting its head, it unleashed a thunderous roar. But the monarch didn't retreat. Channeling his strength, he swung his weapon with devastating force. The creature bit down, crushing against his blade, forcing him back under the weight of its power. He pushed against it, muscles straining, refusing to yield. With one final surge, he roared and cleaved his weapon through the monster's neck, splitting its head clean in two. As he caught his breath, his subordinates shouted. More monsters were approaching from every direction. Standing atop the fallen beast, the monarch roared for his warriors to hold their ground. There would be no retreat. If they wanted to survive, they had to stay close to him. Raising a clenched fist, he commanded them to stand firm. "We will not fall. No matter what happens, do not let them push us back." One warrior echoed his cry, rallying the others with renewed determination. They had to trust their leader. The monarch straightened, taking strength from their resolve. He couldn't falter, not now. His clan was the mightiest in the tower, built on sacrifice and strategy. Everything he had done led to this moment. He would not fail. As the battle raged on, the number of monsters began to dwindle. Yet something felt wrong. His eyes caught a faint glow from a cross-shaped shard half buried in the ground. He stepped closer, frowning. Was this the cause? A strange unease washed over him. The shard pulsed faintly, as if alive. Within the red crystal, countless faces were reflected, frozen in silent agony. His soldiers gathered behind him, murmuring in confusion. "Is someone inside?" he muttered. A soft chuckle broke the silence. A fairy appeared beside him, grinning. "Beautiful, isn't it?" it said lightly. "This place could be quite the attraction. But there's more here than meets the eye." The monarch glared, but the fairy only smirked wider. "Go ahead, look closer. You might recognize a few. Anyone who's passed through the training area could end up here." A chill ran through him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and placed both hands against the shard. His eyes scanned the trapped souls inside, until one face stopped him cold. A girl, eyes closed, peaceful but unmoving. His hand shook. "Sojong." The word left his lips in disbelief. His knees hit the ground as the truth crushed him. His daughter, his precious child, was sealed within the crystal. A strangled cry escaped him. If only I had become the monarch sooner. Memories surged like a storm. The monstrous creature tearing through their city. The screams, the destruction, his partner's desperate voice telling him to run. His daughter crawling toward him, her small hand outstretched. "Please save me." He had sprinted toward her, shouting that he was coming. But before he could reach her, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Leave them. Protect me." He'd stopped, trembling. "What about my daughter?" The man's reply was sharp and merciless. "Your duty is to protect me, not those worthless lives." The monarch's fists had clenched in fury. If he'd known what was waiting in this cursed place, he would have thrown those cowards to the monsters himself. Now, in the present, he knelt before the shard, cradling his daughter's image through the crystal, his voice raw as he whispered, "Wake up, please." Behind him, another monarch watched silently, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. Consider it an honor to die for the monarch. Letting go of his daughter, the man rose, rage burning in his voice. If he'd known their monarch viewed her as nothing more than a tool, he would have never joined his ranks. The monarch sneered and ordered him to stay silent. Time was short. The bait had been taken, and he needed to move. He turned to flee, but before he could finish speaking, the man lunged. Clutching a knife, he spat. "If someone like you can be a monarch, then so can I." With a swift motion, he drove the blade into the monarch's chest. As the body fell, A crimson mark appeared on his hand, the mark of a new monarch. His destiny was now clear, to destroy every parasite like the one he had just slain. Clenching his trembling fist, he whispered that his power would surpass them all. He wouldn't rest until he found his son. Tears streaked down his face as he reached toward the stone. He never thought he'd see her again. Voice cracking, he pleaded for a way to bring her back. The fairy beside him chuckled. "What you're seeing is only a replica," it explained. "This place is just a copy of where you came from. Everything that happened there, every memory, every power, has been recorded inside this cross. The rules," it said, "were simple. To create something new, a sacrifice was needed. The man had to offer a living being." His companion watched in silence as he whispered in disbelief. His son might still be among those trapped within. But where could they find someone to sacrifice? His eyes darkened as he glanced over his clan. If a single life could bring his son back, was it worth it? The fairy shook his head. "That won't do," he said. The man frowned. "What do you mean?" Resting his chin on his hand, the fairy grinned. "A clan member? Too simple. We want something far more entertaining." There was no turning back now. The choice had to be made. In frustration, he struck the cross with his fist. After all his struggles, after coming this far, was there truly no other way? His teeth clenched, his voice breaking as he muttered that he had just seen his daughter again. Covering his face with shaking hands, he was cut off by a shout from one of his men. A group was approaching. The climbers who had fallen were still alive and coming closer. The man lifted his head slowly. Madness flickered in his eyes, and a twisted smile spread across his face. "Capture them alive," he ordered. Hansu climbed steadily to the third floor, every step measured and quiet. He rubbed his face, letting out a tired sigh. "If only I could have a smoke right now." As he turned, movement caught his eye, a group approaching fast. A familiar presence among them made him pause. It was someone who should have perished long ago alongside the Berserker monarch, Wang Qiang, the Mad Dark monarch. Wang Qiang's sins were countless, buried in the past but bound to resurface. His failed attempt to bring back his daughter had left him broken. Now his obsession had shifted to finding his son, no matter the cost. Hansu watched in silence. Before him stood a clan driven by madness, led by a man drowning in despair. If this continued, Wang Qiang would become something far worse than he already was. Hansu's grip tightened around his weapon. It had to end here. But if he could save the man's son, maybe, just maybe, things could change. Then, Song spotted him and shouted, recognizing him instantly by the chains. Wang Qiang burst into wild laughter. "What luck," he cried. "The one we wanted to kill comes right to us. A gift for Sojong." His grin twisted into something sinister. "Your worthless life finally has meaning." Hansu didn't flinch. He stepped forward, fists clenched. Wang Qiang snarled and lunged, spear in hand. But before their clash, the ground shook violently. The air split with a deafening boom as a massive beast erupted from below, tearing through the stone floor. Wang Qiang cursed. "Damn it! If that thing loses control, we're dead. Everyone, don't let the man with the chains escape." He turned to Song. "Go back, Anne." He never finished. Hansu's voice cut through the chaos. "No need." Chains exploded from his arms, coiling around the monstrous creature. With one brutal pull, he tore it apart, its body crashing down in a storm of debris. "The obstacle is gone," he said calmly. He drew his blades, eyes locked on Wang Qiang. "If you won't come to me." He leapt forward, chains cracking through the air. "Then I'll come to you." Wang Qiang stumbled back, eyes wide. "He's a monster." "Kill him," he bellowed. Hansu didn't hesitate. He charged straight in, chains slicing through the battlefield. Each strike was clean, precise, deadly. Enemies fell before they even realized they were hit. Watching his men drop one by one, Wang Qiang growled. "They said he doesn't kill." Looks like that was a lie. Behind him, Song scoffed. "So much for your intel. That woman's information was garbage." Then, through the haze of smoke, a glint of steel cut the air. A chain blade shot toward them at incredible speed. Song spun her weapon, deflecting the strike with a sharp clang. "I know he's strong," she shouted, wiping sweat from her face. "But if he's this powerful, why isn't he using any skills?" She gave a faint, mocking smile. "Guess he doesn't have any worth using." Wang Qiang stood beside Song, his tone cold but steady. "Fine, I'll trust you one more time." His eyes narrowed dangerously. "If he doesn't have defensive skills, we'll crush him with numbers." With a sharp roar, he commanded his troops to unleash everything they had. Warriors charged from every direction, their coordinated assault designed to trap Hansu where he stood. But in a blur of motion, Hansu vaulted clean over them, landing effortlessly beyond their reach. Song's hand tightened around her sword. "Not bad," she said, eyes locked on him. Without hesitation, she lunged forward. "Let's see you dodge this." Her blade sliced through the air, but Hansu summoned his weapon in an instant. Dodging wasn't an option. He met her head-on. Steel collided with a deafening crack. Lightning flared on impact, the shock running through his body. Blood sprayed as he staggered back, pain burning through his limbs. That hit hard, he thought grimly. If I keep trading blows like this, I won't last long. Keep up the pressure. Wang Qiang barked. Don't give him a second to breathe. 3 warriors dropped from above, weapons raised. Hansu reacted instantly. His chains whipped upward in perfect sync, slicing through all 3 before they could strike. Their bodies hit the ground, scattering glowing gray runes. From the dust, a small snake darted forward, quick and precise. It grabbed one of the runes between its fangs, slithered up Hansu's shoulder, and offered it to him. Gasps echoed across the battlefield. "Wait, he's got a monster with him," someone shouted. "That thing, it's eating runes." Wang Qiang's face twisted in alarm. "Stop it. Don't let that creature absorb another one." His voice cracked with urgency. If Hansu was amplifying his strength through the runes, the battle would spiral out of control. Before anyone could react, a surge of mana erupted from nearby. One of Wang Qiang's allies thrust out a hand, releasing a massive explosion that tore through the ground. Seals flared beneath Hansu's feet. Vines burst from the earth, snaking around his limbs and holding him in place. Above him, Song descended, her weapon glowing with killing intent. Hansu moved just in time. His chains shot upward, wrapping around her blade and halting the strike midair. The collision sent a thunderous shockwave rippling outward. Wang Qiang's furious voice boomed over the chaos. "Don't stop now. We've come too far to fail." His eyes blazed with rage. "For every clan that crushed us, we'll wipe them out. Every last parasite will die." His followers answered with a deafening cry. "For our fallen, for our families." Their fury surged, their attacks becoming wild and relentless. Still bound, Hansu gritted his teeth, his chains trembling with strain. The mark on his hand flared with light, pulsing like a heartbeat. Across the field, the monarch's hand burned with the same crimson glow. "My words will shape your fate," he declared. "Our vengeance will live on through you." Hansu stared at him, realization dawning. The man claimed he didn't treat his followers as disposable, yet he was driving them to die for his obsession. The contradiction was clear as day. Hansu watched his opponent closely. The man was holding back, waiting for an opening, waiting for him to tire. But Hansu couldn't afford a drawn-out fight. The longer it lasted, the more damage he'd take. It had to end now. Wang Qiang's eyes flared crimson as he lunged forward. Hansu twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. Every movement mattered. One mistake could be fatal. Then a shout echoed across the battlefield. One of Wang Qiang's allies stepped forward. "I'll hold him down," she yelled. Hansu's response came instantly, sharp and cold. "Not happening." Mana flared through his weapon as he leapt, his dagger slicing through the air and leaving a trail of glowing energy behind. The woman stumbled back, eyes wide. "My skill, it's not working." Hansu didn't slow down. He rushed through the enemy line, cutting them down with precise, unrelenting strikes. In moments, only a single girl remained between him and Wang Qiang's clan. She smirked, stretching her arms as violet mana erupted around her. "You walked right into my trap," she shouted. Hansu's leg jerked. The ground beneath him lit up with glowing seals. He crouched, realizing too late that she had planned for his advance. From behind her, Wang Qiang emerged, his tone icy. "It's useless. You're just one man, and you're already running out of breath." With a roar, he raised his sword and charged. Dark mana crackled around Hansu as Wang Qiang slammed his weapon down. The monarch's grin widened. "My daughter will live again," he cried. "This is the first step toward my goal." His laughter filled the air until Hansu's voice cut through it. "You finished." Hansu gripped the sword pressed against his shoulder. Blood ran down his arm, but he didn't back away. Instead, he met Wang Qiang's gaze with a razor-sharp grin. "You've got it backwards," he said quietly. "You're the one caught in my trap." His eyes swept over the battlefield. Every last one of Wang Qiang's subordinates had fallen. There was no one left to save him. Hansu raised his weapon, smirking. Let's see if you can run from this distance. Wang Qiang's jaw tightened. Fury flickered in his eyes, but before he could act, a heavy impact crashed against Hansu, sending him staggering. Wang Qiang pulled a combat knife from his pocket, voice filled with defiance. You think I came unprepared? I've seen every trick you've got. None of them will work now. Hansu chuckled under his breath. Oh really? He said calmly. Then you're still missing something. A second blade appeared in his hand. I never said my chains were my only weapon. Before Wang Qiang could react, the dagger flew. What? The word barely left his lips before the blade buried itself deep in his stomach. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his eyes went wide, his body jerking from the force of the strike. A subordinate screamed, Get away from the monarch. I won't forgive you. Hansu stayed composed, rising until he towered over Wang Qiang, who had dropped to his knees. The monarch lifted his head weakly. So, you used yourself as bait, he whispered, then shouted, Kill him now. Don't give him time to recover. His soldiers surged forward without hesitation. Hansu breathed out slowly, voice steady. If you want to take a life, be prepared to lose your own. He stared down at the fallen monarch. Do you even have the resolve for that? Then he turned and looked over the battlefield. Watch your people die, just like you always do. Minutes later, Song knelt, shaking. Hansu released her by the chest and faced Wang Qiang. Why? Wang Qiang murmured, then bellowed. Why are you going this far to stop me? What did I do to deserve this? Is it because of those damned rules you made? Hansu said nothing. Is it that rule about not killing travelers? Wang Qiang spat. The question landed, and Hansu's thoughts drifted to a familiar scream, to Wang Qiang crying out about broken rules. For what reason? Wang Qiang pressed. Why have you hunted me? To kill me? For revenge. Hansu looked at him with cold disdain. Kante stepped forward, voice cutting across the field. Do you know how many you've killed? Hundreds. Even your own clan. Wang Qiang gasped, eyes dropping. Kante turned to Hansu. Step aside. Let me finish him. Wang Qiang let out a ragged laugh, pierced by spear and sword. And what would that change? He said. This world is what it is. Those people would have died anyway. He fell silent, then rasped. But why? Why did Sojong and Minte have to die first? The question broke into a roar. What did they do to deserve that? Kante's voice hardened. You claim to save people. What right do you have? You couldn't save your own children. Wang Qiang's body tensed. He stared at them, bloodshot and raw. All of this, he snarled, is because of you, because of the hypocrites, because of the monarchs. He raised his voice higher. Because of this damned world. His body shook as he let out one final, furious cry. That's why. I'll destroy everything. The people, the monarchs, the world itself. Wang Qiang collapsed to the ground. Why? Why must I follow these laws? He barked. He stared at Hansu. Look at you. You're no different. A madman, a hypocrite. Your rules don't even apply to you, do they? Hansu remained still. I'm not killing you because you broke my rule, he said. He closed his eyes a moment, then sat beside the fallen monarch. I don't have time to waste, he added. There's only so much power you can gain by hunting. Memories came back, Keldian's voice in his head. We're just stepping stones on your path, aren't we? Hansu remembered being serious then. It wasn't just about uniting people. He shut a book with a snap. Beyond the 3 trials, we must prepare for what's next, by any means necessary. His voice remained low. If that requires clearing everyone from the training area, so be it. He looked toward Iris. You object? She said nothing. Kante stepped forward, rubbing his head. Don't sweat it. I'll handle this. He grinned. I'll slaughter anyone in the way, take their treasures, become a legend, and impress the ladies. A fist shot out. Iris struck him hard, sending him back. Sacrificing the few for the many, she snapped. I won't agree to that. She added, we need to grow stronger, yes, but we don't know what the hidden dungeon holds. There has to be another way besides killing everyone. Kante rubbed his face. Keldian, back me up. He sighed. There's no one better for this. A beam of magic zipped past him and made him flinch. Hansu asked, what do the calculations say? Kante hit the ground, groaning. The hidden dungeon must be cleared for a better future. Keldian nodded. A normal hunt won't cut it. There are targets we'll have to deal with before training ends. Might as well make it count. Kante raised a finger. If we eliminate the bad guys and absorb their runes, we'll be strong enough to clear the dungeon. We'll grow stronger and become heroes. Hansu considered the plan and replied simply, if we all agree, then so be it. Keldian placed a steady hand on Hansu's shoulder. No need to overthink it, he said. Anyone who stands in our way. That's all that matters. Hansu looked down at Wonkyung, his expression unreadable. You tried to kill me, he said quietly. He planted his gun into the ground, eyes fixed on the fallen monarch. You climbed over others to get here. So why act like you don't deserve this? His voice dropped to a low, cold tone. Maybe that's the question you should be asking yourself. Wonkyung pressed a knife to his own throat, smirking through the pain. Trying to play the hero now? He sneered. Tell me, who are you really? Hansu didn't answer. He could already tell this was ending sooner than expected. Wonkyung met his gaze, voice softening for the first time. If you ever find my son, watch over him. He has the same red eyes as me. Hansu exhaled deeply. I don't have time for that, he replied. If this plan works, then everyone, including your son, will survive. Understanding, Wonkyung gripped his weapon tighter. Without hesitation, he dragged the blade across his throat. For a long moment, Hansu stood in silence. Then he turned his eyes toward the moon, the distant light reflecting off the ruins around him. Meanwhile, a short distance away, the yellow-haired girl folded her arms with a frustrated sigh. How much longer do we have to guard this place? She snapped. A boy from her clan shrugged. Then why not just leave? She jabbed a finger at him. I can't. Something's not right. My gut's telling me there's more to this. Another woman muttered. I wanted to go after her, but we got stuck here. If needed, we can ambush them instead. Just then, Hansu appeared behind them, this time in a female form. I left you here for a reason, he said. How well did you protect the area? Startled, the yellow-haired girl quickly straightened. We did our job, even caught the ones who tried to sneak in. Hansu scratched his arm absently, thinking the girl hadn't seen anything critical, so there was no need to silence her. Even if she went there now, it wouldn't change a thing. Turning away, he nodded. Good work. You can go. The girl lowered her head, disappointed. That's it? We just leave. The boy urged her quietly. Let's go. We'll find another path if we need to. But she shook her head, eyes narrowing. I'll go ahead, she said firmly. I want to see what Hansu's planning. The fairy assistant clapped her hands, eyes sparkling with excitement. Amazing, she whispered, gazing at the glowing cross. A playful grin spread across her face. Looks like we've got another traveler. Things are about to get interesting. With an eager smile, she turned toward the blonde girl in her clan. Shall we begin? She said, preparing to speak about the cross that shimmered before them. The protagonist stepped forward without hesitation, walking straight into the portal. As the light surrounded him, his old appearance faded away. No need for this anymore, he muttered, shedding his disguise completely. One by one, figures began emerging from the portal, travelers returning from their journeys. They gathered at the central plaza, regrouping after surviving the first 3 floors and the preparation zone on the 4th. Hansu lifted his gaze. His goal was clear, the island at the heart of the tower. The 4th floor was a staging area, a place for travelers to ready themselves before entering the red zone. Along the river, they could build boats to reach the scattered islands ahead. The creatures that prowled nearby carried the materials needed for construction, resources to forge both strength and survival. The fairy floated closer and spoke again, voice playful. Sounds simple enough, doesn't it? She teased. Then, raising a finger, she added with a smirk, but it's not. She conjured a small paper boat and placed a tiny human doll inside. The quality of your boat depends on the materials you use. Bigger boats carry more people, so of course, larger means better. A list of materials appeared before the group. Basic ones were easy to find, but rare components would determine whether their boats could endure what lay ahead. Thankfully, everything was clearly recorded. No excuses, no confusion. The countdown to departure had begun. All eyes turned toward the dense forest beyond the wall. One traveler pointed to the horizon. We need a boat big enough for everyone. Let's move, he shouted, leading his clan into the wilderness. Another group stepped up, members of a different clan. We'll join you, one of them said firmly. If we want to live, we have to work together. At the back of the group, Hansu stood still, lost in his own thoughts. He wasn't just thinking about survival. He was searching for something, a specific place hidden within this world. Then, a voice called out from behind him. You're later than I expected. Hansu turned slightly to see Sangjin approaching. The man extended a hand. We got here early, he said. Been collecting materials ever since. Did you finish what you needed to do? Hansu's eyes flicked briefly toward the Black Monarch before answering. Yeah, it's done. Then, with a steady tone, he asked. Do you remember what I told you? Sang Jin nodded without hesitation. I started preparing the moment we stepped onto the first floor. But then, confusion crossed his face. Wait, are you planning to use that form again? Hansu turned his gaze aside. There's no need for disguises anymore, he said calmly. Then, shifting the topic, he asked, what about you? Aren't you joining in? Building a large ship will drain a lot of resources, and time's not exactly on our side. Sang Jin chuckled. Mihi and the clan will take care of that. Hansu raised a brow. Mihi, deep within the forest, glowing arrows sliced through the air, striking a massive beast in the neck. The creature let out a guttural roar before collapsing with a heavy thud. From the dense brush, a lone figure stepped out. Mihi, bow still drawn, her stance unwavering. Sang Jin's smirk widened. Found her back on the first floor. She's different now. Scanning the area, Mihi called out, I need backup. Her voice echoed between the trees as shadows stirred around her. The Dark Monarch, watching from the sidelines, spoke casually. She'll be happy to see you again. Then, with an easy motion, he tossed a white snake toward Hansu before turning away. I don't need her anymore, he added, voice distant. But she might still have her uses. He paused mid-step. This may be the last time we all gather here. The red zone after this, he looked back briefly, is nothing like the training floors. Sang Jin lowered his head, his voice dropping to a quiet tone. I wouldn't have made it this far without you. When he looked up again, a faint smile crossed his face. We'll meet again. Hansu gave no reply. He glanced sideways, silent for a moment, then turned away with a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Sang Jin watched him go, shaking his head lightly. He hadn't expected an answer anyway. Elsewhere, the blonde girl stood with her companion, tension in her voice. We're late, she muttered. Wasted too much time near that cross. The man beside her frowned. Shouldn't we have brought Wonkyung with us? Quiet, she hissed sharply. They might hear us. Sang Jin, walking nearby, caught their words. His eyes flickered in surprise, but before he could dwell on it, Yu's voice broke the silence. It's time, for us and for him, to move. Just then, a figure stepped out of the portal. I'm sorry for the delay, he said breathlessly. It was Wonkyung. I was worried about my daughter, he admitted. The blonde girl crossed her arms, unimpressed. My people were guarding the rear. What's there to worry about? Her tone was sharp. You really don't remember anything, do you? He hesitated before raising his hand. It's true. I don't even know where I am. One moment, I was jogging with my daughter, and then his voice trailed off as confusion clouded his face. Moments later, a young girl emerged from the portal behind him. The blonde girl turned away, muttering, I see. But her thoughts were elsewhere. She had hoped for a strong warrior to lead her team, not someone who had lost everything, even his memories. Pushing the disappointment aside, she faced the twin siblings. Come on, I need to talk to the fairy giving the orders. Without another word, the group moved out. From the shadows, the Dark Monarch observed silently, eyes fixed on them, his expression impossible to read. Elsewhere, Hansu moved steadily through the forest, his steps light but deliberate. The woods were quiet, too quiet. He noticed immediately that most of the monsters had already gathered deeper within the preparation zone. Inside the tower, every floor carried its own strange reality. Some opened into endless skies. Others plunged travelers beneath vast oceans. But here it all felt hollow, fabricated, artificial. Hansu stopped and placed his hand against a towering wall that loomed in front of him. His eyes followed its height upward. Everything has an end, he thought silently. But he didn't pull his hand away. Instead, his gaze sharpened. They want us to believe the tower stops at the 4th floor, he murmured. But there's a 5th, hidden and sealed away. A dungeon holding something valuable. He gripped his weapon tightly. Normally, reaching such a place would be impossible. But Hansu wasn't planning to follow the usual path. He swung his weapon, slicing through the air with sheer power. Each strike rippled with energy, distorting the space around him. Nirmaha ring, authority, destruction. The ground trembled as cracks began spidering across the barrier. Strike after strike, his weapon tore deeper, the magical energy screaming with every impact. Then, a deafening blast erupted. The wall shattered into fragments. Without hesitation, Hansu pressed his hand against the fractured surface and pushed through, emerging on the other side. His eyes locked onto what lay ahead, an untrodden path stretching into darkness. If I can't climb from the inside, he muttered, voice steady with resolve, then I'll do it from the outside. The wind stirred around him, carrying loose leaves as they drifted to the ground. Behind him, the wall began to heal itself, sealing shut almost instantly. Without the ring's power, passing through again would be impossible. Hansu exhaled sharply and brushed a hand through his hair. Pulling up his status window, he checked his progress. Only 40 points gained from the runes after the Black Monarch's attack. Not enough. Not even close. Grinding his teeth, he leapt upward, grabbing onto a narrow ledge. His fingers tightened until his knuckles whitened. He hauled himself up, muscles straining, sweat running down his face. Finally, he pulled himself over the edge, and there it was. The entrance to the 5th-floor dungeon, its shape slowly solidifying in front of him. Hansu tightened his grip on his weapon. Ralph Lauren's warning echoed in his mind. No one knew what awaited inside. Then, the ground around him exploded with motion. Countless blades erupted from the earth, stabbing upward like a storm of steel. Hansu darted aside, deflecting each strike with sharp, precise movements. He clenched his jaw. There was no turning back now. He had to win. A brilliant light burst from the forming portal ahead, flooding the chamber with blinding radiance. Hansu looked up and froze. Something colossal was emerging. A monster, its shape still incomplete, materializing from pure light. Memories flashed through his mind. A creature just like this had once unleashed rivers of molten fire in front of him. His heart pounded. A single drop of sweat slid down his cheek. Elsewhere, Keldian slammed a book shut in anger. "It's not enough," he shouted. "Humanity's only stalling for time." Kangti's voice roared from the command post. "We can't hold this line any longer." Everyone threw the crystal ball. Without hesitation, he handed command to Anvi and turned sharply toward the chaos. "Hansu," he called out, his voice echoing through the tower. Hansu sat on the cold ground, Kiriel cradled gently in his arms. Her body was battered, her skin bruised, and her breathing faint. His voice shook as he looked into her fading eyes. Why would you do that?" he demanded, the memory of her leaping in front of him burning fresh in his mind. Kiriel's hand trembled as it reached up, her fingertips brushing softly against his cheek. A fragile smile crossed her lips. "Thank God," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. Relief flickered in her eyes. She was glad he was still alive. Her fingers traced the wound on his face, but before she could finish her sentence, before she could make him promise whatever she wanted to say, her arm fell limp. Silence filled the air. Hansu gritted his teeth, holding her tighter. The weight in his chest felt unbearable. For a moment, he lowered his head, forcing himself to breathe. Then, slowly he looked up. His eyes burned with fierce focus as he stared down the beast standing before him. The monster let out a low, thunderous growl. Hansu's gaze narrowed. He recognized it instantly. The creature towering over him was the golden dragon, Bellium. Realization struck. This hidden dungeon recreated the most powerful enemy from the Challenger's own memories. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. "So, this is it," he muttered. "The strongest one I've ever faced. If the tower had chosen Bellium for him, then this was fate, a chance to finish what he once couldn't. Even if this version was weaker, scaled down to match the strength of the Red Rune, he would still have to give it everything he had." He raised his hand, gripping a crimson crystal, the reward he'd earned for slaying the Demon King. Every plan, every item, every decision had been for this very fight. 2 powerful artifacts glowed in his possession, energy pulsing between them. A notification flickered before his eyes. Worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, consumable treasure, obtained through treasure hunting. He remembered the trade, 32 treasures on the 2nd floor, all exchanged for this single item. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. The stone was already cracked, its power unstable. But that didn't matter. He activated it. A violent surge of energy exploded from within, flooding his veins. His runes spiked, his strength rising to the lower red level. A crimson aura pulsed from the Nirmaha ring, vibrating with raw power. Then, Hansu drew out his trump card, the Jade Demon Essence, his hard-won prize from the Demon King. That victory alone had made all the suffering worth it. Without hesitation, he bit into the glowing sphere. The world erupted. In an instant, every stat skyrocketed to 99.9%. His magical power surged to an almost uncontrollable level. The air crackled around him, the ground splitting beneath his feet. The effect would only last a single day. After that, everything would collapse, dropping to a mere 0.1%. But Hansu didn't care. One day was all he needed. A grin spread across his face. "This is what I wanted," he whispered, his eyes locking on the dragon. "This is what I've been chasing." Bellium's golden eyes burned brighter. It sensed the power gathering before it, and roared. The sound was deafening, shaking the dungeon walls and sending debris flying in every direction. Hansu slid back, bracing himself. His hand shot out, gripping a nearby blade. Red light swirled around him as he channeled the first ability of Nirmaha's ring. A wave of destructive energy exploded outward. The blade blazed with crimson light. The power of destruction red pushed to its limit. 99%. Without a moment's hesitation, Hansu charged forward. His body blurred with speed, the crimson aura from the Nirmaha ring pulsing around him. He brought his sword down with everything he had, every ounce of strength, every rune-enhanced strike, every fragment of his will. The impact echoed like thunder. And then, his blade shattered. Fragments of steel scattered through the air, glinting red against the dragon's golden hide. Hansu's eyes widened. His strongest strike had only managed to chip away a single scale. Bellium didn't even flinch. The dragon's golden eyes narrowed, its chest expanding as flames gathered deep within its throat. Hansu recognized that sound, the low, rumbling growl that always came before the storm. He inhaled sharply and steadied himself. A sphere of molten fire formed in the dragon's mouth before erupting outward, transforming into a blinding torrent of flame. And Hansu smiled. Far away, deep in the forest, the corpse of a massive beast lay motionless on the ground. Sang-jin landed atop it, his boots sinking slightly into its scorched flesh. Another man burst through the underbrush, panting. "That was the last kelk in this area," he said quickly. Without missing a beat, he knelt down, cutting into the creature's body to extract the shimmering slime sack. Hopping down beside a young woman, he handed it over. "We've got everything we need. Time to start building the ship." The girl's gaze wandered toward the horizon. Her tone softened. "It would have been nice if Hansu were here with us." Sang-jin lowered his eyes, voice quiet but steady. "Even if he hadn't disappeared, coming with us would have been difficult." Minnie tilted her head, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Before Sang-jin could respond, the dragon's flames tore through the air like a storm of molten light. Hansu's muscles tensed as he tracked the inferno heading his way. It was the same attack that had once nearly ended him. Yet this time, he refused to take it head-on. He pushed off the ground. The fire missed by inches as he dashed forward, heat licking at his back. Sliding low beneath the flames, he sprinted straight toward the massive creature. He knew a regular blade wouldn't be enough. In his hand, two weapons materialized, Judgment and Justice, the legendary twin blades known as Decratos. But this was no ordinary pair. What Hansu wielded now was their evolved form, reforged and enhanced beyond recognition. Chains of radiant energy snaked around his arms as he unleashed Nirmaha's second ability, Hemorrhage. The chain shot forward and wrapped around Bellium's body, cutting deep into its golden scales. The dragon roared in fury as blood burst from the wounds, staining the air. Hansu's grip tightened. The moment he pulled, the chains constricted even tighter, slicing through flesh with brutal precision. His mind raced. The weapon's power was immense, but fragile. Each pull brought it closer to breaking. Against a creature like Bellium, it wouldn't last long. But that didn't matter. He clenched his teeth, muscles trembling from the strain. If the weapons break, they break. As long as the dragon falls. Bellium thrashed violently, its wings beating against the air. In a single motion, it swung its massive tail, striking Hansu square in the chest. The impact was explosive. He flew backward, crashing hard against the stone ground. The chains snapped one after another as the dragon broke free. Bellium roared again, its fury shaking the dungeon walls. A surge of magic gathered in its core before it unleashed a blast of pure energy, slamming straight into Hansu's position. The world went white. Bruised and bloodied, Hansu forced himself upright. His breath came out ragged, but his grip on the chain never faltered. Without hesitation, he swung it down hard. The chain struck the ground with a thunderous crack, right where countless swords had been buried. The earth shuddered. One by one, the embedded blades ripped free from the soil, shooting into the air like iron comets. Hansu lifted his gaze. Dozens of weapons hovered above him, each aimed directly at the dragon. But Bellium wasn't about to fall so easily. With a furious roar, it spread its wings, the gust alone flattening the grass around it. Its tail whipped through the air like a living blade, smashing through the rain of swords with sheer force. Metal shattered, sparks erupted, and the dragon's massive body tore through the assault, unstoppable. A violent twist of its neck sent blood spraying from its wounded throat, and it roared again, louder, angrier, shaking the very air. Hansu's eyes locked onto it. Magic flared around his body, searing the ground beneath his feet as he focused everything on his next move. The dragon lowered itself, jaws gaping wide. The sound that tore from its throat was almost inhuman, a scream of fury that rattled the entire dungeon. Hansu didn't back down. He lunged forward, chains coiling around his arm like serpents, his momentum carrying him straight toward the beast's open mouth. From a distance, Sangjin stood silently, watching the scene unfold. The sheer energy pouring from Hansu was staggering. His strength was still climbing. Pulling his hood tighter, Sangjin turned to the others. "Get ready," he said calmly. "Once he's done, we move." He shifted his gaze toward the girl beside him. "But first, there's something we need to handle." She looked at him curiously. "What do you mean?" Sangjin's eyes drifted toward the horizon. "We'll be taking a few people with us." One of the men frowned. "Your acquaintances?" He gave a vague shrug. "Something like that." His eyes flicked briefly toward the young clan's camp in the distance. They might come in handy. The forest around them was silent, too silent. The air was thick, and the ground was slick with a strange, red liquid spreading like a stain. A boy's foot splashed down in it. Instantly, he gasped, feeling a burning sensation crawl up his leg. His heart pounded. The poison had spread this far. "Not good," he muttered before bolting forward, racing toward the half-built ship ahead. He raised an arm, shouting desperately, "Wait, don't leave yet, I'm not on board." But before he could reach them, thunk! Spears slammed into the ground at his feet, cutting him off. His head snapped up, eyes wide. "What are you doing?" he shouted. Hanchul leaned lazily against the ship's railing, smirking. "TCH, missed again. Didn't think the little dwarf could dodge that fast." The boy's fists clenched. "You promised," he yelled, anger trembling in his voice. "You said if I brought you the materials, you'd take me with you." Hanchiol waved dismissively. "Change my mind. We don't have space for strays. Clan only." Mocking laughter rose from the others on deck. "Guess you'll have to build your own boat," one of them sneered. "If you can finish before the poison eats through your skin." Their laughter echoed through the forest as the boy's rage boiled over. He grit his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. "Traitors," he spat under his breath. "All of you." He took off running again, fury driving his steps. If only that damn creature had told me about the time limit. He skidded to a halt, eyes darting wildly across the field. "I just need one kill," he muttered. "One kelp slime sack. There has to be one left somewhere." Then, a noise. A low hum, followed by a sharp crackle. He froze. Slowly, he turned toward the source. The ground split open in front of him, light spilling out from a swirling rift. A hand emerged from the portal. His breath caught. Then, with a soundless crawl, Hansu pulled himself out of the light, blood-soaked and barely standing. The boy stumbled backward, eyes wide, a terrified scream tearing from his throat. His voice shook. "W, what are you?" he stammered, eyes locked on the blood-stained figure that had just crawled out of the portal. Hansu didn't answer. Without so much as a glance toward him, he moved forward, stepping through the broken barrier and into the structure beyond. "Hey!" the boy shouted, still trembling. "Who the hell are you?" Hansu ignored him. He grabbed the cracked edge of the barrier, his muscles straining as he pulled himself upward. Climbing back toward the third floor, he paused briefly to scan the surroundings. The air was heavy, but not yet lethal. The poison hadn't spread completely. Good, he thought. There's still time. He brushed off the dust clinging to his arms, adjusting his grip on the wall as the boy's frantic voice echoed behind him. "Wait, how did you even break through that?" The boy yelled, his voice full of disbelief. "I've hit that barrier 100 times. It didn't even scratch." Hansu didn't turn around. "I don't have time to explain," he said flatly. "I've got somewhere to be." He started walking. The boy hesitated, then scrambled after him, words spilling out nervously. "Hey, you're in a hurry, huh?" Hansu stopped and looked over his shoulder, giving him a single, quiet glance. The boy blinked, his confusion deepening. Are you seriously walking around naked? Is that your thing or something?" Without a word, Hansu tore off the shredded remains of his shirt, the fabric fluttering to the ground. "I've got a ship to build," he said simply. "No time to waste." A powerful gust of wind swept through the corridor, forcing the boy to throw up his arms to shield his face. "Wait, what do you mean, starting now? You can't do this by yourself." But Hansu was already moving. In a blur, he leaped skyward, disappearing into the trees above. The boy stood there, mouth hanging open. Is he insane? Not far away, chaos erupted. A deafening crash echoed through the forest as a man was hurled backward, his body slamming into a tree trunk. His comrades cried out, rushing toward him. "Get together! You can't pass out now," one shouted, gripping his fallen teammate. A monstrous shape emerged from the shadows, the Galapagos crocodile, its armored hide glistening like metal. The ground shook beneath its weight. "Fall back! We can't take that thing!" Another yelled, panic rising in his voice. Then, something streaked past them, faster than their eyes could follow. "Hansu, if you're not going to fight," he said coldly, "I'll do it myself." Before anyone could react, he shot forward, closing the distance in seconds. The survivors stared in disbelief. Did he just... He's going at that thing barehanded? The dragon scale beast lunged, but Hansu's fist was already in motion. His punch landed squarely against its snout with a brutal impact. The shockwave sent blood and scales flying, echoing through the trees. The survivors froze. "What the hell? Who is this guy?" one of them whispered. At that moment, the boy from before stumbled into view, panting as he caught up. One of the survivors turned toward him. "Hey, you with that maniac?" He wiped sweat from his forehead. "No," he said between breaths. "I just met him." A short pause, then something like that. Hansu didn't stop. He struck again and again, each blow cracking the monster's armored hide. The Galapagos howled in agony, but it was no use. The relentless assault didn't stop until its body went limp. Hansu stood over the corpse, his breathing steady. He crouched, tearing through the creature's remains with practiced efficiency, pulling out what he needed. Just a coincidence, he thought. Didn't even need the Galapagos. From behind, one of the Earth survivors called out, breaking the silence. "Hey, why don't we work together? Pool our materials, build one big ship." The boy who'd followed Hansu clutched his chest, still catching his breath. "Fine," he said quickly. "I'll add my share, but only if you let me on board." One of the survivors crossed his arms, giving the newcomer a skeptical look. "You know the Galapagos crocodile parasite can only build about 20 ships, right? There's no room left." The man's brow furrowed. "I need it," he shot back. "I'll trade if I have to." Their argument was cut short when Hansu dropped down from the top of the slain beast. His landing was silent, his presence sharp. Without a word, he picked something up from the corpse, then, with a flick of his wrist, tossed it toward them. The parasite hit the ground with a wet thud. "I don't need it," he said simply. Everyone froze. Hansu's eyes flicked toward them, calm and unreadable. "I'm building a 500-seat ship. Do whatever you want with that thing." The group exchanged stunned looks. A ship that size was unheard of. The key material for something that massive, the heart of a knock rockstone lizard. And collecting materials for larger ships didn't just get harder, it got nearly impossible. The man who'd been following Hansu clenched his jaw. He's really going to do it alone? Hansu gritted his teeth, glancing toward the horizon. The poison spreading across the fourth floor was thickening fast. Every minute counted. Was he seriously planning to hunt down that monster and build a 500-seater ship? All by himself? Before the thought could even settle, Hansu pointed toward the others. "Tell everyone still alive. If they bring materials as payment, I'll let them board." The man blinked in disbelief. "Wait, seriously?" he asked. "You'll take us? Just for the materials we've got?" Hansu didn't respond. He was already walking away. Not long after, the fourth-floor preparation zone was buzzing with life. Fighters and scavengers filled the riverbank, each hauling stacks of materials, skins, bones, metals, and cores, all piled high for trade. The man who'd followed Hansu stood among them, staring down at the bundle in his hands. "This is everything I've got," he thought. "My last chance. I can't afford to be betrayed again." He clenched his fists, watching Hansu in silence. Then, a thunderous crash ripped through the forest. The ground trembled, and birds scattered into the air. "What was that?" someone yelled. Another followed, eyes widening in panic. "Over there, look!" A massive shadow rose above the treetops. The man's heart dropped. "No way. It's coming right at us." Hansu's voice cut through the panic like a blade. "Scatter." The ground erupted. The enormous knock rockstone lizard slammed down in the center of the clearing, the shockwave knocking people off their feet. Screams broke out as the survivors scrambled for cover. And standing on top of the creature's crushed skull, calm, unshaken, was Hansu. He looked down at the stunned crowd and smirked. Well, looks like everyone's here. Then he jumped down, landing lightly on the poisoned soil. Get ready to leave. The man who'd been following him could only stare. He killed it alone? Hansu dragged the colossal, still pulsing heart of the knock rockstone lizard across the ground. Its surface glowed faintly as he stopped before the fairy guardian. I've got the heart, he said, dropping it at the fairy's feet. Let's trade. The fairy glanced at the timer floating in the air. Still some time left, he murmured, then looked back up at Hansu. You do realize you'll need more than that, right? Hansu nodded once. Of course. He scanned the piles of materials stacked along the riverbank, his sharp gaze moving from orc to bone to fabric. Finally, he reached down and lifted a coil of gleaming rack silk rope. This, he said, holding it up, should be everything. The fairy guardian floated closer, arms folded, his expression smug. And where's the knock rockstone lizard's heart? Hansu tilted his head slightly. Right behind me, he said. Take it. The guardian's lips curled into an amused smirk. Well, you actually managed to collect all the required materials. He hovered for a moment, studying Hansu. There's still some left to gather, technically, but you're the only one who's done this much alone. Makes me want to give you a little reward. Before Hansu could respond, a voice shouted from the crowd. The poison, it's spreading. Panic rippled through the survivors. They stumbled backward, eyes wide as the crimson mist crept closer across the ground. The fairy guardian, unfazed, spread his arms with a mocking grin. Oh, come on. Shouldn't you congratulate him first? A little applause, maybe. Just build the damn ship, someone roared. The guardian laughed, clearly enjoying himself. Hansu exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. You were all in such a rush a minute ago, he said flatly. Almost liked it better when you were trembling. Moments later, a deep hum filled the air. Hansu turned toward the riverbank, eyes narrowing. There, he said, gesturing forward. That's the ship you'll be sailing on. The crowd turned and gasped. From a swirl of light and shadow, the ship began to take form. Its size was beyond comprehension, an enormous structure stretching across the river like a floating fortress. The boy beside Hansu stared, jaw slack. That's a 500-seater ship? Hansu gave a single nod. Enough room for everyone who contributed. Go ahead, bring them all aboard. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then chaos, shouts of awe, relief, and disbelief all at once. The survivors rushed forward, climbing the newly formed gangplanks, their earlier fear replaced by pure excitement. We're actually getting out of here. I can't believe this thing's real. If he's the one leading, we'll follow him anywhere. Hansu watched them board, silent as ever, before heading to the helm. Once everyone was settled, the boy who'd followed him stepped up and raised his voice. Don't worry about steering, he called out. As a reward for taking us, we'll handle the navigation. Hansu said nothing, his focus already fixed ahead. The fairy guardian floated higher, addressing the gathered crowd. Everyone, take your seats and rest, he announced. Estimated travel time, 3 days. Then, lowering his arms, he gave a sly grin. Well, my work here is done. I won't be interfering anymore. His tone darkened as he added, I'm glad I sent you all to the red zone. At least my efforts won't go to waste. As the ship began to rise, the portal ahead opened wide, swirling with red light. The fairy's voice echoed one last time, mocking but faintly sincere. Try to survive as long as you can. The world shifted. The ship broke through the barrier and emerged into open waters, no longer in the training zone. The air was heavy and metallic. The sea around them glowed with a sickly red sheen. One of the men on deck leaned over the railing. Is that the entrance to the red zone? He asked quietly. His eyes scanned the horizon. Dozens of other ships were visible in the distance, all sailing through the same crimson mist. Then his gaze dropped to the water, and his expression twisted. Wait, that's not an ocean. The realization spread quickly. The liquid wasn't blue. It wasn't water at all. It's poison, another whispered. Silence fell across the deck. The only sound was the ship's low hum as it cut through the red tide. Finally, one man let out a slow breath. We should be grateful, he said quietly. If we hadn't made it aboard, we'd be dead already. They turned to Hansu. You didn't make it hard for any of us. You really are a good person. Another survivor chimed in. Yeah, we never even asked your name. Hansu didn't answer immediately. He stood at the helm, eyes fixed on the endless red horizon. Then, wordlessly, he opened his status panel. His numbers had plummeted, every stat, every attribute, all the way down to 0.1%. He sighed softly. Good thing I accounted for the Demon Jade Essence's backlash. The sea hissed below, the air thick with toxic mist. Still, he stood tall, steady hands on the helm, guiding them forward into the unknown. Hansu's gaze drifted to his bandaged hand. The faint pulse of mana flickered beneath the cloth, radiating through his fingers. He hadn't expected to gain something like this here. Not in the red zone. Then it hit him. The art of dragon energy. The words echoed in his mind. Memories from his past life resurfaced. Whispers of ridicule, dismissive sneers. Back then, people had looked down on this technique, called it outdated, weak, pointless. But now he could only learn 7 skills total. 7 in his entire lifetime. And this wasn't a bad start. Without hesitation, Hansu raised his hand and activated the skill. Mana flared around him, swirling like a coiling dragon. And then, a scream cut through the air. Hansu turned sharply. The boy beside him pointed toward the front of the ship, his face pale with terror. What the hell is that? Ahead of them, the sea was filled with wreckage. Splintered hulls and shattered masts drifted aimlessly across the crimson waters. Dozens of ships obliterated. And from within the poisoned waves came a voice. Help, please. I don't want to die here. A man clung desperately to a floating plank, his face twisted in panic. His eyes met theirs, and horror dawned across his expression. Recognition. These were the same people who had abandoned him before. The same ones who'd left him to die. He shouted frantically, calling out that more survivors were trapped beneath the toxic waves, begging for help. He tried to pull himself higher onto the wood, but then suddenly, his body jerked. A trident burst through his chest, the tip glowing faintly in the red light. Blood spilled into the sea as the weapon lifted him clean off the water's surface. He gasped and choked, his voice lost in a wet gurgle before his body went still. Screams erupted across Hansu's ship. Monsters! There are monsters in the water. Panic spread instantly. People ran in every direction, shouting over one another. Someone pointed toward the helm. Who changed the ship's course? The boy's eyes darted to the wheel, and then to Hansu. It's him, he whispered. The ship creaked as it turned, slowly veering away from its path. Why are we changing direction? Another man shouted, his voice cracking with fear. Stop! Do you even see what's out there? All those wrecked ships. Those things will tear us apart. We'll die out here. Hansu didn't answer. His hands remained steady on the helm. Answer me! The man yelled again, panic rising. You think you can save everyone if we get attacked? That's impossible. You'll get us all killed. His voice trembled, more from desperation than anger. Why do you even care so much about saving everyone around you? For a brief moment, the words hung in the air. Hansu's eyes softened. Memories flickered, his old companions, their voices, their laughter, their sacrifice. Why do you care so much? He let the thought fade away. The man kept shouting, his fear turning to pleading. We need to go back. Please, stay on course. Hansu turned his head slightly, his voice quiet but resolute. We'll make it now. The man blinked. Relief flooded his expression, and he let out a shaky breath. Good, you made the right choice. You're a good man. But then, his relief twisted into unease. Something in Hansu's tone, cold, detached, wasn't what he expected. This wasn't reassurance. It was a statement of fact, and something about it felt wrong. Hands suddenly clamped onto the ship's deck, one after another. Soaked and desperate, survivors hauled themselves up, gasping for air. The boy froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. When did they get here? He shouted. One of the drenched survivors stumbled to his feet, fury written all over him. He pointed an accusing finger and roared, I heard everything. You were going to abandon us, weren't you? He stormed forward, voice shaking with rage. We swam for our lives to reach your ship. And you, he grabbed the boy's cloak and pulled him close. I wonder how you'd feel getting tossed overboard yourself. Before anyone could react, a sharp whoosh tore through the air. A blade embedded itself deep into the ship's side with a violent thud. The aggressor froze, his face draining of color. What was that? What just hit me? The protagonist stepped out from the shadows, his tone calm but firm. Enough. They're here. The The bully spun around, confused and furious. Who's here? The answer came in the form of a sudden jolt that rocked the entire vessel. The ship groaned as if something massive had struck from below. That's when it hit them. They had arrived. From the depths of the toxic sea, dark silhouettes rose. Twisted figures emerged, their glowing eyes slicing through the black water. Each one carried a jagged trident. These were the Red Zone's gatekeepers, the damned survivors. Without warning, the creatures attacked. Their strategy was merciless, smashing through the ship's underside to drag it down piece by piece. The hull shook violently under the barrage. "They're underneath us," someone yelled. "They're trying to sink the ship." Crew members scrambled to the edges, hurling everything they had into the water. "Keep them away from the hull," another shouted. "Use long-range weapons. Don't let them get close." But it was useless. Every strike was deflected, every attempt countered. The monsters were too strong. Then, amid the chaos, the protagonist stepped to the railing. His eyes were steady. "If they won't come to us," he muttered, gripping the edge tightly, "then I'll go to them." Before anyone could stop him, he jumped. Gasps erupted across the deck. "He's insane," someone screamed. Hansu plunged straight into the poison waters below. The sea churned violently around him. From above, a trembling voice stammered. He jumped in without gear. He's done for. But beneath the surface, Hansu remained composed. The monstrous figures noticed him immediately, their glowing eyes converging on his form. Toxic water? He thought, a faint smirk touching his lips. The art of dragon energy takes care of that. He raised his hand, channeling the ancient power that surged through his veins. Energy crackled around him, alive, fierce, unstoppable. With my magic stat in red, he thought this would be more than enough. He clenched his fist, his power coiling like a living flame. The sea beast screeched, tridents raised, closing in fast. Hansu met them head-on. In that instant, Hansu's body began to change. Scales rippled across his skin, his muscles tightened, and an otherworldly aura poured from him. This was the true essence of the art of dragon energy. A power so ancient it didn't just strengthen the body, it reshaped it into something closer to a dragon than a man. Techniques like this, those that broke the boundaries of human capability, were called zero numbering. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, Hansu couldn't help but smirk. So, this is what it feels like. Zero numbering definitely lives up to its name. He flexed his clawed hand, the water trembling around his fingers. Still, I can't go all out yet. Even holding back, his next move was devastating. Hansu drove his fist straight through the nearest sea monster. The blow was so fierce it ripped a hole clean through the creature's chest, the water clouding instantly with blood. The other monsters hesitated, paralyzed by what they'd just witnessed. Hansu watched the crimson plume drift upward and nodded, satisfied. Even like this, my piercing powers are more than enough. But this was far from over. Realizing they stood no chance, the surviving beasts turned and tried to retreat into the depths. Hansu's eyes narrowed. He knew what they were thinking. Regroup now, strike later. He wasn't about to let that happen. He drew back his arm, energy flaring. No time to waste. In a flash, he vanished, his movement so fast it blurred through the poison water. The next instant, the sea split with streaks of light as Hansu tore through the fleeing creatures, cutting them down one by one. The survivors quickly closed ranks, forming a circle around him, tridents aimed at his chest. Hansu didn't even flinch. He snatched one monster by the arm, just as another lunged from behind. Without turning, he caught the incoming trident mid-swing. The water erupted with energy as he redirected the weapon, driving it straight through its wielder's neck. A rush of bubbles and blood filled the sea as the creature's head separated from its body, drifting lifelessly into the dark. Hansu looked around. The water was now filled with corpses. Satisfied, he turned his gaze upward. Something felt wrong. Trouble was brewing above. He kicked off the seafloor and surged toward the surface. When he broke through the waves, chaos awaited him. The ship was in shambles. Shouts echoed across the deck, and seawater gushed through a massive tear in the hull. One of the crewmen spotted a nearby monster and charged. "Everyone, over here!" he yelled, swinging his sword with everything he had. Before the blade struck, Hansu moved. He slammed himself against the breach, using his own body to block the incoming rush of water. "Watch it," he snapped. "You almost hit me." The man froze, stunned. "What? How are you even back? You should be dead." Hansu brushed the wet hair from his face. You really thought I couldn't handle a few sea monsters? The deck fell silent, all eyes on him. Then someone shouted from across the ship, voice cracking with panic. Forget that. Look at the hull. You just made the hole even bigger. Hansu ignored the chaos around him and walked over to a large wooden block. Without a word, he pressed his palm against it, testing its strength. The other stared, dumbfounded. What the hell are you doing? This isn't the time to play around. Another crewman shouted over the noise. Forget him. We still have monsters out there. Get ready to fight. But a different voice broke in, hesitant. Wait, look at him. Hansu was already breaking the wood apart, shaping the splintered blocks into makeshift planks. The realization hit everyone at once. He's fixing the ship, someone yelled. Follow his lead. Get as many Arun wood planks as you can find. Hansu didn't look up as he spoke. We'll also need kelp slime. It'll seal the gaps. That was all the crew needed to hear. They rushed in motion, working side by side to patch the gaping breach in the hull. Sweat dripped, wood cracked, and the stench of salt and poison filled the air. Then came another voice, panicked. What about the toxic water that got inside? It'll kill us. Hansu glanced over, calm as ever. It'll evaporate on its own. Just don't sleep down here. The fumes are deadly. Everyone stays on deck until it clears. One by one, the exhausted sailors climbed topside, their bodies heavy but their spirits lifting. For the first time in hours, the ship felt stable. Hansu leaned against the repaired wall, exhaling slowly. His body ached from the battle, but everything had gone as planned. His eyes shifted to the trident resting nearby, one of the monster's weapons. He turned in his hand, feeling its weight and balance. If it can survive the poisoned sea, he thought, then it'll serve me well. Then his tone shifted. Everyone, he called out, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Look ahead. You're about to see something interesting. A crewman scoffed. What now? We've been through enough for one day. But his words died in his throat as he looked ahead and froze. Wait, is that? Gasps rippled across the deck. Land. A wave of cheers erupted. After endless days on the deadly sea, they had finally reached the red zone, sooner than anyone had expected. Relief and excitement swept over the crew. But the joy didn't last. Why aren't we stopping? Someone asked. The ship should be slowing down on its own. A strange tension filled the air. Then from behind them, a calm voice spoke. The voyage lasts 3 days, the figure said. It's not over yet. Hansu stepped forward, his expression unreadable. That's not land, he said quietly. We're standing on the root of the world tree. The crew turned in confusion. Beneath them stretched a massive structure, root-like ridges rising and twisting through the water, larger than entire islands. One sailor whispered, What kind of tree has roots this size? The mysterious man smirked. So, this is the tree you mentioned before? Hansu didn't answer. His eyes stayed locked ahead. Just watch, he said. The real show's about to start. As if on cue, the entire root shuddered. The ship rocked violently, crashing against the massive structure. Crewmen stumbled, grabbing onto rails to keep from falling. Then came the sound, deep, thunderous, and alive. The sea split apart. Something vast and monstrous began to rise from the depths. The crew watched, frozen, as a colossal creature emerged, its scales glistening, its maw opening wide enough to swallow the ship whole. And then, boom, a second eruption of water exploded nearby. Another titanic form burst from the sea, its roar shaking the air itself. The sound was deafening. The shock wave slammed against the ship, waves crashing over the deck as men were thrown to the ground. The red zone had revealed its guardians, and their true trial had only just begun. As the ship steadied, a drenched man in the poisoned water pulled himself upright, coughing hard. His trembling gaze locked onto the massive shadow ahead. It's not after us, he shouted, voice hoarse. He pointed toward the half-devoured root jutting from the waves. It ate that whole thing. Up on deck, Hansu walked toward the ship's wheel, calm and composed amidst the chaos. The man's eyes followed him, disbelief twisting his voice. That thing was just a root, and it's the size of an island. Hansu didn't respond. His focus stayed fixed ahead, his mind already piecing it together. Leaving the training area always meant crossing paths with one of the countless routes scattered through this sea, each route chosen by the ferry. And this one led straight to it. The fish of disaster, one of the 5 calamities that had once drained the world tree of its life. Long ago, deep within the red zone of Finn, the native creatures, desperate to survive, had tried to save themselves. They used magic and genetic alchemy to create the world tree, hoping it would restore their dying land. But they couldn't stop the 5 disasters. One by one, those monsters devoured everything, and Elfenheim began to collapse. These creatures weren't random horrors. They had a purpose. They existed to destroy the world tree. Hansu's hand tightened on the helm. In another life, he had failed to protect it. Not this time. A thunderous splash echoed across the sea. The beast had already swallowed another root hole, its immense body twisting as it turned toward the next. Beside him, the young boy ran up, panic plastered across his face. "What are you doing?" he yelled. "You're steering straight at that thing." He was shaking, voice rising with every word. "You're insane. You might be strong, but that creature." His frustration boiled over. "This isn't right. You should have asked if everyone agreed first." Hansu paused, bringing a hand to his chin as if considering the point. You might be right," he said calmly. "Maybe some of you don't agree." The boy blinked, stunned. Now he decides to think about that? But before he could speak, Hansu added casually, "Well, in that case, you can't get off the ship." The boy froze, staring at him in disbelief. Hansu pointed toward the edge of the deck. "I'm following that creature," he said matter-of-factly. "If anyone wants to leave, just raise your hand. I'll drop you off right now." A heavy silence fell. The only sound was the steady churn of the sea as the ship continued its pursuit. Finally, one of the crew members spoke, hesitant. "Where exactly are we going?" No one answered. Minutes passed, tension stretching thin, until the ship finally slowed to a stop. They had reached the very edge of the world tree's roots, the beginning of everything. Cautiously, everyone disembarked, stepping onto the massive, bark-like surface beneath their feet. The ground pulsed faintly with life, or what little remained of it. Before them stood a massive, dying tree. Its trunk was wrapped in something dark and writhing, as if being strangled by the earth itself. One man stared, eyes wide. "I thought this was solid ground." Another whispered, "No, this is where the roots are born." The crew stood in silence, necks craned upward. The structure before them stretched so high that the top disappeared into the clouds, an endless column of decay and divinity. And Hansu knew their real trial was about to begin. Hansu smirked and rested a hand on the boy's shoulder. "So," he said with a teasing edge, "better than swimming, isn't it?" The boy's throat tightened. He couldn't even manage a reply, just a nervous swallow as Hansu's grip lingered. "We got 2 weeks," Hansu said evenly. "As long as we keep moving up, we'll be fine." The boy frowned, irritation creeping into his voice. 2 weeks? What are you talking about?" "The demon said we're supposed to go to the world tree." Before Hansu could answer, a shout echoed from ahead. "Hey, are you two coming or what?" Hansu turned without hesitation. "Standing here won't get us anywhere," he said flatly. "Move if you want to live." "I'm going on." The boy clenched his fists, then hurried after him. "Wait, I'm coming too." Hansu exhaled slowly, not bothering to look back. "You'd better keep up." Then his voice carried across the quiet air, calm yet heavy with purpose. "The fish of disaster will reach the roots in 2 weeks," he said. His fingers tightened around the trident at his side. "I need to find that person before it does." He stopped, lifting the weapon high. But first, with one swift motion, he brought the trident crashing down. The sound split the air like thunder, which shattered. Water exploded upward, and the ship's hull cracked wide open. Hansu didn't flinch as the vessel began to collapse beneath them. The sea surged in, swallowing a whole. Within moments, their ship was gone. Nothing left but the frothing waves. Watching the wreck sink below, Hansu finally murmured, "We've probably already reached the cross." The boy turned toward him, eyes filled with unease. "He's not coming with us?" Hansu had always been unpredictable, but somehow, when he was near, the danger felt manageable. Without him, the silence felt heavier. Before the boy could speak, a shout came from up ahead. "Look, that thing, what is it?" Everyone turned. In the distance stood a massive iron structure jutting from the roots, a cross-shaped monument towering over the sea. "Is that the cross?" someone asked. Whispers spread quickly. "It looks man-made," another said. "We should take a closer look." But before anyone could rush forward, a firm voice cut through the noise. "Wait." The boy raised his hand, stopping the group. "If someone built this, there's a chance it's a trap," he said cautiously. "We can't all go charging in." The others exchanged tense glances, then nodded. "Fine," the boy continued. "We'll scout ahead in pairs. Stay alert. We don't know who or what built this place. Before anyone could move, a sharp, mocking voice drifted down from above. Tisich, cautious types are always such a pain. The boy's head snapped up. Perched high on a twisted branch, a man sat watching them, a faint smirk playing at his lips. Sure, he said lazily, being careful might keep you alive, but it also makes things way more complicated for us. The crew stiffened instantly. Weapons were drawn, eyes darting through the shadows. Who's there? Someone shouted. The man on the branch didn't answer. He just leaned forward slightly, the smirk on his face widening. The man didn't answer their question. Instead, he leapt down from the branch, landing effortlessly in front of the crowd. His sharp gaze swept over them, scanning faces, counting numbers. Huh, he muttered with a grin. 148? Not bad. Didn't think this mini clanless would survive this far. He crouched, resting his elbows on his knees, grin widening. Name's Aaron. Valkyrie clan. Helper group. His tone was light, almost mocking. And lucky for you. He spread his arms with a smirk. We're your saviors. Uneasy murmurs rippled through the group. Someone finally spoke up. What do you mean? Saviors? Aaron sighed dramatically and rolled his eyes. You really don't know a damn thing, do you? He scratched the back of his head. Figures. After the training ends, those freaky-looking fairies of yours don't explain anything, right? They just sit back and watch. The crowd shifted, exchanging nervous looks. Aaron's grin returned. Yeah, they're watching right now, by the way, but don't expect them to help. That's our job. He stood, brushing off his knees. So here's how it works. You follow us, or... He stopped mid-sentence as a quiet laugh echoed behind him. No one's following you after that speech. Aaron turned. A young woman stepped out from the group, her arms crossed, eyes cold and steady. Name's Beck, she said flatly. She tilted her head toward the elderly woman beside her. And this is Pam. Beck glanced around at the confused travelers before continuing. We're also from the helper group, and we were given actual orders to assist travelers coming out of the training zone. Orders? Someone asked, frowning. From who? Pam tapped her cane against the ground with a soft thunk. From Erie's, she said, her tone calm but firm. Monarch of the Valkyrie clan. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Even Aaron blinked in surprise. Beck's expression didn't waver. Erie's left for the Orange Zone 20 years ago, she explained. Since then, our mission has been to help newcomers like you survive the Red Zone. Another helper stepped forward, voice steady. This is the end of the routes. You're still far from the World Tree. Without someone guiding you, you won't last. The travelers glanced at one another. None of the helpers seemed openly hostile, and if things went wrong, they had the numbers to fight back. Aaron straightened and stretched lazily. You rookies just don't know how to listen. He extended a hand toward them with a smirk. Come on, follow us, and you might actually live long enough to see the tree. Beck clicked her tongue, irritation flashing across her face. No, Aaron, you're the one who doesn't listen. She crossed her arms. Didn't you hear what I said? We do things by the book. Aaron sighed, shrugging. Yeah, whatever. But the grin never left his face. For a moment, no one moved. The air was thick with uncertainty. Trusting strangers here could mean life or death. Still, they had no better option. The helpers were the only ones who knew how to survive in this place. Then someone from the back shouted, We'll follow. Beck exhaled through her nose, unimpressed. Even a stray dog would have figured that out faster, she muttered. Aaron rolled his eyes. If you're so smart, then why don't you do everything yourself? Beck smirked, stepping closer. Big words for someone who hides behind a title. Aaron's grin sharpened. For someone weaker than me, he said coolly, you sure talk a lot. The tension between them crackled like static. And just like that, the uneasy alliance began, fragile, uneasy, and hanging by a thread. Before the tension could blow up, Pam stepped between them. Enough, she said. We don't have time for this. We got a job to do. She turned to the others without waiting for an answer. Get these people out of here. Aaron faced the crowd. Don't think you can attack us just because you outnumber us, he warned. 30,000 helpers have been here for years. If you want to survive, don't act like fools. He glanced ahead. The newcomers might feel bold now, but soon they'd learn the truth. This place held beings whose names alone made people tremble. He stopped in front of the restless mass. The Red Zone has its own rules, he declared. No one touches the newcomers. A murmur ran through the group. Someone turned to the side. What's that noise? He asked, spotting movement nearby. Before he could move, Aaron cut him off. Ignore it. Keep moving. Then boom, an explosion ripped through the distance, the ground shuddering. All heads turned to the source. A fierce fight was unfolding not far away. Aaron's gaze sharpened. "None of you are ready to face anyone here," he muttered. Vex's eyes locked onto the battle. The fighting style rang a bell. Why is she fighting over there? She wondered. Another blast shook the earth. The protagonist ducked automatically as heat swept past. His hands burned. His face stung. He lifted his head, trying to make sense of the chaos. "Why did she attack?" he asked, voice rough. A sharp voice sliced through the noise. "Shut up." A girl planted herself before him, magic crackling at her fingertips. "You just finished training. You have no idea what kind of place this is. And you dare to talk like that." Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl stood still, eyes fixed on the horizon. A monstrous shape was rising, a massive fish of calamity. She breathed. Finally, he's here. The moment of focus passed. Her fists tightened, nails carving into her palms. "Do I even have the right to seek revenge for my parents anymore?" she whispered. She tilted her head back and looked at the sky. The wind ran over her as she made a choice. "I have to finish this. For them, and for those who will be dragged here sooner or later." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Master, I will follow you soon." The whispers about her never stopped. They called her crazy, a fool for thinking she could kill a fish of disaster. No one wanted to risk their life fighting a monster bigger than a mountain. But Sophia wasn't like the others. As the distant rumble of the departing train faded into silence, she knew her battle had only just begun. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice the figure approaching until his voice cut through the stillness. "You're Sophia Veyrich, right?" She turned sharply, startled. Her eyes narrowed as she studied him. "How do you know my name?" Her gaze swept over Hansu, his stance, his weapon, the faint uncertainty in his eyes. A newcomer. No rare items. No aura of power. Just another lost soul tossed into the red zone. Hansu didn't waste time. "I want to talk about the disaster fish." Sophia froze. "What did you just say?" "I need your help," he replied firmly. She eyed him suspiciously. "I haven't seen you around before." Hansu crossed his arms. "Are you a Quadratus?" she asked cautiously. He could feel her distrust. Remembering Kangte's words, he extended a hand, trying to ease the tension. "This could help you too," he said quietly. Then his tone darkened. "Or do you plan to keep living in fear, wondering when your family will end up here?" The words hit her like a blade. Sophia's breath hitched, her body tensing. Hansu pressed forward. "If we take down the disaster fish, their chances of survival increase." Rage flashed in her eyes. "How do you know about them?" she shouted. Before he could respond, her fist slammed into the ground. The earth split apart, a violent shockwave tearing through the air. Dust and rock exploded outward, but Hansu had already leapt back. He steadied himself, watching her carefully. Something was off. Sophia gritted her teeth, lunging again, faster, harder. Hansu dodged by a hair's breadth. "Just listen to me," he shouted. The moment his feet hit the ground, he reached out, grabbing her shoulder. That was a mistake. Sophia recoiled like she'd been burned, shoving him away with a burst of heat. Flames flared from her palm as magic danced around her. "How dare you interfere in my life?" she snapped. Her power surged. Above her, a glowing seal unfurled in the air, pulsing with raw energy. Hansu's eyes widened. She's already mastered this spell. He could feel her fury, unrestrained, unrelenting. 3 brilliant orbs of frost and light materialized overhead, spinning with deadly precision. Tri-jade balls of frostlight. She launched them straight at him. Hansu's jaw tightened. He knew his control over dragon energy wasn't enough yet. But retreat wasn't an option. A small sphere of energy flared to life in his palm, glowing with the power of a dragon's breath. He exhaled slowly. "This is going to cost me later," he muttered. "But it's worth it." Power roared to life inside him. Wild, unrestrained dragon energy tearing through every vein. Scales rippled across his skin, his eyes blazing like molten gold. The change had begun. Boom! A blast of raw magic erupted outward, shaking the ground and sending waves of energy slicing through the air. Sophia's gaze sharpened. Her spell was taking hold. 3 jade balls of ice light. A technique that froze everything it touched, even the air itself. There was no escape. As the icy prison closed around Hansu, she exhaled sharply. "I didn't plan to kill you," she murmured. "Not yet. Not until you tell me where you learned that name. Then, sorry." Her heart skipped. Crack. A line split across the frozen surface. Another followed. Then the ice burst apart in a deafening explosion. From within the shards stepped Hansu, no longer entirely human. His presence radiated heat, his body marked by dragon scales and power that rippled through the ground. "You're not the only one with tricks up your sleeve," he said evenly. He lifted his hand, energy spiraling around the ring on his finger. Nirmaha's ring, first authority. It pulsed once, and the earth responded. He slammed his fist into the ground. Authority of destruction. The world trembled. A roaring shockwave tore through the battlefield, shattering every trace of ice. Mist evaporated under the raw force of his mana. Sophia stumbled back, shielding herself. "He broke my 3 jade balls of ice light." Her mind reeled. That's not possible. No one can gain that kind of power through training alone. Just how deep does his mana run? Her jaw tightened. Hesitation was death. Echoes from her past whispered in her mind. If you don't move forward now, you'll be left behind. You'll die chasing a legend, Sophia. She gritted her teeth. No, not yet. I won't stop here. Impossible, she screamed, mana flaring. With a burst of speed, she shot into the air, monumental air path activated. Power spiraled around her. As Alice's book appeared, its pages flipping in a furious storm. She clapped her hands together, solidification. Above her, a colossal magic weapon took form, pulsing with destructive force. "This is why I'm still alive," she shouted. "So people like you can't look down on me." She hurled the weapon downward, aiming straight for him. Hansu's eyes glowed crimson. His arms shifted, fingers turning into claws of living flame. In one smooth, precise motion he swung. The air split. Then the massive weapon shattered into nothing. Hansu dropped to one knee, steadying himself with a hand against the cracked earth. Dust swirled around him, the last echoes of their clash fading into silence. What was left of his clothes hung in tatters. His battle-scarred form a testament to the power he'd just unleashed. He glanced up, eyes calm. "Are we still doing this?" Sophia's fists trembled at her sides. Her breath came out sharp and uneven before she finally bowed her head. "There's no point." Hansu tilted his head slightly. "You're backing down already?" Sophia's gaze flicked toward him. Her mind replayed the fight in fragments, his strange technique, the unnatural force behind it. She analyzed it in silence, noting every detail. Energy arts were judged by 3 elements: the scaling and reinforcement of the rune, the strength of the mana barrier, and the technique's unique abilities, those rare effects that could change the course of a battle. His form wasn't flawless, but it was powerful, too powerful for someone new to the red zone. Pushing him further now would serve no purpose. She looked away. "Fine, you're strong," she said quietly, "but strength alone won't help you." Her tone hardened. "So tell me, how exactly do you plan to kill the fish of disaster?" A bitter laugh escaped her. "People tried for years. It swallowed 1,000 lives before they gave up. You think you understand what it's like to face something that can devour an entire ship?" Her voice cracked, anger spilling out. "That thing isn't a monster, it's a curse. And there are idiots who worship it, believing disaster will spare them if they bow deep enough." She clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. "I'm done fighting alone." She shot him a sharp look. "If you don't want to end up like me, walk away while you can." With that, she turned and began to leave, her voice low. "This is a waste of time." Hansu didn't move. "If I thought it was easy," he said quietly, "I wouldn't have come to you." He straightened, his tone firm. "I have a plan. That's why I need your help." Sophia stopped mid-step, tension rippling through her shoulders. "I'm done with this stupidity," she muttered, still refusing to turn. Hansu's eyes narrowed. "This would be your 14th attempt to kill the fish of disaster," he said. "Are you really going to stop now?" She spun around, fury blazing in her eyes. "You don't understand," she shouted. "You don't know what I've—" Her voice faltered. Memories flooded in. Her parents' screams. The endless nights of battle. 13 attempts, 13 failures. Every fight ending the same. Shattered magic, broken bones, and the suffocating taste of defeat. She'd collapsed more times than she could count, her tears mixing with the blood-soaked earth. Survival had become her only victory. Hansu stepped closer, his voice steady but resolute. "You may not have one," he said, "but you've survived 13 times. That's not weakness." His gaze locked with hers. "You wouldn't have made it this far without strength." He paused. "But this time," he said quietly, "you won't be fighting alone." Sophia stood frozen, her mind blank for a moment. Then, like a whisper carried from another lifetime, Her parents' voices echoed in her head. You don't have to come with us, Sophia. We'll handle it. Just trust us. Her shoulders sank. The memory hit harder than she expected. She lowered her head, her voice barely a murmur. Why? She asked after a long silence. Why are you so determined to go after the fish of disaster? Hansu didn't face her. He looked out at the horizon, his tone calm and steady. To save billions of lives. Sophia's breath hitched. The weight of his words lingered between them, heavy and raw. Her hands shook before she managed to whisper, You're worse than most. Off in the distance, Madman Aaron peeked out from behind a tree, observing the scene with unease. Something about the air between those two made his skin crawl. Whatever this was, he wanted no part of it. He turned to leave quietly, but before he could take another step, a sharp pull yanked him backward. A trident had pierced straight through his cloak, pinning him to the tree trunk. His breath caught in his throat. Slowly, he turned and froze. Hansu stood just a few paces away, eyes locked onto him, leaving without saying hello. His voice was calm, but the weight behind it was unmistakable. Aaron wordly stiffened, forcing an uneasy grin. How the hell did he notice me? Before he could answer, Sophia leaned out from behind Hansu, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Aaron, what are you doing here? Caught red-handed, Aaron laughed awkwardly. Oh, just passing by, he said, scratching his head. Hansu wasn't amused. You were here the whole time, weren't you? Aaron hesitated, searching for an excuse that wouldn't get him skewered. But before he could stammer one out, Hansu cut in. Can you show us the way? Aaron's grin faltered. Why, yeah, sure. With no other choice, he started leading them forward. Eventually, they arrived at a crowded camp. Dozens of survivors filled the area, huddled around makeshift shelters. The air buzzed with movement. People hauling supplies, repairing gear, and keeping their eyes on the horizon as if disaster might arrive any second. A man greeted them near the entrance. Refugees from the end of the route, he explained. We keep moving in shifts. If the fish of disaster shows up, we have to run before it devours everything in its path. He gestured toward a large building in the center. Briefings that way. They'll help you get registered for the upper city. Then, noticing their silence, he smirked. Oh, and you hungry? No one answered. He took their silence as agreement and pointed toward a nearby tent where food was being handed out. For the first time in a while, the survivors' eyes lit up. Real food. Or so they thought. Behind the counter stood a broad woman with her sleeves rolled up and her hands on her hips. When she saw them, she gave a proud grin. You're new, huh? I saved the freshest batch for you. They stepped closer and froze. The meal before them wasn't food at all. Just piles of thick, writhing, slime-like goo that reeked of something rotten. The woman beamed. Go on, she said cheerfully. It's still warm. What is this? One of the survivors stammered, staring at the plate in disbelief. This isn't food. A man in a tattered cloak slammed his palm on the table, the sound echoing through the camp. You expect us to eat this disgusting sludge? He barked. The cook didn't so much as blink. Instead, she grinned, proud and unbothered. Yep, everyone here eats it. Her tone was almost cheerful as she explained, this slime's packed with everything you need to stay alive, protein, minerals, mana stabilization, you name it. She gestured casually toward a group of people nearby. A few were clutching their stomachs, some vomiting, others barely conscious. If you'd rather try your luck with something else, she said with a shrug, talk to them. They went for the monster meat instead. Red zone beasts taste great, until the poison kicks in. Silence blanketed the area. The survivors looked at one another, their expressions a mix of disgust, confusion, and reluctant realization. Slowly, shame washed over them. Survival left no room for pride. Then, Hansu stepped forward. Without a word, he grabbed a plate, scooped up a glob of slime, and took a bite. The others froze, watching him in disbelief. The cook's grin widened as she crossed her arms. Good, she said approvingly. Finish that up, and I'll hand you some utensils. You'll need them for gathering your next batch. Hansu didn't respond. He just kept eating. A short distance away, Beck waved at the cook as he passed. I'll leave the rest to you, he said casually. She chuckled. No problem at all. Beck had only taken a few steps when he noticed Hansu and Sophia among the crowd. His stride faltered briefly, his eyes narrowing, but he didn't stop. Instead, he continued on toward the tents at the far edge of camp. He pushed open the flap of one tent without warning. Inside, Aaron sat hunched over, trying to stitch his torn cloak back together, his expression sour. When did you get back? Beck asked, arms crossed. I saw the footage. You brought that guy with you. What's his deal? Aaron didn't even look up. Fixing my damn clothes, he muttered under his breath. Beck raised a brow. How'd that happen? That was enough to set Aaron off. He shot to his feet, waving the half-mended cloak. That lunatic fought Sophia. Beck blinked, then gave a slow whistle. You said this was supposed to be a simple recon mission. Aaron dropped back into his chair with a groan. Don't remind me. He rubbed his temples, trying to calm down. How's everyone else holding up? Beck leaned against the table, glancing out the tense opening toward the bustling camp. They're fine, he said. Actually, better than fine. This batch is tougher than last year's. The red zone's getting harder, but the ones who make it this far? They're monsters in their own right. His tone darkened. If it weren't for that damned fish of disaster, we'd have even more survivors here. He paused, scanning the crowd outside. The fairies know it too. That's why they've been adjusting the difficulty, tightening the filter. Only the strongest get through now. Aaron exhaled heavily, still frowning. Doesn't matter. No one's crazier than that guy. He slumped back, arms crossed. Sophie is already a powerhouse, and someone who just finished training, was able to stand toe-to-toe with her. A bitter smirk tugged at his lips. Word's gonna spread fast. If that's true, then the next big challenge. He trailed off, eyes narrowing. It's coming sooner than we think. A single footstep echoed down the main path, steady, deliberate. A man emerged from the shadows, his loose clothes fluttering slightly in the breeze. His posture was casual, but something about him radiated danger. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, and a wild grin twisted across his face, promising chaos. Meanwhile, Sophia walked toward Hansu, a small mechanical device clutched in her hand. Did you get your slime extractor? She asked, her tone brisk. You won't last long without it. Hansu glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. Where did you disappear to? Sophia looked away. I had to handle something. Then, as if remembering, she shoved a pair of folded pants into his hands. Here, you should change. They're not great, but better than what you've got left. Hansu looked at the clothes, then back at her. You worried about me now? Sophia froze. What? No, don't flatter yourself. She crossed her arms, trying to sound firm. We're partners, that's all. Before he could tease her again, she suddenly went wide-eyed, her face turning crimson. Wait, you're not seriously going to change right here, are you? Hansu laughed softly, holding up the pants. Relax. I'm just checking the size. His voice dropped to a warm murmur. Thanks, Sophia. Her head snapped away. I just don't want to see you half-naked. Okay. Still flustered, she cleared her throat and quickly switched topics. Before we leave, there's something we need to handle first. The Newcomer Assistance Center. Sophia stopped in front of a tall building buzzing with activity. Wait here, she told Hansu. This place is for adventurers who aren't ready to move on yet. Mostly those waiting for family. It's one of Valentina Iris's support centers. Without waiting for a reply, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. A girl with short black hair sat behind the counter, scrolling through a floating screen. When she saw Sophia, her expression brightened. Well, look who it is. Been a while since your last visit. Sophia didn't waste time on small talk. Check the list of new arrivals for me, she said briskly. And I need an update on the artifact I left here. The clerk smiled, tapping through a holographic interface. Of course, Miss Verich. You're one of our VIPs, after all. As she worked, she added, the help center's more than just a hub for newcomers. Sponsors, missions, trade permits, you name it, we handle it. After a few moments, she printed out a glowing list and handed it over. Here's everyone rescued from the nearby routes. If you want us to search the deeper sectors, that'll take a few days. You'll have to come back. Sophia scanned the names quickly, her brow furrowing. They still haven't arrived, she whispered. Her gaze hardened. Then I'll focus on the fish of calamity for now. Just then, the door opened. Hansu stepped in, now dressed in clean clothes, his presence calm but commanding. If you're finished, he said evenly, let's go over the plan. The clerk jumped, startled by his sudden appearance. Why, yes, of course. Hansu checked the timer on his wristband. 13 days, 18 hours left, he said quietly. We don't have much time. Sophia's eyes flicked to him, a faint blush coloring her cheeks before she masked it with composure. So, she asked, voice steady, what's the plan? Hansu met her gaze, dead serious. Simple. You take me inside, and I'll strike the fish of calamity's weak point with my special weapon. Sophia stared. That's it. He nodded. That's not a plan. That's a bad joke, she said. What's wrong with it, he asked. They stepped outside. Sophia inhaled once. You can't kill that thing from the outside. It's not that simple. Hansu didn't flinch. Then we'll use a ship. You have a ship ready? She asked. I do, but not just any ship. I've got a 30-seater, she offered. That won't do. We're taking mine. How big is yours? 500-seater. You still have that thing? She snapped. I'm not a newbie, he replied. You'll see once we get there. But definitely a newbie, she countered. Fine. Let's just agree I have superpowers. Either way, we have a ship. Now we need materials. Let's split up. His voice went steady. Trust me, and everything will go smoothly. She paused, then pointed. I'll collect materials over there. Don't refuse me yet. She tossed him an axe. Your weapon won't last long in the red zone. He caught it. You worried about me? No, we're working together. That's all. She added, this axe is better than your trident. The weight and grip felt familiar to him. A memory flashed. Sophia handing him a weapon years ago and saying, this is your first weapon. Take care of it. He strapped the axes to his back. I already know what materials we need to take down the fish of calamity, thanks to my ability, she said. The library? He guessed. How do you know that? She asked. Wait, do you really have abilities? He only grinned. Fine. Yes. I can visualize any information I need. I don't know everything, but when it comes to the red zone, no one knows more than me. She glanced at him, and yet, I still can't figure you out. I'm heading to the outskirts. You ready? He asked. Let's finish this monster once and for all, she said. She launched into the air and flew off. To kill the fish of calamity, they needed a deadly poison. That meant gathering specific ingredients. Landing with purpose, Sophia focused on the next task. To collect a pond's fluid, they had to lure him out of his nest. Sophia shot forward, green streaks of energy bursting behind her. She twisted midair, summoning a shimmering shield that deflected the incoming blasts with effortless precision. Then a voice, one that made her skin crawl. Well, the man standing across from her grinned, his tone dripping with mockery. His red eyes gleamed with twisted amusement. Sophia, still wearing that same body, I see. Care for a stroll down memory lane? Her eyes hardened. Go deaf, she snapped. Then louder, I don't have time for garbage like you. Zhang Gisu chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. Ouch, that's no way to greet an old friend. He smirked, leaning slightly closer. You're standing a little too close for that kind of attitude. Her jaw tightened, the air around her humming with restrained mana. Gisu lifted his hand, green magic sparking to life at his fingertips. My partner and I just came back, he said casually, the grin never leaving his face. Fresh from the belly of the fish of calamity. Then, without warning, he launched a blast straight at her. So maybe show some respect. Sophia didn't flinch. Her eyes locked on him, cold and unreadable. With one sharp motion, she swept her arm sideways. A massive manifestation panel appeared above her, glowing like a miniature sun. In an instant, countless energy projectiles rained down, tearing through the ground around Gisu. He barely dodged, the smirk fading for just a moment as explosions erupted where he'd been standing. Sophia's tone dropped, steady and venomous. I hate people who don't know their place. But Gisu only laughed, low and unhinged. Inevitable. A glowing arrow materialized above her and shot toward him with terrifying speed. Gisu reached up, tore the bandage from his forehead, and revealed a crimson eye gleaming with power. Sophia's focus snapped to it instantly. She redirected her arrow midair, sending it straight toward that exposed weakness. Gisu smiled, quick thinking. He tapped the side of his head, the red eye pulsing brighter. Do you even know what this is? He didn't wait for an answer. The Zerit beacon. His tone turned smug. Did you really think I'd come here alone? I've got an entire organization at my back. And I don't just have the beacon. His grin deepened. I've got something tied directly to you. Sophia froze for half a breath. Her fists clenched. You really love running your mouth, don't you? Ah, there it is, he said, placing a hand dramatically over his chest. That familiar irritation. I miss that. His tone softened mockingly. Don't take it personally, Sophia. Just want to test you, to see if all those defeats dulled your edge. He smirked, the red eye flickering before dimming. Guess the rumors were wrong. You're still sharp. Whatever, she muttered, turning away. I'm done listening to your nonsense. Get lost. Gisu sighed theatrically, closing his third eye. Fine. I'll back off. His expression darkened. After you tell me one thing. He leaned forward slightly. Where's the newbie? The one they call Hansu. Sophia spun around, fury blazing in her eyes. As if I'd ever tell you. Before she could finish, his hand shot out like a viper. Gotcha. His fingers clamped around her wrist. The grin returned, cold and triumphant. I knew it, he said quietly. Jang Gesu's grip tightened like iron. His tone turned mocking, every word dripping with smug satisfaction. That's why I used my investigation skill, he said, leaning closer until his breath brushed her ear. Thanks for your cooperation. Sophia jerked her arm free, fury flashing in her eyes. Since when did you? He cut her off with a low laugh. You could have stopped me, but you hesitated. His grin spread, cruel and taunting. You've gone soft. Her eyes darkened, her voice turning into steel. You should have stayed inside that cursed fish of calamity. It would have been better for you to die there, she said flatly. The temperature around them seemed to drop. Jang Gisu stumbled a step back, trembling. You're freezing, he hissed. But the chill didn't come from her. It came from him. He forced a shaky laugh, raising his hand, the madness in his eyes returning. You should have joined Quadratus when I gave you the chance, he snapped. But no, you just had to be stubborn. Quadratus, the cult that turned terror into worship. They'd crowned themselves the servants of the four disasters, kneeling before the very monsters that destroyed humanity. Sophia's patience shattered. Enough of this garbage, she shouted. You really think I'd ever side with monsters like that? Her anger poured out, raw and unrestrained. You kill people to glorify those disasters, then sell the relics of their corpses like souvenirs. You're nothing but a vulture. Her voice trembled, but it wasn't fear, it was rage. Do you have any idea how many travelers you've led to their deaths? You promised them safety, hope, salvation, then feed them to that thing. Jang Gisu only smirked, his eyes gleaming with unholy amusement. So what? He said, his arms spread wide, as though welcoming judgment. I profit from my skill. I honor the rituals. If fools believe me, that's their fault, not mine. His grin turned monstrous. They wouldn't have survived here anyway. If anything, they should thank me. He chuckled darkly. Dying in the belly of the fish of calamity? That's a far more glorious end than starving in the dirt. Sophia trembled, disgust coursing through every nerve. He stepped closer, voice lowering into a venomous whisper. You should understand, Sophia. You've had your share of close calls with that divine beast, haven't you? Maybe you just need a few more to truly appreciate its beauty. His smirk widened. You'll get it eventually. We'll meet again. And with that, he vanished. Sophia stood frozen, her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. He always was good at running away, she muttered bitterly. For a moment, she let her guard drop. Memories surged of who he used to be before the madness, before the cult, before the red zone twisted him into something else. She'd once trusted him, maybe even pitted him. But that man was long gone. A cold realization crawled up her spine. If I chase him now, she stopped herself. Hansu's words echoed in her mind. Forget him. Focus on gathering materials. Sophia exhaled, steadying herself. You're right, she whispered. Her anger melted into grim resolve. I'll leave this to you. Hansu didn't waste a second. He shot forward, his movements fluid and precise, every step echoing with purpose. No hesitation, no fear, just focus. The key to killing the disaster fish, the sclerosing solution. His mind ran through the plan like a battle algorithm. The sclerosing solution, an alchemical weapon created from forbidden magical research. It was the only known toxin capable of hardening the disaster fish's inner tissue. But to craft it, he needed one thing above all else, the heart of the Kukulza. Moments later, he stopped before a pool of shimmering poison. Steam rose from its surface, carrying the stench of decay and magic. Hansu stood tall, voice low but resolute. I need the heart of the Kukulza. The Kukulza made their nests deep within the middle and outer roots, far from the fish's hunting grounds. If he was right, this valley, hidden and silent, was where they bred. His eyes narrowed, scanning the ground. Then he saw it, deep gouges and claw marks leading toward a dark burrow. Found it. Without hesitation, he stepped into the toxic water. The surface hissed against his boots, but he didn't slow. Once he had the heart, the rest would fall into place. He could feel it, the faint tremor beneath his feet. The air thickened. He was close. Hansu drew both axes. The weight in his hands felt right, steady, familiar. He inhaled once, then unleashed the dragon art. Power surged through him, rippling beneath his skin. His weapons glowed with molten light, the air vibrating with the force of his mana. Magic enhancement, Activated, the world shifted. The water boiled. The nest stirred. Then, boom, the surface erupted. Dozens of Kukulza burst from below, their carapaces glistening with venom. Hansu moved first. His axe came down hard, splitting the first creature clean through. Another lunge from behind, jaws snapping wide. He twisted, leaping out of reach as the creature's bite shattered the ground where he'd been. No hesitation, no wasted motion. His blades tore through flesh and shell alike, every strike precise and lethal. He landed lightly, scanning his weapon. Cracks shimmered across the metal. He frowned. It won't last much longer if I keep pushing this hard. Adjusting his stance, he lowered his energy output. The rhythm of battle changed, measured, deliberate. Then he felt it. A massive shadow loomed behind him. Hansu's eyes darted sideways. His instinct screamed. He spun midair, muscles coiling. Thunk! The axe flew, burying itself in the forehead of the massive Kukulza leader. The creature staggered backward, crashing into the pool with a thunderous splash. But before Hansu could recover, another Kukulza lunged from the side. Fast, deadly. The axe embedded in the first monster's skull suddenly flared with light, glowing like a beacon. Hansu clenched his hand. Now, the weapon tore itself free, spinning violently through the air before embedding itself deep into the new attacker's back. Hansu reached out, catching the returning weapon mid-spin. The blade dripped with venom and blood, glinting in the toxic light. He exhaled once, steady and calm. The hunt for the Kukulza's heart had only just begun. Standing shin-deep in the toxic swamp, Hansu realized he was surrounded. Dozens of Kukulzas slithered closer, their slick bodies slicing through the murky water. Then chaos. One lunged forward, tail whipping the surface, sending a wave of venomous mist into the air. 3 more launched skyward, circling above Hansu like shadows ready to strike. He didn't hesitate. His eyes flicked upward. Now, Hansu leapt, meeting one of the beasts midair. The clash thundered through the air as his axe came down again and again, relentless, precise. Then slash. The blade tore through flesh, cleaving the monster clean in half. He hit the surface running, sprinting across the poison water as pieces of the slain Kukulzas crashed around him. Climbing to higher ground, Hansu scanned the carnage below. His gaze hardened. These are only juveniles. The real threat was still out there, which meant the hunt wasn't over. He crouched, brushing his hand against something half buried in the mud, a glowing red rune. He exhaled, tired but focused. I'm burning through stamina and mana too fast. Still, there was no choice but to keep collecting. He raised his hand, summoning 3 runes of different colors, their light pulsing faintly in the poisonous haze. But before he could move, crack! The trees around him exploded, splintering into shards. Instinct took over. Hansu crossed his axes in front of him just in time, shielding himself from the storm of debris. Then he felt it, a crushing presence barreling straight toward him. His arms trembled under the impact. The steel of his axe groaned, a deep crack spreading along the blade. Too reckless, he thought grimly. I pushed him too far. Amid the chaos, footsteps echoed, slow and deliberate. From the haze, Jang Gisu appeared, eyes glinting with amusement. You actually blocked that? He said, voice low and curious. Then he smirked, stretching out a hand. You're better than I thought. That wasn't even a killing blow. I was just testing you. Hansu's grip tightened on his weapon. Gisu stepped closer, tone dropping into something almost conspiratorial. Relax. I've got an offer for you. His fingers twitched, gesturing casually. Join our clan. Someone's got their eye on you. Then, raising one finger, his grin widened. It's a good deal. You be smart to take it. He waited, eyes locked on Hansu, watching for a reaction. Hansu gave him one. With a sharp flick of his arm, he hurled his axe straight at Geisu's face. What? Geisu's voice cracked in disbelief. Are you trying to die? Hansu's only response was a cold, unflinching stare. Geisu's composure snapped. He lunged, grabbing Hansu by the neck. You're insane, he roared. His voice dropped into a sneer. How does a rookie like you? A cruel grin twisted across his lips. Dare to strike me while I'm talking? He shoved Hansu back, letting out a derisive laugh. You think a few training sessions make you untouchable? That you can just do whatever you want without fearing death? Jang Gisu shook his head and let out a short laugh. Maybe that girl liked you for some reason, but me? I refuse. He folded his arms and held his ground. Hansu cut in, voice flat. I refuse your offer. Gisu snapped to attention. A group that worships disasters. Quadratus. Hansu continued, tone steady. He named them plainly. He knew what they were. Worse, he knew their trade. Spectacle. They didn't just feed the disaster fish, they made a show of it. Since Quadratus showed up, red zone tourism collapsed. People paid to watch the fish tear people apart. The gory shows made the money. An industry built on pain. Hansu tightened his fists. This organization needed to end. He would make sure of it. Gisu stepped forward. Hansu already had a plan for me. I'll take them out, one by one. He exhaled and looked away for a moment. Then he faced Gisu again and scoffed. Why would I waste time listening to someone weaker than me? That earned a reaction. Gisu pressed a hand to his forehead and said, low and dangerous, you're really pissing me off now. If I don't bring you in, they'll be furious, but that doesn't mean I have to bring you in unharmed. He unclasped a gold chain and dangled it like a threat. They won't mind if you lose a few limbs. Hansu stepped forward, unshaken. That works both ways. I need information from you, and I bet you can still talk, even without a few limbs. Gasu's face hardened. In an instant, a weapon materialized in his hand. I'd like to see you try, he snarled. Magic flared, and he launched a fierce attack. Hansu moved, smooth, effortless. He dodged. Idiot, Gisu spat, and a sharp pain suddenly lands through Hansu's shoulder. Blood arced into the air. Hansu looked down as the weapon sat embedded in him. He clutched the wound, head lowered. Gasu's voice cut through the wet air. So, do you feel like talking now? Gisu retrieved his weapon with a flick. I was aiming for his arm, but it barely grazed him. Did I hold back too much? After a beat, he shook the thought off. Breaking him outright wouldn't help. He slammed the weapon into the water. Ripples spread. No need to be afraid, he said, measured. It'll be over soon. Hansu raised his head slowly, gaze sharp. You're getting ahead of yourself, he muttered, wiping blood away. Besides, we didn't even fight last time. Gasu's grip tightened on his weapon. What did you just say? He demanded. Did I smack you in the head too hard? This is nothing for me. With a roar, Jang Gisu swung his weapon with everything he had. Just shut up and stand still. But before the blow could land, Hansu was gone. In the next heartbeat, he was already there. A blur of motion, then impact. Hansu's fist drove deep into Jang's stomach, the force sending him flying backward. He crashed against a massive tree root, the sound echoing through the swamp. A sharp cry tore from his throat. Gasping, Jang lifted his head just in time to see Hansu's axe snapping back into his grasp with effortless control. You really need to catch up, Hansu said evenly, raising the weapon toward him. So why don't you cooperate? Jang clenched his jaw, fury and confusion twisting through him. How'd he move that fast? I didn't even see him swing. Then another thought froze him cold. Does this bastard have colorless stat runes? He pushed himself up, eyes burning with defiance. Don't get cocky, he spat. I let you hit me. Hansu simply lifted a hand. I'm just getting started. In an instant, glowing runes shimmered into existence around him. Jang's lips curled into a snarl. You really think a little boost in stats will change anything? He barked. Hansu met his glare, unbothered. Stats aren't everything in a fight. His wrist flicked, and the axe flew. It sliced through the air with deadly precision. Jang barely managed to duck before it buried itself into a nearby tree, the impact booming like thunder. He stumbled, hitting the ground hard. Hansu's voice came from above him, cool, mocking. What's wrong? Scared. Jang's body trembled, his pride stinging more than the fall. This can't be, he muttered before erupting in fury. I'm not scared. Energy burst from his body as his weapon ignited with power, the blade of the Forgotten awakening in his hands. He gripped the sword tightly, teeth bared. I'll show you. Then he lunged, activating side cut. Hansu didn't move to dodge. Instead, his hand brushed against the ring on his finger. Jang's mind raced. He's not even defending? Is he insane? Side cut sliced through everything within its range. It would sever his hands clean off. The sword closed in, mere inches from Hansu's neck. And then it stopped. The rings of Nirmaha flared to life, pulsing with an otherworldly glow. Jang's eyes went wide. I've won, he shouted, voice shaking with triumph. But Hansu didn't even blink. He activated destruction. Reaching out, he caught the blade with his bare hand and crushed it. The sword shattered like glass, scattering fragments across the poison water. Hansu swung his arm, hurling Jang backward once more. Jang hit the ground hard, his breath hitching as his eyes darted to the shattered remains of his weapon. Impossible, he whispered. His grip trembled on the broken hilt. Even top-tier dispersion experts can't destroy a high-level mana technique that easily. Before Jang could even process what happened, Hansu was already there, right in front of him. A blur of movement, a fistful of his shirt, then impact. Hansu yanked him up and slammed him straight into the ground, driving a crushing blow into his stomach. Jang's eyes rolled back, the air knocked from his lungs. His mouth opened in a soundless gasp before a spray of blood burst from his lips. Hansu stood over him, calm and unshaken. Quit pretending to be dead. I held back. He grabbed Jang by the collar and shook him hard. Did you pass out already? Jang groaned, hand trembling as he gripped Hansu's wrist. The faintest smirk tugged at Hansu's lips. Not bad. You actually reacted in time. Jang's thoughts churned bitterly. The bronze jade absorbed the blow, but he's locking me down too tightly. This is exactly why I didn't want to use it. His fingers curled into fists. No choice left. Hansu tilted his head slightly. That all you've got? Then, bam. A vicious punch connected square with Jang's face. Teeth scattered across the dirt. His head snapped to the side, only for another strike to come crashing down. How the hell is he tearing through my skills too? Hansu didn't stop. Blow after blow rained down, each hit heavier than the last. Jang screamed, throwing his arms up in desperation. Wait, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Hansu froze, his fist hovering midair. Go on. Jang coughed violently, blood dripping from his chin. I had no choice. There's no money in tourism anymore. People like me, we just follow orders. His words spilled out fast, panicked. Let me go and I'll give you the runes. I'll tell you who sent me to capture you. Hansu's eyes turned ice cold. Too much useless chatter. Before Jang could react, another crushing punch landed squarely against his face. His body jerked from the impact, vision spinning as blood mixed with dirt beneath him. You told me to talk, damn it, he spat, voice breaking between gasps. Hansu stared down at him, unmoved. Jang's anger cracked through the pain. What the hell are you waiting for? I told you everything I know. Hansu didn't answer. His silence alone was enough to make Jang's rage collapse into frustration. You already beat me like a dog, he growled, shaking. What else do you want? For a long moment, neither spoke. The only sound was Jang's ragged breathing. Finally, his tone dropped, defeated, hollow. That's all I know. He slumped forward onto his knees, head bowed. Quadratus, they worship disaster. They run tours across this region, and they hire different clans to do their dirty work. This time, their job was to find you, someone who just finished training. Hansu's expression remained unreadable. Jang swallowed hard, voice trembling. The order came from Morin, a member of Beacon. Beacon. The name echoed in Hansu's mind like thunder. The coalition of 6 clans that ruled the highest roots of the world tree, the pinnacle of power itself. Hansu rubbed his chin, thoughts spinning. If I remember right, Beacon falls under Miyamoto's command. Could it be more than just one clan involved? His gaze snapped back to Jang. Right now, these guys are preparing for another tour. The one who gave you this information, was he an assistant? Jang nodded weakly. Yeah, some of the assistants were involved. But this time, I got the order directly from Morin. Hansu folded his arms. I've heard enough. Panic flickered in Jang's eyes. He felt the end closing in. Desperation pushed him to speak faster. Wait, there's more. I can still tell you. Suddenly his grin cracked into something frantic. He jabbed a finger at the symbol on his forehead and laughed. You idiot. You had no idea, did you? Do you even know what this mark is? Hansu didn't flinch. The eye of 1,000 Li. Shock hit Jang. How does he know that? After a beat, he stood straighter. Yeah, that's right. This lets me share my vision with other intelligent beings. Which means, he let the sentence hang. They already know where you are. Hansu turned away, voice dry. Oh no, I'm terrified. Guess I should run for my life. Jang pushed forward. You don't get it. Morin commands the Beacon stormtroopers. You really think you can run from him? In his head, Jang calculated. I used the ability recently. I need time before I can use it again. If I buy an opening, I can re-establish the link. He started to speak. Bam! Hansu's fist drove into Jang's stomach with devastating force. The world blurred. The last image Jang saw was Hansu's silhouette looming over him before everything went black. His body collapsed into the poisoned water, unconscious. Hansu stood over him and exhaled. TC, playing with you was more of a hassle than I expected. He crouched and searched Jang's things. Your weapon's a wreck. Guess I'll have to find a new one. He unearthed a rare find, the relic of the forgotten, and a single-use artifact, mirror clone. Not bad. A pure white bird arced across the sky. Hansu followed it with his eyes and knew at once he'd been found. He scoffed. Figures. Can't even remember who they sent, so they must not think I'm that important. Still, annoying as hell to keep dealing with distractions. Beyond, deep guttural roars rolled through the air, repeated and building. Hansu's smirk widened. A pack of Gerdas, huh? Guess that works in my favor. He cracked his knuckles. Might as well keep myself busy until reinforcements show up. Above, a horde of monstrous forms gathered on the thick bark of the world tree. Massive reptilian shapes reared up, their roars reverberating across the poisoned canopy. These were Gerdas, ruthless pack hunters that relied on sheer numbers to crush anything in their path. And right now, they were chasing 3 cloaked figures through the dense, root-covered terrain. Branches snapped underfoot as the trio sprinted through the jungle-like expanse. One shouted, "All forces activate concealment." In an instant, their forms shimmered and vanished. Invisible now, they vaulted into the trees, escaping the Gerdas prowling below. The forest quieted, leaving only the sound of labored breathing. Among them was Chung, a member of Quadratus. He peered through the foliage, watching the creatures snarl and scatter beneath them. "Damn, thought we were done for," he muttered, irritation seeping into his tone. "This is exactly why I hate being bait." One of his comrades chuckled. "How many more do we need?" Chung ran a hand through his hair and sighed. "Plenty. The tour's still incomplete." His face hardened. "But concealment only works if we hold our breath. We can't keep this up forever. Still, we've drawn them into the valley. That buys us a moment to rest." He leaned back against a thick trunk, eyes closing briefly. "Speaking of delays, what's taking that idiot so long?" The other operative glanced over. "You mean Zhang? He was sent after that rookie, right?" Chung nodded, looking up through the canopy. "Yeah, probably slacking off again." Before another word could be spoken, flash! A streak of blue light cut through the air. A glowing carrier pigeon, crafted entirely from magical energy, descended and perched neatly on Chang's finger. He frowned, studying its form. Only someone skilled could make a construct this refined. A second later, his expression shifted, eyes widening as he read the message encoded within. His body tensed. "Change of plans," he ordered sharply, standing upright. "We're moving." His companions exchanged confused glances. "What happened?" Chang's voice left no room for argument. "New orders. Lake Kukulza. Move now." Elsewhere, Zhang's consciousness stirred. His eyes fluttered open, vision swimming back into focus. Pain pulsed through his body, every breath sharp. Slowly, he became aware of 3 figures standing over him. Chang's voice broke through, low and edged with annoyance. "So, did you fail?" Zhang averted his gaze. "I blacked out before the poison could kick in." He tested his legs, wincing. "They're barely working." Chung folded his arms, unimpressed. By the time we arrived, Hansu was already gone. "Knock you out cold," and vanished. His tone grew harsher. "Tell me something. How does someone who survived the belly of the fish of calamity lose to a rookie? Now we gotta clean up your mess." Zhang's fists tightened, anger simmering beneath his humiliation. His mind flickered back to the fight, the broken weapon, the searing pain in his leg, and Hansu's cold voice telling him to sleep. Then he remembered the gift Hansu left him in exchange for that weapon. Before he could piece it together, Chang's voice snapped him back. "Get up. We're moving." Zhang clenched his teeth and pushed himself up, the faint burn in his leg spreading. Something was wrong, and deep down, he knew Hansu had left more than just a bruise. Zhang groaned, clutching his head. "I know. That guy said something to me." Chung frowned and turned to one of his men. "What's wrong with him? Did he inhale poison?" "Doesn't matter," the man replied flatly. "We need to get him back to the ship before it spreads." Chung nodded and quickly raised his hand, summoning a carrier pigeon of condensed mana. It flared to life, a message spell, crude but fast. He let it go, the glowing construct shooting into the air. "It's enough. They'll understand." But before it could fly far, crack! A hand shot out of nowhere, seizing the pigeon mid-flight and crushing it in an instant. The light fizzled out like smoke. A man stood before them, his presence suffocating. "Song," he said darkly, voice like gravel. "Follow me." Without another word, he leapt from the ship's deck. Cheng's eyes widened. That was fast. We barely sent the... He didn't get to finish. The man shoved past him, his movements radiating fury. And then Chung realized who it was. Morin, the stormtrooper commander of Beacon. Zhang looked up weakly and froze. Before he could even react, Morin's fist drove deep into his stomach. The impact was explosive. Zhang's body folded around the blow, air and blood rushing from his lungs as he hit the ground. "And who the hell do you think you are?" Morin hissed, voice sharp as steel. "Calling me by my first name?" He grabbed Zhang by the collar and slammed him down again, hard enough to crack the soil beneath them. This group has grown pathetic. His glare shifted to Chung and the others. "Tell me, how exactly do you plan to fix this disaster?" Chung bowed his head immediately. "We'll take responsibility." Before he could finish, "Trouble." One of the crew sprinted toward them, panic in his voice. "The Gerdas, they'd escaped. The entire pack's heading straight for us." A deafening roar rolled through the valley. The ground shook. Then came a sound, hundreds of pounding feet. A wall of monstrous shapes burst through the tree-line, eyes glowing like embers, jaws dripping with venom. A tide of Gerdas was charging straight for the ship. Cheng's blood ran cold. No, once Gerdas start running, they don't stop. We trapped them in the valley. Why are they leaving? Then realization struck him like ice. Unless someone drove them out. Morin stiffened. He caught something faint in the air. A scent. Metallic, thick, and unmistakable. His eyes narrowed as he turned toward Zhang. The smell was coming from his leg. "Idiot." Morin's tone dropped to a frigid growl. Before Zhang could move, Morin's blade flashed. Steel tore through flesh. Zhang screamed, collapsing as he clutched his leg. The wound hissed and smoked, red liquid splattering across the ground. Morin twisted the blade, once before pulling it free. The edge gleamed dark red. "The blood of the Gerdas." His voice was calm now, almost amused. "No wonder they're after us." He raised the sword, studying it. A faint shimmer surrounded the blood. Magic, layered and potent. "It's been enhanced," he said, eyes narrowing. "Artificially. Whoever did this made sure the scent would spread." He exhaled slowly, the truth sinking in. "If I hadn't used a Ronin's tracking," he muttered, "we'd never have noticed it until it was too late." Then it hit him what that meant. His grip on the sword tightened, fury flashing across his face. "A rookie," he said quietly. "Someone who just set foot in the red zone is already using the instincts of the Gerdas to hunt us." Morin's laughter tore through the chaos, loud, unrestrained, and edged with madness. It echoed across the valley, his arms spreading wide, as if to embrace the destruction around him. When the sound finally faded, his expression hardened. The manic grin was gone, replaced by a cold, razor-sharp fury. He turned toward Chung, his voice steady, each word carrying the weight of command. "Bring me Hansu." The calm in his tone made it even more terrifying. "I want to see that bastard's face myself." Cheng's eyes darted toward the shoreline. The Gerdas were closing in fast, hundreds of them, each one a blur of muscle and teeth. The ship's hull groaned under the growing pressure. "There's no way we can hold out for long," Chung muttered, panic flickering across his face. Morin's jaw tightened, a muscle twitching in frustration. "Looks like I'll have to handle this myself." His hand ignited, bright flames licking up his arm as he advanced on the trembling servant nearby. His voice cut through the air like a blade. "I don't like repeating myself." He grabbed the boy by the chest. Fire crawled from his fingertips, the heat rippling through the air. Cheng took a step back, sweat prickling his skin as the temperature spiked. Morin's eyes burned with violent resolve. "Bring him to me, or I'll feed every last one of you to the Gerdas." A cruel smile curved his lips. "I'll settle things here. Chung, make your choice fast." With a flick of his wrist, he released the boy, sending him sprawling onto the deck. The ship trembled as Morin's aura flared, shadows and flame swirling around him, twisting together like a living storm. "If Hansu thinks this is enough to stop me," he growled, his voice low and dangerous, "he's made a fatal mistake." Dark fire surged from his palms, coalescing into a spinning orb of corrupted mana. His eyes gleamed with violent intent. "I'll make him regret crossing me." The moment he unleashed it, the orb erupted. The explosion roared like thunder, a storm of black flame tearing through the battlefield. Dozens of Gerdas were flung aside, shrieking as the blast carved a crater through the ground. Deep within the forest, Hansu's head snapped up. A faint smirk crossed his lips. "Looks like my trap worked." The distant rumble of the blast still echoed through the trees. For a brief moment, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Then it faded. Still, he murmured, I need to move. He crouched beside a massive root, pulling out a sap extraction device. After a few quick adjustments, he studied the collected liquid. His expression darkened. Useless, he muttered. No nutrients at all. His stomach twisted, 2 full days without food. His body was running on fumes. The world tree's roots had once been a source of pure vitality, carrying water and energy through every vein of the forest. But ever since the tree's death, that life had vanished. The few surviving roots that still held energy were rare and buried deep. If he didn't find one soon, even his strength wouldn't last. With a resigned sigh, he reached into his pack, pulling out a small cache of supplies, spoils from a greedy noble who wouldn't be missing them anytime soon. At least I've still got the basics, he said quietly. His gaze turned toward the water ahead, thick, dark, and rippling with hidden movement. The deep lake, he whispered. That's next. He knew what waited there. The territory of the adult Kukulza. And if the juveniles were any sign, this one would be a monster beyond comparison. He stepped closer to the edge, eyes narrowing as he stared into the black depths below. Deeper than this place, he murmured. Let's see what's waiting down there. If he wanted to survive, he had to build a bridge first. He pulled a handful of kweki seed from behind him, seeds that drank poison and grew into massive lotuses. He tossed them into the water. The seeds reacted instantly. Stems shot up, then broad lotus pads burst open. Hands landed on the flowers as they bloomed. He gripped Jang Gesu's broken weapon, tested its balance, and muttered that aiming upward would be easier, but he'd handle it himself. Before he could move further, massive shapes tore through the water, looming over the new platform. He tightened his hold. Time to hunt. On the shore, Morin stood among a field of slain monsters, arms folded. He turned and asked the girl behind him, Has the carrier pigeon arrived? Miller kept her hands behind her back. Not yet. It's still on its way. Morin walked past the bound Jang Gisu and looked down at him. A top-tier recon skill wasted. All because of you. He grabbed Jang by the collar. If you weren't our guide, I would have left you to rot in the poisonous sea. You and Quadratus both. He shoved Jang away and faced Miller. Take us to the last known location. Miller hesitated. You're really going there yourself? Morin's reply was simple. Of course. There's nothing like hunting with my own hands. Back among the lotus pads, the last of the monsters fell. Hansu, drained, wiped his sword. I can barely swing this thing anymore, he said to himself. He reminded himself this was the final Kukulza heart he needed. He rested on the flower and caught his breath, then danger locked on. A silent arrow, honed for a single target, sliced the air toward him. He moved at the last moment, and the shaft missed him, burying itself in the lotus and shredding it to pieces. Chung, the archer, frowned. He had missed. Hansu pulled the arrow free and examined it. Precision skill, he said. Dodging won't be easy. More arrows followed. Realizing escape was the only option, he raised his sword and blocked what he could. A sharp pain exploded in his hand. Blood spurted, dripping from his fingers into the poison water. The moment a drop hit the surface, the monsters beneath reacted. The scent of fresh blood sent them into frenzy. Hansu ran. Damn it. The blood's riling them up. From a ridge, Chung knocked another arrow and drew his bow. These Kukulzas are making this a nightmare, he cursed. We were supposed to be backup. Go down there and grab him. Miller stood beside Chung, one hand on her hip, the other lazily brushing her hair from her face. She raised a delicate finger to her lips and sighed. You want me to jump into that chaos? Do you have any idea what this water will do to my hair? Chung threw his arms up, exasperated. Are you serious right now? The monsters only attack when they smell blood. You're fine. Just move already. Miller covered her ears like a bored child. Stop yelling, she said flatly. You'll give me wrinkles. Ignoring her, Chung conjured a glowing dove of magic between his palms. I'm sending this out now, he snapped. We can't let him escape. Move, we need him alive. Miller let out a long, dramatic sigh. Yeah, I get it, she said, stepping forward. With a graceful leap, she landed atop one of the floating lotus flowers. Drawing a sleek blade from her back, she flashed a smirk. Guess he'll have to keep me entertained until we're both worn out. Behind her, Chung and his squad extended their hands, channeling mana toward her. A wave of power surged forward, wrapping around Miller like a shimmering veil. She shivered with delight. It's been a while since I had a scene this good, she murmured. In an instant, she vanished, then reappeared right in front of Hansu. Their swords collided with a deafening clang. Sparks erupted with every strike, the rhythm of metal against metal echoing across the poisoned lake. Neither yielded an inch. Then, a sudden surge of motion. A massive kukulza lunged at Hansu from his side, claws raised. He pivoted sharply, twisting his sword. The weapon warped, edge curving into a brutal arc. One clean strike, slash, and the beast collapsed into the water, motionless. Before he could breathe, Miller was already there, right behind him. "Where are you looking?" she whispered. Her blade whistled through the air, aimed straight for his head. Hansu ducked, feeling the slice graze just above him, and spun on his heel. His counter came instantly, a hard kick that slammed into her ribs. The impact sent her skidding across the lotus pad. She steadied herself, one knee sinking into the surface before she rose again, brushing blood from her lips. "Not bad," she said, amusement flickering in her tone, especially for someone who was just falling. She glanced at the blood on her fingertips, eyes half-lidded. "But if you want to leave a mark on me," she said, dragging her tongue across the crimson smear, "you'll have to do better." Her smirk faded into something darker. "Not that it matters. Even if you surrender, I won't spare you." Hansu's eyes narrowed. His instincts screamed that she was changing, the way her movements sharpened, the way her energy spiked. Around them, the air shimmered with magic as her blood-drawn dolls crawled closer through the mist. If he hesitated now, it was over. His fingers tightened around his sword. "I need to turn this fight around, fast." Mana flared from the ring on his finger, coursing through the blade. The edge began to glow, faint but steady. Miller noticed immediately, her grin returning as she lifted her sword. "Oh, finally taking this seriously?" Hansu didn't answer. He moved. The strike came faster than before, fluid, precise, and far heavier than she expected. Miller tried to block, but the impact forced her back several steps, her boots sliding against the slick lotus surface. She steadied herself, tilted her head, and gave a low chuckle. "Huh, that's it," she said, eyes narrowing. "I thought you had some brilliant trick up your sleeve." Her blade spun once in her hand as she smirked. "But this is kind of underwhelming." Her eyes flicked toward his weapon. "Hold on, isn't that Zhang's blade?" A sly grin tugged at her lips. TSK, stealing toys now, are we?" She lunged forward to strike again, but froze mid-motion. Something felt wrong. She looked down at her arm. "What the?" A thin line of crimson traced across her skin. At first, it looked harmless. Then, her breath caught. The wound wasn't closing. Her eyes went wide. Why isn't it healing?" A single drop of blood fell, landing in the water below. The ripple spread. Then, everything erupted. The water exploded upward as a monstrous figure surged from the depths, its massive form blotting out the light. Miller barely had time to gasp before it lunged at her. Cheng's voice cut through the chaos. "Miller, pull yourself together. It's just a scratch." But she couldn't hear him. Panic took over. She stumbled backward, swinging wildly. "They can smell my blood," she screamed. Meanwhile, Hansu activated his ring, the ring of Nirmaha. Second authority, hemorrhage. This wasn't just bleeding. It was a curse, a power that drained strength, clouded the mind, and consumed mana like fire devouring air. Clinging to the beast below him, Hansu could feel the toll. His breathing slowed. "I didn't want to use this," he thought grimly. "But if the monsters are drawn to blood, then we're finally even." Miller slashed at the creatures swarming her, desperate to keep them back. Chung seized his chance. "Don't just stand there. Catch him," he barked. Drawing his bow with trembling hands, he loosed arrow after arrow, each one clearing a path through the chaos. "I'll hold him off. The rest of you go for him." Miller and the others charged toward Hansu. Calmly, Hansu reached into his pouch. Miller didn't hesitate. Her blade flashed, cutting whatever he held cleanly in half before it hit the ground. "You're not getting away." But then, everything shifted. A torrent of blood splashed across her, thick and dark, coating her armor in red. She blinked in confusion. The body at her feet wasn't human. It was a Gerda's. Hansu's smile turned cold. "The blood of a Gerda's," he said softly, "is perfect for driving the Kukulzas mad." Miller's eyes darted to the monsters closing in, their movements growing frenzied, their roars shaking the air. Hansu tilted his head, his grin widening. "And now that you're drenched in it," he let out a low chuckle. "I wonder what they'll do to you." The water erupted like an explosion. A swarm of monstrous creatures surged from the depths, thrashing toward them in a frenzy. Miller, her face streaked with the dark blood of the Gerdas, let out a shaky laugh. Hansu, you're completely insane, she whispered, half in awe, half in disbelief. Hansu stood at the ledge, glancing back once. A faint smirk crossed his lips. Enjoy the show. And then, he was gone. Outside, he leaned against a thick tree trunk, breathing hard. He placed a hand on the bark. Dry, cracked, lifeless. This one too, he muttered. Moving quickly, he checked another root, then another. Each one was the same. Every single one drained of life. His expression darkened. Wherever those bastards pass, the roots die. The decay was spreading too fast. He needed higher ground, a better view. Closing his eyes for a moment, he steadied his breath. At least the red zone isn't far. He pushed off the tree and kept moving. His grip tightened around his blade. When I find Morin, he muttered, his voice low and cold, I'll kill him myself. Meanwhile, far ahead, a group of survivors clustered around a massive root, siphoning what little nutrients they could from its trunk. Then, another group appeared, the survivors from Hansu's ship. One man from the first group folded his arms, a mocking smirk on his face. If you're looking for work, try the lower roots, he said. His companion chuckled. This area is ours. A cloaked figure stepped forward from Hansu's group. His voice was steady but desperate. They had no food left, no supplies, not even the nutrient liquid they'd once relied on. He pleaded quietly for mercy, just enough to survive. But the boy facing him only sneered. Maybe you should have planned better, he said coldly. This route belongs to our clan. He drew a knife with a flick of his wrist. You really think a bunch of rookies like you can take this from us? His grin sharpened. A little hunger's normal for newbies. Anger simmered in the survivors' eyes, but they could do nothing. Outnumbered and starving, they turned to leave. The cloaked man clenched his fists, frustration twisting in his chest. After everything we've been through, are we really going to die here? The world tree was dying, the lower roots crumbling, the upper ones rich but crawling with monsters. And every path upward was guarded by the strong, greedy clans who hoarded what was left. Hopelessness settled over the group like fog. Then, a scream tore through the air. One of the bullies shouted, his voice shaking with rage. Who the hell are you? The survivors turned sharply, hearts pounding, eyes wide with sudden hope. Get lost, the boy roared. But before he could finish, a powerful strike sent him crashing backward, skidding across the dirt. The cloaked man froze, staring at the figure now standing before them. He recognized that presence instantly. Hansu had returned. They bolted at once. We need to run, one of the bullies' clanmates stammered, and the rest scattered. The survivors seized the moment. They scrambled onto the route, set up their extractors, and began drawing the precious liquid. One of them turned to the newcomer. You just solved all our problems with a single move. After a while, the protagonist spotted Hansu further along the route and called out. Hansu landed beside him. Do I know you? The man asked, studying the boy. Hansu's answer came flat. You don't remember? We were on the same ship. The man didn't answer. He focused on gathering food and water. I'm Johan, he said, then offered a hand. Doesn't matter. I'm just glad to see you again. If it weren't for you, we would have starved. Hansu chewed on his gathered food and said simply, I was just hungry too. Eat if you want. Johan took a breath. Hey, can I ask you something? The question was expected. Johan's tone shifted. We need the ship we sailed on. He put his hands up, trying to make the situation clear. Every path upward is blocked. The only way forward is to use the ship. Hansu turned away without hesitation. No. Johan's voice rose. I'm not just asking for nothing. The nutrient liquid in these roots won't last forever, and the disaster fish is tearing apart the outer roots. If we don't act now, we'll be trapped. Wouldn't it be better to take the ship and climb up together? Hansu crouched, cutting a small flower from the root with his knife. He spoke calmly. It's not a problem. Everything will be fine soon. He gripped the plant stem. We're safe here. There's no need to go up. What are you talking about? Johan shouted. Hansu faced him. I'm going to kill them. Johan stopped. The ship isn't for escaping, Hansu continued. I'm going to use it to destroy the disasters threatening the world tree. I'll kill the disaster fish with my own hands. So there's no need to fear death. Johan stood stunned as Hansu began walking away. What do you mean? Johan called after him. Can't you at least explain properly? Hansu rolled his eyes and kept walking. In his mind, the plan was straightforward. Remove the disaster, and the red zone would reopen. People wouldn't have to live trapped on the routes anymore. He believed he was right. Johann pressed a hand to his forehead, struggling to piece everything together. I don't really get it, he admitted, shaking his head. But someone like you, who's done the impossible more times than I can count. Maybe you're right. Hansu kept walking, but Johann's voice stopped him. Just one last thing, he called out. Why? Why go this far for everyone else? Hansu paused mid-step. The silence that followed felt heavy. Then, in a quiet, even voice, he answered, I have to save as many people as I can. He looked down slightly. That's why I came back. His gaze dropped to his hand. For a brief moment, doubt flickered behind his eyes. Is this really what I want? Johann noticed. What's wrong? He asked carefully. Instead of replying, Hansu tossed a small stone toward him. Johann caught it on reflex. It's an imitation stone, Hansu said as he turned away. You'll need it. Johann watched him leave, then looked down at the stone in his palm. His fingers closed around it tightly. He remembered the day Hansu gathered them on the ship, dragging a giant lizard behind him, claiming it was part of the plan. Back then, everyone thought he was crazy. Yet somehow, Hansu always turned madness into reality. Maybe this time too, Johann whispered, his voice soft with something like faith. He lifted his eyes toward the vast, starlit sky. A small, genuine smile crossed his face. He really gives me hope. Meanwhile, Hansu was already running again. His thoughts cut through the night air as sharply as his footsteps. Acting for humanity's survival, that's only natural. He sprinted across the terrain, covering ground fast, but unease lingered in his chest. Then why do I feel like this? He shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Focus. Finally, the landscape opened up. Someone was waiting for him. Sophia. She turned the moment she sensed him. Hansu slowed to a stop, nodding slightly. You're early, he said. Then his eyes moved to her supplies. Did you get everything? Almost, Sophia replied. Still missing 2 items, but I came to check in first. Hansu stepped closer, scanning the equipment. Not bad, he muttered approvingly. Sophia studied his face, then frowned. You look tense. What happened? He hesitated, looking away before answering. Nothing serious, just some people tracking us. Sophia's expression hardened instantly. Quadratus, she said, voice low. They've been after you, haven't they? She pressed a hand to her chest. That's why they came after me, too. Hansu turned his gaze back to her. I ran into them, he said quietly. Morin's leading the hunt. Sophia's eyes widened. Morin, the commander of the lighthouse stormtroopers? Why would he be chasing you? Hansu glanced over his shoulder, scanning the dark horizon. I held him off, but he's good. Too good. He'll find us again soon. Sophia stepped forward, her tone sharp. Hansu, you can't fight him alone. Even you can't take on someone like that. Hansu's lips curled into a faint smirk. Then we don't fight alone. He pointed at her, his voice steady. One of us collects the remaining materials. The other draws Morin's attention. Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you hear yourself? Beacon isn't some small clan. They rule the red zone. They've survived here longer than most have lived. Every one of them's a veteran strong enough to leave this place entirely. She took a step closer, her voice rising. And the stormtrooper squad? They're the worst of them all. Ruthless, fearless, and led by Morin. Her words hung heavy in the air. Hansu didn't flinch. His eyes gleamed with quiet determination. I know, he said simply. That's why we have to move first. Sophia took a step forward, her tone steady but urgent. We handle them together, she said firmly. Her eyes darted around the clearing. If they haven't found us yet, we need to move. Now. Hansu's lips curled into a faint grin. Too late, he said quietly. I left an artifact behind, but from how things feel right now, his gaze hardened, they've already caught someone. Elsewhere. Johann was gasping for breath, his hands clawing at the fingers locked around his throat. Morin stood over him effortlessly, expression calm, grip unyielding. I'll give you one chance, Morin said, his voice low and dangerous. Flames flickered to life in his free hand, their light reflecting in his cold eyes. Do you want to burn alive? He paused, the fire surging violently. Or die quickly by telling me where your friend is? Johann's mind spun. I didn't even see him coming. Something slipped from his pocket, a mirror-cloned stone. Morin's gaze snapped to it instantly, his expression darkening. How did he gather so many people so quickly? Johann gritted his teeth, summoning what little strength he had left to grip Morin's wrist. You're asking the wrong people, he choked out. Morin's eyes flared brighter, glowing like embers. Then, without warning, He released Johann, only to crouch beside him, expression suddenly calm. Your name's Johann, right? Before Johann could respond, Morin's hand shot forward, slamming the back of his head down. The sound of impact cracked through the air. You really are a fool, Morin muttered. Even for a clueless newcomer. Grabbing a fistful of Johann's hair, he yanked him up until their faces were inches apart. What nerve, Morin sneered, his tone almost amused. Do you even realize what you smell like when you lie? He leaned in, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. I know the protagonist is here. Tracking a Ronin is my skill, and I can feel Hansu's energy on you. His grip tightened further, knuckles whitening. You covered your tracks well, but not well enough. Reaching into his pocket, Morin pulled out a small device, a trap, humming faintly with energy. He tossed it to the ground, a cruel smirk on his face. That was your mistake. Now, let's make this simple. He rose to his full height, towering over Johann. Where is Hansu? Johann's voice was barely a whisper. I don't know. Morin clicked his tongue, annoyance cutting through the calm. Still lying? His expression darkened, eyes burning with rage. Then you die. His hand burst into flame. Without hesitation, he swung it down, but stopped. A grin spread slowly across his lips. He turned his head, eyes narrowing toward the shadows. There, standing just beyond the light, was a figure. Familiar. Silent. A low chuckle escaped the newcomer's throat. Well, he said, voice dripping with mock amusement. Looking for me? Meanwhile, Johann lay bloodied on the ground, barely conscious. Every breath came shallow and uneven, but he still forced himself to move, crawling inch by inch through the dirt. His face was unrecognizable, but he still managed to whisper one name. Kong Hansu, far away, at Spawning Lake, a place carved from the dying root of the world tree. The crater had filled with a potent nutrient solution, a man-made breeding ground for the Ku-Kulzes. Once, its waters were thick with lethal toxins, but now most had faded, leaving behind something strange and almost pure. Here, the next stage of the hunt was about to begin. Hansu sat at the edge of the water, his gaze calm. He flexed his hand. The wounds were closing fast. The solution worked. The illusion's gone, he murmured. So, he's here already? A voice cut through the silence like a blade. So, you finally stopped running? Hansu's eyes lifted. From the shadows, Morin emerged, flames flickering faintly across his palm, his smirk sharp and mocking. A rat can hide its body, he said, but its tail always gives it away. Hansu gave a short laugh. Think whatever you want. If you were any good at tracking, you'd have found me sooner. Morin's grin twitched, then split into something wild. He threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing across the lake. This is perfect, he roared. I've heard all about you, Hansu. Let's see if the stories are true. Dark energy surged around his hands, twisting the air itself. But if you're just another disappointment, his eyes narrowed, voice dropping to a hiss. You won't last long. Hansu reached into the bag, slung across his back, smirking faintly. Sounds tempting. Then, he turned sharply on his heel. Not today, he called, already sprinting away. We'll finish this next time. Morin's laughter stopped. His expression snapped into fury. You dare run from me? Flames erupted from his hand as he lunged forward. You're not getting away that easily. He thrust his palm forward. A blazing jasper flame tore through the air, streaking straight for Hansu's back. But Hansu was already in motion. He twisted, leaping aside with precise, fluid movement as the explosion scorched the air behind him. In his hand, he held the seeds of Keiche. He hurled them into the lake below. The moment they touched the surface, the still water erupted, giant blossoms bursting forth, spreading like a living bridge across the lake. Hansu landed lightly atop one of the flowers. The poison levels are low. These won't last long. He sprinted forward, crossing the fragile blooms as they wilted underfoot. But they don't need to. Not once did he look back. Behind him, Morin's voice thundered across the lake. You really think you can escape through the water? He raised his hand, flames flaring to life with a furious roar. Stop running and fight me. Hansu didn't look back. He just kept running, light and precise, each step carrying him farther across the surface of the blooming lake. Exactly where he wanted to be. Perfect. In one motion, Jang's sword materialized in his grasp, its edge gleaming. Hansu smeared the blade with Gerda's blood, a stench so potent it could draw predators from miles away. Then, without hesitation, he sliced his own palm, letting his blood drip and mingle with the foul mix. A single drop hit the water. Spawning season. The reaction was instant. The calm surface below began to tremble, then churn violently. A deep rumble echoed from the abyss, and the lake exploded. From the depths, massive forms burst forth, twisting, writhing, Kukulzes erupting in a frenzy of teeth and scales. At the very last moment, Hansu launched himself off the collapsing bloom, soaring through the mist as the monsters surged upward. Landing lightly on another flower, he turned, smirking. "Looks like we've got some company." Morin's eyes darkened. Energy flared around him as glowing orbs ignited in his hands. "You're using Kukulzes?" he said, almost laughing. "Do you think I'd be afraid of these pests?" The creatures lunged from every direction, their jaws snapping, waves crashing around him. But Morin didn't budge. With one sharp gesture, he unleashed his jade flame, a barrage of searing light that tore through the horde. The explosion rocked the lake, ripping the monsters apart midair. Severed limbs and scales rained down, splashing back into the dark water. Morin brushed off his hands. "Pathetic," he said with a smirk. "Now, where were we?" Hansu's expression didn't change, but there was something in his eyes. Amusement. Morin pointed straight at him, his voice cracking with fury. "You're next. Go ahead. Hide underwater if you want. It won't save you." Hansu chuckled softly. "Of course not." That single line made Morin pause. His grin faltered for a fraction of a second. "What's so funny?" Hansu's gaze flicked to the amulet hanging around Morin's neck. Breath of Ahal, he thought. A perfect artifact for underwater combat. He'll follow without hesitation. He met Morin's glare and smiled. "Take good care of that for me, will you?" Morin's eyes narrowed. "What?" Before he could finish, Hansu dove straight into the lake. The impact sent ripples racing outward. Morin stared at the water's surface for a heartbeat, then broke into a cruel grin. "Idiot." He flexed his fingers, fire sparking to life once more. "You really think I won't follow?" He spread his hand, flame reflecting off the churning water. "You'll run out of air soon enough, and when you do, I'll be waiting." His smirk deepened. "Though honestly, I prefer hunting to fishing." With a sharp flick of his wrist, he hurled fire into the water. The flames hissed and twisted, streaking down through the surface in violent bursts of red and orange. "Let's see how long you last down there." Deep below the surface, Hansu swam calmly through the darkness, his movements deliberate and fluid. Air bubbles trailed from his lips as he cut through the murky depths. Then, light flashed ahead. Dozens of flaming projectiles tore through the water, slicing past him in blinding streaks. Hansu glanced upward, eyes narrowing as the abyss above exploded with burning light. The real fight had just begun. He's just going to keep firing until I resurface. Hansu knew it. The moment he broke through the surface, Morin would be there, waiting to burn him alive. "I need time." His mind flashed back to the bud from the root. The demon dragon's enhancement was still off limits. His mana reserves were running too low. But there was something else, something smaller. His fingers brushed against a pouch at his side. Alan's pocket. Inside was a rare flower bud, a bloom that constantly produced fresh air. And right now, that was all he needed. The bud unfurled in his hand, glowing softly as bubbles drifted upward. Hansu inhaled deeply, feeling oxygen flood his lungs. That should buy me a few minutes. But before he could relax, the water around him began to shift. From the darkness below, massive shapes stirred. Faint glimmers of eyes appeared, followed by the gleam of countless jagged teeth. The Kukulzes. They surged upward with a thunderous roar, the pressure alone shaking the depths. Hansu twisted, narrowly dodging the first strike. The water churned violently around him as another creature lunged past. They were relentless, snapping at him from every direction. He reached into his bag again, thinking fast. Destruction fish aren't the only things these beasts fear. His hand found it a foul, pulsing organ. Arwan's gallbladder. The stench it carried could drive even the most savage predator away. He squeezed it once. The water filled with a sickening, putrid odor that spread like poison. Instantly, the Kukulzes froze, then scattered. Their shrieks echoed through the depths as they fled, thrashing wildly to get away. Hansu watched them disappear and allowed himself a brief smirk. That's taken care of. He refocused, scanning the black abyss below. Before breeding, Kukulzes always mixed toxic water with nutrient-rich streams. creating ideal spawning grounds. And those nests all connected directly to the poison sea. That's where I need to go. He propelled himself downward, cutting through the cold darkness like a blade. Above, Morin was closing in. With a single motion, he unleashed a massive burst of fire into the lake. The water hissed and boiled as the flames surged downward. Hansu spotted it easily. Predictable. Fire magic's easy to read underwater. He moved to dodge, but pain flared suddenly along his arm. A line of blood drifted upward in a crimson trail. Got clipped. A small wound, but also an opportunity. Hansu's grip tightened on his weapon. The blade shimmered, warping and elongating as energy rippled through it. He thrust forward. The distorted sword tore through the water like a living thing, slicing straight toward Morin. Morin's eyes widened. Zhang's artifact? He twisted back just in time, the blade grazing past him in a flash of light. Tisich, he spat, glaring down. That fool should never have been trusted with something this strong. Then he froze. A sudden weight pressed against his chest. His lungs seized. He tried to breathe, but no air came. What? Why can't I? His gaze dropped. His amulet, the breath of Ahal, was gone. And there, just below him, Hansu hovered in the dim light, the amulet dangling casually from his hand. A smug grin touched his lips. Morin's fury exploded. You? How dare you steal my artifact? Hansu ignored him, fastening the amulet around his own neck with calm precision. Just taking back what's mine. The moment it touched his skin, a faint shimmer surrounded him, an invisible sphere expanding outward, wrapping him in a steady current of breathable air. The tables had turned. Morin's breathing grew uneven. His chest heaved, each gasp weaker than the last. He was running out of oxygen. Fast. Hansu steadied his grip on the sword. The time for games was over. Energy pulsed from the ring of Nirmaha, flooding through his veins like liquid fire. The water around him rippled with its power. He raised his weapon, aiming the tip squarely at Morin. Here, let me give you something in return. The second authority of Nirmaha's ring activated. A glowing band of energy shot forward, wrapping tightly around Morin's wrist. It constricted, then bit deep. Blood spilled into the water, curling upward in red ribbons. Morin's jaw clenched, his eyes burning with fury. You think this pathetic trick will stop me? He snarled. But before he could retaliate, something moved behind him. A shadow, enormous. A beast lunged from the abyss, jaws opening wide enough to swallow him whole. Morin twisted, raising his hand just in time to block the blow, flames bursting around him as he countered. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the water. Then he looked up and froze. All around him, more figures stirred. The depths shimmered with movement as kukolzas began to emerge, one after another, drawn by the intoxicating scent of blood. Their eyes locked on him. Morin's expression shifted from rage to realization. This isn't worth it. He snapped his fingers, magic flaring in a circle of light around him. The spell activated instantly. Without another word, he turned and vanished into the shadows, retreating in a swirl of bubbles and light. Hansu watched the chaos fade, the dark water slowly settling around him. A small smile tugged at his lips. Victory had come swift and clean. Fragments of stone drifted weightlessly beside him as he turned toward his next destination. Above the surface, countless bubbles rose from below as the lake began to calm. On a high cliff overlooking the water, a girl stood silently, her eyes locked on the rippling waves. The wind tugged at her hair, but her gaze remained steady. Her mind wandered back to the first time she met a certain man here. She adjusted her monocle, tension flickering across her face. When will he come? She murmured. Her sharp eyes scanned the horizon. Something fell off. The ship that should have been there wasn't. Then, without warning, more bubbles. The lake stirred again, unnaturally. A massive wave rose and crashed behind her, breaking her focus. She spun around instinctively and froze. A ship had appeared, floating silently across the surface, its hull gleaming with moisture. She didn't hesitate. Her shield flared to life as she raised a cautious hand. Where did that ship come from? She whispered. From the deck, a man stood drenched but composed, scanning the scene with calm precision. Right on time, he muttered. He looked up and motioned for her to board. The waves splashed against the hull as the vessel remained perfectly steady. The girl narrowed her eyes, analyzing every move he made. Hansu smirked. A friend helped me, he said simply. But when she questioned him, his brow furrowed. How did you figure that out? Her gaze sharpened through the monocle. Seeds like those aren't easy to come by, she said quietly. You've only just entered the red zone, haven't you? How do you already know so much? A powerful aura radiated from the boy. His stats, impossibly high for someone new. Hansu crouched deep in thought. It's like he already knows everything. The boy picked up a small item, turning it between his fingers as it glimmered faintly in the light. The right combination, he said thoughtfully, can amplify their power. A vessel formed in his hand, swirling with strange liquid. This, he explained, his tone calm but certain, is the product of years of alchemist's work, created for one purpose. He looked up, eyes steady. The survival of humanity. Hansu's sharp gaze locked onto the girl as she spoke, his expression unreadable. Then came her question. What are you hiding? He turned away, voice calm and even. Everyone has secrets. The girl's eyes widened slightly at the name that followed, the Seventh Phantom. But the boy didn't dwell on it. Rising to his feet, he looked toward the horizon, his tone shifting. That doesn't matter now, he said quietly. It's time to meet her, face to face. The surface of the lake grew still. The silence was heavy, too heavy. Then a ripple. Something vast moved beneath the water. From the depths, a massive shadow emerged, its monstrous eyes gleaming in the darkness. The fish of destruction had awakened. It lingered just beneath the surface, watching as the ship drifted closer, silent and patient. From a deck, the crew analyzed the scene below. We'll enter through the gills, one of the men said, breaking the tension. The young man, Hansu, shifted his gaze toward the blonde beside him. His tone was firm, resolute. From now on, you follow my lead. Without hesitation, she stepped forward. I won't be a burden, she said, her voice steady. Then, meeting his gaze, she added softly, and your secrets don't concern me. Hansu started to reply, but she cut him off, her expression fierce with purpose. She spoke of her goal, of what she had to do. He crossed his arms, meeting her gaze with quiet conviction. Don't worry, he said, his voice calm but unwavering. When I make a promise, I keep it. The ship pressed forward through the dark waters, a heavy silence hanging over them. There was no turning back now, no second chance. Droplets sparkled along the railing, catching the dim light of the setting sun. And then chaos. Arrows sliced through the air, their sharp whine cutting through the silence. They struck the water around the ship, exploding into waves that slammed hard against the hull. The vessel lurched violently. The blonde stumbled, gripping the railing to steady herself. Below deck, the wood creaked in protest. Water began to seep in through the cracks. If they didn't act soon, the ship would sink. Hansu stepped forward, his gaze snapping toward the source of the attack. Beneath the surface, the faint outline of another vessel moved in the shadows. He caught one of the arrows mid-flight, his hand closing around it effortlessly. A smirk tugged at his lips. Miller, he muttered. A spear followed, slamming into the deck beside him, its tip humming with power. Without hesitation, Hansu grabbed it, testing its weight. But before he could act, another wave of arrows came raining down. They missed, plunging into the sea, but the impact rocked the ship again, forcing the crew to brace themselves. The girl reached for him. We have a strike back now, she shouted. Hansu caught her hand, stopping her. Not yet, he said firmly. Another volley hit the water. The explosions sent up sheets of spray, each one a warning. The hull couldn't take much more. Tension thickened in the air as Hansu finally spoke, his tone grave. The fish of destruction, it reacts to mana. The girl froze. That one sentence changed everything. Normal attacks, magic or otherwise, wouldn't distract it, wouldn't lure it, wouldn't stop it. Beneath them, the water rippled violently. A massive shadow shifted in the depths. The pressure alone was enough to make the air tremble. Hansu's words echoed like thunder. Even the world tree itself is infused with mana. The girl clenched her fists, forcing her fear down. She refused to stand by and watch. Not this time. Hansu's eyes narrowed as he watched the dark water below, calculating, waiting. The battle was about to begin, and he already knew the cost. Then, motion. The young man reaches behind him, and a glowing stone forms in his grasp, fusing to his hand like a living weapon. A monster's power, his new edge. The girl's eyes widen. Another fusion item. Another play she didn't see coming. A plan starts to form. The sea roars, waves crashing violently against the ship. We just need to stall them, Hansu says with a calm, almost teasing smile. So, how about we do a little fishing? The blonde stares at him. Hope flickers, a feeling she hasn't allowed herself in ages. Maybe just this once, she can trust someone again. The plan is in motion. But the ship, barely holding together, groans under the storm's weight. The sails are shredded, the wind unrelenting. From afar, a man watches in silence, eyes locked on the chaos. It's only a matter of time before the ship goes under. Bring the remaining harpoons, he orders. Unease spreads through the crew. What's going on over there? One of them whispers. Then, movement. Crates tumble overboard, drifting across the churning water. Wait, is that a trap? The enemy hesitates. Then, resolve. Destroy them all. The man's voice cuts through the storm as he commands his wards to strike. The water erupts with splashes and shockwaves as the battle reignites. Hansu crouches beside the girl, his tone sharp, urgent. Hold on tight. A sudden twang. An arrow splits the air and pierces one of the floating crates. A loud crack follows. The crate bursts apart, scattering luminous fragments into the sky. The trap has been triggered. Brilliant particles swirl upward, dazzling their enemies just long enough for panic to spread. The man's eyes widen. Something stirs below. His men freeze. The ocean itself seems to rise. From the depths, a monstrous kraken surges upward, its tentacles wrapping around the ship with crushing force. The man steadies himself, eyes narrowing. That creature never surfaces without a reason. They're surrounded. The girl steps forward, blade gleaming. In one fluid motion, she slashes through the coiling tentacles. The kraken shrieks, thrashing wildly. Watching from above, the man studies her movements, his expression hardening. Miller's too slow. He grips his subordinate's head, voice steady but cold. Keep leading them. Even as he speaks, he knows this wasn't chance. The kraken's appearance was no coincidence. Then the sea darkens again. From the shadowed horizon, the massive form of the destruction fish rises. The ship sails forward, defiant, cutting through the chaos. A warning shouts over the noise. Keep the poison water away from the gills. Sweat drips down the boy's face. The fish is infused with something unnatural. Ahead, the passage within the beast's body begins to close, a narrowing gate of flesh and bone. The long-haired man turns to the masked figure beside him. Are we even heading the right way? No answer, just tension. Then the girl snaps at Morn, eyes sharp. We've got bigger problems. The young fighters steel themselves, scanning every shadow. A voice echoes around them, low and chilling. Valuable travelers should become one with Quadratus. The man grips the railing, knuckles white. His thoughts darken. He survived too much to believe this is luck. Deep inside the creature's gut, the truth finally surfaces. Wrecks, thousands of them, stretch endlessly in every direction. The bones of ships and sailors alike, swallowed whole and forgotten. A graveyard adrift in eternal silence. A crowd gathers on the broken deck of one sunken vessel. This place, someone murmurs. It feels like a dungeon. The air thickens. Mana twists unnaturally, flickering in jagged patterns through the gloom. The red-eyed man studies the distortion, his voice low. I don't like this place. The stench of rot clings to everything. Corpses, half digested, half dissolved, float among the ruins. Then comes the laughter. The long-haired man steps forward, arms wide, a wild grin spreading across his face. Magnificent, he breathes. The entire Elfenheim army buried here in the belly of a beast. His boot crushes a shattered skull into the wreckage below. Treasure Island. The young man turns the pendant between his fingers, eyes glinting. Artifacts, he says softly, the word dripping with temptation. Then louder, tell me, do you crave power? Silence answers him. Then one by one, heads nod. Faces harden. Desire burns behind every gaze. The redstone pendant pulses with a deep crimson glow. Then the young man declares, thank the destruction fish for its gift. Hansu watches quietly from behind as the boy steps forward, ready to speak. The long-haired man's eyes close. The boy smiles. And then, chaos. An alarm blares through the ship. The floor splits with a violent crack as jagged crystals burst upward, ripping through the deck. Hansu grips his belt. Is that enough? He mutters. But it's already too late. The ship trembles violently as the crew loses their footing. The boy doesn't flinch, still smiling. He praises Sophia, just as Morn pushes the long-haired man aside. Clenching his fist, Morn thrusts his hand toward Hansu, his voice sharp, mocking. The long-haired man spreads his arms, taunting him. Did you come all this way just to die here? Then, with a shove, he sends his comrade backward. Go. Now. A blade scrapes across the ground. The air goes still, and a moment later, a skull gleams through the darkness. Then another, and another. An army of skeletons rises from the wreckage, bones clattering as they draw their weapons. Whispers ripple through the group. They've returned. A chill runs down the long-haired man's spine. He recognizes them instantly. Elfenheim's fallen warriors, Galadriel's cursed army. One skeletal soldier lunges forward, blade swinging. Steel clashes. Sparks fly. An explosion tears through the air, scattering bones and fire alike. Amid the chaos, a voice shouts, "If we want to live, we act now." The assault team leaps into formation. "Wipe them out," comes the command. A man raises his hand, mana swirling in his palm. His grin sharpens as crimson flame erupts, engulfing the battlefield. A skull crashes to the floor, shattered by the blast. The team cheers for their leader's power, but the long-haired man doesn't join them. His jaw tightens. He knows this isn't over. A broken skeleton twitches, then rises again. The boy's smile fades, horror flashing his eyes. "These aren't ordinary undead," he whispers. "They're the guardians of the fish of destruction." A hand reaches out, gripping a cracked skull. The knight pauses. The curse is real. He sets the skull back down, voice grim. The dead won't rest. Not while the fish still breathes. A hush settles. Then blue fire bursts from corpse's mouth. The flames twist violently, lighting the ruins in ghostly hues. For one heartbeat, everything is still. Then chaos. Screams fill the air. The undead burn, but they do not stop. Hold your ground. Morn roars. No one retreats. The long-haired man clenches his fists. Fury and confusion twist inside him. He needs to move. He needs to find Hansu. And Sophia. What happened to her mission? The ground trembles. Stakes of bone and coral thrust upward, exactly as Seelan foretold. Realization hits. Everything is unfolding just as planned. Without warning, the young man breaks into a sprint. He knows the truth. The ghostly knights are bound by the fish's inner core. Destroy it, and the curse breaks. Hansu narrows his eyes. He already knows what Sophia's orders must be. Deep within the beast, decayed ships drift through glowing bile. The young man doesn't hesitate. He dives deeper. The golden heart of the creature throbs in the darkness, a massive core pulsing with life. That's the target. Its weakness. End it, and the destruction fish dies. A sword gleams in his hand. Hansu moves. The long-haired man spots him instantly. Wait, but it's too late. Hansu's strike cuts through the air, fast and precise. Steel meets steel as the young man pivots, blocking the blow effortlessly. Sparks scatter. He twists, stepping in closer, countering with a fluid motion. Their swords clash again, the impact echoing through the hollow chamber. The dark-haired man grits his teeth, shoving back. Didn't learn your lesson last time? But before he can strike again, the long-haired man grips his blade, barehanded. Hansu's eyes widen. Across from him, the boy's grin widens, eyes glowing unnaturally. How dare you challenge the core of the fish of destruction? Then, something monstrous. A third eye splits open on his forehead, burning with crimson light. His voice thunders through the chamber. Those who defy the fish of destruction will die. Before Hansu can react, a flash, an arrow already drawn. The archer smirks. Let's see you dodge this. The string snaps. The arrow screams through the air. A perfect shot. Impact. The archer's grin spreads. Bullseye. But his victory dies in an instant. Hansu stands unharmed. Light ripples across his body. Metallic scales shimmer beneath the dim glow. Electricity crackles in the air. Demonic dragon enhancement. The battlefield stills. Shock ripples through the enemy's ranks. That arrow could pierce Kukulzes himself. The archer mutters, eyes wide. Hansu tilts his head, voice calm. Strange. That attack felt weaker than before. The archer snarls, drawing again. Then I'll just keep shooting until you drop. Hansu exhales slowly, eyes half-lidded. You should have just stayed out of my way. His arm shifts, flesh hardening, scales spreading. A dragon's claw replaces his hand, and the air trembles before the next strike. A cold gaze cuts through the noise. None of you are leaving here alive, he declares. Deeper in the cave, the fight shows no mercy. A warrior stomps down, crushing a skull underfoot, and pivots, barking orders. Keep attacking. Don't let them regenerate. But the undead heal faster with every strike. A monstrous skeleton lunges, its bone spear driving through a traveler's chest. It opens its jaw and hisses, soundless and hungry. A bandit grinds his teeth, stamina waning, mana bleeding out. If this continues, they'll collapse and rise as one of them. Then the truth lands like a strike. This is a trap. Hands tighten around weapons. There's only one option. Use the feather now. If we don't, we'll die and become like them, someone shouts. A single feather of the world, their only escape. A small tree sprouts in a man's palm. The system message blinks. This artifact can instantly teleport the user and everyone nearby to a new location. The boy's voice shakes. We already tried that. It didn't work. On the platform, Sophia shakes her head. Of course it didn't. You can't just escape the stomach of the fish of destruction. Her tone is flat. Even the ghostly knights of Elfenheim are trapped here. They're immortal, only inside this place. Waren's fists clench. You think we'll just let you walk away after interfering with us? He snaps. Sophia answers, cutting through the argument. After all this time, you expect help from those who stood by and did nothing? The bandit spreads his arms. His comrades lift their weapons in agreement. Stop talking and think about how to get out of here, Sophia says. Clan communication doesn't work inside this stomach. No one will know if we live or die. A flash of annoyance crosses the man's features. But Sophia is already moving. She forms a magic circle in her hand and light scans across the chamber. I have what I needed, she states. The Beacon assault team captain straightens. Patience gone. You've lost your mind, he says. I'm in charge of the red zone. That means I deal with you. Morin's hand pulses with dark energy. He lunges forward. I'll wipe out the weakest of the 7 ghosts myself. Sophia flicks her fingers. Ice arrows streak toward him. Morin steps aside without breaking stride. He laughs, voice edged with contempt. You can't even hit me. What a disgrace to the name of the 7 ghosts. The orb of dark energy slammed toward Sophia. A thunderous explosion rocked the cavern as Morin landed on his feet. I wasn't aiming at you, Sophia said, voice flat. A deep rumble rolled through the chamber. Walls shuddered. Confused voices rose. Then a shout. Waters flooding in. Inside the fish of destruction, a passage began to close. Sophia glanced at the swirling currents. All this time I searched for a way to seal the gills, and now I've done it, she said. Her librarians, I have found the solution. Morin moved to intervene, but Sophia was already slipping away. Let's hope we never meet again, she called over her shoulder as she vanished. The bandit barked orders to his crew. Get the ship ready, Miller answered. Everything's set. Then froze, scanning the horizon. Where's our ally? He should be guiding us by now. Her gaze shifted, new danger approaching. The Ghost Knights are back, someone warned. There was no easy escape this time. The assault team captain warned that by the time the ship closed the distance, the gills would reopen. For now, their job was to keep the knights from the civilians. He promised the enemy would pay for crossing him. War gathered dark energy and unleashed a jade flame wave that tore through the ranks of the risen dead. The bandit leader signaled his men to charge, but a figure stepped into his path. Hansu gripped Jang Gisu by the collar and hurled him aside, saying bluntly that the captain wouldn't have listened to him anyway. The captain sneered and admitted he'd once considered recruiting the youth, but that idea was off the table now. Hansu moved forward. Enough talk. Morin blocked the strike with his sword. The impact cracked the ground beneath them. Miller watched from afar, alarmed for the captain. The bandit, shaken by how Hansu threw Jang Gisu, realized the boy had changed. He'd absorbed the runes of Quadratus. Clutching a broken stone fragment, the bandit rallied himself. Do you think you can beat me? He snarled. I'll kill you and take back what you stole. Beside him, a girl turned to Ahol. Let me help you, she offered. The captain scoffed. You think I need your help? His sword flashed as he sprinted forward. Go handle the Ghost Knights. Hansu didn't move. His stance was steady, sword raised. Doesn't matter, he said flatly. I was planning to take them all down anyway. Morin's grin widened. You? You're just a rookie. Steel collided with a deafening clang. Sparks exploded as their blades met, the force shaking the ground. Morin pressed in, testing Hansu's strength. Is that it? That's all you've got. Hansu's arm trembled under the pressure. Morin's smirk deepened. He's struggling. He can't match me. A newbie like him could never win. Their blades locked for a split second. Then Morin shifted, sliding his sword down to create an opening. In a single leap, The captain rose into the air, blade aimed for the kill. "This is the end," he shouted, bringing his sword down with full force. The strike hit clean. The blade drove straight through Hansu's chest. He didn't move, didn't even scream. The bandit captain exhaled, shaking his head. "This could have ended differently. You should have accepted my offer. You could have served me instead of dying like this." Blood spread down Hansu's torso, but he stayed upright, eyes hidden beneath his hair. The captain leaned in, voice dripping with triumph. "You lost because you were weaker than me." Hansu's lips curled into a faint smile. "Is that so?" Before Morin could react, Hansu's hand snapped up, gripping the sword still lodged in his chest. His eyes lifted cold and sharp. "Funny," he said quietly. "I was about to say the same thing." Blood dripped from his mouth, yet his grip only tightened. "Insolent brat," Morin roared, try to wrench the blade free. "This is your punishment for defying me." Hansu's voice stayed calm. "You said that already." Morin's confidence faltered. The man standing before him, impaled, bleeding, was holding his weapon still, refusing to fall. Hansu looked down at the sword. "Night artifacts, impressive," he murmured. "Sharp enough to pierce dragon scales." A flash of energy sparked around him. Metallic armor rippled across his skin, shimmering like molten gold. "Thanks for delivering it to me." Morin's eyes widened in horror. "No, I hit your heart. You should be dead." Then he saw it, the clawed hand, scales spreading, energy crackling. Body modification. Hansu raised his hand. "Doesn't matter anymore." With one brutal slash, his claws ripped through Morin's body. Blood sprayed as the captain staggered backward, gasping. "You're still wounded," he wheezed. "That skill, it's broken." His voice faded. His body fell. Silence. Hansu exhaled slowly. He grasped the blade still buried in his chest and pulled it free with one swift motion. Tossing it aside, he opened his hand. A faint white rune shimmered above his palm, then dissolved into nothing. Hansu took a steady breath. "That worked, but only because I spent the time to forge 3 dragon hearts." Above him, the massive beast rumbled with a guttural growl. The demonic dragon enhancement, his most powerful skill, allowed him to replicate a dragon's organs, channeling its strength and resilience into his own body. He rolled his shoulders, flexing his fingers. The power surged, but the strain was brutal. Compared to a dragon, the human body was a fragile shell. The transformation burned through him like fire. His gaze dropped to the glowing runes etched along his arm. 35% capacity. Not enough. He sheathed his blade and closed his eyes for a moment, steadying his breath. He couldn't maintain this form for long, but that didn't matter. He clenched his fist, heat radiating from his palm. "As long as I can still fight, that's enough." His mind raced. "Do I have time?" Every second counted. If he hesitated, he'd lose his window. Behind him, Jang Gisu lay motionless. His body didn't stir, but the third eye on his forehead twitched, the pupil darting restlessly beneath the lid. Then a deep, rumbling presence filled the air. A massive red eye appeared above, glowing through the shadows, locking onto Hansu with unsettling focus. A voice whispered, cold, ancient, and heavy with malice. "I will remember you." The eye vanished, leaving silence in its wake. Hansu turned and pressed forward, sprinting deeper into the belly of the destruction fish. The path ahead twisted and pulsed like a living maze, but it was clear, for now. He still had a chance. Sophia said the core is buried deep, layered under reinforced flesh, just above the midline. If he wanted to reach it, he needed perfect timing. When the platform revealed itself, up ahead, a faint glow bled through the darkness, a massive sphere pulsing with life. The creature's core. Hansu tensed. The destruction fish had no armor on the outside, but inside, it was a fortress of muscle and regeneration. Suddenly, several tentacles shot toward him. He darted between them, the air humming with each narrow miss. Normal attacks wouldn't do. He could slice them apart, but the wounds would seal before he even moved on. Another strike. A shadow loomed. Hansu reached into his pocket, pulling out a small vial. This should do it. He tossed it upward. The bottle shattered midair, scattering a viscous silver liquid. When his blade cut through the next tentacle, the flesh froze solid, turning to stone before it could heal. The massive limb crashed to the ground, motionless. Hansu straightened, eyes sharp. Exactly what I expected from an alchemist's brew. Another vial dropped at his feet, coating his blade in the same thick substance. He shifted his stance, muscles coiled. Let's thin the herd. Then he moved fast. His blade cut through the air, slashing one tentacle after another. The creature's scream echoed through the cavern, a deafening roar that shook the water around him. Outside, on the distant shore, several onlookers watched the chaos unfold. One man squinted. What did Ferris report? Aaron frowned. The assistant should be standing by near the perimeter. Beck's eyes stayed locked on the ocean. The monstrous form of the destruction fish writhed violently, its massive body twisting through waves of flame and shadow. I've never seen a destruction fish act like this, he muttered. The beast thrashed again, its scales glowing red-hot as it absorbed the flames around it, its pain echoing across the sea. Sophia lunged forward, barely avoiding a crashing wave that exploded against the rocks behind her. A boy shaded his eyes, peering toward the horizon. Something's coming, he said. The man beside him shook his head sharply. Focus. We need to secure the area first. But then he froze. Sophia was falling. Aaron was sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. Sophia sat up, dazed. 1 second slower, and she wouldn't have survived that fall. Beck sprinted over, concern written all over his face. What happened? Sophia's voice trembled at first, then steadied. We don't have time to talk. We need to leave now. They scrambled to their feet, but something in the distance caught her attention. The fish of destruction was convulsing. Its enormous body writhed and twisted, sending violent waves crashing in every direction. Sophia's eyes widened. It's hurting, she breathed. No one reacted. They just stared at her. It's in pain, she repeated, louder this time, but the disbelief in their faces cut deeper than any wound. The idea was absurd. A creature like that wasn't supposed to feel anything. Her hands curled into fists. She had wanted to be the one to end it, to erase her guilt, to finish what she started. But as tears blurred her vision, realization dawned. Hansu had done it. He'd kept his promise. A deafening roar ripped through the air. The monster slammed into the sea, waves surging high enough to blot out the sky. Sophia didn't hesitate. She grabbed Aaron by the collar and yanked him to his feet, dragging Beck with her. Move, she shouted. Now! The ground shook beneath them as the fish of destruction began to convulse violently. Its body arched, and then it started spewing everything it had swallowed. Beck looked back, eyes wide. What's happening? Sophia's lips trembled, but a small, hopeful smile broke through. We did it, she whispered. Then louder, Hansu did it. They ran. No one dared look back. Get as far away as possible, Sophia called out, her voice echoing through the storm. Not far away, another man lifted his head. He had felt it, the faint trace of a skill he recognized all too well. His eyes narrowed. Behind him, a girl's voice rang out. If the fish of destruction doesn't stabilize, this entire area could collapse. She whistled, sending a bird into the sky with a coded message. We'll keep monitoring its condition, she said quickly. Michael stood beside her, his tone clipped. Send another. Now. Waves battered the wrecked shoreline. The fish of destruction's glowing eyes snapped open one final time. With a roar that split the sea, the beast reared back. Its massive body began to cave inward, golden fluids spilling from its shattered core. And before that collapsing heart stood the reincarnator, Hansu, leaning heavily on his sword. He looked up at the pulsing light above him, breath ragged, his thoughts racing. Everything had unfolded exactly as he planned. But as he stared at the sheer scale of what lay before him, one truth struck deep. This power, this monster, was far beyond what any human could face alone. The pressure on Hansu's body was crushing. Every movement burned. Every breath came with effort. The dragon transformation was pushing his limits, the strain mounting with each second. Around him, the fish of destruction's tentacles darkened to a deep, venomous purple. Cursed energy pulsed through them, gnawing at his regeneration, leeching away his strength. Hansu gripped his sword tighter. There was only one option left, a direct strike. No hesitation, no retreat. The tentacles lunged. He moved like lightning, his blades slicing through one after another, sparks flashing underwater. Each strike tore through the darkness, every impact shattering the silence of the deep. He was close now. The core shimmered just ahead, glowing gold beneath the layers of writhing flesh. This is it. Hansu swung. The blade pierced the sphere, sinking deep into the blazing light. For a heartbeat, everything stopped. Then the realization hit him. The monster was still alive, still feeling, Standing atop the burning core, he watched as cracks spread beneath his feet, glowing fissures racing across the golden surface. The subspace inside the beast's stomach began to tremble, folding in on itself. A crimson aura flared along his sword. With a final, decisive slash, the core split apart, the explosion of energy tearing through the chamber like a storm. The first step was done. Hansu shot forward, his body illuminated by the cascading light. The stomach was collapsing, but there were still 2 more stages to complete. Step 2. Reach the artery and destroy the link to the creature's heart. Step 3. Unleash the dragon's power and burn away the poison from within. Every motion was deliberate. His breathing steadied. Against his chest, the breath of a hob pendant pulsed softly, the only thing keeping him alive in the depths. Everything was going according to plan, until the tentacles came back. They surged out of the abyss, dozens of them, thrashing and snapping like living blades. Hansu twisted aside, narrowly dodging the first strike. His body cut through the water with impossible precision, his sword flashing in arcs of gold. He sliced through 2, 3, 4 limbs in a blur of motion. Then, impact. A massive tentacle struck him squarely across the back. Pain shot through his body like fire. His vision flickered. His mouth opened in a silent gasp. 3 hearts beat within him, but 2 were already faltering. He staggered, then drove his blade backward, severing the tentacle cleanly. Blood and energy swirled around him. His breathing came fast, uneven. No time to rest. No time to recover. He looked up and froze. A wall of tentacles loomed ahead, writhing together in a grotesque mass, sealing the way forward. Hansu's grip tightened. His eyes hardened. If he stopped now, everything would be for nothing. Lightning burst from his body, golden and wild, rippling through the water like a living storm. He roared and charged head-on, his swords blurred into streaks of light, each swing carving through flesh and darkness alike. Tentacles fell in ribbons around him, the water churning with motion and blood. He pressed forward, faster, sharper, unstoppable. Then light. Above him, a radiant glow cut through the depths. A vast network of glowing veins extended from a massive shard, a fragment of the divine stone, the ancient power once rooted in the world tree itself. Now, it pulsed at the center of this abomination, the corrupted heart of the fish of destruction. And Hansu knew this was where it would end. Hansu's eyes narrowed. The enemy wasn't finished, not yet. Without hesitation, he dove straight toward the creature's heart. The walls around him pulsed violently, veins contracting as the beast sensed his approach. Then, with a sickening tear, a massive tentacle ripped through the flesh, its fanged maw snapping open like a serpent's. And it wasn't alone. Dozens more surged from the walls, coiling and striking in unison, their movements erratic and vicious. Hansu gripped his sword tighter. The fight wasn't over. Not until he said it was. He drew a deep breath, golden light sparking around him. Then he lunged, blades flashing through the crimson haze. Steel met flesh. One clean strike, then another. A tentacle split in half, the pieces dissolving into the thick, translucent fluid around him. He moved like a storm, cutting down every limb that dared to block his path. Each swing was faster, heavier, sharper, until only silence filled the artery. Then pressure, something cold and slick wrapped around his leg. He looked down, startled for the first time, when, before he could react, a swarm of tentacles erupted from the side, hammering toward him. He barely twisted away as the impact shattered the wall where he'd been. The entire passage trembled, and then everything froze. The tentacles halted mid-attack, twitching violently as if seized by invisible force. Hansu didn't waste the chance. With one sharp twist, he tore free and surged forward. But he didn't relax. He knew better. This wasn't over. His gaze locked on the massive, pulsing heart ahead, the source of everything. "Let's see how strong you are without power," he muttered. He raised his sword high and drove it down. The blade struck true, but barely left a mark. Hansu frowned. The surface was harder than steel. It was no ordinary heart. If I can't destroy it directly, then I'll cut off its lifeline. His eyes shifted to the glowing veins surrounding the core, thick, pulsating arteries feeding energy from the divine stone fragment to the beast itself. That was the key. With a precise slash, his sword cut deep into one artery. Blood and light burst forth, staining the water crimson. Again, another swing. The second artery severed, then a third. The pressure in the chamber shifted instantly. The monster's body began to convulse as power drained from its heart. Hansu's muscles tensed. His sword rose one final time. He struck with all his strength. The artery ripped open, completely severed. Before him, the divine stone fragment floated free, flickering weakly like a dying star. Hansu reached out, hand trembling, and caught it. Warm light pulsed against his palm. So small, and yet it held enough power to sustain a monster that defied gods. For the first time, a tired smile touched his lips. "It's over," he whispered, but the victory lasted only seconds. The walls groaned. The arteries shuddered violently. Chunks of flesh tore free as the entire structure began to collapse. The fish of destruction was dying, and it was taking everything with it. Hansu spun toward the exit, kicking off the collapsing wall, but a massive tentacle whipped out from the chaos, slamming into his back. The impact stole his breath. Pain exploded across his chest as the divine stone fragment slipped from his grasp, tumbling through the swirling debris. He reached for it, fingers stretching, but his vision blurred. The world dimmed. His body felt impossibly heavy. The current caught him, dragging him downward into the darkness. His last thought before blacking out, "Not yet. I can't stop yet." The rupture widened, sucking in everything: blood, light, stone, and finally, Hansu himself. Silence returned to the deep. And somewhere far away, in the faint glow of a distant horizon, a raven perched calmly on an outstretched hand. Its eyes gleamed red, as if watching and waiting. An unseen voice broke the silence. "Find the one who killed the fish of destruction." The order carried no emotion, just intent. On the shore below, the colossal corpse of the monster sprawled across the sand, its body like a ruined continent. The air reeked of brine and burnt flesh. Crowds were already forming, whispers spreading like fire. Among them, a young man raised his hand. "Deputy Commander." Lu stood apart from the others, hands clasped neatly behind his back, gaze fixed on a massive wound carved into the beast's chest. The sea breeze tugged at his coat as he studied the destruction, expression unreadable. In his palm rested a broken mask, the mask of Morin, the fallen captain of the assault group. The sight deepened the crease in Lu's brow. Something wasn't adding up. He had received strict orders to eliminate Quadratus, not to witness its complete annihilation. So how had the operation turned into this? A soldier approached from behind, his voice low. "Sir, we've located the bodies of the remaining team, all identified as members of Morin's squad." Lu closed his eyes briefly, then exhaled. The boy hesitated, then added, "Judging by the marks and residual mana, it was all done by one man." Lu tore the mask from his face and crushed it in his fist. "Then we no longer have a captain." His tone was sharp, decisive. "Effective immediately, we're restructuring." The subordinate hesitated, then lowered his head. "Understood, Commander." The new title hung in the air. Lu smirked faintly, testing the word in his thoughts. "Commander." Morin had inherited his position through time and convenience. Lu, however, had just earned his through blood. His expression hardened. "Any survivors?" The soldier pointed toward the wreckage drifting offshore. The ship was barely intact, its sails shredded, hull half submerged. "Search teams are still combing the area, sir, but," he hesitated, "chances of survival are low." Lu crouched and picked up a broken blade from the sand, inspecting its fractured edge. Something wasn't right. A creature of this magnitude should have dropped thousands of runes, yet there was nothing, no trace of power, no lingering resonance. He tossed the blade aside. "Then what about him?" Lu asked quietly. "Is the enemy dead?" The men exchanged uncertain glances. "Keep searching," Lu ordered. "I want confirmation. Check the thousandly stone embedded in Quadratus. If it's still active, we'll find him." He stepped closer to the fish's corpse. The ground trembled under its weight. Its tentacles twitched weakly, as if refusing to accept death. The cavity where its heart once was yawned wide, still steaming from the inside. Lu studied it in silence. "What the hell happened here?" he muttered. The sheer scale of destruction. No ordinary force could have caused this. Could one person really have done this? Before he could continue, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. He turned. "Report." The scout was breathless. "Commander, a large group of travelers is approaching. They're armed, and they don't look friendly." Lu's eyes narrowed. "Then why aren't they being held back?" "There are too many, sir. We can't stop them all." Up on the cliffs overlooking the shore, Hundreds of silhouettes gathered. Travelers, mercenaries, soldiers, drawn by the sight of the fallen titan. The air was thick with murmurs, disbelief, and awe. And among them, one figure stood still, hood drawn low over his face. A slow, knowing smirk curved his lips. Sangjin. He had come to see the aftermath for himself. And from the glint in his eyes, it was clear. The real hunt was only just beginning. Inside that monster lies an unimaginable wealth of artifacts, Sangjin mused, his voice carrying easily over the murmurs of the crowd. Then, with a flourish of his arm, he shouted, "And you really think they're just going to keep all that treasure for themselves?" The effect was instant. The travelers froze, glancing at one another as the realization sank in. Artifacts, runes, priceless rewards that most of them had only dreamed of obtaining, now lying within reach. The tension thickened, whispers spreading like sparks through dry grass. Sangjin's tone hardened, cutting through the noise. "Why are you just standing there? You gonna let them take everything?" That single spark ignited the chaos. The travelers erupted, shouting as they surged forward, convinced of their right to claim the spoils. Their sheer numbers turned the beach into a storm of shouting voices and flashing steel. Lu's expression darkened. He had allowed them to remain out of respect for the fallen. But now, they were nothing more than scavengers. His voice boomed over the rising tumult. "This territory belongs to the beacon. If they won't leave willingly, drive them out." His troops responded immediately. Swords drew, spells lit the air, and the quiet morning ground became a battlefield once more. From above, the golden sphere floating in the sky reflected the chaos below. The observer drifted silently from the fray, its surface gleaming with captured images. A winged eye descended, landing gently in an outstretched hand. Sophia's lips curved into a knowing smirk. Her plan had worked. She had deliberately lured the travelers to the fallen fish of destruction, fully aware it would pull the beacon's focus away. Still, she hadn't expected it to devolve into outright anarchy so quickly. Resting her chin on her hand, she thought back to her companions. "I told them to spread just a few rumors," she mused. "Guess they overachieved." Her gaze shifted downward, taking in the madness unfolding across the shore. "What exactly did they say to spark this?" she murmured. In the thick of the crowd, she spotted him, Sangjin, standing at the center of it all, cloaked and hooded, his voice riling the mob. Around him, several robed figures moved in sync, shrouded in shadow. Sophia's smirk deepened. "Even better," she whispered. The longer this chaos lasted, the longer Beacon's eyes stayed off her. She summoned a glowing sphere of energy into her palm, its surface pulsing faintly. She didn't have much time left. Above, the sky shimmered. God's eyes materialized one by one, vast glowing irises scanning every inch of land and sea. Controlling that many at once was difficult, even for her, but she couldn't afford to stop now. 3 days, she muttered under her breath. It's already been 3 days. Her expression hardened. "No, I refuse to believe he's dead." The observers scattered across the skies, streaking away like golden comets. Far below, at the edge of the ocean, a body lay still among the wreckage. Waves washed over him, dragging shards of wood and metal across the shore. Cuts and bruises marked his skin, his clothes torn to ribbons. A small fairy hovered over him, wings fluttering impatiently. Finally, she huffed, arms crossed. Her eyes narrowed in mock annoyance before she leaned closer, a mischievous grin forming. When he didn't stir, she sighed dramatically and tapped her chin. "Well," she said, voice teasing, "if you don't wake up, I'm going to kiss you." The boy shot upright as if jolted by lightning, eyes wide, arms flailing. The fairy burst into laughter midair, spinning with delight. "Knew that'd work," she said, smirking. "Welcome back, sleepyhead." And for the first time since the fall of the Fish of Destruction, Hansu was awake. The fairy pulled back with a giggle, wings fluttering lazily. "Oomph, I was almost hoping you'd stay down a little longer." Hansu flexed his fingers, feeling the ache in his bones fade little by little. His strength was returning, slowly but surely. He'd managed to recover just before the last traces of dragonification burned out. Something caught his eye, half buried in the sand, a faint glimmer. He reached down and brushed the grains away, revealing a fragment of the divine stone. A smirk tugged at his lips. "Got everything I needed." Then, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Hansu froze. That voice. He looked up sharply. The fairy hovered there, smiling as if she'd been watching the whole time. He frowned. What the hell are you doing in the red zone? She tilted her head, eyes glinting with mischief. You already know we don't touch the ground unless something big happens. Before he could speak again, she darted forward and threw her arms around him. And I had to see this for myself, she laughed, pulling back just enough to point toward the shore. The fish of destruction lay still, its massive form sprawled across the coastline like a mountain of death. Its scales no longer shimmered, its eyes dull and hollow. Tell me, she said, her voice lowering, eyes gleaming. Have you ever seen anything this breathtaking? Hansu glanced at the corpse. The impossible done. The fairy sighed dramatically. Too bad, though. We have rules, you know. A great deed deserves a great reward. She paused, her grin sharpening. But this beast? It wasn't meant to be hunted. She shrugged with exaggerated indifference. So, no reward. Hansu's eyes narrowed. No reward? He didn't buy that. Not for a second. He'd just slain one of the greatest calamities in existence. And if there was one thing he knew about higher beings, it was that they hated balance. If he became too strong, they'd find ways to intervene. And sure enough, he felt it. A presence watching him. A voice purred behind him, dripping with amusement. You're sharp as ever. Hansu turned. Another figure hovered nearby, wings curled like blades of smoke. A devil, the same kind that thrived on suffering, thriving where gods refused to tread. The creature grinned wide, fangs flashing. Those sadists upstairs don't like your kind. Too much initiative. The fairy folded her arms, smirking. We've put a lot of thought into this, you know. The devil floated closer, his tone turning curious. Tell me, Hansu, he leaned in, eyes glinting with unholy humor. What would it take to make you willingly walk into hell? The fairy snickered, twirling midair. You like this one? Trust me, we really thought it through. The devil spread his arms wide. So, a pulse of dark light filled the air, swirling into a sphere in his palm. Let's make a deal. A second later, energy condensed between them, pure, radiant, and dangerously alluring. Since you took down the fish of destruction, the devil said with mock courtesy, you get to choose your reward. A shimmering shard appeared before Hansu, hovering just above his reach. It glowed with a cold, sinister light. His gaze flicked to the markings etched across its surface, a skull wreathed in flame. Recognition struck instantly. Lord of the Dead, a high-tier 8th skill, one of legend. The power to command the souls of the fallen, to summon phantoms at will. A skill that could turn any battlefield into a graveyard under his control. But it wasn't just necromancy. It also bolstered magical chi, enhancing every arcane art it touched. Hansu stared at it, silent. For someone limited to 7 active skills, this offer was beyond tempting. Maybe too tempting. The devil's grin widened. So what do you say, hero? The fairy crossed her legs midair, eyes dancing. A deal's a deal. But remember, once you take it, there's no going back. Hansu's fingers hovered just beneath the shard, the faint hum of power whispering through his skin. A power born of death itself, offered to the man who had just slain a godlike monster. And somewhere deep inside, Hansu already knew this was exactly the kind of gift that came with a curse. With a sharp snap, the devil's laughter rippled through the air. Don't get too excited just yet. The glow around them shifted. Several new runes materialized, hovering in a loose circle, each one radiating an eerie, ancient energy. There's a condition, the assistant said smoothly, her tone laced with mischief. It's connected to the remaining disasters. Hansu's eyes narrowed. The symbols pulsed faintly, each one resonating with the same cursed energy that had once emanated from the fish of destruction. The air around him grew heavy, and yet he smiled. This is more than enough, he muttered. The fairy blinked, startled. Wait, what? You didn't even hear the full. But Hansu had already made up his mind. His expression turned to steel. I don't need to. The devil hovered above the waterline, wings curling lazily as he let out a low whistle. Oh, I like that confidence. He gestured toward the floating runes, his grin widening. Unlike the first offer, this one comes with a catch. You'll have to eliminate every remaining disaster in the red zone. Only when that's done, he paused, the corners of his mouth twitching upward, will you receive your reward. The assistant tilted her head, studying Hansu's face. You're really taking this path? Hansu straightened, his silhouette framed by the rising sun. Yeah, he said simply. I'm sure. For a brief moment, silence hung in the air. Then, the devil chuckled. Well then, his wings spread, scattering shadows across the sea. Let's see how long you can last. With a beat of his wings, he drifted backward, vanishing into the mist. We'll meet again, hero. The fairy pressed her hands to her cheeks, laughter spilling from her lips. He didn't even wait for the full explanation, she said, half amused, half exasperated. What a reckless fool. But her grin never faded. Hansu said nothing. He stepped to the edge of the shore, his gaze fixed on the endless expanse of ocean. The horizon shimmered faintly with light and danger. Without hesitation, he dove in. The devil's voice echoed faintly in the distance, carried by the wind. If he'd chosen the easy path, what a disappointment that would have been. Beneath the waves, Hansu moved with purpose. The water pressed around him like a living weight, the crushing pressure of the deep threatening to pull him under. Finding every disaster in the red zone, a mission no sane man would accept. But this was his path now, his test, his promise. The scene shifts. Deep underground, the ground trembles. A massive tree looms, twisting like some monstrous creature, its roots spreading wildly in every direction. This is the disgorging root calamity. The creature stirs, its consciousness flickering awake, but something feels wrong. It can no longer sense the voice of the calamity fish. A low, guttural growl escapes it, then a roar, echoing through the land, an outburst of frustration over its lost companion. Meanwhile, at the surface, the ocean ripples. Hansu rises from the sea, water dripping as he scratches his head, deep in thought. Things aren't as simple as he hoped. Sure, he'd agreed to the fairy's deal without much hesitation, but now he can tell it's a tangled mess. His very presence here is speeding up the abyss's collapse. He sighs, realizing he has to finish everything faster this time. He recalls a conversation with one of his old comrades. A reminder that if they didn't use Urkeniel's time-space crystal to travel, then every bit of future knowledge they relied on would just make the abyss decay even faster. His friend had laughed, half-jokingly telling him to run while you can, calling it all an annoying headache. Hansu had snapped back at him, saying he could go to the past if he wanted. Hansu had no interest in that kind of burden. But now, that burden has landed squarely on his shoulders. As his mind drifts, he thinks of Iris. In his vision, she steps toward him, reaching out a hand as if to lead the way. But as she moves forward, her form begins to fade into the air, like mist dissolving under sunlight. Hansu exhales deeply and continues walking, the weight of her absence heavy but familiar. Around him, scattered weapons catch the light, swords, shields, remnants of battle. He looks over them and murmurs that, whatever happens, both are valuable tools. He never expected a reward for slaying the calamity fish anyway. It was his duty to keep balance in the red zone and prepare for whatever comes next. From the remains, he retrieves a small fragment of the calamity fish and slips it carefully into his pouch. With just that piece, he can lure in the next threat. He thinks to himself that before he took the creature down, he'd already gotten what he wanted and repaid the debt he owed to Sophia. He plans to meet her soon, but first, there's another stop he needs to make. As he sorts through his thoughts, a group of rowdy travelers appears, their voices echoing across the open ground. One of them yells, "Hey, there's still a small fry crawling around. What are you doing just standing there?" In seconds, Hansu finds himself surrounded. They smirk, clearly underestimating him. Hansu's grin spreads slowly. This timing couldn't be better. He's been meaning to test something. He stretches his arms, loosening up, then suddenly dashes straight toward the loudmouth who shouted at him. "Good," he says with a smirk. "There are plenty of people here I can ask." The man's confidence instantly cracks, panic flashing across his face as Hansu charges in. But Hansu just adds, his tone almost casual, "Don't worry. I'll make sure you can at least still talk." Hansu finishes, bracing himself as his fist drives forward. Moments later, silence fills the air. The cocky travelers now lie scattered across the ground, groaning in defeat. Hansu dusts his hands off and glances around, only then realizing 3 whole days have slipped by. Surveying the ruined landscape, his expression tightens. The calamities must have already started moving. The fish calamity's life is fading fast, and that's bad news. The longer he's delayed, the faster everything falls apart. He clenches his jaw. He can't believe he was out cold for that long. Without wasting another second, he pushes forward, his body blurring in emotion. But before he can go far, A shimmer of light flares in front of him. A magic sheet unfurls midair, blocking his path. Hansu narrows his eyes and looks up. Standing there is Levnon Michael, the Valkyrie clan's helper affiliate, smiling like he's been waiting all day. Hansu stops, his voice firm. Make it quick. I don't have time for games. Michael's grin widens as several figures appear behind him, his minions. One steps forward and mentions that Sophia has been searching for Hansu, wondering if she still hasn't found him. Michael turns his head slightly and mutters that those who've been helping the Seven Phantoms will have to answer for it. Despite his status as a Valkyrie affiliate, his tone carries a quiet warning. No one should cross the line here. Then, without hesitation, Michael leaps from the nearby cliff, landing effortlessly in front of Hansu. But first, he declares, I'll deal with you. A flash of light bursts from his hand, and a sword materializes from thin air, pure magic. Just as the tension peaks and both prepare to clash, a storm of fluttering pages fills the air. Looks, from within that whirlwind, Sophia steps out, her presence commanding. Found you at last, she says, eyeing Hansu. You really have a knack for getting tangled up with the wrong people. But I'm glad you're still in one piece. Michael glances at her, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Sophia, he says, why are you looking for someone who should be guarding your seat as one of the Seven Phantoms? Are you sure you know what you're doing? We already know what side you've chosen. Sophia's gaze hardens. I've already made my decision, she replies. And what about you, Michael? Planning to stand in Kang's way, too. Then she turns to Hansu. I'll buy you time, she says simply, energy swirling around her as she prepares to fight. Michael raises both hands slightly, as if to de-escalate. Wait, there's no need for this, he says smoothly. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I just want to confirm something. Whether Hansu here was really the one who took down that monster and the calamity fish. Hansu's stare turns cold. And what if I was? Michael's grin returns, sharp and knowing. Then I was right. He lowers his weapon and, unexpectedly, extends a hand toward Hansu. Both Hansu and Sophia pause, taken aback. Even Michael's own men exchange confused looks. Come on, Michael says lightly. No need to be so tense. Take my hand. Sophia narrows her eyes. What are you plotting, Michael? Why would someone like you want to cooperate with us? Hansu adds, his tone flat. What's in it for you? You don't strike me as the type to give without getting something back. Michael chuckles. Simple. Unlike Sophia, who's, shall we say, a bit compromised, I can offer you something more direct. Real support. Resources, information, leverage. Call it fair exchange. He looks between the two of them and smiles. Think about it, Hansu. For you, this isn't such a bad deal, is it? Michael lowers his hand slightly, his expression softening. You know, he says, this place has been stagnant ever since I arrived. Nothing changes here. The same power, the same rules. But then you came along, and everything started to shift. He smiles faintly. I want that change to keep moving. I need someone who can stir up the still waters, someone who can create a storm strong enough to shake the tides. Sophia crosses her arms, skeptical. And you really think Hansu will agree to that? Hansu doesn't answer right away. He watches Michael carefully, then glances around at the silent, unmoving landscape. Maybe there really are still people here who want to see change. Finally, he mutters, all right, fine. Michael's eyes widen in delight. Excellent. You won't regret. Before he can finish, the ground begins to tremble violently beneath them. The earth splits apart with a deafening roar. Hansu's instincts flare. He shouts, move. Now, the terrain bursts open, dirt and stone exploding outward. From below, a monstrous creature surges up, its body thick with black thorns, its skin pulsing like molten tar. It looks like an enormous caterpillar, but in the center of its body yawns a massive, circular mouth that twists hungrily. The stamp of the disgorging root has arrived. Michael freezes, eyes wide. What in the world? Where did that come from? The creature's mouth gapes wider, a dark vortex forming at its center. Michael's pupils shrink as realization hits. A demon's mouth, wait. Don't tell me that's the stamp of the disgorging root. He knows the stories. These things can consume everything around them. No weapon can pierce their hide. No magic can hold them back. And the worst part? They never come alone. Panic spreads. Michael's men break ranks, sprinting for their lives. But one by one, the unlucky ones are sucked straight into the creature's mouth. A scream pierces the air as one soldier's arm shrivels, thin, hollow, as though the flesh has been devoured from within. Michael grits his teeth, mind racing. This isn't right. A beast like this should never have reached the surface. Amid the chaos, Hansu steps forward, completely unfazed. In one swift motion, he swings his weapon, and the blade cuts clean through the nearest demon, slicing it apart as if it were made of paper. Michael stares in disbelief. He just cut through it like nothing. Hansu turns slightly, voice calm but firm. We're going inside. Michael blinks. Inside? What are you wait? Before he can finish, Hansu grabs him by the collar and leaps straight into the creature's gaping mouth. Michael screams as they plunge into darkness, only to crash down hard inside the pulsating tunnel. Hansu lands perfectly on his feet. Michael, on the other hand, hits the ground with a heavy thud. Arg, you could have warned me, he yells, glaring up. Hansu smirks. You're terrible at landing. Michael jumps up, fuming. And whose fault is that? Who in their right mind drags someone into a demon's mouth? Hansu glances around, unfazed by the thick liquid pooling beneath them. Didn't you say you were helping me? Then help. Michael looks down. The ground glistens with strange, translucent fluid. It isn't blood, it's something else. This looks like nutrient fluid, he mutters uneasily. Hansu's tone turns curious. Tell me, Michael, do you know what all calamities have in common? Michael frowns. What kind of question is that? Before Hansu can answer, the walls around them start to vibrate. The entire interior of the creature begins to move, shuddering, alive. Michael stiffens, fear rising. Hansu's grip tightens on his weapon. Get ready. Something's coming. And then they see it. Shapes emerging from the darkness ahead. A mass of monsters crawling over one another, surging toward them with razor-sharp limbs and gnashing teeth. Michael's eyes widen as the horde rushes forward. There's no way. Those are red zone beasts. He shuts his eyes, bracing for impact. Hansu, meanwhile, simply lifts his weapon. Perfect timing, he murmurs. Panic flashes across Michael's face. Seeing the endless tide of monsters rushing toward them, he turns and bolts, heart pounding. This is insane. We can't take them all on, he shouts, his voice echoing through the cavern. But Hansu doesn't move. His grip tightens around his sword as he says calmly, all calamities share one thing in common. Their energy is fueled by dragon arts. That's what keeps them alive. The blade hums softly in his hands, a low vibration pulsing through the air. And that's exactly why I can cut them down. Hansu steps forward, his tone unwavering. Michael, stop looking back. There's no retreat here. The only way is forward, so keep fighting. In a single motion, he swings his sword, unleashing a massive arc of energy. The wave tears through the horde like a storm, swallowing the monsters whole. The explosion of force echoes through the demon's body, shaking everything around them. Within seconds, the entire front line of beasts is obliterated. Michael stands frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. How is he doing that? He can't even process what he's seeing. Hansu, alone, pushing through that chaos like it's nothing. He's really that strong? Then a voice cuts through his thoughts. You don't get it, Sophia says sharply. She steps forward, magic radiating around her. You've only just met Hansu. Her aura bursts outward, her spellbooks opening midair. With a swift gesture, she summons a torrent of energy that crashes into the remaining monsters. They're torn apart and devoured by her magic almost instantly. She turns to Hansu with a faint smirk. You really thought I'd let you vanish without saying anything? She asks. Did you assume I'd just follow behind without a word? Hansu glances at her, his voice cold but steady. I know your personality. Sophia's eyes narrow. You haven't known me long enough to say that. Michael stares at them both, baffled. Why are you two chatting so casually right now? We should be running. Sophia ignores him, her gaze firm. I came to fight beside Kong, she says. If you're scared, Michael, then run. No one's stopping you. Michael wipes the sweat from his brow, frustration twisting his face. The ground trembles again, and he sees new waves of monsters emerging from the shadows. This place, it's endless, he mutters. They just keep coming. There's no way two people can handle this. Sophia shouts over the noise. Hansu, they're coming this way. Before she can react, a sudden rush of icy wind surges past her, slicing through the horde. The creatures drop instantly, torn apart by invisible blades of air. Sophia looks back in surprise. Michael stands there, clutching a glowing relic. Don't misunderstand, he says, his tone more composed now. I said I'd help Hansu, and I keep my word. The wind intensifies around him as he adds, I want to see it with my own eyes. The power of the seven phantoms and Hansu's true strength. You have what it takes to change the red zone. I want to see how far you'll go. Sophia glances at him, recognizing the sincerity in his voice. Then stand with us, she says. You'll see soon enough. The three of them move as one. Hansu at the front, Sophia weaving spells behind him, Michael unleashing waves of wind that tear through the battlefield. Monsters fall one after another, their roars fading into silence. After what feels like an eternity, the last of the beasts collapses. Michael, breathing heavily, wipes blood from his cheek. We're still standing, but barely. They're pushing us back. How long do we keep this up? Hansu scans the area, eyes narrowing. The air feels lighter. No, he says. They're thinning out. The first wave is almost done. He turns to Sophia. You see it too, right? Sophia nods, her eyes glowing faintly as countless pages spin around her. I've been tracking them since you arrived, she says. I know where the next target is hiding. Just give me a little time to pinpoint it. Hansu nods once, gripping his sword again. Then we move when you're ready. Sophia raises her staff, her eyes glowing with divine light. Activate God's Skara at once. Countless luminous eyes bloom around her, spectral orbs that scatter across the dark cavern like stars. Each one hunts and scans, revealing hidden paths and tracking every lurking creature in their way. As the visions pour into her mind, the image of the disgorging root becomes clearer. It's a calamity far more complex than it first appeared. Its inner structure mirrors that of the calamity fish, an outer shell immune to damage, a body that cannot be harmed from outside. The demon's mouth they entered is merely one of its organs, an extension of its feeding system. The true body, the heart of the disgorging root, lies far below, buried deep beneath the world tree itself. Hidden, shielded, nearly untouchable. Sophia narrows her eyes, analyzing the pulsing walls. If there's a way in, she murmurs, it's through the same opening the monsters are coming from. She moves her staff slowly, tracing the flow of energy through the creature's body. Her god Skara orbs dart through the tunnels until a flash, a massive, frantic shadow fills her vision. Before she can focus on it, the orb is destroyed. The link snaps instantly. I found it, she says, tightening her grip on her staff. But the place is swarming with monsters. They keep cutting off my connection. It's impossible to get close. Hansu steps forward, unshaken. That's not a problem. He clenches his fist, energy gathering around him like a storm about to break. It'll only take a moment. A deep rumble fills the air as Hansu's energy surges. His arms begin to glow, scales forming and spreading down to his hands. Within seconds, his flesh transforms, dense, radiant, and alive with power. Sophia and Michael instinctively step back, their eyes wide. What is that? Michael whispers. Hansu raises his transformed arm, the veins pulsing with dragon energy. Dragon energy arts, he says calmly. This won't take long. The air distorts around him, thick with pressure. Sophia watches closely, realizing just how much stronger he's become since the last time she saw him fight. His energy alone now radiates like a living weapon. Michael's voice drops to a murmur, half in awe. He's transforming his body. That's an energy art technique, one I've never seen before. He turns to Sophia, eyes wide. Who is Kong Hansu, really? Sophia's fingers tighten around her spellbook. That form won't last forever, she warns. We'll only have one chance to finish this before it fades. She steps forward beside him, determination cutting through her calm tone. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight them all alone. I'll open a path. Just focus on striking the core. Her book glows as she activates a support spell, clan information, summoning countless streams of data and light. The battlefield shifts around them, new paths opening as her magic distorts the space ahead. Hansu nods once. Good. He glances toward Michael. And you? Michael exhales sharply. Already contacted the Surface Clan. I don't know when they'll arrive, but they will come. He raises his relic again, wind swirling violently around him. But I can't just stand back while you two fight. Whether help comes or not, I'll hold the line. Hansu smirks faintly. Then let's move. The air suddenly fills with the screeching cries of monsters. 3 of them, massive and relentless, charging straight toward the trio. The ground shakes. The roar of battle builds once more. Hansu steps forward, his dragon arms glowing brighter than ever. "Let's end this," he says. Hansu stands silently for a moment, watching the monsters closing in. Something in the air feels familiar. The pulsing energy, the tension, it all mirrors a moment from his past. A memory he can't ignore. He exhales slowly. Now's the time. Reaching into his pouch, he pulls out the divine stone fragment. Its faint glow pulses like a heartbeat. Without hesitation, Hansu tightens his grip. Sophia notices and frowns. "Hansu, what are you doing? What do you think you'll gain by crushing that?" Hansu looks at her briefly, his expression calm but resolute. "I'm not breaking it," he says. "I'm unlocking it." With that, he channels his mana into the fragment. It responds instantly, light bursting outward as he raises his sword high. The fragment dissolves into his blade, and then a blinding wave of energy erupts. The explosion of mana tears through the battlefield like a storm. In a single sweeping motion, Hansu swings his sword, releasing a devastating strike that splits the ground and vaporizes the approaching monsters in an instant. The sheer force shakes the entire area. Hansu steadies himself, staring at the glowing weapon in his hands. So Gesu really did know what he had, he mutters. The power coursing through the sword feels unreal, alive. For the first time in this battle, he feels it clearly. This fight can be won. A faint, ethereal screen flickers before his eyes, words glowing across the battlefield. Forgotten blade, Galadriel's relic. Hansu's eyes narrow. So this is it, Galadriel's relic. Just one swing, and this much power. He glances towards Sophia and Michael. "Get ready," he says sharply. "Raise your weapons. We're ending this now." Sophia lifts her staff, but the surge of mana hits her like a tidal wave. Her arm trembles as she struggles to maintain control. Before she loses her grip, Hansu extends his hand, sharing his mana with both her and Michael. The air around Sophia ripples, and the fragments on her spellbook begin to glow. The resonance builds, energy threads intertwining until a new skill activates. Artifact skill, Inhaler. A current of light flows from her hands to Hansu's weapon, amplifying his power even further. It's a seamless transfer of magic, her energy feeding directly into him. Hansu realizes it in an instant. So that's the real function of Galadriel's relic. Not just power, but synergy, a forgotten artifact that awakens only through a divine stone fragment. One that turns unity into strength. Green mana spirals up his arm, wrapping around the blade. "This relic's useless unless awakened," he murmurs. But now it's alive. His thoughts flicker briefly toward Sophia. "I won't let her die here." With renewed strength, Sophia slashes through the advancing monsters, her magic exploding outward like a storm of blades. Michael joins in, his wind cutting through the battlefield, while Hansu's strikes burn through everything in their path. Then, another voice cuts through the chaos. "Don't get pushed back," Aaron yells from behind the front line. He's panting, slashing wildly at the beasts swarming around him. There are more coming. I've never seen this many at once. He blocks another blow, sweat streaking down his face. Where are the reinforcements? Did anyone call them yet? Just then, a pigeon streaks across the smoky sky, its wings glinting faintly with light. Aaron spots it and shouts. That's Michael's carrier bird. He must have sent a request for help. But before the pigeon can reach the horizon, thwip, a black projectile cuts through the air. The pigeon's body jerks mid-flight, then falls lifelessly to the ground. A figure steps out from the shadows and catches it effortlessly. "Lu Hong." Aaron growls, eyes burning. "What the hell are you doing here?" Lu Hong looks at the crushed bird in his palm and smirks. "So, it was you sneaking around my territory." He tightens his grip. Crunch. The pigeon's remains crumble into dust. "I was wondering who dared cross the line," Lu says coolly. "Now I know." The air crackles with tension as Lu Hong, representative of Beacon, steps forward, his presence commanding the field. His voice cuts sharply through the chaos. "Beacon has already made its stance clear," he says. "We're searching for Kong Hansu. Anything tied to the calamities falls under Beacon's jurisdiction." He gestures curtly toward the helpers. "Step back." Now, Aaron clenches his weapon, fury boiling in his voice. "You want us to retreat? With this many monsters coming at us?" Lu's lips curl into a cold smile. "You misunderstand me. I'm not here to play hero. You deal with the minor nuisances on the surface." He pauses, lowering his gaze, while Beacon handles more important matters. Behind him, Figures begin to emerge. Lu's men, clad in the dark insignia of Beacon, ready for combat. Then Lu slams his fist into the ground, his composure cracking for an instant as he growls, "Lebanon, Michael. First helpers, huh?" The shout echoes off the cavern walls. Michael stiffens, turning sharply. "Lu Hong, what are you doing here?" Lu's eyes narrow, his tone ice cold. "You dare move freely within my territory, and you think you won't answer for it? This is Beacon's domain. Don't test our patience." He takes a step closer, glare sharp as a blade. "You first helpers should know your place. Keep interfering, and even fools like you will learn what consequences feel like." Before anyone can respond, the entire cavern shakes. Rumble. Everyone looks back. The entrance they came through has vanished. The walls themselves shift, curling inward, sealing them incompletely. "What the?" Lu shouts, slamming his palm against the stone. "Why is it closing? The demon's mouth, it's changing shape? That's impossible." Michael smirks despite the situation. "Well, this is going to be a problem," he says lightly. "It's harder to use skills down here than it is outside. Guess we're all trapped together now." Lu glares at him, but then pauses, noticing something strange. The pigeon, the one Michael had sent for help, had somehow drawn a powerful presence here. That bird, it summoned someone important. He clenches his jaw, realization dawning. "Fine. If we want to survive, we fight together. For now." Michael nods reluctantly. "Agreed." But before he can add more, a thunderous crash interrupts them. From atop a massive monster's head, a lone figure appears, standing tall, sword drawn, his aura blazing. His voice cuts through the chaos like a blade. "Enough talking. Move if you want to live." The battlefield falls silent for a heartbeat. Lu stares up at the man, stunned. The power radiating from him. It's overwhelming. "Oh, is that?" he mutters under his breath. Then the realization hits. Could it be the one who defeated the Calamity Fish? His expression hardens. Kong Hansu. With the exit sealed, Lu knows there's no sense wasting strength on pointless arguments. He grits his teeth. "Advance," he orders. Beacon's soldiers surge forward, weapons glinting, chains whipping through the air, swords drawn tight. As the ground trembles beneath them, Lu pulls out a small feather shimmering with emerald light, the feather of the World Tree. With this, he thinks, "I can perform an emergency extraction if things go wrong. I have to report this to him." He glances toward Hansu, determination flickering in his eyes. "I'll deal with you later, Kong Hansu. You might be growing fast, but your power must come from that phantom, Sophia." Then Hansu turns, his gaze meeting Lu's. "Your strength won't be enough," he says quietly. Lu's hand freezes on his weapon. What? For a brief moment, he imagines it. The recognition, the power, the title. "If I defeat him here, I'll be appointed assault commander." He narrows his eyes. "Tell me something, Kong Hansu." Hansu steps forward, his voice calm but cutting. "You won't last long in your current state. You've weakened." Lu's brow furrows. "What did you?" Hansu lowers his hood. The dim light hits his face. Lu's breath catches. His eyes widen in disbelief. "You?" The realization slams into him like a physical blow. It's him. A sudden pulse ripples through the battlefield. Hansu blinks in surprise as mana floods his body, surging faster than he intended. The energy spreads outward like lightning, and before he can contain it, it flows through everyone around him, his allies, and even Lu's men. A stunned silence follows. Both sides freeze, wide-eyed, as the shared power courses through their limbs, amplifying their strength. Hansu exhales slowly. "This wasn't supposed to happen," he mutters. Even for him, sharing magic with this many people is overwhelming. The mana feels heavy, pulling at his core. "Stay sharp," he calls out, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Control your flow. Don't lose focus." The soldiers tighten their grips on their weapons, the glow of magic now pulsing through each of them. The air trembles with raw energy. Then the ground beneath them quakes. From the heart of the battlefield, something massive rises. Its form a grotesque fusion of roots and bone, its body radiating divine but corrupted light. The creature's skin ripples like bark twisting under flame, and from deep within, a voice echoes. "You dare intrude upon my roots?" The creature's eyes blaze open, glowing green with fury. "I'm not yet ready to fall. You'll be unmade, intruder." Hansu tightens his stance, his sword humming with energy. "Then stop talking," he mutters, "and try." The battle erupts once again. A swarm of monsters bursts out of the dungeon tunnels, screeching as they spill onto the field. The ground cracks beneath their charge. Lu Hong steps forward, gripping his weapon tightly. He can feel it, Kang Hansu's overwhelming presence spreading across the battlefield. The air around Hansu burns with the power of Dragon Claw, his transformed energy tearing through the horde like a storm. Lu smirks faintly. So this is what it feels like, he whispers to himself. Incredible. But as he watches Hansu fight, that small grin fades. The sheer difference between them becomes impossible to ignore. For the first time in his life, Lu feels it, powerlessness. The weight of Hansu's strength presses down like gravity. He clenches his fists, and his own energy bursts outward in response. No, he growls, his aura flaring violently. I refuse to be overshadowed. The sudden surge shocks even his own soldiers. But deep down, Lu knows this isn't nearly enough. Hansu's energy is still on another level entirely. He doesn't even know how strong he's become, Lu thinks. Even this cursed place, the demon's mouth itself, can't restrain him. The walls of the dungeon shimmer faintly, layered with magic far older and stronger than theirs. Yet Lu can see it clearly. Hansu could tear straight through it if he wanted. If I can keep up with him, Lu thinks if I can make it out alive, the higher ranks will notice. I'll rise above the rest. I want to end up like Carl, dying a meaningless death. A monstrous claw slams down beside him. Lu reacts instantly, slicing upward, but the creature's second limb catches him off guard, wrapping tightly around his torso. He grits his teeth. TCH, let go. The pressure tightens. His breath catches, and suddenly his mana flow cuts off. The energy that was sustaining him vanishes, as if it's been drained. What's happening? Why can't I feel my power? He struggles, looking wildly around for the cause. Then a surge of white light crashes into the monster, forcing it to release him. Sophia stands there, her spellbook glowing faintly in her trembling hands. That's all I can do, she says evenly. You'll have to handle the rest yourself. Lu steadies himself, panting. When he meets her gaze, he realizes it. Without her magic, he wouldn't last a minute here. She really is the most heretical of the phantoms, he thinks bitterly. And yet, I need her. He looks away, voice sharp. Assault team, hold your ground. Don't let a single one through. His soldiers roar in response, reforming their line. Sophia lowers her hand to her chest and lets out a quiet sigh. She can feel her mana faltering, her magic flickering unstable. Her eyes drift toward Hansu in the distance, his energy burning hotter, fiercer, more erratic. So it's true. His power's growing unstable, she thinks. If this continues, the battlefield trembles once more as the fight pushes on. Hansu's blade glowing brighter with every swing, the divine energy inside him struggling to contain itself. And above them, deep in the walls of the demon's mouth, something ancient begins to stir. Sophia's gaze drifts toward the dark passageway leading deeper into the dungeon. Faint tremors echo from within, and for the first time, uncertainty flashes across her face. What's happening in there? Her thoughts are interrupted when Hansu speaks. His tone is steady, decisive. I'm going in. Sophia's head snaps toward him. What? That's too dangerous, she warns. We haven't even cleared the monsters from the last corridor yet. Hansu shakes his head calmly. If we stay here, we'll just burn ourselves out. We can't keep fighting like this forever. The only way forward is through. He looks down briefly at his bag and unstraps it, handing it to her. I can't leave anything behind. I'll go first. Follow when you can. Sophia hesitates, then nods. All right, but don't you dare die before I get there. Hansu gives a small nod before stepping into the shadows of the dungeon. His figure vanishes as the sound of battle fades behind him. Moments later, deep beneath the earth, light flickers in the heart of the root chamber. From a massive, pulsating plant, golden mana radiates through the veins of the cavern. In the center stands an army, the Elvenheim Guard, waiting in silence. At their head is Fabian, their commander, his form towering and wreathed in sacred energy. The last of Elvenheim. Hansu's footsteps echo as he descends into the glowing chamber. His sword hums, enveloped in emerald mana. He stops at the edge of the threshold, eyes narrowing. The moment I cross this line, he thinks they'll come for me. He feels the air shift. Hansu charges, blade raised high, and strikes in a blur of motion. The figure retaliates with terrifying speed, spinning and smashing its arm into the stone, sending fragments flying like shrapnel. Hansu ducks under the debris, his sword colliding with the creature's massive hand. The impact sends shockwaves through the ground. The figure's strength is monstrous. It slams down again, trying to crush him completely. Hansu digs his feet into the stone, muscles tensing as he holds his ground. From the ring on his hand, Nirmaha's ring, a surge of red mana explodes outward. The crimson energy dances across his blade like fire. He notices Fabian's movement falter for just an instant. "So you're still alive under all that," Hansu mutters. "Then I know what I have to do." He grips the sword tighter, channeling everything into it. The relic's awakening, the divine stone fragment's power, and the authority contained within Nirmaha's ring. The authority of destruction. The red mana flares violently. The very air screams as the power ignites. Hansu swings his sword, the energy striking the guardian with unstoppable force. The blow lands. A guttural sound escapes Fabian as he recoils, the crimson light burning into his body. The shockwave blasts through the chamber, shattering the outer barrier of magic. Hansu lowers his sword, watching carefully. "That should have broken your defense," he says under his breath. Fabian staggers, the damage visible, more severe than Hansu expected. But even as he falls back, his body begins to regenerate, mana pulsing through his wounds. Hansu exhales, steadying himself. "No choice," he mutters. "I'll just hit harder." Their clash reignites, sword against fist, red mana colliding with divine light. The ground splits apart under their feet. Fabian channels his power and smashes the floor, hurling sharp fragments of stone toward Hansu like a storm of blades. Hansu deflects them, but then, a flicker of movement. From the shadows, more figures appear. 5 silhouettes, armored and glowing faintly with ethereal green light. Hansu freezes for half a second. "Echidrian," he mutters, recognizing them immediately. The 5 generals of Elvenheim. Their presence fills the chamber with ancient power. The dead warriors of a forgotten age. "So that's how it is," Hansu says quietly. "Exactly what I expected from the fallen generals of Alfenheim. Ancient systems functioning with precision that defies time." The glowing relics pulse in synchronization with the chamber's heartbeat, protecting the ruins as fiercely as they did eons ago. Hansu wipes blood from his lips and exhales sharply. "So that's how it is," he mutters. "Even after all this time, they still guard the roots." Pain shoots through his arm. He glances down. His right arm is shattered, bones splintered from the last exchange with Fabian. Yet, even now, he can't help but smirk faintly. "Not bad. I've grown faster than I thought." A flicker of light dances before his eyes. System message, skill utilization, 73% efficiency. Hansu grits his teeth. Even with his rapid growth and the reinforcement of red rune gear, the system confirms what he already knows. The damage from those relics can't be fully negated. He steadies his breath, recalling his plan. He had split his power earlier, leaving part of the assault to his allies above while he took the core himself. It had gone as intended, except for one variable. The generals of Alfenheim. Each one wielded relics of terrifying power, using them with precision only warriors of a bygone age could achieve. Hansu may have awakened his own relic using the divine stone fragment, but wielding it at full potential was another story entirely. His true target isn't the generals themselves, but the force hidden behind them, the ancient energy fueling their endless defense. Then, a deep tremor rolls through the chamber. The ground splits. The walls pulse. A second wave of light floods the room. Hansu's eyes widen. The next layer of the defense system. Monsters begin to crawl out of the cracks. Hundreds of them. But these aren't ordinary beasts. Their movements are coordinated, mechanical, and in perfect formation. The Galadarian army has awakened. Their armor gleams like liquid silver, and their eyes glow with a faint blue hue of divine magic. They march as one, blades drawn, moving with overwhelming unity. Hansu's jaw tightens. "So, it's a numbers game now." He raises his sword, the edge glowing with red and green mana. "Fine, I've got something for that too." Just as the front line closes in, flashes of light appear from behind, the arrival of his allies. Sophia, Lu, and the remaining assault team burst into the chamber, weapons drawn. Sophia's eyes widen as she takes in the scene. This can't be," she whispers. "The Galadarian army. They were meant to guard this place, not destroy it." Her voice shakes as realization hits. They're being controlled by the Calamity Fish. Beside her, Lu steps forward, his blade coated in wind magic. So that's the disturbance I sensed earlier, he mutters grimly. I never imagined it would be something like this. He glances toward Hansu, who stands amid the chaos, surrounded by both the living and the dead. How far is he planning to take this? Liu wonders. How long can he keep fighting like that? The army surges forward again. Hansu swings his sword, cleaving through two of the hulking soldiers, but their wounds knit back together almost instantly. He frowns, frustrated. Regeneration. He pivots, slashing through another. Again, the same result. The flesh closes before he can finish the strike. A whisper of air warns him a second too late. Hansu twists, barely dodging an attack from behind. The blade grazes his shoulder, tearing through his armor. He stumbles slightly, panting. Damn it. Fighting two at once like this. Both enemies step forward again, their blades raised. Hansu's vision blurs from blood loss, but he forces his body to move. His dragon energy arms flicker weakly, the power that once surged like fire now sputtering under the strain. He steadies his sword with his left hand. If I keep using dragon energy like this, he thinks my body's going to give out. Still, his eyes harden. Backing down isn't an option. Hansu's breath grows ragged, every inhale sharp as broken glass. He channels draconic energy through his body to knit his shattered bones and seal torn flesh, while simultaneously feeding mana into his weapon. The dual flow pushes him to the brink, his blood vessels strain, threatening to burst. But his mind remains steady. Ignore the pain, he tells himself. There's only one target. All else fades from thought. Only the central heart of the roots matters now. The scene shifts, deep within the structure once called Elvenheim. At its core lies a vast circular chamber, surrounded by colossal stone hands frozen mid-gesture. Each hand represents one of the ancient rulers who once governed the Red Zone. Long ago, those rulers forged both a magical and biological ecosystem. The World Tree, a living system meant to preserve balance throughout the Red Zone. At its foundation, they created a single sacred plant, the source of all life in the region. It was buried beneath the World Tree, hidden and protected, intended to serve as the heart of stability itself. But something went wrong. Over centuries, that sacred plant began to lose control. From the energies that were meant to sustain it, another being emerged, a twisted offshoot known as the disgorging root. Originally designed to nourish the plant, the root mutated, becoming a calamity in its own right. It lost the authority to heal or destroy. All it could do was delay the inevitable collapse. Now Hansu understands why the ancient security systems have awakened. Their true function isn't defense. It's stalling time before total failure. He pieces together the rest. The army of Alvenheim still exists. Warriors preserved through forbidden magic, commanded by the 5 generals of Alvenheim, bound by ancient oaths. Their immortal bodies retain the strength of their prime. They cannot die, endlessly reborn through the energy of the sacred plant. Regeneration without limit. An army that cannot fall. Hansu's expression hardens. So it's not the soldiers I have to destroy, it's the heart that sustains them. He weighs his only option, dragonification through the dragon energy arts. It could grant him the raw power he needs, but the cost would be severe. Even so, he knows victory is impossible until he severs the root itself. His gaze falls to Nirmaha's ring, pulsing crimson around his finger. The red energy flares outward, wrapping him in light. The 5 gems mean nothing now, he murmurs. Only destruction matters. The authority of destruction resonates with the green energy of his sword. The relic, the divine stone fragment, and the power of dragonification begin to merge, 3 forces aligning into one overwhelming current. Mana roars around him like a storm. Hansu grips his sword with both hands. Let's end this. He charges. The speed is blinding. His figure flickers, then vanishes into motion. Fabian, the last guardian of Elvenheim, barely raises his weapon before the first strike lands. The clash resounds like thunder, each blow heavier than the last. Hansu's blade tears through the air, its red-green arc carving across Fabian's armor. Sparks and fragments explode outward. Fabian staggers, his shield of Galadarian relic steel fracturing under the pressure. Hansu doesn't stop. He presses forward, every swing carrying the combined force of his relic and the awakened fragment. The authority of destruction consumes the chamber, burning through ancient enchantments. Come on, Hansu roars. eyes blazing. Regenerate if you can. The next strike lands squarely across Fabian's chest, and the ancient warrior reels back, light bleeding from the wound. Hansu stands over him, his sword vibrating with red fury. Let's see if even relics can survive this. He channels every last drop of power through the blade, and the world itself seems to crack. Fabian reels backward, unable to even raise a defense. Hansu's relentless assault gives him no room to breathe, no time to counter. Each strike slams harder than the last, shaking the ancient chamber with every blow. But then, something shifts. A new surge of power flares from the far end of the room. The air ripples, heavy with killing intent. From the shadows steps Echidrian, one of the 5 generals of Elvenheim. His expression is unreadable, his presence overwhelming. Without a word, he raises his hand, and from his palm, a string of living beads emerges, spinning in the air before launching toward Hansu like a storm of spears. Hansu moves instantly, twisting his body as the first bead slices past. Each one tears through stone like paper. He studies their movement even as he dodges. So that's it, he realizes mid-motion. Each bead has the same density as Fabian's armor. His lips curve into a sharp grin. That means they can break. He hasn't even gone all out yet. Hansu pivots and swings. His sword flashes, slicing through one of the beads with explosive precision. The metallic sphere splits clean in half. But he freezes for an instant. Wait, did it split on its own? A flicker of realization runs through him. That cunning bastard. He released his own magic chi from the relic to bait me in. He narrows his eyes. As long as the main body remains intact, the relic will just regenerate. Echidrian keeps attacking, hurling beads faster and faster. Hansu dodges, weaving through the barrage, deflecting the ones he can't evade. Then one slips past. It strikes him in the back. The impact sends a tremor through his body, knocking the air from his lungs. Pain sears up his spine, but he stays standing, gritting his teeth. It hurts, he mutters through a tight breath, but it's not enough. He steadies his sword, sweat and blood dripping down his chin. Even if the relic's form is damaged, its true power won't fade. Echidrian rises into the air, his beads orbiting him like a deadly constellation. The pressure in the chamber grows suffocating. Hansu looks up, expression cold but unwavering. Come on then, he murmurs. Let's see how much magic that thing of yours can take. The battle above. The scene shifts to the surface battlefield, where Hansu's allies are still locked in brutal combat against Galadarian's army, an endless horde of undead warriors. The ground trembles beneath their feet. One exhausted soldier stumbles, clutching his chest. How many times do we have to do this? He gasps. The magic here, it's so unstable I can barely move. If not for that last buff, I'd already be dead. Before he can catch his breath, a grotesque shape rises behind him. Watch out! Michael's blade flashes, cutting through the creature before it can strike. The soldier spins around, panting. How much longer are we supposed to keep this up? We kill them, and they just keep coming back. Michael wipes his blade clean and steps forward. Stay focused, he snaps. These things will revive. Be ready when they do. The soldier glares at him, anger bubbling under his exhaustion. This is all because of your group. Before Michael can respond, a burst of light slams into the monsters ahead. Sophia's magic. Her attack tears through the horde, scattering them like dust. She turns sharply toward the soldier. Complaining won't change anything, she says coolly. The soldier's eyes widen as he stares at her, disbelief in his voice. Where is Sophia? Sophia steps closer, resting a hand on his shoulder. I'm right here, she says quietly. Forget everything else and focus on fighting. If you don't, none of us are leaving this place alive. He nods weakly, shaken by the calm conviction in her tone. Meanwhile, Leo fights 2 monsters at a distance, his arrows glowing faintly as they pierce through rotting armor. He glances towards Sophia, his expression softening. I was wrong about her, he admits inwardly. Sophia Virage isn't just someone who can sense danger. She understands it. She acts before it consumes her. The battlefield is chaos. On one side, Fabian lies broken, his once brilliant armor cracked and smoking. His body twitches faintly, still alive, but barely. Across the chamber, Hansu faces off against Echidrian, the air between them filled with flying shards of stone and burning mana. Each time Hansu parries a blow, 2 more follow. The relentless barrage of living beads slams through the air like thunderbolts. He ducks, sidesteps, and twists to avoid them, but his body is reaching its limit. Blood drips from his lips. Every breath feels heavier. I can't keep dodging forever, he thinks grimly. His sword arm trembles as another bead grazes his leg, sending a sharp, tearing pain up through his muscles. It feels like something inside is being ripped apart, but he uses the pain, channels it, turning it into momentum. Fine, he mutters under his breath. Let's end this on my terms. He lunges forward, ignoring the searing pain in his leg. Beads streak past him, grazing his armor, cutting across his shoulder. Hansu doesn't flinch. He swings his sword in a wide arc, deflecting one of the beads midair, then drives forward with every ounce of force left in him. Even if I take a hit, he thinks, one clean strike will make it worth it. Echidrian gathers mana into a single, massive bead, sending it hurtling toward him. Hansu's eyes narrow. Too late. He slashes through it. The bead splits apart, its light scattering like shattered glass. And in that same instant, Hansu closes the distance and drives his sword straight toward the core of the battlefield. The ground trembles as his blade pierces through the central mass of the gigantic plant. From within the writhing roots, something glows, a heart, throbbing with golden mana. Hansu's voice is calm, resolute. You were never my real target, he says to Echidrian. He grips his sword and wrenches it free, pulling the pulsing heart from the plant's core. The entire chamber floods with light as the structure begins to collapse. Turning back toward Echidrian and the Galadarian army, Hansu raises the heart high. It's over, he declares. I've spent enough time here. He brings his sword down, one final devastating strike. The blast of energy ripples through the chamber, consuming the undead army in blinding red light. Silence follows. The echoes fade. Sophia, covered in dust and blood, shields her eyes as the light dims. When she finally dares to look, the entire army has stopped moving. The knights stand motionless, their regeneration gone. Her eyes widen. Hansu, is it finally over? Hansu wipes the blood from his chin and nods. Their source is gone. The core's been destroyed. His expression hardens. But this isn't the end. This was only the first step. We need to move to the next site. The others barely react, too exhausted to speak. Then Lu Hong steps forward, his expression cold. If you're going deeper, he says flatly, Beacon will pull out. Hansu looks up, but says nothing. Lu continues, we're not fools. We followed you because of an emergency. But this, he gestures toward the destroyed chamber. This is suicide. We don't take orders from you, and we're not bound to follow you any further. You agree, don't you? Hansu exhales slowly, swinging his sword to clean the blood from the blade. I do. Lu nods once. Then it's settled. We go our separate ways. He closes his eyes for a moment, as if to regain his composure. When he opens them, his gaze locks onto Hansu's weapon. I can't believe, he whispers, I didn't recognize that swing before. Rage flares in his voice. You, how dare you try to attack me? Hansu's reply is steady, almost calm. You misunderstand. I'm not attacking you. He raises his sword slightly, pointing past Lu. I'm clearing the path I intend to walk. Then, in a low voice, he asks, everyone ready to hold their breath? A pulse of unfamiliar energy prickles the air. Behind them, a glow blooms, soft at first, then rapidly growing brighter. Pink mana. The passage fills with it, swirling like liquid light. Leo's group freezes in horror. Wait, what is that? Then the wave of mana surges toward them like a tidal flood. Leo spins around, eyes wide. Stop! Whoever's doing that, stop, he shouts. Are you insane? The pink mana roars through the corridor, unstoppable. Leo's voice echoes over the rising storm. You madman! A wave of pink mana surges through the air, flooding over everyone like a storm. Lu wipes it from his face, staring in disbelief. He mutters that the boss has gone completely insane, trying to drown everyone in this chaos. He can't believe it's come to this. Not after they were ready to retreat. With a frustrated sigh, he admits he didn't want to use his last resort. But now, he might have no choice, if only he could find a way out. He activates the World Tree Feather skill, but a system message flashes before him. Skill cannot be used. The message explains that while the artifact allows travel anywhere within the red zone, it won't function inside the Calamity Fish or the World Tree. Since they aren't in a dungeon, the activation fails. The Divine Stone fragment is interfering, restricting its use. Meanwhile, Hansu pieces everything together. This must be the spot where the Gorshan root has latched onto the World Tree, deep within its center, right in the heart of the red zone. They're close to the core, the room that holds the parasitic plant itself. Holding the relic of the five generals, Hansu says he brought it for this exact reason, and now he plans to awaken it using the divine stone fragment. He knows that the more relics he has, the easier it will be to control the unstable mana flowing from the fragment. Even using a fraction of that power is dangerous, something only relic users or true candidates can withstand. He channels the divine stone's energy into the relic. In response, glowing beads of light swirl around him, forming a steady orbit. He exhales softly. Things should get easier from here. But Lu, seething with anger, can't stay quiet. He shouts that Hansu has gone too far, acting like nothing happened. He declares that once they escape, he's taking command of Beacon's first unit, and he won't let this insult slide. Hansu's voice turns cold and sharp. He reminds Lu that he already warned them. If they want to survive, they need to strike at the main body. It's the only way. Everyone here can endure the poison. They're all strong enough. Better to fight than become deadweight. Lu, still fuming, points at Hansu and snaps that no one has the right to order him around. Hansu just turns away. Do whatever you want, he says calmly. It won't change a thing. The dangers already lessen a bit. Follow me or don't. It's your call. But those who do will make it out alive. He adds, the red zone is about to change in ways no one's ever seen before. Don't miss this chance. Michael, eyes wide with determination, echoes the words. The red zone will change, he murmurs. For so long, nothing in this cursed place has ever shifted. But now, because of Hansu, it finally might. Hansu says they'll need a dolly to shift the spave tires, and someone like Michael to handle it. Michael lets out a small smile. Guess this is why people should be careful what they wish for, he says. Before anyone can respond, Beacon suddenly steps forward. His expression darkens as he declares that his unit will now move independently. It's too late for you to ask for our help, Hansu, he warns. You'll pay for looking down on us. His lips curl into a cold, sinister smile. Hansu doesn't flinch. Are you really sure about that? He asks quietly. Lu, already on edge, snaps again. What's that supposed to mean, Hansu? Hansu's eyes look heavy, almost distant. Even I can't keep carrying everyone, he says. He thinks to himself that he tried to live up to Iris's expectations. But there are moments when exceptions can't be avoided. Leo steps forward, his voice sharp with anger. There it is again. You always look down on Beacon. Before the tension can rise further, Sophia suddenly speaks up. Wait, she says, her voice uneasy. Something's wrong. She narrows her eyes and activates her obsession skill. Kong Hansu might be mistaken this time. I can sense movement nearby. She scans the area. A group is coming. Her warning proves true. Strange trunks burst open all around them, spilling out a swarm of unknown creatures. Someone shouts. Something's pouring out. Another voice yells, what are those things? The monsters rush toward the group, their movements erratic and unnatural. Hansu watches the chaos unfold and instantly understands. These aren't normal creatures. They're malformed abominations, twisted remnants born from the unstable plant. The world tree's root must be losing control. He studies them and realizes they can't survive long. Their life force is unstable. But before they burn out, they'll destroy everything in their path. He clenches his fist. So, the disgorging roots lost control? Huh, he mutters. If someone thought this would stop me, they were wrong. Outside the jungle, countless monsters are tearing through the forest. Survivors regroup in a battered camp. One of them shouts, the main team's done organizing. Advance units fall back. Support members start moving quickly, shouting over each other. Report your sectors. Someone calls out, Johann, we need more supplies. Another voice adds, bring the nutrition float. On it, Johann replies, dragging the container over. He takes a sip from the float, then exhales deeply. Done. As he surveys the battlefield, his thoughts drift. The world has grown chaotic. So much has changed. What once sounded like a ridiculous legend now feels frighteningly real. He remembers the first time he encountered the calamity fish. The memory alone makes his hands tremble. He can't help but wonder, when did Kong Hansu start planning to destroy that creature? A shadow approaches him. Did you just say you've met Kong Hansu before? The stranger asks. Johann studies the figure closely. There's power in their presence, strong, steady. Maybe another traveler who entered the red zone long before him. His chest tightens. If that's true, it means someone else might be hunting Hansu, just like before. He curses under his breath. He doesn't even know where Hansu is anymore, and that realization weighs heavier than ever. Johann narrows his eyes at the stranger. I've got nothing to say to someone I don't know, he warns. And with helpers nearby, using force here would be a bad idea. The man quickly raises his hands in apology. Wait, there's a misunderstanding. He lowers his hood, revealing his face. My name's Choi Sangjin. I only asked because I'm a friend of Hansu's. Johann studies him carefully. It must have taken someone like Sangjin a long time to reach this place, most likely thanks to Hansu's help. Just like before, back on the boat, he's always had questions about that man. From the moment Hansu brought that boat, something felt different. Deciding to dig a little deeper, Johann finally asks what he's been holding back. Sangjin sighs. If you're asking about Hansu's true goals, he says, I don't have the answer. Johann frowns. Didn't you just say you were his friend? Sangjin looks away, his tone uncertain. Hansu never explains everything, even to the people close to him. He always keeps something hidden, a plan only he understands. He pauses before adding quietly. Honestly, I'm still trying to figure it out myself. Johann can't make sense of it. He watches the man's face, trying to read between the words. Sangjin's expression hardens. It doesn't matter anymore, he mutters under his breath. Whatever happens next, I've already made my choice. Inwardly, he calls out to Hansu, use me. If that's what it takes, I'll follow your path. He remembers the moment Hansu saved his life. From then on, he'd sworn to walk the same road, no matter how hard it became. If Hansu hasn't reached out here in the red zone, it must mean only one thing. He's still too far behind. A voice calls from nearby. Sangjin, we have to move. Sangjin nods and turns back to Johann. I need to go. Thanks for the talk. Johann watches him leave, still lost in thought. Just before disappearing into the crowd, Sangjin turns once more. If you meet Hansu again, he stops mid-sentence, then shakes his head and pulls up his hood with a faint smile. Never mind. I'll tell him myself. That's what Hansu would do. In his heart, Sangjin accepts the truth. He's still chasing Hansu's shadow. To catch up, he'll need to work harder. Even now, while he's standing here, Hansu is probably already in the thick of battle. Inside the red zone, Hansu tears through the malformed monsters with overwhelming force. His mana surges, channeled through the divine stone fragment, the air itself vibrating around him. He focuses all his will into power, abandoning defense, pushing his body to its limits. Every strike is clean, brutal, and precise. Lu watches from a distance, speechless. He always knew Hansu was strong, but this is something else entirely. Could Kars Moron be behind this sudden surge of strength? The thought chills him. Hansu glances his way. The path back leads only to a poison waterfall, he says flatly. If you plan to survive, good luck. Without waiting for a reply, he turns and continues forward, deeper into the storm. Hansu, Sophia, and Michael push deeper into the red zone. The air hums with power, every step sinking into roots, pulsing with mana. Hansu turns to Michael. I'll move ahead, he says. You and the others can follow, if you choose. Michael nods, ready, while behind them, Lu's team hesitates. One of Lu's men urges, Commander, we should follow him. Hansu's the only one who knows the way out. Lu clenches his jaw, but nods. You're right. We have no choice. Another soldier hesitates. Are you sure, sir? If we want to escape, Lu snaps. We move now. Without another word, the team rushes forward, sprinting after Hansu into the glowing forest. Elsewhere, the plant monster stirs. Its voice echoes through the living roots. My creation is nearly complete, it proclaims. A being forged through perfect implantation of the plant's power. The culmination of my work, the Alpha. Its anticipation grows as it commands the awakening. Rise, Alpha, the one who has sustained the red zone until now. Without warning, the Alpha moves. A blinding surge of energy erupts as it strikes, its first attack splitting the air. The plant monster watches with a sinister grin, clearly delighted. Excellent, just as before it hisses. Now, eliminate the intruders. But then, something changes. The Alpha doesn't move. In a calm, steady tone, it speaks. Something feels wrong. Tell me, why would a being of my level obey a creature like you? The plant monster freezes, stunned. Then, rage takes over. What? I am your creator, your master. You are nothing more than a replica of my design. Alpha tilts its head slightly, unbothered. My creator, It repeats. You dare call yourself that? Turning away, Alpha's gaze locks on the massive twisted trunks surrounding them. The key to the armory, it says with purpose. It should be there. The plant monster wavers, uncertain now, thrown off by its creation's defiance. Alpha's voice hardens. Hand it over, it demands. That key is what I seek. Alpha steps closer to the core. This key must evolve. It murmurs, reaching forward. The world tree itself trembles. Its booming voice fills the cavern. Do you truly intend to attack me, Alpha? Alpha's eyes flare. Attack you? You dare accuse me? It replies sharply. Look at yourself. Mindless, spawning monsters in self-defense while your body withers. Fool, you're failing to restore the plant. It points toward the churning roots. Give me the key. I'll redirect this battle before it's too late. Watching silently, the plant monster wavers. It had been startled by Alpha's earlier outburst, but now senses that its creation still acts according to its original programming. After a long pause, it finally nods. Take it, it says grudgingly. Take the key. Alpha steps forward and presses its hand into the heart of the world tree. This is it, it whispers. The right place. A faint hum builds as it inserts the fragment stone into the tree. A brilliant glow erupts, spilling across the chamber. Alpha's expression turns satisfied. The plant monster's voice rises in fury. What are you doing? That's the divine stone, it roars. Stop at once. But Alpha doesn't respond. The light intensifies, swallowing the shadows. Alpha keeps his bright smile as the light of the divine stone reflects across his face. Without hesitation, he reaches out and takes it. The plant monster can do nothing, completely powerless before him. Now standing tall and fearless, Alpha speaks quietly to himself. He will keep his promise. He will bring an end to this conflict. The glowing fragment rests firmly in his grasp, pulsing with divine power. Meanwhile, in the red zone, Hansu's group fights on. The monsters keep coming, wave after wave of grotesque shapes. Sophia unleashes his power, while Michael's blade flashes through the chaos, cutting down every threat that gets too close. Hold on a little longer, Michael shouts. We're almost through them. Then, out of nowhere, a small roach scurries into view. The group stops, confused. What is that thing doing here? Someone mutters. Before anyone can react, the roots surrounding them surge forward, striking with sudden force. Stay alert, someone yells. Hansu moves like a blur, weaving through the roots with surgical precision. His sword slices cleanly through them, never pausing, never hesitating. Each motion is deliberate and efficient. As he fights, his mind analyzes every detail. The internal defense here isn't nearly as strong as the Calamity Fish, and even the monsters themselves are weaker. But then he notices something stranger. Their strength is fading little by little. They're getting weaker, he realizes. Is it because the core's missing? Nearby, Lu channels his red mana and joins the fight, carving through the enemies with brute force. Still, part of him wonders if he should abandon the fight altogether and make straight for his objective. The others start to notice something too. The smaller roots have stopped moving. The stillness is unsettling. Hansu's eyes narrow. That's no coincidence, he mutters. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges into the thick of the roots, diving straight into the monster's body, deeper and deeper toward its core. Hansu, Sophia shouts after him, but he's already gone, swallowed by the writhing mass. Inside, Hansu slows. The air is heavy, alive with strange energy. He senses something different here. The world tree stands before him, but it's sealed, wrapped in layers of hardened growth. What is this? He whispers. Why is it sealed? Then from above, an unfamiliar voice calls down. Come here. Hansu looks up sharply. Who's there? A figure stands on the upper roots, descending slowly into view. Hansu's gaze hardens. The aura, the presence, there's no mistaking it. This must be the one who took the divine stone fragment. But how? No one else should have been able to reach this place. Not without being part of his team. Then another presence emerges behind him. You're different, a calm voice says. Smarter than the others. More aware. Hansu turns, meeting the cold gaze of Alpha. Alpha studies him, almost curious. You use the key well, he says, especially for someone who isn't one of us. Perhaps we should talk about that key you hold. Hansu listens carefully, his thoughts racing as Alpha speaks. The 5 relics, Alpha says slowly, are not just ancient artifacts. They are keys. When united, They grant complete control over the world tree. Hansu's eyes narrow. The way Alpha said that word, keys, it sticks with him. Few people ever use that term. Only a select few from Elvenheim. The same beings he'd met long ago in the abyss. A flicker of realization stirs in his mind, and suspicion begins to grow. His grip tightens around the sword. That presence, could it really be who he's thinking of? No, impossible. And yet, the doubt refuses to fade. His senses sharpen, every sound around him stretching into clarity. Hansu narrows his gaze. Are you a replica? He asks flatly. Alpha meets his stare with calm detachment. No, he answers. Then his tone shifts, steady, deliberate. You're not merely using a key. You understand the original. You've seen it before. The words carry weight. There's something deeper in them, something Hansu can't ignore. You're speaking in riddles, Hansu snaps. What are you getting at? Alpha's expression hardens. He raises a hand and points straight at Hansu. That key you hold, it belongs to me. Hand it over and leave this place. Hansu's eyes flash with cold defiance. A creature like you doesn't deserve it, he says. His voice lowers to a deadly calm. If that's your offer, then here's mine. He lifts the fragment of the divine stone, the light flickering in his palm. His other hand grips his sword tightly. Then, without hesitation, he hurls the fragment straight at Alpha. You're a fake, Hansu mutters. You don't deserve this. Alpha snatches the fragment effortlessly. Surprise flashes across his face for an instant, but it's gone as quickly as it came. A grin spreads instead, sharp and unnatural. He raises the stone high in one hand, pressing his other to his head as a strange, echoing laugh bursts out. When the sound fades, his eyes lock on a Hansu's. You don't even know your place, he says, his voice laced with contempt. You think you can kill me? You're nothing but a bug. The air trembles. Shards of magical energy around them begin to rise, drawn into a spiraling current. I have no choice but to fight, Alpha declares. The fragments converge, condensing into a blade, an extraordinary sword pulsing with swirling magic. Its edge glows with unearthly power. Hansu steadies his breath, watching the weapon take shape. Then the sky itself splits open. A black rift tears through the air above, expanding into a massive void. At the tip of Alpha's sword, a gateway takes form, dark and ancient. Hansu's eyes widen. The armory, a legendary space said to contain enough weapons to arm hundreds of thousands. Alpha's laughter echoes again, loud, manic, thunderous. I'll show you your place, he growls, his grin stretching wide. From the dark void, glowing green, orbs begin to pour out, each one pulsing with unstable, violent energy. Strange bubbles follow, crackling with magical pressure. You can struggle all you want, Alpha taunts, but it won't matter. You're just a lone fool standing before me. Hansu's eyes never leave the orbs. His sword hums in his hands as he channels his mana, the air swirling blue around him. The green spheres shoot forward, and he meets them head-on, releasing a roaring burst of power. A glowing blue sphere collides with Alpha's attack, and the impact shakes the battlefield to its core. Alpha stares, momentarily stunned by the sheer force. Even with the 7 sacred odds on my side, he mutters, that's power worthy of a general. His eyes narrow again. Then what happens, he whispers, if I unleash more? The green orbs flare brighter, spinning in a deadly pattern. They surround Hansu from every direction, closing in fast. Hansu's focus sharpens to a razor's edge. He tracks every movement, every shimmer of light. When the first orb lunges, he moves, his sword flashing in clean, controlled arcs, cutting through the assault one strike at a time. The air crackles with raw power. The battle between man and creation has only just begun. He realizes quickly that each orb is tougher than it looks. Its surface carries the same resilience as worn-out soldier armor, dense and unyielding. There are too many of them to count. The air grows heavy with magic as the glowing spheres rush toward him from every direction. Hansu leaps, vaulting over a massive tree root. From above, he sees how vast the swarm truly is. If the armory can arm an entire army, then this endless storm of orbs makes perfect sense. They rain down in waves, emerald streaks cutting through the air. Hansu tries to ascend higher, but they follow relentlessly, adjusting their trajectory like guided arrows. Forced to turn and fight, he pivots midair and swings his blade. One clean arc, striking a green orb as it hurtles toward him. In that instant, Recognition flashes in his mind. He knows this weapon, the armory's sacred orbs. A thought hits him. Use the same strategy. Hansu lands, sword in one hand, a captured orb in the other. He goes completely still. The orbs sense it. They slow, their erratic movement settling as they drift closer. One by one, they circle him, forming a glowing green barrier of light. Now, it's just the two of them, Hansu and Alpha, standing face to face in eerie silence, surrounded by the hum of suspended magic. Alpha's brow furrows. Something is wrong. His lips curl in confusion. Why aren't they attacking? He mutters. He studies the orbs, disbelief creeping into his voice. Impossible. I can't lose control of the sacred orbs. Panic glints in his eyes as he snarls. The armory should be responding. Its energy, it's dispersing on its own. You can't be controlling them. But then his voice falters. His gaze narrows on Hansu. Wait, how do you know the magic code of the 7 sacred orbs? Hansu raises one of the glowing spheres, calm and composed. He steps forward, the light washing across his face. I warned you, he says coldly. With one fluid motion, he slashes downward, a cross-shaped strike that tears through the hovering orbs. The impact releases a blinding flash. A memory flickers in his mind. A distant voice, faint but familiar, once teaching him how to handle the sacred orbs and dismantle their control. Confidence anchors him. Even if Alpha is a clone with the power to summon the armory itself, Hansu possesses the skill to defy it. He cuts through another orb, the explosion rippling with green fire. Alpha's eyes widen, shock breaking his composure for the first time. A weapon's worth, Hansu says, voice low and unwavering, is decided by the one who wields it. Hansu drives his foot into the ground, the impact releasing a burst of energy that shatters the soil beneath him. He doesn't hesitate. In one breath, he charges forward, shouting, Is that all you've got? Alpha doesn't move. He stands calm and firm, his composure unshaken, exuding an aura of cold superiority. The tension between them vibrates like drawn steel. Hansu's glare sharpens, his fury quiet but burning. Alpha answers it with a faint smirk, confident, unflinching, as if daring him to strike. Then Hansu lunges. The green light blade flares to life, carving through the air at blistering speed. Alpha's eyes narrow, his own fury igniting to match. Hansu's thoughts crystallize into a single resolve. This ends now. Hansu's blade slices through the air, but in a sudden twist, Alpha jerks aside, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. With sharp, fearless eyes, Alpha growls through clenched teeth. Damn you. Hansu doesn't stop. His aura ignites, surging like wildfire. Power radiates off him, dense, oppressive, and impossible to ignore. Then, with a fierce roar that shakes the air, he bellows, Go to hell. He steps forward, pure resolve in his stride, and launches into a relentless assault. A blur of motion follows, his body twisting, striking, driving his elbows squarely into Alpha's face with brutal precision. Alpha stumbles back, the impact ringing through his skull, his arm trembling from the recoil. But Hansu doesn't give him a second to breathe. He's already charging again, his green sword blazing with mana as it cuts a vicious arc across Alpha's neck. Alpha reels, staggered, a flicker of weakness crossing his face. His movements slow, his energy drains away. Hansu fixes him with a cold, piercing stare. Too shallow, he says flatly. The two warriors face each other again, a thin tension humming between them. Then Hansu's hand sparks with light, divine power surging through his veins. I won't let you go, he roars. He unleashes a volley of divine stones, the glowing projectiles spiraling outward in a flurry of raw energy. The explosions tear through the battlefield, forcing Alpha into a desperate retreat. One stone grazes Alpha's foot mid-sprint, the impact jolting his body, and the divine stone fragment slips from his grasp. Damn it, he curses, stumbling as he scrambles to recover it. His mind races. He's impossibly skilled. How can he control magic like this? Even using just a fragment, Hansu's control is flawless, balanced, fluid, and impossibly stable. Alpha grits his teeth, eyes narrowing. No, it's more than skill. If it's about magic control alone, he's beyond my level. Hansu doesn't let up. His strikes rain down with unrelenting force, every swing sharper than the last. Alpha barely keeps up. Each clash sends a wave of energy tearing through the air. A mix of awe and fear creeps into Alpha's thoughts. At this rate, he might actually kill me. He steadies himself, chest heaving. The reflection of Hansu flickers in his crimson eye, a lone figure moving with purpose, like death itself approaching. Inside, a storm brews. Alpha's mind twists with fury and despair. He's come too far to fall now. Failure isn't an option. Survival isn't a choice. It's a necessity. Then Hansu charges again, shattering the stillness like thunder breaking the clouds. Alpha braces himself, tightening his grip, refusing to yield. But as Hansu's blow lands, something's wrong. There's no pain, no wound, no resistance. The strike simply stops. Hansu pulls back, his eyes narrowing. He feels it too. Something about Alpha's form is different off. Alpha straightens, a low hum emanating from the armor that now gleams across his body. Hansu's gaze hardens. So that's what you've been hiding. The truth settles over him like lead. This isn't a new technique. It's a transformation. Solo numbering 6, the Heavenly Soldier Armor. A relic of impossible defense, forged to devour weaponry itself. Each armament it consumes strengthens its body, evolving it further, until no conventional weapon can pierce its shell. Alpha raises his head, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. Hansu exhales slowly, sword gleaming in the dim light. His voice is calm, but edged with steel. This just got more troublesome, he says. His grip tightens, which means I've got even more reason to bring you down. With renewed energy and unyielding focus, Hansu surges forward. His eyes lock on the target, unwavering and sharp as steel. The Heavenly Soldier armor gleams under the fractured light, its surface nearly indestructible. Each strike of his blade crashes against it with immense power, but the armor holds, unbroken, unmoved. Alpha stands firm, absorbing the relentless pressure. The armor doesn't block everything, but it's enough to keep him alive. The momentum of the battle begins to shift. And for Alpha, the realization is bitter. Without the armory, he's losing ground. If only I could merge its power with the armor, he thinks. I could change everything. But the armory remains sealed. Its functions are locked by the magic power code, rendering it useless. Yet, there's still a spark of hope. The weapons still exist within it, untouched, waiting to be called. He just needs a way to reach them. Hansu presses forward, his magic surging brighter, energy rippling through his every move. Alpha's mind races. If I channel all the weapons into the Heavenly Soldier armor, then maybe... Hansu narrows his eyes, catching the flicker of intent in Alpha's movements. Something feels wrong. What are you planning? He mutters under his breath. You shouldn't even be able to use armament production. But then it happens. Weapons begin to materialize within the armor, shimmering like ghosts before fusing into Alpha's body. Hansu's expression hardens as realization strikes. He's activating Weapon Eater. The weapons melt into the armor, layer upon layer, until it radiates with a dense, violent aura. Alpha's lips curl into a grin. Even if you've figured it out, he says darkly, you're already too late. Let me show you the true power of armament production. His eyes blaze with frenzy as the armor pulses uncontrollably. But the power he's drawing is too much, even for him. The glow begins to twist, distort. Cracks of red energy snake across the armor's surface. A grim realization dawns on him. It's consuming me. The Heavenly Soldier armor, greedy beyond measure, has begun to devour its own wielder. The more weapons it consumes, the more unstable it becomes. Alpha's breath grows ragged. Even with all this strength, he mutters, I can't hold out much longer. He looks up, eyes burning with defiance. And you, there's no way you can endure it either. The time for hesitation is gone. With everything collapsing around them, he makes his choice. Drawing on his remaining strength, Alpha channels his energy and faces the colossal hand of force that Hansu's power has unleashed. This is what you wanted, isn't it? He says, his voice low but resolute. Hansu takes a step forward, concern flashing briefly across his face. Alpha catches it and smirks faintly. Don't pity me, he says. Take it. Then, bracing himself against the surging energy, Alpha transfers the authority of the Heavenly Soldier armor to Hansu. His body trembles under the weight of the release, the overwhelming force threatening to crush him entirely. A spark of disbelief flashes across Hansu's eyes as the transfer hits. Power floods through his body in a violent surge, lightning crackling across his armor. The sheer intensity threatens to tear him apart from the inside. Alpha watches coldly from a short distance, his expression blank but his tone sharp. "It's useless," he mutters. "The chance of surviving the transfer of authority is 9 to 1. His gaze darkens, and that's under normal circumstances. But after feeding the armor every weapon from the armory, the succession trial has become far more brutal. You won't last long. Inside, Alpha's thoughts twist with calculation. He'd expected Hansu to be consumed instantly, to vanish under the armor's hunger. But the man still stands, muscles straining, holding back the chaos clawing at his body. Even so, Alpha knows the truth. He won't be able to use the heavenly soldier armor after Hansu's death anyway. Not right away. He straightens, a shadow crossing his expression. "I'll leave you to your end," he says quietly. "I'll deal with the world tree first." Turning away, he casts one last glance over his shoulder. "When you're gone," he says coldly, "I'll return to collect what's mine." Hansu's breathing deepens, sweat rolling down his face. The air crackles around him. His hands tremble, not from fear, but from the unimaginable power tearing through his veins. His narrowed eyes glint with determination. This isn't over. Not yet. An immense, crushing pressure flooding the battlefield. His breath catches, his pulse quickens. Did the transfer of authority trigger this? The weight around him is suffocating. Every instinct screams that one wrong move could kill him. The thought of using his dragon shi arts flickers through his mind, but doing so would drain his life force entirely. Still, hesitation isn't an option. The world around him trembles. The very mana in the air feels alive, restless, and ready to devour. And then, Hansu's power erupts. A fiery surge bursts outward, consuming the air in blinding heat. The energy radiating from his body is wild, violent, alive. It isn't just power, it's fury given form. Hansu's eyes burn sharp and cold. "Well," he says flatly, his voice low and controlled. "That's that." He scans the battlefield, expression hardening. Looks like he ran away after all. Must have used teleportation. He wouldn't have left this behind otherwise. His gaze drops to the object in his hand. "The heavenly soldier armor," he mutters. The moment his fingers close around the divine fragment stone, a tidal wave of power surges through him. It roars through his veins, filling him with raw, unstoppable strength. He can feel it, limitless potential bending to his will. With a faint smirk, Hansu grips the fragment tighter. "I like it," he thinks. It responds perfectly. He slides the divine fragment carefully into his bag, his movements deliberate. The armor itself hums with residual energy. Beyond its terrifying ability to consume weapons, it carries another advantage. A defense so complete that even weapons it had previously devoured couldn't harm it. Hansu's sharp mind connects the pieces instantly. So, it's already completed its red evaluation. He realizes. He must have fed it every weapon from the armory. The thought steadies him. Now, equipped with this monstrous power, he feels untouchable, focused, unstoppable. It won't need feeding for a while. He muses, clenching his fist. The ring on his finger gleams faintly as his lips curl into a confident smirk. He looks into the distance, thinking aloud. I wonder if those parasitic locusts have finally stopped coming. Not far away, Michael turns towards Sophia, concern tightening his voice. "Where's Kong Hansu?" Sophia frowns, her tone uneasy. "I saw him rush off earlier," she mutters, trailing off mid-sentence. Michael's expression darkens. "Did he abandon us?" Before she can answer, Lou lets out a short, bitter laugh. "So much for leadership," he scoffs. "He told us to follow, then left us behind. Irresponsible, isn't it?" Michael shakes his head. "Even so, Beacon's been doing well keeping up." Lou smirks, folding his arms. "We didn't have a choice. If Hansu hadn't submerged us in Persona water, we would have left already. Beacon never planned to stay here in the first place." He turns to the group, his voice cutting through the silence. "Anyone got a problem with that?" His eyes glint with arrogance, daring anyone to respond. But before anyone can move, a quiet presence settles behind him. Lou freezes. The confidence drains from his face. He slowly turns, eyes wide. "When did you get back?" Hansu stands there, calm and unshaken. His expression doesn't waver. "I want to take down the main body," he says simply. Michael steps forward, anxious. "You did it? You actually defeated it." Hansu's gaze flickers. For a moment, his posture stiffens. Lu's expression turned hard and resolute, his earlier arrogance replaced by cold determination. Beside him, Michael's eyes narrowed, sharp, suspicious, and filled with unease. Panic rippled through Michael's mind, thoughts racing chaotically. Why didn't I get back? Frustration twisted in his chest, making it hard to think clearly. Lu's jaw tightened. His anger simmered dangerously close to breaking loose. His clenched teeth ground together as fury spread through him like fire. Hansu, meanwhile, stood still, his expression unreadable but his mind racing. The main body's down, and we've secured the fragment of the divine stone. Yet something's off. He could feel it deep in his bones. The pieces didn't fit. Something else was moving behind the scenes. The silence snapped. Lu's voice tore through the air, sharp, commanding, and full of restrained rage. Hansu didn't flinch. He barely even glanced at him. Instead, he continued to piece the situation together, his mind cold and methodical. The clone, he realized, hadn't just mimicked power. It had carried the true authority of the king. His eyes darkened, fury flickering beneath the surface. If that's true, he thought grimly, then this is only the beginning. A chill ran through him as another thought surfaced. That thing is heading for the flower. Elsewhere, deep within the forest of giant trees, Alpha stood before the dormant main body. Shadows clung to him, but his stance was firm, defiant. He felt no regret for losing the heavenly soldier armor. To him, it had been a necessary sacrifice. In his mind, it had all been worth it. Now, he thought, I'll claim the king's full authority. But even as he waited, unease gnawed at him. His fists clenched, frustration bubbling beneath his calm exterior. Why? He wondered bitterly. Why won't awaken? He had given everything, power, life, loyalty, and still the main body slept. His anger grew darker as his thoughts turned toward the ruined world outside. The world tree, withered and dying. Elvenheim, lost to time. The main body stirred faintly, its voice calm yet distant. Yes, it said, Elvenheim has fallen. But look below. The humans thrive. They rise where we have fallen. They will inherit what we could not protect. The words only fueled Alpha's rage. The idea of humanity replacing his kind was unbearable. The main body's tone shifted, carrying the weight of resolve. I will correct the mistakes of the past. Alpha's eyes blazed with fury. And I'll revive my kin, he growled. Every step I've taken, every life I've spent, it's all been for that. His face hardened with absolute conviction, his voice trembling with passion. I will claim all of Acheron. At that place, Alpha's voice rang out with venom and conviction. You failed, he said coldly. You couldn't save your kin. You couldn't save Elvenheim. You lost yourself in the end, a cowardly king. He lifted his head, his expression unwavering. Watch from where you stand. I'll finish what you couldn't. Alpha believed the key to his success lay with the man called First. To achieve his purpose, he would need to recover Galadriel's sword, Echidron's beads, and Fabian's bracelet. He reasoned that since Echidron and Fabian were two yet one, the bracelet must already be in the same possession. Once he reclaimed the administrator's authority, he would enter the flower. But even as he planned, he knew this would not be easy. This task, he murmured, will require true power, not tricks. His eyes hardened. His voice turned deadly. If I must, I'll invoke Ouroboros. With that, he grasped the rope before him and descended sharply, his motion fluid, confident, and without hesitation. Every step of his fall carried quiet dominance, his aura coiled and ready to strike. Landing softly, he straightened and faced the flower, a towering, radiant structure that pulsed like a living heart. His hand came to rest on his lower back as he surveyed the scene, eyes glinting with authority. When he finally spoke, his tone was calm, but merciless. Move, he commanded the presence before him. How dare you bare your fangs at your creator? The forest trembled under the weight of his words, and the world itself seemed to hold its breath. A shrill buzz shattered the air as a swarm of vicious insects burst around him. He didn't flinch. Instead, he thrust his arm upward, energy crackling around his hand like a storm ready to erupt. He thought back to the failure of the so-called original, stripped of its kin, stripped of its throne. Now, with a cold laugh, he declared that the true original stood here before them. From this moment on, he would be known as Techeron. Without warning, two figures stepped out of the shadows, Hansu and Alpha. Hansu remained still, his back turned, silent as ever. Alpha smirked. I thought you were dead, he said. Didn't even fight back, huh? Guess you actually made it out alive. Off to the side, Sophia stood lost in thought. Michael glanced at her. What's on your mind? He asked, then shook his head. Never mind. I bet we're thinking the same thing. He remembered that man, the one who had slain the calamity fish and the disgorging root. Since his arrival, everything in the red zone had changed. Michael admitted quietly he had nearly given up once. Even that man had said it was impossible. Killing a single calamity? He couldn't even imagine it. But that man did it. Alone. A small spark of hope lit in Michael's eyes. He believed the newcomer would win that man's favor, enough to cross safely into the orange zone. If that happened, the red zone would finally stabilize. More survivors would emerge from the tutorial alive. Maybe even his own sibling would make it. He dreamed, for the first time in ages, of saving 1 billion lives. Sophia chuckled under breath. Michael blinked. What's so funny? She smiled faintly. Just the thought that something this absurd might actually happen. Michael nodded with a quiet grin. Yeah, I get that. Suddenly, a flash of blue streaked across the sky. An eagle. A girl pointed upward. What's that? The man beside her trembled. See carrier pigeons. They look like carrier pigeons. But more came. Dozens. Then hundreds of blue eagles filled the air, diving toward them. Why are there so many? He shouted. Panic spread. People ran, stumbling over rocks and dirt, faces pale with terror. One man tripped, crashing to the ground. The others didn't stop. He reached out, voice breaking. Wait, help me. A few turned back, torn between fear and guilt. Sweat rolled down their temples as the buzzing grew louder. He screamed again, louder this time. Don't leave me. Blood spurted from his lips, and then they came. The parasitic locusts swarmed him, tearing through flesh and bone in seconds. Silence followed. Everyone froze, staring in horror. Only Hansu stood unshaken. Sophia met his gaze and offered a fearless smile. Above them, the locust leader hovered, its voice cold and sharp. Stop the humans, it commanded. Until Ouroboros is fully under our control, none may escape. Its grin split wide, razor-edged and cruel. The swarm gathered, their wings humming like blades. They blocked the path to the orange zone, surrounding the humans from all sides. Thousands of them, hungry, waiting. In the leader's gleaming eyes, Hansu and Sophia's reflections burned bright. The hunt had begun. Without warning, they appeared. A black cloud of parasitic locusts surged forward, slicing through the air like a living storm. The ground quaked beneath their wings. Panic spread instantly. Faces drained of color, hands trembling, hearts pounding as sweat streamed down their necks. Someone screamed, pointing toward the horizon. They're coming. A command rang out through the chaos. Hold your positions. We cannot let them through. The message was clear. If their defenses fell, the red zone itself would be lost. Fear crept across every face. Eyes darted around, searching for hope that wasn't there. They all knew what was at stake. Until the other clans arrived, they had to stand their ground, no matter what. The air thickened with dread. A voice broke through the noise, trembling with disbelief. We're supposed to stop that on our own. The swarm advanced, blotting out the light. Millions of locusts crashing toward them like a tidal wave of red and black. The sky trembled. The earth groaned. The calamity had arrived. A sudden blur of motion. A blue eagle swooped down, landing neatly on Michael's outstretched arm. He watched it closely, suspicion and unease in his eyes. The message it carried was short and horrifying. Every single parasitic locust within Ouroboros had awakened. Over 100 million. Even if every clan united, it wouldn't be enough. This wasn't a battle. It was a death sentence. Michael clenched his jaw. The absurdity of it almost made him laugh. A flicker of tension crossed Hansu's face. Michael's mind spun through the possibilities. Why were the locusts moving now? They were Ouroboros' guardians, creatures designed to protect its inner body, never to leave their posts without cause. Ouroboros itself was still occupied, consuming poison water. For 5 centuries, not once had it ever summoned them. So why now? Only one explanation made sense. Alpha. Ruthless. Unpredictable. Dangerous. Michael had always known Alpha would be a problem, but this was far beyond expectation. A shout broke through his thoughts. Hansu. It was Liu, storming toward him, rage written across his face. This is your fault, he roared. The locusts are going berserk because of you. Hansu turned, confusion flashing in his eyes. What are you talking about? Lu pointed an accusing finger at him. Don't play dumb. If you hadn't started killing the calamities, this never would have happened. How are you going to take responsibility for this mess? Before Hansu could answer, Michael stepped forward. Enough, he said sharply. Don't speak without proof. There's no connection between Hansu and this outbreak. Then, turning towards Sophia, his tone shifted. Sophia, use your librarian skill. I need a calculation. How long until all of them descend? Sophia looked at him steadily. You mean all of them? Not just a portion. Michael nodded grimly. Every last one. Hansu suddenly raised his hand, fingers stabbing toward the sky. Ouroboros, he shouted. How long will it take to descend? Sophia froze, eyes widening. Her body tensed as if the name alone carried weight. The young man nearby spoke quickly, his tone urgent. Stopping the locusts isn't enough. If he's truly a clone of the king, then he holds part of the king's authority. That means he can command the locusts, and eventually, he'll come for Ouroboros itself. His words hit like thunder. Ouroboros, one of the 4 great calamities, couldn't be controlled easily. Even with the king's blood, seizing it would take time. But once that control was complete, the creature would descend upon the surface, and the devastation would be unimaginable. Hansu turned to Sophia, voice sharp, then calculated. The longer Ouroboros takes to descend, the more time we have to prepare. Hurry. Sophia's eyes flickered with data and light as she activated her skill. Moments later, her voice broke the silence. 2 weeks. The number hung heavy in the air. Lu's expression hardened. His fists clenched. 2 weeks. That was all. He gritted his teeth, realization dawning that everything was collapsing. The order to capture Kong, Hansu, no longer mattered. None of it did. The entire red zone was on the verge of annihilation. First and second squads. Lu barked, report to Sir Miyamoto. Everyone else, you're coming with me. Sophia stepped forward. Where are you going? We need to stop this together. Lu turned to her with a mocking grin. Stop it. Why bother? The mirror's about to open. All we need to do is get out of here. Sophia's eyes widened again. The mirror? Could it really be that time already? The mirror, a vast, silent lake surrounded by 6 towering pillars. It was the passage to the next area, opening only once every month. When its waters became perfectly still, clear as glass, those deemed worthy could cross. Those who weren't never returned. Sophia's hands trembled slightly. The clans had been waiting for this opening. She knew most of them would make it through, yet a deep unease gnawed at her. Lu looked around at the others and asked coldly, So, you all plan to run when it opens, right? Sophia didn't answer, but her silence said enough. Lu smirked. Bingo. We got no reason to die here for nothing, do we? Sophia's expression darkened. What about Sir Erie's and Sir Miyamoto's orders? What about the others who'll arrive later? Lu chuckled, eyes glinting. You already know the answer. They'll either get devoured by the locusts or crushed by Ouroboros. Take your pick. His laughter echoed, sharp and cruel. Why should I care about an order from 20 years ago? Sophia's jaw tightened. Her teeth ground together in anger. Don't glare at me like that, Lu warned. You think I'm the only one who feels this way? Everyone's thinking the same thing. If this were still a stable situation, if the command still mattered, it'd be different. But we're in hell now. He sneered. And in hell, justice doesn't mean a damn thing. Sophia's eyes burned as she broke into a run toward him, fury driving her forward. Hansu and Michael stood nearby, unmoving, their gazes locked on the unfolding tension. Lu's thoughts darkened. At this rate, everyone left in the red zone will be slaughtered. And worse, if we're not careful, even the seal might break. Hansu's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Don't worry, he said calmly. 2 weeks is plenty of time. His tone carried unshakable confidence. With steady eyes and razor-sharp focus, he explained, if we meet a few conditions, taking down Ouroboros won't just be a fantasy. Sophia blinked in disbelief. You mean like what happened with the calamity fish and the disgorging root? Before Hansu could reply, Michael spoke up, frustration lacing his voice. That's impossible. The parasitic locusts guarding Alpha's inner body are already descending. The gatekeepers have abandoned their posts. Alpha's completely sealed itself off from any external threat. We can't use the same method again. Hansu raised 2 fingers. That's why I said we need conditions. The others fell silent, waiting. The first, he continued, is to unite every clan to stand against the descending locusts. He paused. The second, is to enlist the 7 phantoms, the strongest warriors in the red zone. Sophia's eyes widened, disbelief flashing across her face. The 7 phantoms? That's... Hansu smirked, finishing her thought. Why might just work? A low hum filled the air as power crackled around him. Behind him, a massive demonic Ouroboros shimmered into view, coiling around the colossal tree like a living nightmare. Hansu looked up, voice steady and absolute. This is how we'll take down Ouroboros. Hansu stood firm, unshaken even as the storm gathered around him. Sophia and Michael faced him, caught between awe and doubt. Michael's voice trembled. You seriously plan to unite all the clans? Even now, when Ouroboros is about to descend and destroy everything, you think they'll actually listen? Sophia, though visibly tense, shook her head. I've followed Hansu through every impossible plan so far, she said quietly, and I've seen him pull off miracles. Her tone softened, but her eyes were heavy with concern. But you already know why the phantoms can't leave their posts. Even if they want to help, they're bound. Hansu met her gaze without hesitation. I know, he replied firmly. That's why I'll remove the very reason they're bound in the first place. The conviction in his words sent a chill through the air. Sophia reached toward him, her voice trembling. What are you really? Hansu didn't flinch. You'll know soon enough, he said. But first, we unite the clans and stop the locusts. There's no time to waste. Above them, the ground shook as Ouroboros stirred in the distance. Its monstrous form loomed like a storm cloud, its vast, emerald eyes glimmering with intelligence and power. Meanwhile, far away, Alpha sat surrounded by countless holographic screens displaying Hansu, Sophia, Michael, and the chaos unfolding across the red zone. Data flowed endlessly around him, glowing in pale streams of light. Outside, screams and battle cries echoed as parasitic locusts poured across the land. Alpha watched in silence, processing everything. They're holding out longer than expected, he thought. But it doesn't matter. Numbers are on our side. Suppressing them is only a matter of time. Still, his logic remained cold and precise. I can't let too many of them die. Every human is a valuable resource, and the population must be preserved. He paused, scanning a cluster of holograms. His eyes narrowed. Some are trying to escape. A large group heading for the next zone. Alpha leaned back slightly, gears turning in his mind. His lips curved faintly. Let's see how far they get. Alpha's words dripped with venom. Cruel, twisted, and revolting. He grinned wide, teeth glinting like blades, and declared that the weak were nothing more than insects, suffering divine punishment for their worthlessness. Lu stood in silence, lost in thought for a moment. His eyes swept across the gathered crowd. Members of the Celestial Association, 6 unaffiliated clans, even the Chimera Monarch himself. Everyone was here, except for the Valkyrie clan, still holding the parasitic locusts at bay. If even the strongest had come to flee, Lu thought grimly, then his judgment had been right all along. Secure a position close by, he ordered his men. We move the moment the mirror opens. Yes, sir, one replied immediately. From a distance, Giacomo observed him carefully. Recognition flickered in his eyes. So that's Lu, he said, voice cutting through the tension. The one who took Karlsmorn's place. The new head of the Hecarim clan. He tilted his head. Tell me, Lu, did you get permission from that person before planning your escape? Lu's response was cold and sharp. I don't owe you an explanation. Giacomo smirked. Pity. I was hoping to see them myself. Though you've all been so busy, I can barely remember their face. Lu's temper snapped. Watch your mouth. Unlike you, that person carries a far greater burden than any clan leader. They're doing what none of you could. Before Giacomo could reply, Lu's expression froze, eyes widening, body tense. Giacomo's gaze followed his, both men staring upward in sudden alarm. Hansu approached. His presence alone carried power, the air around him alive with energy. So, he said calmly, the 6 great clans made it here faster than I expected. Lu's jaw tightened. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Hansu, what the hell are you doing here? With fearless composure, Kong Hansu strode forward, his companions moving with purpose. Lu snarled, you insane bastard. Here, to ruin things again. Hansu shook his head. I'm not here to fight. I came to share a plan. His voice was steady, almost too calm. The 6 great clans will hold off the parasitic locusts, he said, while I take down Ouroboros. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Giacoma's eyes narrowed as realization struck. Others whispered in disbelief. Is he serious? Someone muttered. He wants us to fight the locust while he goes after Ouroboros. Another scoffed. He's lost his mind. Michael stepped beside Hansu, placing a hand on his shoulder. You know no one's going to follow that plan, right? Sophia cut in, voice sharp. And why not? Have all of you forgotten your duties? The Root and the Seven Phantoms exist to protect the Red Zone, to uphold the will of Lord Erie's and Lord Miyamoto. A hush fell. The name Miyamoto hung in the air like a shadow. Though long dead in the abyss, he had fought for them until his last breath. Whether he had done so out of duty or was something else, no one knew. Lu's patience snapped again. His glare could have cut steel. Don't you dare cross that line, he warned. Even as one of the Seven Phantoms, you have no right to use that person's name so carelessly. Hansu shot back without hesitation, reminding Lu that he was the one who'd turned his back on Miyamoto's words and run the moment things got dangerous. Michael murmured something under his breath, too quiet for most to hear. Hansu turned toward him, eyes blazing, and suddenly shouted, his voice cutting through the tense silence like a blade. Giacomo couldn't help but laugh. You're even crazier than I thought, he said, shaking his head. You really are Kong Hansu, huh? Then let me give you some advice. He smirked, speaking loud enough for everyone to hear. You've slain your fair share of calamities. I'll give you that. But this isn't about fighting anymore. A clan should look out for itself. If we could just hold out 2 more days, we'll make it to the Orange Zone. Fighting now is pointless. Everyone should fend for themselves and stay out of each other's way. Hansu's eyes swept across the crowd, sharp and unyielding. 2 days, huh? He said coldly. Then I guess you'll get to see what those 2 days are worth. They're coming. His gaze hardened. It's time everyone here learned how cruel this world really is. Then it happened. The ground rumbled violently beneath their feet, a deep, shattering quake that sent everyone stumbling. Giacomo raised his voice, trying to steady the panicked crowd. Don't lose it. It's just tremors. 2 days, that's all we need. We can hold off the locusts till then. Hansu growled, his tone fierce. No, this isn't the locusts. This power is fists clenched. There's only one thing that could shake the Red Zone like this. The air grew heavy. All eyes turned upward, and then they saw it. A massive dragon, scales gleaming, body stretching beyond sight, moving slowly through the crimson haze. Ouroboros had arrived. The dragon's advance alone was enough to crush the courage out of anyone who saw it. Its presence filled the battlefield with dread. Lu's voice broke through the noise, full of disbelief. Why now? Ouroboros wasn't supposed to appear for 2 weeks. What's happening? Sophia looked skyward, squinting through the storm of dust and energy. Wait, she murmured. That's not its full descent. It's just moving its tail. But even that was enough to shake the ground like a world-ending quake. Panic spread like wildfire. The crowd trembled, soaked in sweat, voices trembling. How can the earth shake this much from just its tail? Is it coming down here? Hansu's voice cut through the chaos. I knew it. It's trying to block the mirror. A wave of realization rippled through the crowd. Screams followed. The dragon lunged forward, and pandemonium erupted. People running in every direction, desperate to escape as the monster's shadow swallowed the battlefield whole. Sophia raised her hands, chanting rapidly. A radiant barrier burst to life, forming a shimmering dome around her and Hansu's group. Hansu turned to her. Sophia, I need another favor. She nodded quickly. Got it. The barrier flared brighter, holding strong as the dragon's attacks slammed against it with deafening force. Outside, everything was chaos. People crushed, the land torn apart, and the dragon's enormous body blotting out the sky. From afar, Lu watched in shock. The destruction was beyond comprehension. There was no reaching the Orange Zone now. Then one of his men shouted, voice shaking. Lord Lu, look above. He turned, and his eyes widened in horror. A black cloud was descending from the sky. Not mist, but a swarm. Countless parasitic locusts darkened the heavens, blotting out even the faint light that remained. The men began to shake uncontrollably, their faces pale, drenched in sweat. There's too many. How can there be this many? The swarm closed in. The dragon roared, and despair swallowed the battlefield whole. Lu's voice tore through the chaos. Everyone retreat. Run. Get as far away as you can. One of his bald subordinates gritted his teeth, barking orders to the others. Move it. Don't just stand there. Go now. The men scrambled in panic, pushing through the crowd. Across the field, one of Giacoma's soldiers shouted for instructions, but Giacomo said nothing. His eyes were fixed on the sky, on the massive tail of Ouroboros sealing off the mirror above. The endless swarm of parasitic locusts was descending, a living storm devouring everything in sight. To make it to the next zone, they'd need to move together, but Giacomo knew that was impossible. The locusts were too many, too big. He let out a strained laugh, sweat dripping down his face. There really was nothing they could do. Then Lu's angry voice cut through the roar. Giacomo, what the hell are you doing? You're going to get us all killed. He turned towards Sophia. Sophia, do something. Sophia's reply trembled, but held steady truth. Lu, you know as well as I do, running won't save us. Whether it's now or 2 weeks from now, when Ouroboros fully descends, we're dead either way. Lu clenched his fists, jaw tight with frustration. Before he could respond, one of his men screamed, They're here. The locusts are right behind us. The swarm crashed forward like a tidal wave. Screams filled the air. The minions stumbled over one another, shouting, desperate, terrified. Then, a blur of motion. Hansu leapt in from behind the locust swarm, his blade flashing. In a single breath, he cleaved through the parasite, slicing it apart mid-air. Blood rained down as the monster fell in pieces. The soldiers froze, stunned, watching him stand amidst the carnage. Hansu wiped the blood from his face, his voice calm and clear. If we follow this plan, we all make it out alive. Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. You're insane, Hansu. Still spouting that nonsense. His voice rose, full of anger and fear. You think you're some kind of hero? Ouroboros isn't like the other calamities. It's on another level entirely. Hansu met his glare without flinching. So what's your plan then? Run with your tail between your legs? If you do that, you'll lose the only chance we have to survive. Behind him, the air shook again, another wave of locusts rising from the dust. Hansu turned slightly, his gaze fixed on the distance. The mirror will open in 2 days, he said evenly. But as long as Ouroboros' tail covers that lake, you're stuck here waiting 2 weeks, Lu. Giacomo listened quietly, his expression unreadable. Lu's teeth ground together, fury boiling over. Hansu stepped forward, his voice echoing through the battlefield. So choose. Are you going to stand and fight, unite against the calamity and live? Or will you cling to your selfish fear and stay buried here in the red zone? The swarm behind him stirred again, the sky darkening as more locusts poured in from every direction. Everyone froze, hearts pounding. The air was thick with dread, and the choice hung heavy before them all. Even as the battlefield descended into chaos, Giacomo stood firm, calm, steady, almost amused. His subordinates, however, were anything but composed. Lord Giacomo, we have to retreat, one of them cried, voice breaking with fear. Before Giacomo could answer, a massive parasitic locust lunged from behind, claws raised to tear him apart. His minions screamed out, behind you. But Giacomo only grinned. I've taken quite a liking to you, Kong Hansu, he said, his tone light, almost playful. In that instant, a giant hammer materialized in his hands, gleaming with power. Giacomo gripped it tight and swung down in a single, thunderous motion. The ground shook as the hammer connected, smashing the locust and sending its mangled body crashing through the air. He straightened, looking out over the battlefield. Listen up, he shouted, his voice booming over the chaos. From this moment on, we're holding the line. Not a single locust crosses the lake. A smirk spread across his face. Raise your weapons. We'll fight and claim the spoils that come with it. One of his subordinates hesitated. Lord Giacomo, are we fighting until Ouroboros is defeated? Giacomo tilted his head. Do you really think I go that far? His tone was almost teasing. We'll fight, yes, but we'll be ready to retreat when the time comes. He planted the hammer into the ground with a heavy thud. It's better this way. The 6 great clans are all gathered here. It's the perfect time to fight together. If we can't stop Ouroboros, none of us are getting to the orange zone. I'm sure even they understand that much. Then, with a grin that bordered on manic, he added, and if things go wrong, we'll just blame Hansu. He laughed. Let's see if he can really slay Ouroboros with the 7 phantoms. Either way, we've got nothing to lose. From the distance, Hansu watched silently, his expression unreadable, cold, calm, unwavering. The battlefield had become pure bedlam. The dragon and the swarm of parasitic locusts rampaged through the land, tearing everything apart. Yet even in the face of that nightmare, Giacoma's men roared with renewed vigor. They charged forward, weapons gleaming, cutting down locusts one after another. The red zone became a storm of steel and screams. Among the fighters, members of the Lu clan stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. They looked around in disbelief as the other clans threw themselves into battle. Sweat ran down their faces, their hands trembling around their weapons. One of Giacoma's men shouted at them, "What about you? Are you just going to stand there?" But there was no response, because Lu was gone. Somewhere far from the chaos, Lu was running for his life. Each step pounded with regret and disbelief. "If I'd known it would come to this," he muttered under his breath, "I would have prepared differently." He glanced back toward the distant flashes of battle, sneering. Idiots, all of them, fighting like lunatics against an army that can't be stopped. The thought of holding out until Ouroboros was defeated seemed laughable to him. "They've lost their minds," he spat. "This plan will get them all killed." But as he ran, something caught his eye. Hansu, standing amidst the chaos, cutting through locusts like they were nothing more than air. Each swing of his blade was clean, efficient, merciless. Lu slowed for a moment, breath heavy. "Impossible," he whispered. Still, he refused to believe it. "No, it's not possible. This plan is doomed from start." Turning away, he made up his mind. "I'll go back," he thought. "I'll warn him. I'll just say it took me some time to learn more about Kong Hansu." And with that, Lu vanished into the smoke and dust, running from the battlefield, unaware that the true storm was only just beginning. The battlefield fades, and the scene shifts. Mikhail stands motionless, his gaze locked on something in the distance. His expression is blank, almost stunned. Sophia notices immediately. "Mikhail, what is it? Do you see something?" He shakes his head slowly. "No, nothing." Just then, Hansu approaches. His presence cuts through the noise and tension around them. Mikhail straightens, reporting quickly. The other clans followed Hecarim's lead. "They're holding the line. We've managed to delay the locust descent for now." Hansu nods once. "Good. Then I'll leave the rear to you." Mikhail blinks, confused. "Wait, what?" Hansu's tone is calm, but final. "I've done what I came here to do. Now it's time I meet the 7 phantoms." Both Sophia and Mikhail stare at him, stunned. Mikhail frowns. "You're telling me to stay back?" Hansu gives a faint smirk. "Bingo." He glances at Mikhail. "Remember what you promised me, that the helpers would lend me their support. Now's the time to make that count." Mikhail sighs and scratches his head, half grinning despite the situation. Fine. You do your thing, Hansu." With that, Hansu turns away, his figure slowly disappearing into the smoke-filled horizon. Meanwhile, at Beacon headquarters, a flurry of reports floods in. "The mirror's been occupied," one soldier shouts. "The parasitic locusts have breached the perimeter." Commanders exchange anxious looks as the situation unfolds. The 6 great clans, now under Giacoma's lead, are doing everything they can to hold the line. After the Valkyrie clan wiped out the first wave of locusts, they began pushing toward the mirror, but the threat wasn't ending. It was only getting worse. Tension filled the air. The question hung heavy. Do they hide within the seal and wait this out, or keep fighting to defend it? Inside the conference chamber, the Phantom representatives are already deep in debate. Martian Ark, of the 4th Phantom, speaks first. "We should stay near the seal and wait for things to settle. This isn't as bad as it looks." John Sang from the 3rd Phantom slams his hand on the table. "You're wrong. We can't just sit here. We should join the battle. Neither the locusts nor Ouroboros can breach the seal anyway, and if Ouroboros descends in 2 weeks, we'll be trapped regardless." Charlize, the 6th Phantom, brings up the travelers, but her voice is drowned out as Cooper from the 2nd Phantom cuts in. "Hiding isn't an option. We're the beacon's shield. We exist to protect the seal, to save lives." The room erupts into chaos. Voices rising, accusations flying. Some argue survival is the only thing that matters. Others condemn them for even suggesting retreat. Then a single calm voice cuts through the storm. "Enough." Everyone falls silent. At the head of the table, Miyamoto, leader of the 1st Phantom and master of the Beacon clan, lifts his gaze. He exhales deeply. "We must not fight among ourselves." The tension breaks immediately. Every representative lowers their head in guilt. Miyamoto continues, voice steady but resolute. "We will discuss this properly. There's no room for division here. No one dares to speak. Finally, he softens his tone. I understand your fear. We all feel it. But we are phantoms, and phantoms don't falter. Our duty is to find the source of what's happening in the red zone and deal with it accordingly. Before anyone can respond, the doors burst open. Lou stumbles inside, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Lord Miyamoto, he shouts. I have an urgent report. One of the representatives snaps. We're in the middle of a meeting. But Miyamoto raises a hand, stopping him. It's fine. Let him speak. Lou steadies himself, still panting. Whatever news he's brought, it's clear it's about to change everything. Miyamoto rose from his seat, calm yet commanding. His gaze softened slightly as he addressed the man standing before him. Lou, he said, you've done well filling the seat left behind by Carl's Morin as assault commander. Lou bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. Miyamoto placed a hand on Lou's shoulder. Now, tell me, what did you come here to say? Lou straightened, his expression tense. Sir, the 6 great clans of the Mirror are in crisis. It's all because of Kong Hansu's reckless actions. He's proposed something unthinkable. He wants to subjugate Ouroboros itself. I came here to report everything to you. Miyamoto nodded slowly. Ah, I see. Relief washed over Lou's face. At least Miyamoto seemed to understand. But then Miyamoto's tone shifted, quiet yet sharp. Tell me, Lou, why did you go to the Mirror in the first place? Lou blinked, caught off guard. Well, you see, Miyamoto raised a hand, cutting him off. No need to explain. The fact that you went there means you intended to escape to the orange zone, didn't you? The room fell silent. The other phantoms exchanged uneasy looks. For us phantoms, Miyamoto continued, our task is to guide the red zone's future. Your actions showed disregard for that responsibility. Panic flickered in Lou's eyes. I was only following your orders, sir. Miyamoto's calm demeanor vanished. His eyes hardened like steel. My orders? Lou froze. Sweat rolled down his face as he bowed deeply. Forgive me, Lord Miyamoto. I spoke out of turn. The tension hung heavy for a moment, until Miyamoto finally sighed and waved a hand. That's enough. Wait outside. We'll discuss this later. Grateful to be spared, Lou bowed again and quickly left the chamber. Charlize watched him go and scoffed. What a disappointment. He ran away while everyone else was fighting. Miyamoto turned to her, his tone even. Perhaps. But considering the size of the descending Ouroboros, even his fear can be understood. Mariette frowned, scratching her head. Still, this Hansu person must be causing quite the stir. I'd like to meet him at least once. Miyamoto gave a faint smile. You never know. He might be a reasonable man. Someone who could prove useful to the red zone. Just then, a soldier entered and whispered something urgently into one of the phantom aide's ears. The aide's eyes widened, and he immediately called out, Lord Miyamoto. Miyamoto turned, brows lifting slightly. What is it? The aide swallowed hard. Hansu. Kong Hansu is here. The room stirred. A moment later, the doors opened, and in walked Hansu, with Sophia close behind. Miyamoto straightened, his voice calm but firm. Kong Hansu, you say? Miyamoto faced him squarely. You may not know me, he began, though I assume Sophia has told you something. Regardless, introductions are in order. I am Miyamoto, one of the 7 phantoms who protect this red zone and the current leader of the Beacon clan. Hansu nodded respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, but his tone quickly turned serious. There's no time for pleasantries. I've come here with one goal, to take down Ouroboros. I need your help. The room went silent. Every representative froze, staring at him in disbelief. Cooper from the second phantom scoffed, muttering under his breath, audacious fool. He doesn't even deserve to stand here. But Miyamoto said nothing for a long moment. Then, with a faint smirk, he spoke. You're an honest man, Kong Hansu. Hansu's eyes narrowed slightly, waiting for his response. Miyamoto's expression hardened. But honesty isn't enough. Even if what you claim is true, even if you truly believe you can defeat Ouroboros, we cannot aid you. Hansu stared at him, silent. There is a reason, Miyamoto continued, voice heavy with meaning, why we cannot leave this place, no matter what happens beyond it. The weight of his words settled over the room, and everyone felt it. A sense that beneath Miyamoto's calm, something deeper and far more dangerous was at play. Hansu's grin widened. So that's how it is, he said casually. Then let's talk about Akuma. The moment the name left his lips, the room erupted. The phantoms froze, eyes wide, breaths caught in disbelief. Sophia felt sweat trickle down her neck. How does he know? Hansu's voice stayed calm but resolute. As I've always done, I'll take your place, Miyamoto. I'll strike down Akuma myself. So release the seal. He took a step forward, but before he could move another inch, blades flashed from every direction. Dozens of swords pressed against his throat, the phantom's subordinates moving in perfect sync. Miyamoto raised an eyebrow, hand resting against his chin. Akuma, you say? He studied Hansu carefully. How could you possibly know about that? He took a slow step closer, his tone turning cold and deliberate. There are 4 calamities known to travelers in the red zone. The disgorging root, Ouroboros, the king bee, and the calamity fish. He paused, eyes narrowing. But there is another, one buried deep within the trunk of the world tree. One that must never be spoken of. The room fell utterly silent. Akuma, Miyamoto continued. The 5th calamity. When he was first discovered, it was clear he had to be sealed away. His power was beyond anything we'd ever seen. If released, he could destroy the red zone itself. His gaze sharpened. That knowledge is forbidden, known only to the 7 phantoms who swore to guard that seal. So tell me, Kong Hansu, even knowing what Akuma is, you still want me to release him? Hansu met his stare without flinching. Yes, because he holds 2 relics I need, the chains of Ekim and Cardhorn Spear. Without them, I can't subjugate Ouroboros. The phantoms exchanged uneasy glances. Miyamoto turned toward Sophia. Sophia, did you tell him all this? She shook her head quickly, her voice trembling. No, Lord Miyamoto. I didn't say anything. Hansu already knew. Miyamoto frowned deeply. Impossible. You've only been in the red zone for a short time, and yet you already understand things even most phantoms don't. Before he could press further, several representatives rose from their seats, their voices cutting through the tension. It doesn't matter how he knows, one snapped. He must be eliminated before he causes any more trouble. Another shouted. He's not after Ouroboros. He wants the relics for himself. That's his real goal. Greed has driven him mad. A third added. He's a man who defied the odds just to claim power. That's why he targeted the other 4 calamities. The room erupted into chaos again. Sophia clenched her fists, unable to stay silent any longer. Enough, she shouted. All of you calm down. The others froze, startled by her sudden outburst. She took a shaky breath. Hansu isn't like that. Charlize turned toward her, eyes narrowing. Then tell us, Sophia, do you actually believe in him? Sophia hesitated, then nodded firmly. I didn't at first, she admitted. When he said he'd kill the calamity fish, I thought he was insane. But he did it. And the disgorging root. He took that down too. Alone. Her voice rose with conviction. Anyone who's seen what he's capable of knows it's true. He can do the impossible because he's Kong Hansu. The room fell quiet again. Miyamoto's lips curved slightly. Miracles, you say? He raised a hand. Lower your blades. The phantom's subordinates hesitated, then obeyed, stepping back as the steel left Hansu's throat. Miyamoto regarded Hansu with a thoughtful look. I understand your resolve, he said, but I've also heard the voices of the dead, the ones who faced Akuma before. Their spirits tell me how utterly hopeless it was, how overwhelming his power truly is. He paused, his tone heavy with warning. Even if you call it a miracle, Kong Hansu, some miracles demand a price too great to pay. Miyamoto's gaze hardened as he stared at Hansu. Tell me, he said slowly, what do you possess that we do not? Hansu tilted his head slightly, the faintest trace of a grin appearing on his face. What is it you want to know? Without another word, his aura exploded outward, a wave of raw power that rippled through the chamber like a shockwave. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The phantoms instinctively stepped back, eyes wide. The air grew heavy, suffocating. Even Miyamoto's expression shifted slightly, his composure momentarily shaken. Hansu raised his sword and took a stance. If you doubt me, he said calmly, then I'll prove it right here. I'll show you that I have what it takes to take down Akuma. Come, all of you. The challenge hung in the air like thunder before storm. Jansang's eyes narrowed, his voice sharp and cold, overflowing with arrogance. Aren't you? Fine then. I'll test your words myself. Miyamoto opened his mouth to object, but it was too late. Jansang had already drawn his blade, and 3 of the phantom warriors rushed forward at once. Their movements were lightning fast, their blades glinting as they closed in on Hansu. Steel clashed. Sparks flew. Sang swung with precision, only for Hansu to counter effortlessly, deflecting the strike with a flick of his wrist. The shock from the impact rippled through the floor. Charlize and Cooper exchanged glances, silently readying their abilities. Power flared around them, lighting up the room in an otherworldly glow. Sang glared, standing face to face with Hansu. "We are the Phantoms, guardians of the Red Zone. To think you could take on all of us, that's not courage. That's arrogance." Hansu met his glare head-on. "Arrogance," he said evenly. "No, just confidence." Golden light surged around him as his guardian armor activated, encasing his body in gleaming energy. "I'm not a mere traveler," he declared. "I've earned the right to stand among phantoms." Sang's eyes flickered with surprise. "What do you mean by that?" Hansu didn't answer with words. Instead, his energy spiked, power coursing through his armor as it began to hum with divine resonance. At that moment, Charlize and Cooper lunged from opposite sides, moving faster than the eye could track. Hansu's heavenly soldier armor reacted instantly, intercepting their attacks, but they slipped past it, scraping along the glowing surface as if testing its limits. Hansu grinned faintly. "Perfect," he murmured. "A real test." The scene blurred, time rewinding into the past. Hansu stood before Iris, his expression calm but curious. "Tell me about Miyamoto," he said. Iris raised an eyebrow. "Why the sudden interest?" "I heard he managed the Red Zone," Hansu replied, "but that he died not long after the Abyss opened. If that's true, I need to know what kind of man he was. I'll likely meet him one day." Iris leaned back, thinking for a moment. "Miyamoto was different," she said. "He wasn't like the other clan leaders." Her tone softened. While others chased power, rewards, or advancement to the Orange Zone, he stayed behind. His talents were defensive, protective. Buffs, support, debuffs. Nothing flashy, but he used them for others, not himself. Hansu listened silently. Iris continued. When everyone else left for selfish reasons, he chose to protect the Red Zone, to guard Akuma's seal. He gave up everything for that duty. Then she smiled faintly. "If you ever meet him, you could trust him. Miyamoto's a man of justice, the kind who stands firm, no matter the cost." The flashback faded. Back in the present, the chamber erupted into chaos again as the clash between Hansu and the Phantoms intensified. But before anyone could make another move, "Enough!" Miyamoto's voice thundered through the hall. Everyone froze. He stepped forward, eyes blazing. "Do you all have any idea what you're doing? Even if we combined every ounce of our strength, we wouldn't have enough to face what's coming." The silence that followed was deafening. "Ouroboros will descend in 2 weeks," he continued. "That's where our focus should be, not this pointless fight." Cooper lowered his weapon and bowed his head. "My apologies, Lord Miyamoto." Miyamoto exhaled slowly, the fury fading from his eyes. "Good." He walked toward Hansu, who still stood poised with his weapon, Eater gleaming faintly in the dim light. "You're strong," Miyamoto said. "Stronger than most I've ever seen." Then he extended a hand toward him. "But strength alone won't save this world. Put away your weapon. Calm Hansu." Hansu hesitated. Miyamoto's voice softened. "Let's talk. We'll reach a decision together. Too many lives are at stake for pride or rivalry." The tension in the air began to settle, but beneath that calm, everyone could feel it. The storm that was coming would test them all. The meeting moved into a large tent illuminated by the faint, flickering glow of lanterns. Outside, the muffled roar of distant battle could still be heard, a grim reminder of the chaos beyond. Inside, Miyamoto sat across from Hansu. His tone was calm, but the weight of his words filled the air. "You're strong, Hansu," he began. "No one here doubts that. But strength alone isn't enough to unseal what was meant to stay sealed." He folded his hands on the table. "No one can predict what will happen if the seals are broken. Akuma's seal isn't just a barrier, it's a warning. Even approaching it, you can feel his presence pressing against your mind. It's not something that should ever be disturbed." Miyamoto leaned forward slightly. "So tell me, Kong Hansu, do you truly have a plan for facing him?" Hansu met his gaze without hesitation. "I do." He straightened, his voice steady and clear. "The 5 relics of Elvenheim. 2 are currently being used to maintain the seal. I possess the other 3. Miyamoto's expression darkened as Hansu continued. "If 2 relics are enough to suppress Akuma's power, then with all 5, it should be possible to subjugate him entirely. That's the strategy." He paused for a moment, then added, "What do you think?" The tent fell silent. Miyamoto sat back, his eyes heavy with contemplation. He thought about Hansu's resolve, his unshakable confidence, his willingness to risk everything without a trace of fear. For a moment, he saw someone else in that determination. Ares. A voice broke through his thoughts. Lord Miyamoto, one of the phantom folk, called gently. He blinked, realizing he'd been staring into his drink. Ah, forgive me, he said with a faint smile, just reminiscing about old times. He sighed. You're different from me, Hansu. You act without hesitation. On the other hand, he trailed off, then smiled faintly. I prefer to think before I leap. So before I answer, I'll need some time to weigh everything properly. Hansu nodded. Fair enough. Miyamoto looked down for a moment, then raised his eyes again. Let's consider something, he began. If we truly do release Akuma's seal and face him head-on, what happens if we fail? His question hung heavy in the air. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Imagine a full-scale war against the calamities. The cost in lives would be unimaginable. And now, with Ouroboros already on the move, if Akuma joins the fray, the red zone itself might collapse. He exhaled slowly. It's not that I doubt you, Hansu. You've done what no other traveler could, subjugating 2 calamities on your own. But even the best plans have variables. And the smoother something appears on the surface, the more unpredictable it tends to become. Miyamoto's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that why you came up with this idea, to account for those variables? Hansu said nothing, his silence answering more than words. Miyamoto continued, his tone shifting. There's another possibility. What if we use the relics you already hold to temporarily reinforce the seal? Doing so would free the phantoms from guarding it. We could then focus our efforts on the locusts at the mirror. He leaned forward. If we hold them off, we could open the path. Every traveler in the red zone could escape before Ouroboros descends. We could lead them into the orange zone safely. His subordinates nodded eagerly. As expected from Lord Miyamoto, one said. Brilliant as always. Another chimed in. Truly, no one else could think of something like this. Miyamoto ignored their flattery and turned back to Hansu. Well then, he asked calmly, what do you think? Isn't this plan far more rational? Hansu was silent for a moment, weighing his words. Finally, he nodded. You're right. The logic makes sense. Miyamoto smiled faintly, ready to speak again, but Hansu's next words froze the room. Even so, Hansu said firmly, I refuse. The air went still. The quiet that followed was sharper than any blade. Miyamoto's expression hardened as he slowly set his cup down. Around them, the phantom's eyes narrowed, tension thickening like fog. Hansu stood, his gaze unwavering. If we run from this now, the red zone will never know peace. I'm not here to delay the inevitable. And in that moment, standing before Miyamoto, surrounded by the might of the phantoms, Hansu made it clear. He wasn't seeking safety. He was declaring war. Hansu stood firm as the murmurs around him died down. The relics of Elvenheim, he said steadily, weren't meant to be used that way. The tent fell silent again. Miyamoto's eyes sharpened, his gaze cutting straight into Hansu. Then tell me, he asked, is this about you? A personal desire? Hansu met his stare without hesitation. No, the relics must be used elsewhere, where they were meant to be used. Miyamoto raised a brow. And where exactly is that? Hansu gave a faint smirk. Does it matter? As long as I take down Akuma, isn't that enough? His tone was confident, calm. You can rest easy. I'll finish it quickly. The 2 men locked eyes, neither flinching, neither backing down. Then, slowly Miyamoto stood. Very well, he said. Then I'll leave this decision to you, Kong Hansu. Sophia's eyes widened. Wait, what do you mean by that, Lord Miyamoto? He turned toward her. Given how things stand, we have no choice but to trust in him. His tone softened slightly. And that means believing in you, too. Miyamoto faced Hansu once more. I'll place my faith in you, Mr. Kong Hansu. Come, I'll take you to where Akuma is sealed. As they turned to leave, Miyamoto suddenly paused. One more thing. He looked Hansu over with a faint smile. Change your clothes. You fight with speed and precision. Your current gear slows you down. I've got something better suited for you. Moments later, Hansu emerged from the tent in a new outfit. A dark, sleek set of armor that fit him perfectly. He flexed his arms slightly, feeling the difference. So, this is Gerda's leather, he thought. Lightweight, almost no drag, perfect. Sophia walked beside him, visibly relieved. It's good to see him trusting you, she said softly. Now, it's just a matter of subjugating Akuma, according to plan. Hansu nodded, but remained thoughtful. He recalled Miyamoto's earlier words, that he tended to hesitate, caught between logic and instinct. It wasn't a weakness, but it made Hansu uneasy. As they continued walking, Hansu finally spoke. Sophia, can I ask you something? She looked at him curiously. What is it? He didn't answer right away, because just then, they reached it, the place where Akuma slept. Before them stood an enormous shell, massive and pulsating with a faint, crimson light. Heavy chains bound it tightly, and a spear was driven deep into its surface, sealing it in place. Within the translucent shell, something moved, a dark, monstrous form stirring from within. Even sealed, its presence radiated raw, suffocating power. Akuma, a creature so vile it seemed born from the depths of hell itself. The scene shifted 20 years into the past. A younger Miyamoto stood alongside Iris and his comrades, deep within a cavern shrouded in eerie stillness. What they found left them speechless. Dozens, no, hundreds of stone statues filled the chamber. Each one was shaped like a human, faces twisted in horror. What happened here? One of the men whispered. Iris stepped forward, her expression grim. These aren't statues, she said. They were people. Miyamoto clenched his jaw. Turned to stone by what kind of power? No one could answer. The only thing they could sense was the thick, residual energy lingering in the air, something ancient, chaotic, and deeply malevolent. The group followed the trail of that energy until they reached the center of the chamber and saw it. The source. A monstrous figure sealed within layers of chains and runes, its body twisted, its eyes faintly glowing even in sleep. The air grew colder just standing near it. Miyamoto felt his heart pound as realization hit him. This thing, he whispered. It did all this? Iris nodded. One being, one calamity. A silence fell over them as the truth sank in. They had found something that shouldn't exist, something far beyond any calamity they had faced before. It has to stay sealed, one of the explorers said quickly. As long as it remains bound, we're safe. But another voice trembled in reply. The seal, it's weakening. Everyone turned. The restraints, though still glowing, were flickering faintly. Miyamoto stared at them, his mind racing. It's only a matter of time before it breaks. And so began the vow, the decision to remain in the red zone, to guard the seal forever. Because even then, they understood, if Akuma ever awoke, the red zone would cease to exist. Iris compared the situation to a ticking time bomb, an image that perfectly captured the danger they were in. As Miyamoto stepped closer to the seal, he realized they couldn't just act on impulse. They needed a solid plan. The thought of retreating for now crossed his mind, but just as he was about to speak, an idea sparked, so sudden that his minions turned toward him in surprise. Miyamoto's thoughts drifted to the risk ahead. Would he need to put his life on the line again, just to climb higher? As that thought sank in, the aura from his ring began to pulse more intensely. In an instant, a massive spirit materialized from thin air, rushing forward to reinforce the seal. He believed his weapon eater was the strongest weapon they had left, but if they moved on to the next zone, he'd have to rebuild its power from scratch. Still, he poured the weapon eater's energy straight into the seal. One of his companions stared in disbelief. Wait, are you seriously pressing the seal down with the weapon eater? They shouted. Miyamoto didn't answer immediately. He only wondered how long he'd need to keep this up, and if there would ever be an end. He was convinced that his weapon eater could strengthen the seal just enough to keep the being inside from breaking free. Iris reminded him that staying in the red zone would be the only way to maintain control over the weapon eater. Miyamoto nodded, unwavering. If it's for humanity's sake, I'll endure it, he said calmly. Don't worry about me. I'll hold the line here. Now, Miyamoto stands before the seal, surrounded by countless stone statues of humans frozen in time. Cooper calls out, noticing Miyamoto's distant gaze. You all right? You look like you're somewhere else. I just remembered something from long ago, Miyamoto replied quietly. Hansu, impatient, cuts in. Then let's start. We're running out of time. Sophia shoots him a glare for speaking to Miyamoto so bluntly, but he ignores it. Miyamoto turns to Hansu and nods. You're right. Let's begin. He raises his hand toward the seal, the ring on his finger glowing a vivid green as he channels every ounce of his strength to hold the seal firm. Hansu watches closely. The power radiating from Miyamoto's weapon eater is immense. Clearly, he's fed it countless weapons. Though it doesn't rival the heavenly soldier armor, Its raw strength is undeniable. Hansu realizes now. The Phantom's role must have been to gather weapons for Miyamoto. Since maintaining the Weapon Eater limited what Miyamoto could do himself, the Phantom's handled that burden in his place. But something feels off. Hansu can't shake a sense of unease. Something about all this doesn't add up. Before he can piece it together, Miyamoto steps back from a seal. That single movement sends shock waves through the chamber. The chains binding Kuma rattle and collapse, the massive spear clattering to the ground as the earth trembles violently. Cracks spread across the shell encasing Kuma's prison, widening with each second, until, with a deafening roar, it shatters completely. Kuma is free, and his unleashed power tears through the air like a storm. The moment Akuma breaks free, Hansu stands before him, eyes cold and unflinching. Sophia freezes, shock written all over her face. Before them looms Akuma, his long tongue flicking out, his twisted, monstrous body radiating a presence that feels straight out of hell itself. Charlize's body refuses to move. It's only his killing intent, she realizes, yet even that alone feels deadly. There's no doubt left in her mind. Akuma is an absolute monster. Then, in a blur, Akuma vanishes and reappears right in front of her. Charlize can't react, locked in place as death rushes toward her. Just as Akuma's strike descends, Hansu's sword flashes through the air. He blocks the attack with a thunderous impact, the force exploding outward like a shockwave. As the air settles, Hansu stands firm, holding Akuma back. Without hesitation, he counters, his blade slashing deep into Akuma's hands. Not a single scratch touches Hansu. He moves instantly, spinning with fierce precision, and drives a brutal kick straight into Akuma's face. The blow sends Akuma crashing through the air, smashing into the distance. Hansu turns toward the others. "Listen carefully," he commands. Akuma slowly rises, clutching his head, his fury burning hotter with every breath. Hansu's voice cuts through the air again. "Protect yourselves. I'll take care of him. This is my end of the deal." With that, he launches forward, charging at Akuma. The monster lets out a growl that shakes the ground, forming a blade from his bare hand. In the next instant, both rush at each other with full force. No hesitation, no holding back. Far away in the orange zone, the ground rumbles violently beneath Gyakma and his group. One of his minions glances around nervously. "Is it the locust again?" she asks. Gyakma shakes his head. "No, this is something else. It's coming from below." Hansu and Akuma are fighting. Deep underground, the two figures clash in a battle that shakes the world. Akuma throws a devastating punch, but Hansu slips past it effortlessly. The Phantoms watching from afar can barely believe what they're seeing. This isn't a fight between men, but between monsters. Akuma keeps attacking, his blows sharp and relentless, but Hansu dodges every single one. In response, Hansu summons a glowing orb of energy and hurls it straight into Akuma's face. The blast lands perfectly, making Akuma stagger back in rage. Realizing he's being pushed back, Akuma's fury erupts. He lunges again, fists swinging with brutal power. Hansu retreats just in time, only for Akuma to chase him down, closing the distance in a blink. But Hansu is already ready. His armor flares with light as he calls upon its spirit, preparing a fierce counterstrike. Akuma reacts instantly, dodging with terrifying speed. Before Hansu can even follow his movement, Akuma reappears behind him, and his punch connects with a thunderous crack. But Akuma's triumph is short-lived. Hansu twists midair, dodging even that crushing blow, and retaliates with a slash aimed directly at Akuma's face. The Phantoms stare stunned. Akuma's expression mirrors their shock. Hansu has not only survived, he's matched him blow for blow. Cooper's expression hardens. He can feel in his gut. This is no fight they can step into. The sheer speed and power radiating from both fighters make it clear they're completely out of their league. He exhales and mutters. Just like Hansu said, all we can do now is trust him. Meanwhile, Hansu sizes up Akuma carefully. The monster's faster than he expected, far faster. Even with part of the heavenly soldier armor summoned, he can barely keep up. Striking blindly would be pointless. He decides to hold the armor's full power back, saving it for the moment he's sure he can land a decisive blow. Instead, his mind shifts to his other weapons, the chain of Ekim and Cardhorn spear. Before Hansu can act, Akuma growls something incomprehensible. then suddenly speaks. His voice trembles with a strange desperation. Kill me, please. Hansu meets his gaze, cold and steady. All right, he replies simply. That's why I'm here. Akuma lunges forward in a frenzy, swinging with monstrous force. But his strike hits nothing. In the next instant, Hansu counters, his movement sharp, precise, merciless. The impact sends a shock wave through the ground. He follows up immediately, summoning glowing spheres of energy and hurling them toward Akuma. Each one detonates on contact. Akuma tries to retaliate, but Hansu already has both the chains and the spear in hand. The chains tighten in his grip, their energy pulsing. He feels a sense of relief. They're working. In a blur, Hansu charges, activating the chains mid-motion. They spring to life, whipping through the air before wrapping tightly around Akuma's body. The monster roars as the chains coil around him from all sides, locking him in place. Hansu knows it won't last long. The moment Akuma breaks free, everything will spiral out of control. He has to end this now. He raises Karghorn's spear, ready to strike the final blow, but then something strange happens. His arms refuse to move. What? His mind races. He can feel pressure pushing down on him, freezing him in place. His entire body locks up. Is this one of Akuma's skills? He wonders. But that's impossible. Akuma has no ability like this. Panic flickers in his chest. If not Akuma, then who? He turns his gaze slightly, scanning the battlefield. And then, he sees him. Behind the phantom group stands Miyamoto. His eyes are cold, burning with intensity, locked directly onto Hansu. Hansu's breath catches. Miyamoto? It's not an illusion. It's really him. And the realization hits Hansu like a blade through the chest. As he's still processing the shock, Akuma, still bound in chains, suddenly surges forward, his muscles bulging with power. He's coming straight for Hansu, ready to strike. After countless failed attempts, Akuma finally lands a blow. The impact echoes like thunder, and the chains binding him shatter instantly under his sheer strength. When the dust clears, Hansu is still standing, unharmed. But now, his thoughts race faster than ever. Everything begins to make sense. The unease he felt around Miyamoto, the strange interference during battle, the field of suppression surrounding Akuma. He recalls Miyamoto's obsession with maintaining Akuma's skill field, the weapon eater that devoured countless weapons, and the hidden debuff skill that had been aimed at him. It all clicks at once. Miyamoto isn't trying to stop Akuma. He's protecting him. Hansu's mind flashes back to something Iri's once said. She had described Miyamoto as a righteous man, someone who would always do the right thing. But looking at him now, Hansu can't help but doubt that. Righteous or not, Miyamoto doesn't seem like someone who'll be of any help this time. Before he can think any further, Akuma lunges forward again. His strike lands cleanly, sending Hansu staggering back. The impact rattles through his body. He steadies himself, but something feels off. Akuma's movements are sharper, faster. Or so it seems. As Akuma charges once more, Hansu barely manages to evade the attack. And that's when it hits him. Akuma isn't getting faster. He's the one getting slower. The realization sinks in like a weight. What follows is a brutal exchange, an all-out duel where both warriors throw everything they have into their strikes. Steel clashes against raw power, shockwaves tearing through the ground around them. Every swing, every step is a deadly gamble. But no matter how fierce their efforts, neither manages to land a decisive blow. From a distance, Miyamoto watches with a faint grin curling on his lips. He isn't just observing, he's enjoying the chaos. Then, with a subtle gesture, he activates his debuff skill once again. Hansu feels it instantly. The heaviness, the slowing of his limbs, the way his reactions dull. Frustration burns in his chest. He can't waste energy fighting two enemies at once, but Miyamoto's interference leaves him no choice. As Hansu tries to gather himself, Akuma roars and slams into him, sending him flying backward. He crashes hard into the ground, the impact cracking the earth beneath him. Hansu grits his teeth. The longer this fight drags on, the stronger Miyamoto's debuff becomes. He thinks briefly of Sophia, hoping she'll act before it's too late. Meanwhile, Sophia watches the battle unfold, her heart pounding. Hansu is clearly struggling. Just moments ago, he had been overwhelming Akuma, yet now he's barely holding his ground. Something is wrong, terribly wrong. And then she remembers. Hansu's warning from before, if I can't land a single clean hit and start getting pushed back, draw Akuma's attention, even for a moment. Her eyes widen. Without hesitation, she shouts toward Miyamoto, her voice sharp and desperate. Miyamoto, Hansu needs help right now. Miyamoto turns to her, calm and unbothered. You mean to say we should help him? He asks evenly. You know as well as I do that none of us can fight Akuma. If we charge in recklessly, we'll be nothing more than distractions. We'd only get in his way. He folds his arms, his tone steady. Hansu said to leave this to him, so that's what we'll do. Sophia clenches her fists, frustration boiling over. If we just stand here, he's going to die. And if Hansu falls, then we all fall. Every traveler in the red zone will be doomed. Her voice echoes through the chamber. She glares at Miyamoto. Are you seriously planning to just let him die? Before she can continue, Mariant Arc steps in, placing a hand on her shoulder. Sophia. Enough, he warns quietly. You've crossed the line. But Sophia refuses to back down. Miyamoto's expression hardens. I believe in Hansu, he says flatly. He told me himself. He can handle Akuma alone. Sophia's voice trembles with anger. Believe in him? This isn't belief, it's negligence. Miyamoto's gaze shifts toward the battlefield. Believe what you want, he says, his tone growing colder. But look for yourself. The situation isn't in his favor. The best thing we can do right now is not interfere. He pauses, then adds quietly. If Hansu falls, we'll seal Akuma again. That's our only option. Miyamoto turns to Sophia, his gaze calm but sharp. Then tell me, he says, do you have a better idea? Sophia freezes, words caught in her throat. For a moment, she can't answer. Then, she remembers. Hansu's warning. He had told her, be careful of Miyamoto. If something feels off during the fight, it'll be him. At the time, she hadn't wanted to believe it. Miyamoto had always seemed composed, rational, even honorable. But now, as she watches Hansu being pushed back again and again, his movements weighed down by something unseen, the pieces begin to fall into place. Miyamoto is interfering. Hansu had suspected this would happen. He wasn't entirely sure, but he'd been clear, if anyone would betray them, it would be Miyamoto. He had said Miyamoto was too obsessed with maintaining the seal, too unwilling to let go of the control it gave him. And now, Sophia sees it for herself. The realization hits like a strike to the heart. Miyamoto doesn't want Akuma destroyed. He wants Hansu dead. Off to the side, Miyamoto watches the battle unfold, scratching his chin with quiet amusement. To him, Akuma is a disaster incarnate, a calamity that must be contained, not erased. Hansu, in his mind, is the one who's wrong. Hansu only sees Akuma as an enemy to be killed. But Miyamoto? He sees potential. If we can maintain the seal, he thinks Akuma is nothing more than a beast in a cage, a weapon waiting to be used. He imagines the power he could wield. With Akuma under his control, ruling the red zone would be effortless. A faint smirk tugs at his lips. Hansu, in his eyes, is just another arrogant fool chasing a fantasy of heroism. And for that arrogance, Miyamoto decides Hansu deserves to drown in despair. As he looks back toward the fight, Hansu's blade flashes, finally finding an opening. But before the strike lands, Miyamoto's eyes narrow. Not yet. He activates his debuff again. Hansu's body stiffens mid-air, every movement dragging as if time itself turned against him. He grits his teeth, realizing too late what's happening. Akuma seizes the moment. With terrifying speed, his fist slams straight into Hansu's stomach. The impact cracks the ground beneath him, sending Hansu crashing down in a spray of blood. The force is brutal, enough to crush an ordinary man instantly. Miyamoto watches, confident the debuff had done its work. There's no way he can recover from that, he tells himself. But then, to his disbelief, Hansu moves, bruised, bleeding, gasping for air but still standing. Miyamoto's smugness falters, replaced by tension and disbelief. Impossible, he mutters under his breath, his jaw tightening. Hansu steadies himself, taking a series of deep, labored breaths. Each inhale feels heavier than the last, but he refuses to fall. Akuma snarls and charges again, his monstrous form blurring forward. Just as his fist is about to crash into Hansu, an icy shimmer flashes between them. A massive wall of frost erupts, stopping Akuma in his tracks. Akuma hesitates, confused, his blow frozen midair. Hansu glances up. Sophia. She stands behind the barrier, her spell still glowing in her hands. Miyamoto's voice erupts in fury. Sophia, what do you think you're doing? He roars. Didn't I tell you? Interference will only make this worse. Hansu has to fight Akuma alone. His anger echoes across the battlefield. Why aren't you listening to me? Sophia's expression turns cold, her voice steady but filled with contempt. I'm disappointed in you. Miyamoto, she says sharply. You talk about danger while standing behind others who are risking their lives for you. Her words cut through the air like a blade. The man out there, Hansu, is fighting to protect everyone in the red zone, including you. And what do? Nothing. You'd rather watch him die than take a single step forward. Miyamoto's eyes narrow, but Sophia doesn't stop. Her magic surges again, the frost beneath her feet spreading wider. For someone who calls himself righteous, she says quietly, you're the most cowardly of us all. Sophia's voice cuts through the chaos, sharp and unwavering. Do you not feel any shame, Miyamoto? The words strike deep. Miyamoto's jaw tightens, his composure cracks. For the first time, he seems shaken by her accusation. Before anyone can react further, Akuma lets out a furious roar. His rage turns toward the phantoms, the source of the interference. In a blur, he charges at them, his power shaking the ground beneath their feet. One of the witches sees the massive figure bearing down on them and panics. He's coming this way. He's coming straight for us, she screams. Sophia stands firm, raising her staff. Everyone get ready. Miyamoto, his face twisted with anger, turns on Sophia. You've doomed us all, he shouts. But before Akuma can reach them, Hansu's voice booms across the battlefield. Don't you dare turn your back on me. The air explodes with energy as Hansu appears behind Akuma, sword in hand. I'm your opponent. With a fierce swing, Hansu strikes. The blow lands clean, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. Akuma howls in pain, his massive form staggering forward. Sophia's breath catches. She's about to call out to Hansu when Akuma suddenly spins around, his claws snapping forward. In one brutal motion, he seizes Hansu by the head and hurls him across the chamber. Hansu crashes into the wall with bone-shaking force. The dust settles, but he's already standing again, completely unfazed. On the other side, Sophia begins chanting. Magic surges around her hands. Path of the Descent. A glowing circle forms beneath Hansu's feet. He feels the energy flood through his body. Sharp, focused, empowering. He grins. Nice one, he mutters. I'll take it from here. In a flash, he launches himself forward once more, sword in hand. But as he closes the distance, something strange catches his eye. Akuma's body is changing. Dozens of sharp, black horns begin sprouting across his form, twisting and elongating like living weapons. Within seconds, they launch outward, hundreds of them, shooting toward Hansu like a storm of missiles. The phantoms stare in disbelief. What is that? He can do that. Hansu doesn't retreat. His hands move with precision, conjuring spheres of light that explode midair, deflecting every incoming horn. The battlefield erupts into a storm of energy and smoke, but Hansu keeps pushing forward. As he charges through the chaos, he thrusts his arm back. Magic surges behind him as the chains of Ekim spring to life once more, reforged and regenerated. They lash out like serpents, wrapping tightly around Akuma, binding him in place. Hansu calls out, voice steady and cold. Just stay put for a moment. He grips his spear, its energy humming in his hands. I'll end this now. He throws it with full force. The spear cuts through the air like lightning and pierces Akuma's stomach, embedding deep into his body. Akuma screams, the sound echoing through the chamber. The phantoms watch in awe. He actually did it, one whispers. Hansu took him down, but not everyone shares their awe. Miyamoto's fists tighten. Rage burns his chest. If Hansu kills Akuma, everything, his plan, his control, will crumble. No, he thinks, I can't let that happen. He immediately releases his full arsenal of debuff skills, directing all of them toward Hansu at once. The air thickens, pulsing with oppressive energy. But Hansu doesn't falter. With one sweep of his arm, he counters every single effect. The magic dissipates before it even reaches him. Miyamoto's eyes widen in shock. Impossible, he whispers. Hansu turns his gaze toward him. His voice is calm, but laced with ice. Enough of your games, Miyamoto. I'll deal with you later. He lowers his sword slightly, his attention still locked on Akuma. For now, I've finished this. Miyamoto grits his teeth, fury boiling beneath the surface. But beneath that anger lies something else, something older. As he stares at Hansu, standing tall amidst the chaos, a memory flickers. He remembers Ares, standing proudly atop a mountain of monsters, radiant and unstoppable, as he and his men watched in silent awe. Back then, he had felt admiration, respect. Now, watching Hansu command the same overwhelming presence, he feels something different, something darker. Not awe, envy. Miyamoto gasps for air, body trembling under the weight of exhaustion. Every breath feels heavy. Before him stands a monstrous beast, its presence alone pressing down like a mountain. High above, eagles circle, their cries echoing in the tense silence. The creature lunges forward, claws slicing through the air with killing intent. Miyamoto's limbs refuse to move. He's too drained to dodge. He braces himself for the impact, teeth clenched. Then light, glowing circles spin to life around him, weaving into a radiant barrier just as the monster's strike lands. The force slams against the shield but doesn't break through. From within that brilliance, a figure steps forward, Ares. In one smooth motion, she parries the monster's next attack, her movements sharp and effortless. Raising her hand, another barrier blooms, locking the creature in place. Her voice cuts through the chaos, calm and steady. "You're safe now, Miyamoto. I'll handle this." That voice pulls him back, memories flashing like lightning. Of course, Ares, the sovereign of another realm, the one everyone in the red zone looked up to, revered almost like a god. He remembers it all, the admiration, the respect, and the bitterness. There was a time he'd cursed her name, blamed her for everything that went wrong. But seeing her now, unwavering, powerful, and serene, regret claws at him. Gratitude should have been what he felt all along. Miyamoto forces his shaky hands to move, gathering what strength he has left to pack his gear. But his mind is already spiraling, back to the secret he's carried alone, the hidden disaster. Akuma. He remembers the seal, the countless times he fed it bits of his power to keep it stable, deceiving everyone in the red zone. It was pride, fear, self-preservation dressed up as control. But now, it all feels hollow. And then, that name. Hanso. His jaw tightens. Heat burns in his chest. How could Hanso, that Hanso, have beaten him so easily? The memory hits like a punch. He'd attacked first, confident, reckless, a burst of blue energy aimed squarely at Hanso's back. But Hanso didn't even twitch. He just shifted a step, perfectly timed, like he'd seen it coming from miles away. Circles of light flickered beneath his feet. Runes or seals, whatever it wasn't fair. Now Miyamoto's staring at his own hand. Burned, trembling, the skin charred from the backlash of his own magic. Smoke still curls from the wound, and the pain bites deep. Around him, the onlookers say nothing, but their stares sting worse than the burn. Pity. He doesn't need it. He replays it again and again. Hanso's composure, his precision, his strength. Was he always this powerful? Or was he just holding back this entire time? Then, through the haze of smoke, Hanso appears again. Calm, collected, sword slung over his shoulder like he's just finished a warm-up, not a duel. Every nerve in Miyamoto's body snaps to attention. Instinct screams danger. He's already hurt, and Hanso never misses twice. As that sword starts to lift again, he knows this might be the end. But then something shifts. A strange clarity crashes through the fog in his head, sharp and sudden. Thoughts he didn't call for start flooding in, loud, tangled, uninvited. And in that chaos, he hears it. The voice of the blonde man, the one who always talked about seeing the bigger picture. Finish it. The voice slices through Miyamoto's thoughts. Cold, steady, merciless. Anyone who threatens the plan doesn't get second chances. No mercy. It's harsh, brutal, but it makes sense. Then another voice follows. Rough, worn, unmistakable. The blinded man. Same conviction, same message. Mercy just breeds weakness. Weakness leads to ruin. Miyamoto tightens his grip on his sword. The weight of their words digs deep. Maybe they're right. Maybe all that talk about compassion and restraint was just an illusion. Maybe Hanso isn't the villain here. Or maybe he is, but only because neither of them truly understands what's at stake. Hanso stands across from him, calm yet conflicted, blue light flickering faintly in his eyes. For a heartbeat, he looks almost lost, like he's asking himself the same question. Should he end this now? In Miyamoto, and the risk and the uncertainty? Or was there still something left worth sparing? The battlefield holds its breath. Neither man moves. Not yet, because right now, it's no longer just about strength. It's about choice and what comes after. Then, slowly, Hanso's eyes sharpen. The hesitation fades. That calm, focused light returns. Erie's voice breaks through the silence, gentle yet firm. Hanso, she says softly, the future depends on you. Hope depends on you. Even those lost to darkness can still be saved. But this choice, it's yours. Her words hang in the air like a fragile thread of faith. But before that hope can take root, the blond man cuts in, voice sharp as a blade. You're wrong, he snaps. Evil must be erased, not pitted. Mercy only gives it time to strike again. You don't save a viper, you crush it. Ares meets his words without flinching. And what if that viper could change? What if destruction isn't the only answer? Their opposing ideals clash, steel against steel. One preaches ruthless justice, the other defends redemption. Hanso stands caught between them, jaw tight, brow furrowed. He listens, silent, torn between what he's seen and what he still wants to believe. Then he moves, a blur of motion, too fast to follow. The hiss of a blade through air. A scream. Miyamoto stumbles back, eyes wide in disbelief. His arm hits the ground before he does. Blood spills fast, red against the dust. His scream tears through the silence, raw and guttural. Behind Hanso, his squad stands battle-worn, their armor smeared with dirt and blood. None of them speak. Hanso steps forward, sword still humming with power. His voice is steady but heavy. This is your last chance, Miyamoto. Stop this now, or keep walking the path that's already destroyed you. It's a warning, a mercy, wrapped in the chaos of war. But Miyamoto doesn't hear the mercy, only the insult. His face twists with fury, eyes burning through the pain. You think you're some kind of savior? He spits. You're just another monster. Blood drips from his shoulder as he calls out to his remaining comrades. Stand with me. Protect me. We'll finish him together. They hesitate. The air grows heavy. Hanso says nothing. His gaze doesn't waver. Then a voice cuts through, cold and sharp. Sophia. She steps forward, her expression unreadable, eyes locked on Miyamoto. A smirk tugs at her lips. Shut up, Miyamoto, she says flatly. We're not your shields. You did this to yourself. Miyamoto glares, furious. You dare. But Sophia doesn't even blink. She meets his anger head-on, steady and unflinching. And in that quiet standoff, something shifts. The battlefield, once full of noise and rage, now feels heavier than silence itself. Sophia's gaze sharpens. She looks at Miyamoto with open disdain. Enough with your delusions, she says coldly. We fought for the red zone, not for you. You betrayed us, Miyamoto. You lost the right to lead long ago. Her words hit harder than any weapon. One by one, the squad steps away from him, blades lowered, faces firm. Their silence says everything. They stand beside Sophia now. One of them finally speaks, voice steady and clear. We are the Phantoms. Our duty is to protect the red zone. Your actions go against everything we stand for. We can't follow you anymore. The betrayal hangs heavy in the air. Miyamoto staggers, clutching his wounded shoulder as blood seeps through his fingers. His breath comes ragged, then turns into laughter. It starts quiet, a low, broken sound, but grows louder, twisting into something unhinged. Protect the red zone? He scoffs. Go ahead. Try. But you'll fail. You'll all fail. His laughter echoes through the broken field, sharp and haunting, until it finally fades into a chilling silence. Hanso raises his hand, expression hard but calm. I already told you, Miyamoto. There's no point in continuing this. But something's off. The air changes. Hanso feels it, the subtle pulse of energy radiating from Miyamoto's body. His hand stills midair. That's not an attack. That's something else. Hanso's eyes narrow as he spots the faint glow building in Miyamoto's remaining hand. Strange, unstable, dangerous. And then it hits him. No, he murmurs under his breath. Miyamoto isn't attacking. He's feeding something. Before anyone can react, the ground quakes. The air thickens, vibrating with raw, oppressive energy. And then it happens. The earth splits open and Akuma rises. A shadow of nightmare and fury. Its form enormous, its power suffocating. The creature's presence alone makes the world around it tremble. Dust and darkness swirl like a storm as its roar tears through the battlefield. Miyamoto's energy spirals out of control, pouring into Akuma like fuel to a raging fire. The creature swells, its muscles convulsing beneath dark, shifting skin. Every pulse of energy makes it stronger, heavier, alive with a fury that feels ancient. Akuma towers over the Phantom team, its sheer size dwarfing everything in sight. Then, without warning, it swings its arm. A weapon, massive and jagged, tears through the air and crashes into the ground with a deafening boom. The earth splits open on impact, dirt and stone exploding outward. The Phantoms barely manage to dodge. Dust blinds them. The air feels heavier with every second, as if even breathing is a struggle. Akuma's red eyes gleam with malice as it lowers one grotesque, clawed hand to the dirt. Then comes a sound that makes everyone flinch, a wet, slithering hiss. A thick, slimy tongue, as wide as a tree trunk, slides out of its gaping jaws. The air fills with the nauseating sound of flesh dragging across earth. Some of the team recoil instinctively, hands rising to cover their faces. The creature's tongue lashes out, a blur of motion. It smashes into the ground with terrifying strength, shattering stone and soil in all directions. The force alone sends ripples through the battlefield, like miniature earthquakes. Then it moves again, faster. Akuma lunges, tearing deep gouges into the earth. The resulting explosion sends chunks of rock flying through the air. One of the girls throws up her arms just in time, shielding her face as the shockwave hurls dust and debris everywhere. The squad struggles to hold their footing. Fear grips the edges of their resolve, but training kicks in fast. They regroup, shouting over the roar of destruction. Watch the tongue. Keep your distance. Don't let it corner us. Their voices cut through the chaos, sharp and desperate. They know now. That monstrous tongue isn't just a weapon. It's death itself. Each strike splits the ground wider, shaking the land like a living nightmare. Cracks open beneath their feet. The world seems to break apart around them. And as Akuma towers above them, roaring unstoppable, the Phantoms realize the truth. This isn't just a monster. It's a force of nature, one born from Miyamoto's madness. Amid the chaos, Sophia's attention sharpens like a blade. Out of the corner of her eye, she spots Miyamoto, his body flickering with a faint shimmer of mana. He's preparing to vanish. Miyamoto's trying to escape, she yells, voice cutting through the roar of battle. The team reacts instantly, their focus splitting between the raging monster and the traitor who refuses to face his end. We have to stop him before he disappears, one of them shouts, sprinting toward the faint glow where Miyamoto's form is beginning to blur. Nearby, a black-haired girl hesitates. Her eyes flick from Akuma's monstrous frame to Miyamoto's fading outline. The decision claws at her. Chase the traitor or stand her ground against the beast. One wrong move, and everything could fall apart. Before that hesitation can spread, Hanso's voice cuts through the noise, firm and steady. Stay calm. I'll deal with Akuma. The rest of you, stop Miyamoto. The authority in his tone silences all doubt, except for one voice. You plan to take that thing on alone? A teammate calls out, disbelief heavy in their voice. Hanso doesn't even blink. His reply is quiet but sure. I'm prepared for this. At his command, the team splits, half racing toward Miyamoto, the rest forming up behind Hanso. Sophia remains beside him, unmoving. You should regroup with the others, Hanso tells her. But Sophia shakes her head. No, I'll stay. I want to see this through. If things get worse, I'll contact the team myself. Her voice is calm, but the air around her hums with tension. Her eyes lock onto Akuma, whose presence alone feels suffocating. The killing intent radiating from the creature is colder, sharper, heavier than before. Whatever Miyamoto did, it's amplified Akuma's strength beyond anything they've seen. For a brief moment, doubt flickers in her chest. Can Hanso really take down something like this? Before she can dwell on it, Hanso raises his hand. The sword lying beside him trembles, then rises slowly, floating in the air as if guided by an invisible force. The motion is silent, deliberate, almost ethereal. What are you doing? Sophia asks, her voice tight with concern. Hanso offers a small, reassuring smile. Don't worry, he says quietly. He lowers the sword gently, letting it rest at his feet. I don't need it anymore. Sophia blinks, startled. No weapon. Against that? But before she can question him further, the ground quakes beneath them. Akuma lets out a guttural roar and charges. Faster, heavier, wilder than before. Hanso steadies himself, watching as the creature's entire body glows with a sickening red hue. His sharp eyes catch the truth instantly. Regeneration magic. The buff didn't just make Akuma stronger, it made it nearly immortal. Every wound sealed as soon as it was made, every attack fueled by its own decaying life force. The impact comes like thunder. Akuma's strike sends Hanso crashing through the air, but he twists mid-flight, landing hard and rolling back to his feet in a smooth, practiced motion. Sophia watches in disbelief as Hanso closes the distance again. Unarmed, fearless. He steps up to the towering beast, lifts one hand, and rests it gently on its massive head. Akuma, he says softly. The air ripples. A crimson field bursts between them, pulsing with energy. For a moment, it's unclear whether it's an attack or something else entirely. Then a shift. Akuma freezes. The monstrous glow in its eyes flickers, then fades. Slowly, those wild, inhuman pupils roll back and reform, turning into human eyes, wide and uncertain. Gasps ripple through the group as Akuma's massive frame begins to shrink, the darkness peeling away like smoke. Muscles retract, scales fade, claws dissolve, until what stands before them is not a monster, but a boy. A young boy, barely more than a child. He looks up at Hanso, trembling, confusion painted across his face. His voice comes out small, fragile. Are you really Hanso? In that instant, Hanso understands. Akuma isn't a mindless creature born of rage and ruin. There's still a human soul buried beneath all that corruption. A boy, trapped inside the storm. Keeping his hand steady on the child's head, Hanso speaks softly. Do you remember your father? The boy blinks, the word catching in his throat. Father? His voice trembles. Faint flashes flicker behind his eyes, memories breaking through the fog. Soldiers, battlefields, a man with tired eyes and a heavy hand. A father who had loved him, though that love had been twisted by duty and war. Then pain floods in. The boy's face contorts as he clutches his head, screaming. Why did you punish me? What did I do wrong? Why did everything hurt so much? His cries pierce through the battlefield, raw and aching, the sound of a wound that never healed. Please, make it stop. Don't leave me alone again. Hanso closes his eyes. The agony in the boy's voice cuts deeper than any blade. But before he can respond, the boy's terror boils over. Don't come near me. Leave me alone. A burst of force erupts from him, throwing Hanso backward. He slams into the ground hard, dirt scattering around him as the boy's screams echo through the air. Lonely, desperate, fractured. As Hanso struggles to rise, a memory stirs, a voice from long ago. Takaran, the boy's father. I killed my son in pursuit of ideals I thought were righteous, and I've regretted it every day since. The weight of those words anchors in Hanso's chest. Before Akuma can lash out again, Sophia darts forward, slamming her palms together. A shimmering barrier bursts into existence, shielding them both. Hanso, watch out, she yells, her voice sharp with urgency. The air hums as Akuma unleashes another wave of energy, long, thread-like tendrils whipping through the air like blades. He's attacking from range now. Sophia shouts, reinforcing the barrier as sparks dance across its surface. Hanso pushes himself up, steadying his breath. He gives her a brief nod. I'm fine, he says, eyes fixed on the trembling boy. Ignoring his own pain, Hanso steps forward again. The red glow returns to his hand as he places it once more upon the boy's head. Listen to me, he says quietly, voice steady. Neither Akuma nor your father, Takaran, is at fault. The air ripples again, the red aura surrounding them both. Slowly, the monstrous energy begins to fade. The boy's breathing slows. The distortion in his form eases, human features flickering back through the chaos. Sophia lowers her guard, watching in stunned silence as Hanso kneels beside the child, his voice softening. You've suffered enough, Hanso whispers. You don't have to carry this pain any longer. The light brightens, warm, gentle, almost peaceful. Rest now, he says, closing his eyes. It's over. And for the first time, the battlefield falls silent. Hanso kneels beside the small boy, the fragile human soul that once bore the curse of Akuma. His voice is calm, steady, carrying a compassion that seems to quiet the very air around them. Neither you nor your father are to blame, he says gently, his hand resting on the boy's trembling shoulder. The child's eyes, wide and uncertain, search Hanso's face for something. Understanding, forgiveness, maybe both. Hanso continues, voice low but unwavering. You've carried this burden alone for far too long. It's time to let go of it and finally rest. For a moment, peace seems within reach. The boy exhales, shoulders easing, but then his body begins to tremble violently. The red glow around him flickers, darkens, twists. His skin ripples. His breathing quickens. Fear flashes across his face as his form starts to distort once again. No, he whispers. The monstrous features return, skin stretching, bones cracking as the curse forces its way back. Within seconds, the frail boy is gone, replaced by the nightmare that once was Akuma. The transformation finishes with a low, guttural roar. Akuma's massive hands claw at the ground, as if trying to tear himself free from his own body. His human eyes, still visible within that monstrous face, widen in terror. He sees himself, and it breaks him. What am I? He chokes out, voice trembling through the beast's throat. He stares at his reflection in a pool of dark water, the twisted, hulking form of a creature that once was human. His body shakes violently. His mind spirals into chaos. The boy trapped within Akuma's body screams, not from rage, but from despair. And Hanso, standing before him, realizes this fight is no longer about power. It's about saving what's left of his soul. The boy trembles, his breath uneven, but Hanso's calm presence grounds him. His voice is low, steady, a steady warmth amid the chaos. It's all right, Hanso says softly. The rage inside you, it's quiet now. Not gone, just asleep. The child's shaking begins to ease. His monstrous energy fades to a faint hum, like a beast breathing somewhere deep within his soul. A few steps away, Sophia watches with wide eyes. The scene before her is unlike anything she's witnessed. Not power, not dominance, but empathy. She can feel the faint connection forming between Hanso and the boy, something fragile yet profound. Hanso meets the child's gaze again. You should be able to move freely now, he murmurs. The boy lifts his head slowly, eyes glistening. For the first time, a flicker of hope stirs within them. Am I cured? He asks, voice barely a whisper. Hanso shakes his head, his tone gentle but firm. No, this isn't a cure. The rage will return, because it's part of who you are. What I've given you is only a moment of peace. The boy's lip trembles. Tears spill down his cheeks as he grips his chest. I don't want to be a monster again, he cries. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want them to hate me anymore. Hanso listens in silence for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he extends his hand. Then help me, he says. My plans have changed. I need your strength, and you need control. When that rage wakes again, I'll be there to guide it. But you have to trust me and follow my lead. The boy hesitates, uncertainty warring with fragile hope. After a long pause, he reaches out and clasps Hanso's hand. His grip is weak but steady. All right, he says, I'll trust you. Their hands tighten, a silent pact, born of faith and desperation. For the first time in a long while, the boy's eyes reflect purpose instead of pain. But before the moment can settle, the air ripples. A tiny shape bursts into view, wings fluttering, voice sharp and lively. This arrangement won't do, it says cheerfully, as though mocking the tension that hangs in the air. Both Hanso and the boy turn at once, startled. The small creature hovers between them, its glow flickering mischievously. My heart races every time I see you, Hanso, it declares. I've been waiting for this meeting. Sophia's eyes widen in recognition. That's the assistant fairy, she whispers. My assistant. The fairy's gaze softens, almost sentimental. Aren't you happy to see me again, Hanso? Hanso's reply is immediate, clipped and cold. Drop the act. What do you want? The fairy's grin widens, playful and cutting. Still as emotionless as ever. It teases. How dull. Then, with a sharp whistle, the air around them shifts. A pulse of magic surges outward, crackling across the field. In an instant, Akuma, the boy, collapses. The light in his body flickers out completely, leaving him motionless on the ground. His power is gone. Hanso freezes, shock flashing across his face. What did you do? The fairy folds its tiny arms, its tone now cool and detached. I made things simpler, it says. Kill him now. The command hangs heavy in the air, casual, but laced with malice. The creature drifts lazily, circling Hanso as it speaks. You fought well, Hanso. The desperation, the violence, it was exhilarating to watch. Its eyes gleam, almost entertained. But this ending, it shakes its head with a sigh. So boring. Why ain't it like this? Hanso's gaze hardens. Why did you interfere? He demands, voice low and edged with anger. The fairy pauses midair, meeting his glare, and for a heartbeat, the battlefield feels tense again, as though the world itself is waiting for the next move. The fairy's smirk deepens, its wings flickering with mischief as it hovers before Hanso. Bingo, it says smoothly. Every moment you've lived through, every fight, every pain, it was all arranged for my entertainment. And now, I've made it easy for you. Akuma is helpless. One strike and it's over. Its tone darkens, shedding its playful lilt for something colder, sharper. So will you do it? If you refuse, everything resets. The curse, the monster, the chaos. You remember the reward I promised you, don't you? Since you failed to destroy the disgorging root, your eligibility is gone. To prove its dominance, the fairy raises its hand. Tiny crystalline lights materialize and spin around them, glittering fragments that glow like fragile stars suspended in the air. Then, just as suddenly, they fade into nothingness. See, the fairy says softly, ephemeral like promises. With a wave, it conjures a single, shimmering sigil that pulses faintly between them. Kill Akuma now, it commands. Do that, and the reward tied to the root's destruction is yours. The world falls silent. Hanso doesn't answer. His fist tightens at his side as his gaze shifts to the broken figure lying before him. Akuma, the boy, stirs weakly, eyes glistening with fear and heartbreak. Is it really that simple for you? The boy asks, voice trembling. He drags himself forward, blood and tears streaking his face, until his hand grips the hem of Hanso's coat. I understand what you have to do, he whispers. I'm used to it. Being abandoned, being unwanted. Maybe no one ever cared if I lived or died. The words hang heavy in the air, raw, honest, final. Sophia watches from behind, her expression clouded with sorrow. Her mouth opens slightly, as if to speak, but no words come. The silence between them stretches thin, fragile as glass, ready to break. Then Hanso moves. He steps closer, slow and deliberate. Kneeling beside the boy, he leans down and whispers a single word into his ear. Shame. The name hangs in the air like a whisper from another lifetime. The boy freezes, eyes wide with shock. How do you know that? He stammers. Hanso's voice drops lower, barely audible, but heavy with something that makes the boy's eyes tremble with disbelief. Whatever Hanso says next, it cuts deep, unraveling the last of the boy's resistance. And then, with one swift, decisive motion, Hanso ends it. The sound is soft, almost merciful. The boy exhales, eyes fluttering shut as the last trace of life leaves him. His body falls still. Sophia's heart sinks. Her fists clench at her sides. The fairy bursts into delighted applause, spinning in midair with glee. Wonderful. Absolutely perfect, it cheers. The despair, the hesitation, what a performance. Truly a fitting end. But Hanso doesn't move. There's no victory in his eyes. Instead, he lowers himself beside the boy's body and gently lifts him into his arms. Cradling the still form against his chest, he murmurs quietly, a promise meant for no one else to hear. I will wait, he says softly. I'll wait until the end. The air shimmers. All around them, radiant red crystals begin to rise from the ground, luminous, pulsing with impossible beauty. Their light reflects in Hanso's eyes as they multiply, forming a breathtaking field of crimson brilliance. The fairy, momentarily awed, lets out a quiet gasp. Such magnificence, it breathes. Now, that is a reward. A perfect climax to our story. Hanso ignores its gloating, scanning the crystals with focused precision. Amid the sea of red, something catches his attention. A faint flicker of black at the center of the glow. A stone, small, unassuming, yet somehow more significant than all the rest. The fairy tilts its head, curiosity flickering in its eyes. That's it? That's all you're after? Without hesitation, Hanso steps forward, reaches through the light, and closes his hand around the black stone. A faint chime echoes in the air, the system's response. Item acquired. Fragment of memories. Hanso looks down at the object, his expression unreadable. That's all I need, he says quietly. The fairy blinks, watching him with intrigue. its smirk fading for the first time. And in that moment, amidst the glow of the dying battlefield, the true weight of Hanso's resolve begins to surface, something far beyond the fairy's comprehension. The silence that followed was heavy, but Hanso's composure never wavered. Even with the weight of his decision pressing down on him, his face remained calm, unreadable. Behind him, Sophia stood quietly, her eyes fixed on him with unspoken worry. Above them, the assistant fairy floated lazily among the drifting red crystals, their glow reflecting in his mischievous gaze. "Everything all right down there?" the fairy called out, his tone light but cutting through the stillness. Hanso turned slightly, voice even. "It is," he replied. "Everything went according to plan, even if the details weren't what I expected." He stepped forward, scanning the crimson-lit landscape. The goal was close now. His movements were confident, precise, as though he already knew what lay ahead. With a small hand motion, he signaled the others to follow. "We'll move soon," he said, "but not yet. There's something we need to wait for." The fairy tilted its head, saying nothing for a moment, only watching him with curious amusement. Sophia noticed the change, the way the fairy's gaze lingered on Hanso, studying him too intently, as if trying to peel back his calm to see what lay beneath. Her concern deepened, but she stayed silent. The fairy finally broke into a sly grin, his small teeth flashing. "Still keeping secrets, I see," he said playfully. Hanso didn't respond. His thoughts were elsewhere, drifting through the echoes of his past decisions, the lives they'd changed, the memories that refused to fade. There was no turning back, only forward. "You're not even a little worried about what comes next?" the fairy asked, his tone now laced with mock curiosity. Hanso didn't look up. "There's no need to worry," he said flatly. The fairy hovered closer, eyes narrowing. "Really? Even after everything you've seen?" That was enough. Hanso stopped walking. Slowly, he turned his head toward the floating creature, his expression hardening. "I'll show you something interesting soon," he said coldly. "Until then, keep your curiosity in check." The fairy chuckled, folding its tiny arms, amused. "I'll be waiting," it said, grin widening. "Try not to disappoint me." Ignoring the taunt, Hanso advanced toward the relic site ahead. The air was thick with mana, the ground littered with the remains of ancient battles, shattered weapons, fractured armor, and rusted chains that still pulsed faintly with energy. This was it, the last piece. As he stepped into the clearing, the red crystals around him shimmered in response to his presence, humming softly. He raised his hand, focusing his energy. The relics began to rise. Slowly, gracefully, one by one, they floated upward, drawn toward him by sheer will. Then, on the back of his hand, a symbol began to glow, sharp and intricate, pulsing with power. Sophia's breath caught. "That mark," she whispered. It was unlike any she had seen before, ancient, commanding. An administrator's seal. The memories hit Hanso instantly. Flashes of authority, control, and command from another time. The privileges he'd once held. The access he'd lost. But the light pulsed again, and a voice echoed in his mind. Mechanical, distant, cold. Temporary administrator rights granted. Full access restricted to native citizens of Alphanium. Hanso exhaled, his lips curling into a faint, knowing smile. "So, just a taste of what I had," he murmured. "Fair enough. Temporary or not, it was power, enough to move forward. Enough to face what came next." He gathered the relics close, their light reflecting across his face. His mind was already elsewhere, across continents, across battlefields, envisioning the enemies waiting in the shadows. They were powerful, merciless, but so was he. Then a sharp buzz cut through the air. Sophia's communicator blinked with an incoming message. She glanced down, reading quickly, and her eyes widened. "Hanso," she said urgently. "The Phantoms just sent word. They found him." Hanso turned toward her. "Miyamoto." She nodded. They caught up to him. "He's alive." The team's holding position, waiting for orders. The light from the crystals danced across Hanso's face as his expression hardened. "Then we move," he said quietly. The air around him began to hum again. Not from the relics this time, but from something deeper. Determination. Focus. And as Hanso stepped forward, the red crystals flared brighter, as if answering his resolve. The next chapter of the hunt had already begun. Hanso didn't answer right away. He pressed a finger to his chin, eyes narrowing in quiet thought. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, deliberate, and heavy with purpose. "There's something we need to deal with first," he said, "before we join the others." Sophia frowned. What could possibly be more urgent than this? Hanso leaned closer and whispered his plan. Sophia's confusion turned to disbelief, then to understanding as the pieces fell into place. What had sounded reckless at first now felt like strategy, sharp, precise, and dangerous in its brilliance. Her hesitation melted into resolve. All right, she said, her tone steady. Let's do it. The scene shifted. A dense forest. Still, shadowed. The air carried the weight of tension. There, on his knees, Miyamoto faced a ring of phantom operatives. His clothes were torn, his voice trembling as he tried to steady his breathing. I wasn't myself, he pleaded. I made mistakes, terrible ones. I'm not asking for mercy. I just want a chance to make things right. His words hung heavy in the quiet clearing. The sincerity in his voice cracked through the hostility that surrounded him. One of the phantoms, a black-haired girl, hesitated. Her grip on her weapon loosened, sympathy softening her hardened stare. But before she could speak, another phantom stepped forward, eyes sharp and wary. Don't fall for it, he warned. He's lied before. He knows how to play us. The girl's gaze flicked between them, doubt clouding her eyes. Finally, she exhaled. Maybe we should let Hanso decide, she said quietly. But she never finished her sentence. Her body jerked violently, a wet cough breaking from her throat as blood splattered across the ground. What the? Panic erupted. She's been hit, someone shouted. But the truth came too late. A surge of dark purple light exploded from Miyamoto's body, twisting the air around him. The ground split. Energy roared outward in a shockwave that threw the phantoms back and froze them in place. Something's wrong, another cried, trying to move, but their limbs wouldn't obey. The trees shuddered violently. The forest itself seemed to groan under the weight of the energy tearing through it. Then, through the chaos, Miyamoto's voice echoed, desperate, broken, defiant. If I must survive alone, then so be it, he screamed. Even if I lose everything, I will not die. The blast consumed the clearing, red crystals scattering through the air like shattered embers. And then, in an instant, Miyamoto was gone, swallowed by the smoke and dust. Far across the red zone, war had already begun. The phantoms fought a losing battle against an endless wave of monstrous creatures. The air burned with fire and steel. The ground trembled with every strike. Flames licked at the ruins, turning the sky into a haze of red and black. A phantom crouched behind a crumbling wall, armor cracked, voice hoarse from shouting orders. Where's Hanso? He yelled over the chaos. What in the world is he doing right now? The question hung unanswered until the sky began to change. Blue light flickered in the clouds, faint at first, then brightening like dawn breaking through storm. From above, hundreds of glowing birds descended, each one radiating a soft, ethereal light. Blue feathers shimmered as they cut through the smoke, gliding gracefully to the ground. The soldiers looked up, stunned. What is that? Someone whispered. The birds landed gently beside the weary fighters. As their wings opened, they released scrolls tied with golden seals. One by one, the phantoms took them, hands trembling, hearts pounding. Each message was brief, handwritten with unmistakable precision. Stay together. You are stronger than you know. This battle is not the end. The words rippled through the ranks like wind through flame. Heads lifted. Battered soldiers found their footing again. Weapons raised. A spark, small but unstoppable, ignited across the battlefield. They weren't finished yet. And then, in the corner of their vision, a faint shimmer appeared in the air, the system's voice cutting cleanly through the din of war. Golden Pigeon, deployment complete. Priority message delivered. The message faded, but the courage it sparked remained, burning brighter than the fires of the war itself. Somewhere beyond the front lines, Hanso's plan had already taken root. And this was only the beginning. Among the phantoms, the black-haired girl from before held her golden scroll close. She untied the seal and unfolded it carefully, eyes scanning the words etched across the delicate paper. A faint smile curved her lips, not one of joy, but of understanding, of acceptance. Her grip on her weapon tightened. Elsewhere, a young phantom boy read the same message beneath the glow of the burning sky. The reflection of fire danced in his eyes as he murmured under his breath. So that's the plan. He closed the scroll gently, exhaling a quiet sigh. All right then. His gaze lifted toward the horizon, the battlefield stretching endlessly before him. red smoke curling upward into the blood-colored dusk. "For now," he whispered, "I'll stay quiet." And with that, he stepped back into the shadows, disappearing as the world around him burned. The forest was still, thick with silence, heavy with death. Sophia stood motionless beneath the canopy, her breath shallow, her hands trembling. The weight of loss pressed against her chest, suffocating. Around her lay the bodies of her fallen comrades, the phantoms who had fought beside her through every storm. Now they were silent, cold, each familiar face, each still form on the forest floor, carved deeper into her heart. The scent of iron filled the air. Sophia's voice broke the silence like glass shattering. How could everyone be dead?" Her words wavered, fragile and cracked by grief. Her gaze darted through the wreckage of the clearing. "Miyamoto," she cried out, desperation tearing through her throat. "Where are you?" Her voice echoed through the trees, unanswered. Behind her, Hanso stood still, his expression unreadable. His eyes surveyed the scene with a quiet, detached sorrow. When he spoke, his tone was calm, measured. "We should give up on Miyamoto." Sophia spun around, disbelief flashing across her tear-streaked face. "Give up? What do you mean, give up?" Her voice trembled, anger and grief colliding in her chest. She wanted to fight his words, to reject them, but the devastation around her stole the strength from her voice. The silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken pain. When Hanso finally spoke again, his tone carried neither coldness nor pity, only steady resolve. "Don't lose sight of the mission," he said quietly. "We've faced darker paths before. This isn't the end." Sophia's breath hitched. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then finally, her expression softened. The ache in her chest didn't fade, but she swallowed it down, forcing herself to steady. "What's the next step?" she asked softly. Hanso's reply came without hesitation. "We return to the central point. Reinforcements are waiting. The Phantom's task is complete." Sophia nodded weakly, wiping the tears from her face. The weight in her heart remained, but purpose began to fill the cracks. Farther along the forest's edge, chaos reigned. Another squad fought desperately against a churning swarm of locust-like creatures. Their wings filled the air with a deafening hum, blotting out the light above. The team struggled to keep formation, blades flashing amid the storm of wings and teeth. A blonde girl shouted over the chaos, fear tightening her voice. "We can't stay here any longer." Beside her, a black-haired boy stood his ground, his expression calm despite the madness around them. "We have no choice," he said firmly. "I promised Hanso we'd meet him here." His eyes hardened as he raised his weapon once more. "And I keep my promises." Frustration burned in the blonde girl's eyes as she threw her hands up, her patience finally cracking. "I'm starting to get fed up with Hanso and all this madness," she snapped, her tone edged with exhaustion and resentment. The tension in the group thickened instantly. Every breath, every step seemed heavier, the weight of uncertainty pressing hard against already frayed nerves. A few paces away, Yinchi's sharp ears caught low whispers from her teammates, soft, poisonous gossip that carried her name. Her jaw tightened. "Stop wasting time with rumors," she barked, voice cutting clean through the murmurs. "Focus on finding your partners." The group fell silent, startled by her sudden anger. But Unchai wasn't done. Her fury shifted, laser-focused on one person. "This chaos is your fault, Sang-jin," she hissed. Sang-jin blinked, taken aback. "My fault?" he asked quietly, confusion flickering across his face. "What are you talking about?" But Unchai didn't answer. She was too angry, too caught up in the storm building inside her. Before the argument could spiral further, a small voice broke through the tension. A young girl, trembling, stepped forward from the back of the group. "The locusts," she whispered. "They've surrounded us." The words froze everyone where they stood. In the next second, the forest erupted. A deafening hum filled the air as the swarm descended. Countless locusts blotting out the light above, enclosing the team in a shifting, living wall. Weapons snapped up, breath quickened. The air thickened with panic. Sang-jin's instincts kicked in. He gripped his weapon tight, feet sliding in a stance as his muscles coiled for the fight. And then, from the shadows ahead, came a voice. Calm, confident. "Stand down." The swarm split in an instant as a figure stepped forward, his presence cutting through the chaos like a blade. Hanso. His sword gleamed under the fractured sunlight, filtering through the canopy. A dark tattoo burned on his hand, its pattern intricate, pulsing faintly with power. He didn't hesitate. One smooth, fluid motion, and the world seemed to pause. His blade swept outward, and in a single strike, the swarm parted, shredded into silence. The phantoms could only stare, stunned at the effortless precision of the attack. Hanso lowered his sword, turning slightly to Sang-jin. A faint smile touched his lips. "How have you been?" Sang-jin froze. Then his face lit up with recognition, a spark of relief breaking through the tension. "I'm doing completely fine," he said, smiling brightly. His tone carried warmth, the unmistakable familiarity of two comrades who'd survived more than most could imagine. Then, catching sight of Sophia standing quietly behind Hanso, Sang-jin called out, his voice lighter, almost joyful. "Sophia." Her expression softened, a flicker of relief amid the lingering sorrow. For the briefest moment, the chaos around them seemed to fade. Sang-jin stepped closer, placing his hand over his chest in a gesture of sincerity. "I'm ready to help," he said. "Use me however you need." Hanso glanced sideways at him, smirking faintly. "That's a good mindset," he replied. "Keep it that way. You'll need it." Their brief exchange was interrupted by a presence nearby, one that drew every gaze without effort. Monarch Lee. He stood a short distance away, his red eyes glowing faintly beneath the shifting light. The air around him seemed heavier, charged with quiet menace. Even Hanso felt it, a stirring unease he hadn't known in years. The memory of Lee ran deep, and the thought of his return hinted at a confrontation that might be unavoidable. But before that thought could take root, a small cry broke through the air. A young girl had collapsed to the ground, her body trembling. Monarch Lee was at her side in an instant, his voice softer than anyone expected. "Are you hurt?" The girl smiled faintly, shaking her head. "I'm fine, Dad." Her voice was weak, but steady. Hanso watched them quietly, eyes narrowing, but saying nothing. It wasn't the moment to intervene. Lee rose to his feet again, his expression composed, a faint smirk tugging at his lips as he approached Hanso. "So," he said lightly, "you're the one Hanso won't stop talking about." Hanso met his gaze, unreadable, a flash of memory, a conversation, a mention of his sister. He didn't answer the tease. He simply tilted his head and replied coolly in English. "No." The single word hung in the air, sharp as the edge of his blade. An answer, a rejection, and a warning all at once. The forest fell silent again, the last remnants of the locusts scattering into the wind. Whatever was coming next, this was only the calm before it. Hanso's eyes swept across the group. Faces he knew, faces that once felt distant but now stood before him again, alive with questions and fear. Every one of them carried the same expression, uncertainty wrapped in exhaustion. He turned toward Monarch Lee, meeting his gaze directly. "What exactly do you want from me?" Lee said nothing. He simply stood there, eyes glinting faintly, a faint smirk curling at the edges of his lips. The silence stretched, heavy and deliberate. When no answer came, Hanso filled it himself. Behind them, a mountain loomed, its slopes crawling with serpentine shapes, each one coiling and twisting over the other in endless motion. Their scales shimmered faintly beneath the dim light. "We're dedicating an Ouroboros," Hanso said simply. The words landed like thunder. The group froze, stunned. Confusion and disbelief rippled through them like a shockwave. Then came the breaking point. "Are you serious?" A furious shout tore through the silence. A female team member stormed forward, fury blazing in her eyes. She raised her middle finger at Hanso without hesitation. "You're a buster, Hanso," she spat. "Always keeping secrets, always playing God. You think you could just hide your plans while the rest of us lose our minds?" The outburst cracked the group's fragile composure. Another teammate stepped forward quickly, voice calm and even, trying to defuse the storm. "The plan sounds perfect," he said carefully. "We'll do our best to live up to Hanso's expectations." But the woman wasn't buying it. She slammed her fist into the ground, dirt scattering. "Perfect? You've got to be kidding me," she muttered bitterly. "You're all acting like a bunch of fools. Someone here's a useless sack, and we all know it." Murmurs broke out. Voices rose. Arguments sparked like dry leaves catching fire. "You're out of your mind. This isn't what we signed up for. You think he even cares what happens to us?" The chaos spread fast, words turning sharp, tempers boiling over. Through it all, Sophia stood quietly at the edge of the storm. Her expression was controlled, but her eyes betrayed the worry she carried. She could feel the cracks forming, the fear that unity might be slipping through their fingers. A voice near her whispered bitterly, just loud enough to hear. They make decisions like they own everyone. No care for anyone else's feelings. That was enough for Sophia to step forward. And so, she said, her voice calm but edged with concern. Do you really think everything will be all right with the team like this? Hanso's gaze drifted slowly over the group. The shouting, the distrust, the exhaustion. But in that chaos, he saw something else too. Flashes of the old phantoms. The same tempers, the same doubts, the same will to fight no matter what. His expression softened just slightly. Don't worry, he said quietly. Everything will be fine. His calm cut through the noise like a ripple across still water. The group hesitated, some glancing toward him uncertainly. And then, from within the crowd, someone stepped forward. A young woman, her eyes sharp, steady, cutting through the tension like glass. Hanso's breath caught, just for a moment. Recognition flickered in his eyes. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, composed and deliberate, before speaking softly, her voice both warm and challenging. Hanso. The sound of his name from her lips seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have. Sunlight filtered gently through the thick canopy above, painting the forest floor in patterns of gold and shadow. The air was damp, the scent of moss and soil heavy and alive. The young woman moved through the undergrowth with effortless grace. Her steps were light, her expression unreadable, calm, confident, and almost too relaxed for a place that reeked of danger. Ahead, Songjin's group stood waiting. The faint crunch of leaves under her feet caught Songjin's attention. He turned, and when his eyes met hers, an awkward laugh escaped before he could stop it. His smile was nervous, but genuine. She was striking, and it showed in the way his eyes lingered a moment too long. A quiet tension filled the space between them, the kind that came from recognition or something close to it. Not far away, Hanso stood beside Sophia, watching silently. His gaze flicked between the woman and the forest beyond her, calculating, unreadable. Sophia said nothing. Her expression was neutral, but her eyes betrayed quiet curiosity as she studied the newcomer. Her movements, her poise, the calm confidence that seemed to draw everyone's attention without effort. And though no one spoke it aloud, the air between all of them shifted. Something had changed. Hanso finally steps back, retreating beneath the shade of a nearby tree. As his back meets the rough bark, a long, weary breath escapes him. His thoughts drift to the mission still ahead. The trailer must be found. Without it, the Ouroboros will never be complete. The pressure weighs heavy. Doubt creeps in. Can he really pull this off? Can he truly lead them? Far away from the quiet forest, deep within a sealed chamber, a man stands before a glowing orb. The swirling light dances across the walls, revealing the shock etched into his face. His breathing quickens as he stares, disbelief tightening his throat. Administrator privileges? For Hanso, that outsider isn't even from Elvenham. His voice shakes with fury. His hand curls into a trembling fist. Hanso shouldn't have survived the succession of the heavenly soldier armor. No one ever has. And yet, not only did he survive, he gathered 5 members. That alone makes him an administrator, a title the man refuses to share. His jaw tightens. The orb flares brighter as his gaze locks on a Hanso's region. He's nothing like me, he snarls. He's just an insect. A low, bitter laugh escapes him before it twists into silence. His hand covers his mouth, muffling what might have been a scream. Only one eye remains visible, cold, unblinking, and burning with rage that cuts through the distance between them. Meanwhile, in a distant village, panic spreads like wildfire. Dark clouds of parasitic locusts descend from the sky, devouring everything in their path. Screams echo through narrow streets as villagers run for their lives. Amid the chaos, one man lifts his spear high and shouts, "Hold the line. If we fall here, it's over." Behind a crumbled wall, a black-haired man crouches low, breath unsteady, sweat streaking down his temple. His instincts scream at him to run. This is Commander Lee, and he has no plans to die today. The clan headquarters is practically empty. Staying to fight would be suicide. As he slips away through the shadows, a voice cuts through the noise. Commander Lee. He freezes. Every muscle locks. Slowly, he turns, and find himself staring into the eyes of a man who sees straight through him. Lee stammers, I was just going to the bathroom. The man's expression doesn't change. No time. We've got a crisis. Move. Inside a nearby building, the air is thick with tension. Miyamoto lies on a stretcher, bruised, bloodied, barely clinging to consciousness. Medics rush around him, doing everything they can. The moment Lee steps inside, he straightens, giving a stiff nod. Sir. Miyamoto's head tilts slightly, eyes meeting Lee's. That gaze, cold, deliberate, sends a chill down Lee's spine. The entire room feels heavier, colder. Then Miyamoto speaks, voice sharp and cutting through the silence like a blade. Who did this to me? Lee takes a slow step back, forcing himself to breathe. But before a single word can escape, Miyamoto's voice cuts through the air like thunder. Everyone, out. The medics hesitate. One tries to protest. I said out. Miyamoto roars. Silence. Within seconds, the room empties. The door slams shut, leaving only the two of them. The silence that follows hums with pressure, like a storm about to break. Then, without warning, Miyamoto lunges forward and seizes Lee's hand in a crushing grip. His strength sends a jolt through Lee's arm. Look at me, Lee. Their eyes lock. A chill runs down Lee's spine. Miyamoto's voice is low, but every word drips with venom. This is all Hanso's doing. That bastard. I'll never forgive him. Lee stands frozen, words caught in his throat. When he finally speaks, his tone is quiet, but steady. If you've still got the strength to hate him, then I already know. I've lost. You've surpassed me. For a moment, Miyamoto's expression softens. He lets go of Lee's hand and rests it gently on his shoulder. It's fine, he says. I'll tell you where the secret armory is. Lee nods, his jaw tightening. Something cold settles deep inside him, hardening like ice. I'll take Hanso down, he says. But once it's over, I'm coming for you. Back in the forest, Hanso moves like a blur between the trees, his sword carving through waves of locusts. Each strike lands clean, deliberate, precise. His arms ache, the hilt slick with blood, but he doesn't falter. Just a bit farther, he mutters. Behind a nearby trunk, Unchai crouches, breath quick and shallow. Unchai, Hanso calls out. We move. Miyamoto won't wait. She's already up before he finishes, nodding sharply. Not far away, a young girl fires arrows in relentless rhythm, each shot hitting its mark. Sophia stands beside Monarch Lee and his daughter, summoning a radiant barrier that flares against the swarm above. The light hums, keeping the creatures at bay. Sangjin, half hidden behind a gnarled tree, swings his blade wildly. I'm at my limit, he gasps, nearly losing his grip as another locust dives. Beside him, the archer exhales shakily. Same. I can't keep this up. Unchai steps out, eyes darting to Hanso. We can't hold this much longer. Hanso glances over the battlefield, his team exhausted, outnumbered. His decision comes fast. We're pulling out. Yinchi's voice cracks with frustration. We're strong, but this is the red zone. Stay here, and we die. Her words hit him like a blade. His fists tighten, jaw locking. She lowers her gaze, voice trembling now. I'm not like you, Hanso. I don't care about glory. I don't want war. I just want to live. Her eyes glisten. Every day, I think about what it takes to survive. But if nothing changes, I know how this ends. Sangjin suddenly snaps. Then just follow Hanso. He's giving you a way out. Unchai whirls and punches him square across the face. The sound echoes. Sangjin stumbles back, stunned. Shut up, Sangjin. You never know when to stop talking. Their shouting fills the forest, raw and furious. Sophia watches quietly from the side, shaking her head as another sigh slips past her lips. Sangjin never learns unless someone knocks it into him. Sophia mutters under her breath. The argument dies down, replaced by uneasy silence. The group stands scattered among the trees, the sound of distant locusts fading into the background. Sophia glances toward the young archer. There's something different about her. Steady stance, sharp focus. The girl radiates quiet resolve, a survivor's instinct. She steps forward, eyes locking on Hanso. We move, she says firmly. Whoever wants to follow, then. But Hanso shakes his head, stepping into view. His gaze sweeps across the group. No, he says evenly. We go together. I trust you. So trust me now. For a moment, no one moves. Even the forest seems to still. Then slowly, one by one, they nod and fall in line behind him. Dust swirls faintly around their boots as the group forms a loose semicircle. Hanso stands before them, calm but resolute. His posture is relaxed, yet there's an unspoken weight in the way he holds himself. You all have reasons to doubt me, he begins. His voice isn't loud, but every word carries, clear and grounded. But if you want to survive, if you want anyone else to survive, then I'm asking you to follow me. Unchai crosses her arms, eyes narrowing. Frustration burns beneath her calm exterior. Why should we follow someone like you? She challenges. You're strong enough to survive alone. Why drag weaker people down with you? Hanso meets her glare without hesitation. The silence stretches before he finally answers, quiet, deliberate, because saving lives matters more than surviving alone. The words hang heavy in the air. Even the wind seems to pause. He continues, voice steady as he recounts the battles he's fought, the losses he's endured, the pain that almost consumed him. Yet through it all, he survived. And now, he refuses to walk that path alone. I've seen enough death, Hanso says. If I have the strength to save even one person from it, why wouldn't I use it? Unchai scoffs, folding her arms tighter. So what? We are lifeguards now. Hanso glances over the group, his tone calm, unwavering. Yes, he says simply. That's exactly it. If we move together, we save dozens. Maybe even ourselves. The sincerity in his voice catches her off guard. For a brief second, the anger in her eyes flickers, replaced by uncertainty. Hanso turns, his back straight as he starts forward. Nothing comes without cost, he says over his shoulder. I'll make you stronger. But if you want to leave, Unchai, I won't stop you. I respect your choice. Just know this. If you walk this road with me to the end, you won't regret it. He moves ahead, the forest parting before him. The others watch in silence. Sophia and the young archer exchange a glance, both following his retreating figure with quiet admiration. Unchai lingers behind, fists clenched, thoughts swirling. Slowly, a faint smile tugs at her lips. Oomph, she murmurs to herself. We'll see about that. That guy must be insane, Unchai mutters under her breath. Completely out of his mind, but somehow it's kind of admirable. Sophia's gaze follows Hanso as he moves ahead. Her brows knit together, thoughts turning over behind her eyes. He's different, she murmurs. The Hanso I knew before, he wouldn't have said those things. A voice cuts in from the side, dripping with suspicion. Or maybe he's not the same Hanso at all. Sophia spins toward the speaker, unimpressed. Relax, stripping man, she snaps, her tone dry and mocking. The jab earns a short laugh from Mahi, standing beside Sangjin. Sophia turns toward her, curious. Were you one of Hanso's comrades back in the tutorial? Mahi thinks for a moment before answering. Not exactly comrades, she says. More like classmates. We crossed paths during the tutorial, but went our separate ways after. Sophia tilts her head, studying her. And now, after everything you've gone through together in the red zone, would you call yourself his comrade? Mahi's gaze drifts toward Hanso's back as he leads the group forward. Her expression softens, but her answer is careful. It's more of a working relationship, she says quietly. Hanso's the type who stand apart. Reliable, yes, but distant. For a brief moment, the two women share a silent understanding. Both know what it's like to walk beside a man like that. Someone who carries everything alone. Mahi exhales softly. Miss Sophia, she begins, her voice gentler now. Can I tell you something about Hanso's past? Sophia doesn't interrupt. Mahi's tone shifts, half reflection, half confession. Hanso's the kind who charges forward no matter what's waiting for him. It's not bravery. It's something else. Determination. He faces what most of us would run from. Her voice grows quieter. He sees something we don't. A vision that pushes him onward. That's why he's hard to understand. He invites people to follow, but never lets them get too close. The silence follows, heavy and thoughtful. Mahi lowers her eyes. I can't follow him completely. Not when his strength is so far beyond mine. Sophia doesn't respond right away. The words hang between them, weighted by truth. Both women understand now. Hanso's strength isn't just power, it's solitude. Mahi glances at him again. Her expression softens further, and a faint smile tugs at her lips. Maybe, she says quietly, I'm starting to understand him a little better. Just then, Hanso halts. He raises one hand, signaling for silence. The group gathers around as he kneels and presses his ring, Narmaha's ring, against the ground. A low hum reverberates beneath their feet. Then the earth begins to quake. Massive red monoliths burst upward, tearing through soil and stone. The vibration deepens, echoing through the forest like a heartbeat. A metallic voice rings out. Authority destruction initiated. A roar follows, earth splitting open into a gaping void. The air surges violently, pulling at clothes and hair as the group shields their faces from the storm of dust. Sophia squints through the haze, eyes wide. What did he just do? The wind howls, carrying the sound of the abyss below, deep, endless, and alive. Sophia narrows her eyes, the wind from the crater whipping her hair across her face. There's something deeper here, something Hanso hasn't said. What is this really about? She asks quietly. Hanso steps closer to the edge of the massive pit, his gaze fixed on the shadows below. Do you understand now? He says, voice steady. He turns to face them. Why they call me the artifact holder? A memory flashes through his mind. Kong Tae, the red-haired man who once stood before him, eyes burning with secrets. He had spoken of a treasure buried where no one could reach it. A hidden skill, lost to time, something even Miyamoto never discovered. Not in the lower zones, not even in the highest tiers. Now, standing here, Hanso realizes that moment has arrived. Whispers ripple through the group. Artifact holder, one of them murmurs, the disbelief spreading like fire. Sophia and Sang-jin exchange a glance, both stunned. Then, in a single pulse of light, the air before them ripples, revealing hundreds of drones and relics. The sight steals the breath from every chest. Rows upon rows of artifacts stretch out before them, each one glowing faintly with ancient power. Sophia steps forward, voice barely a whisper. This is insane. There's enough here to equip an entire army. The twin brothers burst out laughing, racing ahead to claim their share. Gauntlets hum as they slide onto their arms, energy crackling around them. System notification, you have acquired Gauntlets of the Titan. Strength increased. Unchai stares down at her own weapon, the glow reflecting in her wide eyes. My stats, they're in the triple digits, she mutters, half in awe, half in disbelief. Questions flood her mind. How'd he find this? Who is Hanso, really? Sang-jin looks around suddenly, tension rising. Wait, where's Hanso? A moment of silence. Then, looking for this, they all turn. Hanso stands behind them, a faint smile on his lips and a stone glinting in his palm. Relief washes over Sang-jin. You scare the hell out of me. Hanso walks forward, lifting the stone higher for all to see. This, he says, is the Lord of the Dead. It's a skill stone, one of the rarest in existence. But it's not for me. He extends it towards Sang-jin. Take it. Don't hide it away. Use it. Sang-jin hesitates, staring at the stone as if it might vanish. But Hanso's calm nod pushes him forward. He accepts it. Around them, the group dives back into gathering items. Laughter and awe mixing in the air. For the first time in a long while, there's hope. But it doesn't last. Sophia's expression sharpens. She feels it, a ripple in the air. Instinct takes over. She lunges forward, shield raised. A blinding blast crashes into it. Fire and shockwave exploding in all directions. The impact drives her back, boots scraping against stone. The smoke parts. From the haze steps Li Hong, eyes cold, voice seething. Traitor, he spits. You'll all fall before Hanso gets back. Unchai stiffens. Fear flickers in her eyes, but she raises her hand anyway, trembling yet resolute. The air thickens. Dust swirls. Energy crackles. The storm has arrived. Hanso's team stands in formation, every member poised for battle against Li Hong's squad. Sophia and Mihi take aim, their focus sharp and unwavering. The air grows heavy, a silent storm before the chaos. Then the two sides collide. The clash erupts in a storm of movement and sound. Steel meeting steel, every strike echoing across the field. Wounds spread quickly among both teams, yet no one falters. Members of Li Hong's group exchange uneasy glances, muttering that Hanso's team is far stronger than expected. Li Hong's expression hardens. He snarls at his men, calling them fools for letting doubt creep in. Attack the rear, he roars. That's where they're weak. Sophia and Mihi are locked in fierce combat. Their opponents are swift, leaping through the air with deadly precision. Every motion is sharp, every counter perfectly timed. Li Hong's voice cuts through the noise again, commanding his fighters to eliminate the weaker members first. Break them down piece by piece, he orders. Unchai, trembling at the edge of the battlefield, shields her face with her hands, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, Mihi spins around and shouts, Everyone be careful. Her voice slices through the chaos. Her eyes dart toward a fast-approaching enemy. A sword raised high, aimed straight at Unchai. Unchai, she cries out. But Unchai doesn't move. She stands frozen, wide-eyed, as the attacker closes in. Don't just stand there. Dodge, someone yells from nearby. An archer frowns, gripping his bow tighter. Sweat trails down Yunchi's cheek as she squeezes her eyes shut, her body trembling. The attacker's voice comes low and cruel. Watch closely, he sneers. This is how you die. In that instant, everything slows. Flashes of the past surge through Yunchi's mind. Scenes of battle, blood, and loss. She remembers kneeling before a man holding a sword, his grin twisted and merciless. The memory cuts deep. For so long, she's believed her survival was nothing more than luck. Her eyes open halfway. The blade gleams inches away. Maybe, she thinks, death was always meant to find me. But then, Hanso's voice echoes in her mind, calm, firm, and certain. Believe in me. Follow my lead. A hand grips her shoulder, steady and real. Something inside her shifts. Her fear burns away. Not this time. She clenches her fist, determination igniting like fire, literally. Flames erupt around her hand, swirling with heat and light. Shock flashes across her face. She's changed. She knows it. With a sharp exhale, Unchai launches forward and drives her fist into her attacker. The world seems to crack. The impact thunders. The enemy is hurled backward, crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. Gasps ripple through the battlefield. Sophia and Mihi freeze mid-fight, eyes wide in disbelief. Unchai stands there, flames flickering at her side, no longer the frightened girl from moments ago. The moment of silence breaks with a furious shout. One of the surviving opponents curses loudly and charges at Unchai from behind, his sword flashing through the air. The blade strikes her armor and instantly shatters into glittering fragments. Unchai pivots, effortlessly sidestepping his failed attack. Her movements are smooth, confident, unstoppable. Before he can react, she's already in front of him. Her fist slams into his chest with bone-crushing force. The ground splits open beneath them. Blood bursts from his mouth as he screams in pain, the shockwave rippling through the field. The rest of Li Hong's team freezes, their faces pale as they stare at the crumpled fighter twitching on the ground. Unchai stands tall, breathing hard but steady. She looks down at her armor, still glowing faintly, and then to her team. Her voice rings across the battlefield. Don't doubt yourselves. We're stronger than we think. No, we're hella strong. Her declaration burns through the tension, filling the team with renewed fire. Hanso covers his mouth, stunned. I didn't see that coming, he mutters, eyes wide with disbelief. Sang-jin says nothing, quietly observing her. Mihi lets out a half-laugh. Even Sophia and I couldn't pull that off, she admits. She handled it completely on her own. Their admiration hangs heavy in the air, but Yunchi's expression tightens slightly. Their words grate at her, their reliance pressing down like a weight. She doesn't want to be seen as the only one capable of fighting. Meanwhile, Hanso studies the situation carefully. The enemy's sheer numbers should have crushed them by now. Something's off. He narrows his eyes, analyzing the battlefield. Runes, artifacts. That must be it. The enemy's strength isn't natural. They're enhanced, supported by hidden power. Unchai glances shyly at Hanso, catching his gaze for a moment. He responds with a quick side-eye, half acknowledgement, half curiosity. Then Hanso straightens and steps forward. It's our turn, he says calmly. Let's end this. From his side, he draws a slender rod humming with blue mana. Lightning dances along its surface. Li Hong's eyes widen in panic. No, stay away, he screams, backing up. But Hanso's voice cuts through his fear, cold and commanding. You're not going anywhere, Li Hong. First, you're going to answer me. He steps closer, his shadow falling over the trembling man. Did Miyamoto tell you where the treasury is? Li Hong shakes his head violently, panic taking over. Don't come near me. Hanso doesn't stop. In one swift motion, he plants his foot on Li Hong's chest, pinning him down. I won't ask again, he growls, pressure increasing as mana flares around him. Where is Miyamoto hiding? Something in Hanso's tone breaks Li Hong's defiance. Terror floods his face. I'll tell you everything, he blurts out. Miyamoto's at the Beacon clan headquarters. Hanso leans in closer, his voice low and sharp. So he's still there? Injured, I presume. Li Hong nods quickly. Why, yes. He hasn't moved since then. The moment the words leave his mouth, every head turns. Sophia clenches her jaw. Miyamoto, the leader of the Beacon clan, frustration flares across her face. She runs a hand through her hair and slams her palm against her forehead. I should have known. While we were searching, he was already heading back there. Hanso's expression darkens as he pieces the situation together. His mind races, Miyamoto's injuries, his location, his plans. Slowly, an idea begins to form. The battlefield falls silent again, tension thick in the air. The tide has turned, but Hanso's eyes say it all. This fight is far from over. Hanso's hand tightens around Li Hong's throat, his expression unreadable. You're after the treasury's artifacts, Hanso says flatly. You want their power for yourself. Li Hong struggles, gasping as Hanso lifts him off the ground, feet dangling. The pressure around his neck grows, his face turning pale. We have everything we need to stop you right here. Hanso continues, his voice cold and steady. Li Hong thrashes desperately. Wait. You got all wrong, he chokes out. You don't understand. I'm not your enemy. Miyamoto is mine too. The words catch Hanso off guard. His grip loosens slightly as surprise flashes across his face. From behind, Sophia's voice cuts through the air, sharp and disbelieving. You expect us to buy that garbage? Li Hong gulps down a breath, his tone turning frantic. It's true. I fought him myself and won. I don't follow his orders anymore. I don't trust him. He pants heavily, eyes darting between them. Strength alone doesn't rule this world. He steadies himself, trying to sound convincing. Give me the artifacts and the runes. I'll take care of Miyamoto for you. I'll kill him where he stands at the headquarters. Unchai whispers under her breath. He's trying to run. He's planning to betray us. Sangji nods. Exactly. He just wanted a way out. Sophia crosses her arms, glaring down at Li Hong. Say whatever you want, liar. It won't matter. You'll still die with your excuses. But Li Hong persists, voice cracking. I'm done with Miyamoto. You have to believe me. Hanso goes silent, his eyes narrowing in thought. The team watches tensely as he finally closes his eyes and murmurs. His words might be true. The reaction is instant. Sophia's head snaps toward him. You can't be serious. You actually believe this guy. Hanso's tone remains calm, almost detached. If he really does kill Miyamoto, that removes one obstacle for us. Strategically, it's not a bad move. Li Hong's lips curl into a relieved smile. Exactly, he says eagerly. Set me free, and I'll do it. I'll end it myself. He can already picture it. Walking away from this battle alive, free to rebuild, free to plan. Everything might just work out. Then Hanso's hand suddenly tightens again. Li Hong's smile vanishes, replaced by a strangled cry as pain shoots through him. Why? Why are you doing this? He gasps. Hanso's eyes harden. Because you're going back to the headquarters, he says coldly. You'll tell Miyamoto that his next challenge is me. And with that, Hanso, let's go. Li Hong hits the ground hard, gasping as the strength drains from his body. Hanso stares down at him, voice steady and final. I don't trust traitors. The battlefield falls silent again. Even the wind seems to hesitate. The battlefield is chaos. Michael swings his blade through a horde of insect-like monsters, every movement slower than the last. Sweat stings his eyes, his arms feel like lead, but he refuses to stop. Damn it, Hansu! Where are you? He yells, cleaving through another wave. The creatures keep coming, endless and relentless. Each time he cuts one down, 3 more crawl out of the dust. His breathing grows ragged. Can't even get a second to breathe. He growls, raising his weapon once more. Then the air splits open. A thunderous boom shakes the ground as someone, rockets into the sky and slams into the swarm with explosive force. The impact wipes out dozens of monsters in an instant, the shockwave ripping through the battlefield. When the dust clears, Michael's eyes widen. Standing amidst the carnage is Kong Hansu. Calm, unshaken. His arrival alone feels like the turning of the tide. Hansu surveys the field and nods. You did well holding them off. Michael wipes the grime from his face, letting out a shaky laugh. You sure took your time. Thought I'd die waiting. Hansu smirks faintly. You almost did. How many did you take down? Michael exhales, shrugging. Lost count after the first 100. Holding them back was hard enough. The swarm still rages, thick as ever. Their sheer numbers are suffocating, and now parasite beetles are breaking through weak points in their defense. But for the first time, Michael feels a flicker of relief. Hansu's here. That means help is coming. So, Michael says, hope creeping into his voice. What about Phantom and Sir Miyamoto? The top dogs from the red zone. They're with you, right? Hansu shakes his head. They're not coming. Michael freezes. What? His voice cracks with disbelief. Then how the hell are we supposed to win this? Hansu folds his arms, eyes steady. I brought reinforcements. Tens of thousands of them. Before Michael can ask what that means, the ground trembles again. A colossal blade slams down from above, slicing a massive insect clean in half. Another fighter lands beside it, firing a volley of arrows with deadly precision. Then more appear, warriors emerging one after another, flooding the field with power. High above, Unchai hovers in midair, hands glowing as a blazing formation unfurls beneath her. The sky erupts with light, and dozens of monsters vanish in the explosion. Michael can only stare, stunned. Who are these people? Before he gets an answer, a cold blade presses against his neck. Watch your mouth, Sang-jin snaps from behind. Don't question Hansu. The tension spikes until Hansu glances over. Enough, Sang-jin. Instantly, Sang-jin withdraws the blade and steps back. Hansu approaches Michael, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder. You did your part. Leave the rest to us. As Hansu walks away, Sang-jin shoots Michael a glare and points two fingers to his eyes, a silent warning. Unchai, floating nearby, smacks the back of Sang-jin's head. Stop being dramatic, she says flatly, shoving him forward. From the side, one of the twins mutters, Why's Unchai only like that with Sanong? He's special or something. Unchai whirls around. Shut it. The twins go quiet immediately. Michael lets out an awkward chuckle. These people, there's something else, he mutters. Still, if Hansu trusts them, that's enough. He grips his weapon tighter, glancing at Hansu's back as the battle rages on. Good luck out there, Hansu, he murmurs under his breath. The ground trembles as the swarm returns. Faster, stronger, more vicious than before. Hansu's group quickly forms up, weapons raised, eyes locked forward. Move out, Hansu commands, his voice cutting through the chaos. He lunges first, his sword slicing through the air in a silver arc. A handful of insect beasts are cleaved apart before they can react. He plants his blade into the ground, glancing at the darkening sky. The sun's setting. We stick to the plan. Take out as many parasite beetles as we can before nightfall. Yuhi steps up beside him, drawing her bow in one smooth motion. 3 arrows fly, each one finding its mark. Explosions of green ichor stain the air as the insects drop lifelessly to the dirt. But before she could take another shot, a massive creature bursts from behind her. Behind you, someone yells from the left. Yuhi whirls around, but the battlefield is chaos. On the right, the twins are barely holding their ground, shields locked against a relentless rush of monsters. These things just won't stop coming, one of them shouts, gritting his teeth. Unchai snaps back, voice sharp as steel. Then stop whining and kill more of them. Hansu doesn't flinch. Just hold on, he calls out. We only need to last until nightfall. But the swarm doesn't slow. They crawl over their fallen, surging forward in an endless tide. Sophia's voice rises, edged with fear. Hansu, they're closing in. We're getting surrounded. Hansu's eyes narrow. He isn't panicking. He's thinking, calculating. Then the noise fades. For a heartbeat, the entire battlefield goes still. Sang-jin, Hansu says quietly. Sang-jin looks up, confused but alert. Yeah. Hansu glances toward the setting sun, then back at him. You know what time it is. A grin spreads across Sang-jin's face. So it's finally my turn? Hansu nods once. I'm counting on you. Without hesitation, Sang-jin kneels, pressing one hand to the earth and gripping his weapon with the other. The ground begins to glow, light pulsing outward in blinding waves. A surge of radiant energy floods the battlefield, sweeping through the forest like a storm. Every insect it touches disintegrates instantly, collapsing into ash. For a moment, it looks like victory. Then, a piercing shriek rips through the silence. One of the fallen creatures stirs, its eyes blazing with unnatural light. The swarm moves again, louder, faster, angrier. Hansu's group tightens formation. This isn't over. Sang-jin's grin widens, trembling with adrenaline. I've been waiting to hear those words from you. Hansu, he says, voice shaking with excitement. Leave it to me. The air hums with energy as he rises, ready to unleash everything he has. The real battle has just begun. The ground quakes as the colossal tail of the Ouroboros crashes down, scattering debris in every direction. Swarms of locusts clash violently beneath its shadow, the battlefield erupting into chaos once again. At the center of it all, Sangjin raises his hand. His voice cuts through the roar of battle. Charge! In an instant, his parasitic swarm surges forward, moving like a living tide. They collide with the enemy line, tearing through with brutal efficiency. The momentum shifts immediately. Sangjin's side begins to overwhelm the horde. He strides into the fray, summoning his weapon. A massive gauntlet materializes on his arm. Dark, metallic, shaped like a locust carapace. It hums with power. Master the dead, he roars. The air ripples, and the fallen rise again, twisted reflections of life, bound to his will. The undead swarm explodes into motion, ripping through their foes with terrifying precision. One by one, the enemy locusts fall, their cries echoing across the field. The survivors hesitate, trembling as fear spreads through their ranks. A piercing screech splits the air, the sound of dominance. Sangjin's undead army stand victorious. The ground beneath the Ouroboros' tail begins to bleed, dark ichor seeping into the soil. Hansu, Sangjin shouts. It's working. Hansu glances back and nods once, a rare smile crossing his face. Good job. With that, he dashes forward, the rest of the team following close behind. The massive tail looms ahead, a fortress of scale and flesh. This is our turning point, Hansu calls out, voice steady but urgent. We take down as many parasitic locusts as possible before nightfall. Then Sangjin resurrects them, and we'll use their numbers to clear a path to the lake. Sophia falls in beside him, and Hansu turns to her. Lead us to where the magical energy is strongest. That's where the alpha will appear. Sophia hesitates. But how do we even climb this thing? Hansu doesn't break stride. We'll use her descent path. The dragon's outer shell is layered. Use the scales as footholds. Move. The team stares up at the monstrous creature towering over them. Holy hell, one brown-haired fighter mutters. That thing goes on forever. Another gulps. One slip, and we're done for. Less talking, more climbing, someone snaps. At least it's not as slippery as it looks, another replies, brushing dust off a jagged scale. Rough enough to hold. Hansu's voice cuts through their chatter. Eyes forward. From here on out, I lead. You follow. No one argues. Sophia nods first, then the rest, one by one, they fall in line. Together, they begin scaling the creature's body, moving from one massive scale to the next. Halfway up, the pink-haired girl halts. Her ears twitch. Something's coming, she says quietly. A second later, a deafening screech tears through the air. From above, a massive swarm dives toward them, a storm of wings and claws. Unshai doesn't wait for orders. I'll take point, she yells, rushing ahead with her weapon raised. Wangqing follows beside her, voice firm. We'll hold them off. Clear the path upward. The pink-haired girl glances back, her expression calm. Leave the rear to us. Nothing gets through. Hansu scans the battlefield, eyes sharp and unblinking. Then he sees it, a second swarm, hidden behind the creature's massive scales, waiting to strike. Behind us, he warns. Unshai turns and freezes. The swarm is enormous. Hansu steps forward, his eyes glowing with a fierce light. Power surges around him as he drives his weapon straight into the advancing locusts. The explosion of energy shreds through the horde, scattering bodies in every direction. Even Unshai stares, speechless. Hansu glances back at his stunned allies. Move! Sophia and the pink-haired girl race after him. And when they reach the ridge, they both stop dead in their tracks. Below them yawns a vast, endless abyss, swallowing all light and sound. The team reaches the edge of the massive chasm carved beneath the dragon scales. Sophia peers down, her voice barely a whisper. What is this place? Hansu steps beside her, eyes narrowing as he studies the darkness below. The neural passage, he says calmly. It leads to the Ouroboros' core, the center of its nervous system. He points toward the depths. This beast has 3 ganglia, clusters of nerve cells outside the main brain. Destroy all 3, and the Ouroboros dies. Without wasting time, Hansu pulls out a pouch filled with glowing green vials. The liquid inside flickers like captured lightning. Yi's eyes widen. So this is what you've been working on? Hansu nods. A neurocorrosive compound. Once injected into the core, it'll eat through everything. He divides the group swiftly, his tone all command and precision. 3 ganglia, 3 teams. Unchai, you lead the first. Yumihi takes the second. I'll take the third. Unchai blinks. Wait, why am I going first? Hansu meets her protest with a flat look. Because your entrance is closest, and someone has to clear the path. Unchai groans, but adjusts her weapon. Fine, but if I die first, I'm haunting you. Hansu almost smiles. You won't. He gestures toward the edge. Each entrance is spaced around the pit. Go. We don't have time to waste. Unchai takes a deep breath, then nods and leaps into the abyss, her team following close behind. Their figures vanish into the black. Hansu turns to Sophia. Seal it. Without hesitation, Sophia raises her staff, whispering a quick incantation. A blinding sphere of light bursts from her hands, sealing the entrance in a flash. The stone hardens instantly, cutting off the swarm behind them. Henu exhales in relief. First step's done. Not yet. Hansu replies, his gaze shifting upward. We still need to reach the upper entrance. All around them, the shrill cries of locusts echo through the cavern. Their wings beat like thunder, the swarm crawling over the walls, desperate to break through. Team 2 Titans formation, unease rippling through their ranks. How are there so many of them? Someone mutters, voice shaking. They just keep multiplying. Hansu draws his blade, the steel glowing faintly under the dim light. He steps forward, calm and unyielding. Then we'll cut them all down, he says simply, no matter how many there are. The swarm screams as if in reply, surging toward him. Hansu moves first, his blade flashing through the dark, a silent declaration that fear has no place here. Meanwhile, deep below, Yinchi's team pushes through the suffocating dark. Then they see it. Unchai freezes mid-step, eyes wide. The others stop beside her, unable to move or speak. Before them stands a colossal stone figure, a silent guardian carved from the rock itself. It towers over them, ancient and unmoving, yet somehow alive. Its gaze fixes on them, and the air grows heavy, almost electric. None of them speak. None dare to. The stone sentinel waits. The silence inside the neural passage is shattered by thunderous impact. A monstrous, beetle-like creature screeches as its carapace splits cleanly in two. Hansu stands over the corpse, his blade dripping with dark fluid. His breath is steady, his eyes sharp as glass. He scans the area, assessing. This is the second entrance, he says quietly. Behind him, 3 figures emerge from the shadows. He gestures for them to move up. Team 2, your turn. Team 1's already 5 minutes in. You follow the plan exactly. Deliver the weapon to the core after the interval. Baek John Sang give the curt nod, his tone solid. Understood. Yu Mihi, John Sang, and the blindfolded woman step forward, their silhouettes fading into the dim light. Hansu and Sophia stay behind to guard the entrance. Just as Yumihi reaches the edge of the abyss, she pauses. Her gaze flickers back. Henu catches it immediately, brow lifting. Something wrong. Mihi hesitates, flustered. No, I just forgot what I was going to say. She laughs softly, the sound fragile against the heavy air. For a brief moment, time seems to slow. The space between them feels stretched, filled with words that never quite form. She tilts her head with a faint smile, brushing off her own hesitation. Never mind. Let's finish this first. Hansu's eyes narrow slightly. He doesn't miss the flicker of unease behind her smile. Mihi turns away, her voice lighter now. We'll talk later, I promise. With that, she leaps into the darkness, her bow gleaming in the faint light as she disappears below. Henu stands frozen, her last words echoing in his mind. He exhales and mutters, activate the device in 30 minutes, no matter what. Beside him, Sophia's spellbook hums softly with power, faint runes pulsing along its pages. Got it, she replies casually, but her eyes stay lowered, her voice carrying the weight of quiet sorrow. Far below, Yumihi presses a hand to her chest. Her heartbeat pounds, her expression shadowed by thoughts she can't voice. Sophia, even from above, seems to sense it, and for an instant, she understands. Above, the night unfolds, 1,000 stars glimmering over a war-torn sky. The contrast is almost cruel. Hansu and Sophia break into a sprint, racing toward the final objective. The air thickens with pressure the deeper they go. a suffocating presence that crawls under the skin. Hansu slows, eyes narrowing. It's close. Sophia feels it too. That overwhelming, pulsing energy ahead. Alpha level, she whispers, her voice tight. And then they see it. A monstrous insect looms before them, its body encased in jagged black armor, its movements unervingly precise. Iron plates grind against one another as it turns, revealing a single glaring red eye. A beam of light flickers from its head, sweeping across the battlefield. Sophia jerks back, realizing too late. A trap. Hansu's eyes widen as the beams form a lattice of death around them. He grits his teeth, understanding too quickly what's happening. His temporary administrator privileges, the very role he'd used to guide this world, had been a setup all along. A slow, mocking laugh drifts through the shadows. Hansu's head snaps upward. From behind the armored beast, a figure steps forward, tall, elegant, his long white hair glowing faintly in the dim light. Been a while, Hansu, the man says with a crooked smile. Didn't expect to find you still running around in circles. Hansu's expression hardens. Teen spreads his arms, his voice laced with mockery. Sending your weaker allies ahead again. Are you? You really haven't changed. The air between them tightens, two opposing forces bracing for collision. Hansu lowers his sword, the faint glow along its edge flaring to life. You picked the wrong time to show up. Teen grins wider, stepping down from the beast's back. Oh, I'd say it's perfect. Teen's smirk deepens, his voice dripping with disdain. Destroy the cores? That's your plan? How shallow. I expected more from you. Hansu's grip tightens around his sword. His eyes narrow, voice cold. Finished talking, Teen crosses his arms, that same smug confidence never wavering. You always rush and blind. That pride of yours, it'll be the end of you. Before Hansu can respond, steel flashes through the air. Hino lunges forward without hesitation, his blade slicing through the iron-shelled monster that had been guarding the path. The beast splits cleanly in half, crashing to the ground with a metallic shriek. Sophia glances toward the corpse, her brow furrowing. That wasn't the Alpha, she mutters, scanning the battlefield. He's moved, probably toward another team. Hansu exhales sharply. Then we finish this fast. He steps past the ruined carcass, pointing toward the open cavity pulsing with eerie light, the exposed neural core. Move, he orders. Sophia nods once, determination hardening her face as they stride into the chamber. Meanwhile, at the first entrance, Unchai and her team stand before the first neural core. The chamber around them pulses like something alive. Massive tendrils snake across the walls, converging on a central crystal that glows faintly in the dark. Unchai stares, unable to hide her astonishment. This thing's enormous. The brown-haired archer at her side points to the light deep within. Look, it's pulsing like a heartbeat. The twins tilt their heads back, their expressions a mix of awe and unease. Guess it makes sense, one mutters. A monster that big needs a heart this size. He steps forward, holding the vial Hansu entrusted to her. The green liquid swirls inside, casting a faint glow over their faces. This is it, she says, voice steady. We trigger it exactly 30 minutes from now. She gestures to the others. Check your gear. Once it goes off, we run. But before they can move, a faint sound echoes through the chamber. Distant at first, then sharper. He freezes. Did you hear that? The others exchange puzzled glances. Then the ground lurches violently beneath them. A thunderous roar splits the silence, and the walls begin to tremble. Cracks spread across the cavern as dust rains from above. Unchai braces herself. Get ready. From the holes high above, something stirs, then bursts out. Grotesque creatures spill into the chamber, crawling over the walls and ceiling. Dozens become hundreds in seconds, their screeches blending into one monstrous roar. Their bodies glisten with metallic sheen, red eyes glowing like embers in the dark. Behind them, heavier footsteps pound against stone. The air shudders as massive, metal-legged beetles descend, each one twice their size. Yinchi's expression hardens. They've been waiting for us. The beetles cluster together, forming a living barricade of armored bodies. Their legs click in rhythm, a wall of grinding metal and rage. Shields up, Unchai shouts. The twin brothers move instantly, raising their shields to block the flanks. Unchai positions them tight, forming a semicircle around the archer. Don't hold back, she orders. The archer draws his bow, his movements quick and sure despite the shaking ground. The swarm closes in. Hundreds of red eyes burn through the darkness, circling them like wolves. Unchai glances at her team. Their faces grim, their weapons steady. 30 minutes, she says, her voice low but fierce. That's all we need to survive. Then the first beetle lunges, its bladed leg slicing through the air toward Inshur. She drops low, the blade missing her by inches. Sparks fly as it scrapes across her shield. Unchai spins, shouting, "Counter now!" Inshur ducks under the beetle's strike and channels energy into her palm. Power flares bright, wrapping her arm in light. With a single leap, she drives her hand into the creature's skull. The impact echoes like a thunderclap. Bone cracks, ichor sprays, and a monster collapses instantly. 28 minutes left, she shouts. Beside her, one of the twins catches a charging beetle head-on, tackling it to the ground with raw force. Metal plates grind against his armor as he pins it down and drives his blade straight through its chest. The other twin rushes to his aid, shield raised, deflecting another blow before slamming his weapon down. The seconds keep slipping away. 20 minutes. Unchai calls out, voice sharp above the endless roar. The archer never stops moving. His arrows whistle through the air, each one finding its mark. Every shot drops another insect, but the swarm doesn't slow. It only grows thicker, a living tide that stretches beyond sight. Sweat runs down their faces. Breathing turns heavy. Muscles burn. Unchai spins her weapon through another swing, cutting 3 more beetles apart. Keep pushing. Don't let them break the line, she shouts. The walls of enemies close in, wings beating like thunder. Their numbers are endless, hundreds swelling into thousands, the chamber shrinking around the 4 fighters with every heartbeat. But still no one steps back. Unchai plants her foot, the ground splitting beneath her heel. Her voice cuts through the chaos, unwavering and fierce. 15 minutes, she roars. That's all we need. Her eyes blaze with determination. Hold the line, and when the time comes, she raises her blade, the green glow of the vial flickering in the shadows behind her. The real battle begins. From the depths of the Ouroboros, new horrors crawl into the light. Parasitic locusts, their bodies slick with black fluid, spreading across the battlefield like a plague. Sophia exhales slowly, closing her eyes in focus. When they open again, they shimmer with cold blue light. She raises a small orb, the Trijade Frostlight, a relic of restraint, and whispers a spell. In an instant, ice erupts from the ground, spiraling upward in jagged spears. The wave of frost tears through the swarm, impaling the locusts mid-charge. Their shrieks echo through the cavern before silence swallows them whole. Hansu, our hero, smirks. Sitting ducks, he mutters. He launches forward in one fluid motion. His blade flashes once, twice. 3 heads hit the ground before the bodies even realize they've been cut. Without stopping, he slides past the next creature, cleaving it cleanly in half. His movements blur as he zigzags through the swarm, carving them down one after another. Every strike is clean, every blow decisive. Even the dying ones get no mercy. When the last locust twitches, Hansu finishes it with a single precise swing. The battlefield grows quiet again. Sophia lagged behind, still catching her breath. Hansu is already ahead, far ahead. He glances upward. Inside the dark tunnels above, dozens of locusts crawl along the walls, watching but not moving. Their silence unsettles him. So they're just waiting, he murmurs. Fine, let them watch. He checks the timer on his interface. 33 minutes. 33 minutes won't be a problem, he says, almost to himself. But then his gaze hardens. No, this doesn't feel right. The hologram, the alpha, the first core. It clicks all at once. The realization that the alpha hadn't abandoned the core. He never planned to. The image they'd seen was bait. A distraction. Hansu exhales sharply, his thoughts racing. Alpha wouldn't run. Not from me. Not unless he was guarding something else. He looks up again, resolve cutting through doubt. So that's it, he mutters. You're protecting another core. Fine, but you'll regret leaving this one to me. Sophia finally catches up, her expression tense. Hansu, doesn't this seem off to you? They're not attacking. They're watching us. Hansu nods. Exactly, which is why waiting 30 minutes is a mistake. We destroy the core now and move to the next. Sophia frowns. Is it that serious? Destroying one early could throw the others off. The plan can change, he cuts in. If it were just the locusts, I wouldn't care. But Alpha's inside the Ouroboros. And if he's here, then I need to face him. Sophia bites her lip, her worry obvious. If we destroy the cores too early, won't the Ouroboros wake up? Move again? Are you sure Alpha's the bigger threat? Hansu smiles faintly, eyes fixed on the glowing veins of the creature around them. Alpha's dangerous, he admits. But Ouroboros, he looks ahead, voice calm, but edged with something heavier. Ouroboros is on an entirely different level. Sophia shakes her head. That doesn't make sense. If that's true, then why not trust the others to finish the job? It's not about trust, Hansu says quietly. It's about the plan, and right now, you just have to follow me. Sophia clenches her fists. Even now, he won't tell me everything. She'd thought that by this point, he would finally trust her. But before she can press further, a sharp chime pierces the silence. A notification appears before them, glowing in midair. System notice. Skill activated. 7-piece soul fragment. The message flashes across the interface, its meaning cold and absolute. A skill that splits the user's soul, allowing them to speak, to manipulate, even to seize control of another's mind if their soul is placed within it. And now it has begun. A chilling voice cuts through the air, laced with dark amusement. Miyamoto, his tone drips with malice. So this is how it ends? I'll be taking that body now. Sophia's body stiffens. Her eyes widen, then suddenly soften. Too calm, too still. Hansu freezes. Miyamoto's laughter echoes like broken glass. Did you really think I'd die that easily? You've always been reckless, Hansu. Showing your back like that. Even a sliver of trust in this world will be your downfall. You'll pay for what you did to me. Hansu's mind races. So that's it. He's been waiting for this moment all along. Without hesitation, Hansu crushes the glass flask in his hand. Shards scatter as he lunges forward, his movements fueled by instinct and rage. In a blur, he grabs Sophia, pulling her close, and the destructive authority of Nirmaha's ring ignites around them. A surge of dark red energy erupts, twisting like wildfire through the air. The ground trembles under the sheer force. Get out of her, Hansu growls. The crimson light engulfs Sophia, burning through the invasive soul fragments. For an instant, her body glows, and Miyamoto's grasp shatters. Her soul is freed. Hansu exhales, but his eyes stay hard. In that heartbeat, the memories flood back, of betrayal, of regression, of all the times allies had turned enemies, and enemies had become allies. Miyamoto can't be allowed to live. His gaze sharpens. Found you. With a swift command, he calls upon the system's link. The king bee nest, the hive where the most ravenous monsters wait. A notification flashes across his vision. World Tree Authority. Temporary administrator granted. Objective. Secure target. Miyamoto. Transfer to king bee nest. Hansu smirks coldly. Enjoy your new home. The scene shifts. Miyamoto crashes into a massive glowing pit, the king bee's nest. His arms are bound by the same magic rings he once mocked. What is this? He screams, panic rising. The air hums. A celestial portal closes above him, sealing his fate. Then he sees them, a swarm of locusts, chittering in hunger, their eyes glowing red. And among them, one presence stands out. A predator, the deadliest of them all. Miyamoto stumbles backward, terror flooding his face. No, I am the ruler of the red zone. I can't. His words are cut short as the swarm descends. Screams echo, rising and fading into the abyss. Back at the battlefield, Hansu holds Sophia in his arms. The 7-piece soul fragment has dissolved, erased the moment Miyamoto's essence was devoured. He looks at her peaceful face. It's over, he murmurs. The locusts got what they wanted. The king bees too. But his relief doesn't last. From the distance, a low hum ripples through the air. Faint at first, then rising like a storm. Sparks flicker across the horizon. Hansu looks up. Not much time left. He glances down at Sophia, still unconscious. It'd be nice if you woke up now, he mutters. Running with you asleep won't be easy. He checks his interface. The numbers flash in red. Magic power capacity. 47% remaining. Use World Tree Energy? Y/N. Hansu exhales and smiles faintly. Sorry, World Tree. I'm gonna have to borrow a little more. He rests his hand against the glowing roots embedded in his armor. The World Tree's core circuit. Authorization granted. A surge of blinding light floods through his veins. The earth trembles as the ancient magic responds to his call. The air thickens with energy so pure it distorts the space around them. Sophia's hair lifts slightly from the force, her unconscious body glowing faintly in his arms. Hansu tightens his grip on her. Let's end this before everything burns. The surge of magic coursed through Hansu like fire and lightning intertwined. For a brief moment, he almost couldn't breathe. With this much power, I can control it freely now. He tightened his hold on Sophia and took a deep breath. The glow around his body intensified as he invoked it. Dragon key art, dragonification, heavenly soldier armor, activation confirmed. The armor responded instantly. Scales of shimmering energy rippled across his skin, and massive wings of light unfolded behind him. With a single explosive motion, he leapt skyward, carrying Sophia in his arms. The ground shattered under the pressure. Below them, the ice began to splinter. Cracks spread like spider webs, glowing with the reflection of an ancient power awakening beneath. Then, a low rumble shook the world. From below the frozen surface, something massive stirred. The ice burst apart in a violent explosion, shards scattering into the air as a colossal shadow moved beneath the world tree. A serpentine form, endless and coiling, rose slowly, wrapped around the trunk like a living mountain. The Ouroboros had awoken. Its enormous body pulsed with dim, golden veins, and its scales glowed faintly as it ascended higher, wrapping itself tighter around the floating world tree. The sound of its breath alone split the clouds. Hansu hovered in midair, eyes narrowed. So it's awake, he muttered. But the tree isn't moving. He looked down at the ancient roots and branches suspended in the air. The world tree hung silent, alive but still, radiating no will, no reaction. If it had a will of its own, Hansu thought grimly, it would have attacked me first. That meant one thing. The battle wasn't between him and the tree. It was between him and Alpha. System notification, Voltri Temporary Administrator Command, confirmed. The air crackled as another divine system stirred. From the depths of the sky, a vast branch of the Voltri tree tore through the clouds like a spear of light. It twisted and plunged downward, striking the Ouroboros from behind. The impact echoed like thunder. Ouroboros howled in rage, its massive body writhing as the branch coiled around it, forcing its jaws open. The world trembled under its weight as the Voltri's roots tightened, binding the beast against the world tree's trunk. Its roar shook the heavens. Hansu hovered above, wings outstretched, watching as the creature struggled beneath the divine bindings. It's almost time, he murmured, eyes softening. Old friend. The wind whipped around him as he looked toward the horizon, speaking to someone only he could hear. Tekaron, Evelynheim's wings will guide me on this path. Wait for me at the king's path. He smiled faintly, the words carrying across the storm. Soon, he whispered, we'll meet again. The ground split apart with a deafening roar as a colossal serpent burst from beneath the surface, its scales glinting like molten metal before vanishing into the earth again. Across the battlefield, chaos reigned. Swarms of parasitic locusts clashed violently, red against purple, their shrieks echoing across the ruined plains. Hansu took a step forward, and, at that same moment, another presence appeared beside him. The Lord of the Dead, Sangjin, emerged from the haze, his eyes glowing with cold resolve. Without a word, he raised his hand, loosening his control over his undead army. Go, he commanded. The swarm obeyed instantly. His undead locusts plunged into the fray, joining the chaos as the two monstrous factions turned on one another. Watching the tide of battle shift, Sangjin clenched his jaw. This might be it. We might actually win. If they could just survive until dawn, victory was possible. But before he could take another step, the massive serpent resurfaced, its enormous body cutting across the field like a living storm. The red locusts screamed, scattering in panic as the serpent's form tore through their ranks. Yet instead of fleeing, something strange happened. The crimson light in their eyes flickered, then blazed brighter. Power surged through them, unnatural, furious. And then, as if driven mad, they turned on the purple swarm with renewed rage. Sangjin froze, eyes darting to the sky. What the hell? Explosions thundered somewhere above. The air rippled with magic. He didn't know what was happening up there, but he could feel it. Hansu was up there, and if that serpent was involved, the weight on his shoulders would be crushing. Gritting his teeth, Sang Jin slammed his foot into the ground. I can't let that thing reach him. He drew his dagger, shadows curling around his arm as he invoked his authority. Kill them all, he roared. Push forward. Don't let a single one through. His undead surged again, clawing and biting their way into the advancing swarm. Sang Jin followed, his movements sharp and furious. As he carved through the horde, he muttered under his breath, Sorry, Hansu, I should have wiped these things out earlier. But even as he fought, a bitter doubt gnawed at him. Could he really stop this tide alone? Far above, Hansu stood before the bound body of the Ouroboros, its titanic form straining against the luminous roots of the magic tree. He turned to Sophia. Her breathing was shallow, her complexion pale. The aftereffects of Miyamoto's soul attack were worse than he'd expected. He reached out to steady her. You were supposed to wake up by now, he murmured. But before he could decide what to do, her body began to glow faintly. The light intensified, and then, piece by piece, she began to fade. A soft chime rang through the air. System notice. Temporary administrator authority activated. Target. Sophia. Transferred to Michael. Hansu blinked in surprise as she vanished completely from his arms. He sighed, lowering his head. So you made it. Guess I'll leave you with him then. He didn't have long to think. A familiar, furious voice cut through the air. Damn bugs. Come at me. Hansu turned, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Charging across the field, dagger blazing, was Sang Jin, cutting through the locusts like a storm, shouting for them to fight him instead. Perfect timing, Hansu muttered. He dashed forward, wings flaring behind him as he gathered mana into his palm. Spheres of crimson light formed and shot through the air, exploding among the swarm. Dozens of locusts fell before he landed in front of Sang Jin, sword gleaming. Sang Jin froze, eyes widening. The man before him looked different, wings stretched wide, horns faintly glinting under the stormlight. Hansu, what happened to you? Hansu brushed off the question. I'll explain later. He pointed toward the raging battle. Right now, there's something I need you to do. Sang Jin exhaled, relieved to see him alive. Just say it. What do you need? Hansu's gaze hardened. Monarch Yinshi's group. Hansu's expression turned grave. Monarch Yinshi's team is in danger, he said. The core has to be destroyed, along with them if necessary. Sang Jin blinked in disbelief. That doesn't sound like you, he said quietly. You're asking instead of ordering. A faint smirk crossed Hansu's face. Sang Jin straightened, his tone firm. Use me however you want, Hansu. You don't need to ask. Hansu nodded once, then turned away, spreading his wings. Then I'm sending you directly to Team 1's location. They're yours now. He paused, glancing back. And Sang Jin, don't die. That's an order. The Lord of the Dead grinned. Please, the dead don't die twice. Magic circles flared to life beneath him, swirling with violet light. Go, Hansu commanded. Sang Jin gave a short nod before vanishing into the surge of light. Only the fading glow of the summoning sigil remained. Hansu watched the air ripple closed and exhaled. Yeah, he muttered. You're the right one for this. He tightened his grip on his sword, wings flexing. And next time, you're coming with me to the next zone. With that, he launched himself upward, slicing through the dust-filled air. After seeing Sang Jin's resolve, there was no chance he could just stand by. He would fight beside them until the very end. Elsewhere, chaos consumed the battlefield. One member of Team 2 stood alone before Alpha. The others, 2 wounded comrades, lay unconscious behind him. Alpha tilted his head, amused. Still standing? Tell me, why not give up? His voice dripped with arrogance. You're surrounded by corpses. What can one human do? The blonde fighter clenched his jaw, steadying his breathing. You think I die that easily? Alpha's lips curled into a faint smile. Your loyalty is peculiar. Do you really think that cold-blooded man you serve would ever save you? He gestured lazily at the bodies around them. He's abandoned all of you. Why not serve me instead? Become my soldier. The blonde raised his sword. You talk too much, he said flatly. What's wrong, Alpha? Scared of Kang Hansu? Alpha's grin vanished. His eyes flared with light. You dare. The air exploded as hundreds of energy spheres formed above him, joined by hovering swords that hummed with killing intent. Alpha's voice turned to a growl. If you're so eager to die, allow me to grant your wish. The weapons rained down. The blonde fighter gritted his teeth, then charged straight into the onslaught. His sword moved like lightning, deflecting each strike one after another. Sparks lit the battlefield as he twisted, redirecting every attack away from the wounded men behind him. Alpha paused, watching him defy death with stubborn resolve. Protecting others even in death. How admirable, he said coldly. But I have no time for sentiment. He raised his hand. Power surged around him, spiraling into a single concentrated point. I'll end this myself. The blonde barely had time to react. Blades of energy converged from all directions, piercing through armor and flesh alike. The sound of impact echoed. Sharp, final. Blood splattered across the shattered ground as the blonde fighter fell to one knee, his sword carving a line in the dirt before slipping from his grasp. Alpha stared down at him. You were strong, he said softly. I'll give you that much. He stepped forward, lifting his blade. So I'll be the one to end it. But before his strike could fall, a gust of wind split the air. In an instant, Hansu appeared between them, his hand reaching for Alpha's face. The Alpha reacted fast, darting backward, barely avoiding his grasp. The two locked eyes, tension thick as steel. Hansu's voice was low, controlled, but laced with fury. Too late, he muttered. He turned to the fallen blonde. You've done enough. Rest now. He looked back toward Alpha, his aura flaring, eyes glowing red beneath the storming sky. I'll take care of everything from here. Hansu stood a short distance from his enemy, the ground trembling beneath his feet. Ahead of him, a massive swarm of locusts erupted from the dark horizon, shrieking as they surged forward in a tidal wave of wings and steel. He didn't move until the first reached him. Then, steel flashed. His blade cut through the swarm in a blur, arcs of light carving through the air. The front line of monsters collapsed instantly, shredded before they could even react. Hansu's gaze sharpened. He opened his palm, and light began to gather within it, dense, golden, alive. The glow twisted and reshaped, forming into a massive weapon, a glowing yellow axe pulsing with raw energy. He gripped it tightly, sliding 1 foot forward. The next swing ripped through the battlefield like thunder. Several locusts lost their heads in a single motion. Another strike followed, faster, sharper, merciless. Within seconds, the entire swarm was gone. The silence that followed was deafening. Hansu lowered the weapon as it dissolved into light once more. He turned toward the wounded soldier nearby, who was still kneeling, trembling not from fear, but awe. The man's voice shook. Master, such power. Hansu crouched beside him and channeled mana into his palm. The light shifted into a sphere, a glowing potion made entirely of condensed sword energy. You're in rough shape, Hansu said calmly. Drink it. The soldier lowered his head in shame. Forgive me for showing weakness. I'll repay you for this rune. He gripped the energy sphere tightly. As it melted into him, the light spread across his body, mending torn flesh and sealing wounds in an instant. Hansu nodded once, satisfied. Then he turned to the blonde girl lying a few paces away. She stirred, blinking as consciousness returned, only to find Hansu standing over her. Her eyes widened in shock. I passed out, she whispered, mortified, even after being entrusted with the weapons. She clenched her fists, frustration spilling out. In the end, I just slow you down. Hansu's voice was steady calm. Don't say that. None of this is your fault. He looked toward the sky, the faint tremor of energy still echoing above them. It's mine. I didn't anticipate Alpha being here. Within Ouroboros, the World Tree's authority doesn't work the same way. From within his cloak, he pulled out a small feather glowing with faint silver light. Take this, he said. It'll get you out. Use it for transport. The soldier took the feather carefully. The blonde girl hesitated, biting her lip. Then I'll return it to you myself. Hansu gave a small nod, then glanced down at the glowing potion still resting in his hand. You've already done more than enough. Protecting the seal from breaking was your mission, and you completed it. Her eyes softened. Then, we'll meet again after the core is destroyed. Count on it, he said simply. From a distance, Alpha watched in silence. His expression was unreadable, but his thoughts churned. Hansu, how are you even here? The transformation, that power pulsing through him, wasn't natural, and worse. Alpha could feel the weight of his existence pressing against the world itself, distorting the flow of energy around them. Your presence, it's crushing them, Alpha thought. You always drag others down. He extended his hand. Red energy gathered, twisting into thread-like tendrils that pulsed with killing intent. Then, I'll make sure you don't have anyone left to protect. With a flick of his wrist, the scarlet strings shot forward, slicing through the air like blades, aimed straight for Hansu's team. Hansu's head snapped up. His eyes flared. The green ring on his finger began to glow, bright, wild, alive. He raised his hand. A colossal emerald hand manifested before him, surging out from the light. It caught the red strings midair and slammed them aside, redirecting the attack into the ground with explosive force. The earth shook. Dust and fire erupted outward. The blonde soldier stared, stunned, before shouting, "Go! Retreat! We'll only hold you back here." Hansu didn't even look at her. His voice rang through the smoke, calm but unyielding. Running now would make all your survival meaningless. He turned slightly, his gaze hard. "You've come this far. You're still alive. Don't throw that away." He looked back, toward Alpha, eyes burning with quiet fury. "You still have things left to do in this world," he said, "and I won't let him take that from you." The air rippled with the last echoes of battle. Hansu's team, bruised, shaken, but alive, stood before him. He met their eyes one by one, his tone quiet yet resolute. "You've made it this far," he said. "Don't throw that away. Whatever happens next, you live." They nodded firmly, gratitude and determination shining in their expressions. "Thank you, sir," the blonde soldier said. "We'll meet you outside." Hansu gave a brief nod. "Go." They turned and sprinted toward the exit, disappearing into the haze of mana and shattered light. Now only two remained. Hansu and Alpha. The Arachon warrior stood motionless for a long moment, fury burning behind his silence. His thoughts churned with disbelief. That last strike, his strongest technique, had done nothing. Hansu hadn't even moved. Alpha's jaw clenched, rage flooding through his veins. "You dare mock me?" he roared. "You think I'm a joke? I am a warrior of Arachon, the last hope of my people." Hansu tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. "A warrior," he said flatly. "You're nothing but a cheap imitation." The words struck harder than any weapon. Alpha's composure shattered. His scream tore through the sky as he lunged forward, his body convulsing with power. Hansu's eyes narrowed. He's gone berserk. Even under normal conditions, fighting a transformed Arachon was dangerous. Their raw strength rivaled monsters. But this time, Hansu didn't feel a trace of fear. Alpha's punch came down like a meteor. The impact shook the ground, yet Hansu didn't even sway. The massive locust arm fused with his body, moved almost lazily, deflecting the blow aside with effortless precision. Alpha froze. That attack had taken everything he had, and it hadn't even left a mark. "This can't be," he whispered. He charged again, faster, harder, desperate. Each strike blurred into the next, a frenzy of wild power. But Hansu only watched, analyzing every motion. That's a flaw, he thought. When you transform, your power multiplies, but control disappears. Ending this now would be easy. A single strike could kill Alpha outright. But Hansu couldn't afford to. If Alpha died like this, his vessel would be destroyed, ruining everything Shane had prepared. Worse still, Hansu wasn't sure what would happen if he released his own dragon key art in this unstable state. He had never pushed his transformation this far. The backlash might cripple him, or worse. He clenched his fist. Not yet. Frustration burned quietly in his chest. The heavenly soldier armor wasn't enough. Even his dragon energy felt barely contained. But this was all he had, and it would be enough. Alpha stumbled, chest heaving, eyes wide with disbelief. Then Hansu's locust fist began to glow. "Your turn's over," Hansu said coldly. He stepped forward and drove a sharp jab straight into Alpha's gut. The impact cracked the air. Alpha's body rocketed backward, slamming into the ground hard enough to leave a crater. Hansu followed instantly, wings flaring as he descended. His next punch came down like a hammer, sending Alpha crashing toward the neural core, blood splattering in arcs. When the dust cleared, Alpha lay motionless, trembling, his breath ragged. Hansu stood over him, lowering his arm. "That's enough," he said softly. "A replica is still just a replica." He turned his gaze toward the writhing figure. "Even weakened, you're still leagues below Akuma." With a quiet sigh, he added, "You'll do fine as Shane's vessel." He began to move forward, but stopped when a distant thunder rolled across the battlefield. He turned sharply. A faint smile tugged at his lips. "Sangjin, looks like you did it." Alpha lay broken on the ground, staring blankly into the shifting light. He could no longer feel his limbs. His power was fading fast. So, even my race-seeker technique wasn't enough, he muttered, his voice trembling. His gaze drifted upward toward the fragments of sky breaking above. All I wanted was to bring them back, to revive my race. His words faded into the wind. I don't even know if I made the right choice anymore. His hand dropped, the light in his eyes dimming. Mistake. His dream lies in ruins because of a mere inferior. He drags himself across the ground toward the mana core, every movement fueled by rage and despair. His mind repeats one thought: take everything from Kong Hansu. Take everything he has. As his trembling hand grips the core, our hero's eyes catch the movement. For a moment, time halts. Kong shouts, voice echoing, demanding Alpha to stop, asking if he'll truly throw away all hope for this. But Alpha's eyes are already empty. The core's light reflects off his face as he links with it, thinking how laughable it all was. None of it matters anymore. A crooked grin forms. If the core is destroyed, then he'll take its place. He snarls, voice trembling with madness. Have a taste of your own medicine, Kong Hansu. The core pulses, then consumes him whole. A blinding light erupts. Observe with your senses. The air vibrates. The ground hums, and a piercing glow fills the darkness until nothing else can be seen. Our hero scowls, glaring at Tekeron. You said you had a real temper when you were younger. Guess that wasn't a lie. He can't believe Tekeron would rather win against him than think of his own people's future. Then, without warning, the orb trembles, its surface flashing with wild light. From above, thick, slimy green liquid drips down, splattering across the earth and onto the locust beneath him. He mutters a curse. The roots should have created his clone properly, not as some unstable child. It's nothing but trouble. Without hesitation, he raises his hand, blue energy bursting forth, streaking toward the orb to shatter it. Observe with your senses. The hiss of the energy cuts through the air, the light warping space, the smell of ozone sharp and metallic. Outside, deep within the burrows, chaos stirs. Unchai gasps, panic breaking through her voice. Why is this thing suddenly moving? Sangjin frowns, trying to calm her. Relax. You're too old to throw a tantrum. She glares at him. How can you be so calm? If we fall from here, we're dead. Sangjin just smiles faintly. Because I have something I can believe in. He lifts his chin, motioning upward. Look, Unchai hesitates, then glances up, and her eyes widen in shock. Kong Hansu floats above them, suspended in the air, surrounded by light. Observe with your senses. The air thrums with energy, wind circling upward like invisible threads, and a faint shimmer of light dances around Hansu's body as if drawn toward him. Suddenly, a system prompt flashes before them. They're being transferred to Mikao. Glowing magic circles bloom beneath Unchai and Sangjin's feet, their light spreading outward like ripples across water. From above, Hansu watches silently as their figures dissolve into light and vanish. Observe with your senses. The soft hum of magic fills the air, the brightness stings the eyes, and a faint echo of wind lingers after their departure. Outside, crowds of players have gathered. Michael stands among them, lost in thought. His gaze drifts upward, mind turning over questions he can't shake. What is Hansu planning? What does he expect from me? Miss Sophia is one thing, but sending others too? If Hansu wants something done, why not tell him directly? Before he can dwell further, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns and sees Sophia, awake at last. How long was I out? She asks. Not long, Michael replies. But what happened up there? Sophia shakes her head, frustration flickering. I don't remember. I blacked out midway, everything's still blurry. Michael frowns. That's not good. If she doesn't remember, then she doesn't know how dire things have become. Since Ouroboros is on the move, he says, it's too dangerous to stay here. We retreat now. Sophia nods. I'll contact the Beacon clan. Then I'll handle Giacomo, Michael adds, already preparing his communicator. Observe with your senses. The faint static of communication magic hums through the air, tension thick as storm clouds. Before either can move, the ground glows behind them. A blue magic circle bursts to life. Michael spins around, startled, as new figures materialize before his eyes, players freshly transferred. He sighs. Great, he mutters under his breath. I'm really turning into a babysitter now. Still, he steadies himself. If Hansu sent them, then there must be a reason. Whatever it is, Michael will trust him. Just don't shoulder it all alone, he thinks silently. Don't die, leaving the rest of us behind. His chest tightens. Everything, his mission, his life, now depends on Hansu's victory. Until then, he'll keep his complaints to himself. Observe with your senses. The faint hum of magic fades away, replaced by the low rumble of the earth and the distant roar of something vast approaching. Elsewhere, Hansu now stands face to face with Ouroboros. The colossal dragon looms before him, eyes blazing with unrestrained fury. Then, with a guttural roar, it unleashes a torrent of fire, pure destructive energy wide enough to consume the horizon. Even Hansu can't dodge it. The air warps, the ground trembles, and a wave of heat distorts everything in its path. Observe with your senses. The roar deafens, the heat scorches the air, the light blinds. Alpha knows, if he takes that head-on, even he won't escape unscathed. But if he dodges, the devastation it'll cause will be unimaginable. Too many lives lost. There's no time to think. His system interface flashes before him. Two options: Summit's Grand Orb and Heavenly Soldier Armor Protection Area. He activates both. Instantly, a vast field of radiant energy forms around him, halting the fire in its tracks. The two forces collide, light and flame twisting violently. Boros, however, had expected this. He'd hidden something within that attack. Observe with your senses. The air hums with layered power, unseen energy building beneath the surface, as if the world itself is holding its breath. The energy didn't fade, it changed. Instead of dispersing, it condensed into something far more volatile. The flames twisted, compressing into a dense core of power, and Hansu instantly recognized the danger. This wasn't just fire. It was an explosion waiting to happen. Observe with your senses. The air thickens, vibrating like a living thing. Heat distorts the world around him, and every breath burns like smoke. The next instant it erupts. A violent detonation rips through the air, the blast slamming into him and hurling him backward. Fiery fragments rain down, relentless and sharp, forcing him to raise his wings to shield himself. He hits the ground hard, but manages to land on his feet. Blood spills from his lips as the flames expand outward, consuming everything they touch. He glances around. The world has become a furnace. People scream amid the chaos, their silhouettes lost in waves of fire. Pressing a hand against his chest, he grits his teeth. A direct fight with Boros would cause too much damage. He'd have to rely entirely on magic, even if it meant burning through every ounce of power he had left. Then, the system's voice echoes in his mind. The authority of the Valkyrie Administrator has been invoked. Names scroll rapidly before his eyes. Hundreds, thousands, but a warning flashes across the screen. Including the severely wounded will increase mana consumption significantly. Proceed. Hansu doesn't hesitate. All of them, he commands. Don't leave a single one behind. Observe with your senses. The hum of system magic fills the air, soft and rhythmic, like a heartbeat just before a storm breaks. The system confirms his order. Authority recognized. All targets will be transferred to the cross area. Behind him, a massive magic circle ignites, its light swallowing the darkness. Notifications spread across the battlefield. All units will be transported to the red zone cross area. Warning: approaching Ouroboros equals instant death. One by one, the players vanish in the radiance. The light reaches even the pro-port residential area, sweeping through streets, homes, and ruins, transferring hundreds of thousands in the blink of an eye. But the cost is brutal. The strain hits him like a hammer. His mana drains faster than his body can endure. His limbs tremble, his vision flickers, and his knees nearly give out. Observe with your senses. His pulse pounds like thunder, the metallic taste of blood sharp on his tongue, the ground trembling beneath his boots. Seeing his weakened state, Ouroboros lunges forward, a cruel smile spreading across its face. Wasting power on insects, it snarls. And yet you dare to stand before me? Hansu straightens, forcing air through his lungs. Blood stains his lips, but his gaze is steady. We'll see, he mutters. Let's see who's left standing in the end. He knows he can't hold back. To kill this monster, he'll need one decisive strike. The lightning splitter, a weapon holding the king's authority, is the key. But to claim it, he must meet Tekaron in the king's path. For now, retreat isn't an option. If he leaves without finishing this, humanity is finished. He exhales slowly. Then I'll gamble everything. The system flashes again. Maximum proficiency achieved. Skill upgrade available. A faint smile touches his lips. Perfect timing. He selects confirm. The dragon chi art merges with his heavenly soldier armor, and in an instant, divine energy surges through him. Armor reshapes. The glow deepens, fusing into a form unlike anything before. The vessel of the dragon god. In his grasp, the weapon materializes, heaven's spear. Observe with your senses. The sky trembles, wind roars outward, and every ember in the air bends toward the weapon's blinding light. Suddenly, Hansu's rings began to glow. Light surged across his body like lightning, wrapping him in a torrent of golden energy. Observe with your senses. The air crackles with heat, every spark of power humming in rhythm with his heartbeat. A system notification flashes before him. Activation of scale confirmed. His body radiates divine power, God mode engaged. Windows flood his vision one after another, listing skills, armor protocols, and newly awakened magical abilities. Ouroboros, the serpent, lets out a furious hiss. It curses aloud, realizing Hansu still had hidden skills, but dismisses the thought with a sneer. Whatever tricks the human held, none would matter once he was crushed. The serpent lunges, but Hansu doesn't move to dodge. Instead, he raises one arm and blocks the attack outright. The impact echoes like thunder. The serpent freezes mid-motion, eyes wide with disbelief. Even Saga, watching from within the beast's body, can't comprehend it. How could Hansu stop that kind of force, barehanded? Then Hansu speaks. Only 2 words leave his mouth. Collapse. Burn. Observe with your senses. The world goes silent for half a heartbeat. Then the ground detonates. A fiery shockwave explodes outward, engulfing the serpent in blazing light. The sound alone rattles the air, knocking dust and debris skyward. The nearby players shield their faces from the searing wind. From a distance, Michael stares in awe. I knew Hansu was strong, he mutters, but this is beyond anything human. Beside him, the yellow-haired girl narrows her eyes, voice uncertain. Then why bring us along? If he could fight like this from the beginning, what was the point? The blonde girl answers quietly, gaze never leaving the battlefield. He didn't want us caught in it. That's all. Look, Boros is down. That last strike left him completely unconscious. Just as she finishes, the ground rumbles violently beneath them. The tremor ripples through the air. The yellow-haired girl steadies herself. If that's true, then shouldn't Hansu be able to finish it now? If he keeps attacking like that, can't he just end this fight? Sophia quickly shakes her head. No, that's not possible. She closes her eyes briefly, then explains. That last attack wasn't ordinary. The dragon art, no, the vessel of the dragon god, grants him transformation, but it consumes vast amounts of mana. He's already spent nearly everything he had left, and he hasn't rested once on the way here, not even long enough to drink water. She exhales softly. At this rate, it's a miracle he's even standing. The yellow-haired girl bites her lip. Then what happens now? If he could have fought alone, why go to such lengths to move everyone away? Sophia closes the book in her hands, her voice steady. Because he wasn't fighting for victory. He was fighting to save them. All of them. Silence falls for a moment, until Sang Jin steps forward, voice sharp and unwavering. Enough. Everyone turns to him. You're all overthinking this, he says firmly. Remember who we're talking about. He looks toward the glowing battlefield, where Hansu still stands amid the wreckage. Hansu has never failed. Not once. And he won't start now. Observe with your senses. The dust begins to settle, revealing the faint, flickering silhouette of Hansu bathed in golden light. Still standing, still unbroken. The scene shifts back to the battlefield. Hansu stands before the serpent, its enormous body coiled and writhing, movements growing more savage with each passing second. The ground trembles beneath every strike as the creature lashes out again and again. Observe with your senses. The clash of steel and scales reverberates like thunder, the air dense with heat and smoke, the scent of scorched earth heavy on the wind. A system alert flashes before his eyes. Warning, excessive magic power consumption detected. Valkyrie's magic reserves at 17%. He grits his teeth, keeping one eye open, the other half blinded by blood and light. He's managed to buy some time, but there's no room left for error. Another notification flashes. Magic reserves at 5%. That's it. This next strike has to end everything. He can only hope the world tree holds out long enough for him to finish it. Summoning his remaining strength, Hansu shoots upward, wings slicing through the smoky air. The world blurs beneath him as he accelerates toward the sky, until shapes begin to move in his path. A swarm. Countless king bees hover in formation ahead, their heavy presence confirming what he already suspected. The king's path must be close. Only decrepit worker bees should exist this deep within the tree. He recalls Kang Ti's words. There should be at least 10 billion of them. But the withering world tree had taken its toll. Their numbers had thinned. Suddenly, something slams into his back. Hansu spins midair, wings flaring wide as he dodges the blow. A single bee hovers behind him, aged, scarred, yet emanating fierce energy. He smirks faintly. Didn't like the meal I served you last time? The bee's voice rumbles like gravel. Human, I've devoured countless lives. But the last one, that feast overflowed with mana. The finest I've ever tasted. It gave this old soldier strength again, strength enough to fly once more. It pauses, then adds gravely. But the world tree's magic is nearly gone. Once it fades completely, the red zone will collapse into ruin. Tell me, do you mean to destroy it? Hansu's answer is firm, unwavering. No, I intend to save it. He lifts his gaze toward the luminous path above. I need to reach the king's path. If a fight's the only way, then let's not waste time. The bee chuckles softly. You're bold, administrator, even in your state. But tell me, does a dying soldier like me truly deserve to stand as your opponent? Hansu nods slightly. You still got power. That strike earlier, you proved it. The bee bows its head. Forgive me, I was carried away. But before I fade, I wish to witness the strength of the one who stands against my ancient foe. Then it turns away, voice low. We've spoken long enough. My time's nearly gone. Allow me to guide you instead to the king of Elvenheim, Tekaron. Observe with your senses. The hum of wings fills the air, 1,000 faint notes echoing in unison as the swarm gathers behind them. Together, they ascend through the hollow heart of the world tree. Roots twist around them like vast living veins, glowing faintly with dying light. Finally, they reach a great chamber, its walls pulsing with the last flickers of mana. The bee stops before a towering entrance, shaped from woven wood and light. This, it says solemnly, is the king's abode. Tekaron has not shown himself for 500 years. Whether he answers or not, I cannot say. Hansu steps forward without hesitation. His expression hardens, determination unshaken. Don't worry, he says. I have a plan. He takes one final step toward the door, the fading glow of the tree reflecting in his eyes. I came here to fulfill my. Observe with your senses. The air thickens with anticipation, the faint hum of the tree's heartbeat slowing, as if the world itself is waiting for what comes next. Hansu's voice cut through the fading hum of the tree. He whispered his promise to Tekaron. He urged the bee beside him. Use mind's eye. Quickly, the bee hesitated. That skill belonged only to the king, an ability to peer into another's inner world, but only with permission. It looked at the human before it, uncertain. Who exactly was this man? His presence felt unlike any mortal's, yet trust did not come easily. Hansu glanced at his system, weighing his options. It can't be helped, he thought. A small hint, then. He stepped forward and struck the great flower at the center of the chamber, his voice ringing out. Tekaron, your son, Shane, he's waiting for you. If you wish to bring him back, answer me. Now, observe with your senses. The air stirs, the petals of the colossal flower tremble, and light seeps through the veins of its leaves like liquid sky. Suddenly, every bloom around them glows a deep blue. The system flashes. Entity Tekaron has activated the skill, Mind's Eye. A rush of energy floods the chamber. Tekaron's memories surge upward like a rising tide, waves of light spilling into every corner of the space. The bee falters, its body trembling as it's pulled downward, falling toward Sangjin. Before Hansu, the light gathers into a form. Tekaron stands suspended in midair, his ancient figure rising to meet the intruder in silence. Hansu speaks first. His voice is steady, deliberate. Even a fairy cannot enter another's inner world. So I'll be direct. He looks Tekaron squarely in the eye. A variable has appeared in the red zone. In 15 years, the abyss will open. To face it, an army must rise. a coalition of every race, humans, fairies, and beyond. For that, I need your strength. Observe with your senses. The chamber seems to hold its breath. The blue glow softens into a pulse that beats once, twice, like the heart of the tree itself. Tekaran listens quietly, his expression unreadable. After a long silence, he finally nods. I see. Your words carry no deceit. He folds his arms. If Ouroboros is to be destroyed, you'll require a weapon worthy of that burden, one that will evolve beside you, even through the higher zones. Hansu's eyes narrow. Then you understand what I've come for. I need the lightning splitter. Hand it over. But Tekaran's gaze darkens. The light around them twists. In an instant, the world turns white. His voice echoes through the empty void. I cannot entrust my people's legacy so easily. Tell me, human, are you not bound by another's will? Hansu stiffens, irritation flashing in his eyes. What are you implying? Tekaran's tone remains calm, but resolute. From what I've seen within your memories, you once stood as Valkyrie's vanguard, and as one of the heroes who fought against the abyss. If the future of all life is to be entrusted, it must go to a true hero, not a puppet. Observe with your senses. The white void ripples like a disturbed reflection. The pressure in the air tightens around Hansu, heavy and suffocating. Every sound fades except the echo of Tekaran's judgment. Hansu's fists clench at his sides. The accusation cuts deeper than any blade. He lifts his head slowly, eyes burning. Whatever came next, he'd prove beyond question that his will was his own. Our hero finally asked what Tekaran meant by calling him a puppet. Tekaran didn't flinch. My comrades sent me here with the hopes of 6 billion humans resting on my shoulders. Do you think I'd rely on something as cheap as a curse? Take back those words. Don't belittle the people who believed in me. Tekaran raised his palms defensively. I meant no insult. I'm only curious. He studied our hero with that probing gaze of his. Keldian is supposed to be the great sage. A man like that wouldn't use a curse. So sloppy, even I could spot it. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Our hero paused. So if you're saying he wanted you to notice it? The old man nodded without hesitation. Exactly. Ask yourself, have you rested even once since arriving in this world? His voice softened, but it cut deeper than any blade. You look like a wild beast that only knows how to run forward. No pause, no breath, no end. Keep going like that, and you'll collapse long before destiny arrives. How could I trust the lightning splitter to someone sprinting toward ruin? The words hit him harder than he expected. So that's how he looked to the people around him, a man racing himself to death. He never noticed it. Not once. Tekaran sighed. Think of that as advice from an old man who's lived long enough to see how people break. His eyes shifted to the faint glow around our hero. And it looks like you want me to dismantle the curse anyway. Fine. Let's begin. He placed his hands together. A low hum rose from his body. Energy leaked from his crown like mist, swirling as he whispered an ancient name. One forgotten by the world, but still trembling with authority. Let the sleeping majesty breathe. The breathing of manifestation awakened. Light burst from his joined hands, and the world warped, folding inward, turning the space around them into a sealed subrealm. Our hero stood silent in the glow, a thick red aura flickering around him like burning cloth. Then, a blue time loop circle unfurled right above Tekaran's head. The old man narrowed his eyes. So that's what you did. Keldian, you blended the Acheron ritual with 11 Haim's rites. Only someone like me could see through it. A shadow of regret crossed his face. I'd hoped to meet him one day, even once. But our hero snapped back to urgency. Tekaran, hurry. There's no time. Break it. Don't be impatient, the old man chided. If he wanted this curse destroyed, then it was built to be undone. And that, I can do. He inhaled. The breath shatters all binds. The looping circle vibrated violently, shaking the subspace itself as Tekaran thrust his command into the core of the ritual. Sever these shackles. Release. The moment the word left his mouth, the circle erupted, an explosion of raw force spiraling outward. Our hero staggered from the impact, teeth clenched, his eyes sharpening as he braced himself against the torrent of energy tearing through him. The curse was breaking, and the world felt it. The shout hit him like a slap. Get up. This isn't a time to break down. Are you really going to throw away the sacrifice of 6 billion people? Our hero stirred, eyes half open, but said nothing. The red-haired companion watched him with a sinking heart. This won't work. The light in his eyes is gone. The purple-haired man snapped, anger boiling over. You think you're the only one who's lost someone precious? Then why are you just standing there like this? And then everything shifted. A blond man stepped forward, his red ring glowing faintly. Keldian. He looked at our hero with remorse. Forgive me, but what we need now is a warrior. The moment he spoke, sound and energy rippled outward, flowing straight into our hero. He blinked in confusion, unable to grasp what was happening around him. But inside his mind, another voice rose. He's right. If it were truly me, I wouldn't have stopped fighting. And inevitably, a name surfaced, Kiriel. Her sacrifice. The one feeling he never let himself confront. Keldian's voice echoed gently through his thoughts. If my will can reach you now, it means you've been walking toward the goal all along. Keldian rose into the air, yellow energy swirling around him. Our hero stood as well, calling out his name. Tekeron's eyes widened as he finally understood. This blond man really was the great sage. He never imagined the reunion would come this soon. Keldian spoke with an almost casual authority. I once ruled both Elvenheim and Acheron. Knowing that, it makes sense that you were able to undo it. A true Grand Magnus. Tekeron cut him off with a scoff. Enough with the useless compliments. You're the one who cast the curse with our arts. Don't act innocent. Keldian bowed slightly, accepting it without excuses. You're right. I crafted the curse so only you could unravel it. Now that you've broken it, I can finally deliver the message I've been holding all this time. Thank you. Tekeron nodded. Gladly. It was an honor to engrave such a beautiful spell into my memories. Our hero stepped forward, eyebrows raised. Since when are you the type to praise people? Did dying and turning into a thought form change your personality that much? Keldian smiled at that. Not at all. I'm simply grateful. You followed my plan without even knowing the whole story. He looked at our hero, eyes soft but unwavering. You must have realized it. There was no way to send you to the past unless I had bound you first. Our hero let out a low breath. Even so, the condition you gave me was contradictory. Save everyone, but kill anyone who gets in the way. I always thought that was a paradox. Keldian didn't flinch. If I pushed you too far in one direction, everything would collapse. And if I told you to save too many, the plan would fail just the same. It was part of the operation. I asked for your understanding. Our hero clicked his tongue. You really treat people too carelessly. Then he looked up at him. Fine. Since you're here now, does that mean I can move on my own will? Keldian nodded without hesitation. The plan has reached the point where I trust your judgment. But prepare yourself. What comes next won't forgive hesitation. And never forget, uniting all of humanity's hearts is still essential. Our hero smirked faintly. Don't worry. From here on, I'll move forward my way. Then the world around them began to distort. The subspace cracked and dissolved, melting into an endless, shimmering ocean. Tekeron felt it immediately. Time's up. We can't sit here reminiscing. Say what you must. Our hero didn't hesitate. Then wait for me. I'll rise again soon and topple everything just like before. Keldian smiled, soft, almost nostalgic. Yes, just like before. And with that, he faded completely. Tekeron returned to the flower, blue mana flowing through his palms as he shaped his magic. The air vibrated, light twisted, and then a weapon formed in his hands. The lightning splitter. He poured his life and will into it and held it out. Our hero accepted it, and the system window chimed, confirming the transfer. Tekeron's voice lowered. The lightning splitter's charge depends entirely on its wielder. And if you charge it now, the world tree will die. So tell me, how will you solve that? Our hero summoned the scales. I'll use the world tree's mana to sustain the dragon god's body. As for the charge, I'll use my own life force, along with the divine stone fragment's energy. Before he could say another word, a sharp voice cut in. Your life force must not be used. He turned, startled. Kalpa was there, along with several others. He had no idea how or when they arrived. Kalpa stepped forward. If we gather enough mana, we can finally slay that Uroboros. I'll share the fragment of the divine stone with you. And if even that isn't enough. He raised his chin, resolute. Then the remaining 600,000 of my kin will offer their lives willingly. Our hero blinked, stunned. Why would you go that far? Are you really planning to sacrifice your entire race just to kill Uroboros? Kalpa shook his head. No, it's the opposite. Our hero frowned, unable to make sense of it. One of Kalpa's guards stepped forward, voice steady. What he means is hope. because we finally saw hope inside that void. He explained everything with a painful calm. The world tree was dying, its sap nearly gone. And without that sap, there was no nourishment, no future. Their queen couldn't lay eggs anymore. Their assaults on humanity weren't born from hatred, but from desperation, an attempt to gather enough mana to survive. But during that struggle, the guard continued. We discovered the truth. The one draining the sap, the one stealing the world tree's life, was Ouroboros. They had waged a colossal war against the beast, trying to protect the sap. Their queen fought at the front, sacrificing everything so her people could go on. In the end, all they managed was to force the creature into slumber. Our hero stood there frozen, the weight of that revelation settling heavily on him. The warrior bowed his head. Before our queen fell, she left behind one last hope. She entrusted Kalpa with the divine stone fragment, the symbol of calamity. But now that the world tree is fading, the sap can't sustain rebirth. A new queen cannot be born. Our hero exhaled slowly, finally understanding. So if we kill Ouroboros and restore the world tree, a new queen can be born. Kalpa dropped to his knees immediately, bowing so deeply his forehead touched the ground. 500 years ago, he said, voice trembling, we failed. We couldn't protect our queen, and she died because of us. Please allow us redemption. Use us. Use our entire race as the foundation for the birth of the new queen. Help us fulfill the mission we abandoned in shame. His plea hung in the air, raw and desperate. And for a moment, our hero could only stand there, silent, unable to answer. Kalpa's forehead pressed to the ground, his voice breaking. We failed in the one duty our race was born for, to give our lives for our queen. Please use us. Let us finally fulfill what we could not. Our hero lowered his head, letting the weight of those words settle. I understand, he said quietly. I'll make sure a new queen is born. I promise. He tightened his grip on the lightning splitter. A burst of blinding light exploded from his hand. A system message appeared. The King Bee commander, Kalpa, bearer of the divine stone fragment, will now be converted into energy for the lightning splitter. Kalpa's body lit up with golden radiance. From within that light, a queen bee's spirit appeared, regarding him with a calm, ancient gaze. Kalpa, she murmured, you've always been just a warrior, but you were far more meticulous than most. Kalpa bowed deeply. My queen. Tekaran stepped forward, smiling warmly at the sight. It's been far too long. A pleasure to see you again. Then he turned to the hero. Young human warrior, we entrust our queen and the future of our race to you. Our hero met his gaze with unwavering confidence. You can relax. I keep every promise I make. The old man chuckled. Rest easy, Kalpa. This one, he's stubborn to the bone. If he says he'll do it, he will. Kalpa nodded. I know. That's why I have no doubts left. And with those final words, his body dissolved into pure energy. The golden light surged into the lightning splitter, flooding it until the weapon gleamed like a miniature sun. Our hero closed his eyes for a moment. Thank you. Kalpa, you've saved me considerable time. Another notification appeared. All King Bees have been subjugated. King Bee commander bearing the divine stone fragment has perished. Remaining King Bees are now subdued. Lightning splitter charge, 98%. Skill unlocked, thunderstorm. Our hero didn't hesitate. Old man, leave the queen's eggs with me for a while. Tekaran nodded. Do as you wish. The hero spun the lightning splitter once, the air cracking around it. An alert flashed before him. Objective, slay Ouroboros. Mana from the King Bees surged through his armor, sharpening every sense. He braced himself as the weapon roared with power. Then he felt it, Kalpa's hatred. A raw, burning grudge, so overwhelming it tore the breath from his lungs. For a brief moment, the hero could only stand there, stunned by the sheer weight of that fury. He knew that pain too well. Losing something irreplaceable, watching a future slip away. So he bowed his head for a heartbeat, then raised it with a resolve that felt carved into his bones. Future Queen, watch carefully. This strike carries the strength, the will, and the final wish of every one of your fallen kin. With that vow, he swung. The lightning splitter roared, a blinding arc of yellow light tearing through the air as the weapon crashed into the ground. The earth didn't just crack. It ruptured, splitting open like the world itself had flinched. A pillar of light shot downward, slamming into Ouroboros. The monster let out a scream, that shook the valley. Its massive head smashed against the shattered terrain, the entire world trembling under the weight of the impact. In a single strike, the beast was buried, its soul shredded by the blow. From its ruined face, a glowing blue core pulsed free and tumbled into the abyss below. Inside the core, something writhed. A system notification flashed. Ouroboros, subjugation complete. All calamities within the red zone have been subdued. Our hero hovered above the rubble, breath heavy, sweat trailing down his chin. Sparks of mana still crawled across his armor. The old man drifted up beside him with a sigh. Well, someone was in a hurry. You even took down the king's residence. Our hero wiped his forehead. I have to finish this as soon as possible. I can't afford to forget that. Tekaron nodded. Understand. But the creature's gone now. At least take a moment to rest. Then he added, Thunderstorm can only be used by someone not under physical reinforcement. Using it in the wrong state, it'll break you faster than the enemy. Our hero's eyes narrowed. I still have work to do. The lake won't open yet, so I'll rest until then. Without another word, he dove straight into the massive hole where the core fell. Tekaron stared after him, troubled. Even with all his abilities, the boy's body had to be screaming in pain. Then, why, even with the seal released, is he heading toward a corpse? He followed. Deep below, he found the hero hovering above the fallen core. Our hero pressed a hand to it. The system chimed. No life detected. His jaw clenched. If he used a potion, the corpse would burst apart, sending Alpha's body flying. He couldn't risk that. He needed precision. Patience. Then, Vessel of the Dragon God. Blazing nova. Yellow, crackling energy burst from his hand, splitting the core open. A jagged hole burned through it, revealing Alpha curled inside. That's enough, he muttered. He reached in, grabbed Alpha by the shoulder, and pulled. The core shattered to pieces around them. Alpha's body burst free from the shattered core, but before he could fall, our hero caught him with both arms. Good, now I can keep my promise. He pressed his hand against the glowing fragment embedded in Alpha's chest. The shard pulsed, twice, before lighting up completely. A system message appeared. Fragment of memory is reacting to Alpha's body. Our hero exhaled in relief. Shane's soul, it's settled. Now all that's left is the promise I made to the King Bee. Alpha's eyes slowly opened. He stared at him, dazed, then whispered, Monster, you really kept it. Our hero managed a faint smile. You're confused, but your soul is safe. I'll take you to your father. You'll be able to rest. But before he could say anything more, his heart slammed violently against his ribs. A sharp metallic taste filled his mouth as blood spilled from his lips. Alpha's eyes widened. Master, you're bleeding. A system alert cut through the moment. Voltry magic power recovery initiated. Magic link with the entity has been forcibly severed. Remaining link duration reset, 24 hours. His scales evaporated into thin wisps of smoke. The pain struck all at once. Raw, crushing, merciless. Another notification. Insufficient magic power. Vessel of the Dragon God will be lifted. Our hero gasped as blood dripped from his chin. The backlash was brutal, far worse than he'd braced for. With the link severed, his body was collapsing from the inside. Damn it, at this rate, I won't be able to keep my promise to the King Bee. His vision blurred, but he forced himself upright, clinging to consciousness with pure will. Alpha dragged himself toward him desperately. Master, what's happening? Hold on. We promised to move forward together. Don't leave me behind. Our hero couldn't even answer. Blood was leaking from his mouth with every breath. And then, a burst of blazing mana tore through the air. Tekaron descended in a storm of fire, Agni's sting swirling around him as a magic circle erupted overhead. Fire arrows rained down, forcing Alpha to flinch back. One arrow slammed into the ground behind Alpha. 3 more struck between him and the hero like divine warning shots. Back off, filthy beast, the old man barked. The man you're approaching is the savior of this world. Alpha froze, staring at him in disbelief. What? Tekaron's fury only intensified. If you intend revenge, if you even think of harming him, I'll kill you where you stand. Alpha trembled, overwhelmed and confused. But Tekaron wasn't done. You were granted authority. Authority. And what did you do with it, you wretched creature? You used it to destroy the red zone. Filthy bastard. Each word hit Alpha like a blow. The world shook not from fire, not from magic, but from the raw, unrestrained wrath of a man defending the fallen hero behind him. and Alpha could only kneel there, stunned, caught between guilt, terror, and the sight of the one person who had saved him, now drowning in agony. The old man didn't stop. His voice thundered through the chamber as he spat curses, calling the boy disgusting, filthy, beyond forgiveness. Flames circled him above, wrapping around the glowing magic circle where he stood, looking down like a judge ready to deliver a final sentence. But Alpha didn't react. He didn't defend himself. He didn't scream back. Instead, he broke. His shoulders shook. His lips quivered. And then the words poured out, weak, trembling, soaked in despair. I waited there all that time in the darkness alone. Tears streamed down his cheeks. I kept believing that someday Father would come for me, that he'd save me. His voice cracked, fragile, painful. But now, he's killing me again. The same Father who gave me hope. He's trying to kill me again. He sobbed harder, gripping Hansu's limp body like a lifeline. If Father had seen me, I thought he'd call me Shane and hold me warmly, but I was wrong. I was so wrong. The name Shane hit Tekaron harder than any spell ever could. His entire body froze. His heart dropped. Did he just say he's Shane? The old man whispered, voice trembling with disbelief and terror. My Shane. Alpha clung to Hansu with everything he had. I don't care what happens to me. Just, please, save Hansu. Save him. The old man's face twisted in agony. He collapsed to his knees inside the glowing circle. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm so sorry. I failed to recognize my own son. I failed you as a father. Golden light began to pour from the magic circle, patterns forming in the air. Elegant, ancient runes weaving around them like a guardian's embrace. Elysian circle of life activated. Alpha flinched, terrified. Father, what are you doing? Tekaron descended, tears streaming freely now. No parent would call their own child disgusting. He reached out with trembling fingers and wiped the boy's tears. I'm sorry, Shane. I'm so sorry. His voice was breaking apart, raw and sincere. He pulled his son into a tight embrace, one filled with years of regret, love, and grief. Your mother and I, we loved you so much. More than words can hold. I've missed you, my beloved son. That was all it took. Alpha collapsed into him, sobbing like a child, burying his face into the warmth he had longed for in the darkness. And Tekaron held him as if afraid he might disappear again. Noon, inside a quiet tent. Hansu, our hero, rested on a cot, breath steady. When his eyes opened, fatigue still lingered like a dull ache through every limb. He sat up slowly, clenching his fist. A pulse answered, his magic link restored. He exhaled. Good. I can move without issue now. He slipped his shoes on, glanced around the tent, and spoke calmly toward the empty air. I already know you're here, he said. Come out, fairy. From the shadows, a presence unfurled, smooth, silent, and venomous. A large-horned fairy stepped forward, her silhouette bending unnaturally as her snake-like aura slithered across the tent walls. Her smile was wicked, sharp enough to cut. My, I was worried, she purred. You were bedridden for quite some time, but it seems you've recovered far better than expected. Our boy narrowed his eyes. Don't pretend that concerns you. Your lord only wants to see me suffer. He stepped closer, voice firm. I've subjugated every calamity. Now give me what I was promised. The skill, dive 0. The fairy's smirk curled even further, amused by his directness. How bold, she said. You already know exactly what you want. She reached into the folds of her robe and produced a strange, faintly glowing crystal, like a pearl coated in shifting darkness. Since you worked so hard for our entertainment, she said sweetly, we'll give you this as a treat. It causes unattributed damage over a wide area and severely lowers the magic resistance of every creature caught in its wake. Her grin turned feral. Tell me, Hansu, by choosing a skill that once destroyed the world, are you planning to entertain us with more chaos? Starting from the orange zone, perhaps. Our boy didn't flinch. How I use the skill is none of your concern. It's mine now. You don't have the right to interfere. Oh, then I suppose your next move is mass genocide? She taunted. He stared back, unamused. She sighed dramatically. You're too kind, Mr. Hansu. Far too kind. Some of the higher-ups are complaining, you know. If you acted more explosively, I could push you forward much faster. He moved in, closing the distance with a single step. I don't intend to commit mass genocide, and demanding anything from a traveler. Isn't that against your rulebook? Her playful smile twitched. I only said that because I wanted to help you, she huffed. How upsetting. And to think I even gave you a reward, but fine. Do as you like. She vanished, slipping back into the shadows like a serpent retreating into its den. Our boy let out a slow breath. Dive Zero Pearl. It's perfect for mass genocide. But used precisely, it becomes a weapon specialized purely for killing enemies. Clean, efficient, devastating. In the Orange Zone, I can't use tree magic power, and using the vessel of the Dragon God recklessly will knock me unconscious. But Dive Zero changes everything. He clenched the pearl in his hand. A finisher with high efficiency. Good. From the Orange Zone onward, I'll need to rush through everything. A gentle chime echoed in the air. System message. Incoming communication request from Tekeron. He wishes to speak. Topic, his race. Our boy exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. His race, of course. After everything that happened, he'd want answers. He sent a brief reply. I'll come. Soon after, he stood before the old man. The atmosphere was calmer now. No flames, no shouting, no trembling desperation. Only truth left to be spoken. Tekeron let out a weary breath. Earlier was too much for proper conversation, he admitted. In my memories, I saw Acheron. Tell me, do my kin still survive in the Orange Zone? Hansu nodded slowly. Yes, Acheron did survive. Then he added, voice softer, but the original tribe, Nagar, they couldn't adapt to the desert. They perished. Tekeron closed his eyes, shoulders sinking. I see. A long breath escaped him, heavy but accepting. So Acheron still lives on, even if Nagar did not. Our boy watched him silently for a moment before asking, why didn't you tell me before? What happened? And how did someone of Acheron end up inside Elvenheim? The old man's gaze drifted far away, beyond time, beyond worlds. I never had the chance to tell you, he said quietly. But now, I will. His voice lowered into an echo of the past. There was a day when the golden lion Lazar, our god, our guardian, fell. He described how the once sacred lands decayed as the lion's blood lost its divine grace. The soil cracked, rivers dried, life withered. The great tribes of Acheron began to die one by one. In desperation, to give my tribe even a flicker of hope, he swallowed hard. I activated a soul transmitter, a forbidden device. It reached out to another world, calling forth the souls of Acheron into it. He clenched his fist, and by fate's cruel humor, I was reborn in that world as the Prince of Elvenheim. His voice trembled, not from anger but shame. My body was that of an elf, but my mind remained Acheron. My greatest wish was to awaken Acheron within Elvenheim, to reignite our spirit inside new vessels. A bitter smile twisted his lips, but that desire gave birth to Alpha, a twisted outcome of my twisted wish. He paused, as though gathering the courage to continue. And then, I learned Acheron had gone extinct, that our people were gone. He lowered his head, shoulders trembling. So I lived as an elf, as one of them. But calamities came, and Elvenheim, too, fell into ruin. I lost my son twice. I failed my people twice. My life was nothing but failure. His voice cracked, raw, unmasked. But then you came. He looked at our boy with eyes filled with gratitude and pain. You restored hope to a hopeless life. You saved my son. And today, you tell me Acheron still survives. He bowed his head. No matter how many lives I live, I could never express my gratitude to you. Not with words. Not with anything I am. For the first time, the ancient prince, the failed guardian, the grieving father, all of them bowed before the young warrior who had rewritten the course of his fate. Our hero didn't flinch beneath the old man's gratitude. He simply folded his arms and said, calm as ever, you can thank me after I save all of Acheron. Tekeron's eyes widened. What? What do you mean, save all of Acheron? Hansu looked straight at him. There's still a way to save them, but I need your knowledge to do it. Tell me where the ancient ruins are, and where you kept the soul transmitter. The old man stiffened. I do know where the transmitter lies, but Lazar, our golden lion, has already fallen to his sickness. His voice trembled. Are you planning to heal him? Our boy nodded once, firmly. Yes, I'll cure him. Tekeron stared at him, as though he were hearing an impossible prophecy. Hansu continued, time is short. In 2 years, the rope of Karashur will rise. That calamity will erase the entire Orange Zone, your tribesmen included. Tekeron's face paled. What about the Pope? His role is to protect the Orange Zone. Why would he summon the calamity himself? Hansu's reply was cold and pragmatic. The ones responsible are dead. Their motives died with them. What matters is that we stop what's coming. A moment later, they teleported into the nest. Amber light glowed between honeycombed walls, and Alpha, still shaky, looked between his father and Hansu. Is everything going to be all right? He asked, voice trembling. Hansu placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm fine, and you've already done the hard work by infusing magic into her. Thanks to that, everything's going smoothly. Then his eyes sharpened. Buff activation. A wave of power rippled outward. System message. World Tree Administrator has imbued World Tree magic into the King Bee Queen. The air vibrated. Mana whirled in spirals. The giant egg in the center of the nest cracked, split, and then burst open. A flood of golden energy enveloped the chamber. From within the remnants of the egg, a stunning woman emerged, radiant, elegant, divine. Her eyes shimmered like honey and gold as she bowed lightly. Administrator, she said softly, her voice echoing like a hymn. Thank you for granting me the chance to return to life. She placed a hand over her heart, her presence filling the nest with regal authority. By the name of Culpa, I vow this. Your enemies shall become our enemies. From this moment on, the king bees will follow your will, and we will eradicate every foe that stands against you. Our boy replied calmly that if they truly shared the same goal, then everything from here on would move far smoother. His eyes drifted to the queen bee's new form. Too human, almost eerily so. It hit him, then. Some of his magic must have fused with her during the revival. He turned to Shane. There's something I want to entrust to you. Shane blinked. Entrust, what exactly? Our boy lifted his hand. A system window bloomed into existence. He was granting Shane administrative privileges. And it didn't end there. One notification after another streamed past. Transfers of massive power. The Sword of Gladrian, the Ring of Fabian, and several more artifacts. The final message hit like a drumbeat. All 5 Red Zone artifacts acquired. True World Tree Administrator Authority unlocked. Our boy smiled faintly. Congratulations. You're now the full administrator. Work with the Queen Bee. Strengthen humanity. Shane exhaled, overwhelmed, then hesitated. So, you're leaving already? But Alpha's influence is still inside you. You might end up treating humans harshly. Is that really okay? Our boy shrugged lightly. It's better that way. I want warriors, strong ones. The next zone won't forgive weakness. Shane nodded slowly. Then, I'll do my best. Before the moment could settle, the queen bee stepped forward. The child has something for you. A tiny bee fluttered over and dropped a glowing crystal onto our boy's head. The system recognized it instantly. A 7-piece soul fragment, embedded into another soul, and it bridges thoughts, memories, skills, a direct link. He knew this ability. Miyamoto's mark, left behind after death. He had planned to collect all 7 before departing. So this arriving now, perfect timing. If he planted it inside Shane, they could stay connected even while he was in the Orange Zone. Everything would become infinitely easier. But then the guilt crept in. If he brought Takaron with him, he'd be tearing apart a reunion that had waited 500 years. The old man deserved his moment. And yet, leaving Shane behind like this felt wrong. With the lake opening soon, if there was ever a time to speak the truth, it was now. He turned, about to say something, when Shane caught the change in his expression. What's wrong? Our boy took a quiet breath. There's something I need to tell you. Something besides the administrator rights. Shane frowned, confused. Even with all the calamities gone, there's still something serious left. Our hero nodded. That's right. To end the calamity in the Orange Zone, I'll need your father's help. So I'm asking, can I take him with me? Shane froze for a heartbeat, then lowered his gaze. So, father is going to the Orange Zone. He didn't say anything else, but the weight in his voice was unmistakable. Before that sadness could settle, our boy stepped in gently. This isn't a permanent goodbye. If you take this fragment, we'll be able to talk even across different zones. I'll keep you updated about your father. I promise. So will you accept this trial? Shane let out a slow breath, forcing a small smile. It's hard to say farewell this soon, but if I can at least hear news of him, then of course, I'll take it. Thank you, our hero said softly. I know how much he means to you. I'll take him with me, but it won't be long before you see him again. He released his energy. The soul fragment lit up and sank into Shane's chest, pulsing gently. Shane's voice was quiet but steady. It's fine. I've already waited 500 years. Our hero nodded. Then everything is ready. Send me to the lake. And don't worry, I won't come between you and your father. The old man stepped forward grateful. Thank you for your consideration. I'll send you to the humans. That would be best for you as well. Our hero began to fade. That's fine by me. A blink later, he was back inside his tent. He summoned a carrier pigeon, tied a message to its leg, and released it. Everyone, companions and all nearby players, should gather in front of the camp by 6. There was something he needed to tell them. The pigeon vanished into the sky. Soon after, knights, travelers, and his closest allies assembled outside the tent. Our hero stepped forward, thanking them sincerely. Then he turned to Michael. You've mediated between me and the clans better than anyone. If it weren't for you, far more travelers would have died in the red zone. Keep supporting humanity. Keep supporting the red zone. You're needed. Michael bowed deeply, humbled. Our boy's gaze shifted to Mahi. I've known you since the tutorial. Your growth rate, it's twice that of any traveler here. He paused, letting the words sink in. If you keep moving the way you are, you'll become strong enough that you'll never lose anyone again. His voice softened. It's just my personal hope, but I'd like to see you become a monarch among monarchs someday. He turned next to Unshai. Without your clan, I wouldn't have destroyed those cores, he said. Your people played a crucial role in bringing down Ouroboros. Unshai blinked, stunned. He had never spoken to her like this before. Never this openly, never with this much weight behind his words. But he wasn't finished. I'm already a monarch, he reminded her quietly. So lead your clan toward prosperity. And I want to help Mahi keep moving forward. That's my small wish. Before Unshai could even respond, he shifted his gaze. Sophia, Sangjin, Wang Zheng, all three straightened immediately. I know you intend to follow me, he said. But the Orange Zone isn't a playground. It's a place where you can die at any moment. If you follow me, you obey without resistance. No hesitation, no questioning. Are you still willing to come? Sangjin didn't even blink. If it's your command, I obey. Always. Sophia crossed her arms with a faint smile. I've basically been doing that already. And now that the calamities are gone, I want to clear the way so my little sister won't have to struggle as much. Wonk bowed his head. I feel the same. I want to prepare the path so my daughter can pass through safely. And I must search for my lost son. If you count me among your forces, I will follow gladly. Our hero accepted their resolve with a firm nod. Then it's settled. We leave for the Orange Zone tomorrow. Rest up. You'll need it. The reactions were mixed. Relief, dread, determination. A few sighed under the pressure of new responsibilities. Others accepted their fate because refusing him simply wasn't an option. And some were just afraid of what tomorrow held. Morning arrived. The entire troop gathered at the lake's edge. Fighters, companions, everyone who had chosen to walk this path. The old man stood waiting, smiling warmly. Ah, Hansu's companions. I'll be counting on all of you. Wonk stiffened at the name Tekaron echoing in his mind. He eyed the old man carefully. Who is he? He's our guide to the Orange Zone, our hero replied. He'll be traveling with us. No need to worry. Wonk nodded slowly, still unsettled. The old man caught the tension in the air and gave a small, apologetic bow. I can sense some hostility toward my clone. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened before. A ripple cut through the air, and an energy circle formed right in front of him. Our hero didn't flinch. Leave the dog behind, he ordered. Everyone else, get ready. The gates opening. The lake trembled as the portal above it began to hum. Thick, dark energy swirling like a storm ready to swallow them whole. This is it, he said. We're entering the Orange Zone. He stepped into the lake, following the dark path stretching out before him. One step, then another, and then light warped. On the other side, a wasteland greeted them. Smoke rolling across the horizon. Jagged, sun-scorched mountains. Monsters wandering the terrain like kings without challengers. From the yellow portal, he emerged into the Orange Zone. Sophia jumped out right behind him. A shadow moved. A massive serpent lunged straight for his throat. Cover us, he shouted. Path of descent now. We're not making our grand entrance as someone's meal. Sophia didn't hesitate. Her spellbook snapped open, pages blurring. A swirl of power shot outward, lifting everyone into the air. A glowing path carved itself across the sky. Our hero sprinted across it instantly, boots barely touching the surface. Then, one clean, violent swing. A streak of yellow tore through the air. The serpent's mouth split apart instantly. Its scream came out as a wet, garbled roar as its tongue shredded and slapped against his hands. Blood and muscle splattered across the bone-white ground as the creature spasmed, shaking the entire area. Its torn tongue thudded onto the skull-like terrain beneath them. Our hero exhaled through his nose. Just as expected, he had barely surfaced here. No proper footing, no time to adjust. So dealing serious damage was unrealistic. But this was perfect for a test. If I can slice off a monster's tongue like this, he thought, watching the serpent writhe. Then among the travelers of the orange zone, I'm somewhere around mid-tier. Good. A clean baseline to start with. The monster with the shredded tongue let out a roar so loud it rattled the bones of the earth. And that cry became a summons. Shapes emerged from the haze. 1, 2, 4 more monsters stomping into view, answering their wounded kin. Flames ignited in its throat, spilling out through its ruined mouth as it shrieked again. Sophia's voice cracked. Get out of there. You can't take that many right now. From behind her, Ariel nodded, eyes sharp. She's right. Her librarian skill is way too accurate for this to be coincidence. Our hero clicked his tongue. He agreed. 1 monster? Fine. 5? Not with his strengthening technique on a timer. All right, Mango, he muttered calmly, as if scolding a misbehaving pet. You get to live for now. He stood right in front of the creature's blazing, mangled jaw, completely unfazed as its massive claw sliced down toward him. The moment the attack hit the ground, he was already gone, springing upward with effortless grace. Sophia, he called, shift the path of descent. 1 kilometer up. We're going airborne and scouting from above. Her spellbook fluttered open immediately. Understood. The path twisted and rose into the sky, glowing like a staircase carved from sunlight. Without realizing it, without ceremony or speeches, they were already taking their first real steps into the orange zone. As they ascended higher and higher, the monster below roared helplessly, staring up at them with pure hatred, its ruined mouth dripping blood and fire as they vanished into the rising air. Up in the orange zone sky, 2 watchers tracked our hero's group through a pair of battered binoculars, scanning every movement with suspicion. Did our phantoms really slip in here? One muttered. The other lowered his binoculars slightly. That girl, Sophia. I know her. But the rest? Never saw them anywhere in the red zone. Might explain why the ramblers kept disappearing. Now that Sophia was confirmed, he exhaled in relief. All right, still counts as a recon mission. That man was Shimura Kin, team leader of the Laralaral clan. He watched our hero stride across Sophia's sky path, walking above the world to dodge demons as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What's with that guy? Kin muttered. Even rookies weren't supposed to read Mugos patterns or maneuver through the triangle zone with that kind of freakish accuracy. It shouldn't be possible, but he shook the thought off. Didn't matter. He just had to wipe them out and take Sophia. Simple. Magic gun, he ordered. His subordinate passed it over, but then squinted. A boss. Isn't this supposed to be recon only? Why are we suddenly hunting? Wait, don't tell me it's because Sophia rejected you after you confessed. The blow came instantly. Kin slammed his weapon into the guy's head hard enough to rattle bone. Say one more word, and you won't live long enough to regret it. The subordinate clutched his head, grumbling, but he still whispered, Thanks. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Kin ignored him and focused back on our hero's group. Kill the men. Capture Sophia, he said coldly. He took aim. A strange pulse rippled from the magic gun, humming with lethal energy. 1 month here equals 1 year in the red zone, he muttered. I survived a whole year alone. A red zone traveler won't last a second against a weapon that can kill a Mugos. He squeezed the trigger, but froze. Our hero was staring directly at him, 700 meters away. And not just a casual glance. He had been staring, locked onto him, watching. Kin's breath caught. Impossible. Even if the guy had noticed them, he shouldn't have the range to retaliate. Then, our hero raised his fist. A pattern lit up. Kin blinked. What is he doing? Drive 0 activated. The fist clenched, and a violent surge of energy ripped outward, the pattern speeding toward him like a collapsing dimension. For one horrifying instant, Kin felt that same pattern ignite inside his own body. Be boss. Your body, his assistant screamed. Kin's voice turned raw, breaking. Help me. Help. Too late. His skin corroded in seconds. Flesh rusted away. Bone dissolved into dust, until everything that was Shimura Kin crumbled. leaving behind nothing but 3 magic stones rolling across the ground. Our hero watched the ashes scatter in the wind, lips curling in annoyance. A muggo's hunting weapon, pointed at a person and called a plan, he muttered. Pathetic. Sophia caught the edge in his voice. What's wrong? He shook it off. Nothing. Let's keep moving. They continued along the sky path she'd carved earlier. Below them, the orange zone stretched endlessly, harsh, sun-scorched, almost mocking their arrival. The muggos should have lost my trail by now, our hero said. Then he glanced at Tekaron. From here on, use flow strings. It'll make travel easier. Tekaron nodded. Understood. Thin blue strings unfurled from his hands, weaving themselves into a smooth glide path in midair. Sophia huffed. Would have been great if you brought this skill out earlier. Tekaron shot her a glare. It's not a skill I can just use whenever I please. You're a librarian. Don't complain when you should already know that. Before she could retort, he shifted the subject. My homeland, once a lush forest, now reduced to this wasteland. Sophia blinked. Your homeland is the orange zone? That's right. Tekaron pointed toward the endless stretch of sand. Tell me, what do you see? Everyone answered the same way. A desert. Tekaron shook his head. Outsiders only ever see the surface. There's far more underneath. Then he turned to our hero. We're close. Now that we've reached my homeland, I'll show you Lazar. Shall I raise us another 10 kilometers? That'll help me understand where we are, our hero replied. His magic circle swelled, lifting everyone even higher. A freezing barrier locked them in place so no one would slip. And then, the truth revealed itself. This, the old man said quietly, is my homeland, the land of Lazar. From above, the desert shifted. Lines became contours. Dunes became scales. The horizon curved. Sophia's breath hitched. This whole place, it's alive. That horizon earlier was just its tail. Sangjin stepped back, stunned. If we're 10 kilometers up and can only see the lower body, how massive is it? Wonk swallowed. I've seen serpents, monstrous ones. Nothing like this. Tekaron let out a weary sigh. Comparing it to Ouroboros would be an insult. He gestured down at the landscape, the desert glowing faintly, bright mana flickering like starlight across its surface. Lazar, the golden lion, the holy beast that ruled this island. It drank the molten sea of herring sun and forged its own body from it. The blue sparks you see, those are Lazar converting molten water into life energy. That energy blessed countless beings, including my own people, the Acheron. His voice dimmed. But now the sea has dried. The land is fading. And if this continues, that blessing won't last much longer. Our hero didn't take his eyes off the colossal creature below. That's why I brought you all here, he said. We're going to fix this. I already know what needs to be done. Just guide us. Tekaron exhaled, a faint tremor in his voice finally easing. I don't doubt you. Not anymore. I was just grieving for my homeland. He pointed toward the horizon. A settlement shimmered in the heat. That architecture isn't Acheron-made. Humans must be living there. Correct, our hero replied. And that's where we're headed. Tekaron, lower us. We'll farm runes on the way. Tekaron nodded, weaving flow strings as they descended through swirling dust and heat. Once their boots hit the ground, Hero addressed the group. For the next 6 hours, we're farming runes. I'll pick the targets. He didn't wait. A spear whistled through the air, impaling a monster instantly. Scorpions first, he said. Then he blurred forward, carving through several beasts with the same weapon, clean, effortless kills. A heartbeat later, he shifted the plan again. Switching targets. Hunt basilisks. The battlefield exploded. Steel rang. Shields slammed. Spells detonated. Summons crashed into monsters while dust and blood filled the air. A basilisk lunged at Sangjin, only for its head to be obliterated by a brutal overhead strike from Wok. Our hero gave him a nod. Good work. By the time 6 hours passed, they were drenched in sweat, dust, and rune fragments. That's enough, Hero announced. We've got plenty to buy full gear once we reach the city. We rest today. We leave tomorrow. The team collapsed instantly. Some face down, some sprawled like corpses. And when he felt all their eyes on him, he frowned. Why are you staring? If you got something to say it. Tekaron raised a shaky hand. It's just, when you said rest, I thought you'd keep pushing until we all dropped dead. Hero shrugged. Good fighting comes from eating and sleeping properly. I'm not stupid enough to push the group past its limits, unless something unexpected happens. The old man burst into laughter. Exactly. Slow and steady wins. Besides, basilisk meat has its own charm. My people pass down a special recipe. If no one objects, I'll handle dinner. Perfect, Hero said. I can always count on you. Meanwhile, the rest of the team lay sprawled across the ground like exhausted factory workers at the end of a 12-hour shift. The narration shifted to the base of Onvain's clan of the Cross, a fortress-like stronghold sealed behind towering walls, radiating tension from every stone. This place, Tranus. Our hero and Sophia stop at the entrance, and without wasting a breath, Sophia steps forward and raises her voice. Her tone cuts through the air like a blade. They should already know who I am. The Phantom of the Red Zone, Sophia, has arrived. Open the gate. The guards up top exchange looks, confused and unsure. One whispers if she's really that Sophia. Another scoffs, wondering why a Phantom from the Red Zone would bother showing up here at all. Then the guard leans over the railing and calls down. Wait a moment. We, can't open the gate right now. We'll report to the clan leader and let you know his decision. So just stay where you are. Sophia freezes, speechless that they're treating her like some random passerby. Our hero narrows his eyes. Something doesn't line up. The ones meant to help travelers are instead guarding their own turf. Normally, these helpers would rush out to stop Mago traveler hunts. Yet, the welcoming party here consists of clan members who enjoyed hunting travelers. And in his past life, this clan wasn't even supposed to exist yet. But here they are, formed early, active, corrupted. His reincarnation must have shifted the timeline forward. He expected rot, but he needs to see how deep it goes. Without warning, he leaps up the wall, scaling it in seconds. But before he reaches the top, a heavy thud shakes the stone. Someone else has landed there first. A girl with bright pink hair. She smirks lightly. Well, look who it is. Isn't that Sophia? Envy Aaron. Sophia's breath catches. She remembers that face. One of the Punishers of Eries, a warrior who fought beside her for 50 years. But now, Aaron stands as the leader of the Klaus clan of Rangers and the ruler of the Helper City, Tarnus. Aaron's expression softens, almost nostalgic. She laughs lightly and says it's been ages. Then she leans in and asks about Sophia's younger brother. Has she met him yet? Sophia turns red, gripping her own hand. Not yet. I cleared the red zone calamities first, so he'd have an easier time coming up. Aaron's jaw practically drops. You what? You actually killed them? Is that even possible? Sophia sighs. It's a long story. Not something I can explain right now. But why do you look so stressed? Did something happen? Aaron exhales sharply. Sophia, you really don't know the situation. Then she lays it out as simply as she can. There's a man called the Coffin Emperor. He's the one behind the Leto plan. And the problem? He's been gathering the worst scum from every corner. Rapists, murderers, criminals who broke city laws, and hurling them at Tarnas again and again in endless waves. In just a single year, their numbers grew so out of control that all Aaron's forces can do now is defend. She lowers her head slightly, guilt tightening her voice. We should have upheld the rules Erie's left behind. Sophia, you came all the way from the red zone, and yet we, helpers, couldn't even give you the proper support. Our hero wasn't surprised. In fact, this explained everything. Why they were attacked on the way here, why the outskirts felt tense and hollow. If Tarna's security was this unstable, traveling together as a large group would have been reckless. He was already forming a plan. His team would stay here, train, and build themselves up, while he and old Tekron headed straight for the temple. Aaron, despite the grim situation, still managed a relieved smile. If a whole group of red zone travelers had shown up right now, it would have turned into a disaster. Sophia, without hesitation, pointed at our hero. That's thanks to Kang Han Su. He handled all the calamities alone and made the path clear. Every eye snapped toward him. Silence. Shock. Aaron studied him more carefully this time, her gaze narrowing. I felt something strange from you earlier, but this is more impressive than I expected. She tilted her head. How about a little spar? Our hero waved it off immediately. I came here from the red zone yesterday. I wouldn't be much of an opponent. Aaron blinked. Really? I thought you'd be a battle junkie. After all, you cleared every calamity. He shrugged. I'm not the type who enjoys fighting, and I'd lose anyway. Then, as if shifting the topic on purpose, he asked, the dungeon inside the town, how active is it? Aaron raised a brow. You even know about that? It's barely used. Only a few locusts pop out from time to time. She folded her arms. This is the Odin zone. It's safe to farm here however you want. Use the dungeon as you please. Our hero nodded. Thanks for granting access so quickly. Aaron waved off the gratitude. If you're with Sophia, then you're a comrade. If you need anything, tell me. I will, he replied. Before she could say more, a shadow flashed overhead. A bird swooped down, large looking from afar, but tiny when it landed neatly on Aaron's finger. She paused, eyes unfocused. A message. The bird unfolded a small note. A clan leader's report. Cale Dawson found. Exact coordinates included. Aaron's expression darkened instantly. Fury lit her eyes. She apologized as she readied herself to leave. Something urgent came up. We'll talk properly next time. Sophia nodded. Go. We understand. With a powerful kick, Aaron shot into the distance. Her voice echoed back toward the guards. Open the gates for them. Guide them to their quarters. They're my guests. Treat them with respect. The guards straightened immediately. Welcome, Lady Sophia and companions to Tarnus. It's an honor to have you. We hope for good relations. The iron gates groaned upward, and as the sunlight spilled through the opening, our hero stepped into the city's commercial district, finally inside Tarnus. A local instructor spotted Sophia the moment they stepped in. Her eyes widened with excitement. A phantom, all the way up here? Incredible. We never got to speak properly in the red zone. It's an honor to finally meet you. Sophia didn't even slow down. She brushed past her without a word, leaving the instructor stunned in place. Our hero stepped in smoothly. Is our lodging near the central temple? The girl blinked, recovering. Yes, right beside it, actually. I'm surprised you already knew. Good, he said. Since we're already in the marketplace, I want to buy some gear. Can you guide us, or at least give us a map? She quickly fumbled through her pocket and pulled out something far more advanced than anyone expected, a high-grade city map. She placed it in his hand with a bright smile. Here, I hope you enjoy your shopping trip. And maybe we'll meet again. Our hero nodded. If fate allows, we will. He turned to his team. For now, get yourselves equipped. Meet at the abandoned dungeon around 5. Everyone split off immediately, slipping into the bustling streets. Sophia and the instructor naturally drifted off together to shop. Sanjin went straight for new swords, probably already imagining himself dual-wielding something dangerous. Wonk wandered in the opposite direction, looking for items with more mana output. Classic Wonk behavior. And our hero walked into an artifact shop without hesitation. Inside, shelves glowed with runes and flickering mana signatures. He browsed calmly, then picked up a brooch, one that allowed fly walking, channeling mana into the soul to grant temporary flight. He tested the weight of a storm lace next, a light cloak designed to cut through sandstorms and hostile winds. Still not enough. He grabbed a shield, then a pair of rune gloves, fine patterns etched into them, perfect for mana flow control. When he stepped back and looked at his haul, he smiled faintly. Clean. Good enough. As he walked out, fully geared and radiating the unmistakable aura of someone ready to farm everything in sight, old Techeron stared at him in disbelief. I've never seen things like this in a red zone. Humans really buy and sell artifacts like this? Of course, our hero replied casually. Before coming to the other world, this was normal life for humans. You probably never saw any of it because Miyamoto kept you buried down there. Techeron scratched his head. Still strange, one of the 12 temples turning into a human city. Don't be so easily surprised, our hero said. If you lose your composure over every little thing, all the work I put into turning you into a functional human will be wasted. Techeron groaned. Fine, fine. I'll be careful. But seriously, why are you always nagging me? Our hero just smirked and kept walking. Our hero turned back to the shop owner. So, how much for everything? The man behind the counter lifted his head, revealing the goofiest face our hero had seen since stepping into the upper zones. His expression didn't match the expensive artifacts around him at all. Well, the shopkeeper said, squinting, judging from your gear, you haven't been out of the red zone for long, have you? He leaned forward. Did you gather enough runes for this? Our hero casually pulled out a small pouch. Then he tipped it over. A cascade of orange zone runes spilled across the counter, glittering, clinking, rolling in every direction. The goofy shopkeeper froze mid-blink, his mouth slowly dropping open. Our hero simply smiled. This should cover it. The man didn't even bother counting. He just nodded rapidly, both hands trembling. Why, yes. Absolutely. Thank you for your business. The scene shifted. Inside the training dungeon, our hero and Techeron were already waiting by the entrance. The air was cool, still carrying the faint hum of mana veins running beneath the stone floor. The team finally showed up. Hansu clicked his tongue. Took you slugs long enough. Sanjin stretched his arms, curious. So, dungeon raiding. Is this one easy to clear, or what? Our hero shot him a look. Don't get too relaxed. You'll know how easy it is once we're inside. The mood tightened instantly. The dungeon's shadowed gate loomed before them, silent, waiting. And their training was about to begin. They moved toward the dungeon entrance, the dim blue glow from the stone gate flickering across their faces. Our hero glanced at Tekeron. I'll explain how the item needs to be prepared. Tekeron nodded. Go on. Our hero lifted a single finger. In that instant, WHRRM, a burst of blue energy erupted from his body. The air rippled, mana vibrating through the corridor. A translucent box materialized in front of them, symbols and shapes rising out of the magic circle beneath their feet. The team stared, mesmerized. He pointed at the display. Once we step inside, the first monster you'll meet is a Buladi. Wasp type, berserk state. Compared to those parasitic locusts that almost killed you in the red zone, these are worse. They swallowed hard. But don't panic, he added. There won't be many. You can handle them. Then the layout shifted above the magic circle, forming a crude map. After you clear the first Buladi wave, move 500 meters forward. You'll reach a large chamber. Count the bricks from the center. On the 21st brick, there's a hidden entrance. That leads into the real dungeon. The shapes rearranged again, another pack of monsters forming. Inside, more Buladi will come. Sanjin straightened. This part is yours. With Lord of the Dead, you can control the Buladi you've already killed. That alone will let us secure about 30% of the runes we need within 3 days. Sanjin smirked. 30%, huh? Easy. After reaching that 30%, our hero continued. You'll go deeper. There's a core room, and inside it, the Buladi King. The air grew heavy. Once you kill the king, you'll gain ownership of the dungeon. That lets you control the Buladi population, meaning rune farming becomes painless. He paused, voice sharpening. But don't touch the king before that. Without an insect slayer skill, he's basically unkillable. Hit 30% first, then go for him. Everyone nodded, absorbing every detail. When the time is right, I'll send the next phase through a carrier pigeon. Until then, just farm runes. Mihi glanced at him. Wait, you're not coming with us? Sanjin answered before he could. It's Hanzo. Of course something urgent came up. Our hero shrugged. He's right. There's something I need to deal with. You guys head in. He reached into his cloak and tossed them a heavy bag. If you take the strong rations, it'll be easier. And this bag will cover your work. Sanjin peeked inside. Huh, pretty clean deal. Obviously, our hero said, I won't make you work for free. You farm the runes I need. I'll keep supplying intel, along with the selfish food bag. The team dispersed, clutching their gear, ready to dive into the dungeon. And our hero watched them go, already turning toward whatever awaited him next. Wong scratched his head and finally spoke up. Don't you think you're following the rules a little too strictly? After what you did in the red zone. Even if we didn't get anything back, it shouldn't matter, right? Our hero looked at him like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Rules exist so we don't crumble later. The more we grow, the more important structure becomes. Without it, communication collapses. Then he added with a straight face. And your rune count is practically 0. You need to farm before we leave. Wong froze, offended but unable to argue. Our hero tossed the bag towards Sanjin. You've seen the guards' guns, right? As long as magic guns exist, half-hearted farming is useless. I'll get my runes in battle. I won't need many for now. Sanjin caught the bag with one hand, a grin spreading. Fine. I'll get so many runes you'll fall out of the sky in shock. Keep your expectations high. I will, our hero replied. I'll be waiting. He gave them a final wave. See you later. Good luck. Then he stepped onto Tekeron's magic circle. The runes lit, and the two lifted into the air. As they ascended, Tekeron glanced eastward. The nearest bone temple is in that direction. Should we head there? It doesn't matter, our hero said. Tekeron frowned. But to get the physical reinforcement technique, we need 2 popes. And with how small that sanctuary is, there might not be a pope at all. If that's the case, this whole detour becomes worthless. I already know, our hero replied calmly. And we don't need 2. You were a pope yourself. Finding one is enough. Tekeron blinked. The confidence hit him strangely hard. I appreciate that. But it's been 500 years. I don't know if my kin would still accept me as a pope. Don't overthink it, our hero said. Even in the abyss, your tribesmen remembered you. They kept their faith alive. The words sank deep, deep enough that Tekaron's expression softened. Age had buried him in worries he didn't even know he carried. Our hero continued, I get it. I spent 60 years in another world. Overthinking turns into poison. Keep your eyes on the goal in front of you. Acheron lowered his gaze. That hits harder than I expected. You're right. Brooding won't fix anything. I'll help however I can. I'll be counting on you, our hero replied. The wind roared past them as they glided through the sky, and his thoughts drifted. The closest sanctuary tied to the closed clan of dangers should be the Luro clan's base. Their leader climbed the hierarchy terrifyingly fast thanks to the physical reinforcement technique. But what never made sense, what never sat right with him, was why a Pope of Acheron approached that man in the first place. No one ever knew the reason. Even a small clue would be enough. Right then, our hero glanced down and froze. A young girl was sprinting through the wilderness like death itself was clawing at her heels. A man, no, something worse, charged after her. She clutched a necklace to her chest, running with that desperate, uneven breath people only make when life is slipping from their fingers. Her foot caught on a rock. She crashed hard into the dirt. The pendant in her hand pulsed with a faint green glow. Mom! Dad! She cried, her voice breaking. In seconds, the truth unraveled. Her parents had been ambushed right before her eyes. Her father cut down instantly. Her mother shoved the glowing jewel into her hands, whispering for her to run. Now she lay on the ground sobbing, still clinging to the pendant, completely unaware that both her parents were already lying dead behind her. The killer finally caught up. His face didn't even look human, more like a beast wearing a man's skin, twisted and wrong. He taunted her in a low growl, asking if she wanted to see her parents again. Her whole body shook, but the moment she heard his voice, something inside her snapped. She whipped her head around and saw what he was holding, one of her family's severed heads dangling in his grip like a trophy. This wolf-like assassin, he was the one who slaughtered them. With a sickening laugh, he hurled both heads at her feet. She stared at them, frozen in pure horror. Her mind fractured as she crawled forward, sobbing, trembling, her entire world collapsing at once. Why did this happen? What did we ever do? The monster just laughed harder. He said nobles always tasted best when drowning in despair. And the expression on her face, he loved it. He wondered aloud how much deeper he could push her into misery. That's when she broke completely. She threw her head back and screamed a prayer. Tekaron, Akalusai, protector of our bloodline, please, please protect your descendant. She prayed again, and again, and again, her voice ragged with desperation. Then, the heavens cracked open. A blinding yellow, celestial sword appeared above the clouds and shot downward like lightning. It stopped just inches above the assassin's skull, then carved straight through him with brutal finality. The wolf creature gagged, coughing blood, staring upward in disbelief. A divine weapon, a real celestial blade. Before he even had time to understand, another magic circle bloomed in the sky. Massive, radiant blue, and dozens of celestial spears materialized inside it. They rained down without mercy. The monster was shredded from every angle, torn apart so thoroughly not a single inch of him remained untouched. Silence followed. The girl slowly lifted her head, eyes wide, tears trembling on her lashes. Up above, sitting calmly on a glowing magic circle, were two figures. Her prayer had been answered, and the beings who answered it were looking directly at her. Our hero and old Tekaron descended slowly, the glowing circle beneath them fading as their feet touched the ground. The girl just stared, wide-eyed, trembling, unable to believe someone actually answered her desperate prayer. The wolf monster's corpse lay shredded behind her, still steaming from celestial impact. Our hero glanced at it, once before shifting his attention to the small, shaking figure in front of them. Tekaron crouched slightly, studying her. She was clutching the green pendant so tightly her knuckles were white, and the jewel pulsed with a frightened heartbeat of its own. He moved toward her parents' severed heads, eyes dimming with sorrow at the sight. Then he looked at the child again, at the bruises on her tiny hands, and gently placed a spell on her. A soft blue light washed over her, soothing her trembling body. I'm sorry, Tekaron whispered, voice shaking. A child of Acheron should never have been left alone for this long. She kept crying, shoulders collapsing under the weight of everything she'd just lost. But suddenly she forced out words between her sobs. If you really came because of my prayer, then I have a request. It's tied to my parents' duty and now mine. Tekaran touched her shoulder gently. What duty? Child, rest first. I'll listen when your heart is steady. I can't rest, she screamed, voice raw. My parents failed their mission because of me. Tekaran froze. That pain, he knew it too well. She grabbed his robe with trembling fingers. Please, please listen. Take me to Creole Gorge. Tekaran's breath caught. Creole Gorge, a destination only entrusted to popes. This child, this tiny descendant, was carrying out the duty of a pope herself. Before her panic could spiral further, Tekaran lifted his hand. A soft blue circle appeared. Moon Cradle. The spell lulled her instantly. Her body slackened, but her tears kept rolling even in unconsciousness. Rest peacefully, Tekaran whispered, catching her gently in his arms. Your wish, no. Acheron's prayer. Call me across 500 years to reach you. Our hero watched quietly, thoughts moving fast. Creole Gorge, the duty of a pope. And the fact someone was hunting a child tied to that duty said everything about the temple's current state. Helping her was now unavoidable. But first, the pursuers. He sensed them closing in, 6 signatures. Perfect. A good number to test the vessel of the dragon god in close combat. We got company, he said. Tekaran gently laid the girl on a soft patch of grass and rose beside him. I see them too. His voice deepened, rage boiling up. These Grachi tribesmen, they've crossed a line Acheron's followers must never cross. Mana surged violently from him. Their depravity is beyond words. Several Agni's blades materialized behind him, hovering like burning wings made of steel. Our hero counted the shapes approaching through the trees. 3 Acherons. 3 humans. You take the 2 in front. I'll deal with the ones in the back. Tekaran didn't hesitate. He was furious enough to agree without question. Our hero activated vessel of the dragon god, mana roaring through his veins. He summoned Heaven's Spear and exploded forward, blades sweeping out to defend while rushing straight into their formation. The enemies panicked at his sudden approach. A wolf-type beast led them, snarling nervously. That power earlier, it looked like Ugni's don't tell me a pope is actually here. Then the monster shook its head violently. No, impossible. A pope would never leave the sanctuary. If that many popes had fallen, Creole Gorge would have collapsed entirely. Even as he ranted, doubt spread across his face. He desperately wanted to believe they were safe. He was about to find out how wrong he was. Before the wolf monster could think another thought, flash. A blinding light burst open across the field. Everyone flinched, squinting uselessly into the glow. And then, SRRRKT, our hero shot out of the light like a divine cannonball, slicing straight through the wolf monster and the man behind him in a single, perfectly clean pass. Blood sprayed in a thin arc behind him as he kicked off the ground, twisted, and appeared behind the last man in the back. Clack! His blade kissed the man's neck. Slice! The head almost came off. At the same moment, Tekaran summoned spears rained down, impaling the remaining wolf creature and another Grachi tribesman behind it. The battlefield erupted into a storm of metallic shrieks as the bodies collapsed. Our hero didn't stop. Momentum carried him forward. He cut through the next man like he was slicing paper. The final survivor barely managed to block with crossed blades, skidding backward through the dirt. Cold sweat poured down his face. The attack had been so powerful, he could feel the ghost of a severed head where his neck still was. Definitely mid-rank. He trembled violently, trying to gather his courage. But his will shattered the moment our hero slammed his weapon downward. The shockwave nearly cracked the earth. The man collapsed to his knees. What kind of monster is this human? Our hero, overflowing with energy, didn't even look winded. Leave, he said casually. Go handle whatever you need to. The white-haired man stared, dumbfounded. You're sparing me? Don't make me repeat myself. The man bolted into the air instantly, vanished into the horizon like a terrified comet. Our hero exhaled slowly. Enemies from his past life were becoming allies, and old allies were becoming enemies. Everything in this timeline had shifted. Far away, the white-haired survivor thought of Terra's, hoping the spy planted by Envy Aaron stayed loyal to his assigned role. If not, death would find him next. Scene shift. A colossal monster towered over the battlefield, its entire body layered with shimmering black scales. Muggos, the king of the Orange Zone. Slay it, and you earn Muggos rank, a status far beyond normal travelers. But compared to its massive presence, the lone warrior standing before it looked small enough to swallow whole. He tightened his grip on his sword and shield, planting his feet. Muggos lunged. Boom! Its paw came crashing down like a meteor. The guy barely activated Iron Wall in time. The shock rippled across the land, dust exploding outward. Then, two glowing, serpent-like eyes materialized before him. Basilic eyes. His shout rattled the air. Muggos flinched, massive body trembling under the force. In that instant, the warrior dashed forward, slipping past its claws. He vaulted upward, slicing through the wind, and landed on top of its skull. Blood venom. His blade plunged deep. A torrent of toxic energy poured straight into Muggos' soul. The creature convulsed violently, letting out a guttural death roar that shook the trees. Then its body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Silent, dead, the warrior exhaled, sliding his blade free. Exactly what I expected from Ganbu. He reached down and picked up his glasses, brushing off the dust, just as another figure began walking toward him through the settling smoke. The smoke parted as a new figure walked in. A man wrapped in an aura, so suffocating it crushed the air around him. The Coffin Emperor, leader of the Luro clan. At the same time, another creature emerged from the shadows, a towering beast, roaring like it ruled every inch of the Orange Zone. The ground trembled beneath its voice. But Luro didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. He stared at the monster like it was nothing more than a noisy insect. "Don't get up again," he said calmly. "You're irritating me." He didn't swing a sword. He didn't chant a spell. A razor-thin beam of pure destruction fired from his hand like a laser blade. Whoosh, and carved straight through the beast's skull, drilling a hollow tunnel right through its head. The creature stood frozen for a heartbeat. Then it collapsed, dead, instantly. Luro didn't even bother to look at the corpse. Behind him, the earlier fighter landed lightly and bowed. "Clan leader, I have something to report." Luro didn't turn, just listened quietly as the man spoke. When the report ended, a slow, unsettling grin spread across Luro's face. "So that's how it is?" He chuckled. This might turn out to be a very entertaining hunt, and it wasn't hard to see why. Because the battlefield around them. Dozens of corpses, shredded monsters, crushed ground, entire sections of forest vaporized, all of it marked by the Coffin Emperor's overwhelming power. He had wiped out almost everything by himself, and for him, this was barely a warm-up. Our hero steps into the land split by a silent river, a place left broken, stranded, and abandoned by time itself. Without hesitation, he casts 3 crystals into the dark water. The moment they sink, strange lights bloom from below, turning the entire flow of the lake into a glowing green ribbon. The fox girl gasps, her eyes shining, saying she is truly grateful. With this, she believes her mother and father will finally be able to smile in peace. But before she can finish, a firm hand rests on her head and a calm voice cuts in, saying their duty is done now, so they can finally rest. It is Tekaron. He declares that the sacrifice her parents made to protect the land of Lazar will never be forgotten. Our hero turns toward him, pointing out that her parents must have carried this burden again and again, even though it was only ever meant to be a temporary solution. Because of their resolve, Lazar survived until this very moment. Then he asks about the Grashi people, those who are said to be Tekaron's enemies. The old man answers that they were never true enemies, only another group of common folk who kept a fragile balance with them. But after seeing them try to murder a child, he can no longer call them kin. If they have been committing such acts all along, then he sees no reason they should be spared. Hearing Tekaron's words, the deliverer stares at him and his loyal dog, her thoughts racing as she wonders who this old man truly is. Suddenly, she grabs his robe, her voice trembling as she asks if he is really Sir Tekaron, the hero who once traveled to another world to save Acheron. The old man pauses, then quietly admits that he never even introduced himself. His true name is Takaron Akalu, and judging by her reaction, it seems he is still remembered after all these years. The girl's ears twitch as memories flood back, her mother's stories about the spirit of their great forefather, who always watched over them. She was told that one day this old father would appear and bring them salvation, and now he is standing right in front of her. Tears spill down her face as she thanks him for finally coming. Takaron gently tells her calm down, assuring her that everything will be all right now. Tekaron then politely asks her to introduce herself. She bows and says her name is Aelin, a descendant of Sir Malin. The moment he hears that name, Tekaron's expression hardens with shock and rising fury as he asks if she truly means Malin Akalu. His body begins to tremble as the truth finally hits him. He tells her he always suspected his clan had somehow survived, and that the children resting in those graves must have been his own descendants. With a gentle, shaking smile, he thanks the little girl for growing up so strong and healthy, then promises her that he has returned to restore the land of Lazard to what it once was, so she no longer has to live in fear. She thanks him with a heart so pure it almost hurts to see, and the old man softly asks her to keep his identity as Tekaron a secret from the village. She nods without hesitation and swears she will. Nearby, our hero watches the old man, quietly amused by how alive he suddenly looks after meeting his descendant. Still, the mission comes first. Now that the girl has been saved, the Nagar tribe will surely welcome them, even if things have already drifted away from the original plan. For an orange zone, though, it is not a bad beginning. The story cuts to the clan house of the Cross Clan of Arrangers. Inside, 3 figures sit surrounded by documents, muttering about why so few people showed up to the meeting. One of them grumbles that everyone is out on reconnaissance thanks to the Laralarol clan stirring up trouble. A brown-haired girl snaps at a boy, pointing out that because of that clan they no longer have enough people to properly scout, and now monsters are being dragged toward their ramparts, throwing public order into chaos. Another girl, Envy, shrugs it off, saying if it is just monsters, they can simply shoot them down with magic guns from the walls. So why is everyone panicking? The boy fires back that their supply of bullets is running dangerously low, and picking off monsters one by one with magic guns would also strain their magical suppression systems. The brown-haired girl adds that the real danger is the travelers who are committing crimes across village after village before vanishing into entire clans, slowly warping the balance of power. Envy cuts her off with an irritated groan, saying all of this is giving her a headache, and they should just charge in and blow them all away since they are criminals anyway. The boy coldly reminds her that this is exactly why she can never be clan leader. It is a matter of control. If they rush in and lose, then that failure would truly mark the end of their clan. Envy scoffs and says if they ever fought those people head-on, she would crush them. The brown-haired girl immediately shuts that down, saying they do not know that at all, and criminals would never honor something as clean as a one-on-one fight anyway. The brown-haired boy adds that he is only being cautious, but she absolutely cannot rush in alone. A battle is decided long before swords ever clash, and without proper information they are walking blind. Envy clicks her tongue and says fine. Information. Everything always comes down to information. With enough of it, any problem can be solved. If Sophia were here with her librarian-type skills, they would already have everything they needed. She looks around and asks where Sophia even is, because she is not in the lodgings. The brown-haired girl answers that the last report said Sophia headed into an abandoned dungeon. Envy raises a brow, wondering if they really sent 5 people in there, since it seems too small a place to justify that many. Then she decides she will go meet Sophia herself, and tells the others to keep things under control here. The brown-haired boy groans that she is dumping all the work on them again while running off on her own. Envy just shrugs and says using her brain feels worse than rat poison, and since they are better at thinking, she will leave it to them. The boy waves a stack of papers and complains they are terrible at this too, but she is already walking away. Deep inside the silent halls of the secret dungeon, wasp monsters swarm as the hero squad fights back. Sophia fires spell after spell at the glowing crystal, erasing the wasps where they stand, but her frustration grows as more and more keep pouring in. Our hero, locked in combat with one of the creatures, snaps that if she has time to complain, she has time to cast more magic. He kicks off the wasp, creates distance, then lunges back in, slicing down the crafty beast in a single brutal strike. One Kyung keeps carving through the buzzing horde and asks if our hero can finally use his skill. Our hero answers that it is still not ready, and they need at least another hour. Wonk, already breathing hard, mutters that surviving an hour like this might be easier if they step outside for a bit. Sophia agrees, saying they should pull back for now and return once that hour has passed. In that instant, even more wasp monsters pour in from above in every direction, boxing them in completely. Before anyone can react, the ground beneath their feet gives way, and the whole squad plunges straight into a hidden trap. Sophia instantly realizes the insects have triggered some kind of mechanism, and a system message confirms it, calling it a shortcut trap that throws its victims directly into the boss room. A chill runs through her as she thinks this is the worst possible timing. Going to the boss room, in their current condition, is nothing short of a nightmare. She activates Path of Descent at once, creating a falling pathway in a desperate attempt to escape. They slam onto solid ground, and Sophia looks up to see the swarm staring down at them with hungry, unblinking eyes. Then the trap above snaps shut, sealing them inside, and the weight of the situation crashes over her. She shouts for everyone to stay sharp, reminding them this is the boss chamber, and they have no idea where Wei Jun could strike from. But before she can finish, her breath catches, her eyes going wide as cold sweat runs down her face. Rising before them is a monstrous bee, twisted into a nightmarish shape and covered in countless staring eyes. A system notification flashes, identifying the creature as King Buladi. It explains that this grotesque ruler was born through the cannibalism of the Buladi, that it has no magic resistance, and that the neurotoxin produced by its appendix is lethal, capable of dealing fatal damage. The hero squad hangs in the air above the horrifying boss, but the creature shows no hesitation as it launches multiple phase-like extensions straight toward our hero, stretching like serpents with gaping maws. Sophia throws up a spell to block the first wave while our hero twists aside with razor-sharp movements. Wonk, already drained, rushes in and lifts his sword to take the hit head-on, but the impact is so brutal that his blade explodes the instant it meets the attack. His eyes go wide as the weapon disintegrates in his hands. The monster immediately snaps toward him, and in that moment Wonk is sure this is the end. Our hero and Sophia both turn in shock as the beast slams its massive body into him, smashing him into the ground with terrifying force. He manages to clutch the creature's mouth just in time, barely avoiding being impaled, but his arms quake as he hangs there. His teeth grind as his whole body trembles, and he finally understands why Kong Hansu warned them never to face this thing before reaching 30%. At the same time, our hero is being hunted by one of the creature's relentless extensions, stalking him like a predator locked onto prey. He grits his teeth, realizing that running will not solve anything, and that the only chance lies in destroying the main body. Yet that core remains eerily still, sitting at the center, as if it does not even care. With a flash, our hero draws his Deckers and unleashes a razor-sharp shadow strike, slicing clean through the necks of the writhing extensions. Without slowing, he dives straight for the main body and begins stabbing it over and over. It is a fatal miscalculation. The beast's scales are far harder than he imagined, and his Deckers crack and shatter on impact. In the next instant, a strange tentacle spears through his body, flooding him with searing pain as the monster strikes him again, leaving him wondering if this was supposed to be a killing blow, even as the creature itself barely reacts. Sophia cries out in panic, telling him they cannot win against something with such an overwhelming stat difference, and that they must focus on escaping. But before they can move, the beast opens its many mouths, releasing another wave of tentacular tongues. One by one, every grotesque face fires the same lethal attack, sending a storm of sharp, writhing tendrils racing toward the rest of the squad. Wonk keeps fighting against the monster's gaping mouth, his thoughts spiraling as he wonders how, after swearing to carve a path for someone's daughter, he has ended up this helpless. He forces himself to move, to prove he is not useless. In that moment, a strange structure forms above his head, and a system message appears, declaring that through Monarch Awakening, his innate trait is being revealed. Another notice follows, explaining that his emotional overflow stats rise with the intensity of his feelings, and right now, they are surging by 25%. Power explodes through Wonk's body as red energy crackles around him. He lets out a savage roar and goes berserk, smashing one of the monster's faces apart with raw strength. Then he hurls himself at the main body, slamming into it again and again, pounding it like a living punching bag. He shouts that he will hold it back no matter what, telling Sophia to use her librarian skills to find a way out. Sophia immediately flips through spells at frantic speed, searching for anything that might save them. Our hero still hangs impaled as Wonk keeps battling the boss, the two of them barely holding on while Sophia races against time. Just as a sliver of hope appears, the beast itself erupts into a frenzy, stabbing our hero over and over with merciless precision. Wonk is also skewered by the writhing tentacles, and both of them are hurled away like broken dolls. The boss rises over our hero, looming in triumph, as it prepares to finish him. Sophia freezes in horror, then screams that she cannot let it end like this. Her spellbook suddenly fills with countless spells on a single page as she begs for anything that can change their fate. At that exact moment, something smashes through the sealed gate with overwhelming force. Envy bursts in, shattering it as if it were nothing. declaring that she finally found them. Sophia stares in disbelief while Envy grins, clearly delighted after wondering where she had gone. Sophia tries to ask how she got there, but there is no time. The boss fires a tentacle straight at Envy as she drops into the chamber. In an instant, every writhing limb turns toward her, aiming to kill her on the spot. Envy calmly reaches for her weapon as a powerful aura surges around her. With a confident smirk, she activates Death March Dance, then flows into the first movement of Shadow Waltz. In a blur, she cuts again and again, slicing through the monster's many heads as if they were soft flesh. Without breaking rhythm, she shifts into the second movement, Bloody Band, her glowing blades carving through the beast with ruthless, almost playful precision. Envy flows straight into the third movement, Finale Carnage. For a brief heartbeat, the boss is still standing as she lands beside it, untouched on the surface. Then every invisible cut erupts at once, and the monster is ripped into countless fragments that scatter behind her. She clicks her tongue in mild annoyance as a system message announces that King Buladi has been slain and that ownership of the Buladi is now hers. Another notice follows, granting her full dungeon master authority and free control over the remaining Buladi. Sophia rushes to the others, all of them still staring in disbelief. Wonk mutters that Kong was right about her being able to win, while our hero admits that she really did crush it with absurd ease. Strange yellow glowing structures now blanket the floor as Envy strolls across them, casually asking how they even managed to find a place like this. Sophia throws her arms wide and thanks her from the heart, saying they survived only because of her. Envy waves it off like it is nothing, then strikes a confident pose and asks Sophia for a favor. When Sophia asks what it is, Envy explains that her clan is short on scouts, and with Sophia's librarian abilities, gathering information would be effortless, so she wants her help with reconnaissance. After thinking it over, Sophia says it should not be a problem. Nearby, our hero and Wonk, both badly injured, move toward the rewards. Our hero remarks that if they had tried to fight alongside her, who knows how badly things could have gone. Wonk adds that the boss she wiped out so easily nearly killed them. Envy scowls but admits it is true, then offers a solution. Since they were the ones who discovered the dungeon, she will use her authority as clan leader to let them monopolize it for a full week so they can get stronger. She is sure they did not come here without a plan. Sophia says a monopoly would let them farm efficiently, but asks if Envy can also hand over the dungeon master rights for that same week. Envy agrees without hesitation, saying a proper deal should be done properly, and promises to leave the raccoon behind once their farming is finished. Sophia smiles brightly and accepts at once. The next day, they step out of the dungeon into a barren, silent land. As they hover above the summoning circle, our hero looks down at the empty scenery in confusion. Then it clicks. This place can only be Aylin's village. Aylin Village sits under a heavy, unnatural silence, with no livestock in sight and barely any signs of life anywhere. The population looks disturbingly thin, and the few people still left are hurriedly packing their belongings onto animals, preparing to flee. The people of Acheron are known for their deep attachment to their land, yet things have grown so desperate that even they are ready to abandon their homes. From above, Aylin points down and says this is her village, then gestures toward a modest house that looks no different from any other. Inside, a woman speaks urgently to an old man, telling him they must leave as well, since every warrior in the village has fallen and staying any longer will only bring more tragedy. The old man answers with a bitter laugh, asking where he is even supposed to go after sending his children and grandchildren to their deaths, saying he could never force himself to leave this place. Just then, the door bursts open and Aylin runs inside with a bright smile, throwing herself into her grandfather's arms. He freezes for a moment before breaking down in tears, overwhelmed with relief after waiting so long with no news, having already resigned himself to losing her too. Aylin excitedly points at our hero and Tekaron, telling him they're the ones who saved her. The old man stares in disbelief, asking how humans could possibly have done such a thing. Aylin quickly tells him not to worry, insisting they're good people, though he still struggles to accept it. Even so, he bows his head in gratitude for saving his granddaughter and offers to prepare a feast, admitting their situation makes it difficult. Our hero calmly says he did not come for food. He already knows what is happening in the village, but he has matters of his own and gets straight to the point. He says he wants to discuss physical reinforcement techniques and asks for a moment of the old man's time. The old man is taken aback, wondering how a human could know of their secret art. He explains that anything involving that technique must be discussed with an elder. Our hero nods and asks to be taken to the elder at once, saying an evaluation is required. The old man starts to sweat as he says he first needs to send Aelin away with the refugees, asking them to wait until he comes back. Tekaron steps forward and tells him that if he is worried about leaving his granddaughter behind, then he will stay with her. He reminds him that they were the ones who brought her back safely and promises that she will be protected. Aelin quickly tells her grandfather not to worry and urges him to go, saying she believes in his strength. She adds that Tekaron is incredibly strong too, something she saw with her own eyes, which leaves the old man briefly speechless. Even so, he thinks to himself that no matter how powerful Tekaron might be, there is no way he could rival Gardet Baron, the third seed of the Great Sanctuary Guard. As he looks at Aelin, he realizes she has truly grown up. He understands that her brave words are meant to put his heart at ease. Gently patting her head, he tells her he understands and that he will return soon, asking her to wait for him. She nods and softly calls him Grandpa. Turning back, the old man tells them to follow him. Our hero quietly trails behind as they move toward a remote corner of the village, where not a single person can be seen. They enter a small house, and inside, our hero finds himself sitting across from an old granny. The granny eyes him sharply, saying that although he claims to seek their physical reinforcement technique, humans have been kidnapping and attacking their people, so trust cannot exist. Our hero calmly explains that those abductions are being carried out by a human faction under the Coffin Emperor, and that he intends to bring that tyrant down. Once that is done, he says, the attacks on their tribe will end. The granny considers his words and concludes that to defeat the Coffin Emperor, he would indeed need the physical reinforcement technique. With her recommendation, she says, entering the great sanctuary of the Main would not be difficult. Then she fixes him with a piercing stare and asks why he is so desperate for that technique. Our hero answers that the Coffin Emperor has already obtained it from the Grashi tribe, and if he is to face someone who wields that power, he must have the same strength. In exchange for receiving that power, the Coffin Emperor formed an alliance with the Grashi tribe. Whatever reasons he may have, the old granny says that is a matter between humans, but helping him would still bring benefits to their own people. She studies our hero's eyes for a long moment, then nods, saying she sees no deception in his gaze. She agrees to arrange an audience. Just then, a thunderous sound tears through the air, so familiar it makes everyone flinch. The old grandpa asks what it could be, and the elder admits she does not know, urging them to go outside. When they step out, spear-like shapes are floating above the village. The old woman mutters that they look like Pope agnostics, and wonders who could be controlling such numbers. A moment later, those weapons rain down, cutting people apart, and setting trees ablaze as chaos explodes across Aelin village. Our hero instantly dashes toward the destruction, leaving the elders behind. Everything is unfolding faster than he expected. He always knew his reincarnation would shift the future, but at this pace his plans will need to change. Since arriving here, the average ruin acquisition rate has already climbed to 20%. A system window flashes his stats, and he realizes his physical and material resistance are dangerously low. If he wants to bring all of them down, he'll have to push himself far past his limits. The story rewinds 30 minutes earlier. The old granny walks ahead with Aelin and Tekaron, guiding them toward the holy tree Ragnus. Aelin asks if her grandfather really wanted to see it that badly, and Tekaron answers with quiet, that the tree has lived for 3,000 years, so of course he did. They stop beneath the massive trunk, and Tekaron's eyes grow moist as he admits he thought everything had changed. Yet Ragnus still stands just as it always did. Aelin wonders if the tree was already there when her grandfather was young, since it existed long before she was born. He smiles and says it was, remembering how he used to play around it, and how it once grew sweet blue fruit. Gently, he pats her head as she stares up at the ancient tree. Aelin looks up at the towering Ragnus with quiet wonder, her voice soft but steady as she says she wants to use it as her blueprint. That one day, she even wants to try eating the fruit it will bear. Then she turns to the old man and asks if, once Lord Lazar is cured, she will finally be able to see those fruits with her own eyes. The old man answers in a low, gentle voice that she will be able to see them as much as she wants, adding that he hopes that day comes soon. Aelin nods calmly, saying she hopes so too. The moment feels fragile, almost sacred, until the tree suddenly shudders. Fire arrows crash down from above, slamming into Ragnus in a violent storm. The old man shouts for Aelin to get down and throws out a magic circle, forcing a barrier in a place as flames and arrows collide against it. More and more arrows rain down, and no matter how desperately he pushes his power, he cannot protect the tree. Ragnus is swallowed by fire. He stares at the burning branches in disbelief. Then his shock hardens into raw fury. The Grashi and the humans have come. The attackers finally step into view. One of them, a man with cruel blades embedded into his own hands, bursts into manic laughter. He orders his men to grab anyone they see, kill anyone who resists, and focus on the refugees first. His name is Wei Jun. Around him, the others cheer and boast about their Mugos rank, egging him on to slaughter everyone without mercy. The village turns into a hellscape. Most of the residents had already fled, but the ones who stayed behind are beaten down and butchered. Some are dragged away screaming, others cut down where they stand. By the time the chaos settles, only Tekaron, the old granny, and Aelin are left, trapped in the middle of these monsters. One of the attackers steps forward, a dagger glinting in his hand, and points it at Tekaron. He orders him a hand over the two civilians and warns him not to get clever if he wants to avoid being hurt. A shield shimmers around them, and Tekaron's rage burns through it. He curses them, demanding how they dare act this way, how they can be so blind to where they are standing. He lifts his staff, and Agni's stings burst forth, streaking through the air and punching straight through the attackers' bodies as if they were made of paper. The men stagger back in horror, staring at the wounds and shouting in disbelief. What kind of power is that? One of them mutters that it looks like a Pope-level skill, wondering how a random old man who is not even from Acheron could wield something like this. Tekaron has lost all restraint now. His voice shakes with fury as he declares that none of them will leave this place alive, that they will all pay for what they have done to the village. And then something slams down in front of him. A figure drops from above, landing with crushing force. It is Wei Jun. He sneers at the old man and tells him to shut up, declaring coldly that he will kill him right here. Tekaron knows the moment he looks at him that Wei Jun is no ordinary brute, but a true Mugos rank threat, and he reacts without hesitation. His staff snaps forward as he unleashes every last Agni sting in a single, desperate barrage. Wei Jun answers by calmly pulling off his shirt, settling into a fighter's stance, and then vanishing in a blur of motion. He weaves through the storm of attacks as if they are nothing, slipping past every streak of power, and in the very next heartbeat he is already in front of Tekaron, driving a crushing punch straight into the old man's stomach with terrifying force. The strike hits Tekaron while he is still being driven backward, and the force of it sends him flying through the air. He crashes hard against the ground, a raw cry tearing from his throat as he clutches his side, bones shattered from that single blow. Wei Jun looks down at him with mild surprise, commenting that he actually survived, and that he is pretty tough for an old geezer. Then Wei Jun turns his head toward his men and tells them to grab the two behind the old man and get ready to leave. One of them answers immediately, and the soldiers close in around the granny and Aelin, their eyes filthy and hungry as they stare them down. Wei Jun clicks his tongue and says he has already figured out how the old geezer is able to use Agnes' sting. Tekaron roars at them not to touch them, and in that instant a yellow aura explodes outward from his body. Agnes stains begin to form in the air, turning into lightning-like spears multiplied again and again, their shapes warping into sword-like blades. He aims them at the enemies and declares that every traveler he has ever met carried righteousness in their hearts. But this group is different. They are nothing but filth, drowning in greed and malice. Wei Jun laughs at the idea of righteous travelers, mocking him for being senile and claiming anyone like that would have died long ago. He points out that Tekaron obviously wants to keep the hostages alive and warns that if he attacks again, they will be killed instantly. Tekaron's reply is calm and cold. He says he only needs to control his aim so they are not struck, asking if Wei Jun truly believes he is so unskilled that he cannot manage that. And with that, he releases the storm. Spears and swords tear through the air, and just as they are about to strike, Wei Jun steps forward and takes them head-on. He shifts into a stance that coats his body in power, his skin hardening like iron as both his physical and magical defenses surge. The weapons rip through his subordinates instead, brutally impaling them while slipping past Aelin and the granny without touching them. Another goon is skewered again and again, while Wei Jun stands untouched, every blow bouncing off his stone-hard flesh. He frowns slightly, finding the attack flashy but unimpressive. Then his blood surges as he activates Ancient Blood, blasting away the remaining weapons and raising his sword for the next strike. Wei Jun is genuinely caught off guard, realizing that Ancient Blood, a Mugos-level skill, is being used here. It cannot be sustained for long, but while it lasts it boosts both defense and attack to a terrifying degree. Wrapped in a correcting aura, he strides toward Tekaron and declares that his attacks are now meaningless. Tekaron stays composed, admitting that he cannot break through directly anymore, but calmly pointing out that lowering Wei Jun's magic resistance will eventually change that. Another wave of Agniston weapons erupts from him and slams into Wei Jun, only to bounce off once again. Still, Tekaron does not waver. He knows his own magic will run dry someday, but he can already feel Wei Jun's resistance being carved down little by little. Wei Jun clicks his tongue and snaps that for an old man, Tekaron has a ridiculous amount of mana, calling it an annoyance. He lunges forward as Tekaron prepares yet another barrage. The weapons are deflected again, but this time Wei Jun crashes straight through and drives a savage punch into Tekaron, then seizes him by the neck. He sneers, demanding to know how a mere traveler can use Agni's sting, promising to keep him alive long enough to rip the truth out of him. Tekaron only smirks. He does not even flinch as he coldly tells him that a dead man asks far too many questions and that he would never waste answers on filth like him. Wei Jun's fury explodes. He raises his other arm, a sharp weapon sliding into place, and mocks the old man for being so senile that he cannot grasp his situation. Then the sky begins to glow. Tekaron laughs in surprise, instantly recognizing the presence that has arrived. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming force twists Wei Jun's body and slams him straight down in front of the old man. The impact is so violent it defies logic. Wei Jun screams, clutching his arm as our hero floats above him. Our hero drops like a falling star, his legs smashing into Wei Jun's chest and dragging him across the ground in a single, devastating kick that rips open the earth itself. Panic finally creeps into Wei Jun's eyes as he notices the dragon scales on the boy. Our hero briefly turns his head toward Aelin and the granny, confirming they are safe. Tekaron remarks that even with his magic resistance reduced, Wei Jun is still God-ranked and would not fall to that alone. Our hero answers calmly that he will take care of what remains. Wei Jun lifts his arm, his fingers turning into jagged scales as he activates Dive Zero, his body sheathed in a deadly, scaled aura. Before he can even move, our hero strikes. A flash of overwhelming power cleaves through the air, severing Wei Jun's arm and ripping another scream from his throat. And then, in the next instant, Wei Jun's body all but evaporates. Our hero activates another skill, glancing over the ruins Wei Jun left behind and noting with a cold edge that for a so-called traveler, he dropped far too many, proof that he had slaughtered an obscene number of people. High above, the rest of the enemies are still hovering in the sky. They decide to let the first wave take whatever they can and start moving in to grab their own share. Aelin rushes to Tekaron's side, asking if he is all right, and the old man reassures her that he's been weaving healing magic the whole time and will recover. Our hero lifts his gaze to the figures in the air and judges that the second group numbers around 20. Their senses should have sharpened by now, especially after that violent surge of chaotic energy rushed this way, which makes it even more absurd that anyone would still dare approach this place. Then the sky splits open. A dragon emerges from nowhere, its massive form cutting through the clouds, with a rider standing proudly on its back. The man's build radiates raw power. One of the wolf folk turns pale in terror, instantly recognizing him as a Gardet Baron, and spins around to flee at full speed, shouting that this is not worth it. Another enemy yells in confusion, asking what is happening and whether they are really retreating. Before anyone can answer, a furious catfolk leader, carrying a presence similar to Tekaron's, but far more overwhelming, roars across the sky. He demands to know how anyone could face a true warrior and still dare to run. He declares that he will not tolerate traitors with no honor or faith, and reveals that he knows they have been kidnapping his tribesmen to harvest the essence of Lazar. His grip tightens on his weapon with killing intent as he declares that filth willing to hurt, even children to extract essence, deserves no mercy, that their kind is not even worthy of being remembered by name. Then he releases his sword art, White Tiger, Tiger's Rampage. A colossal blue and red tiger-shaped beam erupts from his blade and tears through the sky. It rips straight through the enemy formation, slicing bodies apart and sending them plummeting as their ranks collapse in chaos. From the ground, our hero watches in awe, instantly recognizing that the newcomer's energy is on a completely different level. There is no doubt about it. That man is a true Gardet Baron. A moment later, the rider simply leaps down from his dragon, dropping from an absurd height without even slowing. When he lands, the impact nearly shakes the ground itself. Aelin gasps. Then her eyes light up as she recognizes him. She calls out to her brother and hurriedly tries to explain that our boy is a human who stands on their side. He cuts her off the moment she finishes, relief flashing across his face when he sees she's unharmed. With a gentle motion, he He places a hand on her head and tells her to wait, saying there is something he needs to confirm first. Then his gaze shifts, sharp and unforgiving, locking onto the horned human. In a low, commanding voice, he asks why someone born as a human would dare stand on their side. Our hero doesn't hesitate. He states his purpose clearly. He needs the physical strengthening technique. He needs it to save Lazar. And to make that happen, he requires the cooperation of their tribe. There is no pleading in his tone, only certainty. Baron studies him in silence, weighing every word, until he finally decides the human does not carry hostile intent. Even so, Baron makes his position clear. He says he acknowledges the Pope's decision, but he will never blindly trust anyone who simply claims to bring salvation. Words mean nothing here. Proof is everything. If this human truly calls himself a hero, then he must show it. Baron lifts his weapon, the air tightening with pressure, and commands him to throw away his sword. If his resolve is real, he will stand there unarmed and face what comes next. He grips his weapon as well, knowing that facing this monster with even a trace of hesitation would mean death. There is no way out. If he wants to be acknowledged, he has to go all in. Scales ripple across his body as his power surges. He slams his foot into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, then launches forward, aura and raw energy spilling out like a raging storm as he throws the first strike. Baron's eyes narrow as an old prophecy flashes through his mind. A horned man who would bring salvation. Was it really this human? In the end, he decides it doesn't matter. Fine, he thinks. Show me what you've got. The hero moves with insane speed, his blade slicing and so close it nearly opens Baron's neck. But Baron deflects it at the last instant with a perfect counter. He immediately notices something important. The attack came from the opposite side of where the human was holding his weapon, so he understands the fundamentals. Still, that alone won't be enough. Steel crashes against steel again and again as the fight turns into a blur of offense and defense. Then one heavy strike from Baron sends the hero flying backward. Baron finally speaks, asking for the human's name. The hero answers calmly, Kong Hansu. Baron nods and gives his own, Tarhal Tanakam. His tone shifts slightly as he admits that he had planned to hold back and finish this quickly, but now he wants to see how far this human can really go. Before either of them can move again, Gwenny suddenly shouts for them to stop. The battlefield freezes. She calls out to Baron, insisting that the human has already proven himself. Baron replies that whether he personally believes in the human is irrelevant. The prophecy said a horned man would be their savior, and he was only testing him from the beginning. He never intended to kill him. The word savior echoes in the hero's mind. In his past life, the world was full of disasters, but there were no saviors. He wonders if someone is guiding him now. His thoughts drift to Keldian and the prophecy book. Did Keldian already know this would happen? He pushes the thought aside. Whatever the truth is, this situation only benefits him. The old granny speaks up next, saying that this must mean Baron plans to take the human back with him. Baron confirms it and then points at Tekaron as well. Since this human used Agni's sting, he will be taking both Kong Hansu and Tekaron. Rennie tilts her head, curious how someone not from Acheron could use Agni's sting. Tekaron only shrugs and replies that even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. Aelin reminds Tekaron that his treatment isn't finished yet, but Tekaron calmly waves it off, saying all answers will be given once they reach the Great Sanctuary. Until then, everyone should hold their questions. Rennie nods in understanding, admitting her curiosity was just old memories surfacing, and agrees to drop it. Baron cuts in, warning that they have no idea when the next attack might strike. They need to move immediately, since they will be traveling along the holy path. He offers to personally escort them. The old man accepts without hesitation, placing everything in Baron's hands. Baron then turns his attention to Kong Hansu. Since he plans to receive the physical strengthening technique, he will come with them. The hero agrees, and without any further delay, the group begins to move. As they walk, a strange blue bird suddenly flutters down and lands on the hero's palm. He quietly asks it for a routine report. The information flows in. Won Kyung has awakened as a monarch. Sophia is supporting Raikon. Sang Jin is still farming. Their average rune efficiency has already passed 50%, far beyond expectations. Tekaron clicks his tongue in approval. That's exactly what he would expect from the hero's companions. A while later, he pulls the hero aside. His voice turns heavy as he admits that while the others are growing smoothly, he himself has become a burden. Right now, he can barely bring out even a tenth of the power he once had. Sitting within a magic circle, he suggests that they will need to recover his artifacts from the Great Sanctuary if he is to be restored. The hero tells him there will be plenty of time for that while he is receiving the technique, and that they can bring Tekaron back to full strength then. Tekaron agrees, but adds that his most important possession, his cane, is hidden deep within the main forest. With so many muggos swarming the area, retrieving it is impossible in his current state. The hero tells him not to worry. He has already summoned Sangjin to the Great Sanctuary. As long as Tekaron travels with him, everything will work out. Tekaron accepts that, noting that since they are moving alongside refugees, they have more than enough time. He then asks if he may speak with Shane to explain everything that has happened so far. The hero answers that Shane already understands and that he will try to connect with him. The journey continues as the scene shifts to the Providence clan house crossroads, back at the hero companion yard. Envy stares in disbelief at the results, saying that reaching this level in just a week is insane. Normally, it would take at least a full year just to hit 30%. Sophia gives a small smile and explains that once she crossed 50%, her wounds stopped getting worse, which finally allowed her to properly manage the dungeon again. Envy lets out a low whistle and says growth becomes brutally slow after 50%. It took him ages just to crawl his way to 95. He adds that anyone who breaks past 50 is already strong enough to fight muggos, then casually jokes that they should start hunting them. Sangjin immediately turns it down, saying he already has plans with Hansu. Wonkyung shakes his head as well. He owes Kong Hansu too much and would rather stay focused on rune farming. Sophia reminds Envy that he said he had something important to discuss with her, and that she wants to handle that before worrying about muggos. Envy agrees and decides only Sophia and the intelligence team will go with him. Sophia calmly promises she will take care of her assignment. Just then, blue message birds glide in and land before their owners. Wonkyung's face drains of color the instant he reads his. Envy notices and says it is the first time he has ever seen Wonkyung look that shaken, asking what happened. Beads of sweat form on Wonkyung's face as he tells everyone to listen carefully. Kingan has given him an order. He is to infiltrate the Laralarol clan and steal their people. The yard falls silent. Then Envy suddenly bursts into laughter, saying that ordering someone to poach members instead of doing it yourself is basically declaring war between monarchs, calling the whole thing ridiculous. Wonkyung snaps back that this is no joke. The order even specifically requests Envy's help, meaning he is dragged into it whether he wants to be or not. Envy immediately stops laughing and apologizes, asking what he is supposed to do. Wonkyung admits he doesn't even fully understand the command. He was told to become a kind of criminal and naturally work his way into the Luro clan. He wonders if putting up wanted posters would be enough, but doubts anyone would fall for something that stupid. With a bitter look, he adds that their city is already crawling with Luro spies. Then Wonk lowers his voice and tells Envy Aaron the real problem. He was ordered to commit an actual crime. Specifically, he is supposed to destroy part of ramparts. Envy's eyes widen as he asks if that would make him a genuine, wanted criminal, and whether something like that is even allowed. Wonk's irritation finally boils over. He says he doesn't care about the logic behind it. He already agreed to follow the order. He snaps, wondering why he is always the one stuck doing things like this, his frustration spilling out as he grows more and more fed up. Sangjin casually adds that it is probably because Wonk looks the most evil out of all of them, which only makes Wonk grind his teeth even harder. Envy cuts back in and says that no matter what, he will help. The moment Wonk reaches the Luro clan, he is to find Terrace. Terrace is their planted spy inside the clan, and he will provide support from within. Envy admits he has no idea if this reckless plan will actually succeed, but he is putting his trust in Wonk. That night, Wonk stands on top of a towering wall beside another man. Cold sweat runs down his face as doubt eats at him. Is this really the right path? But it is already too late to retreat. He has crossed the line, and now the only thing left is to act. From a nearby tower, Envy suddenly shouts in alarm, declaring that a thief has broken into the clan's rune storage. Hearing it, Wonk knows it has begun. He looks at the structure beneath him and senses that its durability is already at the breaking point. Clutching one of the warped rune cores he stole, he realizes this will probably be his final strike. He activates Triple Strike and drives his sword into the wall. A violent explosion erupts, ripping through the fortress as the massive structure is torn apart and the wall shatters into nothing. They hear a frantic cry that the southern wall has been breached. Orders explode through the air as soldiers are told to seize the intruder and never let him escape. Fingers snap forward, locking onto Wonkyung the instant he bursts through the shattered stone, the pursuers moving with unnerving precision as if they had drilled for this exact moment. Wonkyung clicks his tongue and throws a sharp glance over his shoulder. These people are far too well trained. He never expected them to close in this fast. He kicks off the broken wall and sprints, pushing his body to the limit as haze of solitude spreads around him, swallowing his presence. His mind flashes back to Envy Aaron calmly handing him that ring. She had told him it could erase the wearer from sight, turning them invisible for exactly 1 hour. Use it once, she warned, and you would have to wait a full day before calling on it again. Choose the timing carefully, or die regretting it. Now he makes that choice. The moment Won Kyung activates the ring, his body melts into pure mana, fading out of reality itself. The soldier chasing him skids to a halt, eyes darting in every direction, unable to understand how a man could vanish mid-stride. Even unseen, Won Kyung keeps running, jaw clenched, knowing that every second matters before the effect ends. Far away, the report reaches Taekaron-grashi. Won Kyung has successfully entered the target area. Sang Jin lets out a low breath, remarking that if this were an ordinary monarch's command, there would always be those who hesitated or outright refused. But Won Kyung is different. His authority is absolute, so powerful that it forces even suicidal orders to be carried out without question. Taekaron-grashi knows that trait all too well. In his previous life, it was this very power that caused countless clans to collapse from within. Now that Won Kyung stands at his side, that same merciless loyalty can be turned into a weapon. If used correctly, the Luro clan will not fall to an outside attack, but be eaten alive from the inside. Right then, Baron steps in with urgent news. Permission has been granted to enter the Great Sanctuary. Taekaron-grashi raises a brow, noting that it came far sooner than expected. Baron explains that because Taekaron-grashi is a guest bound to the Pope's prophecy, the approval was rushed through. He adds that Aelin and the Elder both told him how Taekaron-grashi saved his sister not once, but twice. Baron straightens, his voice firm with conviction. To protect the weak is the duty of a true warrior. In the name and honor of Gardat Baron, he swears to repay that debt. Taekaron-grashi accepts the sentiment without false modesty, acknowledging the respect. Baron answers with a faint smile, thinking that even in their brief clash, he had already come to admire the man Taekaron-grashi truly is. Baron adds one final remark, saying that once Kong Hansu receives the physical strengthening technique, he will stand among warriors like them, and he offers his sincere wish that fortune follows him. The path ahead leads toward a breathtaking palace, rising in quiet authority. Baron speaks again, this time with a hint of tension, admitting that the warning may be unnecessary, yet he cannot stay silent. One of the seed of the 13 resides within those walls. They have ruled for 500 years, and because of that, he urges Hansu to mind his conduct. He does not wish to see his sister, the savior, meet a tragic end. Hansu acknowledges the caution and promises restraint. But the moment the seed of the 13 is mentioned, the old Taekaron stirs inside him, a flicker of surprise crossing his thoughts. Tarhal reaches the massive doors and turns back, telling Hansu to do his best, that his duty ends here. The doors begin to part, and a blinding light pours through the widening gap. As the glow fades, a man sitting upon a grand throne comes into focus, heavy guards lining the chamber like silent statues of war. This is the one who summoned him, the supreme authority of this place. He formally welcomes the human and expresses gratitude that his call was answered. His name is Odion, the head priest of the great sanctuary of the Main. Hansu studies him closely. Odion looks exactly the same as he did in his past life. Back then, they once stood as equals in the abyss. That is no longer true. Yet Hansu knows that a difference in position does not automatically mean his request will be refused. As Hansu steps forward, one of the attendants explodes in anger, accusing him of disrespect and demanding that he kneel before the head priest. Odion raises a single hand, silencing him, calmly stating that they have no intention of forcing their customs onto a human. The attendant tries to argue, but Odion cuts him off, recalling the prophecy. A horned human, he says, was meant to save the world. He adds that something about this feels contradictory, since Tarhal would never misinterpret such a revelation. Hansu answers without hesitation. His form shifts, horns emerging as he asks if this is what Odion meant. Shock ripples through the guards at the sight of it. Odion's lips curl into a satisfied smile. He says he likes that spirit, but also declares that if Hansu truly is the chosen one, then the physical strengthening technique will only be the beginning. With a measured gaze, he asks what Hansu intends to do once that power is his. Hansu states that he will use the technique to heal Lazar. The words ripple through the chamber, stirring uneasy murmurs as the gathered figures whisper about the diseased land and how a mere human could ever hope to restore it. One irritated voice cuts through the noise, accusing the boy of mockery and demanding to know who he thinks he is, daring to ridicule them in their own sanctuary. Before it can spiral further, the old Tekeron steps forward. His voice is calm, but absolute, declaring that every word Hansu spoke is the truth. The enraged man snaps, drawing his sword and leveling it at them, invoking the authority of the Inquisition. He shouts that any who dare to lie within the great sanctuary will be executed on the spot, human or not. Tekeron lets out a faint, amused smirk. If that is so, he says, then it seems they still believe he is only human. The man yells back, demanding what else he could possibly be. The answer comes without another word. Tekeron activates Ignis' sword. In an instant, the air twists and the space around them fills with countless blazing blades, looming in every direction, ready to fall. Sweat breaks across the man's face as his eyes widen in pure terror. Even Odeon stiffens, feeling the overwhelming magic wavelength flood the chamber, far beyond anything that should exist. This cannot be real, he thinks. Tekeron turns his gaze to Odeon and quietly asks if he finally understands who stands before him. Odeon immediately drops into a deep bow, his voice trembling as he begs forgiveness for his disrespect. A hero of the past has returned, he admits, and the prophecy was true in every detail. Raising his voice, Odeon calls out to the entire hall, ordering all to listen. He declares that this man's name is Tekeron Grashi, one of the seeds of the 13 scattered across the world 500 years ago. He announces that Tekeron has returned to the great sanctuary, bringing with him the savior who will secure their future, and commands everyone to kneel. The chamber moves as one, every figure dropping to their knees, except for the same arrogant youth who remains frozen in disbelief. Tekeron points toward the boy and tells them to show him complete respect, to fear nothing, and to follow him. Then Tekeron turns back to Odeon and calmly asks if the lock on the procedure chamber has changed. Odeon answers that even after all the heroes, Tekeron included, vanish from this world, the traditions of Acheron were never broken. Everything remains exactly as it was the last time he stood here, and with deep reverence he addresses him as Sir Takabon. Takabon gives a slow nod. That will do, he says. Then he raises his voice and calls upon the temple doors of the Golden Deer, invoking the ancient oath of those who once granted them light. A sacred current gathers above his head as he prays to the forefathers, asking them to reveal the path that lies ahead. At his command, the massive doors respond. They begin to open, flooding the chamber with blinding radiance as the entire sanctuary shudders, metal and stone groaning under the force of ancient mechanisms awakening. Takabon turns his gaze back and asks if the technique can be performed at once. Odeon answers that it can, but the lack of holy water means the process will take close to 3 months to complete. Takabon clicks his tongue, remarking that it is a long wait, though unavoidable. Since both of them are present, there will be no difficulty in invoking the ritual, and he orders that preparations begin immediately. Hansu then speaks, saying that if it will take 3 months, he will first contact his comrades and make sure all of their preparations are finished within that time. Takabon accepts this and tells him that once everything is ready, he will call for him. Odeon bows his head, expressing his gratitude and saying that he is placing his trust in him. The scene shifts to a strange purple chamber where a massive spherical orb floats in the air. Several imposing figures stand around it. Among them is Jotun, the Pope of the Grashi tribe. He announces that their side is ready and asks how things stand with the humans. Another man replies that the humans are still gathering supplies and restructuring their forces, which will take more time. Jotun's expression darkens as he urges them to hurry, warning that with every passing moment, the man's wife grows closer to another. If he truly wants to save her, he already knows what must be done. The man's face turns rigid. He stays silent for a heartbeat before asking when the invasion will begin, adding that he is prepared to leave immediately. Jotun bursts into wild laughter, praising that resolve. He says it will take about half a month to reach the temple from their position and orders him to complete all preparations within 3 days. The man agrees without hesitation, declaring that he will be ready. The future is shrouded in uncertainty, but one truth has already been sealed. The war has begun. The final vision is an army of vicious hounds, their eyes burning with malice as they march toward destruction. Later, beyond the castle chamber, the furious man storms through the corridors with a single purpose burning in his eyes. His jaw is locked tight as he spits curses about Tekeron, while at the same time trembling at the presence of Hansu. Without slowing, he races off to report everything to Jotun. He ducks behind a pillar, bending over as he struggles to draw breath, keeping himself hidden so no one can witness what he is about to do. Once his heartbeat steadies, He activates several prompts and begins forming his message. He tells Sir Jotun that the impossible has happened. Tekaron has returned, and the prophesied human stands beside him. He urges that assassins be dispatched at once to erase both Odian and the chosen human. With the message sealed, the summoned messenger birds take to the air, vanishing into the distance. A voice cuts through the silence behind him. Odian had already marked the loudest protester as the traitor. The man whirls around, eyes wide, but before he can even speak, a spear tears through the air and slams him back against the wall. He manages to block part of it with his energy, but the impact still rips through him, forcing a scream from his throat. Hansu steps into view. He does not hesitate. The spear drives straight into the man's head, smashing him down to the floor. Crippled and barely able to move, the traitor shrieks in disbelief, sneering that someone like Hansu will never escape the consequences of this. Hansu answers with his fist. A brutal punch crashes into the man's face, blood spraying as he cries out. The Inquisitor tries to cling to his authority, gasping that he holds a sacred position, that there will be consequences. Hansu hits him again, harder. The threat dies in his mouth. Shattered and shaking, the man finally breaks, begging for mercy and promising to confess everything if the beating stops. Hansu pauses, his voice cold and steady as he asks when the invasion will begin. The Inquisitor, barely conscious, whispers that the enemy will move in at least 2 days. Hansu acknowledges the answer. On the floor, the broken man clings to hope, desperately asking if he will be spared now. Our hero answers in a flat, merciless voice that an invader no longer deserves to breathe. The man flies into a furious rage, screaming that our hero is toying with him. But the words never finish leaving his mouth. A brutal, almost inhuman punch crashes into his stomach, and at the same instant the skill dive 0 activates. A cold system message flickers into existence, declaring that fatal contact has been confirmed, and that dive 0 will now be applied directly, sending the target straight into the void of nothingness. The traitor's body jerks violently, as unbearable agony floods through him. His limbs twist, his flesh fractures, and then he begins to crumble apart, piece by piece, until there is nothing left of him at all. In the empty space where he stood, several glittering jewels fall to the ground. Our hero looks down at them, his eyes filled with a distant, bitter clarity. In his previous life, if Clementine had not betrayed humanity, the world would never have collapsed into ruin. Once again, it proves that traitors are always the real destroyers of everything. He bends down and gathers the jewels, thinking that even in death, that wretch can still provide a few ruin points to the world. Even so, he does not truly believe a single word the traitor spoke. 3 months will be needed to receive the technique, and during those 3 months, an invasion is almost guaranteed. Allowing a hostile force to operate beyond his control is unacceptable, and that is exactly why he has already begun pulling all of his allies closer. He quickly prepares a message for Sang Jin, sending him the coordinates of the Great Sanctuary and ordering him to leave immediately, since the distance is immense. He tells him to train and grow stronger together with Tekaron, explaining that for the next 3 months he will be tied up dealing with other critical matters. Another message goes out to Wonk. He informs him that he will be inside the technique chamber for 3 months, and that the enemy's preparations for war are already complete. He asks Wonk to hold the line and buy as much time as he possibly can. The third message is sent to Sophia. He explains that reinforcements will be summoned from the Red Zone, and that the preparations will take about 2 weeks. When they arrive, Anvi Aaron will train them, and Sangjin will deliver further updates. With that, the messenger birds shoot into the sky, vanishing into the distance. Sangjin understands everything the moment he reads it. Wonk, on the other hand, feels the heavy weight of responsibility pressed down on his shoulders. Sophia remains as calm as ever. Not long after, another message arrives from Tekaron, confirming that Hansu has been relieved. With all preparations in place, and the chamber now ready, our hero realizes there is one more person he must contact. Shay needs to know that his reinforcements will be 100 king bees, and that leaving them with Tekaron and Sangjin should make them more than effective. Odian finally steps forward, his voice serious. He says that even though he believes our hero is the prophesied human, the pain will be extreme because there is no holy water. He asks if that is truly acceptable. Our hero calmly begins to remove his clothes, his expression unshaken. It makes no difference, he replies, and tells them to begin at once. Nagai calmly tells D. Chiron that everything is clear, and D. Chiron moves without hesitation, declaring that he will begin. He starts chanting an ancient incantation, and the very air inside the chamber twists as violent winds surge into motion. Thick smoke pours out as the magic activates, and with a sharp command, he calls for the restraints, which immediately snap into place. Our hero is lowered into a capsule filled with seething, boiling liquid. A blinding flash of light explodes as the injected vessels detach and reconnect to his arms and legs, forcing an unknown substance straight into his veins. In that instant, he understands the truth behind the physical strengthening technique. His blood is being replaced with the holy water of Lazar itself. He thought he already knew pain, but this is on an entirely different level. The agony rips through him like fire and lightning at once, and the radiance becomes so intense that everyone nearby has to turn away and shield their eyes. Sometime later, Odeon speaks to Tekaron with a heavy heart, apologizing that although it would be best for him to undergo the same process, the crown of thorns has been stolen. Tekaron answers calmly that he never believed it was due to carelessness. With the priests in short supply, this outcome was unavoidable. He says they will head for the treasure instead, because the preparations for the coming chaos cannot be delayed. Odeon bows and accepts this without argument. They move into the treasure chamber, where a single relic rests in solemn silence. The Sunhide Totem, a wand of life that carries the power of the sun itself. It once belonged to one of the 13 heroes, Gallian Akalu. Tekaron looks at it with quiet nostalgia, remembering his old friend, and he acknowledges the sacred rule that a pope may only wield a weapon that has been granted to them. Still, with war looming, he asks for forgiveness as he borrows it for the time being. Odeon agrees at once, saying that Sir Gallian's weapon is more than worthy to stand in until Tekaron regains his own. Tekaron nods, certain it will be a powerful ally. Odeon then asks if Tekaron buried the soul transfer device during his last journey between worlds, warning that retrieving it in his current condition would be difficult. Tekaron confirms it and explains that during those travels he became a traveler, like humans, gaining the ability to grow stronger by using ruins. He asks if there are any good hunting grounds nearby. Odeon offers to assign guards and recommends the main forest as the best place. Tekaron refuses, explaining that another human guest will be arriving soon, and that he plans to travel with him instead. Odeon accepts the decision without protest. The scene shifts to Caldera, the base of the Liro clan. The air is eerily still. In front of one guarded house, 2 sentries stand alert, when without warning a tremendous explosion tears through the building, shattering the silence in an instant. Chaos tears through the area as people begin screaming for water, while the entire building is swallowed by raging flames. At the same time, something far more unsettling appears. A thick, dark mist spreads over the burning structure, hanging in the air like a living shadow, leaving everyone staring in confusion, unable to grasp who could have unleashed such devastation. For hours later, the scene shifts elsewhere. Under brutal heat, people continue working nonstop, using shower streams to cool their bodies as they labor. One man finally snaps, shouting that after coming all this way, all he has done is work himself to death. He complains that he cannot even enjoy a single moment, and scoffs at the idea that being given clothes is supposed to be some kind of reward. In a fit of rage, he hurls his shovel to the ground, cursing loudly and yelling that he did not travel this far just to be turned into a slave. As he bends down to pick it up, a smug voice comments about someone breaking their back in a place like this. The already irritated man whirls around, demanding to know who the hell he is and whether he is looking for a fight. The smartass remains calm, casually activating his skill and saying he has no interest in pointless brawls. He explains that he has recently sworn himself to a monarch who arrived in Caldera, and because of that, his abilities increased by 20 to 30%. With that boost, he was able to immediately join in on the monarch's pillaging, and he casually asks what they think about joining the Gross clan. The man stares at him in disbelief, then shouts that a 20 to 30% increase is on the level of the top legal clans. If he's going to be worked like a dog anyway, then of course he would want that kind of power. Another worker quickly agrees, and then another, until voices start rising all around them. They declare that they would rather join together than keep suffering like this. Tools are thrown aside as they shout that if they're going to risk everything, they might as well get some loot for themselves too. Far away, a quiet voice echoes, apologizing for failing to protect someone, promising that it will not be long, and saying that his daughter must be watching from the heavens, which is why he has to keep going. A man sits before a massive vessel, saying that many from Acheron will have to be sacrificed, and asking them to endure just a little longer. No matter what kind of monster he becomes, he swears he will protect them. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupts from one of the distant capsules, as someone inside is injected into the vessel. A man walks up to a boy and demands to know where he has been. The figure sitting beside the capsule slowly lifts his head and looks at the newcomer, calling him Gunwoo as he asks what this is about. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Gunwoo delivers his report. Someone whose stats were too low to enter any clan is now gathering forces at a frightening speed because of a strange monarch trade, and he asks how they should deal with it. The boss answers that Terra's already told him about that special trade, the one that gives a significant boost to stats. He dismisses the travelers in Kaltira as nothing but criminal trash anyway, and says they will use any method available if it helps bring Sinyoung back. Since Plan has already fallen apart, he decides their only option now is to bail out the surrounding villages. He adds that he will personally come to meet Gunwoo with Jotun, and orders him to go and carry out his part. Gunwoo replies in a tone that is both calm and sharply aggressive. Later, when the lab falls silent again, the boss mutters that things are taking longer than expected. Still, he promises to finish everything quickly in return, telling them to wait for him. Back with Odeon, his mind is heavy with doubt. Even the strongest warriors of Acheron would struggle to endure 3 months of this suffering. He wonders if he has just killed their savior with his own hands and quietly asks for patience. At the vessel, the light continues to pour out as our hero realizes that his body is effectively asleep while his consciousness remains fully awake, forcing him to feel every shred of pain. Just surviving it already feels impossible. He uses the runes he had saved to awaken Nirmahar. It grips his hand as the stones and the ring begin to spin through the air. A cold system message appears, stating that the number of orange runes is insufficient and that the attempt to unlock the third authority of Nirmahar's ring has failed. He is not surprised. Ever since arriving here, he suspected it would not work. He had used the runes he gained from killing, hoping that because the mob was ranged it might be enough. But the third unlock was simply too much. Enduring 3 months of this torture is going to be brutal. At that moment, far away, someone is seen riding a beast, charging toward OpenAI, officially sanctioned and finally closing in on the coordinates that were sent earlier. He mutters that at this pace, they will arrive within a week. The mount seems to react to his words, snorting in irritation before suddenly jolting and throwing him up into the air. As Sang-jin crashes to the ground, he watches the beast sprint away without a hint of hesitation, clearly punishing him for daring to talk back. He clicks his tongue and mutters that everyone claimed the thing was obedient and noble, yet it ditched him in a heartbeat, proving that its so-called sense of honor was nothing but a lie. That is when his eyes narrow. Something feels wrong. Shapes begin to emerge around him, large as bees, or more precisely, massive creatures that look like they were meant to be ridden. One comes, then another, then more, until there is no single choice left. They are far bigger than he imagined, and their numbers keep growing. The shock hits him all at once. He rushed to the wrong conclusion. These things were never here to carry him anywhere. Without warning, the swarm surges forward, as if they intend to trample him into the dirt. One of them slams into Sang-jin, sending him staggering backward. He barely keeps his footing, but he can feel time slipping away. When he sees them beginning to lay eggs, he understands their weakness. They can be delayed. He only needs a small opening to escape. He draws his dagger and charges. Phantom Nerve Edge activates, splitting him into 70 phantoms, each striking with 70% of his power. A beast roars, lifts its claw, and brings it down in a brutal arc. The blow pierces straight through Sang-jin's leg. He drops to one knee, blood pouring out, yet somehow he forces his body to stay upright. Even after cutting down so many, it is not enough. 3 of them are still standing, and they keep driving him back. Then all 3 rush him at once. Fear claws at his chest as he realizes that when their leader flinched, it triggered the rest to attack together. His father's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that sometimes survival means knowing when to retreat. A sword suddenly tears through the air. In a single flash, it wipes out nearly all of them. Lightning erupts, ripping through the beasts and reducing them to charred husks before they slam into the ground in front of him. Sang-jin can only stare. That was Lightning Splitter. For a moment, he wonders if Hanso did it, but even that feels impossible. He looks around in confusion, searching for the one who intervened. Then someone lands behind him. His heart jolts as he spins around, demanding to know who they are and how they can use Lightning Splitter. A girl steps forward from the shadows, calm and composed. She tells him this is their first meeting and introduces herself as Kiriel. Kiriel stood in front of Sang-jin, still breathing lightly as she admitted that the lightning she had unleashed was far stronger than even she had anticipated, strong enough to shock her as much as it had shaken the battlefield. She made it clear she had never meant to harm him, that her only goal had been to help, and she looked him over with quiet concern, asking if he was all right. Sang Jin scratched his cheek awkwardly and thanked her, but the gratitude on his face quickly twisted into disbelief. What left him stunned wasn't the pain or the force of the strike. It was the technique itself. There was supposed to be only one lightning splitter in the world. How had she been able to use it? Kirill didn't dodge the question. Instead, she began to speak about her past. Before she had ever stepped into the outside world, she had spent countless years in training, pushing herself far beyond what anyone expected. In one decisive battle, she had even defeated the very master who had raised and trained her. Lying on the ground in defeat, he had finally confessed that his own father had once warned him not to let Kirill move forward until she was truly ready. But after seeing the power she had just displayed, he admitted that she had already surpassed that threshold. Even if he tried, he no longer believed he could hold her back. Kirill explained that her rapid growth came from psychometry, a rare and dangerous ability that let her touch fragments of memories, emotions, and echoes of the past by focusing on a person or an object. As she spoke, she once again asked if Sang Jin was hurt, apologizing for being too rough. Her master, still recovering nearby, dismissed her worry with a tired smile, telling her she was underestimating him and that he was far tougher than she thought. As their voices faded, a presence crept up behind them. The queen bee emerged, her eyes gleaming as she congratulated Kirill for defeating Shane. She called the victory impressive, then calmly declared that if Kirill was going to stand beside their savior, she herself would lend her full support as well. When Kirill asked what she meant, the queen bee replied without hesitation that she would send 3 of her elite creations along with hundreds of other troops to follow Lady Kirill into battle. That was when Shane finally stepped forward. He glanced at the queen bee, then at Kirill, and said that if such overwhelming aid was being offered, he couldn't remain empty-handed. From his coat, he produced a weapon that crackled faintly with restrained power, a lightning splitter, version alpha. It wasn't the true blade, only a prototype, but he explained that it had been infused with energy drawn from the world tree itself. With that, he placed it into Kirill's hands, sealing his own contribution to the coming war. Even though it wasn't anywhere near the scale of a true thunderstorm, the power sealed inside the weapon was still enough to release one devastating strike. That alone was enough to make Kirill beam with joy. She rushed forward and hugged Shane without hesitation, thanking him over and over for giving her something so precious. She then turned and expressed her gratitude to the queen bee as well, acknowledging the weight of her support. After hearing everything, Sang Jin finally pieced it together. The lightning splitter Kirill had used wasn't a real one at all. It was only a copy. Kirill admitted that she had probably already burned through its thunderstorm function, meaning the weapon was now little more than a glorified spear. A faint, bitter jealousy stirred inside Sang Jin. She held the same type of weapon Kong Hansu once wielded, something he himself had never possessed. He explained that the true thunderstorm was on a completely different level, powerful enough to erase Ouroboros in a single blow, and that a replica like this could never come close to that scale. Kirill's eyes widened in awe. She said she had been there when Kong Hansu fought, but she had never truly seen his full strength with her own eyes. She also mentioned that Unshai and Mihi often talked about Sang Jin, especially about how much faith he placed in Hansu. Sang Jin nodded without hesitation. Hansu had been his role model from the very beginning, back in the tutorial, through the carnivorous beast disaster, and during the Redstone's calamity. To him, Hansu had always been someone extraordinary. Hearing that, Kirill smiled softly. She said she was glad Sang Jin had been by Hansu's side since the very start, then shyly asked if she could call him Sang Jin Sanbei. The words hit him harder than he expected, sending a strange warmth through his chest. It felt unfamiliar but comforting, and he realized he liked it. He gave her permission, quietly pleased that she truly understood how remarkable Hansu was. Kirill bowed her head slightly, and said she looked forward to working with him. She then asked if he was going to see Kong Hansu and admitted she wanted to come along. Sang Jin agreed at once, and told her they would go together. With that decided, Kirill fell in a step just behind him as they headed toward their destination. By the time noon arrived after their long journey, they reached the great sanctuary of the Main, the sacred land of the Acheron, where Shane's father awaited them. He thanked Kirill for letting him use his mind's eye to look into the weapon. Even if it was only through her memories, seeing that Shane was safe brought him a long-awaited sense of relief, easing worries he had carried for years. More than anything, he was glad the blade was only a replica, though the fact that it could still reproduce the lightning splitter's effects was impressive in its own right. Kirill answered politely and praised his son, saying the mass-production lightning splitter had been a tremendous help. Shane's father smiled at that, clearly proud. and said he was grateful his son had met people like her. He spoke of welcoming the righteous with open arms, his voice filled with quiet conviction. He then revealed that he could restore the weapon's thunderstorm function by charging it with Odian himself. The drawback was severe. It would most likely shatter after a single use. But with the war closing in, even one such strike could change everything. Kirill was deeply moved by his willingness to go that far and wondered how she could ever repay him. He simply said that after looking into her with his mind's eye, he trusted her, and added that anything in his personal armory was open for them to take. Both Kirill and Sang-jin were pleased as they stepped inside. Sang-jin's gaze was immediately drawn to a pair of sinister daggers, the blades of malady, once wielded by the legendary assassin Sekmer of the Grashu tribe. Even the smallest cut from them would spread a fatal infection. Without hesitation, he picked them up to inspect them. Shane's father noticed too late and tried to stop him, but the moment had already passed. Sang-jin asked if it was something he wasn't supposed to take. In truth, the burning mirages had taken an interest in him, and a cursed possession was triggered. Purple robes burst from the daggers and coiled tightly around his hands. Shane's father let out a troubled sigh and explained that some cursed weapons were mixed into the armory as well. After centuries had passed, he had simply forgotten that this one was still there. Sang-jin flexed his fingers and said it didn't hurt at all, then calmly asked what this so-called cursed possession actually meant. Shane's father explained that the curse would only awaken if the weapon was removed. From that point on, no matter what Sang-jin was doing, sleeping, washing, even the smallest daily tasks, the blades had to stay with him. Letting go of even one would bring unimaginable agony, and releasing both could be fatal. The weight of those words made Sang-jin uneasy, but he quickly reasoned that as long as he never unequipped them, it was something he could live with. He silently resolved to keep the daggers with him at all times. Kirill wasn't convinced. She warned that not understanding the pain could be even more dangerous, and suggested he test it by letting go of one blade right then. After a moment of thought, Sang-jin agreed. The instant his fingers loosened, a surge of agony tore through him, wiping his thoughts clean. He lunged back and grabbed the dagger again, gasping as the pain finally receded. From that moment on, he swore he would never let the weapon slip from his hands again. Kirill stared in horror and apologized, saying she hadn't expected it to be that extreme. Sang-jin shook his head and told her it was fine. At least now he knew exactly how deadly the curse really was. Shane's father observed the whole thing with a calm nod, satisfied by their rather brutal experiment. He then turned to Kirill and asked if there was a weapon she wanted as well. Without touching anything, she pointed to a blade and asked if it would be acceptable for her to take it. It was Lumen Vanner, the weapon once wielded by Lumen, who had guarded the first seed of the Garden Baron for a full century. Shane's father explained that it wasn't cursed, but it demanded extremely precise magical control, making it incredibly difficult to use. Relieved, Kirill reached out and picked it up. A strange aura instantly wrapped around her. Shane's father warned her to focus her magic into the blade, saying that if it kept spilling out, something terrible could happen. Then, just as suddenly, the aura stabilized. He froze in disbelief as he realized she had mastered its flow almost instantly, reaching a level comparable to a pope. A rare smile crossed his face. Meeting humans like this was a genuine delight. With their weapons chosen, he declared that it was time to begin hunting. With a great war drawing closer, there was no room for poor preparation. Sang-jin felt a steady fire rising in his chest, while Kirill, now armed with new power, found herself hungrier than ever to grow stronger so she could keep supporting the ones who mattered. Far away inside the palace, the king stood beside Kong Hansu as he continued to heal. A month and a half had already passed, and the king praised him for enduring something that would have broken most others. He urged him to hold on just a little longer. He also mentioned that his guest had arrived, and that this guest had brought a girl along as well. Hansu was conscious throughout the healing process, and the news unsettled him. He had asked Shane to send reinforcements, and he had only expected Sang-jin to appear. The presence of someone else was unexpected. 2 weeks earlier, at the southern gate of Tarnas, a lone girl had been standing guard over the Cross of Providence clan. Sophia had told her that reinforcements would be sent, and that she was to train them when they arrived, but no one had ever said who they would be. With no one emerging from the red zone for so long, she had been left completely in the dark. Then, without warning, massive insects burst into the sky in front of her, swarming straight toward her position. As she watched them close in, a single thought crossed her mind. Were these strange creatures the reinforcements she had been waiting for? Kirill arrived at the gates with the reinforcements moving behind her, and the entire column slowed before stopping at the entrance. A young girl on guard duty stepped forward, eyes flicking between Kirill and the strange army at her back. She asked if these were truly the reinforcements, her voice unsure, because she had already heard reports that every calamity had been wiped out. At the same time, she could not help wondering if the rumors were true, that even monsters were now fighting on the same side as humans. Kirill answered calmly, telling her that these forces were indeed the reinforcements and that a far greater war was about to crash down on them. She added that if anyone understood what kind of battle was coming, it was her, because she herself had once been feared as a calamity of the Red Zone. She explained that the Queen of the King Bees had personally appointed them for this mission. As her words settled, the King Bees stepped forward and bowed politely to the guard. One by one, they introduced themselves. The red-colored one declared himself the King Bee Royal Guard of Fire, and the green-colored one followed as the King Bee Royal Guard of Wind. They said they had been told humans would train them, and that they were placing their trust in those humans. Then the King Bee Royal Guard of Water moved forward as well, announcing his name with the same solemn respect. Hearing this, the girl at the gate finally relaxed. She said everything was in order and that they would give their full support, just as promised. She added that this situation could even become a chance to deal with the Laralarol clan, and with quiet confidence declare that she would personally see to it that everyone was trained properly, without cutting any corners. Later, inside the palace, Kirill sat across from another young woman, the two of them speaking in low, serious tones. During their discussion, the woman learned about Kirill's innate ability, psychometry, and remarked that with such a power, it was no surprise Kirill had grown strong at a pace comparable to Kang Hansu. She also noted that although the weapon Kirill carried was only a replica, it was astonishingly close to the original, even retaining the lightning splitter ability, which made it anything but ordinary. The woman then asked if Kirill intended to skip farming entirely and head out right away. Kirill answered without hesitation that she was leaving soon. Using her psychometry, she had been following traces left behind by her targets. But with each passing day, those traces were fading, and if she waited any longer, they might vanish completely. Hearing that Kang Hansu's trail was fading, the woman told Kirill to shift her focus and follow Sangjin instead. If fate lined up the right way, she said, Kirill might run into Kang Hansu along that path as well. To back that up, she handed over a pair of fly walkers, explaining that once they were attached to her shoes, they would grant her the ability to fly. She urged Kirill to take them, saying tools like these always ended up becoming priceless at the moment they were needed most. Kirill was sincerely moved. She thanked her with genuine gratitude, feeling humbled by the kindness she had been shown. Not long after, she left the palace. Before she departed, the woman reminded her to send a carrier pigeon once she reached her destination safely. Far away, inside the Laralarol clan's Kaltira Sector 21, a very different scene was unfolding. Soldiers were laughing and shouting as they slaughtered captured slaves in the middle of a twisted game. One of them announced the rules with a grin, saying that if any captive managed to escape, that person would be allowed to live, and the soldiers themselves would have to run as though their own lives were on the line. Terror spread across the prisoners' faces as those words sank in. Soon after, the soldiers called for their team leader, telling him everything was ready and that it was time to begin. That leader was Kyle Dawson, the man in charge of Sector 21. One of his subordinates walked up and bragged that he had already earned 9 points. He even made a crude bet, saying that if Kyle lost, he would take all the women captured this time. Kyle burst out laughing, mocking the man as he declared that he would not lose so easily. With arrogant confidence, he said he would wipe them all out with a single shot. The moment the game started, the prisoners ran in blind desperation. Kyle raised his needle weapon and fired once. In that instant, bodies dropped to the ground. The surrounding soldiers roared with excitement as 10 prisoners were taken down by that single attack. Kyle smirked, satisfied with himself, convinced that he was unrivaled at this cruel sport. But then one soldier pointed out that one prisoner was still breathing, meaning the score was only 9. That remark set Kyle off. He stormed over and smashed the remaining captive to death with his bare hands. The cheers returned, but this time they were mixed with ridicule. The soldiers laughed at Kyle, calling him a cheater, arguing that crushing the body into pieces made it impossible to count the points properly. Kyle answered with total indifference, saying he did not care, that they should just count however many corpses were lying there. If anyone had a problem with how he did things, he told them to step up and try it themselves. Among the soldiers watching this bloodbath, one man silently branded Kyle Dawson as a serious threat. In his eyes, Kyle was not only the one who had violated and murdered Envy Aaron's younger sister, but also a creature who carried out endless atrocities without the slightest hint of remorse. Kyle then called out to Lee Won-kyung, ordering him to join the game as well, since he was the vice team leader. He even said it was fun. Kyung flatly refused, saying he had no interest in such nonsense. He explained that he was only there to deliver orders for everyone to assemble at Sector 28 within 2 hours, and that after passing along the message, he would leave first with his own clan members. Kyle waved him off and called him boring. In his mind, he recalled the rumors that Kyung had escaped with a huge stockpile of runes from the Enviaran clan. He had expected someone like that to be entertaining, but instead he found him dull and disappointing. Later, at the gathering in Kaltira Sector 28, everyone had assembled, and their leader stood before them, delivering his speech. He addressed them as brothers and sisters and spoke of the land of Lazar, a world that was slowly decaying. He said the heavens had already fallen, and that Lazar could no longer support them. Even so, he declared there was still hope and no reason to be afraid. He revealed that the great hero of Acheron, Ilkadian, had received a divine revelation. In his hands was a crystal ball, and from it a voice echoed out. The voice commanded them to offer the holy water of Nagar, explaining that with it they could awaken the soul transfer device. Once the device was activated, all of them would be able to escape this dying world and move to a new one. He proclaimed that they were the chosen ones, that their destiny would be written in blood, and that the death of Lazar would become their true beginning. He then turned his words toward the humans, saying that just as Nagar had drawn out holy water and injected it into Lazar, this withered land could be kept alive. For the sake of the humans who would stay behind, they would leave all the research, technology, and resources they had plundered, offering them as the final legacy of this doomed world. He went on to declare that soon they would take the very place of Acheron itself. After that, the beast turned to the Coffin Emperor and asked how he had done. The Coffin Emperor answered without emotion, saying that none of it mattered to him as long as the promise made to him was kept. Together they faced the humans again, announcing that their leader had granted his approval and that they were eager to watch them rip and tear until everything was finished. The entire force was already in formation. The first Vanguard guerrilla unit was placed under Commander Kyle Dawson, with Lee Kyung as his vice commander, made up of 100 Laralarol clan members, 300 from the Crown clan, and 500 Grashuan travelers. The 2nd Engineer Corps was led by Olsen with Malcolm beside him, consisting of 300 Laralarol clan members and 3,700 Grashuan travelers. The 3rd Magic Attack Unit was commanded by Jaren, supported by 300 Jotun personal guards and 200 travelers. The 4th Recon Unit fell under Koellen, with Young Mi Hyung as vice commander, and included only 35 specialists from Grashi and the Alweo methods. At the center of it all stood the main unit, commanded by the Coffin Emperor with Park Gunwoo as his vice commander, a massive host numbering close to 100,000. Soon after, the order went out for the Laralarol clan and their Grashi allies to advance. At the same time, it was revealed that only 36 days remained before Kong Hansu's physical reinforcement technique would expire. 3 days slipped by as the allied armies continued their march. In the grand sanctuary of the main audience chamber, Jekyll spoke in the name of the great hero Ilkadian, declaring that the warriors of the worst of the main would lend their strength. Jekyll was an elder of the Chilkin tribe. After him, Karanil, the deputy elder of the Kalpari tribe, stepped forward as well. Speaking in Sir Ilkadian's name, he said that for the sake of Lord Lazar, who sustained their world, they would gladly give their aid. The king nodded with satisfaction and said he would not forget such support, especially on such short notice. He then turned to all the gathered warriors and proclaimed that within the temple itself, the savior destined to revive Lazar was even now receiving the necessary technique. Only 1 month remained, he said, until that savior awakened. That single month will be both their greatest chance and their greatest ordeal. He swore that they would punish the wicked who dare to spread chaos and destruction, not only against the Grashi tribe, but against all of Lazar. In the end, he vowed that Lazar would be restored to its former glory, becoming once more a vast, lush sea of green. The man standing before Kong Hansu's motionless body spoke softly, directing his words straight into Hansu's fading consciousness. He reminded him that it had been Hansu himself who had ordered him to check on his condition with the mind's eye at the 2-month mark. This man was Shane's father, and even though something about what he was doing felt deeply wrong, he still obeyed the instructions Hansu had left behind. With hesitation in his heart, but resolve in his mind, he opened his mind's eye and stepped inside. The moment he entered, he understood how dire things truly were. Kong Hansu's inner world had already decayed to a horrifying degree. Chains wrapped around Hansu, binding him in place inside that broken mental realm. Hansu immediately told him there was no time to waste, that what little time remained was slipping away, so he would explain everything as quickly as he could. The old man nodded and focused, knowing this might be their last chance to change anything. Hansu said that even though countless things had shifted from his previous life, some events were still unfolding along the same path. In that past, the Nagar tribe had opened the gates to let a group of captives pass toward the eastern gate. Those captives had been branded with a technique, and when it activated, it caused a massive explosion that completely destroyed the eastern gate. Hansu said that this single fact should be enough to make him grasp just how dangerous the current situation was. The old man was shaken to his core. He could barely believe that the enemy would go so far as to butcher their own tribesmen in such a cruel way. Hansu told him that this was exactly how their enemy fought, doing anything necessary to secure victory. But he also said that history did not have to repeat itself. He instructed that Sang Jin should be sent to strike the vanguard, because Sang Jin's monarch authority, when combined with Wang Qiang's emotion-sharing ability, would allow them to rescue a large number of captives. Hansu also said that Kyle Hansu needed to be stationed to the eastern gate, so that when Enviaran arrived, the three of them together could wipe out the enemy's vanguard unit. The old man answered that he understood everything. He told Hansu that Enviaran was already on her way as reinforcement, and that he would immediately send a carrier pigeon to the eastern gate to deliver these orders. The old man was just about to reveal one last truth to Hansu when something else forced its way into the inner world. A sharp, irritated voice echoed through the endless space, complaining that barging into someone's mind without permission was a nuisance. From the shifting void, a small beast emerged and, without hesitation, tried to punt the old man straight out. It announced that the mind's eye was now forbidden from being used on Kong Hansu, as if laying down an absolute law. Before the old man could protest, he was violently ejected from Hansu's inner world. Frustration twisted his expression. There were still countless things he wanted to say, countless warnings he hadn't managed to give. But he knew it was over. No matter how much he wanted to interfere, he could no longer step into Hansu's mind. The only thing left was to endure. The war would grind forward in this brutal way until Hansu finally awakened. And until that moment arrived, all they could do was hold their ground and survive. 4 kilometers east of the great sanctuary of the Main, Kyle Dawson's guerrilla unit waited inside their encampment. The leader announced that new orders had arrived, and it was time to begin their movement. A Grashi soldier stood nearby to acknowledge the command, and Kyle immediately asked whether the technique he had been told about was fully ready. The soldier confirmed that it would be activated the moment the leader gave the signal. Then the soldier ordered a captive to be brought forward. The guards dragged a young girl out of the group of prisoners, and her father collapsed to his knees, begging them to take him instead. He pleaded for his daughter's life, offering himself in her place, but his cries were ignored. The soldiers deliberately chose the girl, kicking the father away as if he were nothing. Kyle watched with cold amusement and mocked the terrified child without a trace of sympathy. The Grashi soldier stepped forward and placed a spell on the girl's neck. She felt only a brief, faint sting, like a tiny needle, and nothing more. When it was done, the soldiers ordered her to go back. They even told her gently to hurry and return to her father. She ran to him, crying, clinging tightly to his clothes, sobbing that they had let her go and begging him not to die. The father was left stunned, unable to understand why she had been spared. Through her tears, the girl explained that they had put some kind of magic on her neck, but she didn't feel any pain and thought everything was fine. The father's fear twisted into rage. His voice rose as he demanded to know what they had done to his daughter, his hands gripping her shoulders, as if he could somehow protect her by force alone. That was when the Grashi soldier casually snapped his fingers. In the next instant, the girl detonated. Flesh and blood vanished in a violent flash, and both her life and her father's were erased together. It was a curse of self-destruction, a secret art of the Grashi, turning the marked into a living bomb the moment the caster gave the signal. The leader watched the scene with quiet satisfaction. They had no intention of cursing every captive right away. The real goal was terror. By sending these cursed victims back toward the Naghar forces, they would turn desperation itself into a weapon, spreading fear far more effectively than any blade. From a distance, Wang Qiang saw everything, his anger slowly boiling over. He was waiting for Sang Jin's carrier pigeon, knowing that time was running out. At this pace, every captive would soon be branded with that deadly curse, and his role was to tear this plan apart. If there was ever a moment to act, it was now. One of his allies suddenly stepped forward, declaring that she would hold the enemy back and buy him time. She urged Wang Qiang to take the captives and escape, to save as many lives as possible. Wang Qiang told her to use his skill and promised that the clan would follow her lead, but she shook her head. Using it now, she said, would weaken its impact later. It had to be saved for when chaos truly erupted. Before turning away, she asked him to tell Envy Aaron that she was sorry, that she wouldn't be able to come back. The moment she charged in, Kyle noticed her and struck her down, sending her sprawling. He said he had expected this kind of betrayal. Rats always showed themselves before a major battle, and it was best to crush them early. Then he turned to the vice captain, coldly pointing out that his friendliness with Terras had made him suspicious. To prove his loyalty, the vice captain was ordered to kill Terras with his own hands. At that exact moment, a carrier pigeon fluttered in, delivering Sang Jin's message. He was ready. Relief washed through Wonkyang. He scoffed that Sang Jin was late and was starting to resemble Hansu, but since he had finally arrived, it was good enough. They could move forward. Kyle demanded to know what Wonkyang was laughing about, saying that letting the vice captain go so easily was starting to irritate him. Wonkyang replied that those words were meant for Kyle instead. As he spoke, he placed a curse on him. The moment the curse took hold, Wonkyang moved. He unleashed his emotion-sharing ability, flooding every member of the Crown clan with his will, his fury, and his resolve. In a single breath, their hearts synchronized with his, and his command spread through them like wildfire. Every blade turned outward as he ordered them to slaughter every last member of Laralarol and the Grashi, leaving no one alive. The instant Wonkyang unleashed his power, his emotional rage surged, spiking by 38% as the target of Li Wonkyang's Rahi was locked in. Absolute hostility toward the Laralarol clan and the Grashi tribe was triggered without hesitation. Every soldier caught, and its influence became possessed, their minds drowned in a single command. Kill. That word spilled from their mouths again and again, stripping away all reason. Those who had been slaughtering moments earlier were now being butchered by the very comrades who had fought beside them. Inside the tents, order collapsed into madness as allies turned on each other in a blood-soaked frenzy. The ground was quickly painted red, screams tore through the air, and the entire encampment descended into total chaos. Watching it all unfold, Kyle threw his head back and laughed, letting out a long, echoing scream, clearly savoring the destruction around him. In his mind, Kyle wondered why the vice captain had exposed himself so soon when they had already caught one traitor. Wonkyang answered that question with his actions. This had always been his plan. From the moment he joined the vanguard, he had intended to create this exact nightmare. His goal was never to survive among them, but to tear them apart from the inside. Every step he took declared the same truth. Kyle and the filth around him would die for the sake of his daughter, and Kyle would pay for every sin he had committed. Kyle's smile faded. He believed Wonkyang's rune count had already climbed to around 50%, meaning a massive amount of power had been spent. What he failed to realize was that the vice captain had been hiding even more strength. He had planned to play with Wonkyang before killing him, but now that arrogance was gone, a chill crept into his thoughts as he realized that if Wonkyang crossed 60%, he would step into the realm of a Muggos, and then everything would change. With no choice left, Kyle seized his chain weapon, Pain, and activated Chain Reaper, a technique meant to carve his opponent apart in an instant. At the same time, Wonkyang's rune absorption finished. As the chains whipped forward to tear him to pieces, Wonkyang moved without hesitation, unleashing a spatial slice that cleanly severed the weapon. Kyle roared in fury, cursing as his attack was stopped as if it were nothing. While the battlefield burned in every direction, Sang Jin stood alone on a distant hill, quietly watching the chaos unfold. Even he hadn't expected Wonkyang to erupt with that kind of overwhelming force. Something had clearly pushed him past his limits this time. Seeing it with his own eyes, Sang Jin felt a rare sense of relief wash over him. He had made it in time, and with that came a cold resolve. There was no reason to keep hiding his true power any longer. The corpses scattered across the field began to twitch. One by one, the dead answered his will. Soldiers who had fallen moments earlier were dragged back to their feet, their lifeless bodies turned into weapons. They charged the enemy ranks without fear or hesitation, and panic ripped through the opposing army. No one could understand how the slain had suddenly become more terrifying than the living. Some tried to flee, but the commanders screamed at them to hold the line, convinced their numbers would eventually crush this nightmare. They were wrong. Every new death only fed Sang Jin's army. Each fallen enemy was added to his control, and with every corpse that rose, the balance of the battlefield tilted further in his favor. Watching it all, Sang Jin felt a grim satisfaction settle in. As long as bodies kept dropping, his forces would never run dry. Elsewhere, Kyle was barely standing. Blood soaked his armor as he tried to process how everything had fallen apart so quickly. In his mind, it all traced back to a single girl, and that mistake had ignited everything. His fury turned toward Wonkyang. burning so hot that he swore he would grind him into dust. With nothing left to lose, Kyle reached for the last thing he had sworn never to use in a fight like this. A thin needle slid into his arm, and he injected the shimmering liquid without hesitation. It was a forbidden stimulant, one that unlocked the tribal skill Berserker of Acheron. For 10 minutes, it would grant overwhelming power, but at the cost of reason itself. Without an antidote, it could even kill him. Kyle didn't care. His body began to swell, muscles bulging as raw strength flooded through him. In an instant, he became a blur. He slammed into Wonkyung with a single punch, the impact crushing ribs and sending him flying across the ground. The power coursing through Kyle was absolute. He moved like an unstoppable monster, drunk on the violence roaring through his veins. Wonkyung collapsed, unable to rise. Lying there in the dirt, he felt only bitterness. If his strength hadn't faded, if the damage to his body had been healed sooner, he could have kept fighting. The war wasn't supposed to end like this. With what little strength he had left, he tried to move, and in the depths of his mind, he could only pray that Sang-jin would reach him before it was too late. Kyle loomed over Wonkyung, laughter spilling from his mouth as he mocked him without restraint. He sneered at him for crawling for help after being beaten into the dirt, and declared that it didn't matter who came. Wonkyung would never leave this battlefield alive. He promised to take his head, take Terrace as well, and raise them both on a flag so the world would remember what happened to those who stood against him. Then the sky split. A woman dropped straight down from above, blade already in motion. Kyle barely had time to feel confusion as his vision tilted upward. Only then did he recognize Envierin. The realization came a heartbeat too late. His curse never left his mind before his head was cut clean from his body, and those unspoken words became Kyle Dawson's final thought. Envierin felt no triumph in it. After 7 years of pursuit, ending him so easily brought her no satisfaction, only a quiet sorrow. Still, she had no time to linger. What mattered was that her comrades were alive. She moved to Wonkyung and quickly checked his condition. He could still stand, though his ribs were shattered. He forced a breath and told her he would recover and reunite with Terra soon. What he needed now was for her to go help Sang-jin. Envierin nodded. She had already seen the flow of the battle on her way in and knew it was close to being decided. She would secure Terra's and the prisoners while Wonkyung focused on staying alive. He accepted that without argument. The next day, inside the palace, a small girl walked up to Hansu's body, preserved inside a clear capsule. She gently placed flowers on top and whispered her thanks. Because of the information he had left behind, the enemy had been captured and the prisoners saved. She said it was all thanks to him and Lord Techeron. Techeron, Shane's father, stood beside her. He told the girl that he believed Hansu could still hear her. With a hopeful smile, she said she wished he would wake up soon, because he had saved everyone. She was sure that one day everyone would be grateful to him. Her words warmed Techeron's chest. He asked her, Aelin, to step outside so he could speak to Hansu alone. When the room was quiet, Techeron leaned closer to the capsule. He told Hansu that the enemy vanguard had been wiped out and that the main force was now waiting. The scouts had confirmed it. The next battle would begin tomorrow. Envierin, the travelers, and the king bees had arrived just in time. He went on in a low, steady voice, saying that they could hold back the enemy for now. But if the rumors proved true, the Coffin Emperor would become an overwhelming threat. Until Hansu finally awakened, they would continue resisting with everything they had. All that mattered now was for him to finish his physical strengthening technique. The time left for Kong Hansu to complete that technique was 16 days, 11 hours, and 39 minutes. The scene opened inside the Laralero and Grashi Unified Command and Control Center, where the commander sat alongside his control team while observing the state of the battlefield. He thought to himself that, according to his plan, the advance force should have already opened the eastern gate and secured the Great Sanctuary by now. Yet not only had they failed to open it, every gate had instead been heavily reinforced, making it seem as though someone had anticipated a strategy in advance. He briefly considered whether that demon had interfered again, but quickly dismissed the idea, reasoning that even that man should not have been capable of disrupting his plans to such an extent, which left him wondering who could possibly be responsible. The scene then shifted to another section of the battlefield. Olsen shouted loudly to his troops, ordering them to fire everything they had and to do whatever it took to break open the gates. His soldiers immediately unleashed their weapons, bombarding the wall surrounding the gate, but the structure suddenly began to glow, resisting their attacks. Olsen cursed in frustration, yelling that the magical barrier was preventing any real damage, and with their ammunition already limited, continuing like this would only waste resources. So instead of persisting with ineffective bombardment, he decided it would be better to force their way in directly. He then shouted that the enemy soldiers were nothing but cowards hiding behind that magic wall because they were too afraid to fight openly, before ordering the close-quarters combat unit to advance. As they moved forward, the defenders who had been concealed behind the wall suddenly rose, and a girl among them gave the command to fire, telling them to take down every attacker. At once, a barrage of attacks rained down on the advancing guerrilla troops, striking many of them instantly and sending them collapsing to the ground. Olsen stared in shock and shouted in confusion, demanding to know what was happening and why those enemies were there when they were supposed to be stationed at Taran's magic guns. Someone nearby yelled for everyone to get down. Close by, a man wearing glasses observed the situation carefully, remarking that those were incredibly powerful magic guns and wondering if Envy had sent reinforcements, while thinking that at this rate, they would not only fail to scale the ramparts, but might not even get close to them. Meanwhile, the magic guns continued firing relentlessly across the battlefield. Then Lord stepped forward, raising his voice as he ordered the pirates to deploy and launch an attack against the forces on the ground. Soon after, their weapons were activated, and explosions began raining down across the battlefield as massive blasts erupted one after another, tearing the ground apart and spreading destruction in every direction. The man with glasses watched this unfold and thought to himself that the situation was only getting worse, their losses climbing rapidly, and he began to wonder whether they should retreat and come up with a new plan. Around him, panic spread among the soldiers, some shouting that no one had warned them about anything like this, others screaming that they did not want to die as they started trying to flee. The man with glasses quickly grabbed one of them, demanding to know where he thought he was going and ordering him to hold formation. But the terrified soldier refused, saying it was pointless and that he had no intention of dying for nothing. At that moment, the man with glasses realized their formation and discipline had completely collapsed, and in his mind, he accepted that the battle was already lost. Then, something suddenly dropped nearby. A calm voice stated that he had never expected his report to turn into a declaration of their defeat. The voice came from behind the man with glasses, and when he turned, he was met with a shocking sight. A swarm of bees had arrived. Kirill appeared alongside them, announcing that the king bees would handle the cleanup, before giving the order for them to move out. Some soldiers stared in fear, shouting that those were king bees, each one at Mugos rank. Kirill looked over the battlefield as the swarm spread in every direction, attacking enemies, killing some while capturing others. As the king bees launched their assault, someone shouted that since those creatures were fighting so fiercely, the rest of them should do the same. They raised their hands and unleashed magical fire across the battlefield, while the bees emitted rings of golden light that expanded outward, causing devastating destruction. Some of the enemy forces attempted to deploy resistance barriers in an effort to defend themselves. Meanwhile, one of the guerrilla commanders slammed his hand against the ground in frustration, cursing loudly. He then shouted to another guerrilla, ordering him to deploy the Mugos unit immediately. The other soldier responded at once, confirming the command. Nearby, Chuman observed everything calmly and asked whether that would really be enough. The guerrilla commander snapped back angrily, saying that his men were being slaughtered while Chuman simply stood there with his arms crossed watching, and told him that if he had something to do, then he should go now and finish it. Chuman replied in a composed tone that if finishing it was what they wanted, then he would do exactly that. Just as he was about to move, he reminded himself that what he needed most were corpses, specifically, bodies that remained intact. And since the Grashi tribe's warriors were falling in large numbers, he expected to collect more than enough from the battlefield, after which he stated plainly that he would head there himself and force a surrender. Watching him, the guerrilla commander burned with anger, thinking this man didn't even see his own tribesmen as people anymore, only as raw material for holy water, and he immediately stepped in with a warning, telling him not to even consider using the bodies of their tribe. If he needed corpses, he could take them from the Nagar tribe instead, and if he crossed that line, the container holding him would be sealed for good. Without hesitation, the man lifted a gun and aimed it straight at the guerrilla commander, causing him to freeze in panic as the man coldly told him to choose his words with care. Realizing the situation had turned dangerous, the guerrilla quickly dropped his defiance, addressed him with respect as Sir Jostin, and urged him to calm down and lower the weapon, adding that if Jostin returned with prisoners, they would revive his wife immediately. Jostin pressed him for specifics, asking exactly how many bodies were required both to revive his wife and to activate the soul transfer device, making it clear he would bring back whatever number was needed, and the guerrilla answered that 60,000 corpses were necessary to activate the device, with 40,000 of those allocated for reviving Jostin's wife. Hearing this, Jostin gave a small nod, said he understood, and promised he would return with the required number before turning and heading toward the battlefield. Above that battlefield, the sky remained filled with chaos as soldiers clashed and killed without pause, while commanders shouted orders to hunt down deserters and execute every last one without letting anyone escape. Amid the turmoil, Sage moved alongside Sir Tarhal as Sir Brol reported that everything had proceeded according to their plan so far, with the enemy's second wave nearly wiped out, and that the third wave, the Mugos unit, would arrive soon, turning the fight into a battle of endurance where, if they could hold the enemy back for just 2 weeks, Kong Hansa would finally awaken. Until that moment, their sole objective was to keep holding the line exactly as they had been. As this discussion continued, Kiriel came running toward them, and Sir Tarhal greeted her at once, saying that since she had returned, the ambush must have succeeded, and he thanked her for her assistance. Kiriel answered modestly that most of the work had been done by the bees rather than her, explaining that they had overexerted themselves, which was why she had brought them back to rest. Sir Tarhal gave a small nod in understanding and told her that since a battle of attrition was about to begin, she should take the time to rest as well, then added that if Kaltia were able to witness this moment, she would undoubtedly feel proud. Just then, Kiriel's expression shifted as she picked up on something unusual, sensing a powerful presence spreading through the air, and she began to wonder whose energy it could be. Not far away, a wind beast detected the same presence and immediately panicked, warning that the situation had turned dangerous and urging everyone to flee. At that exact moment, Sir Jostin arrived, weapon already in hand. The man with glasses spotted him and frowned in confusion, questioning whether the plan had changed since, instead of the third wave, his brother had appeared, and he quickly recognized him as Sir Jostin. Jostin, meanwhile, considered that unleashing his full strength might end up destroying everything, including the sanctuary they intended to seize, so he deliberately limited his power to roughly 30% before raising his weapon and aiming it toward the ground. A radiant beam of energy fired downward into the battlefield, drawing the attention of all the guerrilla soldiers as they turned toward the immense force gathering below. Then, within moments, massive fireballs began erupting throughout the battlefield. In the next instant, a vast surge of red energy detonated across the battlefield, the sheer force of the explosion sending terror through the ranks as guerrilla commanders lost all composure, some shouting frantically, others breaking down in tears, and many abandoning everything to run for their lives in a desperate attempt to survive. Amid that chaos, Sir Tarhal was thrown to the ground, and as he struggled to push himself back up, his mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The third wave, the Mugos unit, was supposed to arrive later and prolong the fight with delay tactics, yet they had shown up far earlier than expected, making him question whether their earlier success had actually worked against them, perhaps driving the enemy to accelerate their response. Then, without warning, Sir Tarhal's eyes widened in shock. A voice from behind him shouted for him to turn around. When he did, he froze, staring in disbelief as he asked if it was truly him. Jotun stood there. Jotun spoke evenly, saying Tarhal already knew who he was, so there was no point in introductions, and that they should move straight to what mattered. He then issued an order. The old man stiffened, clearly shaken, asking what exactly he meant while, at the same time, wondering what kind of demand was coming, especially since Jotun possessed more than enough strength to kill them all himself, yet was choosing to give instructions instead. Jotun stated his condition without hesitation. If they handed over 100,000 prisoners, his army would withdraw peacefully. The old man could hardly believe what he had heard and repeated the number aloud in shock. 100,000 people. Before protesting that it was complete insanity, pointing out that even counting everyone in the entire city only reached around 600,000, making the idea of giving up 100,000 utterly unreasonable. Unmoved, Jotun restated the offer, explaining that if they surrendered those 100,000 individuals, his forces would retreat and acknowledge the territory they lived in, adding a promise that his army would prohibit any looting and would not slaughter the children. The old man remained stunned, still trying to process the proposal. Jotun repeated himself, once more, emphasizing that he had no intention of killing everyone there. But before the exchange could go any further, Envy suddenly appeared and immediately unleashed an attack, grand and forced slash of silence, sending a powerful strike straight at Jotun. Jotun stopped it effortlessly, raising his bare arms to block the blow. Envy's eyes widened in shock as she realized that her attack, delivered with full force, had been halted by nothing more than his body. Jotun followed up by releasing a burst of energy that drove Envy backward, then remarked with calm indifference that interrupting a conversation like that was simply rude, the force of the blast slamming her hard into the ground. Envy snapped back in anger, arguing that casually walking into the center of their military headquarters and expecting everyone to stand still was an unbelievably foolish move, even as, in her mind, she struggled to accept how much stronger he had become in just a single year. Jotun replied that her arrival was actually ideal timing, since as the strongest fighter present, defeating her would make it far easier to force everyone else into surrender. Envy pushed herself to retaliate, doing everything she could to fight back, but Jotun struck again with his weapon, the blow landing from behind and launching her forward before she crashed heavily onto the ground. As she lay there, Jotun stood over her without a hint of urgency. Not far away, Kiriel and her swarm of bees watched in stunned silence, while Wonkyung stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Envy had been taken down in a single move, and someone beside him muttered under their breath that aside from Kong Hansu, there was likely no one capable of standing against that monster. Sir Tarhal reached the same conclusion, realizing that this must be the true strength of a traveler who had undergone body enchantment surgery, and that just as he had feared, there was probably only one path left for them to win. Jotun spoke again, reminding them that they had already witnessed what he could do, and now the choice before them was simple: die, or hand over 100,000 people. The old man felt a deep sense of helplessness, knowing that the only one who could oppose Jotun was Kong Hansu. Yet Kong Hansu was still in the middle of his awakening, and if they forced him awake now, his blood would not be fully synchronized, meaning he could lose control of his own body and die shortly after. Even so, he remained the only possible chance they had. The old man found himself questioning whether they would have to sacrifice their future just to survive the present, and in that moment, his thoughts turned to Odeon as he realized just how dire the situation had become. Waking Kong Hansen now might allow them to defeat Jotun, but it would also ruin everything they had planned for the future. Yet even if Kong Hansu could not endure what came afterward, at least the others might still live. At that very moment, a special link was established. Tekeron's skill, Mind's Eye, activated, connecting him directly to Odeon. The scene then shifted to a hallway. Aelin sprinted down the corridor in desperation, her thoughts in complete disarray as panic took over, the same fear repeating in her mind again and again, that if things continued like this, her mother would die just as her father had, and she clung to the belief that there was only one person who could still save them. Reaching a door, she began pounding on it urgently, then tried to force it open, only to find it completely unmoving, leaving her frozen for a moment, unsure of what she could possibly do next, knowing she had to find some way to let him know what was happening. Then something clicked in her mind. Tekeron. She remembered that Tekeron could hear everything. Grasping onto that hope, Aelin began shouting at the top of her lungs, pleading for him to save them, crying that if he could hear her, he needed to come out because he was their only chance, her voice breaking as she repeated the plea over and over. As her cries echoed through the corridor, someone appeared behind her. She turned and immediately recognized the old man. The image blurred slightly as she lowered herself in a small bow and called out to him. Then the scene shifted back to the battlefield. Envy still lay on the ground where she had fallen, unable to rise, while Jotun looked down at her and spoke once more. At that exact moment, a system message appeared, indicating that the mind's eye connection between Tekeron and Odeon had been successfully established. The old man spoke with resolve, agreeing inwardly with his master as he declared in his thoughts that all of Acheron's hope now rested on this single decision, then lifted his voice and called out across the battlefield. He addressed all the civilians of Acheron, ordering them to listen carefully, commanding those who were capable of fighting to take up their weapons, while instructing those who could not fight to hide themselves and flee to safety. Jotun observed this without emotion and stated calmly that he understood the choice they had made. He then lifted his weapon and struck it against the ground, declaring that if they refused his offer, he would simply kill them all and gather the number of bodies he required from other tribes instead. Raising his weapon once more, he aimed it directly at the civilians and activated 70% of its power as a dense purple energy began to gather around it, locking onto its targets. Just as the attack was about to be unleashed, something unexpected intervened. A pair of massive wings suddenly spread out in front of the incoming blast. A man had stepped forward, unfurling his wings as he placed himself in the path of the attack, taking the full force of the purple energy with his body. The energy continued to surge against him, yet he did not move. Jotun's expression shifted to shock as he demanded to know the man's identity. The figure with the purple energy wings gave no answer, remaining completely silent as he stood his ground. Jotun narrowed his gaze and studied him more closely, and then something clicked. His eyes caught the purple scars covering the man's body. A hint of surprise entered his voice as he questioned him, asking if he too had been someone who failed during the body enchantment surgery. Jotun turned his gaze toward Hansu and asked whether he too had failed the physical strengthening technique. Yet Hansu gave no reply and remained completely silent, which led Jotun to study him more closely, concluding that no matter how he examined it, Hansu's condition mirrored Xinyo's, an unbearable state of agony where a person could collapse and die from shock at any moment. So Jotun stated that Hansu likely did not even possess the strength to answer, and since that was the case, would at least grant him a less painful end. With that, Jotun opened his blast cannon and calmly bid him farewell, and in the very next instant the weapon discharged, unleashing a surge of purple energy that shot directly at Hansu. The blast detonated. Yet at that exact moment, Hansu moved, bursting out from the explosion as he leapt into the air, catching a golden ring mid-motion and sliding along it while accelerating forward. And even as multiple waves of purple energy pursued him from behind, pressing against him with overwhelming force and surrounding him with intense power, he continued pushing ahead without stopping. Then, seizing his magical staff, Hansu propelled himself upward, and after putting some distance between himself and a barrage, he finally came to a halt, and steadied his stance. Within his mind, he noted how every blood vessel in his body felt as though it were burning, realizing that if this continued his heart might cease entirely, which meant he had no time to waste. The only path to survival was to secure the runes from Sang-jin as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Jotun observed everything and spoke again, acknowledging that Hansu's mental strength was extraordinary, because despite being in a condition where he could die from shock at any moment, he had still managed to evade every single attack. Yet Jotun questioned the meaning behind such effort, saying that no matter how long Hansu endured, it would all be pointless in the end. Hansu answered calmly that it was not meaningless, and the moment those words left his mouth, he activated the vessels of the dragon god at full power. In the next instant, both figures shot upward into the sky and confronted each other midair, causing Jotun to feel genuine shock, because even with his sense stat he could not track Hansu's speed, and although Hansu might have undergone the physical strengthening technique, moving at such velocity was still beyond belief. Then Hansu activated another ability, declaring, Nirmaha's Ring, First Authority, activate, Authority Destruction, and immediately a system screen appeared, displaying that the authority of the Flywalk artifact had been destroyed. Jotun fixed Hansu with a glare, just as Hansu's body underwent a sudden change, and without raising his voice, Hansu issued a single, calm command, fall, prompting Jotun to curse under his breath, caught off guard by a move he had not anticipated. Yet even so he reacted instantly by swinging his weapon and unleashing another surge of purple energy that tore forward toward Hansu, detonating on impact and violently obliterating everything in its path. The force behind the attack was overwhelming, enough to throw Hansu off balance and send him crashing down to the ground. And in his mind he swore in frustration, realizing that the sheer pain coursing through him made it impossible to maintain control of his body. At that exact moment, a figure rushed in at tremendous speed, reached Hansu, and grabbed him, and the two tumbled across the ground together before coming to a stop, after which the boy quickly asked if this meant they were finally safe. Hansu answered that they were safe and expressed his thanks. Yet even as he spoke, blood began to gather at the corner of his mouth, and while clutching his staff, he struggled to steady himself. The boy's expression tightened with concern as he asked if Hansu was all right, and inwardly he realized something alarming. Hansu's body was unnaturally cold, almost devoid of any warmth, making him question whether even providing runes would be enough to fully restore him. Hansu reassured him, saying there was no need to worry, because as long as he obtained runes, he would be able to resolve the issue, and hearing that, the boy gave a firm nod and immediately handed over the runes while thanking him. Hansu examined them briefly and thought that they had done an excellent job gathering this amount, as it should be more than sufficient, and then he released the runes from his grasp. At once, a system screen appeared, displaying increases to his strength and other attributes, followed by another message stating that a portion of the magic runes would be absorbed by Nirmaha's ring, and shortly after, a new notification announced that the ring's third authority had been unlocked. The ability was Pain Nullification, a power that would completely eliminate all sensations of pain experienced by its wearer, and upon seeing this, Hansu muttered that it had finally occurred before activating it. The ring immediately began to emit a powerful energy, and another system message appeared, explaining that the immune reaction between the essence used during the physical strengthening technique and Hansu's blood had now ended, allowing rune-based recovery to proceed as normal. A golden aura began to radiate from Hansu's body, and seeing this change, the boy relaxed and remarked that it seemed he had worried for nothing after all, then asked if there was anything he could do to help. Hansu told him to deliver a message to Tekaran, explaining that a summoning circle would soon appear in the sky, and that Tekaran needed to gather all the priests and establish a magic barrier. The boy looked up and noticed the unusual movement in the sky above them, remarking that it seemed like something significant was about to occur, then nodded to himself, and said he would go inform Tekaran immediately, adding that he would be relying on Hansu before turning and rushing off without delay. Hansu simply responded that he should leave everything to him. Meanwhile, Jotun was writhing in pain, realizing that his artifact had completely ceased functioning, leaving him unable to comprehend what Hansu had done to disable it. And at the same time, he recalled Hansu's earlier transformation, something he had never once heard of any traveler being capable of. Without warning, Hansu appeared directly in front of him. Startled, Jotun demanded to know how he had managed to recover so quickly, and in his thoughts, he questioned whether Hansu possessed some kind of special treatment method. Hansu spoke in a calm, even tone, saying that he understood Jotun was doing all of this for the sake of his wife, and that he could help save her. Jotun froze in shock before urgently asking if that was truly possible, declaring that he would do anything, absolutely anything, if it meant saving her, and pleading with Hansu to tell him what he needed to do. Hansu gave his answer without hesitation. All Jotun had to do was remain still and do nothing while Hansu killed him, and afterward, Hansu promised that once he reached Kaltira, he would treat Jotun's wife. Jotun was taken aback by how simple the conditions sounded and asked if that was truly all that was required, his mind drifting through everything he had done up to this point. Hansa told him there was no need for self-blame, saying that he understood what it meant to want to save someone precious. With desperation, Jotun pleaded once more for Hansu to save his wife. Then, the scene abruptly shifted to a different location engulfed in flames. Gorilla sat there with a frustrated expression, having received no news after the massive explosions from earlier, cursing the Coffin Emperor while refusing to accept that he could have been defeated. Yet another possibility soon surfaced in his mind, that perhaps the Coffin Emperor had betrayed them, intending to sacrifice the entire tribe just to save his wife. And that thought alone sent Gorilla into a rage. If that were true, then there was no reason for him to honor his own promise either. He immediately shouted for his elite soldiers to assemble, ordering them to abandon the Great Sanctuary because their new objective was the soul transfer device, and his subordinates quickly responded, acknowledging the command without hesitation. Then Gorilla picked up a book and began casting magic, all while thinking about the Coffin Emperor, deciding that if the Coffin Emperor failed to return after obtaining the essence, he would take matters into his own hands. He swore that the Coffin Emperor would pay for this act of betrayal, and as the magic took hold, energy spread outward from the book in his hands, forming a circular magic ring for which an enormous figure slowly began to emerge, the creature known as a Kadus. Hansu noticed the monster's appearance and remarked that it had arrived sooner than he expected, then explained that the Orange Zone had not originally housed any calamity, but after the Acheron people perished, the land of Lazar was consumed by the lava of Harry Ringson, transforming the entire region into a hellscape of molten fire. And within that burning expanse, a single terrifying entity drove travelers into even greater despair, that entity being Akadus. He recalled that in an era when the physical strengthening technique had been lost, encountering Akadus would have unquestionably been deemed a catastrophe. Yet regardless of that fact, now that it stood before him, it had to be defeated. Based on the records left behind by Resks, Akadus possessed 5 innate abilities, each one governed by a specific receiver, and if those receivers were destroyed, their corresponding powers would be sealed away, meaning that only after all of them were eliminated could the monster truly be subdued. However, there was another critical issue to consider. The materials used in the creation of this monster were highly unusual, and although Hansa had previously only heard rumors that this artificially made being had undergone the physical strengthening technique, never confirming it for himself, now that he faced it directly, he understood the truth. Within the entire Orange Zone, only a handful of beings had completed the physical strengthening technique, and those were himself, the Coffin Emperor, and Akadus. At that moment, Akadus hovered in the air as its eyes abruptly widened, and in the next instant, a powerful spell activated, with the myriad scars binding spell beginning to cast outward in every direction. As the spell continued to take shape and the Orange Zone itself became enclosed within the magic structure, an unexpected change occurred. Purple energy began seeping in from outside and spreading toward the zone, and the moment Gorilla saw this, he started shouting orders, commanding everyone to pour in more magic power and maintain the barrier no matter what. The other gorillas immediately responded in unison and began channeling even greater amounts of magic into the barrier, struggling to stabilize it and keep the invading purple energy from breaking through. At the same time, Tekaron stood with his staff in hand, his thoughts fixed on Hansu as he reflected on how Hansu had not only survived the physical strengthening technique, but had also shown them a method to defend themselves, recalling the same feeling he had experienced during their battle against Ouroboros, recognizing that this man possessed an extraordinary level of mental strength that was nearly impossible to quantify. Perhaps it was precisely because of that overwhelming strength that Tekaron, an old man, had ended up making such a shameless request of him, and so once again, he offered a silent prayer. Please save the Orange Zone. Meanwhile, the purple energy continued to spread across the battlefield, and someone observing the situation thought of Jotun, wondering when he had prepared something like this, while at the same time Jotun's face became strained with bulging veins as the pressure and pain intensified, causing him to cry out in agony. A system notification appeared, indicating that the myriad scars binding spell had been activated. Hansu, standing firmly on the ground, watched everything unfold, understanding internally that such a violent reaction was only natural when someone was suddenly overwhelmed by intense pain. Yet this very reaction was exactly what he needed, because as long as Jotun remained in that state, Akadus would continue sustaining the spell. He stated calmly that they had come this far, and that this was the only way for the plan to work, then launched himself upward while rapidly analyzing the situation. Akadus could only maintain 2 abilities at once, one of which was currently the binding spell, so his plan was to lure it into activating its magic defense, and in that instant, he would strike and destroy one of its receivers using the lightning separator. With that strategy decided, Hansu activated Blazing Nova, unleashing an immense surge of searing energy that erupted outward, prompting Akadus to widen its eyes in alarm as it shouted, and activated its internal barrier, pushing back against the overwhelming wave of flames. Immediately afterward, a sudden leash of purple energy manifested right in front of Akadus. In that instant, Hansu emerged straight out of the flames with his sword already in hand, and without the slightest pause he drove a heavy strike directly into Akadu's, the blow crashing solidly against the monster's body as a loud roar tore out from it, while another ability activated. Agony of myriad scars, sending violent waves of purple energy bursting outward and surging toward Hansu, screaming through the pain. Akadu's kept shouting that it hurt, repeating it over and over while demanding that Hansu feel the same agony and die from it. Yet Hansu only answered with a calm smirk, stating it was meaningless because in his current state he could no longer feel pain, and in the very next moment he released the lightning splitter transformation in its scythe form, raising the weapon as green energy wrapped around it and spread across his arm, the glow intensifying before surging forward toward Akadu's, followed immediately by a single devastating strike. Within his mind, Hansu assessed the outcome with precision. 3 receivers and 1 arm destroyed, which he judged as solid progress. As purple energy scattered across the battlefield, and the distant guerrillas watching suddenly realized the spell had vanished, shouting in excitement that it had worked and that they had survived, while their leader collapsed from exhaustion and, lying on the ground, recalled his first encounter with Hansu when that arrogance had made him wary and doubtful. Yet now, he had no option but to believe that Hansu might truly be the savior of the world. At the same time, Hansu continued breaking down the situation, recognizing that with 3 receivers gone, Akadu's had lost several abilities: Curse of Agony, Physical Nullification, and Magic Nullification, though 2 receivers still remained, prompting him to focus on the center of Akadu's torso, where he sensed human magic power from within, and he stated his next objective clearly. If he intended to use the Coffin Emperor in the Abyss later, then the human trapped inside the monster had to be saved, a situation that reminded him of what had once happened with Shane, leaving his current goal straightforward: to strip away the monster's outer shell as cleanly as possible. Right then, Akadu's roared again as purple energy burst outward with the activation of another ability, Silken Tomb, which spread rapidly toward Hansu, who responded at once by activating Celestial Burst Fog as golden energy manifested around him and surged into the incoming spell, completely engulfing the monster and beginning to burn its body intensely. At the same time, Jotun remained at a distance, watching the battle unfold with disbelief, unable to reconcile what he was seeing. Earlier he had been on the verge of losing his sanity from unbearable pain, yet now Hansu was confronting that monstrous being entirely on his own, forcing Jotun to realize that Hansu was not some reckless lunatic as he had first assumed, but someone driven by a force strong enough to sustain such overwhelming mental endurance, which led him to reflect on his own reason for fighting, everything he had done up to this point being for the sake of saving his wife, and with that thought settling in, he understood he could not afford to remain idle any longer. With resolve, Jotun decided that if he unleashed his weapon at full output, he might be able to end everything in a single decisive strike. So he raised and fired straight at Akadu's, the blast connecting and erupting into a massive explosion as smoke and blood burst outward and sections of the monster's outer shell began to break apart. A result that Hansu immediately picked up on as he carefully observed the situation and mentioned the ring, realizing in that instant that the battle had already reached its final phase. Hansu then stated that with the monster's body now exposed, all that remained was to destroy the last 2 receivers before the outer shell could regenerate, and without hesitation he propelled himself forward and launched another attack toward Akadu's. But just as he moved in to strike, his eyes narrowed sharply as a dense wall of purple energy suddenly dropped between him and the monster. And at that exact moment Jotun shouted at the top of his lungs for Hansu to stop and not attack, revealing the shocking truth that the person inside the monster was his wife. Jotun stood motionless for a brief moment, watching the situation unfold, while Hansu, already dissecting every detail, recognized this as the perfect point to push him further. If he wanted Jotun completely indebted, then a proper reinforcement play was necessary, and step by step he chose to drive him deeper into desperation, urging him to pull himself together and bluntly asking whether he truly intended to leave his wife trapped inside a monster, making it clear that if he wanted to save her, hesitation had no place and cooperation was his only option. Jotun turned toward Hansu, thoughts racing, cursing under his breath as he admitted Hansu was right. If saving Sinyon was his goal, then there was no alternative, so he forced his resolve into place, lifted his weapon, and spread his energy outward, accepting that saving her was the only path left to him. Just as he prepared to fire at Akadu's, something unbelievable happened. His wife began to emerge from within the monster, and the shock froze him in place, preventing him from pulling the trigger, while each glance toward Akadu's was met with another blast that shook the area and sent the creature crashing down. And as it fell, Jotun clenched his teeth, holding onto his determination. But Akadu's had not reached its end, activating parasitic regeneration as it siphoned life force from the Coffin Emperor to restore its wounds, the display confirming that it had absorbed that energy to heal itself. Yet Jotun did not waver, accepting it without resistance. If it meant saving his wife, Then even sacrificing himself was a price he would pay, silently telling Young to take everything from him. As Akadu stood before him once more, Jotun reflected on Hansu's strategy, understanding its logic. Because he valued his wife above all else, he would be unable to attack now that the monster had absorbed the Coffin Emperor's blood, and with a body reinforced by physical strength techniques like Akadu's, it could endure for at least 10 minutes, even without its outer shell, meaning this was his chance to finally free her. Without delay, he activated the transformation sphere and sent it directly into Akadu's body, drawing a shriek from the monster as it cried out and struggled desperately to defend itself, its voice rising so violently that its entire form trembled. Then, in the next instant, his wife fully emerged from within, and Jotun froze again in shock as she rushed into his arms and leaned against him, relief finally breaking through. After catching his breath, he asked what they should do next, but Hansu answered calmly that the one who could truly help her was on the way, which only made Jotun panic as he demanded to know if Hansu was serious. His wife was dying, so why was he so composed? Why not act immediately? And at that moment, Tekaran appeared, leaving Jotun stunned. Tekaran admitted that he had never expected to extend help to someone responsible for so much suffering among his people, remarking that Hansu's requests always pushed him to his limits, and questioning whether Hansu truly grasped the burden of what he was asking. Hansu answered that he did understand, yet insisted it was necessary for what lay ahead, and after a moment, Tekaran relented, agreeing to follow his orders while admitting that although crushing Hansu into dust would be satisfying, this time he had no choice. Turning to Jotun, Tekaran instructed him to release his wife, warning that clinging to her would only interfere, but Jotun hesitated and asked Hansu directly if he truly intended to save her, to which Hansu confirmed that this had been the plan all along, leading Jotun to realize that if Hansu meant harm, she would already be dead, and with no other path left, he slowly let her go, whispering an apology to Young for forcing her into this, without warning, while asking Tekaran to reduce her pain as much as possible. Despite his reluctance, Tekaran spread the Galatian coffin over her, and a radiant blue energy completely enveloped her body, while Jotun, thinking bitterly about being forced to wait yet again, acknowledged he had no alternative and asked Hansu what he should do next, expecting a heavy cost. Hansu explained that the units Jotun had brought were originally organized by the Eluralural clan and had been returned to Kaltira, adding that the cure would be ready once he returned, which made Jotun question whether he was supposed to leave his wife behind and go back alone, but Hansu clarified it wasn't required. The cure would take place here, and if Jotun wished, he could personally escort his men back to Kaltira and return when everything was prepared. So Jotun agreed, silently resolving to save the Coffin Emperor's wife and accepting that when they went back to Kaltira, any losses would fall on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Hansu turned his thoughts toward strategy, considering how to unify the clans within the Orange Zone, knowing that full defensive resistance was inevitable and that he would need to deal with it all in one coordinated move. When Tekaran suddenly spoke and pointed behind him, Hansu turned and was caught off guard by the sight of Kriel, as the system notification indicated that Kiriel's innate trait, psychometry, had activated, allowing her to sense the loneliness and emotions buried deep within him, all shaped by his resolve to save humanity and the belief that he could vanish if necessary. Those certain feelings, like sorrow, could not simply be erased. As Kiriel approached, Hansu clenched his teeth and demanded to know why she had come so early, and she apologized, explaining that she had followed him out of determination and admiration, never realizing how far he had already advanced through the zones with such unwavering resolve. Kiriel spread her wings and flew beside him, tears gathering in her eyes as Hansu continued forward, while Tekaran observed in silence and commented that although Hansu had remained distant for a long time, this was the first occasion he had ever seen him unsettled. Kiriel, uneasy, asked if she had done something wrong, clearly worried about how things had turned out, but Hansu reassured her that he was fine, stating that he was not someone who would be shaken so easily and that she didn't need to be overly concerned. Hearing this, she fell in a quiet reflection, realizing that through psychometry, she had only brushed against his inner world, yet what she felt was dull and weighed down by grief, as though Hansu had known her for a long time while still choosing to keep his distance, leaving her uncertain about how to deal with such a complicated emotion. Meanwhile, Hansu continued cutting through the sky, keeping his attention fixed on the mission while deciding that, for Kiriel's sake, as well as the larger objective, maintaining distance from everyone else was the better choice. The scene opens with Hansu pushing through the bushes while deliberately keeping his distance from everyone else, fully aware that compared to the speed he could reach in the red zones, staying close to others would only drag him down, and by his own estimate, he was moving at least 3, possibly 4 times faster than anyone nearby, which made it finally click why Keldian had stressed this kind of training so heavily, because if humanity were strengthened like this, they would gain more than enough power to trace and counter even the faintest remnants of aka Acheron's magic energy, and from what Hansu could sense, there were roughly 13 of them ahead. Switching between running and short bursts of flight, Hansu followed the trail of footprints while studying their direction, quickly realizing they were heading straight toward the ruins of the soul transfer device that Techeron had mentioned. And since their original plan had already failed, it was obvious they were now trying to escape to another world using that device. However, activating it required the Crown of Thrones, and while wearing it didn't grant direct interworld travel, it did allow the user to open the gate, which hadn't been a problem when Techeron entered the red zone because he had abundant essence and resources. But the tracks Hansu was following now clearly belonged to individuals who were nothing more than sacrifices meant to power the soul transfer device. Hansu understood that if he wanted to create the cure, he would eventually have to activate the soul transfer device himself. So instead of interfering, he decided it was more practical to let them proceed with their plan for now, choosing to move ahead of them and wait at the destination, convinced that patience would matter most. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to the gorillas, who are gathered and turning toward a door, just as a knock sounds, and someone announces they have found the entrance, prompting Jotun to respond with a brief, "Good work," which the team acknowledges in unison. While inside, Jotun reflects on how their plan has already fallen apart, and comes to the conclusion that he alone will have to handle the transfer. Back outside, Hansu surveys the surroundings with a sharp gaze, activating the Ravenous bracelet and gripping it firmly as he prepares for what comes next, and the scene cuts once more to the gorillas as they all turn and react, with the head gorilla declaring that this place represents the future of the Grashi tribe, and that they will abandon the rotting land of Lazar to move to the promised new land, a decision that everyone present agrees with. At that moment, Harkison appeared and questioned whether the gorillas had truly resolved themselves to give their lives for the sake of the Grashi, and the leader answered without hesitation that he would gladly offer his own life as a sacrifice. With that, they placed the crown of thrones upon his head and invoked its power to open a path through the soul, causing the gorilla's body to go rigid as he sank slightly in place while ropes began spreading outward from him, then burst forth from his mouth and body at terrifying speed, lashing out to seize the other gorillas. One of them shouted toward Jotun, asking if he had no intention of taking them along, and Jotun, apologizing, replied that only he could move forward, after which the others cried out to him as they collapsed, their voices filled with despair as they fell. The scene shifts to a strange plant that has begun to grow, radiating purple energy that saturates the surroundings, and someone observing it realizes that it is connected to the gate. Despite everything, they had succeeded in opening it using the essence they had gathered, and now the only thing left was to advance, prompting a gorilla to shout that Lord Ilkadian's loyal disciple would now come to meet him. Watching it all unfold, Hansa thinks of Ilkadian, recalling how he had been taught to create the curse of the Orange Zone, how Ilkadian had fought against the Abyss monsters, and how he had carried out every possible line of research to save the Orange Zone, making it impossible in Hansu's mind that such a man would have left behind an oracle leading to this outcome. With a scowl, Hansu concludes that the other has gravely misunderstood something and decides there is no reason to allow such delusion to continue, then immediately breaks into a run. As Hansu closes in, one of the gorillas halts and shouts in shock at the sight of him, only for Hansu to release his energy toward the creature, causing it to cry out, scream, and collapse onto the ground. Hansu notes that the gorilla must have intended to reach Ilkadian, but the spell he used has made that impossible, and when the gorilla tries to protest, Hansu reflects that black mages are not usually this persistent, yet even with its body split, this one is still clinging to life. Hansu then recreates the very spell the gorilla had depended on, and the gorilla's eyes widen in horror as purple energy gathers, condenses into a liquid form, and drifts toward him, drawing screams and frantic cries of disbelief until he finally yells at Hansu to force him out of the body. At that moment, a notification appears, revealing the presence of Garkama, also known as Black Cloud, a species originating from the Abyss. Hansu thinks to himself that it has been quite some time since he last encountered a Black Cloud, and realizes that if he can capture one and put it to use in the Orange Zone, the effort would be more than worthwhile, already intending to exploit its potential fully for the sake of his mission. Hansu watched Jotun in silence while the latter sneered with open arrogance, savoring the dense aura of magic surrounding him as he declared Hansu a flawless offering, insisting he should feel honored to become his prey, dismissing him entirely as nothing more than a frail human. At the same time, a heavy, sinister presence coiled around Jotun as his body dissolved into a mass of black mist and surged forward to strike without the slightest pause. Yet Hansu did not react with panic, maintaining a steady calm as he studied every detail, quickly realizing that despite the opponent's display, he had not truly absorbed anything of value and only possessed shallow ability, and that his arrogance came from having descended from the Abyss into the Orange Zone. As Hansu raised his hand and flames crackled to life around it, he concluded that although such black cloud-like entities resisted ordinary magic and physical force, they lacked any defense against power that could burn away their very source. Acting on that conclusion, Hansu activated Dive Zero, and the moment it was unleashed, fire spread outward in all directions, engulfing the black mist and blazing energy that saturated the entire area. Jotun snapped back in anger, calling Hansu an idiot while insisting that as a gaseous existence, no magical attack could affect him. But his defiance shattered instantly as his eyes widened in disbelief. A strange sensation overtaking him the moment the strike connected, flames igniting within him and rapidly devouring his form. He could not understand how a mere human from the Orange Zone wielded a skill capable of harming his body, and in fury he demanded an explanation, emphasizing that even in the higher zones, such power was rare and difficult to obtain or control. Hansu, still unshaken, responded with cold implication that if Jotun had never seen such strength above, then it was only because fortune had spared him until now, and that luck had just run out, as Hansu regarded him no differently than a weak monster fated to die. The words visibly unsettled Jotun, who struggled to accept being labeled so insignificantly, yet at the same time sensed that Hansu meant every word, truly seeing him as nothing but a feeble creature. This shook him deeply, forcing him to question what kind of person Hansu was and why someone like him existed in the second weakest zone, since nothing matched what Clementine had told him. Glancing around, he recognized that continuing the fight meant certain death, prompting an immediate attempt to flee as he quickly concluded survival here was impossible and turned his thoughts toward escaping to find another host to consume. As Jotun attempted to escape, Hansu immediately pursued, already aware of his plan to seize another host and refusing to let that happen, closing the distance in moments before the creature could get far. He caught him outright, and the monster shrieked in terror as Hansu clenched him tightly in his grip, then without hesitation activated Authority Destruction. A brilliant, blazing aura burst forth from the ring on his hand and spread across the surroundings, striking cleanly and without error. Not long after, the result took form as Hansu acquired a black cloud core, and a system window surfaced with its details, explaining that the core remained sealed and housed a parasitic life form from the abyss, and that by converting it into his kin, he would gain complete control over the black cloud, whose unique traits were absorption and expulsion. At that point, a fairy appeared beside Hansu and addressed him as master, lightly complaining that Hansu should take their bond more seriously instead of treating him so coldly. Hansu merely glanced at him with disinterest, calling it bothersome and asking what he wanted. The fairy replied in a bright tone that it was nothing important, only that everyone Hansu cared about had survived, which he found somewhat disappointing since none had died. And then, as if it were a reward, he asked Hansu to acknowledge ownership, a request Hansu accepted without much thought. With that, the fairy snapped his fingers and released his power, directing it into the black cloud core, where the seal shattered instantly. Another system message appeared, informing Hansu that the core had been unsealed and that he could now transform it into his kin. As the fairy turned to leave, he mentioned that the release was complete and encouraged Hansu to use it however he pleased, adding just before departing that he would be waiting in the next zone and expected to be entertained there, after which he vanished entirely. Hansu remained where he was, watching the spot where the fairy had been before muttering a quiet curse once he was gone. His thoughts then shifted to the crown of thorns and Mugos' essence core, recalling that acquiring such a core required eliminating every Mugos across the land and merging them into one, and based on Eocadian's words, he determined that awakening the Tiridu seal within the soul transfer device will be necessary in order to hunt them. Turning his attention back to the black cloud core in his hand, Hansu issued a command for it to open, and at once cracks spread over its surface before it split apart, releasing a small cloud-like creature with tiny eyes, as though the core itself had functioned as an egg. Hansu paused for a brief moment, his thoughts going blank as a system panel appeared, informing him that the creature, identified as a black cloud, was requesting a name. He questioned whether naming it was even necessary and considered simply calling it Black Cloud, but the tiny cloud immediately began to cry, clearly showing its displeasure. Noticing this reaction, Hansu reconsidered and searched for something more fitting, and since the creature's form was entirely dark, he chose the name Child, which instantly made it happy. A system window appeared soon after, confirming that ownership had been assigned to Hansu and that the name Child had been established, marking the formation of an eternal bond between them. And as Child happily floated around him, Hansu felt satisfied knowing the creature approved of the name. He then turned his attention to the cloud's special ability, Absorption, and realized that if he supplied it with his magic power and sent it out, handling the Mugos would become extremely easy. Without wasting any time, Hansu calmly instructed Child to begin working immediately, remaining fully confident in his plan and noting that he was certain Child already understood what to do. Child responded happily and quickly moved away to carry out the task. Without a moment's pause, Child shot straight toward the Mugos at blinding speed, splitting into multiple copies mid-charge before crashing down on the monsters in a perfectly timed assault, each movement precise and economical as the strike landed flawlessly. In response, a system window appeared, confirming that the Mugos' infiltration had been completed smoothly and without delay, immediately followed by the start of the organism's cell absorption and then the initiation of the cornification process. As Child steadily consumed his targets, the monsters let out agonized screams. But the entire encounter ended almost as quickly as it began, because within moments he had absorbed every last one of them. Afterward, system panels indicated that the stabilization phase had begun to ensure everything settled properly, and once that phase concluded, he calmly returned to the soul transfer device. Hansu struggled to process what he had just seen, since something that used to be extremely difficult was now being executed far faster and with far greater efficiency. And as he took it in, he realized that at this rate he would have more than enough time to complete the cure as well. Moving on, he checked the situation and asked Child about his current status. Child reported that every nearby Muggos had already been harvested and that the process would continue without interruption, prompting Hansu to thank him and state calmly that he would leave the rest in Child's hands. Child accepted with clear satisfaction and went back to work, while Hansu recognized that with this level of efficiency, harvesting all the Muggos in the orange zone within just a few hours was now entirely possible. Meanwhile, in the orange zone, Hansu watched Harkazan and thought about how unbearable the process must be, yet concluded that enduring it was simply part of the consequence, and that holding on to resentment would mean nothing, because to him, this was just the cost of choosing the wrong master. Shifting focus, he set out to use the crown of thorns in his own way, pulling it firmly toward himself as Harkazan groaned in pain while he tightened his grip. However, when Hansu tried to rip the thorn apart, it resisted and pushed back against him, leading him to remark that Ilkadian had forced him to deal with a particularly troublesome material, and without delaying any further, he activated Blazing Nova, engulfing both the thorn and his own arm in flames. In the end, he succeeded in finishing it. He then considered that the actual synthesis of the cure could be entrusted to the soul transfer device. Yet he was fully aware that injecting the finished cure into Lazar's heart required the device to be completely operational, with its method of operation functioning flawlessly as well. 8 hours later, Child reported that the cure had been successfully completed, and Hansu acknowledged the result, stating the job had been done well and that he would handle the remaining steps himself, allowing Child to return and rest. The moment the machine activated, a radiant blue aura like crackling thunder burst forth and rushed into the chambers, causing the heart to begin beating in a steady rhythm. And soon after, a lioness-like creature slowly awakened as blazing energy erupted. Around it, its crimson eyes shining while flames engulfed its body. Meanwhile, in the orange zone, Alan was overcome with sadness, reflecting that she had returned to her village just as she had said she would, yet quietly questioning whether it might have been better to remain at the great sanctuary instead. Without warning, a golden glow spread across the ground, and as she noticed it, her eyes widened in shock when a plant began sprouting from the earth. Startled, she hurriedly called out to her grandfather, telling him that Ragnus was emerging, while at the same time another person called out to his master, asking if he could still hear him. And when no reply came, he wondered why his master remained unmoving and whether the sound could not be heard, until a response finally arrived confirming that it could. The master reflected that he had never expected to live long enough to hear that sound again, and the other person affirmed that it was indeed the very sound he had longed for all this time. Everyone in the area was left confused and astonished, trying to grasp what the sound was and what it signified, until a superior informed them that Lord Lazar had awakened, and upon hearing this, shock spread through the crowd. The surroundings began transforming at once, as a radiant wave of fiery energy spread across the barren land. Plants burst forth and grew at an incredible rate, and water began to flow again. The people erupted in joy, cheering as they realized that Lord Lazar had truly come back to life. Amid the celebration, one person declared that it was the horned human who had achieved this, recognizing him as their hero and praising his accomplishment. The man then instructed everyone to stay where they were, assuring them that their hero would be returning soon, and urging them to prepare to welcome him properly, as loud cheers rang out in every direction, celebrating their lord's reawakening. At that moment, Tekaron, filled with emotion, acknowledged that Kong Hansu was the great benefactor and savior of them all, and as he lifted his gaze toward the sky with deep gratitude, he silently offered thanks for everything Hansu had done. As the soul transfer device finally ground to a halt, it released a dragon fang sword, a divine artifact said to have been left behind by the ancient Acheron people, and upon emerging, the blade shifted into a unique form capable of wrapping around its wielder's entire body, significantly boosting both offensive power and defensive strength. Hansu recalled that within Ilkadian's memory crystal, there had been a note stating that once Lazar was cured, the dragon fang sword would be granted, and in that instant he fully grasped what those words meant. Once activated, the weapon transformed into an armor-like state that enveloped the user, and given how it functioned, it perfectly overlapped with his vessel, the dragon god. So as he took hold of the sword and briefly considered feeding it to the vessel to enhance it, he quickly realized that using it in that way would be wasteful, deciding instead that it would be far more valuable to give it to someone who could properly wield it, especially with the abyss approaching, which led him to consider who would be the most suitable recipient. At the same time, Hansu reflected on his own condition, recognizing that he had expended a large amount of magic power, and although his body had grown stronger through his physical enhancement technique, his magic capacity was still a limiting factor. He planned to obtain an organ upon reaching the yellow zone, believing that once both his physical strength and magical capacity were complete, advancing into higher zones would no longer pose the same difficulty. Meanwhile, Child watched Hansu closely and became concerned about how severely his master's magic power had been drained, suggesting that Hansu should cut off the supply of magic power being directed to him. But Hansu replied that doing so would cause Child to die, and since there was no immediate need for battle, there was nothing to worry about, which finally put Child at ease. With everything finished, Hansu declared that it was time to return to the Great Sanctuary and began making his way there. And upon arrival, he saw that everyone had been waiting, the entire army already assembled to receive him. As the commander noticed him, he called out to the troops, announcing that their hero had arrived, and ordering them to present their highest salute, which they did as they erupted into loud cheers in honor of Lazar. Hansu, however, showed no satisfaction at this display as he descended, and he immediately asked Terikon whether he had instructed his men to behave in such a way. Terikon answered that he had given no such order, explaining that the tribe itself had wanted to honor Hansu and had even planned a grand feast before he intervened, knowing Hansu would not appreciate something so excessive. Despite that, the people still insisted on welcoming him properly and showing their respect, as they felt deeply indebted to him. And as they spoke, the commander added that while they considered Hansu their equal, they set that aside in order to express their devotion and sincere respect, also mentioning that the elder had advised avoiding unnecessary extravagance, which was why they had deliberately kept everything simple. Odion then asked whether the gesture displeased him, to which Hansu replied that it was not a matter of dislike, but rather that there was no need for them to go out of their way or waste time praising him. Odion laughed at that response, and remarked that no time spent honoring their hero could ever be considered wasted, adding that Hansu was truly an unusual person. And as he examined him more closely, he commented that although the physical strengthening technique had succeeded, it was somewhat unfortunate, since he had originally intended for Hansu to reach a height of 3 meters. But because Hansu had left early, that ideal physique was never achieved, leaving Hansu momentarily speechless before Odion quickly clarified that it had only been a joke. Hansu then called Odin forward and stated that he had something to give him, and, as Odion looked on with curiosity, Hansu handed over a dagger, explaining that he was returning it. The moment Odion recognized it, he was shocked, realizing it was an artifact once used by their lord Ilkadian, and he immediately asked where it had been found, to which Hansu replied that it had served as the key to the soul transfer device, and now that the device had completely shut down, he had been able to retrieve it. Odion expressed his gratitude, saying it was a great honor for them to receive a blade from the hero who had saved Lazar, and then declared that he wished to pass the weapon to the only surviving member of the Great Guardian, Baron Tarhal. Hearing this, Tarhal was visibly stunned, and Odion turned to Hansu to ask whether this decision was acceptable, to which Hansu calmly responded that he understood and respected the honor of a warrior. Tarhal then turned to the head priest and asked if it was truly appropriate for him to receive the tribe's divine artifact. Odion reassured him, explaining that both their great hero and he himself had already approved the decision, and since Tarhal was the most suitable candidate, there was no reason for hesitation, so he should accept it without doubt. Hearing this, Tarhal accepted with resolve, expressing his determination to live up to the trust placed in him. Hansu then added calmly that since they had crossed blades before, he knew Tarhal was someone he could trust, and with that conviction, he handed the weapon over. Tarhal received it firmly, promising to do everything he could to uphold that trust while feeling deeply honored that the blade had once belonged to such a legendary figure. Yet in the very next instant, the situation shifted as the sword began to emit a glow, and noticing this, Tarhal's eyes widened in shock when the weapon suddenly vanished, only for a powerful aura to seize his arm moments later, startling him, and everyone present was left stunned as Tarhal's body started to transform right before their eyes. Odion calmly told him not to be afraid, explaining that this was simply how the weapon activated, and as the transformation continued, Tarhal's body altered into an armored form that radiated an overwhelming presence, while Hansu could clearly feel Ilkadian's magic power emanating from it. Realizing this, he immediately understood that the weapon contained a hidden mechanism, one that allowed Ilkadian to descend and take over his kin upon contact with a Dragon Fang sword. And because it had been concealed so flawlessly, Hansu had failed to notice it earlier, leaving him uncertain about the purpose behind such a design. And as he watched closely, he began questioning Ilkadian's true intentions. At that moment, Tarhal sensed something strange within himself, as though another consciousness was beginning to surface, and he felt something trying to seize control of his body while a voice echoed inside him, addressing him as a descendant and urging him not to resist. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Tarhal realized something was clearly wrong, with powerful magic surging uncontrollably around him. And seeing this alarming change, the guards became visibly uneasy as they asked if Tarhal was all right. Hansu stepped forward and positioned himself directly in front of Tarhal, addressing Ilkadian by stating that Lazar had already been cured and that there was no need for him to take over Tarhal's body, urging him instead to return and wait. Odian stood in shock upon realizing that it was truly Lord Ilkadian, unable to understand why he would attempt to descend into Tarhal's body. Ilkadian then turned his attention toward Odian, observing him, his descendants, and the human who claimed that Lazar had already been cured. Yet his thoughts were in disarray after emerging so abruptly from the abyss, making him realize that he needed to examine the host body's memories to properly understand the situation. As he sifted through those memories, he identified Kong Han-su as the one who could provide the answers he was looking for, and without the slightest hesitation, he reached out, seized Han-su's arm, and activated the Sanctuary of Severance, causing the surroundings to distort in an instant as a powerful surge of aura erupted outward. A massive cube-shaped structure materialized, the Sanctuary of Severance, and its sudden formation left Terry-Con stunned and unable to believe what he was witnessing, as he reflected that although his mind's eye had been modeled after the sorcery of Lord Ilkadian, the level of power now unfolding far surpassed anything he had seen even 500 years ago. Odian likewise admitted he had never encountered such an advanced form of sorcery and felt certain that it could only belong to Lord Ilkadian. Terry-Con explained that Lord Ilkadian had departed long before his own birth, making Odian's reaction entirely understandable, and further clarified that once the Sanctuary of Severance was activated, it became completely impossible for anyone outside to perceive or comprehend anything occurring within it. Hearing this, Odian questioned why Lord Ilkadian had chosen to descend upon them, but Terry-Con replied that such deep intentions were beyond their ability to grasp, while Odian maintained that regardless of the reason, the return of both Lord Ilkadian and their master to the land of Lazar signaled a hopeful future for the Acheron, to which Terry-Con responded cautiously, saying he sincerely hoped that would prove true. At the same time, unease lingered within Terry-Con as he recalled that when he had previously used Mind's Eye, the fairy had interfered, leaving him uncertain whether he would be able to use it successfully now. Inside the sanctuary, Hansu and Ilkadian stood facing one another, and although Hansu sensed no hostility, he understood from the barrier surrounding them that Ilkadian intended to speak in private, prompting him to raise the matter of the Dragon Fong sword. Ilkadian explained that the weapon had been left behind as a form of insurance, designed to appear and intervene if anyone attempted to misuse the soul transfer device. Hansu then asked whether any record of this had been left within the memory crystal, and Ilkadian responded that this was precisely what he himself wished to understand, since his current presence did not logically make sense. This confused Hansu, who had believed that Ilkadian had planned everything, but Ilkadian clarified that he had not been the one who created the memory crystal and had only prepared plans related to it. And since Lazar had been cured using a memory crystal that had not even been created yet, he concluded there was only one possible explanation, that Hansu had come from the future. This conclusion was tied to the use of the dragon's treasure, the time-space crystal. Hansu confirmed that this was indeed the case, explaining that his comrades had trusted in his innate trait and sent him back into the past, and Ilkadian acknowledged his ability, regarding it as an honor to meet the warrior who had defeated the dragons, believing that with someone like Hansu by their side, they could form a truly powerful and formidable alliance. Hansu, however, reflected inwardly that as a leader who had wandered through the abyss, Ilkadian's mindset had become isolated and heavily centered on strength, survival, and the need for a powerful ruler, and although he now understood Ilkadian's intentions, he felt he could not grant such a request. Even so, he judged that rejecting him outright at this moment would be unwise, especially since he could not properly face Ilkadian in his current condition, with pain nullification constantly active. Hansu then stated that he had confirmed Ilkadian bore no ill will, and that if they continued speaking further, the fairy might interfere, suggesting they release the barrier before that occurred. Ilkadian agreed, though he added there was one final matter, emphasizing that within the abyss, a strong tribe capable of surviving without falling behind was essential, and for that reason, he would take responsibility for ruling Acheron, which Hansu accepted, agreeing to leave Acheron under Ilkadian's control. Shortly after, the Sanctuary of Severance was lifted, and everyone present respectfully greeted Lord Ilkadian, who expressed satisfaction at meeting his descendants, while internally observing that although they were his kin, they seemed weak compared to the monstrous beings of the abyss, leading him to resolve that he would do whatever was necessary to shape them into capable and worthy individuals. Odian then respectfully asked about Tarhal, and Ilkadian reassured him that Tarhal was simply asleep alongside him, and that after passing on his knowledge, he would return control of the body, adding that the responsibility for the next generation rested upon them. Odian expressed gratitude for this, and asked about Ilkadian's plans moving forward, to which Ilkadian declared that their first step would be to rebuild the sanctuary, as everything would begin from there. Hansu added that if reconstruction was the goal, he would call for people to assist, but Ilkadian replied that preparations for such a situation had already been made. Hansu then explained that in 2 days, the gate leading to the Orange Zone would open and that he intended to bring his comrades through it, asking whether Ilkadian could manage control over that gate, to which Ilkadian responded that it would depend on how many people were involved. Hansu revealed that he had originally intended to bring 400,000 people, with even more to follow once the gate reopened, prompting Ilkadian to react to the sheer scale of the number, remarking that it was immense, especially if it included children. Hansu clarified that they were not children, but all of them were his comrades, which led Ilkadian to consider that if Hansu had truly wandered the abyss, then his way of thinking would not be so different from his own. And, although he did not fully grasp the entirety of Hansu's plan, he decided he would assist him for the time being. Ilkadian agreed, stating that 2 days would be more than enough, and promising to support him to the fullest of his ability, and Hansu responded that he would rely on him. Soon after, Hansu spread his wings and soared into the sky, while Ilkadian watched and noted that Hansu carried traits shaped by the abyss, yet there was something distinctly different about him, ultimately deciding that it was not yet time to investigate further, and that once preparations were complete, he would confirm what truly lay within Hansu. Elsewhere, a man stood beside a girl sealed in ice, softly calling her Sinyong and apologizing for always making her wait, when suddenly Hansu appeared through a portal and was immediately asked if the cure was ready, to which Hansu confirmed that it had been completed. The man urged him to proceed quickly, but Hansu addressed him as the Coffin Emperor and reminded him that he had been told to return to Kaltura, since remaining here would only create unnecessary resentment from Acheron. The Coffin Emperor apologized, explaining that he could not leave his wife's side, and Hansu acknowledged this, stating that what had already happened could not be undone and that he would now carry out the treatment as promised. He then summoned Child, who emerged with a powerful aura and began the process of curing her, as the ice gradually melted away and the girl slowly opened her eyes. Overcome with emotion at seeing his wife awaken, the Coffin Emperor broke into tears and apologized to her, while Sinyong gently placed her hand against his face, and as he expressed regret for making her wait so long, she too began to cry, reassuring him that everything was now all right. The two embraced tightly and promised never to be separated again. Hansu watched the scene with quiet satisfaction, confident that the Coffin Emperor would never betray him, before shifting his attention to the next step, which was bringing travelers up from the Red Zone. He contacted Shane and informed him of his plan to have them ascend in 2 days, and when Shane questioned whether that was truly possible, Hansu confirmed that the necessary preparations were already underway. Hansu stood together with his comrades in a single place, where tension quickly rose as one of them lashed out, angrily cursing the Coffin Emperor while demanding to know why he had come at all and who the woman beside him was, prompting the Coffin Emperor to calmly answer that she was his wife, though both of them stood there with visible unease and a trace of shame. He then turned to envy Aaron and explained that he knew Aaron had only asked for a simple introduction and fully understood just how uncomfortable and unsettled his presence made him feel, which only led Aaron to respond with clear frustration as he questioned why the Coffin Emperor would come anyway despite being aware of that discomfort. Sean Young stepped forward at that moment and explained that everything her husband had done was solely for the sake of saving her, leaving her with nothing she could say to justify what had happened as she offered a sincere apology, and the Coffin Emperor followed by admitting that it had all stemmed from his own greed, adding his own apology, without excuse. Hansu then spoke, his tone steady and firm as he stated that he did not expect everyone to suddenly come to an understanding just because apologies had been given, yet he made it absolutely clear that they would never betray them, urging Envy Aaron to trust him and follow the plan he had prepared. Aaron, still unconvinced, challenged him by asking how he could possibly expect trust after everything that had taken place, at which point Hansu revealed that a suicidal explosive spell had been engraved into the Coffin Emperor's body, ensuring that at the slightest hint of betrayal they could kill him without hesitation, a revelation so extreme that it left Aaron and the others completely speechless as they were stunned by how far Hansu was willing to go, until Aaron finally accepted the situation and asked what the plan actually was. Hansu then explained that on the following day he would bring travelers up from the Red Zone, and his intention was to merge the Cross of Providence, Laralarol, and the Red One's travelers into a single unified clan, a declaration so bold that it shocked everyone present. Aaron immediately questioned whether something like that could even be achieved, and even the Coffin Emperor admitted that, as strange as it felt to say, most of his own clan members were unstable and borderline psychotic, making the idea of uniting them into one cohesive group incredibly difficult. Yet Hansu remained unmoved as he stated that the decision had already been made and he would not entertain any opposition, because his objective was to strengthen all of humanity, and part of that objective required forcing everyone in the coalition to undergo a physical strengthening technique. Hansu then declared that while everyone else would stay behind to complete the strengthening process, he himself would head to the Yellow Zone alone to make sure everything advanced without issue, making it absolutely clear that this decision was not open for debate. The group was left stunned, especially since he had been gathering comrades with the intention of moving forward together, and a girl voiced her frustration, saying she had worked tirelessly to grow stronger, specifically so she could follow him, only for Hansu to reject her outright, as he explained that he could not afford to wait for everyone to finish the process, and that if they followed him as they were now, they would only hinder him rather than provide any real help. Clearly upset, the girl eventually left the room, after which Terry-kan spoke up, saying he had something to address and questioning whether this situation could truly be considered acceptable, adding that he understood exactly how the girl felt. Yet Hansu cut him off before he could continue and told him not to pursue that line of thought any further. Inwardly, Hansu was fully aware that even if he refused, Kirill would still attempt to follow him, and he had no intention of losing her again. In this life, believing it would be far better for her to come after him only once she had grown strong enough. Soon after, Hansu instructed Envy Eren and the Coffin Emperor to return and begin preparing for the migration of their respective clan members, while Hale added that he had already chosen an appropriate location and would start setting up shelters there. Eren accepted the situation, remarking that under the law of the jungle and considering Hansu's accomplishments, there was little room to argue, and the Coffin Emperor also agreed to obey Hansu's orders, though he voiced concern that his own clan members might end up becoming nothing more than a burden, which prompted Hansu to reassure him that everything would be managed properly and that he would, in fact, require the Coffin Emperor's assistance. Later, Hansu asked one of his subordinates whether Kirill was doing all right, already knowing that she likely held plenty of complaints against him and convinced that she would try to follow him the moment he ascended. The subordinate confirmed this and noted that Kirill looked at Hansu differently than she did at anyone else, which Hansu acknowledged as he stated that she would most likely request the physical strengthening technique, something he had already instructed Odion to prioritize for her, adding that with Lazar's curse in play, the entire process should take only about a week, and he further ordered that when Kirill attempted to move to the yellow zone, the subordinate was to accompany her, a request the subordinate found unusual since he had never before seen Hansu worry about someone in quite this way. Hansu added that once everything was in motion, a carrier pigeon could be sent to him for further instructions, and the subordinate agreed without hesitation. Not long after, Hansu instructed Shane to begin sending people upward, and soon the travelers from the red zone began to arrive, numbering a total of 421,036 with Mihi at their head. Upon seeing Hansu, Mihi acknowledged that it had been a long time since their last meeting, while Hansu observed that it seemed the preparations carried out with Shane had proceeded smoothly. Standing beside him, Ilkadian looked over the overwhelming crowd and remarked on how astonishing the sheer number was, emphasizing that this was only the first wave, and noting how remarkable it was to witness so many travelers arriving all at once. Mihi's attention then shifted to the figure next to Hansu, and she asked about him, pointing out that he did not seem human, prompting Hansu to introduce him as Ilkadian and explain that he could be regarded as the leader of the natives in the Orange Zone. Ilkadian greeted them politely and introduced himself with humility as the temporary patriarch of the Acheron, despite his own perceived shortcomings, to which Mihi responded that she was pleased to meet him, and Ilkadian returned the sentiment. Even so, although Mihi sensed no clear malice from him, there was something about him that left her uneasy, yet because Hansu had personally made the introduction, she chose not to dwell on that feeling or pursue any suspicion. Mihi then clarified that for the time, being only those directly under her command had come up and asked whether they could begin construction using the travelers who were still arriving, and Hansu replied that there was one matter to handle first, but assured her it would not cause any delay, allowing them to proceed right away. At the same time, Ilkadian turned to Terry-kan and asked for his view on humans, specifically whether they could be trusted, and Terry-kan answered that while there were certainly humans worthy of trust and honor, there were also many who were not. Hearing this, Ilkadian reflected that the only humans he had encountered before had been filled with betrayal and hostility, making them far from reliable in his eyes. Terry-kan then stated that he had chosen to place his faith in the loyalty and grace shown to him by Kong Hansu, adding that the travelers arriving here were all followers of Hansu and would not betray them, which led Ilkadian to weigh Terry-kan's perspective against his own experiences. However, he ultimately concluded that regardless of how many of them there were, such incomplete beings would accomplish very little and would likely meet their end upon reaching the abyss, as he believed that raw strength alone was insufficient, and that proper control over that power was just as essential, and if the incomplete Akadus could be further developed using humans as a foundation, then even a confrontation with the Golden Dragon in the abyss might become something trivial. Even so, Ilkadian still harbored doubts about how he would handle Kong Hansu if it ever became necessary to confront him. Terry-kan, meanwhile, found himself reflecting on just how much Ilkadian had changed over the past 500 years, quietly wondering what kind of experiences could have led to such a transformation. Breaking that silence, Ilkadian asked Terry-kan directly whether he trusted him, and Terry-kan answered without hesitation that he did, explaining that both in the past and in the present, his soul had always belonged to the Acheron. Ilkadian then requested that the prisoner of war from the Grashi tribe be brought before him, saying there was something he needed to ask, and Tarikon agreed, telling him to go ahead. At the Laralarol clan's temporary shelter, discontent was steadily building as Indo Mabuda, the former leader of Area 11, questioned why they were being made to construct a city for what he saw as worthless newcomers from the Red Zone, while on Yongluk, once the leader of Area 37, voiced his own frustration, stating that if not for Hansu, he would have already slaughtered them all, adding that the screams of those dying had once brought him satisfaction. But now, because of that one cursed individual, they could not even hear such sounds anymore. At the same time, the supply overseer Silvio Bernardi openly criticized their clan leader, bitterly remarking that he had been reduced to following Kong Hansu simply because of his wife and angrily questioning who had made him king in the first place. In the middle of this, Miss Mi Hyung walked in and casually remarked that their conversation sounded rather entertaining and that she would like to take part, prompting the others to question why she was there at all since she had not been assigned to construction duties, to which she replied that she was not the only one and told them to take a look around. Shortly after, a man approached them and acknowledged their feelings, saying he understood their frustration and that the current situation was far from what their organization had originally intended, then suggested that instead of continuing to complain, he would share something important. The group immediately pressed him to reveal what it was, and he disclosed that a letter had arrived from the Coffin Emperor claiming that Kong Hansu had been captured, further stating that after killing him, they would move on to eliminate both the Acheron and the Cross of Providence, and concluding with instructions that all clan members were to gather at B33 at 11.